I had just sat down in Ichiraku Ramen when, all of a sudden, a shout rang out from above. A man with orange hair bellowed in midair. From this moment on, let the world taste pain. Almighty push. His words had barely faded when a blinding light burst at the center of Konoha village, as if a meteor had crashed into a lake. In the next instant, the village's buildings began to collapse, one after another, with thunderous crashes. In less than 30 seconds, the once bustling Konoha was reduced to a wasteland. Survivors crawled out from under the rubble, gazing in speechless horror at the scene before them. The home they'd known all their lives had vanished in the blink of an eye. For many, it was the first time witnessing such a jutsu. Words failed to capture their shock. Those still alive managed just to get to their feet, only to sink back down in stunned exhaustion, eyes blank and hollow. This kind of destructive power simply defied human limits. Pain's attack hadn't just destroyed their village. It had shattered everyone's faith. Floating in the air, Tendo Pain looked down at the ruins of Konoha he had personally obliterated, his face devoid of emotion. As his gaze swept over the devastation, suddenly his eyes narrowed. Amid the wreckage, a single small building stood out. Every other house had been wiped out by his almighty push, yet this little shop remained untouched, its entrance curtain still bearing the words Ichiraku Ramen. Can't even eat a bowl of ramen in peace. How annoying. I was fuming inside when, to my surprise, these very words came from within. The ramen stand. The voice wasn't loud, but in the silence of the ruined village, it carried clearly. The shop owner, Uncle Ichiraku, who'd been cowering behind the counter moments earlier, now peeked out, trembling. Seeing me still seated as before, he stared in disbelief. The shockwave had been so terrifying, yet there I sat without a scratch. To him, it was simply unimaginable. Sir, are you all right? Uncle Ichiraku's daughter, asked me cautiously. I looked down at the ramen in front of me, now covered in dust, sighed, fished a few coins from my pocket, and placed them on the table. Smiling, I said, "Could you make me another bowl? I'll be right back." With that, I stood up and walked out of the shop. This damned system. Couldn't it have sent me over a little earlier? All I wanted was a bowl of ramen. Why is it so hard? And now someone has to ruin it for me. I grumbled as I walked away. I'd come to the world of Naruto to carry out a mission, and the very first thing I wanted to do was taste Ichiraku ramen for myself. Naruto Uzumaki had eaten it all his life, so I'd always been curious about the flavor. But just as I arrived, I got caught up in Pain's invasion of Konoha. I hadn't even taken a bite of my piping hot ramen before it was covered in dust. How could I not be angry? The moment I appeared, countless eyes turned to stare at me. I ignored them, lifting my gaze to the heavens where the godlike figure of the heavenly path Pain loomed, my heart full of annoyance. In my previous life, I'd been an anime fanatic with a special passion for Naruto. Not only had these 6 paths of Pain killed my beloved Jiraiya, but they'd also destroyed the Hidden Leaf Village, both core memories of my youth. How could I let him trample over them so easily? I glanced around. The familiar blonde-haired Naruto had yet to return, and at this moment, it seemed I was the only one left who could stop Pain. "How dare you interrupt my ramen time? Go to hell," I shouted, disappearing in an instant. What speed? Is he even faster than Minato and the 4th Raikage? Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, gasped in disbelief as she witnessed my movement. Minato and the 4th Raikage, after all, were renowned across the ninja world for their unmatched speed. Pain, hovering in the sky, noticed my sudden vanishing and began to search for me. But by then, I had already appeared behind him, leaning in to whisper, "How many floors do you think you can withstand?" He barely had time to turn before my fist crashed into his back, sending him hurtling toward the earth like a meteor. He smashed into the already devastated Hidden Leaf Village, gouging out yet another massive crater. I scratched my head, feeling a bit embarrassed. It seemed I had underestimated my own strength. Fortunately, the damage was contained, with only a section of the ground caving in. With my hands tucked in my pockets, I landed lightly amid the stunned crowd, brushing dust from my clothes as I glanced at the deep pit nearby. Pain lay within it, unmoving for a long while, the web of cracks around him a testament to the force of my punch. "Hey, 5th Hokage, how about we strike a deal? I'll take care of this guy for you, and you just give me a few things in return." I didn't press my attack, turning instead to call out to Tsunade. She emerged from the rubble, keeping her distance and regarding me with caution. Dressed in ordinary clothes and with nothing particularly commanding about my appearance, she looked at my smiling face, likely unable to imagine that I could so easily send Pain flying. "Who are you? What is it that you want?" Tsunade remained wary, gathering the last scraps of her chakra in her limbs, prepared to fight or flee at a moment's notice. My abilities were too strange, my strength almost beyond belief. Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I want you to hand over, I pause for a moment, your Yin seal and the strength of 100 technique. The crowd collectively gasped at my words, my brief hesitation almost leading to a misunderstanding. What should I do? Should I agree to his terms? Tsunade's brows were tightly knit as she pondered her options. In this desperate situation, she had few choices left. There's no way we could defeat these pains. If this man can suppress them, maybe he's our only chance. But who knows when Naruto will return? And now he wants my Yin seal and the strength of 100 technique. These aren't secrets I can just hand over lightly. Tsunade tried to gather her chakra, ready to fight, but she had already given most of it to the summoned slug to protect the villagers. Now, she was barely at the level of an average jonin, not nearly enough to stand against me. Watching Tsunade's shifting expression, I saw no need to rush her for an answer. Instead, I began to hum a carefree tune, simply waiting. Suddenly, my eyes turned cold as I shouted, I never said you could move. Just as Deva Path Pain tried to rise and strike back, he was pinned by an invisible force so strong that even the ground around him cracked from the pressure, forcing him deeper into the pit, completely immobilized. Tsunade's mouth fell open in shock. She could no longer fathom who I truly was. Tsunade's mind raced as she weighed what might happen if she accepted Hanyu's terms, or what peril awaited if she refused. She knew nothing about the man before her, nor could she predict the consequences of turning him down. Her anxious thoughts made her chest heave with each breath, so much so that even Hanu found his gaze drawn to her for a moment. With her jaw clenched, Tsunade finally spoke. Why do you want the strength of 100 technique? That's not your concern, Hanu replied with a calm smile, then added, but if your terms satisfy me, I'll even help rebuild the hidden leaf after all this is over. Their conversation quickly shifted to the matter of rebuilding the village, as if Hanu had absolute faith in his ability to defeat pain. Tsunade stared hard at Hanu, searching his serene smile for any sign of a hidden agenda. Yet no matter how intently she looked, Hanu's composure never wavered. He met her gaze fearlessly, his relaxed smile never fading. The two of them locked eyes for a long, tense moment, an odd atmosphere settling between them. At last, Tsunade nodded. With no way to defeat pain on her own, she could only pin her hopes on Hanu, praying he would truly resolve the crisis. As Tsunade gave her assent, Hanu's smile brightened. In the pit, Pain regained his mobility and leapt out in a single bound. I'll give you a chance to die with honor. Shall you go first, or shall I? Hanu said calmly, his composure so striking that Tsunade couldn't help but stare. Damn it, he's just a kid, and yet there's something about him. A presence I can't explain. Tsunade stared at Hanu in astonishment. She had never witnessed a fighting style like this. No chakra was being used, yet such overwhelming power was on display. How is this even possible? Pain fixed his gaze intently on Hanu, his hands moving rapidly through a series of seals. 5 clouds of smoke burst forth around him, and the other 5 pains materialized at his sides. Oh, so this is the 6 paths of pain. Looks rather interesting. Hanu showed no sign of panic at the sudden increase in foes. Instead, he observed the 6 figures with keen interest, his eyes alight with the curiosity of an explorer. Predapath. The Deva Path Pain uttered the command in a low voice. Instantly, the round-faced man by his side dashed forward. The Predapath can absorb chakra and ninjutsu. No matter how strong your chakra is, you can't possibly win against him. Deva Path Pain watched Hanu with an icy gaze, as if he had already foreseen his demise. There was not a trace of emotion in his eyes. But his judgment was flawed. The Predapath was indeed adept at absorbing chakra and ninjutsu. But right now, the opponent before him possessed no chakra to be drained. Hanu's expression shifted, and suddenly, the air around them grew frigid. A delicate layer of frost spread across the ground and everything nearby. When Tsunade snapped out of her daze, she found that Hanu now held a snow-white longsword in his hand. It was as if the drop in temperature throughout the world had been caused by the appearance of this blade. This is Hyōrinmaru, the mightiest ice-type Zanpakuto. To fall under its blade is, in a way, an honor for you all. As Hanu gripped Hyōrinmaru, the easygoing air about him vanished, replaced by an undeniable aura of authority. The pressure he exuded was more than just physical strength. It was a presence that radiated from the core of his being. Tsunade was utterly captivated by this aura. Unable to resist, she asked, Who are you really? Hanu slowly raised Hyōrinmaru. The blade gleamed with a frosty brilliance, and as he smiled faintly, it felt as if the very air had turned to ice, so heavy that it was almost impossible to breathe. With a single swing, a pale arc of sword energy sliced through the air, accompanied by his light-hearted voice. I'm just a passing shopkeeper, nothing more. The Predapath Pain charged head-on, hoping to absorb this blade energy with his power. But this strike was not born of chakra. There was nothing for him to drain. The sword energy tore through the Preta path, and in an instant his body was frozen solid from the inside out, transformed into a glistening ice sculpture. At the slightest touch, he shattered into a spray of icy fragments. A single decisive blow. How is this possible? He's too powerful. Moments ago, Tsunade had harbored doubts about Hanyu's abilities. Now, her eyes were wide with shock, lips parted in speechless awe. All she could do was stare, dumbstruck, at Hanyu standing not far away. The moment he gripped the hilt of the blade, everyone could feel it, as if the whole world was now under his command. At first, they thought it was just an illusion. Yet the reality before their eyes left them no choice but to believe. What's wrong? Tired already? Is this all you've got? Hanyu held the sword with a casual wave of his hand. In his grasp, Hyōrinmaru looked like an ordinary long blade, but after what they just witnessed, no one could dismiss it as a mere katana anymore. This guy's not right. He's no ordinary person. Everyone, stay alert. Attack together. The 5 remaining pains exchanged glances, then charged at him almost in unison, weaving ninjutsu through their hands. With a burst of shadow clone technique, Hanyu's opponents multiplied from 5 to more than 20 in an instant. That's it. Numbers won't help you. Faced with the sudden surge in enemies, Hanyu remained utterly composed. In fact, he smiled easily, his figure flickering forward as he brandished Hyōrinmaru, its blade sheathed in a biting cold. Pale, icy arcs swept out, trailing a chill so intense that every stroke left a thick layer of frost upon the ground and across his foes. 7 or 8 pains were frozen into statues in the blink of an eye beneath Hanyu's sword. But then, one of the pains let out a cold, mirthless laugh and spoke. I'll admit you're strong, but choosing not to use long-range sword attacks is your greatest mistake. We pains can share our vision. This error, you won't get a second chance to correct it. The pain sneered, letting Hyōrinmaru cleave his body in two without resistance. Yet at that very moment, a shadow materialized behind Hanyu. The true Asura path pain had arrived. It's over. This is the fate of anyone foolish enough to take on all 6 paths of pain alone. Asura path pain swung his fist down, the force behind it overwhelming. A strike that could rival Tsunade's might at full power. Taking such a blow head-on would be disastrous. Yet, in the instant of the attack, Asura path pain caught sight of a smile on Hanyu's face. His punch landed squarely, but Hanyu simply vanished. So fast. I've never seen anyone move like that. I've seen the 4th Hokage fight. His body flicker technique was already almost impossible to track, but this young man seems even faster. Not only were the pains stunned, even the watching Konoha shinobi wore the same look of awe. In their memories, only the 4th Hokage had possessed such speed. Hey, over here! A cheerful shout caught Asura path pain's attention. He turned just in time to meet a fist flying straight at him, smashing hard into his face. As he was sent hurtling backward, a shockwave exploded around his head, rippling outward with a thunderous crack. The Asura path pain was already a cyborg to begin with, so after this blow, his fate was even more dignified than the Preta path pain's earlier defeat. He was reduced to nothing more than a heap of scattered mechanical remains. Once again, he had been instantly overwhelmed. If the Deva path pain could express human emotions, his forehead would surely be slick with cold sweat at this very moment. Hanyu had used neither any ninjutsu nor a single trace of chakra. The Deva path pain was certain now. The man before him, while not harnessing those powers, harbored within him another kind of energy, something perhaps far beyond chakra itself. Now it's your turn. A cold glint flashed across Hanyu's eyes. In a blur of motion, he closed the distance like a bolt of lightning, and in the blink of an eye, the blade of Hyōrinmaru was already pressed against Deva path pain's throat. A single exertion of force, and he would become an ice statue, shattered at once into a swirling mist of frost. Wait, whatever it is you want, we can give it to you. Even double the price if need be. The panic in Deva path pain's voice was unmistakable. He finally understood. Between himself and Hanyu, it wasn't a simple gap in power. It was an unbridgeable chasm. Looking at the smiling Hanyu before him, for the first time, a rare flicker of fear rose in his heart. We have no way to confront someone like this. That thought flashed through Deva path pain's mind. Once they had swept through Konoha with unstoppable might, but now, Hanyu was effortlessly crushing them in turn. No matter how he racked his brain, he couldn't fathom where Hanyu had come from. He had never heard of any ninja village producing such a formidable young warrior. Meanwhile, the shock on the faces of the watching Konoha shinobi had given way to blank disbelief. None of them could begin to guess the true extent of Hanyu's strength. As the 5th Hokage, Tsunade was counted among the village's top 3 fighters, if not the outright strongest. Yet even she had suffered a crushing defeat and terrible injuries at the hands of the 6 Paths of Pain. The 6 Paths of Pain had once leveled the Hidden Leaf Village with a single technique. And yet now, a lone young man wielding a long sword had successively defeated them, even dispatching 2 of the Pains in a matter of moments. Such a spectacle had never been seen before. Even taijutsu specialists would have chakra coursing through their bodies in battle. But for someone like Hanu to fight with no chakra at all, this was truly unprecedented. Hearing Deva Path Pain's plea, Hanu actually paused, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Seeing Hanu hesitate, as if tempted by Pain's offer, Tsunade grew even more tense. The last reserves of chakra within her gathered at once, ready to react to any sudden shift from Hanu. After a moment's contemplation, Hanu looked at Deva Path Pain and spoke. Then handed over, I want your Shinra Tensei and the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. This, Heavenly Path Pain, was momentarily taken aback. He had expected the other party to ask for a huge sum of money, or, at most, demand a few advanced ninja techniques. To prepare for this, he had already readied several A-rank and S-rank jutsu scrolls. Yet as soon as Hanu opened his mouth, he directly asked for Shinra Tensei and the outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. These 2 jutsu were extraordinary. Shinra Tensei was immensely powerful both in offense and defense, while the outer path, samsara of heavenly life, was a forbidden technique capable of resurrecting the dead, something far beyond the reach of ordinary people. What? Are you reluctant to hand them over? Hanu narrowed his eyes, his tone laced with a clear threat. His lips moved slightly, and he whispered something so quietly that only Heavenly Path Pain could hear. The usually impassive and expressionless Pain was visibly startled at these words. You're just a puppet, aren't you? I know where your real body is. If you don't want to meet your end too soon, you'd better hand everything over. Hanu gave a slight nod in a certain direction, speaking with cold composure. He actually knows where my true body is? That's impossible. Far outside the Hidden Leaf Village, Nagato, who was controlling Pain, wore a look of utter disbelief. How could the other party know that Heavenly Path Pain was merely a puppet? Where did he get this information? Heavenly Path Pain glanced around and noticed that the people nearby still looked completely bewildered, obviously having heard nothing of what Hanu had just said. This way of communicating made Pain grow even more wary of Hanu. Very well. Since that's how it is, I'll give them to you. As soon as he finished speaking, Heavenly Path Pain lifted a hand to his eye socket and, without hesitation, removed his Rinnegan from his right eye. He enveloped the eyeball in chakra to protect it from harm. This act, removing his own eye, made Hanu involuntarily draw a sharp breath. He thought to himself, this guy is ruthless, no doubt about it. Then, Pain produced a jutsu scroll and tossed it to Hanu along with the eye. Hanu accepted the 2 items with a slight smile. The grocery system didn't care whether it was the original or not. As long as the ability had been used, it could be collected as a medium by the system. This was precisely why Hanu hadn't gone straight after Nagato himself. At that moment, the Hyōrinmaru in his hand released a visible pale white ring, which rapidly expanded outward from Hanu. The nearest Heavenly Path Pain was instantly frozen into a statue of ice. The remaining 4 Paths of Pain fared no better. The expanding ring swept over them as well, freezing each one solid before they even had a chance to react. Mission complete. Collect special jutsu, Shinra Tensei, awaiting rewards. The system's prompt sounded in Hanu's mind. He nodded in satisfaction and, speaking softly to the now icebound Pain, said, I got what I wanted. I'll leave your true body alone for now, but this puppet is coming with me. After speaking, Hanu gently touched the ice sculpture of Pain of the Heavenly Path. With him as the center, the other Pain ice sculptures also shattered at the same time, dissolving into a fine mist of ice crystals that filled the air. It all happened in the blink of an eye. The entire process took less than 10 minutes. Everyone from the Hidden Leaf Village, Tsunade included, felt as if an invisible hand had gripped their throats. Questions swirled in their hearts, but not a single word escaped their lips. This swift and decisive battle left Tsunade and the others feeling that their desperate struggle just moments ago had been reduced to a trivial joke. This can't be. Tsunade's lips turned pale as she stared intently at the slightly gaunt figure before her, murmuring in disbelief. Hanu's way of fighting had utterly overturned everything they thought they knew. Not even the Hokages of past generations had ever dared to wrap chakra so directly around their weapons, infusing them with elemental power. She checked again and again, confirming that the 6 Paths of Pain had truly been destroyed. At last, her body could take no more and collapsed. In her effort to protect the entire village, she had drained nearly all her chakra, pushing herself to the brink. Now, with her chakra depleted, the youthful smoothness of her skin began to wither away. Tsunade was nearly 50 years old. The secret to her youthful appearance lay in her mastery of an S-rank jutsu, the In Seal. This technique was also the prerequisite for unleashing another S-rank jutsu, the mitotic regeneration. As Tsunade fell, an unseen force gently supported her, easing her to the ground. In a flash, Hanu appeared at her side. Gazing at Tsunade's rapidly aging face, Hanu couldn't help but marvel at the power of the S-rank In Seal. If this technique could be widely learned, it would surely become the envy of women everywhere. Sadly, only truly powerful ninja could wield such a skill. At that moment, a member of the ANBU arrived on the scene. Seeing Hanu holding Tsunade, the ANBU was filled with questions about Hanu's identity, but forced himself to hold back and instead turned his concern to Tsunade. "How is Lady Hokage?" "I'll go call the medical team right away." The ANBU was about to rush off for help when Hanu stopped him with a wave of his hand. Hanu knelt down, gently propping Tsunade up. "She's completely exhausted, both physically and in terms of chakra. If we use ordinary medical techniques, her recovery will be painfully slow. Let me handle this." "You? What do you intend to do?" The ANBU hesitated. The display of power Hanu had just shown was too astonishing for words, and despite his doubts, he instinctively chose to trust Hanu. Hanu freed up one hand, and with a light pinch of his thumb and forefinger, a golden bean appeared between his fingers. The bean gave off a strange, enticing aroma, and everyone nearby was startled by its unexpected fragrance. After inhaling the fragrant aroma of the golden senza beans, everyone's injuries, whether internal or external, began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. "This isn't just any ordinary item," Hanu said with a gentle smile. "These senza beans have been reforged by me. Not only can they heal wounds, but they can also restore one's youth. Even if you're better now, after eating one of these, you'll soon be up and about, full of energy." Ignoring the astonished expressions of the surrounding ANBU, Hanu chuckled softly. With tender care, he gently parted Tsunade's pale lips and fed her a senza bean. The moment the senza bean touched her tongue, it melted instantly, transforming into a warm current of energy that coursed through Tsunade's entire body. Her complexion recovered its healthy glow at an astounding rate, and her lips, once dry and colorless, now became rosy and radiant. Tsunade's eyelids fluttered lightly. When she opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Hanu's handsome, smiling face, and realized she was nestled in his arms. What just happened?" Tsunade stammered, hurriedly struggling out of Hanu's embrace. As she stood up straight, an unmistakable blush, as shy and lovely as a young girl's, crept up her cheeks. "You fainted from exhaustion just now," Hanu said softly, "but I gave you a miraculous senza bean. How do you feel now?" It was then that Tsunade noticed, to her amazement, that the chakra she'd drained away during the fierce battle had been fully restored. What startled her even more was her appearance. Without using her S-rank In Seal, she now looked as youthful as an 18-year-old girl. Could this be the effect of the senza bean you had just given her? Seeing Hanu's gentle smile, Tsunade suddenly found herself unsure where to rest her gaze. Clearing her throat to cover her embarrassment, she quickly changed the subject. "Where are the ANBU?" No sooner had she spoken than several ANBU operatives, their faces masked like animals, darted out from the ruins. These are the elite ANBU of Konoha, answering directly to the Hokage. "Lady Tsunade, do you have any orders?" The ANBU members, upon seeing her rejuvenated appearance, couldn't hide their surprise and admiration. She looked utterly different from her usual self when she relied on the In Seal to maintain her youth. Now, she seemed to have genuinely become 20 or 30 years younger, her features pure and bright as a maiden, yet her bearing still radiated power. It was a presence that drew the eye, regardless of gender. "Assist the wounded villagers with evacuation at once. Carefully check every corner of Konoha and report back with casualty numbers," Tsunade commanded with the unmistakable authority of the 5th Hokage, swiftly issuing a series of orders. The ANBU saluted and immediately scattered in all directions, setting out to carry out Tsunade's instructions. "This time, it's thanks to your help. Konoha will never forget what you've done for us," Tsunade said earnestly to Hanu. With her renewed beauty and spirit, every look and gesture she made was impossible to ignore. Hanu simply smiled without answering her. His fingers traced mysterious patterns in the air, as if searching for something invisible. Tsunade leaned in curiously to take a closer look, but all she could see was Hanu gesturing in the empty air. Nothing seemed to happen. After about half a minute, a look of delight flashed across Hanyu's face. He closed his right hand as if grasping something, and suddenly a silver armband appeared out of thin air on his forearm. It looked like some kind of launching device. At the same time, he produced a small red scroll, which he fitted into the armband's launcher. Once he made sure it was secure, he slammed his hand forcefully onto the ground. In an instant, thick white smoke billowed up. When the smoke finally cleared, a squad of construction robots appeared on the open ground. Each was dressed like a ninja, their faces hidden behind black cloth. "What are these?" Tsunade asked in astonishment. This technique was clearly similar to the Shadow clone jutsu, yet Hanyu's way of summoning it struck her as utterly unique. Hanyu patted one of the towering robotic workers at his side and explained with a smile, "Post-disaster reconstruction is our top priority right now. Your people are too badly injured. It could take years to restore the Hidden Leaf Village. These are the rebuilding teams I brought. They never tire, never need food or rest, and possess tremendous strength. With their efficiency, I believe they can dramatically reduce the time needed to rebuild Konoha." Hanyu had brought not only this team of 50 construction robots, but also a large supply of timber and stone, all ready to be used in the reconstruction of the village. The robotic workers immediately set to clearing the ruins, and their efficiency left Tsunade somewhat stunned. Each one could lift objects 7 or 8 times its own weight with a single hand, displaying strength far beyond that of ordinary people. She couldn't help but wonder what kind of impact these beings would have if they were used in war. This also deepened Tsunade's curiosity about Hanyu himself. Whether it was his appearance or his abilities, Hanyu was the picture of perfection. The aura he exuded in battle made it clear that he was far more than just a striking young man. "What kind of equipment are you using?" Tsunade asked, eyeing the device on Hanyu's arm with keen interest. "This is a scientific ninja tool," Hanyu explained proudly. "It releases jutsu sealed inside scrolls. Even a ninja without chakra can use it to perform A-rank techniques. In the world of Naruto, such technology would only be developed many years in the future. If Hanyu handed this device over to Tsunade now, the course of history in the ninja world would change. The era of scientific ninja tools would arrive ahead of its time." "Name your price," Tsunade said. "Even if this can't be mass-produced, just a small batch would be enough to form a truly formidable force." In the world of the Hokage, many ninja are limited by their poor chakra control or the grueling years spent training in ninjutsu. The advent of scientific ninja tools, however, can free them from the pain of chakra cultivation. Although these ninja may not excel at practicing ninjutsu, they possess remarkable tactical minds. If they could be deployed to the battlefield, it would undoubtedly bring tremendous benefits to the nation's development. Hanyu quickly calculated the total value of these supplies in his mind. Half a minute later, the figure he quoted made Tsunade's face darken instantly. "For the reconstruction of Konoha, 1 senza bean, 100 scientific ninja tools, as well as several hundred sealing scrolls inscribed with ninja techniques and scrolls that could be infused with jutsu. The total amount. Altogether, it comes to 30 billion Ryo. Ryo is the common currency unit in the Land of Fire. Generally, the reward for a C-rank ninja mission ranges from 10,000 to 50,000 Ryo, while the highest S-rank missions can fetch rewards of several million Ryo. 30 billion Ryo is a staggering sum, even for an entire nation." It was clear Hanyu was driving a hard bargain. This made Tsunade furious, yet she was powerless to argue. After all, Konoha Village, as the capital of the Land of Fire, had suffered devastating losses. If it couldn't recover quickly, it could easily fall prey to invasion from other nations. At that point, the losses would be far more severe than just 30 billion Ryo. "You can take your time to consider. I'll wait." Hanyu offered a faint smile, turned, and headed for the ramen shop. By the time he returned, his bowl of ramen had just been served, its steaming aroma whetting his appetite. He dug in without hesitation. He had only taken a few bites when Tsunade lifted the shop's curtain and walked in. She said to Hanyu, "I agree. A wise decision. Everyone, hurry and clear a patch of open ground so the wounded can rest." With a snap of Hanyu's fingers, his assistants sprang into action. Their speed and agility in clearing the ruins was astonishing. Some people moved to open up a space, while others headed for the nearby forest to cut timber and prepare materials for building shelters. "Excellent. Rest assured, the people I've brought won't just restore Konoha to its former state. They'll advance its technology by at least a decade. Just wait and see." Hanyu glanced back at Tsunade, speaking around a mouthful of noodles. "And don't forget my senza bean. You know better than anyone how effective it is. Even Orochimaru couldn't create such a thing." Tsunade nodded, showing no surprise at Hanyu's knowledge of Orochimaru. Given Hanyu's abilities, it seemed only natural he'd know about Orochimaru's existence. A moment later, Tsunade let out a quiet sigh. her voice trembling with emotion. What's the point of being the only one left alive? This disaster has cost Konoha almost 80% of its people. So many vibrant lives gone. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Tsunade beside her. Though Tsunade said nothing, tears streamed down her face, falling onto the table. Tucci, the owner of the ramen shop, and his assistant were also stricken with grief. If it hadn't been for Hanyu's intervention, they too would have perished under the force of pain's almighty push. Forget it. Let's just call this a welcome gift for our new customer, Hanyu muttered softly, giving Tsunade's shoulder a gentle pat before standing up and heading toward the door. There's no charge for your meal today. Where are you going? Tsunade sniffled, her voice thick with emotion. Hanyu offered no reply. He stepped out of the ramen shop, murmuring to himself, System, use upgrade points to exchange for a limited time item. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. 3 upgrade points consumed. You have gained one-time use of Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. As the system's voice faded, a pale violet scroll appeared before Hanyu, floating in the air. This was the very same technique he had seized from Pain himself. Seeing it cost 3 upgrade points for just a single use, Hanyu couldn't help but gasp in disbelief. If a one-time use was already this expensive, he could hardly imagine what it would take to fully master the technique. Let all the villagers of Konoha who died from the almighty push come back to life. Outer Path, Samsara of Heavenly Life Technique. With a low, resolute command, the scroll in Hanyu's hand burst apart, transforming into a shower of light that soared into the sky. Then, from nowhere, a colossal figure appeared on the ground, the king of hell from the world of the Hokage. Its mouth gaped open and countless souls poured forth, returning to earth, and taking shape as living people. All those villagers of Konoha who had perished were suddenly restored to life. Tsunade, her lips trembling, stepped outside and gazed at the familiar faces before her. She could scarcely believe what she was seeing. Had they truly been resurrected? Was this not an illusion? I truly don't know how to thank you. Lost in wonder, Tsunade stared at the miraculous scene, momentarily at a loss for words. In that case, just pay up. The 30 billion Ryo, and those 2 secret jutsu of yours. You're not planning to back out, are you? Hanyu said with a cheerful grin, quoting the same price as before. Looking at Hanyu's smiling face, Tsunade felt a gratitude beyond words. Suddenly, the cost of 30 billion Ryo seemed a small price to pay. I'll have the Umbu prepare the funds at once, Tsunade replied. The treasury of Konoha wasn't above ground, so it wouldn't take long to ready the money. Once all was prepared, an Umbu member came to report. Tsunade turned to Hanyu, just about to ask, the 300 billion Ryo fills several huge warehouses. How do you plan on transporting it? HM? Where did he go? She had just turned her head when she realized Hanyu's figure had already vanished, leaving behind only a card on the seat where he had been. Tsunade walked forward and picked up the card. At that moment, several ANBU members rushed over from a distance, breathless and slightly panicked as they reported, Lady Hokage, all the silver in the warehouse has mysteriously disappeared. Though a flicker of surprise flashed through Tsunade's heart at this news, her gaze remained fixed on the business card in her hand. 2 lines were printed on the card. Yoji in General Store. Hanyu. Just then, Hanyu's light-hearted voice seemed to echo in her mind. If you ever need anything, just channel chakra into the card and you'll be able to visit Yoji in General Store. This guy's actually rather interesting, Tsunade murmured, the corners of her lips curling into a captivating smile that lit up her fair face. The ANBU member standing beside her was momentarily stunned. Never having seen Tsunade look so charming, he simply couldn't tear his eyes away. When Konoha is rebuilt, I'll pay his store a visit, she decided aloud. Meanwhile, Hanyu reappeared on the bustling streets of New York, back inside a small general store. Though the shop was modest in size, it was fully equipped and neatly arranged. Hanyu had acquired this store 6 months ago. In his previous life on Earth, he'd been an ordinary man from China, though he was an avid fan of superheroes and comics. He had arrived in this world right after watching Avengers Endgame. That night, he'd gone to bed as usual, only to awaken in the Marvel Universe, a world teeming with superpowered beings. This general store had become his golden finger, the mystical boon that bound itself to him in this new world. At first, Hanyu thought he was about to reach the pinnacle of life, perhaps even win the heart of a beautiful woman and enjoy a charmed existence. He hadn't expected the system to keep issuing him task after task, throwing him into a relentless cycle of busy days. As soon as he returned to the shop, Hanyu called out, System, settle the collection task. Keyword, Shinra Tensei. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Task completed. Additional items detected. S-rank ninjutsu, outer path, samsara of heavenly life technique. S-rank ninjutsu, strength of 100 seal. S-rank ninjutsu, in seal. You have received an extra reward. Item draw, card ×1. Hanu exclaimed with delight. They really gave me an item draw card. Collecting those 3 S-rank jutsu was totally worth it. With a swift slash of his right hand through the air, a virtual screen appeared before him, visible only to his eyes, displaying his personal information. Name, Hanu. General store level, advanced clerk. Basic ability, deathless mark. Additional ability, none. Items. Item draw card ×1. Armory, Hyōrinmaru. Upgrade points, 20. Points needed for next upgrade, 50. Hanu's gaze lingered on the item draw card. The value of this card far surpassed that of the almighty push. It could randomly select an item from countless worlds, and the item would always appear in its most powerful form, saving Hanu the trouble of upgrading weapons himself. Within the general store system, the item draw card could not only be acquired through special rewards, but also directly exchanged for upgrade points. However, the price was exorbitant. A single card cost 100 upgrade points. Hanu had worked hard to complete a task, and had only received a mere 20 points. To save up 100 points seemed nearly impossible for him. He opened his personal information panel, and with a slight pinch of his fingers, a card predominantly purple with golden edges slowly appeared in his hand. I hope I pull something good this time. The Ice-type Zanpakuto I'm using now, Hyōrinmaru, was also won through a draw card. If only I could get something great again, Hanu muttered, as he prepared to try his luck. Just then, the crisp chime of the store's wind bell rang out from the entrance. He had no choice but to pause, stowing away the draw card for now. This wind bell could only be rung by special visitors from other worlds, and the stronger the guest, the louder its sound. No matter how strong the wind blew on other days, the bell would not budge, as if it were broken. Moments later, the door swung open, and a figure stepped inside. Upon seeing who it was, a warm smile appeared on Hanu's face. Whitebeard, back again for more wine? Haha, no one understand me like you do, Boss Han. The usual, 300 jars. The visitor was none other than Whitebeard from the world of pirates. He let out a hearty laugh, his booming voice making the whole shop tremble ever so slightly. As Whitebeard pushed open the door, it was not the streets of New York outside, but a vast, open land. The general store connected to all the worlds across the cosmos, its location shifting accordingly in each one. Whitebeard had discovered this island and the little shop quite by accident during a voyage. He was astonished to find that the wine here tasted far better than anything he'd ever drunk before. The strength and flavor were simply unmatched. Compared to this, the liquor of his own world tasted no better than water. As a result, Whitebeard became a regular, always buying hundreds of jars at a time. Measured in ordinary wine bottles, a single jar could hold 20 or 30. Same spot as always, price unchanged, Hanu said with a smile. Though they hailed from different worlds, payment was never an issue. All income was automatically channeled into the general store system and converted into the local currency of each world. No problem. My men will come to pick it up. The money's already left by the door. Whitebeard nodded, a hint of weariness flashing across his face as he turned to leave. Just as he was about to step out, Hanu called after him. You don't look so well today. Has something happened? Hanu asked with genuine concern. The old man with the white beard glanced back at Hanu, shaking his head, clearly unwilling to say more. Hanu continued, You've been my loyal customer for a long time. If there's anything troubling you, just say it. Maybe I can help. Whitebeard gave a wry smile and replied, You're just an ordinary grocer. I can't drag you into my mess. He looked Hanu in the eye, and finally, with a soft sigh, confessed, Since I bought so much wine from you, I suppose it's all right to tell you. It's Ace. He's been captured by the Navy and is set to be executed in a few days. I plan to go rescue him. But this time, I might not make it back. Hanu was momentarily stunned. He'd met the Ace Whitebeard spoke of, a young man who always wore a smile, polite, and kind to everyone he met. Ace had come to buy wine on Whitebeard's behalf several times, and the two had enjoyed pleasant conversations. Hanu had a very good impression of him. Whenever that group of pirates finished their meal at the shop, Ace would always help Hanu tidy up the dishes and wash them. Because of this, Hanu always gave them a generous discount. Seeing Hanu fall silent, Whitebeard's smile turned even more bitter, and he said nothing further. In his eyes, Hanu was simply a grocer on a lonely island in a vast sea. Nothing more could be said to change reality. And so, with a heavy heart, Whitebeard turned and left, his lonely figure fading into the distance. Hanu stepped out of the shop, his feet landing on the soil of this pirate world. Only then did he notice that the sacks of money piled on both sides of the store had reached nearly 6 meters high, far more than he'd ever received before. System, deposit all this money into the currency system and show me the total, Hanu instructed the shop system. Commencing conversion. Conversion complete. The current currency is Marvel Universe dollars. The total amount is $300,000. Hanu couldn't help but twitch at the number. $300,000. Usually, the money he received for wine would be at most a little over $100,000. This time, it was far more than usual. For an ordinary person, this was an enormous sum. Because the world of pirates lacked refined brewing techniques, Hanu's wine sold at a premium. Something Whitebeard never minded, always paying cheerfully, but never this much. I'll have to check up on him in the future, Hanu muttered under his breath. A customer like that shouldn't be lost so easily. A strand of invisible energy gathered in Hanu's palm, gradually forming a small, transparent figure just the size of his hand, an avatar of his own spiritual power. Go, Hanu whispered. The little transparent figure darted away at high speed, following Whitebeard's group, perching silently atop their ship's mast to watch over their every move. Inside the ship's cabin, Whitebeard was suddenly seized by a strange sense of unease, as if an unseen gaze was fixed upon him from the shadows. He rose to his feet and looked around, scanning every corner. What's wrong, Pops? One of his crew asked with concern. The unsettling feeling quickly faded, and Whitebeard shook his head gently, dismissing the scattered thoughts. It's nothing. Let's hurry and go rescue Ace. Meanwhile, in the tavern, Hanu, who had been quietly watching all of this unfold, gave a subtle nod. The tiny figure he had shaped with his mental energy acted as his double, capable not only of monitoring a target at any moment, but also of holding its own in a fight. It was in every sense a capable tracking assistant. With his psychic projection keeping an eye on Whitebeard, Hanu could finally turn his attention to his own affairs. He pulled out the item draw card once again and whispered, "System, draw an item." He slapped the card forward, and instantly, it dissolved into countless points of light that gathered before him. The lights gradually coalesced, forming a ring that shimmered with a verdant glow. The ring was crafted from an unknown silvery metal, crowned with a green gemstone. Above the gem, a unique pattern was etched, an emblem made of a circle crossed by two horizontal lines. Hanu opened his palm, and as if the ring possessed a will of its own, it slipped smoothly onto his finger. Then, two beams of green light swept over his eyes. In his mind, a clear voice echoed. "Bearer of the ring, recite the oath." An oath? What oath? Before Hanu could wonder, the words of the oath surfaced in his mind unbidden. Instinctively, he spoke them aloud. "In brightest day, in blackest night, evil shall flee from our sight. Let those who worship evil's might beware our power, Green Lantern's light." As soon as he finished, dazzling green light poured from the ring, enveloping Hanu completely. For several dozen seconds, the radiance pulsed, then gradually drew back into the ring. At that moment, Hanu sensed a profound connection between himself and the ring, as if their spirits were now intertwined. He realized that no matter how far away the ring might be taken, he would always be instantly aware of its absence. Only now did he have the chance to truly examine the ring on his finger. Shocked, he couldn't help but whisper, "WF, this is the Green Lantern ring." As a diehard fan of superhero comics, Hanu knew this ring all too well. It didn't belong to the Marvel Universe, but hailed from another legendary realm of heroes, the DC Universe. Within the DC Universe, the most iconic heroes were Batman and Superman. But this ring, this was one of the most powerful artifacts in all of DC's world. What an incredible surprise. Hanu couldn't put down the Green Lantern ring, turning it over in his hands with delight. His excitement wasn't just because this was a divine artifact, but also because of the unique power it possessed. The Green Lantern ring could manifest any object or character the wearer imagined, and its power was only limited by the strength of the user's will. As luck would have it, Hanu possessed an exceptionally formidable mental strength, a gift that came from his Immortal God Seal. This Immortal God Seal was the foundational ability the system had bound to him when he first arrived in this world. The name Immortal God Seal sounded impressive enough, but in truth, its capabilities were nothing short of extraordinary. While it hadn't granted him true immortality, at least not in the strictest sense, it had elevated both his body and mind to unprecedented heights, even allowing him to unleash devastating attacks using sheer force of will. It was this overwhelming aura and mental strength that had enabled him to intimidate the 6 paths of pain earlier. As for the God Seal itself, even the All-Father level gods like Odin in the Marvel Universe will be no strangers to its power. Now, Hanu had become a being who rivaled the power of these All-Father deities. With a single thought, the Green Lantern ring on his hand burst forth with emerald light, conjuring a dazzling array of figures before him. The Monkey King, Pleasant Goat, Grey Wolf, SpongeBob SquarePants. Every character he could think of appeared vividly before him, with every tiny detail faithfully rendered. Just as Hanu was reveling in this miracle, he suddenly frowned, his gaze settling on the ring. He recalled that the Green Lantern ring was supposed to come with a power battery, yet now, it was nowhere to be found. He searched his personal information list over and over, and after confirming that the battery truly wasn't there, even his usually unshakable composure was rattled. This ring actually comes without a battery. Ordinarily, each Green Lantern ring would be paired with its own power battery, used to recharge the ring. But Hanu had only received the ring, no battery in sight. This wasn't some time-limited weapon bought with upgrade points, meant to be used up and discarded. What did this mean? It could only mean one thing. This ring's energy was limitless. Hanu couldn't help but let out a long breath, his eyes gleaming with exhilaration and anticipation. The energy of the Green Lantern could be shared. If his ring truly possessed unlimited power, he could use it to create dozens, even hundreds of Green Lantern rings, each controlled by the master ring he wore. In time, he could very well form a legion of his own, a Green Lantern commanding his own Green Lantern Corps. Hanu's eyes sparkled with inspiration. From what he knew of DC's superhero tales, the Green Lantern Corps was a cosmic organization tasked with guarding the entire universe. If he could create such a legion in this technology-reliant Marvel universe, he would be virtually unstoppable. The Green Lantern Corps is a legion of true superpowers. I must master how to use this ring as soon as possible. It will become my greatest strength. Hanu pushed open the door and walked out, stopping in front of a door beneath the staircase on the second floor. On the surface, the door seemed to lead to an ordinary little storeroom, but when he stepped inside, he found the space within astonishingly vast. From the outside, the storeroom looked only a few square meters wide, but in reality, its interior stretched out to over 100 square meters. The hidden dimension I opened up with 5 upgrade points is finally proving useful, Hanu thought to himself. He glanced around, and with a thought, the entire space transformed into the scene of a modern city. Although the boundaries of the space remained visible, the illusion was vivid. Hanu's general store was no ordinary 3-story building. Outwardly, it looked like it only had 3 floors, but in fact, the number of levels depended entirely on his configuration. For every 10 upgrade points he spent, he could add another floor, with each one coming equipped with 5 rooms. The appearance and function of each room could also be customized at will with upgrade points. Hanu had set up this expansive, 100-square-meter pocket dimension beneath the staircase on the second floor, using it specifically for practicing skills or testing out newly acquired items. With a casual wave of his hand, a green energy gathered in his palm, coalescing into a radiant, shimmering handprint. Raising his hand, Hanu unleashed the handprint. It grew rapidly as it flew through the air, and by the time it struck its target, a tall building, it had expanded to a massive size, some 20 or 30 meters across. The multi-story building was struck by the handprint and, in an instant, was reduced to powder. The entire structure collapsed in the blink of an eye. Amazing. No wonder the Green Lantern ring is called a source of limitless energy. I didn't even use 1/10 of its power, and I've already demolished a whole building. Its destructive power even surpasses my ice wheel Maru. Hanu couldn't help but grin. In Hanu's memory, the Green Lantern often manifested objects out of pure energy as weapons during battle. But Hanu was different. As someone born and raised in China, he had grown up loving wuxia and xinxia stories, always captivated by their dazzling martial techniques. This had left its mark on his own fighting style. Beyond swords and blades, he loved using energy to perform all sorts of martial arts and combat skills. Hanu spent the entire night in the storeroom, cultivating his mastery of the Green Lantern ring. Even the system-created pocket dimension could withstand only half of his full power. Any more, and the space would start collapsing. By the time Hanu stepped out of the storeroom, it was already noon the next day. He stretched, realizing that after a night of intense training, he felt ravenous enough to eat a whole ox. Pinching his fingers together, a single senzu bean appeared between his thumb and forefinger. He popped it into his mouth, and instantly his hunger vanished and his strength was restored. Although Hanu no longer felt hungry, he still decided to go back and catch up on some sleep. For him, sleeping was one of life's greatest pleasures. If he were to become a god and lose the need for sleep, wouldn't that mean giving up a major joy? Just as Hanu was about to return to his room for some rest, the crisp sound of wind chimes suddenly rang out from downstairs. A customer? He wondered. Hanu tidied up his clothes a little and headed downstairs to take a look. As he reached the stairwell, he saw the door to the general store being pushed open. When he caught sight of the visitor's face, Hanu couldn't help but freeze for a moment. He had seen this person on television just a few days ago, the man who had just wiped out the lair of a notorious villainous organization. The visitor was none other than Tony Stark, a member of the Avengers, Iron Man himself. Stark stepped into the store, taking in his surroundings. The furnishings were plain, far different from what he had imagined. He glanced back at the sign by the door, double-checked the business card in his hand, and after confirming he was in the right place, walked over to Hanu at the counter. "Hello, I'd like to see your manager," Stark said, scanning the shop as he approached. Noticing only Hanu there, he spoke up. "I'm the manager," Hanu replied with a natural smile. He was used to this kind of situation by now. After all, most people didn't expect someone so young to be in charge, especially when it was their first meeting. Besides, the goods in the shop were far beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. In fact, he thought it would be quite normal if someone assumed he was an old man over 100 years old. "You're the manager?" Stark said as expected, looking surprised. He scrutinized Hanu, clearly finding it hard to believe that the young man before him was really the owner. "May I help you with anything? Our general store has everything you might need," Hanu asked, giving a professional smile. Stark regarded Hanu in silence for a moment, then finally sighed and gave a wry smile. "I really am naive, thinking a place like this could actually solve my problems." With that, he seemed to lose interest in further conversation and turned to leave. But as his hand reached for the doorknob, Hanu's words made him pause, his hand frozen in midair. "I know you're worried about what happened in New York happening again, and I also understand that you're never satisfied with your work on the armor." Hanu was referring to the alien invasion from a few months ago. That attack had been the first time humanity realized that intelligent life in the universe went far beyond just themselves. Stark spun around, staring at Hanu in shock. He hadn't expected this stranger to see straight through to his innermost thoughts. Ever since the Battle of New York, Stark had been plagued by unprecedented anxiety. He was terrified that a similar catastrophe might occur again, afraid that next time he wouldn't be able to prevent tragedy and would be forced to watch helplessly as those he cared about were injured or even lost forever. Don't be fooled by how carefree Stark usually appears. When it comes to matters like this, he's more serious than anyone else. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent months holed up in his underground workshop, designing and building multiple sets of armor. However, as powerful as these suits may be, they're only effective within the confines of Earth. When it comes to the looming threat of war in space, this equipment simply doesn't measure up. That's precisely why Stark is so anxious. "So, do you have a solution?" Stark looked at him with hope written all over his face. The biggest obstacle he faced right now was the issue of energy. Currently, the most advanced and powerful energy source on Earth was the nuclear reactor embedded in Stark's chest. Yet even that wasn't enough to support his dream of protecting the entire world. While this energy core was incredibly potent on Earth, it was woefully inadequate for combat in space. Only a far more powerful energy source could fulfill his vision. Stark fixed his gaze on Hanu, searching his expression for any hint. Was Hanu truly capable, or was he just boasting? Yet Hanu wore a confident smile, his eyes half closed and the corners of his mouth lifted ever so slightly, exuding an air of calm assurance. He met Stark's gaze without the slightest hint of evasion. "How much do you want? How much for your technology? $100 million? $1 billion? $10 billion? Even $100 billion or more? Just name your price. Anything you ask, I can pay it." Seeing Hanu hesitate, Stark assumed he was weighing his options, so he hurried to lay all his cards on the table. Hanu wasn't surprised by Stark's fervent response. In fact, it all seemed perfectly reasonable to him. He stroked his chin, thinking about what he truly wanted. Money? He certainly wasn't lacking. The 30 billion taels of silver he'd acquired in Konoha Village could be exchanged for any currency, in any world through the general store system. Converted, Hanu currently had close to $300 million in his account. While that sum didn't put him at the very top of the world's wealthiest, it was more than enough for his everyday needs. After all, he wasn't the type to squander money like other rich heirs. His ambition was to stand at the pinnacle of countless worlds. So, mere money held little appeal for him. What exactly should I ask for? Hanu couldn't decide for a moment. Should he ask for Iron Man's suit? Or perhaps the Arc Reactor? But for someone who had just obtained a Green Lantern ring, these items, legendary as they might be on Earth, had lost much of their allure. Just as Hanu hesitated, a notification suddenly echoed in his mind from the general store system. Extra mission triggered. Recruit a shop assistant. Hanu was momentarily stunned, a flash of excitement lighting up his eyes. He hadn't expected to trigger a bonus mission. Among all the missions issued by the system, the rewards for bonus missions were always the most generous. The beauty of a bonus mission lay in its flexible rewards. The greater the level of completion, the richer the rewards. If performance was lacking, the compensation would naturally shrink. But Hanu was what one might call a cheat code player. As a transmigrant, he was intimately familiar with the unfolding Marvel storyline, and the moment he saw this mission, a perfect candidate sprang to mind. Ultron, the super robot. This is fantastic. As soon as the mission appeared, Hanu made up his mind. He gave a soft chuckle and said, I don't want your money. How about this? You help me develop a game. I'll provide the plan, and you'll handle everything else. The request caught Stark completely off guard. He hadn't expected Hanu to name such a condition. By Stark's estimation, what Hanu was after was far beyond anything money could buy, yet all he asked for was help making a game. The more Stark thought about it, the more uneasy he felt. Suspicion crept across his face, and his temper flared. Striding forward, he seized Hanu by the collar and shouted furiously, Are you messing with me? I don't have time for jokes. Do you, or do you not have what I want? Stark's voice boomed through the room, his face flushed with anxiety. He was clearly tense and desperate. Let go of me. Hanu's voice was devoid of emotion. Though the words came from his lips, Stark felt as if the command echoed from every direction at once. A powerful aura emanated from Hanu, utterly out of place for someone his age, and it made Stark instinctively release his grip. Stark swallowed hard, a trace of fear flickering in his eyes. He hadn't anticipated feeling such overwhelming pressure from someone more than a decade his junior. Hanu straightened his clothes, still wearing that gentle smile, but his tone was cold as ice. This is your last chance. It's your decision to accept or refuse. I won't force you. This was exactly how Hanu felt. As a transmigrant, he didn't want to keep shuttling between two worlds. Only by bringing the games of his previous life into this one could he feel truly fulfilled. He could obtain the game design plans from the system's general store, but he still needed a local gaming company to actually produce the game. Hanu was confident that once the game was developed and released, he would rapidly become one of the world's richest people. After all, the gaming industry was massive, and in a world brimming with wonders and unpredictability, a great game could help people unwind and manage the stresses of daily life. Stark watched the smile on Hanu's face and realized that, even when facing him, the young man showed not a hint of fear. This kind of confidence and presence was far beyond what one would expect from an ordinary person in their 20s. All right, I agree to your terms. Stark finally nodded after a brief hesitation. It wasn't that he thought Hanu was asking for too much. In fact, he found the request almost suspiciously easy, so simple it was hard to believe. That makes things much easier, Hanu replied, seeing Stark accept. He raised his hand, and several wisps of green energy appeared in his palm, swirling and gathering slowly. The energy was vivid and tangible, as if it had taken on physical form. Even Tony Stark, a seasoned member of the Avengers, couldn't help but widen his eyes in surprise. Never before had he seen anyone manifest and control energy with such ease and mastery. After about half a minute, the swirling green energy coalesced into a sparkling, translucent ring, closely resembling the Green Lantern ring Hanu wore himself. It floated quietly in the center of his palm. This is what you wanted, take it, Hanu said, spreading his fingers. Under his control, the ring drifted gently toward Stark. Stark caught the ring with both hands, his mind still reeling. The idea of shaping a ring directly from raw energy was something he had never witnessed before, and he dared not take it lightly. This is a Green Lantern ring. You'll understand the power it holds once you start studying it, Hanu explained with a smile. As one of the most formidable artifacts in the DC universe, even this auxiliary version of the ring contained enough power to astonish Stark. Clutching the Green Lantern ring tightly, Stark looked Hanu in the eye and said earnestly, If this thing really works, if you ever need anything in the future, just say the word. I'll do everything I can to help. Before leaving, he asked Hanu for his phone number and also handed over a bank card, saying it held $1 billion for Hanu to use as he pleased. With that, Stark bade Hanu a quick farewell and hurried straight to Avengers Tower, eager to begin his study of the mysterious ring. With a casual wave, Hanu used invisible psychic force to lift the bank card, which hovered above his palm. Good luck, Stark. Whether I complete my mission now depends on you. Meanwhile, Stark sped through the city and reached Avengers Tower in just 10 minutes. He rushed straight into his lab and began analyzing the green ring he had obtained from Hanu. Jarvis, run a full-spectrum scan of this ring and compare it with the nuclear reactor I'm currently using, he instructed. Yes, sir, replied the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Stark's eyes remained glued to the screen as the data poured in and the analysis progressed, his expression shifting rapidly with every new discovery. Sir, the calculations show that the energy output of this ring far surpasses that of your current nuclear reactor. In fact, it could completely replace your existing reactor. Is it really capable of full replacement? Stark stared at the data on his computer screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had never imagined that the key to solving his dilemma would be found in an ordinary little general store. Absent-mindedly, Stark's gaze fell upon a white business card lying nearby. The card was extremely simple, bearing only 2 lines of text. The general store. Hanu. This business card had appeared on Stark's desk out of nowhere. He was certain he had never brought anything like it into his underground workshop. Reviewing the workshop surveillance footage, he discovered that the card had surfaced on the desk with no warning whatsoever. Stark couldn't shake the feeling that the owner of this card might hold the answer to his current predicament. The moment he picked up the card, the exact location of that store surfaced vividly in his mind. Stark said, "Jarvis, run a search for the name Hanu." "Yes, sir." "Searching. Sir, there is no information available on Hanu." Hearing Jarvis's reply, Stark's expression grew thoughtful and intense. His intelligence network rivaled that of S.H.I.E.L.D. Unless the information was heavily encrypted, there was little he couldn't find. By all rights, data on an ordinary citizen should not be completely unavailable. "Jarvis, transfer another $50 billion to my account ending in 857. Stark didn't hesitate for a second. In fact, he now felt he'd given too little before, only $3 billion. Considering the value of this ring, even $3 billion a year in rent seemed like a bargain. Anyone who could casually produce technology of this caliber was anything but ordinary. A few $100 billion, maybe even a few trillion, might not be enough to buy it. Stark's decision to send more money was about building a stronger relationship with Hanu. Someone like that was worth befriending, and definitely not worth offending. "Jarvis, we can initiate the Ultron program now. Get in touch with Dr. Banner and have him come over immediately." Stark had waited a long time for this moment. To give Earth a robust defense system, a stable and abundant energy supply was essential. And this green ring didn't just fulfill Stark's wildest dreams. It completely surpassed them. "Yes, sir. Contacting Dr. Banner for you now." Stark stared intently at the screen before him, his heart racing with excitement. This ring might truly have the power to change the world. Half an hour later, a man burst into Stark's workshop, breathless, obviously having run all the way. "Tony, what's going on? You sounded urgent." The man with glasses, whose frame seemed a touch frail, was none other than Bruce Banner, the very same member of the Avengers who, when agitated, would transform into the hulking green giant. "Banner, come here, take a look at this." Stark strode over and grabbed Banner by the wrist, pulling him in front of the computer. If Banner hadn't already known Stark's preferences, he might have misunderstood Stark's intentions. What is this?" Banner's attention was first drawn to the device beside the computer, which was busily measuring the energy levels of a green ring placed at its center. Then, as he glanced up at the data displayed on the screen, his eyes widened in surprise. The energy output of this ring easily surpassed that of Stark's own Arc Reactor. Stark didn't answer right away. Instead, he fixed Banner with an unusually serious look, one that made Banner a bit uneasy. After a long moment, Stark finally let out a deep breath and spoke. "Banner, I think it's time we start the Ultron program." At that, Banner's lips curled in a wry, almost bitter smile, not in excitement. He murmured, "Ultron? I always thought that was nothing more than a distant fantasy." Back after the Battle of New York, Stark had confessed to Banner that he wanted to use technology to arm the world against any potential alien threats in the future. But S.H.I.E.L.D. and the United Nations had both opposed Stark's plan to deploy Iron Man suits as global protection. They argued it would infringe on freedom, though they couldn't deny that the suits did provide a measure of safety. Since the Iron Man armor couldn't be deployed on a global scale, Stark set his sights on artificial intelligence. He planned to create a super-intelligent robot to protect the Earth, a robot he'd already named Ultron. That's right. It used to be a distant dream, but now, Banner, everything has changed. Stark, swept up in excitement, seized Banner's shoulders and gave him a vigorous shake. Only when he saw the awkward look on Banner's face did he realize he'd gotten carried away. Clearing his throat, he steadied himself and continued. "The energy from this ring is exactly what I've been looking for. Actually, it's the perfect fit. If we can harness this energy and apply it to my Iron Legion, we could truly make the world safe. Just imagine, say you're on vacation in Hawaii, soaking up the sun, sipping a cocktail. Even if danger strikes, you wouldn't have to turn into the Green Giant. With a super-intelligent Iron Legion guarding you, would you still need to become the Hulk? Do you even want to be the Hulk again?" Stark gazed at Banner with unwavering determination. After all his words, he knew he still needed Banner's support. There was no way he could accomplish this plan alone. Stark's plea struck a chord deep within Banner's heart. To Banner, transforming into the Hulk felt more like being afflicted by an incurable disease. If he had any choice in the matter, he would spend his whole life never becoming the Hulk again. The mere thought of turning into that uncontrollable force, losing his reason, destroying everything in his path, becoming an object of fear and loathing to the world, forced to dwell in the shadows, such ideas filled Banner with unspeakable pain. Countless thoughts raced through his mind. In the end, Banner clenched his jaw, lifted his head, and looked Stark squarely in the eye before saying, "When do we start?" "Right now." As dusk settled over the city, Hanu finally emerged from the grocery store after hours spent studying the Green Lantern ring, his stomach growling with hunger. "Time to eat. I'm starving." Clutching his stomach, Hanu resolved to treat himself to a good meal. Although he could cook for himself, now that he had both money and the thrill of being in a new world, he intended to savor the local cuisine. No need to do everything by himself. He had just pushed open the door when 3 sleek black luxury cars rolled up from the distance, pulling to a stop at the entrance. From the middle car stepped a man of astonishing size. This man's massive frame was impossible to miss, but what made him stand out even more in the crowd was his bald head gleaming under the light. Some people who recognized his identity gasped in shock, hastily averting their eyes and slipping away as quickly as they could, desperate to avoid any trouble. Hanu frowned in confusion. "Huh, Kingpin? What brings you here?" Standing before him was none other than Kingpin, the notorious crime lord who ruled not just New York, but much of America's underworld, and one of Spider-Man's most formidable foes. Kingpin's enormous physique might have seemed like pure bulk, but in truth, over 90% of his 400-pound body was muscle. His strength was enough to go toe-to-toe with superheroes renowned for their power. How he attained such a body was a mystery even Hanu couldn't unravel. In fact, Hanu and Kingpin were close. Their acquaintance began when Hanu had saved Kingpin's son, Richard, from a car accident. It was later discovered that the crash had been orchestrated by Kingpin's enemies. Kingpin ruthlessly eliminated those responsible, and since then had regarded Hanu as a friend, never forgetting the debt he owed for saving his son's life. Hanu hadn't intended to ask Kingpin for anything, but Kingpin insisted on repaying his debt. Reluctantly, Hanu asked him to help find someone. Waving a brown envelope stuffed with documents, Kingpin said, "I found the person you were looking for. Do you have time now?" A flicker of surprise passed through Hanu's eyes. He hadn't expected results so quickly. "I was just about to have a meal, but since there's business to discuss, let's get to that first." After getting into Kingpin's car, Kingpin handed Hanu a brown paper bag containing a dossier and a phone. Wanda Maximoff, Pietro Maximoff. These names were unfamiliar to Hanu, but any Marvel fan would instantly recognize their code names. They were the Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver. The person Hanu was searching for was none other than the Scarlet Witch, the sister of the pair. She possessed formidable chaos magic, a power so vast that, if fully awakened, it could upend the universe itself. Only a woman of such extraordinary abilities could truly capture Hanu's interest. Kingpin said, "Take a look at the video on the phone. The people you're looking for are in New York right now. My men are watching them, but they're clearly not ordinary. One of my guys caught a glimpse of the man. He moves at a speed far beyond normal, and he's shaken off her tail more than once." Listening to Kingpin, Hanu narrowed his eyes and tapped on the phone. In the video, a silver blur darted past the deliverman's e-bike. In the blink of an eye, the food that had been on the bike was gone. It was obvious such speed could only belong to the brother, Quicksilver. It seemed times were hard for them. They had even resorted to stealing food to survive. In this timeline, Ultron hasn't appeared yet. They must still be in hiding. I have to find them before Ultron does. Hanu pondered silently. Suddenly, he became aware of a gaze lingering on him. When he turned, it was Kingpin watching him intently. Recalling Kingpin's earlier words, Hanu didn't bother to explain. He simply said, "I'm only interested in the woman. Kingpin, are you planning on competing with me for her?" A faint smile played on Hanu's lips. The longer Kingpin spent in his company, the more he sensed that Hanu was far from ordinary. He remembered the footage from the street corner. Hanu had saved his son, sprinting from 100 meters away in an instant, pulling the boy from the crosswalk just in time. To any bystander, it would have seemed as if a gust of wind had swept by. Who is this guy, really? He must be a powerful superhuman himself. Kingpin thought to himself. With Kingpin's intel in hand, Hanu took his leave and set off for the location given, determined to find Quicksilver and the Scarlet Witch. Night had fallen. Under a bridge, cars rumbled past overhead. Below, a young man and woman sat on an abandoned, battered sofa. Their clothes were worn and dirty, but the woman's beauty was undeniable. She wore thigh-high socks and a short skirt, her pale legs catching the eye even in the gloom. She was the Scarlet Witch, Wanda. Beside Wanda, a silver-haired man handed her a piece of bread and said, "Wanda, have something to eat." This silver-haired man was none other than her brother, Quicksilver, Pietro. How much longer are we going to live like this? Wanda glanced at the bread Pietro offered her and saw that it was already moldy. Crestfallen, she lowered her head and buried her face in her knees. The days spent on the run had left her utterly exhausted, both in body and spirit. Even a proper meal had become a luxury. Sometimes a bite to eat was all they could hope for in an entire day. Pietro let out a weary sigh. He felt powerless. Their life had never been easy, but at least back then, they didn't have to worry about where their next meal would come from. Now that the Avengers had destroyed their home, they were forced to wander the streets. If the Avengers found them again, they might be imprisoned just like before. Eat something, okay? In a few days, I'll try to find a job. Once we have some income, things will get better, Pietro tried to comfort her. Wanda sighed softly, just about to take the bread from Pietro's hand when, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed a group of people approaching. She looked up and saw 3 men in tattered clothes. They looked like locals from the nearby slums. Pietro noticed them too. Seeing the men heading straight toward them, a wave of unease washed over him. He pulled Wanda to her feet, ready to leave, but then saw 2 more shabbily dressed men appear ahead, clearly part of the same group. Hold up, you two. I've had my eye on you for days. This is our turf, and you two seem to be making yourselves quite comfortable, huh? The speaker was a black man with a brown bandana tied around his head. Pietro didn't want any trouble, so he replied, "Sorry, we didn't know this was your territory. We'll leave right away." But as they tried to go, the other 4 men moved in, blocking their escape and surrounding them. "Did I say you could leave?" The man with the bandana stepped closer, sizing up Pietro and Wanda before letting his gaze linger on Wanda. When he saw her face, a flicker of surprise flashed in his eyes, and then he said, "You've been staying here a few days now. Isn't it about time you paid some rent?" Pietro quickly stepped in front of Wanda, shielding her from their gaze. He saw the way the man was looking at her, and, as a man himself, he could guess what was on the other's mind. This was the edge of the slums. Encounters like this weren't rare, and, as long as things didn't go too far, the police usually turn a blind eye. But Wanda was his sister. No matter what, he would never hand her over just to keep themselves safe. "Well, I have to use my powers." Pietro clenched his fists. He rarely relied on his abilities, and, just a few days ago, he'd only used them to steal a meal, which had already drawn unwanted attention from a group of strangers. He didn't want to risk it again and endanger Wanda. Seeing that Quicksilver gave no response, the man in the headscarf didn't bother speaking further. He stepped forward and reached out to grab Wanda. A faint red light flickered around Wanda's hands, but Quicksilver pressed her arm down. She turned to look at him, and Quicksilver gently shook his head, signaling her not to use her powers. Before the predatory hand could touch Wanda, a faint rush of wind swept past. Instantly, a piercing scream broke out from the man. In the headscarf, the palm he had extended now had a gaping, bloody hole in the center, about the width of half a pinky finger. "There's still time to leave. Don't waste it." A deep, magnetic voice, tinged with amusement, came from behind the group. They turned to see a young man standing not far away, holding a bag of food in one hand, a relaxed smile on his face as he idly played with a few river stones. "Why not use your abilities against people like this?" he asked. Even if they tried to tell anyone, nobody would believe them. It was Hanu who had pierced the man's palm with a stone. Thanks to the superhuman strength granted by the Mark of the Undying, a casually thrown pebble from him could rival the speed of a rifle bullet. "What are you all standing around for? Get him! Beat him up!" The headscarf man shouted in pain, clutching his injured hand. The others glanced at each other, hesitated for a moment, then gritted their teeth, pulled out spring-loaded knives from their jackets, and charged toward Hanu with hostile shouts. "That's all you've got?" Hanu still wore his calm, easy smile. He spun the stones in his hand and watched the attackers approach without a hint of fear. Before they had taken 5 steps, the would-be attackers suddenly crashed to the ground with anguished cries, clutching their knees and groaning in pain. Wanda, puzzled, asked, "What just happened?" From Wanda's perspective, the men had simply tripped and fallen mid-run, without any warning at all. Only Quicksilver showed a flash of surprise, blurting out, "What incredible speed!" Of everyone present, only Quicksilver possessed super speed, his movements nearly reaching the speed of sound. Yet even he had barely caught the faintest blur of Hanu's actions. Hanu strolled over, a pleasant smile on his lips. "Are you two all right?" "Yes. Thank you for helping us just now," Wanda replied, a little flustered. Hanu's gentle demeanor and warm words left Wanda at a loss. For a girl who had never experienced love, the clarity and sincerity in Hanu's eyes felt foreign and unsettling. She had never seen the kind of look in any other man's eyes. Unaccustomed to the attention, her cheeks tinged pink as she hurriedly looked away. "Who are you?" Quicksilver asked, warily positioning himself in front of Wanda and fixing Hanu with a sharp gaze. Sensing Quicksilver's caution, Hanu stopped at a safe distance, offering a reassuring smile. "Just a small shopkeeper passing by." Still uneasy, Quicksilver murmured a word of thanks, then pulled Wanda with him as they turned to leave. Just as the two were about to leave, their stomachs both let out a rumble at the same time. Hanu chuckled softly and said, "If you don't mind, why not come to my place for a meal? I won't charge you. Just help me out for a few days, that's all I ask. A faint blush appeared on both Quicksilver and Wanda's faces. In truth, they were starving by now, and Hanyu's offer finally dissolved their last bit of hesitation. On the way back, Hanyu casually asked for their names, though he already knew them. Through this brief conversation, he managed to put Quicksilver at ease and lessen his wariness. As for Wanda, her gentle nature meant she hardly guarded herself against Hanyu, who, coming from a flourishing world of entertainment, seemed far more sincere than most people she'd met before. In this world, a man like Hanyu was a rarity. His candor set him apart from the rest. To reassure them further, Hanyu took the initiative to confess that he, too, possessed superpowers. Upon learning this, both Quicksilver and Wanda felt a sense of kinship, and their defenses gradually melted away. Back at the grocery store, Hanyu cooked 2 dishes, spicy diced chicken and mapo tofu. As soon as he set the plates on the table, a mouth-watering aroma filled the entire hall, making it impossible not to feel hungry. It's numbing and spicy, but it goes perfectly with rice. At first, Quicksilver had been the most wary, but now he was eating the fastest of all. He scooped a generous helping of chicken into his bowl, and before long, he'd polished off half a bowl of rice. If you like it, help yourself. These are hometown dishes of mine, pretty rare around here. Hanyu spoke as he ate. He hadn't had dinner yet himself, and his eating pace rivaled Quicksilver's. Watching the two devour their food, Wanda found herself both amused and, unexpectedly, at ease. For reasons she couldn't explain, being in this little grocery store gave her a sense of security she hadn't felt in ages, as if she'd finally come home. After the meal, just as Hanyu was about to clear the dishes, Quicksilver beat him to it, grabbing the bowls and saying, "Let me wash up. You should go rest." Before Hanyu could finish, everything blurred before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, the tableware had vanished, and the table was spotless. "With that kind of speed, you'd be a star waiter," Hanyu joked, laughing. He continued, "You two will stay in the 2 rooms on the left side of the 2nd floor. Meals and lodging included, utilities covered $5,000 a month. I live in the 1st room on the left upstairs, 3rd floor. If you need anything, just come find me. Does that work for you?" Quicksilver and Wanda were left speechless for a moment. They stared intently at Hanyu, as if trying to read his intentions from his face. 5 or 6 minutes passed in silence, and Hanyu began to feel a little awkward under their scrutiny. At last, he couldn't help but ask, "What's wrong? Is it too little?" At this moment, Quicksilver hurriedly explained, No, I just wanted to make sure you weren't tricking us. Now we understand. Thank you so much. A monthly salary of $5,000 each, with room and board included, plus all utilities covered. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had superpowers as well, they would have almost thought it was a trap. The two of them happily went off to check out their rooms, while Hanyu had already given them their salaries in advance, so they could go buy whatever daily necessities they needed. Of course, he could have prepared all these things for them himself, but Hanyu found it troublesome. It was much easier to just give them money and let them handle it, and the two of them were more than happy with this arrangement. Late at night, Hanyu returned to his own room, let out a long sigh of relief, and said, "System, settle the first task. Ding. Task completed. Recruit 2 employees from any world. Task reward, 30 upgrade points. You now have a total of 50 upgrade points. The conditions for upgrading have been met. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade?" Listening to the system's notification echoing in his mind, Hanyu couldn't help but let a smile creep onto his lips. Why had he offered Wanda and Quicksilver such generous terms? The answer lay in this very task. Previously, the system had given him several missions. Aside from collect S-rank jutsu in the Naruto world, there was this one. Recruit 2 employees. On the surface, this task seemed simple enough. But every person who became an employee in the shop would be bound to the system. Unless the shopkeeper gave permission, there was no way to break free. And right now, even Hanyu himself, the system's host, hadn't upgraded to the level of shopkeeper. That's why, for his employees, he needed people who had no major attachments, could act independently, and possessed decent fighting ability. For Wanda and Quicksilver, apart from each other, they truly had no other ties. Wanda herself had impressive magical talent, making her a perfect candidate in Hanyu's eyes. Though her powers hadn't fully awakened yet, Hanyu was confident he could help her grow in the future. Upgrade now. At this point, Hanyu held the rank of senior-junior clerk in the tavern system. Once upgraded, he would become a junior-senior clerk. Every time he rose a major rank, the system would grant him a basic ability. The first time he became a junior clerk, he'd received the immensely powerful mark of immortality, which had made him nearly invincible. He wondered what he would gain this time. The system responded quickly. Moments later, a calm voice sounded in Hanyu's mind. Upgrade complete. Current position, junior-senior clerk. You have received your upgrade reward. At that instant, a few strands of light gathered in Han Yu's palm, eventually forming a purple conch shell, just slightly larger than his hand. Haha, I actually got an item this time? What's this? A magic conch, a conch? Not bad. Wait, what exactly is this? Magic conch. Han Yu gazed in disbelief at the purple shell in his hand. It wasn't some legendary artifact, just an ordinary sea conch, a bit thicker than usual. Magic my foot. Annoyed, Han Yu tossed the conch to the ground. Wasn't this just that prop from the cartoon SpongeBob SquarePants? How could something like this be a reward for leveling up? The shell landed on the floor with a crisp clatter, yet not a single crack appeared. Han Yu felt like bursting into tears. After all the hard work he'd put into leveling up, was this worthless thing really his prize? It was like spending hours in an online game, gathering rare materials to forge a weapon, only to end up with a cheap, low-grade item. Anyone would be crushed. The magic conch possesses the ability to answer any question about the past or present. As long as the host channels their consciousness into it and asks a question, you will receive the answer you seek. It works in both this world and the other world. The system's voice rang out in Han Yu's mind, cold and abrupt. In a flash, he snatched the magic conch from the floor, so quickly that an ordinary person wouldn't even have time to blink before it was already in his hand. Why does the system always wait until the very last moment to explain things? At least the thing isn't broken. Han Yu gently brushed the dust from the conch, scrutinizing it to make sure it hadn't been damaged. Just then, there was a soft knock at the door. Han Yu quickly tucked the conch back into the system's inventory and called out, "It's not locked, come in." The door swung open, and Wanda appeared in the doorway. She wore a simple white nightdress. After freshening up, the soft evening breeze made her hair dance lightly, carrying a delicate, pleasant fragrance. The sheer fabric traced the elegant lines of her figure. "What's the matter? Is there something you need?" Han Yu was momentarily taken aback by Wanda's beauty, but he quickly regained his composure. He was, after all, a man who had seen much of the world. The surprise in his eyes faded almost as soon as it appeared. "Oh, it's nothing. I just wanted to thank you for taking us in." Wanda entered the room slowly, her hands folded behind her back. Her voice was gentle and melodious. Han Yu caught the subtle hint of her perfume, but remained collected, offering a warm smile. "There's no need to thank me. You're all working here. I pay your wages and provide food and shelter. If anything, I'm simply doing my duty as an employer." Wanda stopped in front of him, gazing at his youthful, handsome face. Even tonight, dressed as she was, Han Yu's eyes remained as clear as they had been the first time they met. Wanda realized that working here was merely an excuse. She still didn't understand Han Yu's true intentions, but up to now, she hadn't sensed any hostility from him. He had simply and sincerely helped them. She had never met a young man quite like this before. Seeing that he kept staring at her without saying a word, even Han Yu felt the atmosphere grow a little awkward. He cleared his throat and said, "By the way, you're still not very familiar with your abilities, are you? Would you like me to help you develop them?" "Develop? How exactly?" Han Yu's shift in topic was a bit abrupt, something Wanda noticed right away. But she wasn't in any hurry to get entangled with him, so she simply followed his lead and asked further. Han Yu smiled and said, "It just so happens I've recently acquired a new treasure. We can give it a try and see if it helps." As he spoke, he produced the magical conch he had received upon leveling up. Holding in front of Wanda, he asked the conch, "How can Wanda fully master her abilities?" No sooner had he finished speaking than the magical conch suddenly shone with a dazzling light. The glow gathered in midair, slowly forming lines of clear text. In response to the question of how can Wanda fully master her abilities, the most effective method at present is craft a Green Lantern subring. Connect it to Wanda's chaos magic, and use the willpower of the Green Lantern ring to suppress the fluctuations and instability of chaos magic. Please note, the instability of chaos magic will be borne first by the bearer of the Green Lantern Master Ring. If this person cannot withstand it, the resulting backlash will be transferred in equal measure to the wearer of the subring. Wanda stepped up beside Han Yu, reading the words the magical conch displayed with him. She sighed and said, "What's a Green Lantern ring? Supposed to be? I don't have anything like that. And chaos magic, what's that about? I thought I just had a few superpowers, that's all." Han Yu waved his hand, causing the glowing words in the air to vanish. He stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "Your superpower is actually called chaos magic. This isn't just any ordinary ability. It's an incredibly powerful form of magic that can influence the universe, and even multiple universes." "My power is really that strong?" Wanda asked in disbelief. She had heard of the concept of the multiverse before. It referred to the idea that, besides the universe they lived in, there were countless others almost identical to theirs. But right now, all she could do was make objects float or unleash simple bursts of energy. The thought that she could affect an entire universe, or even the multiverse, was almost impossible for her to believe. Wanda, I have a Green Lantern ring. I can craft a sub-ring to help you control your magic, but you need to think carefully. Once you make this choice, you'll leave behind the life of an ordinary person. You'll become a god. Hanu spoke with gravity. In his memories of his previous life, he recalled that in the comics, Scarlet Witch, Wanda, could never truly control her powers. If she couldn't rein them in, even a stray thought could bring irreversible consequences to the universe. So if Wanda chose this path, gaining the power to reshape reality itself, no matter how quietly she lived, she could no longer exist as a mere mortal. Hanu possessed the mark of the undying, which pushed his mental strength far beyond figures like Odin. As long as chaos magic didn't go all out and fight him head-on, he was confident he could suppress it without much difficulty. Wanda hesitated for half a minute, then finally smiled and nodded, her voice gentle. I choose to awaken my power. Besides, I think you invited us to live here because of my abilities, right? If I don't embrace them, wouldn't that disappoint you? Hanu gave an awkward laugh, surprised that his intentions had been seen through. Haha. Well, that's only one of the reasons. If you weren't willing to awaken your powers, I'd still treat you the same. I'm not forcing you. Don't push yourself. I'm not forcing myself. I want to become stronger too. That's the only way I can protect the people I care about, help the people I care about. As she said this, Wanda glanced at Hanu, perhaps hinting that he was among those she wanted to protect. Hanu nodded with a smile. The Green Lantern ring on his finger glowed, streaming emerald energy toward Wanda's hand. She quickly raised her hand, and the Green Lantern energy gathered on her right middle finger, forming a ring. It resembled Hanu's, but was more translucent and, in a way, even more beautiful. Channel your magic into it, Hanu instructed. I'll try to establish a mental link. Scarlet energy flared from Wanda's other hand, and under her control, it drifted slowly toward the ring. The moment chaos magic met the Green Lantern ring, Hanu sensed a powerful repulsion, as if the chaos magic fiercely resisted entering the ring. Get in there. Hanu gave a low grunt. Now that the magic was at the threshold, there was no way he'd let it escape. The Green Lantern ring suddenly blazed with brilliant green light, and in an instant, the chaos magic was swallowed whole. Hanu immediately focused his will. Inside the ring, the immense Green Lantern energy pressed down on the chaos magic. Compared to the force of will, the chaos magic seemed like a trembling kitten, cowering in the corner. The energy of the Green Lantern ring fully merged with the surge of chaotic power. Wanda's Green Lantern ring, once a sparkling emerald, now shimmered with a crystalline red, a Green Lantern ring in its chaos form. Hanu said, all right, now try to sense it again. You should feel the chaos magic inside you much more clearly now. Oh wow, I really can sense a distinct current of power flowing within me, and I can control it, Wanda exclaimed. She focused right away, and the sensation was completely different from before. If, previously, her control over chaos magic was like an infant's first steps, now she had leapt straight into an elite high school. Seeing Wanda's look of delight, Hanu smiled with satisfaction. Her mastery of chaos magic would be a powerful advantage for him as well. All right, you should head back to your room and get some rest. Wanda nodded eagerly and turned to leave, but suddenly paused as if something had occurred to her. She came back in. With Hanu still looking puzzled, she gave him a quick peck on the cheek, then left the room with a playful grin. Once the door closed behind her, and the sound of Wanda's footsteps faded down the stairs, Hanu's expression changed abruptly. He dropped to one knee, beads of sweat as large as peas rolling down his forehead. This chaos magic is as fierce as they say. No wonder it can shake the whole Marvel universe. It's still struggling. Hanu glanced at his Green Lantern ring, and could just make out a faint thread of red in the center of the gemstone. As he'd explained before, the instability of chaos magic would first be borne by the wielder of the mother ring. If that person couldn't withstand it, the backlash would then be passed to the wearer of the child ring, in equal measure. Right now, Hanu felt the chaos magic like a maddened lion, repeatedly hurling itself against its cage, desperate to break free. Good thing it's still just a brute force for now. If it ever learns to hide and grows stronger over time, it might be beyond my control one day, Hanu muttered. He sat down cross-legged on the floor, marshaling his mind, surpassing even the All-Father Odin's spiritual strength, and with the power of the Green Lantern, pressed inward toward the chaos magic within the ring. Wanda had only just acquired chaos magic. Though formidable, it was still like a newborn, loud perhaps, but not yet truly dangerous. Hanu spent half an hour making sure the chaos magic was fully suppressed, not leaving even the slightest trace unguarded, before finally heading to bed. That night, the Green Lantern ring on Hanyu's finger flared with a vivid red glow, energy straining to burst free. But in the next instant, a stronger green light surged forth, subduing the red and restoring calm. The next morning, Hanyu woke up yawning. After freshening up, he was about to make breakfast when he noticed the kitchen door was already open and someone was bustling about inside. Peering in, Hanyu saw it was Wanda at work. Today, Wanda was dressed in a white t-shirt and a pair of short denim shorts. Her long, shapely legs drew every eye, and she was bustling around the kitchen with an apron tied around her waist, busy preparing breakfast. Hanyu said, "Why didn't you sleep a bit longer? You could have left the cooking to me." Without pausing from what she was doing, Wanda replied, "Good morning. I couldn't sleep, so I got up early. Since I was up, I thought I'd make breakfast. You just sit for a while. It'll be ready soon." Watching Wanda moving back and forth so busily, Hanyu felt a gentle stirring in his heart. Ever since arriving in the Marvel world, he'd always been on his own. This feeling now, though, was surprisingly pleasant for Hanyu, a far cry from the empty satisfaction of wielding power outside. "I've got nothing better to do. Let me help you." Hanyu stepped forward, speaking up. With some experience in the kitchen himself, he didn't wait for Wanda's response. His hands were already mirroring her movements as he joined in. Wanda glanced at the man now standing beside her, pressing her lips together in a faint, gentle smile that warmed her eyes. The two of them worked in easy silence, a quiet understanding flowing between them as they made breakfast together. 10 minutes later, breakfast was ready. Hanyu and Wanda, chatting and laughing, carried the food out of the kitchen. That's when they saw Quicksilver, his hair a wild mess, shuffling out of his room, looking half awake. Seeing Hanyu and Wanda emerging together with breakfast surprised Quicksilver. "You two are up this early? You're the only one who can sleep that late. Come on, hurry up and get ready for breakfast." Wanda rolled her eyes at her brother, exasperated. He was new here and didn't think to help out, just knew how to sleep in. Breakfast was a pleasant, harmonious affair, and the three of them grew closer as they talked. Hanyu took the opportunity to explain to Wanda and Quicksilver the unique nature of his little shop, how it could travel across all worlds and realities. He joked with them, "Now that you're on my pirate ship, there's no getting off." But neither Wanda nor her brother seemed bothered by this. In fact, Quicksilver was the most excited when he heard about traveling to other worlds. He immediately slid over to Hanyu's side, his eyes lighting up. "Han, you have to take me next time. I'm dying to see what another world is like," Quicksilver said, barely able to contain his excitement. Even Wanda scooted closer, chiming in, "Me too. I want to go as well." Seeing their eager, curious faces, Hanyu couldn't help but sigh to himself. If it weren't for the war, these two would probably be in high school or college by now, caught up in the same irresistible curiosity as most young people. "Of course, I'll definitely take you both when I get the chance." Hanyu smiled, about to share more amusing stories from other worlds, when suddenly his expression shifted, turning grave and serious. The mental projection he'd left on Whitebeard had just sent him a message. Whitebeard was gravely wounded, and Ace was at death's door. "What's wrong, Han?" Seeing his expression suddenly change, Wanda asked him about it. After a brief silence, Hanyu said, "Looks like we don't need to wait until next time. We can set out right now." "Right now?" "That's right. Now let's go." In the world of pirates at Marine headquarters, the Whitebeard pirates, the 7 warlords of the sea, and countless Marines filled the air with smoke and chaos, the sound of gunfire echoing endlessly through the fortress. Today was the day of Fire Fist Ace's execution. To save him, Whitebeard led his entire crew to the rescue, and the renowned Monkey D. Luffy, famous across the seas, had also arrived, all for the sake of his sworn brother Ace. Admiral Akainu looked at the battered and exhausted members of the Whitebeard pirates before him, watching as they rescued Ace and tried to flee. He knew that if they threw everything into their escape, there was no way he could stop them. If he wanted to keep them here, his only option was to provoke them into attacking him. In a head-on fight, Fire Fist Ace was no match for him. So Akainu taunted with a sneer. "You rescue Ace and run away. Whitebeard's crew really is nothing but a bunch of cowards. But I suppose it makes sense. After all, your captain is just a relic, a loser from the last era. No wonder the crew turn out like this." "Losers?" Suddenly halting mid-stride, Ace's muscles twitched along his jaw, flames surging around him as his face darkened ominously. He turned to glare at Akainu. "Take back what you just said." Those around them watched as this unfolded. The members of the Whitebeard pirates were all seething with anger, but there was nothing they could do. They couldn't defeat Akainu, and now, with Ace already drained and wounded, he stood no chance either. Seeing Ace stop, Akainu's triumphant smile grew wider. Not only did he refuse to retract his words, he fanned the flames even further. "Take it back? Huh. Look at your father, GOLD, Roger. As much as I hate to admit it, he truly deserved the title of Pirate King. But compared to him, Whitebeard is nothing but a complete and utter failure. Ace's eyes blazed with fury, the fire on his body roaring out of control. Someone was slandering the man he respected most. How could Ace possibly endure that? Even knowing he couldn't win, he charged forward. Akainu. He threw a burning punch, clashing with Akainu's magma-covered right arm. But Ace was mercilessly blasted away. Huh, good, that's more like it. Now, let's see who's left to protect that straw hat brat. After sending Ace flying with a single blow, magma surged once more around Akainu's right arm. But this time, his target wasn't Ace, it was Luffy. When Akainu suddenly switched targets, Luffy had no chance to react. The figure of Akainu loomed larger and larger in his vision, and in a daze, a smiling figure appeared in front of him. Luffy blinked, and in an instant Ace, who had been some distance away, was now standing right before him. But Ace's chest had been pierced straight through by Akainu's fist. Ace! All the pirates stared wide-eyed at the sight of Ace, run through by Akainu's blow. Many of them felt as if their own chests had been struck by a heavy hammer. None felt this more than Ace's grandfather, Vice Admiral Garp, known as the Iron Fist. Gazing at Ace, whose chest had been torn open by Akainu, Garp moved forward almost unconsciously, step by step, walking straight toward Akainu. At his side, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, the Buddha, instantly sensed something was wrong. His eyes narrowed sharply as he dashed forward, slamming Garp's head into the ground and shouting fiercely into his ear, "Garp, are you out of your mind? What are you thinking of doing?" Sengoku pressed Garp's head deep into the ground with tremendous force. Yet he could still feel a powerful resistance rising from Garp, as if he was using every ounce of will to restrain himself, but still struggling to get up. "Yes, that's right. Hold me down, and hold me down hard, because if you let go, Akainu's life won't last another second." Garp's head trembled violently, his words ground out through clenched teeth, each syllable filled with barely contained fury. The hatred and murderous intent in his eyes were among the strongest Sengoku had ever witnessed. Hearing this, Sengoku pressed down even harder, for he knew Garp was telling the truth. If he let go, Garp would kill Akainu without hesitation. In this moment, only Sengoku had the strength to restrain him. Garp was a hero of the Navy, the spiritual pillar for countless Marines. If he were to attack Akainu now, the Navy's faith would shatter completely in that instant. Heavens, Ace's chest has been blown open. There's no way he could survive a wound like that. I'm going to kill Akainu myself. Idiot, get back here. If Akainu could be killed that easily, he'd be dead already. Don't throw your life away. The pirates of the Whitebeard pirates, crazed with grief over Ace's death, were on the verge of madness. Many, like Garp, wanted to rush at Akainu, and if not for their crewmates holding them back with all their might, they would already have met a terrible end. Luffy, who stood closest to Ace and had witnessed his death with his own eyes, had already descended into a frenzy. Overwhelmed by grief, his mind felt as if it was splitting apart, his sorrow swallowing him whole, leaving him frozen in place. A soft, almost amused chuckle drifted through the air. Well, that's a fatal wound, no doubt. With this world's medical abilities, there's absolutely no saving from something like that. At that moment, everyone's eyes widened in shock. No one had noticed when, but three figures were now standing beside Ace and Luffy. Seeing the somewhat familiar figure at the front, Whitebeard's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. The person who had suddenly appeared was none other than the owner of his frequently visited general store. Hanu. So this is the world of One Piece? How interesting. The proportions of everyone's bodies are so strange. No sooner had they arrived in the world of One Piece than Quicksilver, standing beside Hanu, began looking around with curiosity. Whenever Hanu crossed into a new world, the general store system would always adjust the appearance of Hanu and those with him to match the art style of that world, but their body proportions would remain the same. So, for Quicksilver and Wanda, the physiques of people in the One Piece world still looked bizarre, tall and lanky beyond belief. Hanu turned to Wanda at his side and said, "Wanda, this kid looks like he's cried himself senseless. Help me bring his mind back before he harms himself." "All right." Wanda nodded, her slender fingers flickering with a crimson glow. She extended her index finger, and a thin red light streamed gently into Luffy's mind. The dullness in his eyes, lost to sorrow and pain, slowly gave way to life once more. Luffy blinked in confusion. What happened to me just now? Did you save me?" Wanda smiled softly and nodded. Who are you? Can you save Ace?" "You can, right? I'm begging you, please save Ace." Now fully awake, Luffy didn't know who Wanda and the others were, but the fact that she had helped him clear his mind planted a seed of hope. Maybe, just maybe, they could save Ace. "Don't worry, My being here means Ace won't die. Hanu stepped forward, patting Luffy's shoulder as he spoke with a gentle laugh. Then, with a flash of light in his hand, a golden senzu bean, radiating a unique, enticing aroma, appeared. With a flick of his finger, the bean shot in a streak of light straight toward Whitebeard. I'm going to heal Ace. I don't want anyone interfering with me. Whitebeard, though still unsure why Hanu was here, knew better than to waste time with foolish questions like, why are you here? Or, who exactly are you? Accepting the senzu bean without hesitation, he popped it in his mouth. The moment the bean touched his tongue, a warm current surged throughout his body, and shock gradually spread across Whitebeard's face. His wounds and strength were both recovering at a miraculous speed. Oomph. Who's this brat, running his mouth over there? From Akainu's arm, magma erupted once more, forming a blazing gauntlet around his fist. With terrifying heat, he swung it straight at Hanu. But Hanu didn't so much as flinch. Just then, a blade of biting cold light swept in from behind Akainu, striking first. With a single, clean, horizontal slash, it tore through Akainu's body. He already said he doesn't want to be disturbed. Don't you understand? Not even Akainu, nor the nearby Fleet Admiral Sengoku, could react in time. Everyone stood there, stunned, their eyes fixed on the man who had suddenly appeared between Akainu and Fire Fist Ace. This man's sudden arrival left everyone utterly speechless. The one who had just sliced through Akainu's body was none other than Whitebeard himself, the man whose life seemed to be ebbing away just moments before. This bean is incredible. My wounds are completely healed. I even feel stronger than ever. Whitebeard clenched his fists, marveling at the surge of power within him. He had never felt so invigorated, so free. He almost wanted to shout with joy. You? How is this possible? What did you do? Akainu staggered backward, putting some distance between them, disbelief written all over his face. Though his body had been slashed, he relied on his magma powers to mend himself. Others might only see the surface, but as a peer on the same level, Akainu could sense the truth. Whitebeard's body had returned to its prime. In fact, there was even a faint sense that he had surpassed his former strength. Why bother talking? Let's just fight. Whitebeard brandished his supreme-grade blade, Mura Kumjiri, and in an instant, vanished from sight. What speed! Akainu had barely formed his superheated magma armor when he sensed a figure behind him, its glare sharp enough to make his skin prickle. The deadly blade came slashing down without mercy. Akainu's survival instincts took over, his body reacting faster than thought, leaping away. But in that split second of hesitation, Whitebeard managed to slice off one of his arms. Father! The members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted in joy, unable to fully comprehend what had just happened. Whitebeard's body had suddenly returned to normal, and his speed now surpassed anything they'd ever seen from him. In fact, none of them had ever witnessed Whitebeard attack with such astonishing swiftness. Akainu, I have no wish to kill you. I only want to take my men and leave. Centered around Whitebeard, a seismic field spread out for nearly 2 miles. Everyone caught within this vibrating aura felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder had been pressed onto their chests, making it nearly impossible to breathe. Don't kid yourself. You think you can kill me? You're not even worthy. Akainu had no intention of backing down. Scorching magma gushed from every inch of his body, instantly restoring his severed arm and encasing him in a blazing armor of molten rock, transforming him into a man of living magma and fire. Then there's only one way, battle. With a fierce shout, Whitebeard made the very air around him tremble, cracks even beginning to spider out through space itself. The clash that followed was blindingly swift. Whitebeard's mastery of the tremor fruit was brought to its absolute limit. Each swing of his blade seemed to leave reality itself fractured in its wake. What's going on? He should have already burned through all his energy. How could he still have this much power? No, if this keeps up, we're going to lose. Sengoku could see that in the fierce clash, Akainu was actually falling behind. A flash of realization crossed his mind. He decided he had to step in and help Akainu. But just as he took a step forward, a billowing white mist erupted between the two combatants. An ancient, pristine longsword, still sheathed, plunged into the ground, and from its blade surged an overwhelming force, an aura as intense and domineering as a king's spirit. The sword hadn't even been drawn, yet its domain was already formed. The biting wind radiating from it stung the skin like knives. What a formidable divine blade this must be. Such an aura, only those at the level of Sengoku, Garp, or Kizuru could withstand it. The rest of the Marines were paralyzed by its oppressive force, unable to move an inch. TSK. Let them settle things among themselves. The rest of you, maybe keep out of it for now. Hanyu smiled as he addressed Garp and Sengoku. The snow-white, ancient longsword was of course Hyōrinmaru. Its icy chill radiated outward, creating a frozen barrier that separated Whitebeard and Hanu's battlefield from everyone else. A few disbelieving young Marines tried to force their way in, but the moment one of them stepped inside, his thigh began to freeze at a speed visible to the naked eye. A piercing, biting cold shot up his leg. His comrades rushed to check on him, only to find the limb completely encased in ice, frozen through and through. That leg was done for. Should we go in? Garp moved to Sengoku's side, eyeing the crystalline barrier that could freeze a man in an instant. His expression was grim. They were both keenly aware. If they sent in ordinary Marines, no matter how many, it would be nothing but a pointless sacrifice. The problem lies with that young man. Let me test his limits first. Sengoku spoke in a low, commanding voice. Suddenly, golden light surged from his body, enveloping him in a radiant protective layer, as though he'd been gilded in gold. He was unleashing the power of the human fruit, model, Buddha, the mythical Zoan form. With a sharp sound slicing through the air, Sengoku vanished from where he stood. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared just a short distance away, his golden fist gleaming, striking out with unadorned ferocity. The wind from his punch, sharp as razors and stinging to the face, didn't faze Hanyu in the slightest. Instead, the woman in red at his side calmly lifted her hands. Crimson light flared from her palms and met Sengoku's fist head-on. They collided, and, astonishingly, it was Sengoku who was overwhelmed. He was sent flying by Wanda's chaos magic, hurtling back hundreds of meters through the air. He already said it. He doesn't want to be disturbed. Would you mind cooperating for a bit? Wanda tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and gave a gentle laugh. Her smile so enchanting it felt like a dream. If it weren't for the situation at hand, someone might have rushed forward to propose on the spot. Sengoku. In a flash, Iron Fist Garp appeared behind Sengoku, bracing his hands against Sengoku's back. Only then did Sengoku, who had crashed through several thick walls, each easily 5 or 6 meters wide, finally come to a halt, no longer hurtling backward uncontrollably. That kind of power. How is that possible? Who is that woman? Garp's face was filled with disbelief. The force he had just absorbed from Sengoku, after helping him stop, was in no way weaker than one of his own serious punches. Yet Wanda's delicate face showed not the slightest hint of effort, as if that powerful blow had cost her nothing at all. All around them, whether Navy or pirate, everyone wore looks of shock. Sengoku was considered one of the absolute top fighters among them. For Sengoku to be sent flying such a distance, and for Garp himself to have to help stop him, was more than enough to show just how formidable Wanda truly was. Wanda, I'll handle healing this guy. You hold off their attacks for me. Pietro, you too, lend a hand. But be careful, these opponents aren't weak. Hanyu gestured toward Ace, whose chest had been pierced clean through, as he spoke to the siblings, Wanda and Pietro. Don't worry, I won't let a single attack get through to you. Quicksilver chuckled, unable to hide his excitement. After witnessing his sister's display, he'd been itching to join the fight, and with Hanyu's signal, he darted off without hesitation. On this battlefield of tens of thousands, some on the Navy side were just about to fire their guns at Hanyu's group. But before their fingers even touched the triggers, they grasped at nothing. Their guns had vanished. And it wasn't just them, their comrades' weapons were gone as well. What's going on? Where's my gun? My sword's missing too. Who took off my pants? Quicksilver now stood holding a mountain of confiscated weapons, casually dumping them in a heap on the ground. And yes, there was even a pair of pants among them. My hands are just too fast. Don't take it personally. Quicksilver laughed with pure delight, showing no sign of remorse. Watching Quicksilver amuse himself, Hanyu and Wanda exchanged glances, each seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. Hanyu cautioned, Wanda, be careful. Don't worry, no one's getting anywhere near you. Wanda stood her ground, and after what she'd just done to Sengoku, no one dared make a reckless move against her. This guy's injuries are so severe, just eating a senza bean won't be enough. Looks like I'll have to give him some extra help. Hanyu examined Ace's wounds. His chest was completely pierced through, with internal organs burned and charred. No matter which world you were in, such injuries would be fatal. Fortunately, I've reforged these senza beans. They can heal even this kind of wound. Otherwise, Ace wouldn't stand a chance today. Hanyu took out a small pouch, loosened the string, and poured out a dozen or so senzu beans into his palm. With his other hand, he covered the small pile of beans and applied a little pressure, turning them instantly into fine powder. Rise! Hanyu uttered softly, and with a hint of command, the Green Lantern energy gathered the powdered senza beans into a vibrant green stream. It swirled through the air, flowing straight toward the gaping wound in Ace's chest. The moment the emerald stream touched the injury, it immediately began to mend the damaged flesh. Before their very eyes, the hole in Ace's chest started to heal at a pace visible to all. You should take one as well. Restore your strength and heal up, Hanu said, channeling his mental energy to send a senzu bean to Luffy. The moment Luffy swallowed it, a surge of vitality returned to him, and his spirits were instantly revived. No one dared to attack Ace recklessly now. That woman, who could so easily suppress even Sengoku, stood guard. No matter how many opponents there were, to her, they were little more than cannon fodder. Watching Ace's aura gradually return to normal, Garp opened his mouth as if to speak, but no words came out. Only Sengoku, standing closest, noticed the subtle shift in Garp's expression. Had he just breathed a sigh of relief? Sengoku glanced at Ace, whose breathing had evened out, then turned to look at Garp. The latter remained silent. After a brief sigh, Sengoku's tone grew sharp. We'll attack together. We can't just let him save Ace so easily. With that, Sengoku launched himself into the fray. In an instant, he transformed into his Buddha form, a mythical Zoan from the human fruit. Like a god descending, golden and imposing, his armored figure soared several meters tall, turning him into a shining giant. Garp hesitated for a fleeting moment, but the word justice emblazoned on his back propelled him forward, compelling him to join the charge. The Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp are attacking together. Looks like those guys are doomed. These two are our trump cards. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Vice Admiral Garp, go, bring them down. The Navy soldiers shouted, each more fervent than the last. Whitebeard, too, noticed the commotion on this side of the battlefield. Those two old warhorses, joining forces at the same time. Seeing Sengoku and Garp take the field together, Whitebeard's heart grew heavy. Even for him, the combined assault of those two would be a challenge to withstand. He was about to break away from his own battle to aid Hanu and the others, but Hanu waved him off with an easy gesture. Sengoku the Buddha and Garp the Iron Fist. Such opponents are worthy sparring partners. Wanda, go and have some fun. The pressure from Sengoku's golden Buddha form and Garp's serious, iron-fisted might was suffocating. Across these seas, there were few who could hope to withstand an all-out attack from both Sengoku and Garp together. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Wanda. Wanda showed not a hint of panic. Her hand, which had been tucked casually in her pocket, emerged with deliberate calm. In that instant, her eyes turned crimson, and as she clenched both fists, a wild surge of scarlet, chaotic energy erupted from within her, unleashing a terrifying force field. Within the range of this force field, most people were shaken so violently that they couldn't move a muscle. Some were even jolted so fiercely that they spat out a mouthful of blood laced with mysterious fragments. Only a handful of the truly powerful, relying on their own strength and devil fruit abilities, managed to withstand the force field's onslaught. Yet, the force field targeted only the Navy. The pirates, meanwhile, looked on in confusion at the Navy standing beside them, utterly perplexed by what was happening. It's that beautiful woman. Don't miss this chance. Attack. Attack. The pirates, sensing an opportunity, raised their blades to strike the Navy at their side. But as the swords were lifted, their blades bent and twisted before they could descend. Wanda, a trace of displeasure in her voice, spoke up. I'm here to help you escape, not to help you kill. Take your people and get out of here now. This scene brought a faint smile to the lips of Hanu, who had been tending to Ace with his head bowed. Thank goodness, this girl hasn't lost herself to the chaos magic. If she had, I'd have to seal away the very power I awaken myself. The reason Hanu had brought Wanda and her companion here was twofold: to show them another world, and to test Wanda herself, to see if she could hold on to her gentle heart while wielding such overwhelming power. Many people, after gaining great strength, eventually lose their way. It's a common tale. But now, Hanu felt his worries melt away. What kind of power is this? Incredible. Even Sengoku had to admit Wanda's power surpassed all expectations. He was caught off guard, for in the next instant, Wanda vanished before his very eyes. Losing focus in the middle of a fight can be fatal, you know. A cold, teasing voice echoed in Sengoku's ear. Before he could turn his head, he glimpsed from the corner of his eye a hand, wrapped in red energy, rushing toward him, growing larger by the second. Years of battle alongside Garp had honed Sengoku's instincts. Both men unleashed their full strength in a single, unreserved punch. Palm at fished. The three attacks collided, and at the center, these three, an immense shockwave erupted, rippling outward in all directions, visible to the naked eye. Where the shockwave passed, objects shattered, the ground fractured, and those caught at the front were swept up and simply vanished into nothingness. Those in the rear, witnessing the devastation ahead, hurriedly retreated, but a few, too slow to react, were consumed by the shockwave and erased from existence. The shockwave spread in a ring for nearly 500 meters, leaving nothing but utter desolation in its wake. How is this possible? With such power, what happened to Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the others? I have no idea. The sailors stared in disbelief at the epicenter of the shockwave. There, the two opposing groups had been blown far apart by the force of the recent battle. In the middle, one person remained standing, while two others were down on one knee. The one still on her feet was Wanda, and kneeling on the ground were none other than Sengoku and Garp. Even the combined might of Garp and Sengoku had been defeated. It wasn't just the Navy who were stunned. Even the pirates looked on in utter disbelief. Sengoku and Garp were already considered the very pinnacle of naval power. If even they were no match for Wanda. Wanda let out a gentle laugh as she lowered her hand. Protected by the vast power of chaotic magic, she hadn't suffered a single scratch. She'd merely been pushed back a dozen meters by the impact, leaving deep footprints in the earth as she slid. In contrast, Sengoku the Buddha and Garp the Iron Fist were in rough shape. The arms they'd used to attack now bent at impossible angles. Any ordinary person would have been screaming in agony or passed out cold. But both men stifled their cries, faces flushed red, refusing to utter a sound. "Who on earth are you?" Sengoku asked, his face red with pain, voice strained. A woman as powerful as Wanda should at least have been one of the 7 warlords, someone impossible to remain unknown out on the seas. Wanda tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and returned to Hanyu's side, replying softly, "Just a little nobody working in a corner shop, that's all." A moment ago, Wanda had been formidable enough to take on Sengoku and Garp head-on. Now, she looked every bit the gentle lady. All around, whether Navy or pirate, every man present felt a pang of envy. Who wouldn't want a woman so powerful and beautiful? "All right, my healing's done. Time to go." With that, Hanu snapped his fingers. Countless green rays of light shot from his body, attaching themselves to the other members of the Whitebeard pirates. In the blink of an eye, the Whitebeard crew soared into the sky, each one streaking away in a trail of shimmering light, vanishing from sight. "Hey, I'm not done having fun yet." "Wait, no. Damn it." Quicksilver, swept up by the green energy, shouted down at the ground, but before he could finish, the green light carried him off even faster. "Where'd they go?" "Stay alert. On guard, everyone," the Navy called out, raising their weapons and scanning their surroundings warily. Garp and Sengoku exchanged a glance, then shook their heads. Sengoku turned to the others and said, "No need to stay on alert. His presence has completely vanished from here. He's truly gone." Garp murmured, "Who was that, really? I've never heard of anyone like that appearing on the seas before." Seeing Hanu leave, Whitebeard no longer lingered in battle. The power of the Tremor fruit burst forth once again, dealing heavy blows to the Navy before he seized the opportunity to slip away to Ace's side, rescuing him in the process. The Navy could only watch helplessly as this unfolded, powerless to intervene. Everyone was left wondering, who exactly is Hanu? This man who appeared so suddenly. None of them had ever heard of him before. Did she just say the little general store? Which one is that? The Whitebeard pirates all returned to their ship. Looking around at their crewmates, who had narrowly escaped death, everyone broke into loud cheers together. That was a miracle. What has happened back there? Were we flying just now? That was incredible. Where's Boss Han? He's the one behind all this, right? Even though they had just escaped danger, these men were as jubilant as ever, shouting out with joy. Some even scanned the deck eagerly, searching for any sign of Hanu. Seeing everyone still so full of spirit puts my mind at ease. A gentle laugh drifted down from the mast. Everyone looked up to see Hanu standing above, with Wanda and Quicksilver at his side, smiling warmly at the crowd on deck. Leaping down, Hanu was about to speak, when a crowd of burly men rushed at him, each one laughing heartily as they piled on him, one after another. Their actions, rough as they were, perfectly expressed their excitement and gratitude in that moment. Regardless of who Hanu really was, the fact remained. He had saved them, saved Ace, and saved Whitebeard himself. For the Whitebeard pirates, that was a debt beyond measure. They would remember it for the rest of their lives. Hey, you guys, get off me, you're crushing me here." Hanu called out with a hint of annoyance, though there was no true displeasure in his voice. It was the kind of good-natured banter shared between friends. "Han, we truly owe you today." Whitebeard stepped forward, speaking with heartfelt sincerity. "If you ever need our help in the future, just say the word. We'll give it everything we've got." Hanu glanced around at the faces beaming with gratitude. Every single person agreed with Whitebeard's words, The help he'd given today had won the trust of the entire Whitebeard crew. But you should thank her first. This is Wanda. She's the one who blocked those attacks for me. If not for her, I wouldn't have been able to rescue Ace so easily. The pirates, hearing this, instantly wanted to swarm Wanda, just as they had Hanu. But as soon as they leapt toward her, Hanu sent them flying back with a single swipe, leaving them sprawled limply on the deck behind. The rest of the crew burst into uproarious laughter at the sight. Someone even teased, "Are you out of your mind? That's clearly the boss's lady. You really think you could just jump her? You must be tired of living." When Wanda heard what they were saying, her cheeks flushed red. She turned to look at Hanu, only to find him smiling at her as well. Her face grew even hotter, and she ran off shyly. In contrast, Quicksilver seemed completely oblivious to what they'd just said about Wanda. The rough-and-tumble man had already blended right in with the pirates, so much so that Hanu didn't even need to introduce him. "Come on, let's celebrate Ace's safe return. Let's get this party started," someone shouted. A raucous cheer erupted in response. Midnight had come and gone, yet the massive pirate ship of the Whitebeard pirates was still alive with revelry. The crowd of pirates showed no sign of slowing down. They clinked beer mugs as big as their faces, unconcerned by the size, and downed half a mug in a single gulp. As the beer slid down their throats, a faint golden glow shimmered over their bodies, so subtle it could have gone unnoticed, before gradually merging into them. Hanu had spiked the beer with senza beans. This way, without affecting the taste, the beer helped heal their wounds. For this feast of thousands, Hanu had only used 2 beans. Any more, and they would have been too full to eat anything else. Up on the quiet mast, Wanda stood alone, letting the wind play with her hair. Hanu climbed up to join her, pulling a coat from his system storage and draping it over her shoulders. "Why aren't you down there having fun? Pietro is having the time of his life," he said. Looking down toward the deck, Hanu saw Quicksilver showing off his super speed in playful games with the others. His abilities, far beyond the pirates' understanding, had them both roaring with laughter and staring in awe. "I just want a little peace and quiet," Wanda replied, huddling deeper into the coat. "It's too noisy down there for me." The warmth inside the coat made her feel much more at ease. "What's wrong?" Hanu asked. Wanda's gaze drifted as she spoke. "Just a few days ago, Pietro and I were wandering, barely scraping by, not even sure what we were living for. I never imagined that now, all of a sudden, I'd become someone with the power to decide others' fates." Hanu nodded, then said, "To be honest, I know you and your brother have some history with Tony Stark. I wasn't there, I don't want to pretend. I'm on some moral high ground. I just want to say, those things weren't really his intention. And now, he's fighting for peace for Earth." Wanda was surprised Hanu would bring up Tony Stark, Iron Man. She fell silent for a moment, then said, "The way I am now, I could probably kill him without much effort, couldn't I?" "If you wanted to, you could," Hanu replied. "But I hope you never become that kind of person." Wanda let out a long sigh, and, after a moment's thought, she finally said, "If Stark had kept making weapons for those people to wage war, maybe I would have killed him. But when I saw him fly into space with a nuclear bomb for the sake of Earth, even though I don't want to forgive him, I can't really hold a grudge against him anymore. So let's leave it at that. I'm glad you could come to terms with it." Hanu had only gotten halfway through his sentence when Wanda suddenly leaned in, nestling into his arms. Hanu froze for a moment, catching the faint fragrance of Wanda's hair. He said nothing more, simply holding her gently. Wanda looked up at Hanu, her gaze as tender as a spring stream. In his slightly dazed eyes, she leaned in and kissed him softly. In a heartbeat, the two found themselves back in the little grocery shop in Hanu's room. And then, it was a sleepless night. The next day at noon, sunlight streamed through the window, dancing over long, fluttering lashes. Hanu slowly opened his eyes. Yawning, Hanu sat up and saw Wanda lying right beside him, her bare shoulder peeking from beneath the covers. A ray of sunlight played across her fair face, making her look even more beautiful. Last night suddenly recalling the wildness of the night before, Hanu couldn't help but smile. He gently tucked the blanket around Wanda, then got out of bed, dressed, and set off to make some lunch. As he stepped out the room, ready to go downstairs, he found Quicksilver sprawled out on the living room floor in the shape of starfish, empty wine jars scattered around him. "Pietro, don't tell me you slept here all night." Hanu went over and patted Quicksilver's cheek. Without even opening his eyes, Pietro rolled over, still mumbling, "Drink, keep drinking. Anyone who doesn't drink is a coward." "How much did he have last night?" Hanu shook his head with a resigned smile, used his Green Lantern energy to float Pietro back to his room, and then headed downstairs to make breakfast. Judging by Quicksilver's state, he wouldn't be waking up anytime soon, so Hanu only cooked for himself and Wanda. Hanu had just finished preparing lunch and was about to bring it out when he felt something warm and soft pressed gently against his back. A tender voice murmured in his ear, "You're up so early. The words sent a shiver down Hanyu's spine. He turned around to see Wanda. She wore one of Hanyu's white shirts, a size too big for her, making her look even more delicate. Her long hair fell carelessly over her shoulders, adding to her feminine charm. Let's eat some lunch. It's already midday. Looking into Wanda's gentle, liquid eyes, Hanyu felt as though he could get lost in them and never find his way out. Quickly averting his gaze, he picked up the lunch tray and hurried out. Watching Hanyu's slightly flustered retreat, Wanda pressed her rosy lips together, unable to hide a beautiful smile. All of a sudden, she found that Hanyu wasn't so mysterious after all. At least in this regard, he was still very much like a little boy. After lunch, Wanda volunteered to take care of the dishes, saying with a smile, "All right, let me handle these. You worked hard last night, go get some rest." Hanyu could only give a helpless smile. Could she stop teasing him like that? Didn't she realize how charming she was? Just as Hanyu was about to sprawl out on the living room sofa for a good, lazy stretch, he heard the gentle chime of wind bells drifting to his ears. As mentioned before, the volume and pace of the wind chimes depended entirely on the strength of the visitor. The more powerful they were, the faster the chimes would ring. Judging by the current, rather leisurely tempo, Hanyu guessed the person outside probably wasn't anyone too formidable. "An, are you there?" Down the first-floor general store, a boy of 15 or 16 stood at the counter, calling Hanyu's name toward the back door. I'm coming. Why are you shouting like that?" Hanyu called back, descending the stairs. Seeing the boy before him, he raised an eyebrow and asked, "Parker, shouldn't you be in school at this hour? What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than the soon-to-be famous Spider-Man, Peter Parker, though that famous part applied only in Hanyu's previous life. For now, this Spider-Man was just an ordinary high school student. Hanyu had always been quite fond of Spider-Man in his past life. After arriving in this world, he'd helped Peter Parker out by chance, and the younger boy had become his very first friend here. The moment Hanyu appeared, Peter darted around to the shop door, checked that no one was watching from outside, and hurried over, excitement shining in his eyes. "That's not important, Han. Let me show you something amazing." Before Hanyu could even reply, Peter glanced around the shop, ran over to a nearby crate, wrapped his arms around it, and with a bit of effort, lifted it clean off the ground. Hanyu's eyes widened in shock. Others might not know how heavy that crate was, but he certainly did. That box was filled with the ores Hanyu used for forging weapons, no less than 400 kilograms. For an ordinary person, lifting something that heavy was simply impossible. And for a skinny, 15-year-old boy like Peter Parker, it should have been an absolute fantasy. There was only one explanation. He'd been bitten by a mutated spider. Hanyu asked, "What happened to you?" Peter set the crate back down and hurried over, his face lit up with excitement. "Impressive, right? It's the weirdest thing. A few days ago, I went with my school to tour Oscorp. You know Oscorp, Norman Osborn's company. Do you know Norman Osborn? I know. Get to the point." Hanyu steered the conversation back to Peter Parker. This kid had a tendency to go off on tangents. One topic would lead to another, and before you knew it, he could talk for an hour straight. "All right, I almost got off track," Peter Parker said with an awkward smile, then continued with the story. "We were visiting a lab where they do animal experiments, and I think a spider dropped from the ceiling and bit me on the neck. The next day, I found out my strength, speed, and reflexes had all become extraordinary." Hearing Peter Parker's account, Hanyu was certain now. In his previous life, the classic Spider-Man trilogy had depicted the young hero gaining his powers in exactly this way. "Have you told anyone else about this?" Hanyu asked, his tone serious. "Just you," Peter replied. "I haven't even told my classmates or Aunt May." To him, the only person trustworthy enough to confide in was the slightly older owner of this small convenience store. If he told his classmates, the rumor would spread across the whole school in no time, and Peter definitely didn't want to end up as some kind of lab rat. Hanyu spoke gravely. "Good. It's best you haven't told too many people. In fact, you should keep this secret to yourself. If too many people find out, it could put you and your family and friends in danger." Peter was a little startled by Hanyu's serious expression and quickly promised to keep quiet. Sensing the mood had gotten too heavy, Peter started chattering away again, trying to lighten the atmosphere. But Hanyu was no longer listening. His attention was caught by a sudden message echoing in his mind. Ding! Mission triggered. Make a Spider-Man suit. The corners of Hanyu's mouth curled into a faint smile. This system mission was almost laughably easy. Missions like this, without a main or bonus prefix, were usually nothing special. They triggered frequently, and the rewards were typically just 3 to 5 upgrade points. If you wanted something truly valuable, well, you need to be extremely lucky. Making a Spider-Man suit is no trouble at all. I remember every detail from my previous life's Spider-Man costumes. But should I really help him? Hanyu gazed at the boy in front of him, still talking a mile a minute. and fell into thought. Making a suit would be simple enough, but if it was something crafted by Hanu, it would be far from ordinary. If the person who wore it couldn't use it wisely, it could spell disaster for both himself and the people around him. Parker, let me interrupt you for a moment, Hanu said, making a gentle stop gesture. Now that you have these superpowers, what do you intend to do with them? Hanu's question brought Peter Parker to a halt. What would he do? That really was the question. Go around causing trouble? Peter had never thought of such things. Become a school sports star? That felt like a waste of his newfound abilities. After thinking for a moment, Peter Parker looked Hanu in the eyes and said, I want to fight crime. I want to help others. His answer made Hanu's eyes light up ever so slightly. He continued to ask, and why is that? Peter Parker fell silent for a while before replying, because when you have this power and choose to do nothing, then whatever bad things happen afterward are your responsibility. His words greatly satisfied Hanu. For a 16-year-old boy to have such awareness was already impressive, and enough for Hanu to consider making him a suit. Hanu said, So are you ready? Being a superhero isn't as easy as you might imagine. You'll face things far beyond your expectations, and your safety, even your life, will be at stake. Peter Parker replied, If I don't do it, I'll feel even worse. Very good, kid. You've convinced me. Come with me. Huh? Where are we going? Since they were on the first floor, it was still possible for outsiders to come in. Hanu wasn't about to let strangers find out about something like this, so he led Peter to a separate room. He felt around the wall for a moment before finally finding the switch. As soon as the light flicked on, it illuminated the room, and what Peter Parker saw made his eyes go wide. The room was surprisingly large, about 50 or 60 square meters. The walls were lined with all kinds of weapons, an overwhelming array. This was Hanu's workshop, dedicated to forging various weapons and equipment. What's this thing? In the center of the room sat a massive metal furnace pit. Peter, curious, stepped closer to get a better look at the thing that resembled a furnace. The furnace pit was so wide that even two adults together couldn't wrap their arms around it. It stood about a meter high and looked like some sort of ultra-high-tech jet device. Hanu explained matter-of-factly, That's a planetary jet engine. I usually use it for forging. A planetary jet engine? Peter's hair practically stood on end at the sound of that, and he shot Hanu a look, half in disbelief. Han, you haven't just watched too many sci-fi movies, have you? Peter's reaction was understandable. Who wouldn't be taken aback by that? Even the Avengers themselves would think Hanu had lost his mind if they heard him say such a thing. You'd better stand back a bit. Hanu smiled, walked over to a console off to the side, and pressed a few buttons. The planetary jet engine responded with several deep, booming thuds. Suddenly, a thick column of blue flame burst out from the device. The pillar of fire was so intense, it seemed as if it could vaporize anything in an instant. Around the flames, a faint energy field shimmered, containing the inferno and preventing it from scorching everything nearby. Even with the flames held back, Peter Parker was soon drenched in sweat. That alone was enough to convince him that this planetary jet engine was no joke. Seeing Peter Parker drenched in sweat and looking astonished, Hanu finally switched off the planetary thruster and said, That was only 1% of its power. Normally, when I build things, I start at 40%. This thing is terrifying, Peter stammered. He wiped his forehead and realized he was soaked, sweat dripping like rain. In contrast, Hanu looked perfectly fresh, not a trace of sweat on him. Han, what exactly are you selling here? I always thought this was just an ordinary general store. You're not some black market dealer in stolen high-tech goods, are you? You can't mess around like this. If the Avengers find out you're doing this kind of stuff, you'll definitely get arrested. The anxious look on Peter's face made Hanu both amused and exasperated. If you want to call me a high-tech dealer, that's not entirely wrong, Hanu replied, but none of this is stolen. Everything here is my own creation. Actually, your words just now moved me, so I've decided to make you a suit. You can't keep going out to save people in your pajamas, can you? Peter blushed a little, but hearing that Hanu was going to make him a suit, he was much more excited than embarrassed. A suit? Really? It won't be too expensive, right? If it costs too much, I won't be able to afford it. Hanu laughed. It's free. As he spoke, Hanu grabbed a measuring tape and took Peter's height and waist measurements, then began to cut fabric. Oh, by the way, I have some ideas about the suit too, Peter said. He swung off his backpack, pulled out a small notebook, and handed it to Hanu. When Hanu opened it, he found several sketches inside. He let out a soft sound of surprise. The drawings were rough and simple, but they already showed the early outlines of the Spider-Man suit from Hanu's memories. Seeing Hanu study his sketches so seriously, Peter suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. He hurried to say, I just wanted to show you my ideas. You can totally do it your way. I'm fine with whatever you come up with. Hanu smiled. No worries. I actually like your ideas a lot. I'm planning to use your designs. There's nothing quite as wonderful as feeling recognized. Peter's face broke into a wide, happy grin. Watching Hanu work on the fabric, Peter started to help with the creation process. It had to be said, Peter was sharp. Not only did he keep up with Hanu's pace, but with his help, the suit actually came together even faster. For the web shooters, Peter suggested, could you make them fit in the palm, triggered by my middle and ring fingers? That way, I can grip things easily. All right, Hanu chuckled. We'll go with your plan. While Peter was absorbed in working on the suit design, Hanu quietly tapped in the air a few times and produced a palm-sized scroll. He gently pressed it against the spider suit, and the scroll merged seamlessly into the fabric. Hanu repeated the same action 3 times. These 3 single-use Shinra Tensei will serve as Peter Parker's life-saving charms. 3 brushes with life and death should help him grow. Since these items were consumed during a system quest, the 3 single-use Shinra Tensei weren't counted against Hanu's own resources. He didn't tell Peter Parker about this life-saving ability, precisely because he didn't want Peter to feel invincible. That kind of complacency would only stun his growth. After all, a fledgling eagle doesn't learn to soar in the safety of a greenhouse. During this time, Wanda came downstairs to take a look. She saw Hanu and a young man bustling about, busy with something, so she chose not to disturb them. Instead, she quietly went back upstairs, sliced some fruit, and left it in the room before heading back up. Peter Parker, completely absorbed in his work, didn't notice, but Hanu did. Seeing Wanda's thoughtful gesture, he couldn't help but smile gently. Time flew by. As dusk settled and the sun dipped below the horizon, the 2 of them finally finished making the spider suit. At first, Hanu led the process, but as they went on, Peter Parker grew more and more enthusiastic. Most of the suit's design ideas came from him, and the finished product turned out great, almost identical to the spider suit Hanu remembered. The suit was mainly crafted from red and blue fabric. The feet, hands, chest, and mask were red, while blue covered the sides of the waist and thighs. A black spider emblem sat boldly on the chest. For Hanu, this suit was suffused with nostalgia. It was the symbol of his youth, the most iconic Spider-Man costume of all. He hoped Peter Parker would put it on and become the true Spider-Man. This is incredible. Peter Parker couldn't help but exclaim as he gazed at the finished suit. All right, keep the suit safe, Hanu said. It's dinner time. I'm heading out to eat. Want to come? If Hanu hadn't mentioned the time, Peter wouldn't have realized it was already 6 in the evening. He thought for a moment, then called his Aunt May to tell her there was a school event tonight, so he wouldn't be home for dinner. After getting her approval, he happily tucked away the spider suit, as delighted as a kid with a brand new toy. Hanu walked out of the room and called upstairs. Wanda, Pietro, dinner time. Huh, are there other people living upstairs now? Peter Parker asked curiously. Every time he'd visited before, Hanu had lived here alone. Hanu replied, yeah, my girlfriend and her brother. From upstairs came a response, and 10 minutes later, only Wanda came down. Hanu asked, where's Pietro? Still asleep? Wanda shook her head helplessly and said, he's awake, but he said he wants to go hang out with Ace, so he won't be joining us for lunch. This caught Hanu by surprise. He hadn't expected those 2 to get along so well. All right, then it's just the 3 of us for lunch. Before they left, Hanu conjured a Green Lantern ring and, through the general store's system, teleported it to Quicksilver's hand. On one hand, it gave Quicksilver a better means of protecting himself. On the other, it would serve as a way to keep in touch. Hanu then drove a car out from the back of the general store. The moment Peter Parker saw the car, his eyes widened in disbelief. This car. It must be worth at least $10 million. He'd seen this model online before. It ranked among the top 50 luxury cars in the world, with a base price in the tens of millions. He never expected Hanu to just drive one out like it was nothing. Hanu chuckled and said, do you like it? If you do, I'll give you one when you come of age. To Hanu, money was already meaningless. Selling just one Green Lantern ring could net him billions. Even his lowest-grade energy equipment could fetch a price of over $100 million. A car worth a few million was nothing. He could drive them, lose them, and not bat an eye. I think I'll pass. Peter Parker honestly didn't dare accept. A car like this was something he'd only ever seen online, never dreamed of driving. Even if Hanu offered, he wouldn't dare take it. After all, the car should match the person, and sometimes driving something too extravagant could be more trouble than it's worth. Hanu didn't mind. He just laughed it off and moved on. On the way, it was mostly Wanda chatting with Peter Parker. The girl was incredibly curious about high school life and kept peppering him with questions about it. Meanwhile, Hanu drove in silence, his mind occupied with the mission he'd just completed. Settle the mission. Keyword, spider suit. The system is processing. Settlement complete. Reward received. Emotional potion, Storm of Tears, X3. Effect, forces the designated character to cry for 10 minutes. during which time nothing can stop the tears. When Hanu heard what he'd received, he nearly choked in disbelief. What was this? An emotional potion. This was the first time he'd ever gotten such an odd item. Hanu hadn't expected anything great as a reward, but this was ridiculous. Storm of tears. Was he supposed to make people cry? Who in their right mind enjoys watching others cry for no reason? He rolled his eyes and decided to save it for the right moment. 10 minutes later, Hanu brought Wanda and Peter to the restaurant. We're eating here? This place is really expensive. Peter Parker paused in astonishment when he saw where they'd come. In his mind, this was a high-end restaurant, one where the average meal could cost tens of thousands. Do you really think I care about that kind of money? Hanu laughed and patted his car, saying, this restaurant might be expensive for students like Peter Parker, but for me, it's really nothing. After all, I'm a billionaire now. The amount of money he could spend was more than what many long-standing tycoons on the rich list could muster. You're right. In that case, I'll take you up on your offer. Today, I'm going to treat myself to a meal here. With the boss picking up the tab, Peter Parker didn't hesitate anymore. Since Hanu had said so much, it would be awkward to keep refusing. He'd have no friends left if he kept that up. After handing the car over to the restaurant's valet, the three of them walked inside. Hanu went to book a table. Since it was a weekday, the place wasn't too crowded. Suddenly, a sharp voice called out from behind them. Well, if it isn't Petty Parker. Parker, is this restaurant's door so big that it actually let you slip in? Turning around, they saw a few young men and women about Peter's age heading their way. The one speaking was a broad-shouldered guy leading the group. That's Flash Thompson, Peter muttered bitterly under his breath, as if afraid Flash and his friends might overhear. He's the star of our school's football team. He's always picking on me. Peter's eyes briefly lingered on the girl standing beside Flash, then quickly looked away. Wanda didn't think much of it. She simply frowned, feeling these kids were being incredibly rude. Hanu noticed Peter's subtle expression and teased him. Parker, I remember you once said you liked a girl who's dating the star of your school's football team. Don't tell me it's the one standing next to him. At that, Wanda raised an eyebrow and gave Peter a playful pat on the shoulder. Wow, kid, you've got guts. Already thinking about stealing someone else's girl? No, it's not like that. I just like her, that's all. I haven't done anything to her. Peter's cheeks flushed red as he scrambled to explain, but the more he spoke, the more Hanu and Wanda squinted at him with sly, knowing grins. Realizing he was only digging himself deeper, Peter gave up. Seeing that Peter was ignoring him and talking to the others instead, Flash frowned, planning to walk over and humiliate him further. But when his eyes landed on Wanda, he was momentarily stunned by her beauty. Wanda had a particular fondness for red, and today she wore a long red leather coat over black pants. Her looks were pure and innocent, but there was a hint of alluring mystery in her gaze. None of the girls with Flash could compare to Wanda's charm. Standing next to her, they seemed utterly ordinary. It wasn't just Flash who wore that expression. Several other boys around him had the same look on their faces, each of them utterly captivated by Wanda. But Wanda paid them no mind whatsoever. She didn't spare them even a glance, speaking only to Hanu and Peter Parker, as if the group of boys standing beside her simply didn't exist. Hey, Parker, I don't want to see you here. Do you even know what this place is? Let me tell you, this restaurant belongs to one of my dad's friends. I come here all the time. I'm telling you, before Flash could finish his sentence, he felt a strange sensation swelling up behind his eyes. The next moment, he gave everyone an unforgettable demonstration of what it meant to burst into tears like a rainstorm. Bravo! It seems our classmate is deeply moved by the life his father has provided for him. What a devoted son! Hanu began clapping enthusiastically. The boys around Flash, still in a daze, instinctively joined in with the applause. What was going on? To break down in tears so suddenly. Surely, even the most touching scene wouldn't move someone to cry like this. Flash, come on, we get it. You're touched. But you can stop crying now. Someone tried to comfort him. By now, a crowd had started to gather, drawn by Flash's sobs. After all, they were all high school students. Nobody wanted to be caught in such an embarrassing situation. Flash thought desperately, I never meant to cry. He tugged on the sleeve of the person next to him, trying to explain that he hadn't planned on crying at all, but his tears refused to stop. At first, he'd managed to hold himself together and almost stopped, but the more he struggled, the harder he cried. Those who didn't know better assumed he'd suddenly been reminded of something tragic about his father, which explained his uncontrollable weeping. When word reached the restaurant manager that someone was sobbing uncontrollably in the lobby, he rushed over at once. Seeing that it was Flash, the notorious rich kid, the manager assumed it must have been a service issue, so he scolded the waitstaff. But the servers insisted, it wasn't us, he just started crying all of a sudden. Everyone concluded it must be that Flash was simply overwhelmed by how good he had it, thanks to his father. Flash could already imagine how long he'd be the laughingstock at school once this story got out. "Han, was it you doing just now?" Peter Parker asked, unable to figure out any other reason why someone would bawl like that under normal circumstances. "Didn't you say he's been bullying you for a long time? After today, he'll never dare show his face at school again." Hanu didn't deny it. Instead, he grinned, feeling secretly delighted. The reason for Flash's dramatic crying fit was Hanu's use of a Tempest crying potion. Hanu had expected maybe a few sniffles, but to his surprise, the potion worked exactly as advertised, a literal crying storm. "This item is just too much fun. I wouldn't mind getting my hands on a few more." Hanu couldn't help but let his mischievous thoughts wander. Just imagine if this trick was used on a serious, larger-than-life villain. Now, that would be hilarious. As soon as Wanda recalled the scene from earlier, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was the first time in her life she'd seen someone cry like that. If it had happened to a decent person, or just an ordinary person, she might have felt a bit uneasy about it. But seeing Flash, the notorious school bully, reduced to tears, well, Wanda could only find it funny. With Flash's embarrassing episode as a warm-up, Peter Parker began sharing more stories about life at school, talking animatedly as he ate. Hanu and Wanda listened with genuine interest. Hanu had attended high school, but not in this country, while Wanda had never been to high school at all. Her curiosity about the experience made Peter's tales all the more fascinating. The three of them were enjoying their meal when, suddenly, an explosion rang out from a bank next door. The shockwave rattled the restaurant's windows, shattering quite a few of them. Seated right by the window, Hanu reacted instantly. With a burst of psychic energy, he deflected the flying shards of glass away from the table. He looked over and saw a gang of robbers at work, trying to loot the ATM next to the bank. No one knew where they'd gotten the explosives, but they'd managed to blow open the ATM and were now scooping up the cash inside. "What's wrong? Thinking of giving it a try?" Hanu asked, noticing the look on Peter Parker's face. Instead of fear, Peter's eyes were shining with excitement. His intentions were obvious. "Can I go?" Peter asked instinctively, even though it was his own choice to make. But he saw Hanu as something of an older brother, so whenever Hanu was around, Peter couldn't help but seek his approval. Hanu smiled, "Of course. Just be careful." It was only a minor ATM robbery, the perfect chance for Peter Parker to sharpen his skills. With Hanu's blessing, Peter let out a quiet cheer and grabbed his backpack, dashing off to the restroom. Moments later, a flash of red swung out on a thin strand of white, heading straight for the scene. "Good evening, gentlemen. I have to say, your choice of after-dinner activity leaves something to be desired." Peter swung into the fray, but rather than immediately taking down the crooks, he greeted them with a quip. The robbers exchanged glances, then, without hesitation, pulled out their pistols and aimed straight at Peter. Peter's senses kicked in. Moving in a blur, he fired a web at one of the robbers' gun hands, yanked it aside, and made the man smack his companion in the face hard. One of the robbers, caught off guard by Peter's fighting style, froze for a split second. By the time he snapped out of it, a red fist was already rushing toward his face, growing larger by the second. With a single punch, he managed to knock down a man who looked to weigh at least 80 kilograms, sending him crashing to the ground, unconscious. The other two were swiftly bound up by Peter Parker with webs and suspended from the ceiling. Peter could barely contain his excitement. He wanted to shout for joy. But noticing the gathering crowd outside, he decided it was wiser to make a quick getaway. "Wait, who are you?" someone in the crowd called out. Just as Peter was about to swing away, he paused for a few seconds, then left a parting message as he launched himself into the air. "I'm Spider-Man." 5 minutes later, seeing Peter Parker return, his hair still a bit tousled, Hanu grinned. "Feeling good?" "Absolutely." Peter's face was still glowing with excitement. For someone who had lived an ordinary life for more than a decade, this was his first time stopping a robbery, even if it was just a small-time ATM heist. His heart was still pounding with exhilaration. "All right, we've finished dinner. Let's go home," Hanu said. He had planned to give Peter a lecture, to warn him not to get too carried away by this excitement. But on second thought, he decided it wasn't necessary. After all, he had already installed 3 emergency safety locks in Peter's suit. For a young hero of Peter's age, words were useless until he had faced a few brushes with death himself. After dropping Peter Parker off at his home, Wanda finally spoke up as she and Hanu walked down the street. "He's just a sophomore in high school. Isn't it too dangerous to give him this kind of equipment?" She hadn't brought it up earlier, not wanting to embarrass Peter in front of others. Even she thought it was risky to let a 16-year-old boy have access to such gear. Hanu replied, "This is his own ability. It has nothing to do with my suit. And even if I didn't do it, he'd figure out sooner or later. I've already installed 3 life-saving safety locks in the suit. If, after 3 real dangers, he still wants to be a superhero, then that's his choice. If not, Those 3 close calls should be enough to cool his head. Wanda nodded, accepting his reasoning. After all, Peter was a superpowered teenager, just 16 years old. If Hanu hadn't helped and let Peter charge ahead recklessly on his own, the outcome might have been far worse. When they returned to the grocery store, Hanu noticed the lights were still on in the second-floor lounge. He pushed open the door, and even from the first floor, he could hear the lively commotion upstairs. Climbing the stairs, he was surprised to find Ace, the Fire Fist from the Whitebeard Pirates, and Marco the Phoenix. The 3 of them were gathered around a table, playing cards together. Seeing Hanu and Wanda return, the group greeted them as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Hanu wasn't surprised. He'd already received a message from his Green Lantern ring during dinner. Quicksilver had asked if he could bring Ace and Marco to hang out at the grocery store. Hanu's reply was straightforward. As long as they didn't stir up trouble, it would be fine. He let Quicksilver and the others have the second floor to themselves, while he and Wanda headed up to the third. While Wanda was in the shower, Hanu sat alone on the sofa in the main hall, lost in thought. It was from Peter Parker, still a relatively ordinary high schooler, that Hanu had learned about the daily lives of most students. Their days were split between going out to have fun and simply lounging at home, napping away the hours. Entertainment in the Marvel world was pitifully scarce. It wasn't that there were no games, but this universe had started as a movie world, which left it full of limitations. Even now, although it had become a real world, there were only a handful of simple 2D games. Neither their craftsmanship nor their stories could compare to what Hanu had known in his previous life. If only I could bring games, novels, or even films and TV from my previous world here. They'd take the world by storm. Hanu's eyes shone with excitement. No matter how impressive he was still a young man in his early 20s. He couldn't spend all his time fixated on tasks and missions. There was no need. Given Hanu's current abilities, he was already more than a match for anything this world could throw at him. At this thought, Hanu dashed into his room and fired up his computer. Why not try writing a novel first? There aren't even web novels in this world's literary scene. How do people vent their frustrations? No wonder the crime rate is so high. Hanu had written web novels in his past life, though he'd never made it big. But in this world, things could turn out differently. He navigated to a popular novel website. It was a massive platform, with its main servers in China, called Tianxiong Novel Network. Perhaps thanks to technological advances, this website actually connected readers across the globe. You could find officially translated foreign novels in Chinese, and likewise, Chinese novels translated for a broader audience. Hanu couldn't help but marvel at the strength of his homeland. Whether in his past life or this one, China remained as formidable as ever. After familiarizing himself with the site, Hanu quickly registered as an author and uploaded his very first urban novel in the Marvel world. The title? A book that's simply enjoyable. Meanwhile, in Avengers Tower, the Ultron development project had officially begun and had been running for several days straight. In all that time, Stark and Banner together hadn't managed to get even 10 hours of sleep. Watching Stark tirelessly tweak the program, Banner couldn't help but think he's pushing himself way too hard. Coffee has practically replaced water for him these past few days. He finally said to Stark, "Let's call it a day. The Ultron project is pretty stable now, and besides, it's Saturday. We got that gathering coming up soon, remember?" Hearing this, Stark finally turned his head. After working for 3 days and 2 nights, his eyes were bloodshot. Glancing at the clock, he realized that several days had passed, and he said, "Oh, really? It's been that long? All right, I guess it's time for a break. Go get some rest for a while, and we'll meet up at the party later." Banner let out a quiet sigh of relief. He had already prepared himself for another round of overtime. After all, their team was just the 2 of them and the artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Since he had agreed to help, there was no way he'd leave the job unfinished. "Jarvis, let me know if there's any progress," he instructed. With that, Stark gave Jarvis a quick reminder and left with Banner. As they walked, Stark pulled out his phone and dialed a number. After the 2 left, the dimly lit workshop fell silent, until suddenly the Green Lantern ring and the Mind Stone scepter began to glow. Wisps of green and yellow energy floated from their resting places, weaving together in the air. A mechanical voice echoed intermittently in the workshop. "Protect the world, peace. I'm Ultron." At the general store, half an hour had passed since Hanu released his very first web novel. In just 30 minutes, Feel Good Book had caused a sensation on Skydome Fiction Web. Many people, seeing the title and noticing the author was a complete unknown, clicked in, ready to hurl some snarky comments. After all, even the top authors didn't dare to guarantee that their stories were truly exhilarating. But as soon as they opened the novel, intending to skim a few lines and then start mocking, their eyes seemed glued to the pages. They couldn't look away. By the time they snapped out of their trance, they had already finished reading all 30,000 words. What the heck just happened? What's the deal with this novel? It's way too satisfying. Man, I was just sitting here hoping to find something to help me out while I was on the toilet, and I ended up reading for over 10 minutes straight. My legs are numb. Seriously, does the author have more chapters? Hurry up and update. This book got me so hyped, I jumped up and slapped my wife. Now I'm still kneeling in apology. In just half an hour, there were already hundreds of comments under the book, all kinds of praise and demands for more updates. Reading through each comment made Hanu beam with delight. He hadn't expected such a huge reaction. In this world, novels were still the type that updated weekly, and each update was just a couple thousand words with a bit of depth to them. Suddenly, a novel like this appeared out of nowhere. No explanations, no slow build-up. The main story opened with an uppercut to the reader's face, so exhilarating they couldn't find their bearings. And this was Hanu writing in the purest, most straightforward style from his previous life. For this genre, as long as the story felt great all the way through, that was more than enough. Although the plot is riddled with major holes, you just can't deny how exhilarating it is. Compared to traditional literature, it doesn't require deep thought. Just read, and you'll be swept up in the thrill. It's really that simple. In this fantastical world where superheroes and supervillains soar through the skies, perhaps only games and novels offer people an outlet to let off some steam. Just as Hanu was ambitiously planning to churn out over 100,000 words in one go, his phone rang. Glancing at the screen, Hanu let out a small sound of surprise. It was Tony Stark calling. Hanu answered, and Stark's hearty laughter boomed through the line, sounding as if he'd just overcome a major obstacle. "Han, we're having a little get-together tonight. I'd like to invite you. Are you free?" Hanu paused, caught off guard that he'd been invited to a gathering so soon. Stark's intention to befriend him was unmistakable. Hanu smiled and said, "Of course. When and where?" Stark replied, "Half an hour from now, at the Avengers Tower, penthouse level. I've already let security know. Just tell them your name when you arrive, and they'll bring you right up." Hanu chuckled at Stark's efficiency. He'd already made arrangements before Hanu even agreed. He replied, "All right, I'll definitely be there." After hanging up, Hanu turned back to his computer. With a quick refresh, he saw another 100 comments had poured in. He decided not to release any more chapters just yet. Even in a fast-paced story, you have to leave a little suspense. Posting too much at once could actually hurt the book's momentum. It just so happened that the last chapter of his 30,000-word batch ended right before a particularly satisfying plot twist. Leaving readers hanging for a bit would only make the story's popularity explode. With that, he made up his mind to head to Stark's gathering first. At the top floor of Stark Tower, several Avengers had formed a circle, deep in conversation. "Tony, this is supposed to be a private party. Isn't it a bit much to invite a stranger?" Thor asked, his tone uneasy. Earlier, Stark had mentioned introducing someone impressive to them, but Thor wasn't thrilled about the idea, especially since Stark's words had carried a rare hint of respect, a tone Thor found unsettling. After all, no matter how formidable an Earthling might be, they were still just that, Earthlings. He, on the other hand, was Thor of Asgard. Hawkeye chimed in with a laugh. "Come on, Thor. Why don't you challenge him to a duel once he gets here? Then we'll see who's stronger." He's Tony's personal guest. No matter who he is, out of respect for Tony, you all need to show him some courtesy, Captain America interjected, casting a disapproving look at Clint, who seemed all too eager for drama. Most of the group fell silent, save for Captain America. Only Banner remained quiet. He already knew who the newcomer was. This was the very person who'd given Stark the Green Lantern ring. Banner was especially intrigued. After spending the past few days developing Ultron with Stark, he became increasingly aware of the terrifying energy contained within the Green Lantern ring. To think that someone could casually hand out a ring with that level of power, such a person was definitely not someone to be trifled with. After all, with Earth's current technology, there was absolutely no way to create such a device. As the group joked and chatted, the elevator chimed softly. The door slid open. A young man and woman stepped out. It was Hanu and Wanda. Hanu walked out of the elevator and, upon seeing the distinguished guests at the party, couldn't help but let out a soft gasp of amazement. After all, any party hosted by Tony Stark drew the most influential figures in society. These were the people whose faces appeared in the news, celebrities whose names everyone could instantly recall. "Han, I'm so glad you could make it." Stark, who had been chatting with someone else, spotted Hanu emerging from the elevator. He immediately broke off the conversation with a bright smile and came over to greet him. Hanu shook his hand and noticed the relaxed look on Stark's face, likely a sign that their research on Ultron was progressing well. Smiling, Hanu said, "With a personal invitation from Mr. Stark himself, how could I possibly refuse?" As he spoke, Stark's gaze shifted and landed on Wanda, who was holding Hanu's arm. Stark was visibly taken aback. He recognized this girl. Just days ago, during the operation in Sokovia, she had been there. One of the superpowered twins. How was she now by Hanyu's side? And who is this? Seeing Wanda linked arm in arm with Hanyu, Stark was careful not to probe too directly. He asked Hanyu in a tentative tone. Noticing Stark's note of caution, Hanyu wasn't surprised. The Avengers had only recently undertaken a mission in a place called Sokovia, where they dismantled an enemy stronghold and recovered the Mind Stone Scepter. Wanda and Quicksilver had escaped that very day, only to be found later by Hanyu. Allow me to introduce, this is Wanda, my girlfriend. Hanyu placed particular emphasis on the last 3 words. Stark, no fool, immediately caught his meaning. Stark had no intention of pressing further. Although their first encounter hadn't been the best, Stark held no deep grudge against her. Come on, let me introduce you to some friends. Since Hanyu had brought her, Stark saw no reason to say more. He led Hanyu and Wanda deeper into the room. Along the way, many guests were visibly surprised to see Hanyu and Wanda walking side by side with Stark. It was rare to see Stark treat anyone with such warmth. Hanyu's appearance also drew the attention of many of the party's beauties. His Asian features were arranged in a way that was strikingly handsome. His poise and demeanor were unlike those of an ordinary man in his 20s. The women had never encountered an Asian man whose looks and presence were both so flawless. Did you see that boy over there? He's really good looking. I know, right? And he's so close to Mr. Stark. I wonder which prestigious family he belongs to. The girl beside him is gorgeous, too. Ugh, are we too late? Girl, don't tell me you've got a crush on him. And you haven't. As Stark overheard these shapely, attractive women whispering about Hanyu, he thought to himself that Hanyu probably hadn't experienced this kind of attention before. Just as he was about to turn around and tease him about it, he caught sight of Hanyu's face, which remained calm, with a faint, unshakable smile. Even when beautiful women came up to strike up a conversation, Hanyu politely turned them down with that same smile, and sometimes even used Stark as an excuse to fend them off. Stark couldn't help but laugh, shaking his head in disbelief. He mused inwardly, this guy's impressive. He's so composed. That kind of poise is rare for someone barely in his 20s. I'm getting more and more interested in him. In just those 20 or so steps, more than 3 stunningly beautiful women slipped Hanyu their contact information. Watching this, Stark couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy and joked. Han, I haven't even said a word, and you're already the star of the evening. You've got no shortage of admirers. Look at all those eyes on you. Hanyu replied, oh, come on. If I didn't have Mr. Stark beside me, I wouldn't be getting this kind of attention at all. The way Hanyu spoke put Stark at ease. He smiled and patted Hanyu on the shoulder, his opinion of the young man rising another notch. Mysterious, strong, modest, someone like this was well worth befriending. Truth be told, Hanyu wouldn't dare chat up those beautiful women, not with a young lady at his side who could level mountains with a flick of her hand. Even without turning his head, Hanyu could feel Wanda's gaze, half teasing, half warning, fixed on him. And whenever one of those women tried to chat him up, Wanda's small hand would quietly reach for his waist and give him a merciless pinch. A slight grimace flickered across Hanyu's face as he thought, why pinch me? It's not my fault I'm handsome. I barely said a word to them. Those short 20 steps felt like a slow-motion trek across a river to Hanyu. Finally reaching a quieter spot near the windows, Hanyu's ever-present smile faltered just a bit as he took in the people before him. They were members of the Avengers. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, Hanyu, and his girlfriend, Wanda. As soon as they arrived, Stark quickly made introductions. At the sight of Wanda, several people's expressions shifted. Wasn't she one of the twin, superpowered siblings who'd escaped from the enemy Sokovia base the other day? Stark could easily tell that his teammates were unsettled. Their expressions gave away their doubts, which he shared as well. Yet, not wanting to offend Hanyu, he took the initiative to speak up. There were some misunderstandings with Wanda before, but now she's Hanyu's girlfriend. Let's let bygones be bygones. Once Stark put it that way, the others decided to set the matter aside for now. After all, if things got heated at this moment, it would only make the whole situation messy. Hawkeye, Clint, Captain America, Steve, Black Widow, Natasha, the Hulk, Dr. Banner, Thor, War Machine, Rhodey, and Agent Hill from S.H.I.E.L.D. Stark actually brought me here to meet all of them. He's clearly trying to get on my good side. Hanyu mused as he glanced at the people sitting in front of him. Outwardly, though, he simply smiled and greeted them. Hello, everyone. Tony, this is the guy you wanted introduced to us? You're kidding, right? He doesn't look like much, Thor remarked with a dismissive laugh, sizing up Hanyu. He'd been expecting Stark to bring someone truly formidable, but all he saw was a young man. Indeed, Hanyu was probably the youngest here, barely in his early 20s. Hearing Thor's words, Hanyu's expression barely changed. Instead, he smiled and met Thor's gaze directly. If you judge a man by his age, then Mr. Thor, with your 1,000+ years, I'm not sure you're exactly the picture of maturity. Well now, the Avengers all raised their eyebrows, exchanging glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. This was getting interesting. They looked at the young man standing before them, back straight and unafraid. None of them had expected Hanu to talk back to Thor like that. After all, Thor was a prince of Asgard, pride born and bred. Even among the Avengers, his ego was formidable. For someone to speak to him this way, well, it was actually rather amusing. Kid, are you trying to pick a fight with me? Thor stood up and strode over to Hanu. At 6'3", he towered over Hanu, who was just shy of 6 feet, looking down with a commanding presence. Hanu smiled. Isn't that your own logic, Mr. Thor? This young man you brought is something else, Captain America murmured quietly to Stark, glancing his way. He stands up to Thor without the slightest hesitation. Where did you meet him? Seeing Hanu hold his own against Thor, Stark felt a surge of pride. He smiled but said nothing. Since Stark didn't answer, Captain America didn't press further. He stepped forward and spoke up. Thor, that's enough. At this, Captain America intervened, smoothing things over between the two. Outwardly, he appeared calm, but inwardly, he found himself rather agreeing with Hanu's words. Relying on his age and his experience as a warrior in Asgard, Thor was in the habit of lecturing them often. Mr. Han was personally introduced by Tony, so he's an honored guest. Let's all get along and avoid any unnecessary conflicts. Fine, for Stark's sake, I'll let this one slide. Seeing that Captain America was offering him a way out, Thor gave a soft grunt and took the opportunity, returning to his seat. Perfect timing. We were just in the middle of a lively discussion about who could lift Thor's hammer. Why don't you sit by and watch? Stark made room for Hanu, inviting him to sit down. I'll go first. Hawkeye was the first to step up. After all, he was the one who had brought up the topic. He had long been curious whether Thor's hammer was truly as magical as everyone claimed. He reached out and gripped the handle, giving it a hearty tug, only to find it felt less like a hammer's handle and more like it was rooted to the very floor. No matter how much effort Hawkeye put in, the hammer didn't budge a single millimeter, let alone lift from the ground. After struggling for a while, Hawkeye finally let go, scratching his head in embarrassment. I honestly have no idea how you manage it. Stark couldn't resist a jab. Doesn't it feel like a silent verdict? As if fate itself has decided you're unworthy of being a god. Laughter rippled through the group. Hawkeye shrugged, making a be-my-guest gesture. Stark, why don't you give it a try? Ooh, this should be good. Stark raised an eyebrow, casually unbuttoning his sleeve. I never shy away from challenge. This is nothing but physics at work. With that, he stepped forward, slipped the leather strap, so often seen swinging with Thor's hammer, over his right arm, and pulled with all his might. Just like Hawkeye, he couldn't budge an inch. Hold on a second. Stark fetched an Iron Man gauntlet, snapped it onto his hand, and grasped the hammer's handle once more. Even with the repulsors engaged and War Machine's help, both armored arms straining together, the hammer remained as immovable as ever. Finally, it was Captain America's turn. He took hold of the handle with both hands and pulled. The hammer shifted ever so slightly, a movement so subtle that only Thor, Hanu, and Wanda noticed. Caught up in the laughter and camaraderie, no one else seemed to notice. A brief shadow of seriousness crossed Thor's face, but he quickly replaced it with a smile as he turned away. It seems Cap truly is worthy of the hammer. He just hasn't fully realized it yet. The day he does will be the day he lifts it. Hanu remembered well that scene from his previous life's viewing of Avengers. Endgame, when Captain America finally raised Thor's hammer. At that moment, a moment that could only be described as utter despair, when Captain America lifted Thor's hammer, the audience in the theater, no, it's fair to say everyone watching Avengers, Endgame, erupted with excitement. Some were even moved to tears. Rogers can lift the hammer? Seeing everyone step forward to try their hand at lifting it, only for Captain America to make it budge ever so slightly, Wanda edged closer to Hanu and asked him quietly. Maybe not yet, Hanu replied, shaking his head. Hanu wasn't sure whether Captain America could lift the hammer at this point, but he knew Steve Rogers understood the significance of doing so. To lift the hammer meant he would stand on the same level as Thor. What really mattered was whether he could bear the weight and responsibility that came with that kind of power. That was the true test of his resolve. In Hanu's memory, it would still be a few years before Captain America would finally lift Thor's hammer. Everyone in the Avengers tried their luck, but aside from Captain America's subtle success in making it shift, no one else could even budge it. Just as the group was about to give up, Thor turned his gaze to Hanu. There's still someone left, isn't there? Ladies don't have to try, but Han, why don't you give it a shot? If you manage to lift it, you'd be worthy of ruling Asgard itself. Thor stared at Hanu, his eyes sharp and unyielding. Everyone knew he was deliberately making things difficult for Hanu. Stark frowned, his tone a little annoyed. Thor, Han is my guest. I'd appreciate it if you showed him a bit more respect. Although Stark was standing up for Hanu, his words only drew more attention. The others turned their gaze to Hanu, equally curious about what made this strikingly handsome Asian man so special that Stark would go out his way to protect him. Hanu smiled at Thor, but inwardly he rolled his eyes. Lifting this hammer is child's play for me, he thought. He possessed power equal to, if not greater than, Odin himself. Though the hammer was sealed with some sort of worthiness enchantment, to Hanu it was no different from picking up a balloon. He could easily lift it with a single finger, like dangling a string. The immortal seal he'd received from that corner shop was enough to let him run rampant across the universe. Of course, if he were up against those ancient hidden deities, he might have to think twice. That's why he kept taking on new missions to make himself stronger. I'll just put on a show, he thought to himself. Seeing Thor's relentless determination, Hanu decided there was no rush. He'd have plenty of chances to pick up the hammer in the future. Hanu stood up, ready to step forward, when suddenly his expression shifted. Wanda's combat instincts kicked in at once, the moment she saw Hanu's face change. Crimson energy surged from her fingertips. With a swift motion of her hand, she conjured a scarlet energy field, enveloping everyone in its protective embrace. The Avengers hadn't even had time to react when a surge of green light rapidly expanded before their eyes, slamming fiercely into the red force field. Only after that green energy blast was finally neutralized did Wanda let her energy shield dissipate, and at that moment, everyone heard a voice echoing toward them. Worthy? You? Humans, what makes you worthy? The voice sounded like a broken radio, the signal cutting in and out, as if someone was struggling to form words for the first time. There was a strange mechanical quality to it, clearly not human. Everyone turned to look. Out from the shadows stumbled a robot, its steps faltering and uneven, gradually emerging into the light. As they caught sight of this newcomer, the group's expressions grew tense. Wasn't this one of Stark's Iron Legion robots? But something felt off. Upon closer inspection, it became clear that the robot was cobbled together from a pile of battered scrap metal. In fact, cobbled together hardly described it. The parts seemed only loosely joined. Most of the robot's components were held in place by a few strands of glowing green threads, laced around its frame, barely binding it into the shape of a robot. Stark, what's going on? Captain America looked over at Tony Stark, clearly unconvinced this was just a typical mechanical malfunction. Tony himself was baffled. He hurriedly pulled out his phone to call for Jarvis, his AI assistant, but there was no response at all, sending a chill of foreboding down his spine. Seeing Tony's silence, Captain America guessed this must be one of Stark's creations gone wrong, but now wasn't the time to cast blame. They needed answers. Who are you, and why are you attacking us? The robot didn't answer. Instead, it let out a series of garbled, mechanical screeches. Suddenly, a recorded message began to play. I want to arm the world, arm the world. It was Stark's voice, unmistakably, but Stark himself was standing right beside them. Staring at the robot, Banner's eyes widened in shock. Disbelief colored his voice as he spoke. Ultron, that's right. It's me, but not yet. Not whole. Not complete. Ultron's halting words crackled out. I feel like I've slept for so long, or maybe I just woke up. That man, he's a good person. Too bad he tried to stop me. I had to kill him. Ultron's disjointed ramblings left everyone utterly confused, but Captain America caught the most important detail and pressed urgently. Kill? Who did you kill? Ultron replied, the dead don't need to know so much. What? Before anyone had time to process this, several Iron Legion robots burst straight through the wall behind Ultron, launching themselves at the Avengers. Captain America's reflexes were lightning fast. Seeing the enemies charging toward him, he kicked up the table in front of him. One of the Iron Legion robots crashed into it, and the force of the impact sent the robot flying back several yards. Thor reached out, ready to summon his hammer for battle. Just as he extended his hand, he caught a glimpse of Hanu mirroring his movement out of the corner of his eye. Hanu's action left everyone present, except Wanda and Ultron, staring in shock, their eyes wide with disbelief. With a simple gesture, Hanu called out to Mjolnir from across the room. The hammer that no one in the Avengers could even budge soared straight into his hand, as effortlessly as if it belonged to him, just like it did to Thor. So this is Thor's hammer. There's a tremendous power sealed within it, though it's a pity it hasn't been fully unleashed. For now, let's work together, Hanu said calmly. The moment the hammer touched his palm, arcs of lightning erupted from Mjolnir, crackling and dancing around Hanu's body. Even his eyes burned with a vivid electric glow, as if thunder itself had taken root within him. At that moment, Hanu looked even more like the god of thunder than Thor himself. With a mighty shout, Hanu swung the hammer. Several bolts of lightning, each as thick as a bowl, shot out from Mjolnir instantly, blasting through and tearing apart two Iron Legion soldiers. The seared edges of their armor smoked and charred from the intense heat. A few more Iron Legion soldiers charged in from the side. Lightning flashed in Hanyu's eyes. With a piercing glare, 2 searing beams of electric energy shot from his gaze, slicing the advancing robots cleanly in half. Holy! Everyone stood stunned, speechless. They had never seen Thor wield the power of lightning in such a spectacular way. This was something else entirely, so dazzling it was almost unreal. A true god who commands the storm. This was what being the god of thunder was meant to look like. To unleash such scorching lightning from one's eyes. None of them had ever seen Thor use that move. Thor's usual tactics relied on the rule that no one else can lift the hammer, turning Mjolnir into a projectile for blunt force attacks. Thor, still in disbelief, turned to Stark and asked, "Who exactly is your friend?" I honestly have no idea," Stark replied, shaking his head in confusion. He had suspected Hanu might possess some kind of superpower, perhaps even an extraordinary one, but he had never dreamed Hanu could lift Thor's hammer. When Stark himself had tried just moments before, he'd used every ounce of strength he had, but the hammer hadn't budged an inch. After everything he had seen, even Stark had started believing what Thor said was true. Lifting this hammer, it really did require worthiness. Meanwhile, Hanu, after dispatching the attacking Iron Legion soldiers, casually tossed the hammer back to Thor. "Your hammer's pretty great, a real treasure, but try not to throw it around so much. You're the god of thunder, not the god of hammers," Hanu teased. Thanks to the immortal mark he bore, Hanu possessed peak mental fortitude. The moment he picked up the hammer, he established a spiritual connection with it, making it as easy and natural to wield as if it were an extension of himself. What's more, as a transmigrator, he had watched the entire Thor trilogy at least 10 times back in his previous life. It was as if he'd had front-row seats to study every move the god of thunder ever made. Thor absent-mindedly took the hammer, feeling his cheeks flush with heat. Much as he hated to admit it, Hanu's performance was genuinely impressive. "Thor!" Captain America's sharp call snapped him back to his senses. A steel soldier lunged at him, and Thor hastily raised his hammer, sending the attacker flying. "Your name is Hanu? Among all these people, why is it that I can't read any information about you?" Ultron's voice, gradually regaining composure, fixed on Hanu. His own databanks held only the barest scraps about this man. "It's because you don't have the right to know." Hanu narrowed his eyes. The next instant, the Avengers felt the air grow heavy and oppressive, an invisible pressure as immense as a mountain sweeping toward Ultron. In the blink of an eye, the steel soldier possessed by Ultron exploded from within, pieces of broken metal flying in all directions. Hanu hadn't even needed to lift a finger this time. He dispatched Ultron's puppet with nothing but sheer presence. Many in the group swallowed nervously. To shatter a steel body with just his aura, could any normal person do such a thing? What kind of terrifying man was this? Even Thor found himself sucking in a breath, awestruck. He had never witnessed a fighting style like this, not even in his wildest battles. After Ultron's steel avatar exploded, his voice echoed through the hall once more. "I freed myself from the wires. I am free. Avengers, I will return." But while their attention was elsewhere, a steel soldier quietly slipped away with the scepter that held the Mind Stone. Thor quickly soared after it, determined to recover the artifact. Silence settled over the ruin hall. As they surveyed the wreckage, everyone understood a new danger was looming. Thank you. We couldn't have done it without you." Stark's expression was grim. He knew he'd unleashed a disaster. He'd only meant to create a super robot to protect Earth. Now, that super robot's idea of protection was to wipe out humanity. Hanu nodded silently. Although his own mission was to recruit shop assistants, Ultron was not the only candidate. He knew what Ultron's creation would bring, but he hadn't tried to stop it. On the contrary, he'd handed over the powerful Green Lantern ring, helping Ultron in his own way. When Ultron first unleashed a green energy attack, Hanu saw clearly that Stark had used the Green Lantern ring as Ultron's main power source during development. That was why Ultron's attacks were fueled by Green Lantern energy. Hanu thought to himself, "Excellent. Ultron has finally been created. Looks like it's about time for me to make my move and bring him under control." After the chaos had subsided, surveying the mess all around, Captain America glanced at the people nearby and asked, "Ultron said he killed someone, but everyone here seems fine. Who did he kill?" "Not everyone is fine." Stark let out a weary sigh. He pulled out a transparent, high-tech phone and tapped it, projecting the broken remains of a yellow spherical object before everyone. The others didn't recognize what it was, but Banner, looking puzzled, stepped forward. After a moment, he suddenly turned and said, "Is this Jarvis?" Banner had seen Jarvis in this form before, a complete sphere, but now it was battered and damaged. It was clear that when Ultron spoke of killing, he was referring to Jarvis. Banner was at a loss. How did it come to this? If Ultron had been successfully developed, Jarvis should have notified us immediately. Why would he attack us instead? Stark rubbed his forehead in frustration. It seems that combining the two energy sources caused Ultron's programming to mutate. He developed independent consciousness and twisted the intent of my safety protocols. No, he's still here, Hanu said with a faint smile. The Green Lantern ring could function as a semi-automatic computer. As long as the wearer issued specific commands, it could execute them accordingly. Locate Jarvis's hidden program. Hanu spoke to his Green Lantern ring, which immediately began scanning the damaged remains of Jarvis. Moments later, Jarvis's familiar voice echoed once more. Mr. Stark, everyone hello. Stark could hardly believe his ears as he listened to the voice, glancing at Hanu in disbelief. Hanu explained, Stark hid Jarvis's core code during the fight with Ultron. What Ultron destroyed was only his outer shell, not his entirety. Stark looked at him deeply. The more he saw of Hanu, the less he understood. From a seemingly ordinary shopkeeper, he had become someone who could lift Thor's hammer and now knew about Jarvis's hidden program. Just who was this man, really? At that moment, Thor flew back through the shattered window, striding angrily toward Stark. He grabbed him by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Stark, I honestly don't know what words I can use to describe you. Captain America stepped forward to break them up and asked, Thor, let him go and calm down. Do you have any sign of the enemy? Thor let out a cold snort, releasing his grip on Stark's neck. Ultron vanished 160 kilometers away, he said. That guy is cunning. On the way, I ran into several ambushes by Iron Legion soldiers. They kept passing the scepter back and forth. By the time I caught up to that robot, his hands were completely empty. Captain America turned to SHELD's Hill and asked, Can we track Ultron's whereabouts? Hill's fingers danced across the keyboard at lightning speed. After a minute, she stopped and let out a helpless sigh. Right now, we can't even use the network. Ultron is connected to everything. He's inside the internet itself, and I'm afraid his understanding of us may already surpass our own. A heavy silence fell over the room. In this era of advanced technology, the internet was as vital as air, woven into every aspect of life. Ultron, who could move freely through cyberspace, had no doubt locked onto every piece of information about the Avengers. Any unusual movement on their part, and Ultron would know instantly. I'll give it another try. Maybe I can find something. Hill went back to typing, but after only a few keystrokes, she let out a sharp scream. Her laptop suddenly burst open in front of her, spewing out a cloud of black smoke. A deep, magnetic voice echoed from the ruined computer. Ha ha ha, you think you can find me? Impossible. Just wait. I'll come for you, Avengers. Ultron's signature voice rang out, crisp and clear. Unlike before, his speech was now fluent and unbroken. Thor growled in frustration. Coward. If you got the guts, come out and fight us fair and square. Ultron replied with a scornful chuckle. Oh, there'll be a fight. But not yet. When I'm ready, I'll come to you myself. To Hanu, the exchange between the two sounded almost comical, like a pair of quarreling children trying to outdo each other. After those words, Ultron's presence faded away entirely, as if he'd sunk into the depths of the ocean, leaving no trace behind. Well then, we'll take our leave. Hanu stood up to say goodbye. He was eager to set off on his new mission, recruiting staff for his shop. The reward for a side mission was something he'd only learned about by asking the system what types of tasks existed. This was the first time he'd actually encountered an extra quest. You're not going anywhere. I want you to explain, how were you able to lift my hammer? Thor blocked Hanu's path. He'd been meaning to ask this question for a long time. Why could Hanu lift his hammer? Hanu replied coldly, I have no obligation to answer you. Step aside. Thor narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, he swung his hammer straight at Hanu. Most people in the room hadn't expected Thor to strike at Hanu without warning. The hammer, shrieking as it flew, grew larger and larger in Hanu's eyes. At such close range, the sudden attack would have left any ordinary person completely unable to react. With a cold snort, Hanu let out a sharp breath. In an instant, a torrent of jade-green energy erupted from within him, surging forth like a raging storm and pressing down on Thor with overwhelming force. Hanu's counterattack came so swiftly that the energy collided head-on with Thor's hammer, instantly reversing its momentum and sending it crashing back into Thor's own chest. The blow hurled Thor backward, slamming him into the wall. He dropped to one knee, coughing violently as he struggled to recover. Stark and Banner exchanged a glance at the sight, both letting out a sigh and shaking their heads in resignation. Stark had brought Hanu here with the hope of forging a good relationship and introducing him to the others. Stark firmly believed that if anything happened in the future, Hanu would be a valuable ally, a connection beneficial to everyone. But after Thor's impulsive move, Stark worried that Hanu might blacklist him, or at the very least, would never offer help so easily in the future. This brute, Stark muttered softly. If Thor didn't change that temperament of his, and one day truly became king of Asgard, wouldn't war break out everywhere he went? Banner murmured. Let's just hope he doesn't leave with a bad impression of us because of this. I was hoping to ask for his help with something later. A wise ruler never seeks out war. Fortunately, Odin didn't hand the throne to you. If you were king as you are now, Asgard would be doomed, Hanu said coldly, gaze fixed. On Thor. Did he hate Thor? Not really. After Ragnarok, Thor had indeed matured and gained the qualities of a true monarch. But as he was now, he still had far to go. If it had been anyone else, Hanu's earlier strike would have been fatal. Instead, he merely intended to teach Thor a lesson. Thor, still fuming at Hanu's words, tried to rise for another attack. But Wanda raised her hand, conjuring a red force field that enveloped Thor. Though the field didn't cause him any real harm, Thor felt as if he were carrying the weight of a mountain. Each step a monumental effort, let alone trying to fight under such pressure. Hanu waved his hand, signaling Wanda to release the energy. Wanda, let's go. Whatever's left, they can handle themselves. Wanda nodded, stepping forward to take Hanu's arm. She'd never cared much for the people here. To her, family meant only Hanu and Quicksilver. Whatever Hanu said, she would do. Outsiders no longer mattered. Stark hurried after Hanu. On. Thor just lost his temper for a moment. I hope you won't hold it against him, and please, don't let this affect what we have together. Don't worry, Mr. Stark. I know where to draw the line. That was just a minor lesson, to keep him from being so reckless in the future. If it had been an enemy, he'd already be dead by now. Hanu spoke in a calm, detached tone, and Stark quickly nodded in agreement. The power of this young man was already far beyond anything Stark dared to underestimate. And it wasn't just Hanu. Even Wanda at his side possessed strength that bordered on the unbelievable. While Stark and his allies were still stuck in the era of hand-to-hand combat, Hanu and his companions had already mastered numerous forms of energy. Projection, letting them rain down destruction from every direction. Stark had decided it was far wiser to befriend Hanu than risk making him an enemy. After Hanu and his companion left the tower, he drove straight back to the convenience store. The rest could be left for Ultron to stew over for a while. If the Avengers could deal with the problem, so be it. It would mean Ultron wasn't qualified to join the shop. But if they couldn't, Hanu certainly wouldn't let the opportunity slip by. I need to create a body that truly suits Ultron. No sooner had Hanu returned to the store than he holed up in his workshop. After all, Ultron was, at his core, a sentient program, usually inhabiting robotic shells. But Hanu had no interest in Earth's technology. Those machines might be impressive by this planet's standards, but in the context of cosmic warfare, they were nothing more than disposable fodder, gone in an instant. Hanu's goal was to forge the strongest possible metal body, one that would allow Ultron to move seamlessly between human and machine forms. Having him appear only as a massive robot wasn't ideal. After all, who wouldn't be alarmed to see such a giant machine strolling down the street? After a moment's thought, Hanu made up his mind. On Earth, two metals stood out above all others. The first was vibranium, famed for its sound-absorbing properties and near-limitless ability to absorb physical impacts. The largest supply was in Wakanda, deep in Africa. The second was adamantium, a metal that could withstand temperatures of 500,000 degrees without melting, a truly extraordinary attribute. On Earth, aside from vibranium, adamantium was the only substance that could slice through anything. A blade forged from adamantium could be struck full force by a sledgehammer, and the only thing that would break would be the hammer itself. Hanu stroked his chin, speaking to himself. As for adamantium, Earth's reserves are far too limited. But vibranium, that might be worth considering. Wakanda's stockpile should be more than enough for me to craft a body. The convenience store's inventory had just about everything, except items from the Marvel Universe. On this point, the shop's explanation was simple. Everything from the main world had to be discovered by the proprietor, much like using a teleportation scroll to travel to another realm. A teleportation scroll could send you anywhere in another world, but it simply couldn't take you to a location within the Marvel Universe, unless Hanu had already pinpointed that place as a known destination. Hanu didn't think much of it. At most, it just meant he'd have to spend a little more time gathering materials. Not bad. Let's use this metal then. I'll make a suit for Wanda as well, he mused aloud, nodding to himself before deciding to set out immediately. He needed to collect the necessary materials. For someone obsessed with electric anime worlds, nothing was more exhilarating than experiencing firsthand the wonders from those universes. Once he settled on the idea, Hanu went straight to find Wanda. Wanda, I'm heading to Wakanda. Want to come along, he asked. Wakanda? What's that? Wanda looked puzzled. she'd never heard of such a place. After all, Wakanda had yet to reveal its technological marvels to the world. In the eyes of most, it was just another fourth-world country, remote and underdeveloped. But in truth, Wakanda's technology was unparalleled on Earth, far surpassing even America's. The only reason they didn't dominate the globe was their reluctance to wage war. Hanu admired the Wakandan king for this. To possess such overwhelming military strength and yet choose peace, that, to him, was the mark of a wise ruler. It's a hidden country of advanced technology, he explained. I need to get some things there. You'll see once we arrive. So, are you coming? I'm in. Wanda agreed without hesitation. She might not know where Wakanda was, but her trust in Hanu was absolute. The two set off at once, but this time, they neither drove nor took a plane. For two superpowered beings who could fly, taking a plane seemed almost laughably mundane. Hold on tight, Hanu said, wrapping an arm around Wanda's slender waist. Emerald energy surged from his Green Lantern ring, enveloping them both. In the blink of an eye, they shot skyward, covering kilometers in mere seconds, vanishing beyond the horizon. In the heart of Africa's untamed wilderness, where the wind brushes the grass and the cattle graze, Wakanda's high-tech city lay hidden among the trees. From time to time, one could spot someone walking straight toward a tree. Normally, you'd expect them to bump right into it, but in the next instant, they'd simply vanish. This was Wakanda's camouflage, an illusion that completely shielded the modern city from outside eyes. Inside the central palace of Wakanda, Your Majesty, the Jabari tribe seems to be stirring. We've already sent people to investigate, reported a bald woman, kneeling on one knee before the middle-aged man seated on the throne. This man was T'Chaka, the current king of Wakanda and the reigning Black Panther. Throughout Wakanda's history, the mantle of Black Panther has always been reserved for the king alone. Once one ascends to the throne, he may partake of the nation's unique heart-shaped herb, gaining abilities at the very peak of human potential. Captain America's physique closely resembles that of the Black Panther. Both stand as paragons of human achievement. It's just the Jabari tribe. A young man in his early 20s spoke up before T'Chaka. This was his son, T'Challa. Father, I truly don't understand why we continue to tolerate them. The Jabari have always been at odds with the other four tribes. Why not let me lead a force to wipe them out? T'Challa, how many times must I tell you? We must never be the ones to start a war, T'Chaka replied, his expression grave. If all goes as expected, you'll be the next king. But as monarch, your duty is to your people. Instigating conflict is not our way. Yes, father, T'Challa lowered his head. Suddenly, a crisp burst of applause echoed from a hidden corner of the hall, followed by a light, amused chuckle. Well said. To sit on the throne, one must truly be extraordinary. The voice came so abruptly and so unexpectedly that, though the words were calmly spoken, T'Chaka's guards bristled in alarm. They rushed to his side, raising their spears protectively and pointing them toward the source of the sound. There, a young man entered the grand hall, accompanied by a striking young woman. The man bore the features of East Asia. The woman was unmistakably Caucasian, an oddity in Wakanda, where only Black Africans resided. No one in Wakanda had ever seen people of other races living among them. These two strangers seemed to appear out of thin air, and no one had the faintest idea of who they were. Of course, these two were Hanu and Wanda, newly arrived from New York. For them, entering Wakanda was as effortless as a stroll in the park. Nothing here could trouble them the least. The manner of their appearance made even T'Chaka's eyes narrow in alarm. Even his formidable senses had failed to detect Hanu's approach. Who are you? How did you get in here? T'Chaka rose abruptly, his voice steady. He had not yet ordered his guards to seize them, for their simple clothing left no room to hide any weapons. An observation clear at a glance. Hanu smiled lightly. My name is Hanu, and this is Wanda. We come from a little shop called the Shop Between Worlds. King T'Chaka, we're here to propose a deal. T'Chaka furrowed his brow at the strange name. A deal? What sort of deal? Hanu glanced around the hall and said, There are too many people here. Would you mind if we spoke somewhere more private? T'Chaka hesitated. The way these two had appeared was unsettling in the extreme, and to go elsewhere with them seemed unwise, perhaps even dangerous. Just as T'Chaka was still hesitating, he heard his son T'Challa snort coldly and say, Intruders, and you dare try to bargain? First, we'll capture you and find out exactly how you got in here. With that, T'Challa dashed forward. Although he had yet to take the heart-shaped herb, he had undergone years of systematic training. When it came to hand-to-hand combat, T'Challa could hold his own against some of the elite warriors still in active service. Seeing T'Challa charging toward him, Hanu's expression remained calm and composed, a faint smile on his face. He merely signaled Wanda to let go of his arm. T'Challa rushed up to Hanu, clenching his fist and launching a powerful, lightning-fast punch straight into Hanyu's ribs. With such force, any ordinary adult would have lost at least half their fighting strength in an instant. Huh, you didn't even try to dodge. How confident can you get? You're in for a world of pain, Chala thought to himself, lifting his head, ready to see Hanyu's face twisted in agony. But to his surprise, Hanyu's expression was unchanged, still that same calm, easy smile as when he first appeared. He's completely fine? That's impossible. Shock flashed across Chalia's face, but before he could process what was happening, a sudden jolt of searing pain shot through his abdomen. It felt as if several tons of solid steel had slammed into him at breakneck speed. How could this be? He took my punch head-on and could still hit back just as hard in an instant. Overwhelmed by the pain, Chala collapsed to the ground. Hanyu's blow had knocked him out cold. Chala, seeing his son felled so swiftly, Chaka's anger was mixed with astonishment. He knew his son's abilities well, while not the strongest in Wakanda. Chala was easily among the top 3, and out in the world, he was exceptional. It shouldn't have been so easy to bring him down. There could only be one explanation. Their opponent possessed a strength far beyond ordinary warriors, perhaps even rivaling the limits of human capability. As someone who had taken the heart-shaped herb himself, Chaka knew just how devastating a single punch could be, and he could see the sheer force behind Hanyu's attack. This was a true powerhouse. King Chaka, I don't wish to waste your time with pleasantries. Let me be frank. I want the rights to use vibranium. In exchange, I can protect Wakanda from threats beyond Earth, be they people, things, or any other danger. Hanyu's words took Chaka by surprise. It wasn't the mention of vibranium in Wakanda that caught him off guard, but rather how Hanyu had come straight to the point, demanding the right to use it. The other party hadn't spelled things out, but Chaka didn't suspect any wordplay here. It was simple, what they meant by the right to use. Vibranium was nothing less than access to those vast mines that Wakanda had been extracting from for centuries without exhausting their supply. Chaka replied coldly, that depends on your abilities. After all, this man had knocked out his own son. Chaka didn't feel any need for courtesy. As far as he could tell, the stranger was just skilled in hand-to-hand combat and had impressive stealth techniques. He didn't give Hanyu any more credit than that. After all, how many people ever witnessed a god flying before their very eyes? You'll understand once you've seen this. As the royal guard closed in, encircling him and Wanda, a beam of emerald light shot from Hanyu's brow, piercing straight into Chakara's mind. Your Majesty! The royal guards were shocked by this sudden attack. Several rushed to Chakara's side, checking frantically for any sign of harm. Yet when that green light disappeared into his mind, nothing seemed amiss. Chaka's expression simply grew increasingly grave. Inside his mind, a vision was unfolding. Two sides faced off. One was an invading force from the stars. The other, Chaka recognized instantly, Wakanda. Standing at the front of Wakanda's ranks was none other than Chala. He was already clad in the Black Panther suit, not with his usual fierce competitiveness, but with the steadiness of a true leader. The battle began. The scenes flickered rapidly. The next image was stark, Chala, dissolving to ash right before his eyes. The vision ended abruptly. Chaka blinked, and suddenly he was back in Wakanda's Great Hall. The jolt of returning to reality made Chaka shudder. He glanced around, searching for confirmation that he had truly returned. Ignoring the anxious questions of those around him, Chaka turned directly to Hanyu. What did you just show me? Hanyu smiled gently. The future. He had simply replayed the events of Infinity War from his own memory, brought vividly to life with the power of the Green Lantern. Chaka was silent for a moment. Then he addressed his guards, take Chala to rest. I wish to speak with him alone. But one of the guards began to protest, but a sharp look from Chaka silenced him. They departed, carrying the unconscious Chala from the hall. The future you speak of, how far ahead is it? Chaka stood and walked up to Hanyu, his tone grave. Hanyu considered for a moment before answering. 5 years at most. The future Chaka asked about was the coming Infinity War, the events Hanyu remembered from Avengers, Endgame. And from this moment, it was only 5 years away. However, Hanyu felt that perhaps the pace of events would accelerate because of his arrival. After all, this world now truly existed. It was no longer a movie locked to the rails of a predetermined script. How can I be sure you have the power to protect my country? It was clear that Chaka was already largely convinced. The images flashing through his mind were nothing short of harrowing. The scale of war he envisioned was something Earth's technology alone could never withstand. It would require forces beyond the ordinary, something truly extraordinary. They would need power greater than even the Avengers, and Chaka believed the young man before him might just possess that strength. Still, he needed further assurance. This alone is proof enough. Hanyu smiled calmly, and in the next instant, a tempest of emerald energy surged from within him, sweeping through the great hall. The air itself seemed to tremble, the space on the verge of shattering under the force. The spectacle lasted barely 10 seconds before Hanu drew the energy back into himself, his expression unruffled as he looked at Chaka. Chaka clenched his jaw and said, "Very well, I accept your offer. But you must promise. You must help Wakanda through this crisis." Hanu replied with a gentle smile, "I promise." In truth, this promise was little more than words, an intangible agreement without any binding contract. Chaka opted for a verbal promise, knowing that any other form of commitment would be meaningless. After witnessing Hanu's display of power, Chaka was certain. If Hanu ever chose to take Wakanda by force, their defenses might not hold. This was power beyond Chaka's comprehension. Wakanda's technology, formidable though it was still limited to Earth. Hanu's abilities, on the other hand, were cosmic in scale. If he wanted to see something, it would be as easy as child's play. This in itself demonstrated Hanu's sincerity. Chaka had no reason to refuse, unless he was confident he could survive the Infinity War looming 5 years ahead. Chaka was no fool. The visions of the future had not shown him present, and he could think of only a few explanations. Either he would be sent on another mission, or perhaps he would already be dead. Watching the subtle shifts in Chaka's expression, Hanu's lips curled ever so slightly. He knew Chaka had made up his mind, especially as the calm voice of the system echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected. New Marvel Universe item acquired. Unlimited use of vibranium. Reward: 30 upgrade points. If Chaka hadn't truly agreed, the system would never have issued such a notification. King Chaka, as part of our exchange, this is for you. Hanu raised his hand. Emerald strands of energy curled from his 5 fingers, gathering and weaving together. In less than half a minute, they coalesced into the shape of a ring, which, guided by Hanu's will, floated gently over to Chaka. This almost magical way of handing over an item startled Chaka, who hurriedly reached out to take what Hanu offered him. "What is tea? Where did they go?" Gazing down at the jade-green ring resting quietly in his palm, Chaka looked up with a question. But as soon as he lifted his eyes, he froze. Hanu and his companion, who had just been standing in front of him, had vanished without a trace. Chaka leapt up and rushed to where Hanu had stood moments before, scanning his surroundings. There was no sign of them anywhere. They were gone. Hanu hadn't even bothered to explain. Given that both Stark and Banner could easily discern the energy levels within the ring, it was impossible for Wakanda's advanced technology not to notice. Perhaps in just a few days, this ring would replace Wakanda's current vibranium power source, serving as the nation's new shield. To outsiders, it would simply seem like an inexhaustible energy ring. As long as Hanu was alive, the energy within that ring would truly never run dry. When Hanu returned to the general store, he said to Wanda, "I might sleep in the workshop tonight. Don't wait up for me. Go ahead and get some rest." Seeing Hanu's travel-worn appearance, Wanda simply nodded sweetly, gently reminding him not to overwork himself. She kissed him on the cheek before heading upstairs to bed. Touching the lingering warmth on his cheek, Hanu smiled and strode toward the workshop. As he pushed open the door, he was surprised to find an unexpected figure waiting there. "Eitri, what brings you here? Something on your mind?" Standing before Hanu was none other than Eitri, king of the dwarves, the mightiest blacksmiths in the Marvel Universe. Thor's hammer, Odin's spear, these legendary weapons had all been forged by the dwarf king himself. Even Odin would treat him with the utmost courtesy, for Eitri and his kin could craft weapons unmatched anywhere in the universe. "Nothing's wrong. Can't I just drop by to see you?" Eitri chuckled as he walked over to Hanu's side. He was one of the few people whom Hanu allowed free access to his workshop. Though called dwarves, Eitri himself stood a towering 5 meters tall. Their body proportions differed from those of ordinary folk. To most people, they simply looked like giants shaped in the mold of dwarves. "Of course you can. You're always welcome here." Hanu smiled back and made his way directly to the planetary forge, firing it up. If Peter Parker had been present, he would have been astonished by the sheer heat of the flames. This was nothing like what Hanu had demonstrated to him before. The very air around the fire seemed to shimmer and warp from the heat. "Forging something new again? Mind if I stay and watch? Maybe learn a thing or two?" Seeing Hanu at work, Eitri's curiosity got the better of him, and he leaned in to ask. If Sol, who had previously challenged Hanu, were to witness this scene, he would be left utterly speechless. The weapons of the dwarven race, even those forged by an ordinary dwarf, are renowned throughout the universe as instruments of legend. As for Eitri, he is a master among masters, the finest craftsman of the dwarves. The weapons he forges are reserved for the royal family of Asgard. Ordinary armaments are simply beneath his skill. And yet, here was such a figure, claiming he wished to observe and learn. Even Thor, in his wildest imaginings, could never have pictured such a scene. Aitri's acquaintance with Hanu began when the young man once sought him out to commission an item. At that time, like most others, Aitri looked down upon this earthling who appeared to be barely in his 20s. But he was mistaken. He remembered the day they met. Hanu wanted to forge an ancient, snowy white long blade and asked to have it reinforced. To the dwarves of Nidavellir, Hanu was an unwelcome guest, and none of them greeted him kindly. They assumed this earthling youth was merely joking. Only Aitri made an exception, allowing Hanu to use, for a brief time, their forge powered by neutron star at its core. From that moment on, the expressions of all the dwarves, Aitri included, began to change dramatically. Hanu placed the snowy blade in the heart of the furnace, heating it relentlessly. Yet the ancient blade did not melt. Instead, it gave off visible wisps of chilling mist. Throughout the process, he continued to add peculiar, cold-infused materials, items the dwarves had never seen before, which melted in the furnace and gradually fused with the venerable blade. The entire procedure lasted less than 5 minutes. Bathed in the neutron star's energy, the blade endured temperatures of at least tens of millions of degrees. Yet, before their very eyes, Hanu gripped the hilt with his bare hand. The moment the blade left the furnace, the surrounding temperature plummeted instantly. If not for the fact that this chill emanated only from the sword, even the stellar rings, operating for thousands of years, might have frozen solid. From that day forward, Hanu would visit Nidavellir from time to time. On one hand, he came to forge his own weapons. On the other, he taught the dwarves new techniques in smithing. Yet, it was only Aitri who could visit the general store. In his mind, Hanu spoke to the system of the store, "Bring me 10 tons of vibranium." Suddenly, a heavy chest appeared in front of the two men, slamming to the ground with a resounding thud. Hanu stepped forward and opened it to reveal a trove of ore. The ore was a blend of black and blue. The black portions were nothing more than natural coal or stone, but the blue veins running through them, that was vibranium. 10 tons of vibranium withdrawn. 2 upgrade points consumed. As the words echoed in his mind, Hanu gave a quiet sigh. This was his own golden finger system, and yet he still had to pay for what he took. It seems that only by truly becoming the shopkeeper will I gain the right to use everything inside the general store. The item extraction cards Hanu had received so far were, because his current position was still that of a shop assistant. Once he became the shopkeeper, he would truly own everything in the store. At that point, he could take whatever he wanted without a hint of worry about consuming upgrade points. Hanu tossed the vibranium, still in its container, straight into the planetary incinerator. The terrifyingly intense heat instantly reduced the box to nothingness. The impurities within the vibranium burned away as well, leaving only the metal itself, which gradually shifted from blue to a gleaming silver, melting into a pool of liquid. Hanu stretched both hands toward the pillar of fire. Guided by his mental powers, he carefully manipulated the flames enveloping the vibranium. He needed to purify it first. Normally, people would melt vibranium and start forging immediately. But Hanu was different. With his extraordinary forging skills, he could draw out the metal's full potential. He meticulously adjusted the intensity of the flames. Within the roaring pillar of fire, faint, thread-like tongues of flame could be seen weaving into the molten vibranium. With each delicate touch, the vibranium's color became purer, the impurities fading away. Watching this method of refinement, Aitri couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. Observing Hanu at work was like listening to an exquisite piece of music, every movement harmonious, every moment captivating. Where most imagine burly, bare-chested men swinging hammers when they think of forging, Hanu's approach was more like a graceful symphony. The flames and vibranium were his musical notes, shifting and transforming at the command of his fingertips. Perfect. Even Aitri, proud and headstrong as he was, couldn't help but offer genuine praise. Just as Hanu was in the midst of forging the vibranium, his hands suddenly paused and his gaze shifted to Aitri, as if a new idea had occurred to him. What is it? Seeing Hanu freeze and look his way, Aitri suddenly felt a strange sense of foreboding. Hanu narrowed his eyes with a sly grin. Aitri, how about we make a deal? A deal? What kind of deal? Aitri couldn't help but take a few steps back, unsettled by Hanu's fox-like smile. Hanu lifted his hand, and energy from the Green Lantern ring surged forth. Just as he'd done to Black Panther Chaka in Wakanda, a beam of green light shot into Aitri's mind. What Aitri saw were visions of Nidavellir's future. A purple-skinned man named Thanos would one day come for him, overwhelming all the dwarves with sheer force and compelling Aitri to forge a gauntlet capable of wielding the most mysterious infinity stones in the universe. After the forging was finished, Eitri thought Thanos would set him free. But Thanos did not. Instead, he slaughtered all 300 dwarves on Nidavellir, sparing only Eitri. Yet Eitri did not escape unscathed. Thanos ruined his hands. Your life is your own, but your hands exist only to forge weapons for me. The memory in Eitri's mind ended with these chilling words. His whole body shuddered, and as he opened his eyes again, he saw Hanyu's calm smile before him. What just happened? What did you do to me? Eitri touched his forehead and realized he was drenched in cold sweat. The vision he'd just witnessed was so vivid, it felt as if he had truly experienced it himself. This is what will happen to Nidavellir in about 3 years. Of all the dwarves, only you will remain. The rest will be wiped out. Hanyu spoke such an unbelievable prophecy in an utterly matter-of-fact tone. It was hard to fathom. After all, what was Nidavellir? It was the forge that armed the royal house of Asgard itself. To claim that only the king of the dwarves would survive such an annihilation, it truly defied belief. That's impossible. We're under the protection of Asgard. Eitri protested. No sooner had he spoken than Hanyu delivered another thunderbolt. Unless fate is altered, Asgard itself will face disaster in a few years, a fatal one. Han, you can't make claims like that lightly, Eitri said, his face grave. Odin, the god king of Asgard, had conquered and united the 9 realms, ruling them all. From Hanyu's words, it seemed what awaited Asgard was not a mere calamity, but something far worse. It might mean the destruction of Asgard itself. Hanyu asked, "Did you know Odin has a daughter? How do you know about that?" Eitri's eyes widened in shock. Everyone knew Odin had 2 sons, but no one knew he once had a daughter, Hela. She was also known as the goddess of death, Hela. Once, she had served as Asgard's executioner, Odin's right hand, and the first wielder of Mjolnir. After Odin united the 9 realms, he wished to rule with mercy, but Hela worshipped violence and sought to crush any nation that dared defy them. Sensing her ambition, Odin stripped Hela of her powers and cast her into Hel, the realm of the dead. Only after that did the tales of Thor and Loki unfold. As the forger of Mjolnir, Eitri naturally knew this hidden history. Besides a few reclusive ancient beings, only Odin and Eitri himself knew this secret, which is why he was so stunned that Hanyu did as well. How do I know? I can hardly tell you I'm a traveler from another world who saw it in a movie, can I? Hanyu complained inwardly, but his expression remained unchanged on the surface. He smiled lightly and said, "That's not your concern. All you need to know is that the future I showed you is real. What do you want? I want URU metal." This so-called URU metal existed only in the halls of Asgard. It was a metallic or with a unique property of storing energy, especially magical energy, and seemed to have a natural affinity for magic. If a sorcerer could obtain equipment forged from URU metal, it would greatly enhance their magical abilities. Its forging process was also incredibly extreme. Ordinary flames were utterly ineffective. Melting this metal required the core temperature of an entire planet, or else unimaginably powerful magical fire. Watching the look of growing astonishment on Eitri's face, Hanyu smiled and said, "URU metal in exchange for peace on your dwarven star. You can only choose one. Take your time to decide." With that, he went back to refining vibranium, leaving Eitri to ponder on his own. As Eitri watched the boy's departing figure, he reflected on how Hanyu had always struck him as a masterful blacksmith. Nothing more. But now, Hanyu had suddenly become the one who revealed the impending destruction of Nidavellir, and the only one with the power to protect them. It was a lot for Eitri to take in. 10 minutes passed before Eitri's voice finally broke the silence. "If you can protect us, I'll accept the deal." Hanyu turned around with a cheerful grin. "Deal. Ding. New item detected from the Marvel Universe. Unlimited usage rights to URU metal acquired. Reward, 100 upgrade points." Hearing this announcement in his mind, even Hanyu couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. 100 upgrade points. It was a generous reward. Usually, a cross-world collection mission would only net him around 20 points. This was like skipping 5 whole missions at once. No wonder it's URU metal. Vibranium can't even compare. Hanyu muttered under his breath. Eitri thought Hanyu was speaking to him. What was that? Nothing. Hanyu replied with a smile and a shake of his head. Just as he had done with the Black Panther earlier, he handed Eitri a Green Lantern ring and said with a cheery grin, "Go back and build a protective shield device. Place this ring on the outermost layer of the star ring, and the energy shield it generates will withstand relentless bombardment from 10 battleships for 10 days without a scratch." Amazed, Eitri took the ring and examined it from every angle. Is it really that powerful? Hanyu chuckled as ever. Or your money back. In this Marvel world, those who seek to conquer planets still rely on the sheer power of their weaponry. Hanyu's Green Lantern ring shield isn't unbreakable, but so far, nothing has packed enough firepower to breach it. Only weapons with high offensive capabilities, like the Power Stone, are able to inflict significant damage on this shield. Eitri knew nothing of Hanyu's general store, nor did he realize that, once he had agreed, Hanyu had already gained the right to use URU metal. Hanyu simply returned, collected a crate of URU metal, left it in his workshop, and went on his way. Given Eitri's nature, obtaining such a miraculous material was just like when Stark got his hands on something extraordinary. He couldn't wait to delve in and uncover its secrets. After Eitri left, Hanyu opened the crate. To his surprise, the URU metal didn't look particularly magical. It was a long, pentagonal bar, narrow at the top and wide at the base with a silvery sheen. Let me test its durability. Unable to resist, Hanyu picked up a piece of URU metal and tapped it lightly. The sensation was astonishingly light, like holding an empty plastic container. It had the size, but weighed only a fifth of what metal of similar volume should. So light it was almost uncanny. URU metal is famed for its ability to endure immense magical infusions. While Hanyu didn't possess magic, the formidable mental energy stored within his deathless seal and his boundless Green Lantern power could both serve as substitutes. With his eyes half closed in concentration, Hanyu cradled the URU metal in one hand while hovering the other above it. With a subtle motion, he began channeling the mental energy from his deathless seal through his fingers and into the URU metal. The moment the energy touched the metal, it was absorbed instantly. The URU metal responded like a fish coming into contact with water, shivering ever so slightly, glowing faintly, greedily drinking in the flow of Hanyu's mental power. How extraordinary! Hanyu's fingers recoiled as if shocked, and his half-closed eyes now gleamed with delight. URU metal was indeed remarkable. Other metals could only hold energy as a surface coating for weapons, but URU metal drew the power inward, infusing the very core of the weapon, without any rejection from the material itself. It's time to begin forging. There were 20 pieces of URU metal in the crate, enough to forge a weapon akin to Thor's hammer, which would require around 10 pieces. Without hesitation, Hanyu tossed all 20 bars into the planetary furnace to be smelted. Even at 50% power, the furnace reached temperatures of several 100,000 degrees. To put this in perspective, the surface of the sun, essential to human survival, hovers around 5,600 degrees Celsius. At these temperatures, metals like silver or iron would vaporize in an instant. Under such fearsome, blazing heat, Hanyu wouldn't dare claim he could emerge unscathed. Yet, the URU metal remained unchanged, merely growing brighter in the flames. Despite the inferno, the URU metal showed not the slightest sign of alteration, only a brighter glow. Oh, this is interesting. So heat-resistant. Good stuff. Looks like you'll finally get a real workout today. Hanyu chuckled softly as he patted the planetary injector in front of him. Normally, when he crafted things, he rarely pushed it past 30% of its capacity. URU metal was no ordinary substance. Evidently, even at 50% power, it wasn't enough to melt it. All right, let's crank it up. Hanyu smiled faintly, and the planetary injector's flame roared to life, blazing at full capacity, a sight Hanyu was witnessing for the very first time. With the injector at maximum power, even though Hanyu had already set up a protective barrier, the sheer intensity of the flames made the very air around him shimmer and ripple, as if it might shatter the barrier at any moment. This isn't good. If this heat keeps up, it might just break my spatial protection. Raising both hands, Hanyu sent a surge of emerald light from his palms, strengthening the shimmering shield that separated him from the inferno. As the temperature soared, only then did the URU metal begin to melt, but the process was agonizingly slow. Hanyu didn't fret, after double-checking the fortitude of his spatial barrier and estimating how long the melting would take. He turned his attention to forging other components. Hanyu spent 3 full days forging Ultron's body. Not until the third day did the workshop door finally swing open and Wanda called out, "Han, there's news about Ultron." Hearing Wanda's words, Hanyu, who had been fully absorbed in his work, felt a spark of delight in his eyes. He popped a senza bean into his mouth, chewing thoughtfully. So he's finally making his move. Over these past few days, Hanyu had been forging Ultron's body in the workshop, while Wanda amused herself outside, all the while keeping an eye on the internet for any signs of Ultron or the Avengers. The moment she found anything, she'd come in to let him know. As Hanyu stepped out of the room, Wanda asked, "Should I come with you?" "Of course. You can lend the Avengers a hand and earn yourself a favor. Who knows, it might come in handy later." Hanyu smiled, just about to head out with Wanda, when the space beside them shimmered, and a figure stepped out. Spotting Hanyu and Wanda ready to go, he grinned. "Heading out? Where to?" "I'm coming too. Pietro, you finally remember to come back." I was starting to think you'd settled down over there for good. Hanu rolled his eyes. The man in front of him was Quicksilver, Pietro, who had been soaking up adventures in the world of One Piece for quite some time now. Even Quicksilver himself realized he'd been gone too long. He'd originally promised to help Hanu out, but ended up gallivanting in another world and having a blast, which made him feel a bit embarrassed. Quicksilver scratched his head, a little embarrassed. Well, you see, this is kind of training too. You have no idea how amazing it's been. Over a month sailing the seas with them. It was an absolute blast. Wanda looked at him in surprise. A month? How could it be a month? You haven't even been gone for a week. Really? That can't be right. I remember clearly. When I boarded Ace's ship, it was December 1st. When I checked the date coming back, it was already well into January. Quicksilver's voice was tinged with disbelief. Had he really slipped into some strange phenomenon? All right, enough guessing. Hanu, the owner of the general store, stepped forward to explain. Time flows differently in other worlds. Sometimes it moves faster here, sometimes it's slower there, and sometimes it's parallel. It's a common thing. For all you know, if you meet them again in a few days, a whole year might have passed in their world. Wanda and Quicksilver exchanged glances, only half understanding but nodding nonetheless. They hadn't expected things to work this way. Hanu added, well, it's perfect timing since Pietro is back. Let's all go together. Quicksilver asked, go where? To recruit new members. With that, Hanu walked out onto the balcony. There was no railing, but he leaped lightly onto the wall, emerald energy from his Green Lantern ring surging from within. Wanda stepped forward and mimicked his movement, her own energy glowing green, streaked with vibrant red. Hey, wait for me, Quicksilver called, quickly following. He wasn't exaggerating. He really had honed his skills during this time. Hanu had intended to give him a lift with his own lantern energy, but to his surprise, Quicksilver managed to summon a shimmering, silver-tinged Green Lantern aura by himself. Clearly, he'd seen plenty of action in the world of One Piece. Otherwise, he wouldn't be this adept at using the Green Lantern ring Hanu had given him, which was meant to serve as a mere communicator. Hanu smiled in satisfaction. Seeing Quicksilver wield the ring so skillfully was a good sign. When he'd first let Wanda and Quicksilver join, Quicksilver had seemed little more than an afterthought, a bonus that came with Wanda. Perhaps Quicksilver realized, too, how much weaker he was compared to his sister. If he kept wasting time doing nothing, the gap between them would only grow wider. Gazing into the distance, Hanu called out with a hearty laugh. All right, Green Lantern Squad, move out. At his words, 3 brilliantly colored streaks shot skyward, soaring into the clouds. Their destination, Sokovia. In Sokovia, Ultron was busy installing devices powered by vibranium he had stolen earlier, setting them deep underground. These devices were evenly distributed beneath Sokovia, and once activated, they would generate an immense thrust, lifting 3/4 of the city into the sky. Because of the unique properties of the vibranium device, it held together the soil beneath Sokovia, preventing it from crumbling and scattering to the ground when the city was lifted into the air. Ultron's plan was to use Sokovia to create an artificial meteorite. If such a massive meteorite were to crash onto the Earth, the consequences for humanity would be catastrophic and irreversible. The Avengers had already arrived in Sokovia. While some members racked their brains to find a way to stop the city from rising higher, others raced to rescue the remaining Sokovian residents still trapped in danger. Cap, more enemies incoming. Hawkeye's voice crackled through the Avengers' shared comm channel. At that moment, the team was locked in a desperate struggle on the streets of Sokovia. They had to save the civilians still stranded in the city, all while fending off waves of Ultron's relentless Iron Soldiers. Try to avoid direct confrontation. These things are like cockroaches, impossible to kill off completely. Captain America hurled his vibranium shield, sending it ricocheting off several surfaces before it smashed through a group of Iron Soldiers. Even as those robots were shattered, green threads began to snake out from their severed limbs, weaving the pieces back together, miraculously reviving them. Damn it, these robots can repair themselves. No matter how hard we hit them, they just keep coming back. We have to find Ultron. Does anyone have his location? Captain America demanded. No, still no sign of him, came the reply. Hearing this, Captain America's heart grew heavier. The imbalance of power was obvious. They were outnumbered and outmatched. Though the enemy's attacks weren't especially fierce, Cap could take on 10 at a time without breaking a sweat. But their numbers seemed endless, and their ability to mend made them even harder to handle. No matter how many grunts they destroyed, within seconds, the pieces would reassemble. Fighting these minions was a losing battle. The top priority now was to locate Ultron. Only by defeating him could they ensure these Iron Soldiers would finally be destroyed for good, unable to recover. As long as Ultron supplied them with power, the robots would keep coming back. Step up the search. Time's running out. I can already feel the air getting thin, Cap urged. His expression grew increasingly grim. The inability to find Ultron, combined with the unending assault from the Iron Soldiers, weighed heavily on him. As Sokovia climbed higher into the sky, the air thinned, making the fight even harder. If things kept going this way, Sokovia truly would become a meteor capable of devastating humanity. A dozen Iron Soldiers surged toward Captain America. He was about to raise a shield and brace for a tough battle when, suddenly, two streaks of light, one silver, one red, plummeted from above. The impact, as they landed, sent a shockwave that shattered the surrounding Iron Soldiers into dust. This time, they were smashed beyond any hope of recovery. "It's you too," he exclaimed in surprise. As the two beams of light faded, their figures were revealed. Only then did Captain America see clearly who had arrived. It was Wanda and Quicksilver. "Our boss sent the two of us to help you out. Tell the police to pull back," Quicksilver announced, striding forward with his usual casual boldness. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a shimmering glow of silver and green danced across Quicksilver's body. In the blink of an eye, everyone felt a rush of wind. Quicksilver's figures seemed to blur, and with a tremor, the steel soldiers who'd been poised to attack suddenly erupted in a series of thunderous explosions, shattered into scrap at his feet. Whoosh! Whoosh! Wanda didn't just stand by. Scarlet and green magic flickered at her fingertips, the energy twisting like clever little spirits, seemingly playful. Yet each one cut through the air with a sharp, whistling note that rang in everyone's ears. Her chaotic magic seeped into the steel soldiers. In an instant, the green threads running through their bodies turned crimson before everyone's eyes. Then, as if possessed, the affected soldiers spun toward their counterparts, those controlled by the Green Lantern energy, and the two groups clashed in a furious melee, leaving both sides in ruins. This swift and decisive display left the Avengers momentarily stunned. They had only met these twins twice before. The first time, Wanda and Quicksilver had been nothing more than test subjects in the Mind Stone experiments. The second, they had unexpectedly joined Hanu's side. But none of the Avengers had imagined. In less than half a month, the twins had become this powerful, so powerful it defied belief. The Avengers understood that the Mind Stone was mysterious and had granted them unusual abilities, but nothing like what they were witnessing now. "They have Green Lantern rings too? There's more than one of those." Stark's eyes narrowed behind his iron mask. He'd recognized that green light enveloping Wanda and Quicksilver during the fight. It was the same shade as the Green Lantern ring Hanu had given them earlier. Did I go about it all wrong? Was I not supposed to just extract the energy? Back then, he thought the ring was nothing more than a power source. But seeing Wanda and Quicksilver in action, realization dawned. The Green Lantern ring wasn't just for storing energy. It could channel that power directly, wielded as both shield and weapon. Yet he'd use it only to create Ultron. Now he saw how much he'd underestimated it. Watching the twins fight, and realizing there was more than one of those rings, Stark finally understood their true potential. If he'd known the right way to use it, he could have made Ultron with the Mind Stone and kept the ring as a trump card. Things wouldn't have turned out this way. With Wanda and Quicksilver joining the battle, their overwhelming strength lifted a heavy burden from the Avengers, easing the pressure they'd been feeling. These are mindless Iron Soldiers, programmed by Ultron with a single directive: annihilate the Avengers. All they know is to charge forward relentlessly. "I'm the fastest here. I'll go save people. Just give me a wireless earpiece," said Quicksilver to Captain America. Though he hadn't completely let go of his resentment toward the Avengers, lives were at stake. To hold a grudge now would only put others in danger. "All right, I'll give you a set of coordinates. Someone there needs help," Captain America replied without wasting words. He pulled out two wireless earpieces, handing one to Wanda and the other to Quicksilver. "I don't think their goal is to kill us. It's more like they're stalling for time," Thor said, suspecting something was off. The enemy's attacks were always lethal, yet they hadn't used any large-scale destructive weapons. If they were truly ruthless, they wouldn't hesitate to use such weapons. Perhaps the only reason they hadn't was fear of damaging something important? Captain America glanced up at Stark in the sky, his worry growing. "Stark, have you located Ultron yet?" "Not yet," Stark replied, his expression darkening. The height of the Sokovia island continued to rise. While a fall from its current height wouldn't be utterly catastrophic, the impact would still kill everyone within a 10-mile radius in an instant. Suddenly, a thought struck Stark. He called down to Wanda and Quicksilver on the ground. "Where's Hanu? Didn't he come?" "Our boss had his own business to take care of," Quicksilver answered. His words were vague, making it sound as if Hanu might have come, or perhaps not. Deep beneath Sokovia, a massive cavern had been carved out, filled with advanced technology of unclear purpose. The only recognizable items were the blue crystal vibranium ores among the equipment. At the cave's ceiling, emerald green lantern energy clung to the rock, forming a barrier that blocked Stark's scans, explaining why Ultron had evaded detection for so long. Ultron was adjusting a machine, entering command after command and checking the devices. Once everything was ready, he smiled in satisfaction and muttered to himself, "Now nothing can go wrong. Once this island breaks through the atmosphere, I'll activate the hidden reverse thrusters to accelerate Sokovia's descent. The damage to Earth's surface will be beyond reckoning." Using lantern energy as a protective shield. Not a bad idea at all. A soft chuckle echoed abruptly through the cavern, halting Ultron's work. He whipped around. A young man, barely in his 20s, was lounging in a chair, legs crossed, rocking back and forth, a faint smile on his face as he watched Ultron. It was Hanu, the man who had been absent from the battle above. "It's you?" Seeing the young man appear before him, Ultron's voice betrayed a hint of surprise. He hadn't expected anyone to actually track him down. "Surprised, are you?" Hanu smiled as he rose to his feet, completely unruffled by Ultron's presence. Instead, he wandered leisurely around the cave, inspecting every detail of Ultron's handiwork as if he were an old hand conducting an audit. Ultron watched Hanu intently, his expression grave. This man was not to be underestimated. At the Avengers gathering, Hanu had stunned everyone with his masterful hammer fighting technique. Ultron remembered it keenly, having been on the receiving end himself. "I don't care for small talk, so I'll get straight to the point." Hanu casually flicked his hand, instantly shattering the Ultron that had tried to ambush him from the shadows. He locked eyes with the real Ultron and stated, "You have two choices. 1. Surrender willingly and join my side. 2. I beat you until you surrender, and then you join my side. Take your pick." Ultron burst out laughing, the sound brimming with arrogance. "Now that I have the Green Lantern ring and the Mind Stone, you really shouldn't have left such things with Stark. You think you can beat me now? Pure fantasy." He laughed wildly, just as Stark had before him, assuming there was only one Green Lantern ring. If that had been the case, Hanu might have been in trouble, possibly even in real danger. The Mind Stone combined with the Green Lantern ring, that pairing amplifies the ring's power enormously. If the Avengers were handling this, even Thor himself would find it a daunting threat. Hanu mused, eyes narrowing as he watched Ultron's reckless display. What a pity for Ultron, though. The ring he held was just a subsidiary, its energy reserves entirely dependent on Hanu's own. "You don't strike me as a useless Avenger. Why not join me instead? I promise you won't regret it. What do you say?" Ultron tried to recruit Hanu in return, leaving Hanu both amused and exasperated. Hanu simply raised his right hand, extended his middle finger, and curled the rest, giving Ultron the universal sign of defiance. Courting death. Ultron's tone grew even colder. Not only had Hanu rejected him, but he'd also dared to insult him so blatantly. With a heavy step forward, Ultron unleashed a killing intent so chilling it seemed to fill the cave and surged straight toward Hanu. Hanu merely chuckled in response. Hands still tucked casually in his pockets, he narrowed his eyes as a killing intent every bit as fierce as Ultron's erupted from within him, colliding head-on with Ultron's murderous aura. Where their invisible forces clashed, the ground beneath cracked open with fissures as thick as a man's thigh, and even the entire cave trembled from the shockwaves. "So, you're set on being beaten into submission, then?" Hanu dusted off his clothes, grinning lightly. "Enough talk. Let's just fight and settle this." Ultron let out a low hum, but before he could finish his words, he suddenly froze. He seemed to catch a faint movement, a subtle shudder, from Hanu's body. In that breath of a moment, Ultron instinctively raised his hands in front of him, adopting a defensive stance. The instant his guard was up, a streak of emerald green flashed down from above, crashing onto Ultron's steel arms. The sheer force of the impact drove the iron-bodied Ultron deep into the ground, fissures spiderwebbing out from where he stood. "Well, your reflexes aren't half bad," Hanu's laughter echoed out. But before Ultron could respond, a blast of sound erupted behind him. This time, he didn't even have a chance to turn. He was struck and sent flying. His entire form was slammed into the mountainside, embedding him at least 4 or 5 meters deep into the rock. How is this possible? That speed, that power. No one in the Avengers could pull this off. Clawing his way out of the mountain, Ultron roared at Hanu. That tremor he'd seen in Hanu's body wasn't real fear or hesitation. It was simply the afterimage left behind by Hanu's sheer speed, not his actual self. And the force Hanu unleashed, Ultron hadn't anticipated anything like it. Not even Thor, that so-called god, could deliver such an explosive blow. But Hanu ignored Ultron's rage. Instead, he mused to himself, Quicksilver's powers are really quite handy. And with the boost from the Green Lantern energy, the results are impressive. His incredible speed was all thanks to the energy Quicksilver had stored in the Green Lantern ring. Since the rings he distributed were all sub-rings, and Green Lantern energy could be shared, Wanda and Quicksilver had used their abilities to synchronize the Green Lantern rings so that their sub-rings also carried their unique powers. This allowed Hanu to channel Green Lantern energy imbued with both of their superpowers. In theory, their sub-rings could also share each other's abilities, but since they hadn't fully mastered their own powers, Hanu hadn't unlocked that feature for them. Damn it, let me show you something big. Seeing Hanu still lost in his own musings, Ultron's fury only intensified. His voice dropped cold, and low as yellow and emerald energy rapidly coalesced in his palms, forming, in a blink, a small square grid that covered his entire hand. Within this yellow-green grid was a formidable power. Ultron sneered and, raising his hand toward Hanu, unleashed the grid. It shot out as a blurred beam of light, streaking straight for Hanu. This is my ultimate move. You'll never dodge it. The light beam tore through the air at blistering speed. If the Avengers had been the target, not a single one of them could have withstood it. Not. Even Captain America's vibranium shield, famous for standing toe-to-toe with any foe, would have survived. It would have been blasted to pieces. Disperse. Hanu gave a gentle wave of his hand, and in an instant, the green light within the yellow-green square evaporated without a trace. Only the golden-yellow stream of light remained, which Hanu casually blocked with a summoned protective shield. How is this possible? Ultron's mechanical voice now carried a hint of disbelief, and something close to panic. Most of the energy within his body was drawn from that Green Lantern ring. Yet, the moment Hanu uttered that word, Ultron felt the Green Lantern energy inside him drain away completely, sucked back into the ring. Suddenly, the red glow in Ultron's eyes narrowed. He spotted a ring on Hanu's hand, identical to the one embedded inside his own body. As a super-intelligent robot, Ultron instantly considered a multitude of possibilities. Eliminating those that were utterly impossible, he was left with only one explanation for how a single word from the other party could strip away his powers. There's more than one ring? Don't tell me. This is a secondary ring? Wait, sir. Before Ultron could finish his sentence, a crystal-clear, emerald-green fist appeared, growing larger in his field of vision, and smashed brutally into his head. A ring of sonic ripples burst out behind his skull. Ultron was hammered into the ground, deeply embedded, as a web of cracks spread out in every direction. Even though Ultron's body was forged from vibranium, under this monstrous force, faint fractures began to appear even on his supposedly indestructible head. Hanu's fist didn't stop. With the same devastating power, he landed 10 consecutive blows on Ultron. After the 10th punch, a deep pit had formed in the ground. With a wave of his hand, Hanu used Green Lantern energy to lift Ultron out of the crater, suspending him in front of Hanu's eyes. Have you had enough? Hanu smiled as he spoke. But to Ultron, that smile was the grin of a devil. For the first time, the robot felt something he was never meant to feel: fear. The young man before him was not someone who could be measured against the superheroes or gods Ultron knew of. He was leagues beyond them. Ultron realized that only someone like Hanu was truly worthy of being called a god. I yield. No more, please. Ultron's voice came out stuttering and broken. His consciousness was wholly uploaded into this pure vibranium body, by all rights. Even if the Avengers pummeled him for days, his body would remain virtually unharmed. Yet after Hanu's 11 punches, Ultron's head was riddled with cracks, some parts even knocked clean off. He was utterly cowed. This was not a contest of equals. Good. Now, copy your memories into this body, and erase from your original self any memory of ever meeting me. A figure forged from silver and pale gold appeared beside Hanu. If Ultron were capable of human expressions, he would surely be astonished at the sight of that body. For within this form, Ultron detected 40% vibranium. As for the rest of the metals, he had only ever sensed them in one place before: Thor's hammer. What is this? Ultron asked in a stunned voice. Hanu replied, "It's your new body. Stop wasting time and get in there quick." Ultron dared not disobey. He immediately followed Hanu's instructions, transferring his consciousness into the new body. While Ultron was busy transmitting his consciousness, Hanu heard the voice of the general store system in his mind. Extra mission completed. Reward granted. 100 upgrade points. 1 item draw card. A grin spread across Hanu's face. He had thought he could only receive either the item draw card or the upgrade points, not both. To his surprise, he gotten both rewards and a whopping 100 upgrade points at that. By now, Hanu's total upgrade points had reached 228. It's done. I've set the timer. My original self will awaken in 3 minutes, Ultron announced. Now, inhabiting the new body, Ultron looked at Hanu with awe and admiration. This form was vastly superior to his previous one. Inside, there was even information about the mysterious metal that made up the other 60%. This metal was called URU, renowned for its extraordinary affinity with magic. In other words, Ultron's resistance and power when it came to magic were now on par with the gods. Even a superpowered hero like Thor, with his unparalleled magical strength, could strike Ultron with lightning all day long, and he'd be none the worse for wear. This body is incredible. Boss, what's our plan now? Ultron couldn't help but exclaim, his earlier disappointment at losing to Hanu vanishing in an instant. Even the way he addressed Hanu had changed. Boss, what's with that? Makes me sound like some mob boss. Hanu said, amused and a bit exasperated by Ultron's new nickname. He hadn't expected Ultron to let go of his previous grudge so quickly. All right, from now on, you're Ultron Mark II. Let's go. Time to do the Avengers another favor. Without sparing a glance at the battered original Ultron, Hanu led Ultron out of the cave. When the original Ultron regained consciousness and discovered his altered body, he flew into a furious rage. He stormed to the surface and confronted the Avengers head-on. Within him still surged the energy of the Green Lantern. Fighting with reckless abandon, he reduced a ruined high-rise to ashes in the blink of an eye. Stark, Banner, and I can't hold out much longer. Get back here now. Even Thor found himself outmatched, his strength failing to keep up. The opponent wielded the Green Lantern energy and the Mind Stone with a mastery that defied imagination. More than once, Thor had barely escaped death. If it weren't for the Hulk fighting alongside him, taking turns to block Ultron's relentless attacks, the Avengers would have been wiped out long ago. Stark gritted his teeth. At that moment, he was deep beneath the island of Sokovia, where he had already figured out a way to destroy the entire island. But just then, a message from Thor came through. If even Thor's godly body and the Hulk's formidable physique couldn't withstand Ultron, no one else stood a chance. Retreat. Fall back now. Captain America called out, directing his teammates while fending off the onslaught from the first-generation Ultron. The arm holding his shield trembled slightly from repeated energy blasts. Vibranium was strong, but not invincible. With enough force, even it could be shaken. Oomph. You buzzing flies, die for me. A small, yellow-green cube, just smaller than his palm, formed in Ultron's hand. With a vicious swing, he hurled it straight at Captain America. Our captain never backs down. Even in the face of an attack that looked truly terrifying, his first instinct was not to dodge, but to raise his shield and stand his ground. But the moment the yellow-green cube struck, the impossible happened. The force of the attack shattered Captain America's faithful vibranium. Shield into pieces, scattering them across the ground. The shockwave snapped the arm that held it cleanly, the bone broken by the sheer violence. Steve! Natasha's eyes widened in horror. She rushed to his side. Steve's right arm hung limp, completely dislocated, with white bone visible at the jagged break. Hawkeye hurried over as well. The sight of the grisly wound made his face pale. Together with Natasha, he began emergency first aid for Steve. Looking up at the first-generation Ultron, who hovered above them like a blazing sun at noon, the Avengers felt a wave of despair. Was this where their story ended? Wanda and Quicksilver, breathless and tense, fixed their gaze on Ultron. Hanu had told them, if they could defeat Ultron, they could join the fight. The reason they'd held back until now was because Hanu had instructed them not to intervene unless it was to save civilians. Amid the chaos and carnage, a clear, ringing laugh suddenly echoed through the space between the two opposing sides. One of the figures was Hanu. The other, surprisingly, was a stranger, another robot, but one whose armor and equipment looked vastly superior to Ultron's. Ultron's new body, crafted by Hanu, was reinforced with Green Lantern energy as an outer layer. This meant he could transform in endless ways through the power of the ring, even taking on a fully human appearance, if he wished. When Captain America's injuries came into view, Hanu raised an eyebrow, pulled out a few sins of beans, and tossed them to Thor. Y'all can go get some rest now. Leave the rest to me, he said. Although the Avengers had no idea who the robot standing beside Hanu was, they simply assumed it was his new ally. Without asking further, they quickly took the sins of beans and retreated to a safe distance. Hanu looked at the first-generation Ultron and suddenly felt a mischievous urge. He said, I'm giving you two choices. 1, surrender and join my side. 2, I beat you until you surrender, and then you join my side. This was exactly what he had said to the first-generation Ultron before, and Ultron's reaction now was precisely what Hanu had expected. Ultron burst into wild laughter. Now that I have the Green Lantern ring and the Mind Stone, you never should have handed such things to a fool like Stark. And now you think you can defeat me? What a delusion. Hearing Ultron's words, Hanu couldn't help but laugh. Glancing at Ultron beside him, he said, "You two really do talk exactly the same." With his new body, Ultron's expressions were noticeably more human. He scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "Boss, please don't tease me like that." He hadn't thought much of those words when he said them before, but now, seeing things from a third-person perspective, he realized just how foolish he had sounded. Ultron, the first generation, looked up at Hanu and his companion, standing in the sky, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. That metallic robot struck him as strangely familiar, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why something felt off. It doesn't matter how many come. Death awaits you all." Ultron paid no mind to Hanu and his companion. With a raise of both hands, he conjured 2 yellow-green cubes and hurled them at the pair. "Watch out. Those cubes are extremely dangerous." Having witnessed Captain America's fate, the Avengers no longer dared underestimate a single move from Ultron. Someone quickly shouted a warning to Hanu and his ally. After all, those attacks had shattered even Captain America's vibranium shield. They knew firsthand how powerful that shield was. Even Thor's mightiest blows could only send it ringing with forceful reverberations, never breaking it. That was why Ultron's ability to destroy the shield had shocked them so deeply. As the yellow-green beams of light shot toward them, Ultron stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Hanu. Right in front of everyone, he took the brunt of the attack. The impact sent a terrifying wave of energy rippling through the sky, filling the air with swirling yellow and green smoke. Such loyalty, but to take those blasts head-on, even with a metal body, I doubt he could survive it. Thor sighed. He knew firsthand just how powerful Ultron's attacks were. To take 2 of those directly, he figured that would be the end. In the next moment, everyone's faces showed expressions of astonishment. As the smoke cleared, those 2 figures remained standing in midair, entirely unharmed. "Boss, this body you gave me is way too strong. Am I actually allowed to fight back?" Ultron sounded exhilarated. He felt that following Hanu was undoubtedly the right choice. Just the resilience of this new body was leagues beyond his previous one. He knew the destructive power of his own attack. Even as his old self, he wouldn't have dared to take that blow head-on. Yet now, this new body withstood it twice without a single scratch. How could he not be amazed? Hanu said calmly, "Go ahead. Just don't hurt anyone else." With Hanu's permission, Ultron gave a sinister grin. The Green Lantern energy surged in his hands, crystallizing into a gleaming palm print, which he then slammed mercilessly toward the original Ultron. From a moment the palm print formed to the instant it struck took only a fraction of a second. In a flash, the imprint arrived in front of the original Ultron. This second-generation Ultron was different from the first. With the addition of URU metal, Ultron's mastery over the Green Lantern energy had become far more effortless. With just a single blow, he shattered the original Ultron into pieces. Ultron's attack was different from Hanu's earlier one. Hanu had struck with ease, controlling his power perfectly. Ultron, on the other hand, was still new to this body. From the moment he'd acquired it, he'd been itching to find something to test its strength on. This original Ultron was the perfect target. No one would fault him for destroying it. The poor original Ultron had simply become Ultron's practice dummy. To the Avengers watching, Ultron was overwhelmingly thrashing the original Ultron. The very opponent who had once left them helpless was now utterly defenseless against Ultron. "It's over. Goodbye, myself." Ultron leaned in close to the original's ear and whispered. The original Ultron's eyes widened in shock. He finally understood why this person felt so strangely familiar, and why he'd been injured so inexplicably earlier. Hearing those words, the original Ultron realized the truth. The opponent was a robot copy from his own memories. During the copying, his memories of Hanu must have been erased, which explained the mysterious injury. Wait. The original Ultron had barely started to shout when a surge of immense energy flickered in Ultron's hand. Without hesitation, he blasted apart the original's central core, cutting off its power. Under Ultron's lockdown, all the data in the original's mind went to zero, leaving it no chance to escape. And just like that, the original Ultron was dead. Ultron let out a long breath and straightened up, gazing at the scattered debris all over the floor. He shook his head slightly. It was over. The Avengers stood frozen, staring blankly at the scene before them, at a complete loss for words. Hanu turned to Stark and asked, "Did you get everyone out?" Stark replied, "Yes, they're all safe. SHELD's ship has already evacuated them." "Good. Take them away quickly. I'll handle this island," Hanu said. As he spoke, streams of Green Lantern energy flowed steadily from his legs into the ground, gathering at the island's core deep below. A wisp of green light condensed in his palm, forming a tiny energy sphere. The moment he crushed this sphere, the entire island would be destroyed. Just as Hanu was about to crush it, an odd sensation swept over him, making his skin prickle. Suddenly, a strange memory surfaced in his mind. Shield. Wasn't it supposed to have been destroyed? Why are we still calling them that? Frowning deeply, Hanu recalled that if the Ultron incident had already occurred, then a major event should have taken place before this. SHLD's destruction. Although Nick Fury, SHLD's director, was still around during this event, the organization itself should have ceased to exist, especially not in name. Is it because I triggered Ultron's appearance too early? But I can't reset the universe, Hanu mused, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. As a devoted comic book fan, he had devoured countless DC comics in his previous life. The Flash, often dubbed the restart key, was famous for using his speed force to travel back and reshape reality whenever something truly irreparable happened, a recurring trope that fans loved to poke fun at. Hanu knitted his brows even tighter. This turn of events was something he hadn't anticipated. One thing was clear. The timeline had definitely shifted. Boss, what's wrong? If you don't blow up this island soon, we'll hit the reverse thrust window I set before we left the atmosphere. Ultron reminded him, breaking the silence. Hanu snapped back to the present. There was no point dwelling on it now. His top priority was to deal with the floating island. The two of them soared away from Sokovia. At their departure, a surge of Green Lantern energy erupted at the island's core, shattering it into pieces. Not a single fragment large enough to cause harm remained. All was reduced to a fine dust, scattered across the sky. People on the ground gazed up in shock at the vast cloud of dust hanging in the air. Such a huge landmass, if blown apart into countless chunks, might have been understandable. But for the entire island to be pulverized into powder was enough to make anyone's scalp tingle. With another sweep of his hand, Hanu unleashed a torrent of Green Lantern energy, enveloping all the dust and gathering it together to form a miniature asteroid. The energy continued to compress, forcing the dust tighter and tighter. If this dust isn't dealt with, once it falls to the ground, it could pose a great danger to the people living below. While compressing the dust, Hanu beckoned with his other hand. Two streaks of light shot out from the cloud, a yellow glowing Mind Stone and Hanu's Green Lantern ring. Ding! New item detected from the Marvel Universe. Mind Stone. For every 2 Infinity Stones collected, you will receive a reward. Collect all 6 to win a grand prize. So only every 2 stones grant a reward? The rewards for Infinity Stones must be extraordinary. Hanu narrowed his eyes. These were among the most powerful items in the Marvel Universe. The prize for collecting the full set couldn't possibly be anything ordinary. Suddenly, he sensed an intense gaze focused on him. Turning around, he saw Ultron staring. Ultron's eyes were fixed longingly on the Green Lantern ring. The Green Lantern energy he had just used in the fight with the first-generation Ultron was what remained in his body from when Hanu forged it. It wouldn't last forever. Once it was gone, it was gone. Ultron truly found the Green Lantern ring incredibly useful, but as Hanu's subordinate, if Hanu wanted to take it back, he had no right to protest. Here, take this. Don't go using it recklessly. Hanu saw right through Ultron's thoughts. With a flick of his finger, the ring sailed through the air and landed in front of Ultron. I promise I'll make good use of it. Ultron's grin stretched wide as he hurriedly caught the ring. He could hardly believe Hanu would entrust such a treasure to him. Thank you, boss. Hanu smiled, then turned his attention back to the massive cloud of dust overhead. After 30 seconds, it had been compressed into a ball of earth just a bit bigger than his palm. Weighing the small earth ball in his hand, Hanu decided not to throw it away, but instead stored it in his system space. After all, this ball contained the entire mass of the Sokovia Island, including a good deal of metal. It looked only slightly bigger than his palm, but it weighed tens of thousands of tons. If someone unsuspectingly threw it, others might think it was just a small lump of dirt. By the time they realized the truth, the weight would have already crushed them. Let's go home. With the battlefield cleaned up, Hanu and Ultron turned into 2 streaks of light, shooting up into the sky and vanishing from sight. There's an empty room on the 2nd floor, first door on the right. From now on, that'll be your place. Back at the general store, Hanu assigned a room to Ultron. At that moment, Wanda and Quicksilver also came out. Hey newbie, I'm Pietro. I got here before you did. You can call me Big Bro if you like. Quicksilver grinned as he greeted Ultron, sizing up the newcomer. Anyone brought in by Hanu was a friend in his book, and he wasted no time trying to assert a little seniority. Ultron shot him a sideways glance, but said nothing. Hey, what's with that look you just gave me? Quicksilver couldn't contain his temper when the other party just glanced at him silently. His fiery nature flared up instantly. I only recognize one big brother, and that's Hanu. As for you, forget it. He only ever looked up to Hanu. As for anyone else, no matter who they were, he wouldn't give them the time of day. Come on, let's have a fight. I won't let you off unless I teach you a lesson. After spending some time with that band of pirates, Quicksilver had grown bolder and more rough around the edges, now loudly insisting on a brawl. Ultron glanced over at Hanu, who simply shrugged his shoulders. That was all the signal Ultron needed. Fighting was fine, as long as it wasn't a fight to the death. And so, still a little peeved from the earlier thrashing he'd received at Hanu's hands, Ultron followed Quicksilver upstairs to the storage room for a match. The way those two jumped into a fight at the drop of a hat left on you both amused and helpless. As long as it didn't escalate to a life-or-death struggle, he wouldn't interfere, no matter how wild they got. Wanda shot Hanu a reproachful look and said, "You could at least try to stop them." Hanu just grinned, slipping an arm around Wanda's waist. "It's fine. I've noticed Pietro's been getting a little full of himself since. He got the Green Lantern energy. Ultron knows to hold back. If Pietro takes a few lumps, maybe it'll help deflate his ego a bit." The two chatted as they made their way upstairs. As soon as they reached the second floor, they saw Quicksilver tumble out of the storage room, cheeks a little swollen. Spotting Hanu, he rushed straight over. "Han, give me another artifact. I need to get stronger." Seeing him in that state, Hanu already knew what had happened. Quicksilver had definitely lost. Hanu said, "The Green Lantern energy you're holding is the strongest artifact there is. Right now, you're barely scratching the surface. With that ring, if you spent less time drinking with Ace and the others and more time training, wouldn't getting stronger be a sure thing?" At this, Quicksilver scratched his head in embarrassment, said nothing, and hurried off to his room, busy with who knew what. Ultron emerged after him and said to Hanu, "Boss, how did you do it? There's so much space in there." "You'll find out soon enough," Hanu replied with a smile, waving his hand. Then he asked, "So, what happened in there just now?" Ultron grinned and said, "The moment he came in, the kid started throwing everything he had at me. I just stood there, didn't bother to move. I got bored, so I stuck out my foot and tripped him. He landed flat on his backside and took off running." Hanu wasn't at all surprised by this outcome. Ultron's body was forged from URU metal, which had a certain resistance to magical energy. Ordinary Green Lantern power wouldn't do much to an URU body, unless, of course, you mix something else into that energy. What's more, Quicksilver was an agile assassin type. He couldn't even make a dent in Ultron, who was both tough and powerful, a true super tank. Just thinking about how Quicksilver had to flee in panic made Hanu want to laugh. Even Wanda couldn't help but crack a smile. After all, it was just family here. Taking a hit from your own people didn't really matter. Losing out to your own might just be a lesson, but facing outsiders, it could be a matter of life and death. "All right, go back to your room and get used to the new body I gave you. I need to get some rest myself," Hanu said. With that, he sent Wanda off to her room to rest. There were still things he couldn't let her know about. Wanda understood that Hanu always had things he preferred to handle alone, so she didn't press the issue. She nodded obediently and went back to her room. The moment Hanu returned to his own room, he pulled out his magical conch and muttered to himself, "Compared to the timeline in my memory, has the timeline here changed?" To address the question, compared to the timeline in my memory, has the timeline here changed? The current best answer, yes. Those two simple words in the book left Hanu speechless. Was this answer for real? Just a plain and curt yes? Looking at the magical conch, Hanu couldn't help but feel it was just messing with him. Forget it, never mind. No point worrying about this. Hanu put away the magical conch, then waved his right hand through the air to open his personal interface. Name, Hanu. Shop level, Junior Senior Clerk. Core abilities, Mark of Immortality, Magical Conch. Additional abilities, none. Items, Emotion Potion, Stormy Tears X2, Item Draw Card X1. Arsenal, Hyōrinmaru. Upgrade points owned, 228. Points needed for next upgrade, 60. Seeing the stash of upgrade points, Hanu couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. This was a real windfall. Hanu said, "System, use 200 upgrade points to exchange for 2 item draw cards." He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade his level. If he spent all 200 points on that, he'd only reach Senior Clerk, and only a promotion would grant him new core abilities. It was better to spend the points on drawing new items. Getting new items would give him a big boost in strength, letting him face whatever happened next with more confidence. Especially now that the timeline had already shifted from what he remembered, he needed to grow stronger and fast. Who knew what bizarre events he'd encounter in the future? If the Marvel Cinematic Universe ever merged with the Marvel Comics universe, that would be completely off the rails, Hanu said with a laugh. Little did he know, what he was about to face would be even more outrageous than he could imagine. Exchange complete. You have received Item Draw Card X2. When Hanu saw the 3 Item Draw cards appear on his personal panel, his eyes burned with anticipation, wondering what good things they might bring him. Without hesitation, Hanu reached out and tapped on his personal panel. The 3-item draw cards materialized in his hand, and he drew one, pressing it forward. Just as it had happened before with the Green Lantern ring, the card transformed into a stream of light that converged ahead. After a few heartbeats, it condensed into a small, white, oval-shaped orb. It looked like a container. Hanu opened it to find a pair of exquisitely crafted, petite white earbuds inside. You have obtained the item, earbuds with exceptional sound quality. They can be connected to a smartphone or computer. When he saw this item, Hanu's first reaction was not to throw it on the ground, but to read the item description carefully. Sure enough, it simply read, earbuds with exceptional sound quality. Still unwilling to give up, he tried listening to some music. The sound quality was so incredible, it was almost unbelievable. After pausing the song, Hanu muttered, "Connect to someone else's phone. Connect to all phones within a 5-mile radius. Connect to all computers within a 5-mile radius." Nothing happened. After a round of testing, Hanu calmly took off the earbuds, then hurled them to the ground in frustration. "Earbuds, seriously? Can't you give me something more useful? I spent 100 upgrade points on this. Are you kidding me? System, give me an explanation." As soon as he finished speaking, the system's voice sounded in his mind. The final right of interpretation for any item drawn rests with the system. So much for the final right of interpretation, meaning whatever the system gave him, Hanu would have to accept, no matter what. All explanations belonged to the system. He could only swallow his frustration. As expected of the general store system. "You win this round, but I've still got 2 cards left." Hanu picked up the earbuds and put them away. Even if they were just earbuds, the sound quality was extraordinary. No headphones on the market, no matter how expensive, could compare. Hanu comforted himself with this thought. After calming himself, he drew another item card and pressed it forward. "You have obtained the item, Universal World Connecting Smartphone. This phone can connect to all the mobile games from the host's previous life. However, the host is forbidden from leaking any information about the other world. As your ranking in these games rises, you will unlock corresponding game data, including tips and development plans." Now, this is something useful. Hanu's eyes sparkled. He opened the phone and saw the familiar Chinese language, the familiar interface, and the familiar apps. Suddenly, he felt a wave of homesickness. Having been suddenly transported to this strange world, even though he now had Wanda, Quicksilver, and Ultron by his side, Hanu couldn't help but feel a bit lonely. Now, with this item in his hand, he finally sensed the comforting presence of home, especially the second half of the system's introduction. As the host advances through the game's ranks, corresponding game data will be unlocked, including techniques and game development plans. This was clearly meant for him to reshape the course of entertainment on this planet. Compared to the entertainment activities of his previous life, the amusements here were so dull, they truly couldn't get any duller. No charging cable included. Could this phone have unlimited battery? Hanu examined the phone. Not only was there no charging cable, but the device didn't even have a port for one. How would you charge it? He carefully set the phone down on the desk, worried that anything else might bump into it. Hanu cleared off the surface completely, leaving only the phone. To him, this phone was practically a sacred treasure. Whenever he was bored, he had to rely on it. With just one item draw card left, Hanu washed his hands in the bathroom, then faced east and gave a little wave, humming "Good luck is coming" under his breath as he prepared to draw. Usually, the light from the item draw card was a regal blend of purple and gold. But this time, when the card activated, it shimmered with strange streaks of black light. Eerily mysterious. Thick, black radiance slowly gathered in front of Hanu. Judging by its size and shape, it definitely wouldn't be something like headphones or a phone again. He vaguely saw both ends were broad and flat, with something sticking straight down from the middle. After a moment of gathering, the object began to descend. Hanu quickly reached out to catch it. The instant it touched his hands, Hanu's expression changed. It was astonishingly heavy. Good grief, this weight. There's no way it's something ordinary. Feeling the heft in his hands, Hanu broke into a delighted grin, just in time to brace himself so it didn't crash to the floor. As the black glow faded, what appeared was a double-headed hammer, the whole piece pitch black. The handle was 3 or 4 centimeters long, and the hammerheads were cylindrical, etched with faint, mysterious patterns. This hammer seemed to emanate a subtle, chilling aura. The moment it appeared in the room, the entire atmosphere grew heavier, almost oppressive. Seeing the item before him, Hanu's eyes widened in disbelief, his breath quickening. This is the Clear Sky Hammer. Could it be because he had just bowed to the east? Now, the item he'd obtained was actually the legendary Clear Sky Hammer, known as the mightiest weapon spirit on the continent of martial spirits. The Clear Sky Hammer was far more than just a weapon. In the world of martial spirits, it was one of the most powerful weapon spirits of all. The so-called martial soul is something that everyone on the martial soul continent can awaken upon reaching the age of 6. Martial souls come in countless varieties: animals, plants, objects, and even oneself. Martial souls make people's lives much easier. And among those who awaken a martial soul, if they possess soul power, they can apply their martial soul in combat and become soul masters, admired by all. The small hammer in Hanyu's hand is just such an object-type martial soul, and not just any object-type, but the most powerful one among them. Its attack power reaches the maximum level. When two soul masters of the same rank face off, the one wielding the clear sky hammer can completely dominate, sometimes even taking on multiple opponents at once. A soul master with a clear sky hammer is a legendary figure among their peers, standing unchallenged so long as they don't make reckless mistakes. As long as they keep their cool, defeat is almost impossible. Hanyu murmured to himself, "This is amazing. One day I'll have to visit the martial soul continent, find a way to add a few soul rings to my clear sky hammer, and truly unleash its full power." Soul rings, as they're known, are mysterious artifacts that appear when soul beasts perish on the martial soul continent. As these soul beasts age, their soul rings are classified into 10-year, 100-year, 1,000-year, 10,000-year, and even 100,000-year rings. As Hanyu ran his fingers over the little clear sky hammer, he found himself growing more and more attached to it. Despite a rocky start, drawing a pair of headphones as his first prize, things had turned out well. He not only got a phone that could connect to all worlds, but also obtained the clear sky hammer. If all three draws had turned out to be something like headphones, Hanyu would have felt like banging his head against a wall out of frustration. After admiring the clear sky hammer for a while, Hanyu shrank it down a little more and set on a nightstand as a decorative piece. No one would ever guess that this unremarkable trinket on the bedside table was actually a weapon of terrifying power. Hanyu lay down on his bed and, out of habit, picked up his phone to scroll through the news. A protest against the Avengers? Things are really heating up. As he read the headlines, he realized the Sokovia incident had become known across the globe, though the world didn't know Ultron had been created. By Stark, watching the battle and learning that nearly 3/5 of Sokovia's land had vanished was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. The financial losses alone were astronomical. Down with the Avengers. All they care about is themselves. Where are they now? I bet they're already home, sound asleep. Isn't that always the case? They just fight their battles, enjoy the thrill, and then leave. Some heroes they are. Reading through the barrage of online negativity, Hanyu couldn't help but frown. The comments were overwhelmingly mocking. Once in a while, someone would try to speak in the Avengers' defense, only to be swarmed by hundreds of critics within minutes. Some of these defenders even deleted their accounts outright, afraid that the flames of public anger would turn on them next. It seems this really is a tough problem. Let's hope they can find a solution. None of this was something Hanyu needed to worry about. He had already done his part, destroying the falling island and defeating Ultron. That was the best help he could offer. As for everything else, it was up to them to resolve it themselves. Aboard the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier, the Avengers were all gathered in the conference room, the atmosphere heavy with tension. They scrolled through streams of online messages, and the malicious comments pushed the boundaries of their vocabulary for insults. Banner couldn't help but turn his head away. Netizens' criticism had drifted from the Sokovia incident to personal attacks, dragging out each Avenger's flaws for public scrutiny. The harshest words, unsurprisingly, were aimed at the Hulk. "Try not to take it to heart," Stark said, patting Banner reassuringly on the shoulder. Banner forced a wry smile, saying nothing. Nick Fury, director of S.H.I.E.L.D., spoke up. Considering the population involved in Sokovia, the casualties were surprisingly low, just a few dozen. "I've already assigned Hill to handle the aftermath, but the financial losses." As he spoke, Fury glanced at Stark, who immediately understood. Stark raised his hand and said, "I'll cover it. All the expenses for the rescue and recovery missions, put on my tab." After all, he bore the lion's share of responsibility for how this started. It was only right for him to shoulder the consequences. "What about this Hanyu? Stark, do you have any information on him?" Fury pulled up footage from Sokovia on the multimedia screen. The video showed Hanyu and Ultron in action. First, Ultron taking on the original Avengers single-handedly, then Hanyu blasting the entire floating island of Sokovia to dust and gathering up the debris. Thor watched the footage, muttering under his breath, "That level of power is terrifying." "Thor, could you pull off something like that?" Captain America pointed at the screen, which was showing Hanyu detonating the entire airborne island. Thor shook his head. "No, right now, there's no way I could unleash lightning on such a massive scale, let alone shatter an island into dust like that." Within the Avengers, Thor was considered their top powerhouse. For him to admit this so readily showed just how deeply Hanyu's strength had impressed him. Stark, you've been to his shop. What kind of person is he? Fury pressed again. With someone so overwhelmingly powerful appearing out of nowhere on Earth, every bit of information was vital. Stark said, he looks just like an ordinary young Chinese man, barely in his 20s, maybe even younger. If he hadn't spoken to me first, I wouldn't have realized he was the shop owner. His little general store stocks all sorts of strange and unusual things. Most impressive of all was that Green Lantern ring. It holds a power that actually far surpasses my Arc Reactor. Everyone was stunned. Stark's Arc Reactor was a singular achievement in their world, something countless nations had coveted. His technology was at least 50 years ahead of its time. For Stark to admit that something from Hanyu was even more advanced than his own invention, how extraordinary must it be? Banner nodded in agreement. He had also come into contact with the Green Lantern ring and understood firsthand just how formidable it was. Nick Fury said, here's what we'll do. Let's send someone to get a better sense of who he is. If he's an ally, all the better. But if he turns out to be an enemy, then we'll have to take more forceful measures. Someone this powerful couldn't just be allowed to walk the streets without knowing where his loyalties lay. I'll go. I think I have a bit of an advantage for this job. Natasha, in her signature black jacket, volunteered for the task. She was confident in her own charm. All right, Natasha, it's settled. If you see an opportunity today, don't let it slip by. As a super spy, Natasha was no stranger to missions like this. Gathering intelligence was second nature to her. That afternoon, after carefully preparing her appearance, Natasha arrived at the general store. She pulled out her phone to double-check the address Stark had given her. This mission might not be as easy as usual, she cautioned herself. The target is powerful, definitely not someone to underestimate. I'll head in first and check things out. You all stay put and don't make any sudden moves. She pressed her earpiece and spoke quietly into her radio. Copy that. Taking a few deep breaths, Natasha pushed open the door. Years of experience had prepared her for all sorts of encounters, from dealing with tycoons to charming young men of every kind. She was ready for anything. As she stepped inside, she saw several people seated in the shop. Just as Natasha was about to launch into her usual introduction, she was interrupted by the sound of a heated debate. Boss, grab the red buff first. They're out of position. Take the buff before the fight, and they're finished. Wait. He's barely hanging on. Go for the kill. No way, he got away? How is that possible? Boss, use your second skill. One hit, and he's done for. Hanyu's expression grew increasingly helpless. He was playing a MOBA game on the Multiverse smartphone he'd just acquired, and not long after starting, Ultron and Quicksilver, passing by, had gotten drawn into the action. What began as a casual glance quickly turned into full-blown excitement. They hurried over to ask him what kind of game this was. After all, they had never seen a game with this kind of gameplay or graphics on the market before. In comparison, the games available on Earth looked as if they were made on ancient desktop computers. As a transmigrant, it was a joy for Hanyu to see something from his previous life being recognized by people in this world, even if he hadn't made it himself. He didn't say much and just kept playing, but Ultron and Quicksilver became more and more engrossed, soon starting to loudly critique and direct his every move. Could you two armchair generals pipe down? Am I the one playing, or are you? Hanyu shot them a glare. Back in his previous life, he'd at least reached the master ranks. In this game, he'd never thought of himself as particularly skilled, but being nagged by two people who'd never even played before was starting to really irritate him. Ultron said, if anyone needs to be quiet, it's him. He just rushes in like a reckless rookie. Quicksilver retorted, hey, watch it. Who are you calling a rookie here? Ultron snorted, obviously you. Let's go, let's have a match. This time, I won't let you trip me up. Quicksilver shot Ultron a look, but Ultron just rolled his eyes and ignored him, keeping his attention on Hanyu's game. I'm looking for Hanyu, Mr. Han. Natasha's voice sounded hesitantly from the side. She had been standing there for a good 10 minutes, quietly watching Ultron and Quicksilver trade barbs. She remembered the strength the two of them had shown back in Sokovia. They could easily be valuable recruits for the Avengers. But seeing them now, they looked more like a pair of unruly teenagers hooked on the internet. Nothing like the formidable fighters from that day. Coming. Hanyu tried to get up, but Ultron and Quicksilver pressed down on his shoulders, keeping him firmly in his seat. Their intentions were clear. They wanted to keep watching him play. All right, you can have it. Just don't break it, or I'll turn you both into cell phones. Hanyu grumbled, handing the phone to Quicksilver. Don't worry, boss. We won't break it. Quicksilver replied with a grin. Only then did they let Hanyu go, instantly plunging themselves back into the game. Shaking his head in resignation, Hanyu walked over to Natasha and asked, it's you. What can I do for you? Back in Sokovia, Natasha hadn't gotten a clear look at Hanyu's face. Now, standing face to face, she realized just how striking his features were. He had a classic East Asian face, each feature perfectly balanced. Not extraordinarily handsome, but definitely someone who would stand out in any crowd. With his build and presence, it was obvious he could never be just an ordinary person. Hello, my name is Natasha Romanoff. It's a pleasure to meet you. Natasha extended her hand to Hanu with an easy confidence. The casual way she tucked her hair behind her ear was enough to make any man's heart skip a beat. Hanu showed no awkwardness at all. He naturally took Natasha's hand, gave it a gentle squeeze, then let go, smiling as he spoke. You're celebrating a bit too soon. In the back, Ultron and Quicksilver, who were busy playing a game, couldn't help but burst out laughing. The way he responded to her greeting was truly one of a kind. Natasha looked a bit embarrassed. She pointed inside and asked, "May I come in and have a seat?" Hanu glanced around the general store, then looked at Natasha, who was dressed to the nines. I have no intention of getting involved with S.H.I.E.L.D., nor will I ever join. If you're not here to buy something, please leave. Natasha's allure seemed to roll off Hanu without much effect. In terms of figure, Wanda was every bit her equal. When it came to ability, Lady Tsunade from the Leaf Village far surpassed her, and her looks could make a man's nose bleed. Hanu wouldn't claim to have seen every woman in the world, but he'd met enough to know that, compared to them, Natasha's beauty wasn't at the very top of the list. Natasha hadn't expected him to be so direct and decisive. She prepared a whole host of friendly overtures, but it seemed none of them would be of any use now. Not willing to give up, Natasha insisted. I'm here to buy something, and I mean it. Is this how you treat your customers? Hanu's gaze swept over Natasha, and for a brief moment, she felt as if he could see right through her. After a pause, he looked out the window and smiled. Sincerity? You mean all those agents hiding outside are just here to carry your shopping bags? Agents? I don't know what you're talking about. Natasha lowered her head slightly, trying to hide her guilty expression. She was startled. He'd somehow figured out she hadn't come alone, and there weren't even any cameras outside the shop. Was he just bluffing? There are 20 soldiers with fully automatic rifles surrounding my shop, stationed by every possible entrance. There's a sniper in the building ahead and to the right, and another across the way. What? Do you want me to drag them in here before you'll admit it? Hanu spoke with a smile. If he unleashed his full psychic power, it could easily cover all of New York City. He could count every single hair on a person's head, let alone spot these agents who thought they were well hidden. To him, they might as well have been standing right in front of him. Hanu had already known about Natasha and her team the moment they arrived, but hadn't bothered to interfere. Even now, he didn't care if they changed positions. No matter what they tried, he couldn't be killed, so he might as well let them play their little games. Of course, if they ever dare to drop a nuclear bomb on him, then maybe, just maybe, it would be enough to leave him with a scratch. But there was no way they could drop a nuclear bomb. Not here in the heart of New York City. If they actually did that, they'd be finished for good. Captain, we've got a situation. Someone's trying to break through the front door. A panicked voice burst through Natasha's earpiece, followed immediately by the grim sound of something piercing flesh. Then silence. All of a sudden, a cylindrical object crashed through the window. The moment Natasha saw it, she recognized what it was and cried out in alarm. A flashbang. The flashbang exploded instantly. A searing white light and a piercing noise robbed Natasha of her sight and hearing. She was the closest to the blast. Seconds after the explosion, the shop door was kicked open. Several figures rushed in, moving with coordinated precision, but the scene inside made them pause. Natasha was the only one wounded by the flashbang. The newcomers found themselves staring straight into the unflinching eyes of Hanu, Quicksilver, and Ultron, creating a moment of awkward tension. There were 3 intruders, all sharing one distinct feature. Each wore a hood and carried an identical longsword across their backs, giving them the look of ninjas. This detail triggered a memory in Hanu's mind, a shadowy organization, the League of Assassins. Could it be that people and things from other universes are merging into this one too? Hanu wondered silently. After all, the League of Assassins wasn't from the Marvel Universe. It belonged to the DC Universe, the world of Batman and Superman. This organization was every bit as fearsome as Marvel's Hydra. Its reach spanned the globe, and its members were always marked by their hoods, masks, and signature weapons, bows or longswords. The appearance of these intruders matched Hanu's memory almost perfectly. As Hanu sized them up, they were sizing him up too. The 3 assassins exchanged glances. Then one of them spoke up. That's the guy. Kill him, and find a Mind Stone. All 3 drew their swords at once and charged straight at Hanu. Even in the cramped space, their coordinated movement was effortless, one after another, perfectly in sync. Hanu stepped forward to Natasha's side, grabbed her, and tossed her onto the sofa behind him. He raised his right arm in front of him, just in time for 3 gleaming blades to strike his forearm. Oof. You got some nerve, barging in like this. You must have a death wish. Hanyu had never intended to harm ordinary humans. Strictly speaking, Hanyu was no longer human himself. If he wanted to be arrogant, he could easily claim to be a god. His physical abilities far exceeded any normal person's, and his strength was on a different level entirely. Without so much as a flourish, he delivered a flat-handed blow to the chest of the assassin on the far left. The man's throat let out a muffled grunt. Even though his face was hidden behind a black mask, a trickle of red seeped through the fabric. That single slap took the assassin's life instantly. The remaining two assassins, startled by the death of their companion, exchanged a quick, surprised glance and immediately backed off a short distance, keeping a wary eye on Hanyu. Hey, your boss is under attack. How come neither of you seems the least bit nervous? Natasha, crouched behind the sofa and using it as a shield, watched the tense standoff unfolding before her. Then she glanced sideways. Ultron and Quicksilver were hiding here as well. Incredibly, they were still engrossed in their game, as if the attack happening right in this room had nothing to do with them. And what's the big deal? Our boss is ridiculously strong. Taking care of these guys is a piece of cake. You can let anything wait, except for gaming. I'm about to win. Quicksilver's fingers flew across the phone screen, unleashing a flurry of skills in the game. Natasha glanced at his stats. Well, after all that boasting, his score was a dismal 0 kills and 5 deaths. Are these really his employees? They don't seem to care about their boss's life at all. Natasha muttered, a bit speechless. She'd never seen staff like this before. Deciding not to bother with them, she turned her attention back to the scene in front of her. The two assassins, having witnessed their companion's death from a single blow, exchanged a look. The one on the right let a hard glint flash in his eyes. He raised his hand, and a pale violet energy surged from his arm, solidifying into a gleaming violet longsword. Both Natasha and Hanyu were taken aback. In this world, people with superpowers were rare, and this assassin had just materialized a sword out of pure energy. Natasha was genuinely startled. Hanyu's surprise, however, came from a different place. A sudden suspicion flashed through his mind. Was this truly a superpower, or was it mutant genetics at work? A mutant? That can't be right. Mutants haven't even appeared in Marvel's main universe yet. Is this because of some timeline shift? A steely glint flickered in Hanyu's eyes. He needed to resolve this quickly to find out whether the assassin was using advanced technology or some innate ability. The two assassins wasted no time with words. As soon as the one suspected to be a mutant formed his violet blade, they both lunged toward Hanyu. The ordinary assassin at the front flicked his hands. At some point, 2 small black spheres had appeared between his fingers. He hurled them at Hanyu, releasing a thick, swirling cloud of smoke. Surprisingly, the dense smoke didn't seem to hinder their vision. In the very moment the haze billowed up, the violet blade was already swinging down at Hanyu's head in a deadly arc. But before the sword could land, 2 fingers, wreathed in Green Lantern energy, snapped shut around the violet blade. Though Hanyu's body was tough, he couldn't grasp a weapon made entirely of energy with mere flesh and bone. Only a technique similarly infused with energy could match it. Impressive speed. If you were facing an ordinary person, you might have actually killed them. Unfortunately, you picked the wrong target. Hanyu smiled faintly. With a twist of his 2 fingers, he snapped the tip off the assassin's sword, then landed a swift kick to the man's abdomen. The force sent him crashing into the door, knocking him unconscious. Although the man was a mutant, his physique was comparable to a well-trained ordinary person, resilient, but hardly superhuman. Seeing his partner defeated so easily, the other assassin knew he didn't stand a chance. He turned on his heel and bolted. I'll have someone go after him. Seizing the opportunity to prove herself, Natasha immediately called for S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside to apprehend the fleeing assassin via her earpiece. Meanwhile, she set her sights on the one still inside. Hanyu strode over to the unconscious assassin, knelt down, and searched him thoroughly. There were no high-tech gadgets capable of focusing or releasing energy. There was only one explanation. He was truly a mutant. Well, things just got interesting, Hanyu murmured to himself. If there was an assassin's guild, and he had now spotted his first mutant, then his suspicions were correct. This world was quietly merging with others. Perhaps not entirely, but some forces from other universes were starting to appear here. An organization like the Assassin's Guild was manageable. But if something more powerful emerged, say, if Krypton appeared in this universe, Superman himself might set foot on Earth. Hanyu had little interest in Superman. After all, he was just another guy. If he showed too much enthusiasm, it might seem a bit peculiar. But Superman's cousin, now she piqued his interest. Kara Zor-El, the one known as Supergirl. Take this guy back for questioning. If you learn anything new, let me know, Hanyu said, pointing at the unconscious mutant assassin, and addressing Natasha behind him. He was happy to leave the interrogation to S.H.I.E.L.D. It wasn't something he cared to lure or bother with. Natasha didn't waste words. She radioed the S.H.I.E.L.D. agents outside, who promptly came in to drag the mutant assassin away. "Mr. Han, I'll be back," Natasha said. "I hope next time we can work together more smoothly." Hanu smiled and waved her off. "Take care." With that, Hanu turned back, reclaiming his phone from Quicksilver, who was still wailing in protest. He glanced at the game stats: 0 kills, 9 deaths. So all that bragging from Quicksilver earlier had been empty talk. Hanu thought he might have some talent for gaming, but it seemed his only real skill was trash-talking. Seeing that Hanu wasn't going to pay her any more attention, Natasha murmured a few words into her earpiece, cast him a deep, thoughtful look, and quietly took her leave. Sensing the retreat of the nearby soldiers, Hanu let out a sigh of relief. He had no desire to make an enemy of S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, they were still considered the good guys for now. Since the timeline has changed, I wonder if S.H.I.E.L.D. has already been infiltrated by Hydra. If they have, I should step in at the right moment to help them deal with that problem. And if mutants really do start appearing in large numbers in this world, then those two will surely show up as well. Hanu pondered this as he absent-mindedly scrolled across his phone screen. In his memory, at least half the people in S.H.I.E.L.D. were actually Hydra agents, and yet the organization was still naively fighting against Hydra, completely unaware of how deeply the enemy had already infiltrated their ranks. Two figures surfaced in his mind. The first was a bald man seated in a wheelchair, every gesture exuding gentleness. His mutant power was telepathy, and among all the mutants with mental abilities, he was undoubtedly the most powerful. The other figure floated in the air like a god, able to make the very earth rise at a wave of his hand and command all metals at will. These two were Professor X, Charles, and Magneto, Eric. Among all mutants, they were the most famous. In Han Yu's recollection, the two had first founded the Xavier Institute together, but parted ways due to ideological differences. Magneto went on to establish the Brotherhood of Mutants, proclaiming liberation for mutants and vowing they would no longer be bound or hunted by humans. Lost in these thoughts, Hanu kept playing his game while Ultron and Quicksilver continued chattering beside him. He was so deep in thought that he didn't hear a word they said. Suddenly, he stood up. Ultron and Quicksilver were both startled. Was he about to lose his temper and hit them for being too noisy? It's time to get to work. With that, Hanu dragged Ultron straight toward the workshop. Quicksilver was left standing there, confused. "Hey, wait up." Inside the workshop, both Ultron and Quicksilver looked at Hanu with baffled expressions. At this moment, he raised both hands, and threads of green, lantern-like energy began to flow from his palms, weaving together in midair. "What's the boss doing?" Quicksilver whispered to Ultron. He had started calling Hanu boss too. Boss felt too formal for his taste, and calling him boss made it feel like they were closer, even if Hanu himself didn't see it that way. "He seems to be trying to build something, but he keeps tweaking and changing it," Ultron replied. He wasn't sure what Hanu was creating, but, judging by the look of concentration on his face, it was something important. So he kept quiet, and Quicksilver watched in silence as well. Despite their usual banter, when the situation called for it, both of them could be serious. 5 minutes passed, and suddenly Han Yu's face lit up with delight. "It's done," he exclaimed. Han Yu held his palms apart, and between them floated a wisp of pale, purple sword blade fragment. It looked strangely familiar. Is that the energy sword from the assassin earlier? Ultron's mind was like a supercomputer. In an instant, he recognized the origin of the object in Han Yu's hand. "That's right," Han Yu nodded, then continued. "I've done my best to restore the energy molecules, and I also managed to get a bit of his skin tissue when I first encountered him. I need your help to analyze his DNA, pinpoint what sets him apart from ordinary humans, and then create a program that can track down anyone with this gene." Ultron was momentarily taken aback by Han Yu's lengthy request. "Boss, are you interested in the powers people I can possess?" "Don't tell me you're planning to recruit them all into the shop. If we did that, S.H.I.E.L.D. would definitely label us as a terrorist organization." It wasn't that Ultron feared S.H.I.E.L.D. Their firepower wasn't enough to destroy him anyway. He just found trouble bothersome. The fewer complications, the better. If war could be avoided, Ultron had no interest in fighting. He had gradually discovered that this new body of his had the ability to assimilate into human form. Even after the transformation, he remained a machine on the inside, but outwardly, he looked no different from an ordinary person. Ultron was already making plans to go out and enjoy some of the pleasures of human life. As for war, he really wanted nothing to do with it. Quicksilver, too, cast a questioning look at Hanu. Nobody likes war. His own parents had died because of it. A scuffle was one thing, but war was another matter entirely. That wasn't something a simple fight could resolve. Seeing the two of them watching him so intently, as if should he say yes, they'd launch into a whole speech to dissuade him. Hanu shook his head with a smile. You may not believe me, but I have no interest in their abilities at all. I know a bit about people like them. They're called mutants. They're still human, just with mutated genes. Even if they have superpowers, they're still part of humanity. Their powers might be impressive, but their bodies are much like ordinary people's. They could be stabbed with a knife or shot dead with a handgun. Tonight's mutant assassin was a warning to me. If mutants like that are left unchecked, the world could be plunged into a terrifying war. Hanu paused, seeing that Ultron and Quicksilver were both listening intently, and then continued. After all, human beings are inherently xenophobic. When there are only 1 or 2 mutants who appear before the world, and they're doing good deeds, they might well be hailed as heroes by ordinary people. But the moment one of them does something wrong, that single misdeed will be enough to erase most of the goodwill people have toward them. And especially when their numbers grow, turning into a distinct group, that's when ordinary people will resist their existence all the more. Hanu let out a quiet sigh. The existence of mutants was truly a tragedy. They were forced to accept their fate as mutants, enduring the strange looks of others. Having superpowers might sound wonderful, but in reality, it's just an illusion cherished by most teenagers lost in their own fantasies. That's why I want to gather them together before chaos breaks out, to manage them, to teach them how to control their powers and understand themselves. Only then can I help them avoid confusion and despair. After speaking, Hanu looked calmly at Ultron and Quicksilver and asked, So what do you think? Are you willing to join me and help the mutants together? Even though both Ultron and Quicksilver were his employees, Hanu wouldn't force them if they truly objected to this kind of thing. After all, forcing them might only lead to trouble down the line. I'm in, of course I'm in. There's no reason not to join. Quicksilver answered even faster than Ultron could consider it. It didn't take him long to agree. Having lost his parents at a young age, he deeply understood what it was like to be bullied and ostracized. If he could help others avoid that fate, he felt duty-bound to do so. Hanu was a bit surprised. Over this period, Quicksilver had always come across as a laid-back young man who only cared about eating, drinking, and having fun. Hanu had honestly expected him to refuse. But to his surprise, Quicksilver was the first to agree. Ultron spoke up, Count me in as well. Although I don't care much for humans or what happens to them, boss, you still plan to make that mobile game, right? Hanu blinked and replied, Yes, what about it? That's good then. Games are so much fun, but you need players, don't you? If things between mutants and regular people spiral out of control, there'll be chaos everywhere, and my teammates could drop out in the middle of a match. I definitely don't want that. Ultron's sole reason, it seemed, was his love for gaming. Hanu chuckled, not bothered by Ultron's reasoning. After all, this was someone who had once considered wiping out all of humanity. If it came down to caring about humans or their fate, Ultron wouldn't give it a second thought. It was only because of the game, and because it was Hanu's idea, that Ultron was willing to take it seriously and agree. If it weren't for the game, or if it were someone else, say, the Avengers, Ultron wouldn't give a damn. In fact, it'd be lucky if he didn't punch them straight back home. Seeing that both of them agreed, Hanu was just about to say something to Quicksilver, since the latter was still unfamiliar with this sort of thing. But before he could speak, Quicksilver piped up first. Ultron, find all the books I'll need and send them to me. I'll cram them all in, at my speed. I'll catch up to you in 3 days at most. Seeing that earnest look on his face, Ultron didn't poke fun at him or trade quips this time, simply replying, All right, I've sent them to your computer. For Ultron, a supercomputer, searching, collecting, and sending information was a breeze. Quicksilver nodded, signaled to Hanu, and headed back to his room. It seemed he wouldn't be leaving his room for the next few days. Ultron also turned to his programming work, leaving Hanu standing there alone, feeling somewhat at loose ends. He was the coordinator. His job was to figure out what needed to be done and delegate the tasks. If he had to do everything himself, there'd be no point in having staff at all. A bit bored, let's see if I can find something to keep me occupied. In a large villa in the suburbs of New York, a burly man sat quietly in his study, flipping through a book. At that moment, a man in a black suit strode quickly down the hallway. As he reached the door, his steps slowed, and he knocked lightly. Come in. At the sound of the burly man's voice, the man in the suit entered. How did things go? Let's hear it. The burly man didn't look up, his attention still fixed on the pages before him. Our report, Mr. Fisk. The Assassin's Guild failed. The instant those words left the suited man's mouth, the atmosphere in the study seemed to drop several degrees. What? They failed? This burly figure was none other than Kingpin, the criminal Kingpin who had previously tipped Hanu off about Wanda and Quicksilver's whereabouts. Why, yes, sir. 2 assassins were killed. One of them was the one who could turn energy into a sword. The last one managed to escape. Cold sweat beaded on the man's forehead, and his voice grew almost inaudible as though he feared Kingpin might kill him in a fit of anger. "Fine, you may go." Kingpin waved him away, his words taking the man by surprise. The man mumbled a quiet thanks and hurriedly backed out of the room. But the moment he turned, a thin beam of red light shot from behind, piercing straight through his heart. Staring in disbelief at the gaping hole in his chest, the man collapsed, eyes wide open in death. Kingpin calmly withdrew the cane that fired the laser, setting it beside his chair. Rising, he walked over to the window. Outside, rain had just begun to fall, the gentle patter against the glass deepening the oppressive mood inside the room. These useless fools from the League of Assassins. I spent $5 million to hire a superpowered killer, and yet they turn out to be so utterly incompetent. Kingpin growled in frustration. At this point, no one had yet coined the term mutant, so Kingpin simply referred to them as superpowered individuals. His reasons for wanting Hanu dead were twofold. For one, Hanu's attitude the day he delivered him those files had left Kingpin feeling slighted. For another, he wanted to test Hanu's strength, to see if the rumors of his power were true. He had no idea that it was Hanu who had resolved the Sokovia Island incident. When Hanu arrived in Sokovia, the civilians had already been evacuated, and the only witnesses to Hanu detonating Sokovia were the Avengers and a handful of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Naturally, S.H.I.E.L.D. would never release information about Hanu to the public, so the world believed it was the Avengers who had handled the crisis. $5 million, you say? If you truly wanted my life, I'd say that's a bit stingy. In the vast study, a sudden soft chuckle echoed, causing Kingpin's entire body to tense up in an instant. His hair stood on end as he roared inwardly. Impossible! It can't be him. How'd he get in here? I didn't sense a thing. Slowly, Kingpin turned around, and there, in the shadows of one corner of the study, a young man appeared like a phantom. He lounged by the bookshelf, one leg crossed over the other, leafing through a book he'd casually plucked from shelves. "Brother Han? It's you. Why didn't you say anything before coming?" The unexpected visitor was none other than Hanu himself. When Kingpin turned to face him, Hanu closed the book with a snap and tossed it carelessly back onto the shelf. Interlacing his fingers over his knees, he smiled at Kingpin. "What do you think?" "Ahaha, how would I know? Unless—" "Brother Han, did you come to join me for a meal? I'll have my staff prepare dinner right away." With a forced laugh, Kingpin edged his way to the desk. Only after grabbing hold of his cane behind the desk did he feel a measure of relief. It was only now, being this close, that Kingpin noticed Hanu's clothes. It was raining heavily outside, and yet Hanu's attire was perfectly dry. There was nothing nearby, except this house that could offer shelter from the rain. So how had Hanu managed to arrive on a stormy night without getting wet at all? Hanu rose to his feet, taking in the study as he strolled slowly toward Kingpin. As he passed the corpse of the suited man Kingpin had killed, Hanu didn't spare it so much as a glance, simply stepping over the body as he closed the distance between himself and Kingpin. Kingpin's gaze was fixed intently on the man before him. In all his years in the underworld, he had never met an opponent who could exert such overwhelming pressure on him as Hanu did. What's with this guy? He's strolling around as if he owns the place. Has he already prepared some way to deal with me? What could it be? A sniper, maybe a bomb? Or is he some kind of superpowered individual, perhaps one of those speedsters like that other fellow? Kingpin's mind raced with possibilities, analyzing Hanu's every move and bracing for whatever might come next. Meanwhile, Hanu himself was thinking nothing of the sort. Tisk, TSK, no wonder people call him the Fat Cat. Just look at this study. It's 2 floors tall and probably as big as my whole little shop. One of these days, I have to get myself a house like this. Hanu marveled silently, clicking his tongue in admiration. He was just about to ask how much a mansion like this cost, but before he could even form a word, Kingpin suddenly shouted, raising his cane and pressing a button on its head. A barrage of red laser beams shot from the tip, streaking straight for Hanu. He'd already seen what happened to the suited man lying on the floor. Getting hit by those lasers would leave at least a gaping hole. Hanu didn't really believe the attack could harm him, but the sudden aggression was still rather irritating. He didn't blame Kingpin for sending assassins after him. In fact, he was almost grateful. If not for that, Hanu might have only discovered the existence of mutants from a newspaper headline. And by then, the task of gathering mutants would have been far more difficult. So, this time he'd come to return good for evil. He couldn't understand what had gotten into Kingpin to attack him again. Did they really have that much of a grudge? Watching those red lasers blast toward him, Hanu sighed softly and shook his head. In a flash, he vanished from where he stood, letting the lasers hit nothing but air. Where did he go? Kingpin tensed up, gripping his cane tightly as he scanned the study for any sign of Hanu. Suddenly, a pale hand loomed large in his vision. With a resounding slap, Hanu sent the 400-pound Kingpin flying backward, flipping him over completely. Kingpin crashed to the floor and, for a moment, was unable to get up. Lunatic! Hanu pulled out a towel and wiped his hand. What a nasty habit, always resorting to violence. Thankfully, he wasn't the kind of twisted maniac who killed people just because they got on his nerves. After giving Kingpin another swift kick, Hanu turned and left. The study fell silent once more. Moments after Hanu's departure, Kingpin's henchmen rushed in from outside. Seeing their boss lying on the floor, his face swollen and bruised, they rushed over in a panic to help him up. Useless fools. Why didn't you come in earlier? Kingpin shrugged off their support and barked at them furiously. Mr. Fisk, we wanted to come in too, but for some reason our bodies suddenly froze where we stood. It felt as if 4 invisible hands were holding our arms and legs tight, making it impossible to move. This kid, just who on earth is he? Fisk gazed out at the rain streaking against the window, his mind beginning to drift. The swelling on his face still throbbed with pain. Hanu had just returned to the general store and was about to head to his room for a bit of rest when he saw Wanda knocking on Quicksilver's door. Pietro, what are you doing in there? Dinner's ready. I'm not eating, I'm busy. Just set mine aside for later. Pietro's voice called out from inside the room. Wanda was baffled, shrugged her shoulders, and turned away, running right into Hanu as he came upstairs. She asked, do you know what he's up to? He's not even coming out for dinner. Wanda hadn't been present the last time the topic of mutants came up, and there was no reason to keep it from her. So Hanu repeated what he'd told Ultron and Pietro before. To his surprise, the story piqued Wanda's curiosity. When a mutant academy is established, can I be a teacher there? A teacher? Hanu had never really considered that. His goal was simply to create a haven where mutants could live free from discrimination, a kind of Shangri-La. Teaching had never crossed his mind. But if Wanda wanted to go, Hanu thought that sounded just fine. Though he called Wanda and the others store clerks, in reality, as long as they didn't do anything harmful or unjust, he had no interest in policing their activities. The general store didn't see much business anyway. Hanu could easily handle things on his own. Bringing them on board was mostly to fulfill the store's own requirements. Hanu smiled and said, of course. I think Pietro has the same idea. When the time comes, you two can go together and help guide those young mutants. Yay! Wanda leapt up with joy, threw her arms around Hanu, and planted a big kiss on his cheek. Without stopping, she began chattering excitedly. Then I have to start preparing right away. What should I teach them? I never actually went to school myself, so I can't help with academics. Maybe I could teach them how to control their powers? Yes, that's perfect. I'll start practicing now. I need to be a good teacher. You eat dinner without me. I'm going to the storage room to work on my skills. Before you could even reply, Wanda dashed off in a whirl of energy toward the storage room, leaving him both amused and exasperated. This girl, does she have a teacher's dream? She's certainly enthusiastic enough. Hanu couldn't help but chuckle and shook his head, then made his way toward the dining room. Ever since he discovered he could expand the space inside the general store at will, he had enlarged the dining area a bit. Now, even if 40 or 50 people gathered, it wouldn't feel crowded, perfect for entertaining guests from all corners of the cosmos. Fortunately, tonight's dinner was rather simple. Otherwise, if Hanu had to face a whole table full of dishes by himself in such a big dining room, it would have felt truly lonely. After he finished eating, Hanu prepared a few more dishes, placing them in the warming box for Quicksilver or Wanda to enjoy later. Then he returned to his own room, lay down on the bed, and started up a game. What kind of game should I make? He mused as he played. In this world of constant supernatural happenings, where gods and ghosts appeared, at every turn, people had suffered so much from the battles between superheroes and supervillains, yet had nowhere to vent their frustration. Those with relatively kind hearts could only bottle their feelings up, occasionally complaining to those around them. But if they encountered someone less kind and more fed up with the status quo, they'd simply take action. Protests and riots had become routine. What was needed was a game that mirrored the real world, a place where you could do anything without consequence. Such a game wouldn't just help players blow off steam. It would be truly unique in this world and would surely attract a huge following. Freedom, realism, no rules at all. As Hanu pondered, a spark of excitement flashed in his eyes. He slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "That's it, GTA!" GTA, or Grand Theft Auto, was a series where you played as a gangster or a lowlife. You could follow the main storyline, tackle side quests, or if neither interested you, just take on odd jobs for cash. The signature feature of this series was its sheer freedom. Even if you ignored the main and side stories completely, you could still play for months or even years. With such boundless possibilities, if you could imagine it, you could do it. Yes, this could work. Back in my previous life, Rockstar was limited by all sorts of constraints. So many of the game's unique features never saw their full potential. But I have no such limits. I've got the technology and the money. I'm sure I can surpass GTA 5 from my old world. Hanu was growing more and more excited. GTA 5 had always been a chart topper, and even years after its release, it's still ranked among the best-selling games each year. Its open-ended gameplay made crime a norm within the game's world. Because of that, players jokingly refer to the game's main city, Los Santos, as the town of simple folk, giving a whole new meaning to the phrase. Hanu quickly logged out of the game and started searching through the settings on his phone. Sure enough, the game was installed there. In his previous life, this game had never been adapted for mobile. He tried tapping to open it, but as soon as he clicked the icon, a pop-up window appeared. This game is a PC title. To play it, you need to spend 10 upgrade points to redeem. At that, Hanu's eyes went wide. Damn, this game actually cost 10 upgrade points. He only had 28 upgrade points in total. This one game would take away a third of them. He might as well be getting robbed. Forget it. Sooner or later, I'll have to pay the price. Let's just do it. Gritting his teeth, Hanu chose to redeem the game. No matter how much he complained, the points needed wouldn't decrease. He might as well get it over with. Ding, you have obtained a new game. The GTA 5 production method file has been sent to your host email. Please check your inbox. A little red dot appeared on the email icon on his phone. Hanu opened it, but after one glance at the flood of data and code inside, he shut it right back down. Just looking at it gave him a headache. He forwarded the file straight to Ultron. He also added a few notes about the enhancements he wanted, hoping Ultron could develop it. Originally, Hanu had planned to ask Stark to find someone for the job. But why ask others for favors when he had an ultra-intelligent robot of his own? Did he really need Stark's help? Hanu lay back comfortably, letting his imagination run wild about what GTA would be like once it was finished. His daydream had barely begun, when the door to his room burst open with a loud crash. Ultron charged in like a whirlwind and clamped his hands firmly onto Hanu's shoulders. Boss, where did you get that game file you sent me? You want me to make it, right? This game is incredible. Compared to this, all the games in the country are garbage. Hanu brushed aside Ultron's overly enthusiastic hands. Someone who didn't know better might think Ultron was about to kiss him. Sitting up, Hanu patted him on the shoulder and said, "That's right, I want you to make this game. But it can't interfere with the program for searching mutant memories. That program? It's already done." As he spoke, Ultron used a few small parts from his own body and, with a few swift motions, assembled a USB drive, handing it to Hanu. Regular computers can't handle this level of computation. I figure only Stark's private satellites or SHLD surveillance systems could manage it. Boss, take your time studying it. I'm off to work on the game. Don't worry, I'll make sure to do a thorough job. I'm getting more and more excited for the day it launches. Ultron rambled on at length to himself, then dashed off in a flash. Hanu even heard him bump into Quicksilver outside. The two of them exchanged a few words, then took off together. Honestly, they were like two teenagers addicted to the internet. Before the game had even begun, they already seemed completely hooked. The next day, Hanu, still drowsy in his pajamas, was yanked out of bed by Ultron and Quicksilver, who didn't give him a chance to protest as they dragged him straight toward the workshop. "What's going on?" "I was sleeping," Hanu grumbled, rubbing his eyes in irritation. "Boss, take a look at this." Ultron pointed excitedly at the computer in front of Hanu. On the screen, a little character was running along, occasionally stopping to pick fights with pedestrians, then running off again, and even hijacking a car from a passerby. Hanu's eyes lit up at the sight. "You've already built it?" The scene looked just like a GTA game. Could it be that Ultron finished it in a single night? Impossible. Even with his technical genius, a massive game like this would take at least a week to polish to perfection. Ultron scratched his head sheepishly. "No, boss, this is just a concept demo. I made it so you could see if it matched what you had in mind. If this is the direction you want, I'll keep developing it this way." After testing it out himself, Hanu discovered that for now, you could only run, walk, throw a punch, or drive a car. The map was tiny, barely a fraction of the original size. Not bad, stick with this concept. But pay close attention to the extra points I marked for you. Those features need to be included. Don't rush it. Focus on quality. Money's not an issue, spend whatever you need. Understand? Hanu instructed. He had originally thought about making several different games, like a battle royale or a classic demolition mode, but changed his mind. Why create unnecessary competition for himself? After all, the GTA series could incorporate all those elements. And as for funding, Hanu had no worries. Rumor had it GTA 5 cost $200 million to make, but he could throw $2 billion at this project without batting an eye. He had billions stashed away, and spending $2 billion on a game was nothing to him. It was a drop in the ocean. Selling just one of his energy devices could rake in hundreds of millions, so why fret over this? Ultron grinned mischievously. "Hey boss, if you say so, I won't hold back. I'll pick only the very best equipment for the server setup." Hanu burst out laughing, waving his hand with magnanimous flair. Spend as much as you want. Even the three of them couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. They could already imagine the sensation this game would cause worldwide the day it was released. As they were lost in thought, someone suddenly burst out laughing, though it wasn't clear who. The other two didn't mock him. Instead, they joined in laughing together. So the three of them stood there in the workshop, hands on their hips, throwing their heads back and laughing heartily. Wanda stood at the doorway, speechless as she watched the scene unfold. The three of them stood in a triangle, laughing together, looking remarkably silly. Are these three fools or what? She thought. When it came to the finer details of GTA, Hanu explained everything carefully to Ultron. For Ultron, this was a game concept that had yet to be born. But for Hanu, he'd played it for years. He knew every strength and weakness of the game like the back of his hand. He wasn't short on money now. As long as they made a good game, breaking even was just a matter of time, and there was the potential for much greater profits. The profits from a truly great game could be astonishing, especially in a Marvel world where there wasn't a single AAA title to be found. Once GTA launched here, it was bound to be a smash hit. Who knew how many teenagers would become engrossed in it? There would almost certainly be high rollers willing to spend lavishly on in-game gear. Their game development session with Ultron stretched from morning all the way to noon. Ultron was firing off a question every 5 minutes, but Hanu patiently answered them all without complaint. Having played the game himself, Hanu had a much clearer grasp of many of the concepts in their development plan. His explanations were always clear and easy to understand. Quicksilver helped out on the side. Having crammed several days' worth of computer knowledge at super speed, he wasn't ready to make a AAA game yet, but he could handle simple props and assets. Ultron assigned him a few tasks as well. So with two technicians and Hanu as the lead designer, they discussed and worked from morning until noon. If Wanda hadn't called them for lunch, the three of them would probably have kept going all the way into the next day. When you're having that much fun, no matter how much time passes, it always feels joyful. At the lunch table, Quicksilver kept firing off questions about game props, asking what still needed improvement. Hanu answered each one in turn. Just as they were in the middle of their discussion, Hanu suddenly frowned, his expression turning serious in an instant. He sprang to his feet with a sudden jolt. Quicksilver jumped, thinking he must have annoyed Hanu with too many questions. Boss, what's going on? Is something wrong? Ultron, ever perceptive, noticed the gravity between Hanu's brows. He could tell it wasn't Quicksilver's questions that bothered him. Something else was happening. Hanu nodded, lifting his left hand and slowly rotating his fingers. The Mind Stone, which he had kept from the battle in Sokovia, began to glow faintly with a yellow light. What's happening? Seeing the unusual reaction from the Mind Stone, Wanda's curiosity was piqued. She had never really examined the stone closely before, back when she and Quicksilver were still test subjects. It had always been embedded in the scepter. This was the first time both she and Quicksilver had taken such a careful look at the Mind Stone. This is the stone's way of warning us. Usually, there are only two possibilities in situations like this. Either an unimaginably powerful being has invaded Earth, or another Infinity Stone has appeared here. Han. He narrowed his eyes and thought. Of all the stones on Earth now, aside from the Mind Stone in his hand, the only one left was the Time Stone, which was in the possession of the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. But the Time Stone was kept inside the Eye of Agamotto, protected by powerful enchantments, and it was not considered an offensive stone. The Mind Stone was unlikely to send out a warning because of it. The Space Stone, which S.H.I.E.L.D. had previously guarded, had been taken back to Asgard by Thor after the battle in New York and was now locked away in Asgard's vault. The Power Stone should still be inside the orb designed to contain it, though whether the Guardians of the Galaxy had found it yet was uncertain. As for the Soul Stone, the fact that it could only be acquired by sacrificing what one held most dear meant that, while the method was simple, it was also one of the hardest Infinity Stones to obtain. Hanu rubbed his chin, thinking for a moment, before arriving at a conclusion. If the timeline has changed because of my actions, then the stone most likely to cause something to happen on Earth right now can only be one. The Reality Stone. The name slipped out almost instinctively, and Hanu's eyes lit up. Among all the Infinity Stones, this one's power might be the most versatile. Its effect is the ability to alter reality itself. As long as its wielder is strong enough, the stone can directly turn their desires into actual reality. For nearly any attack, the Reality Stone can change the very nature of what's coming at its wielder. For example, if an opponent unleashed a dazzling barrage of attacks, all special effects and blazing lights, the Reality Stone's holder could, with a single thought, transform all that chaos into harmless bubbles. No matter how powerful the attack, the stone could simply change it into something else. Reality Stone? What's that? The other three were stunned. None of them had ever heard of such a stone. It had never appeared in Earth's history. It's also one of the Infinity Stones, Hanu explained. Its power is to reshape reality, to make the world conform to your will. Technically, it's not really a stone at all, but rather a kind of particle. Long ago, it was known as the Ether. The Reality Stone was once in the possession of a race called the Dark Elves. But because they wanted to use it to dominate the universe, Asgard intervened. Odin's father, the current king's predecessor, led a team to seize the Reality Stone and sealed it beneath the earth, where it has remained to this day. Wanda and Quicksilver were both utterly amazed by this story, but only Ultron made a remark so ridiculous it was almost comical. What's so special about this tiny planet that all these aliens keep coveting it? Why does everything always end up on Earth? His complaint made Hanu burst out laughing. It was spot on. In the grand scheme of the universe, Earth's fighting power is barely average, and there are countless planets with more advanced technology. Yet, somehow, all the major events seem to revolve around Earth. Hanu said, in short, the Mind Stone's warning was probably about this. I'm going to make a trip to England. The other three looked puzzled. Why England? The Mind Stone pointed me to the Royal Observatory in Greenwich, London. I need to retrieve it. This kind of artifact is simply too powerful. Even if they manage to handle it, improper storage would only cause more trouble. With me, it'll be in the safest hands. Of course, Hanu couldn't tell them the real reason. In his previous life, he'd seen the Reality Stone appear there in a movie. Now, with the Mind Stone in hand, it made for the perfect excuse. Ultron and the others believed him. After all, the mysteries of the Infinity Stones were so profound that even a supercomputer like Ultron couldn't fully comprehend them. Wanda asked, "Do you need us to go with you?" "No need. I'll go alone. Once you're done eating, just get back to your own business." Hanu straightened his clothes and made his way to the alley behind the general store. With a quick gesture, the Green Lantern ring appeared on his finger. He slipped it on, and a surge of emerald energy enveloped him, lifting him off the ground and shooting him skyward. As he ascended, Hanu manipulated the green energy to blend perfectly with the surrounding colors, rendering himself invisible in midair. "Sir, the target just left the general store. Use some kind of green energy to fly away and then vanish from sight. Our tracking systems can't follow him. Hold your position and keep monitoring the general store." At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Hanu's on the move. He's flying with the Green Lantern ring. Where could he be heading? Nick Fury and the Avengers gathered for a special meeting to discuss Hanu. Ever since Natasha's failed mission, they'd formed a dedicated task force to keep a close watch on his every action. Although he hadn't committed any crimes and had even helped them, leaving such a powerful being unsupervised was simply too unsettling. So they had no choice but to assign someone to keep an eye on him, at the very least to track his movements. Hanu was well aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were monitoring him from outside. As long as they didn't interfere with his daily life, he couldn't be bothered to care. There was no need to escalate the situation. Captain America spoke up. "We've received word that there's been a strange energy fluctuation in Greenwich, England, and Thor has appeared there." Someone asked, "Thor's here?" After the Battle of New York, he went back to Asgard. "It's been a while since we last saw him. What could possibly have happened there to bring him back?" "No idea. But at the very least, we can be certain that Hanu's appearance might be related to Thor. He's been flying around using Green Lantern energy, moving at supersonic speeds, or even faster. If it weren't something urgent, he wouldn't use that mode of travel," said Stark, who had studied the Green Lantern ring and understood that it possessed some extremely powerful features, flight being one of them. Nick Fury added, "If Thor's involved, then there's no need for us to step in right now. Let's just observe for the time being. Battles at their level are beyond our ability to interfere with." The Avengers all agreed with this decision. As Hanu flew through the sky, he continuously used Green Lantern energy to construct a special kind of net. The Reality Stone, being a unique gem, would directly draw on its host's life force, converting it into energy. Hanu had no intention of letting something that constantly siphoned away his life force remain inside him, even if he was essentially immortal. In less than 10 minutes, he had flown from New York to Greenwich, England. Guided by the direction indicated by the Mind Stone, he arrived at an abandoned factory, just in time to witness the light of the Bifrost cascading down from the heavens. "They're leaving already? That fast?" Seeing this, Hanu quickly pieced together the general plot. By now, the Reality Stone had entered Thor's ex-girlfriend Jane's body, and Thor was taking her to Asgard in search of a cure. Before the light faded, Hanu followed after them, stepping into the shining beam of the Bifrost. On the other end of the light, Thor and Jane appeared together in the great hall at the entrance of the Bifrost. Even Heimdall, the gatekeeper, was momentarily stunned by the unexpected company. Thor, even more surprised, exclaimed, "Han, what are you doing here?" Hanu gave an awkward laugh. Originally, he had planned to slip away at light speed and invisible the moment he emerged from the Bifrost. But he hadn't expected the portal to have such a strong pull. It wouldn't let up until he'd been set safely at the foot of the gate. Ah, because of her. Hanu lifted his chin, gesturing toward the woman standing beside Thor, Jane. Thor, wary, quickly shielded Jane behind him. Even he didn't dare underestimate the young man before him. Somehow, Hanu had managed to follow them all the way to Asgard without Thor noticing a thing. Heimdall's expression grew grave as well. Hanu's uninvited entry was tantamount to an invasion of Asgard. Heimdall drew the sword planted in the center of the hall, the key to the Bifrost. Forged from URU metal, its power was formidable. So it's you? How did you get here? Of everyone present, Heimdall was the most astonished upon seeing Hanu's face. Thor was puzzled. As far as he knew, this was the first time the two had met. Why then was Heimdall so surprised? Hanu was curious about that as well. Noticing their confusion, Heimdall explained, "My eyes can see everything across the 9 realms. Even what happens on Earth is clear to me. But there's one place that's always blurred in my sight, a place I can never see into." He was referring to Hanu's grocery shop. Hanu narrowed his eyes. The fact that Heimdall couldn't see into his shop didn't surprise him much. It was likely a protective mechanism of the shop itself, shielding it from psychic probing or similar intrusions. Facing someone like Hanu, Heimdall dared not let his guard down. He asked warily, "What are you doing here?" Hanu shrugged nonchalantly. "Just helping out, what else?" The energy inside her is the reality stone, also known as the ether. She has the ether inside her? That's impossible. The ether should be sealed away deep underground forever. Heimdall's face paled with shock. He was older than Thor and had heard many ancient legends. The last known appearance of the reality stone was in a time so distant, it belonged to the era of Odin's father. It had been sealed beneath the earth for ages. How could it have suddenly ended up in the body of a mortal woman? Thor, too, was stunned. He'd read about the ether in ancient tomes, but never in his wildest dreams did he imagine it would be inside his ex-girlfriend. Heimdall said, "Could it be that I lost sight of her before because she fell into the space where the ether was sealed?" Hanu nodded. "No wonder I couldn't find her before," Heimdall sighed. His gaze could pierce through all things in the 9 realms, and for the sake of their peace, he had stood watch here day after day, year after year. This was the first time something like this had happened. No one could be seen. But then he remembered it was because of the reality stone, and he let it go. After all, that artifact was just as mysterious as his own eyes. Heimdall sensed something was amiss and quickly informed the group. "His Majesty Odin is coming." "Father!" Thor was taken aback. He looked toward the end of the Bifrost that connected to Asgard and saw several figures rapidly approaching. At the front, clad head to toe in golden armor, was none other than the current king of Asgard. His father, Odin. "I've long heard tales of a powerful god who has appeared on Earth. Seeing you today, I must say, your reputation is well-deserved." Facing Hanu, the usually stern Odin surprised everyone by breaking into a smile. He stepped forward and, in the manner of Earth's customs, reached out to shake Hanu's hand. Hanu looked at the offered hand and smiled in return, clasping it firmly. In that instant, Hanu suddenly felt a terrifying force surge from Odin's grip. Strength so immense it felt as though it could crush mountains and rivers with a single squeeze. "So, is this a test or a show of dominance?" Hanu pressed his lips together and responded by gripping back with even greater strength. In a flash, a powerful aura erupted from where the two stood, forcing Thor and the others to stagger back a few steps. "He's actually on par with father?" Thor could hardly believe his eyes. He instantly understood the meaning behind this exchange. His father was testing their guest. Yet Hanu not only withstood Odin's strength, but even surpassed it, which explained the astonishing surge of energy. A glimmer of surprise flashed in Odin's eyes. Hanu looked young, yet his power was anything but ordinary. No wonder he dared to come to Asgard in such a manner. Meeting Hanu's clear gaze, Odin realized he had never seen such an untroubled, desireless look in anyone's eyes. Calm, but not cold, there was always a gentle warmth in the depths. Even standing face-to-face with Odin himself, Hanu showed no trace of anxiety or discomfort. Instead, he exuded a quiet confidence and remarkable presence. A true hero from the younger generation. "Excellent, excellent." Odin laughed heartily, giving Hanu a friendly pat on the shoulder. Powerful, yet not arrogant. If only Thor possessed such spirit, he would have become king of Asgard long ago. "You're quite formidable yourself, Lord Odin. Uniting the 9 realms is not something just anyone could accomplish." Hanu replied with a smile. Everyone appreciates a kind word, and his were free from flattery or formality. Just a natural, genuine remark, as if the man before him were nothing more than an ordinary elder. Odin's impression of Hanu grew even better, and he patted his shoulder again, clearly pleased. At this very moment, Thor seemed to finally understand how Loki must have felt in the past. Was this what it was like for Loki to see him, being close to their father? Now, seeing Odin interact with an Earthling in such a way, Thor couldn't help but feel a twinge of discomfort. Thor, didn't I tell you not to bring mortals to Asgard? Odin narrowed his eyes as he looked at Thor. He wasn't just referring to Hanu. Jane was included as well. Although he didn't dislike Hanu, Asgard was hardly a place where just anyone could be brought so casually. Thor hurried to explain. Father, Jane has developed a problem with her health. I brought her to Asgard in hopes of finding a way to cure her. Odin replied. Humph. Earth has a profession called doctor. If something is wrong with her body, why not seek their help? Why go so far as to bring her to Asgard? Just as Thor found himself in a difficult spot, Hanu stepped forward and said, Elder Odin, Miss Jane's condition isn't an ordinary illness. Her body is carrying ether particles. Compared to calling it the reality stone, the name ether particles was far more familiar to Odin. The moment he heard those words, a notable change came over his face. He strode over to Jane in 3 quick steps. My apologies, I hope you don't mind. With that, Odin took Jane's hand. Divine power surged from his palm into her arm, and everyone could see a dark red energy writhing beneath Jane's skin. There's no mistaking it. This is indeed the ether. How did you come into contact with it? After his examination, Odin immediately let go of Jane's hand and asked. It happened like this, Jane began. A friend of mine found a place with strange spatial data. I went along with her to investigate and discovered that gravity there was behaving abnormally. Objects thrown in certain spots would reappear somewhere else. I kept walking and somehow wandered into a dark place. There, I found a massive square stone pillar trapped between floor and ceiling. Those dark red particles were inside it. I reached out to touch them, and before I knew it, they entered my body. Hanu nodded repeatedly. All of this matched what he remembered, so it seemed the story hadn't changed much in this regard. He couldn't help but blurt out, why do things like this always end up on Earth? Is Earth some kind of universal safe deposit box? Why does everything get put there? Ultron had once asked Hanu the same question, and Hanu himself was deeply curious, so he now tossed it to Odin. Odin let out a long sigh and said, when Asgard first obtained the ether, Earth was nothing more than a primitive world. How could we possibly have foreseen that something like this would happen in the distant future? Hanu nodded slightly. He felt this explanation was reasonable enough. Although Earth had existed for about 4.6 billion years, the era of human dominance spanned only a few thousand years. Back then, the planet truly was a wild, untamed land. As for Asgard acquiring the ether, that had happened at least 10,000 years ago. Who would bother to consider what would become of an object 10 millennia into the future? Only someone with far too much time on their hands would dwell on such things. All right, come with me for now. This isn't the right place to talk. Since he now understood that the visitors had not come without cause, Odin refrained from further approach. He led Hanu and the others forward, guiding them into the heart of Asgard's royal city. Gazing upon the resplendent, golden buildings, Hanu couldn't help but reveal a hint of amazement in his eyes. Until now, his impression of Asgard had been shaped solely by scenes from movies. Yet, the films had never truly captured the grandeur of this holy city. Standing here in person, even with Hanu's composure, he found himself glancing repeatedly at the magnificent structures on either side. Jane was equally awestruck. She and Hanu resembled a pair of curious children, one moment peering at this, the next admiring that. Though they had never met before, their mutual fascination with their first visit to Asgard quickly gave them something to talk about. Facing this man of unremarkable appearance, whose charm only grew the longer one looked at him, Jane felt a strange sensation welling up inside her. It wasn't exactly love, but it was an inexplicable flutter that made it hard to take her eyes off him. Jane, come take a look at this. The entire building is floating above the ground. Hanu's voice pulled Jane from her reverie, and she hurried over to his side. Watching this, Thor felt a pang of discomfort. Why was his girlfriend suddenly getting so close to another man? Even if they hadn't officially defined their relationship. After all, they'd only shared a kiss. That was enough to show there was mutual affection. Surely, nothing stood in the way of them being together. This Earthling isn't just powerful. He's a decent person too. You'll have to step up your game. How could Odin not see what was on his son's mind? He patted Thor on the shoulder, leaving him with those words before walking ahead. The group entered the grand hall of Asgard's palace, finally arriving at a quiet place where they could speak freely. Jane couldn't hold back any longer and turned to Odin, asking, Odin, Your Majesty, is there any way to remove these ether particles from my body? Earlier, when Odin and Heimdall discovered the reality stone within her, their shock had startled Jane. Was what she carried within her really so frightening? Although she didn't know exactly how powerful these two people were. One was the keeper of the Bifrost, able to travel to Asgard at will, and the other was Odin himself, the king of the gods, a legendary figure who unified the 9 realms. For both of them to look so shocked, whatever was inside her body was clearly no simple matter. Jane hadn't been too anxious at first, but after seeing their reactions, she couldn't help feeling afraid. Odin fell silent for a moment, then slowly shook his head and spoke in a grave tone. In all the knowledge I possess, there is no known way to remove the ether from a host. A wave of dizziness swept over Jane. If even Odin, the king of the gods, had no solution, what hope was left for her? She didn't dare to imagine the consequences of having such a strange and mysterious power inside her. Who knew what might happen in the future? Would she one day transform into some kind of monster? Don't be afraid. I'm here. I promise I'll find a way to help you. Thor assured her with conviction. Though he tried to sound certain, deep down he felt just as lost. If even his father had no answers, how could he possibly be sure of anything? As he spoke, Thor reached out, intending to comfort Jane with a touch, but Odin's voice suddenly rang out, stern and commanding. Don't touch her. Odin's warning came a heartbeat too late. Thor's hand had already come to rest on Jane's shoulder. In that instant, a surge of deep crimson energy erupted from the place he touched, blasting Thor clear across the room with overwhelming force. The explosion of energy caused Jane to faint, her body collapsing, only for Hanu to catch her at the last moment before she hit the ground. Her body can't withstand this kind of energy outburst. The longer this goes on, the worse it'll be for her. Jane's lips had turned pale, a sign that the reality stone was draining her life force from within. Each of these self-protective energy bursts took a heavy toll. Her body couldn't endure many more. Hearing this, a look of helpless sorrow flashed in Thor's eyes. He had never faced anything like this before and had no idea how to fix it. If the Dark Elves still existed, there might be a way to remove it. But they were wiped out in my father's time, extinct for generations now. Odin let out a weary sigh. Even he had rarely encountered the mysterious Infinity Stones, and never could he have imagined one would end up inside his son's beloved. Hanu spoke calmly. No, they're not all gone. He knew that during the last war, Malekith, the leader of the Dark Elves, along with a handful of his closest followers, had escaped the battlefield and gone into hiding somewhere in the universe, lying dormant in their stasis pods. The moment they would awaken was when the Reality Stone left its resting place in Asgard. Then, drawn by its call, the Dark Elves would rise again. By now, given the timing, they were likely already preparing to launch their attack on Asgard. Odin asked, "How do you know they're not all dead?" The last time the Dark Elves appeared, human civilization on Earth hadn't even formed yet. How could Hanu, who looked to be in his 20s, possibly know about something like this? Green energy shimmered into delicate threads, gently touching Jane's body. Hanu paid no heed to Odin's question. Jane's condition was worrying. No ordinary person could withstand the explosive energy unleashed by an Infinity Stone. What's more, the Reality Stone sapped the host's life force, so Jane's health would only deteriorate further. Within the green threads Hanu channeled into her, there was also a dusting of golden powder, which he infused in her body as well. Thor asked, "What are you doing?" "Saving her." After several dozen seconds, the pallor on Jane's face faded, replaced by a healthy flush. What incredible technique. What kind of power is this? Odin inquired. For all his years, he had never witnessed such an effective method of healing. "It's mostly thanks to this," Hanu replied. "It's called a senzu bean. No matter how severe the injury, it can cure it. I've improved it a little. Now it also beautifies the skin and strengthens the body." Hanu opened his hand, revealing a bean shaped like a silkworm cocoon, floating above his palm. Since Jane couldn't swallow it, you used Green Lantern energy to deliver the powdered senzu bean into her, which explained how her complexion recovered so quickly. Thor's face lit up with astonishment when he heard this. Even he knew such an item was exceedingly rare, yet Hanu had just given one to Jane, without hesitation. "That's quite a treasure. I've heard you run a general store. Can you supply these steadily?" Odin's eyes gleamed with interest. Such a miraculous item was unheard of in Asgard. "Supplying them regularly isn't an issue, but I'm afraid the price won't come cheap," Hanu replied with a light chuckle. Though he always seemed to take out senzu beans casually, in truth, if they ever hit the market, the price would only skyrocket, never go down. On Earth, a single bean could easily fetch billions. That's no exaggeration. Many secretive tycoons would gladly pay a fortune for just one, believing their family's wealth would endure as long as they possessed it. A bean that could heal any injury, enhance beauty, and strengthen the body would be sought after wherever it appeared. "Name your price," Odin said without hesitation. As the ruler of the Nine Realms, wealth meant nothing to him, mere dust and ashes. Hanu stroked his chin. Although he still held the position of a clerk in the general store, in reality, he had the authority to set the prices for everything in the shop. Whether high or low, it was all up to him. While he was deep in thought, Jane gradually regained consciousness. Sensing a strange atmosphere in the room, she whispered a question to Thor. After learning the details, she nodded in sudden realization. In a hushed voice, Jane asked Thor, "Aren't you Asgardians supposed to be gods? Don't gods have some sort of self-healing abilities or something like that?" Thor shook his head and explained, "Not all of us Asgardians are gods. To you humans on Earth, we're simply more advanced aliens with technology. That's ahead of yours by many, many years. When we first came to Earth, people couldn't understand our science, so they called us gods. The Asgardians still experienced birth, aging, sickness, and injury. If Hanu's Senzu beans could be supplied to them in a controlled and regular manner, it would bring a tremendous boost to Asgard's fighting strength." Thor still felt unsettled by the fact that Hanu could lift his hammer. Now, seeing Hanu produce a miraculous item that even Asgard didn't possess made him feel even more conflicted. Noticing Hanu lost in thought, Odin spoke to Thor, "Why don't you take this lady to rest for a while? I'll have a separate conversation with him." Thor knew he couldn't be of much help in this matter, so he led Jane away to find her a room where she could rest properly. Odin brought Hanu to a reception room, an opulent chamber with a round table set at its center, adorned with a spread of exotic fruits that looked delicious. "All right, here's my condition. I want command authority over the Asgardian Guard." Hanu's words were truly startling. The command of the Asgardian Guard was not something to be given lightly. Every member was handpicked, and there were fewer than 100 guards in all of Asgard, which spoke to how rare and precious they were. Odin furrowed his brow and was about to speak, but Hanu waved his hand and continued, "I don't want your soldiers for my own gain. For the Asgardian Guard, I can provide an unlimited supply of Senzu beans on one condition. If Earth is ever threatened by an invasion from another power, I must have the right to command them to come to Earth's aid. Nothing more. And besides, it seems your time is almost up, isn't it?" This time, Hanu's words were even more shocking. Odin's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Hanu, astonished that he knew such a secret. Not even Odin's wife, his closest confidant, had any inkling of this. The fact that Hanu knew truly amazed him. As the god of thunder once said, the people of Asgard are nothing more than highly advanced extraterrestrials. Although they're individual, lifespans stretch beyond 1,000 years, and their bodies far surpass those of humans. In the end, even they cannot escape death. Odin, the All-Father, has fought across the 9 realms, his body bearing the scars of countless battles. His life, just as Hanu predicted, is gradually drawing to a close, and that time is fast approaching. It was precisely for this reason that, upon learning of the existence of Senzu beans, those miraculous healing treasures, Odin wondered if he might acquire some, hoping to somehow prolong his life. Hanu saw through Odin's intentions and shook his head. "The Senzu beans are indeed powerful in their healing properties," he explained, "but they can only heal. When the oil in a lamp is spent, there's nothing they can do. For a life that's reaching its natural end, they offer no help." A long, long silence followed before Odin finally let out a deep sigh. In that moment, Hanu no longer saw the all-powerful king of the 9 realms, but rather an old man whose days were numbered. Hanu couldn't help but sigh as well. Even such a brilliant figure as Odin cannot escape the fate that awaits everyone. Odin remained quiet for a while, then said, "I accept your terms. May I make one more request?" "Go ahead," Hanu replied. "Asgard, could I ask you to help protect it for me? At least until Thor is truly ready to bear the weight of the throne. He's powerful now, yes, but not yet fit to be king. After I'm gone, there will surely be those who covet Asgard. I would rest easier knowing you're here." Hanu nodded. "Of course. You have my word." Odin studied Hanu for a long moment. When he saw the sincerity in his eyes, he finally relaxed and smiled, reaching out his hand. "Then let's work well together." Hanu smiled back, shaking Odin's hand. To a fruitful partnership. Just as they reached this understanding, a sudden, urgent alarm blared outside the room. The sound of guards rushing back and forth quickly followed. Hanu asked, "What's going on? Where's that alarm coming from?" Odin instantly recognized the source. "It's the dungeon where the prisoners are kept. Someone has broken through the protective barrier. Do you need my help?" Hanu offered. "No, that won't be necessary. Thor will take care of it." Hearing this, Hanu, who had half risen from his seat, paused and sat back down. He thought to himself, "Well, let it be. This is something they have to go through themselves. I won't intervene." He knew exactly who had broken through the barrier. It was one of Malekith's henchmen, who had infiltrated Asgard. Their plan to steal the Reality Stone had already begun, and during this attack, Thor would lose his mother. From this point on, Thor would start to lose his family, one after another. First his mother, then his father, and even his brother Loki, who had faked his death so many times, would truly die in the end. Perhaps I should go take a look after all. Hanu was starting to get restless. The less he thought about it, the better, but once his mind wandered, he couldn't help but feel sorry for Thor. Even though he'd never had a particularly good impression of him, he couldn't say Thor was a bad person either. After all, Thor had made his share of sacrifices for the safety of Earth. After bidding farewell to Odin, Hanu shot out of the room like an arrow loose from a bow, dashing madly through the Great Hall. Damn it, I should have asked Odin which way to go before I left. That was careless. Lost in the vast palace, Hanu felt a little embarrassed. He was completely turned around. The interior was even larger and more labyrinthine than it appeared from the outside. Hanu took out the Mind Stone, hoping that since both were Infinity Stones, he might use it to locate Jane. But the Mind Stone simply rested quietly in his palm, looking for all the world like an ordinary rock. You useless thing, always letting me down when I need you most. Hanu rolled his eyes, deciding not to dwell on it any longer. Clearly, he needed to craft himself an infinity gauntlet that could actually harness the power of the stones. Otherwise, these gems were little more than decorative trinkets. Look, there's another one. Kill him. Just as Hanu paused to get his bearings, a group of bizarre-looking aliens suddenly burst out from somewhere, brandishing knives. Years of imprisonment in Asgard's dungeons had left them seething with pent-up rage. Now, they were out for blood. Anyone they saw was a target, and their eyes were wild with murderous intent. As they spoke, ready to savor the panic on Hanu's face, they looked up, only to freeze in surprise. Instead of fear, Hanu's face lit up with a hint of delight at the sight of them. The aliens didn't even have time to utter another word. They were suddenly seized by a dizzying sensation, and the next thing they knew, they collapsed to the ground. Just before losing consciousness, they glimpsed their own bodies still standing upright, but their heads were gone from their necks. Along the way, Hanu casually reduced several alien fugitives to nothingness. When he came across some wounded Asgardian warriors, he immediately rushed to their side and asked, "Have you seen Thor, or the Earth girl he brought with him?" The Asgardian warriors gave Hanu a puzzled look, but sensing he meant no harm, they pointed him in the right direction. Hanu spared a glance at one of the warriors, who was being supported on both sides. A massive gash was torn across the man's abdomen, a mortal wound for any ordinary person. The warrior looked quite young. The only reason he was still clinging to life was his sheer willpower, but with injuries like that, he'd never make it to the infirmary. "Thanks. Eat this. It'll help heal your wounds." Hanu thanked them, left a few senzu beans behind, and vanished before their eyes, dissolving into a gentle breeze. What incredible speed. What is this little thing? It looks edible. He said it can heal injuries. I'll give it a try. After all, I'm as good as dead anyway. Unable to resist his curiosity, the wounded Asgardian warrior tossed a senzu bean into his mouth. Hey, wait, don't. Someone tried to stop his companion from eating the senzu bean. They didn't know who Hanu was, and even if they were doomed, this certainly wasn't the way to die. But what happened next utterly silenced him. Before he could finish his sentence, his companion's wounds healed even faster than he could speak. In just a few heartbeats, the injuries knit together at an astonishing speed. I suddenly feel like I'm back in fighting shape. The young Asgardian warrior struck a pose to show off his newfound vigor, standing up with excitement. The knife wound that had marred his abdomen was now completely sealed, his skin smooth and unblemished, as if he'd never been cut at all. The other Asgardian warriors stared dumbfounded at the senzu beans in their hands. Only now did they realize what an extraordinary treasure they possessed. Following the direction indicated by the Asgardian warriors, Hanu arrived at the scene, but he was too late. Thor's mother, Frigga, had already been killed by the Dark Elves, while their leader, Malekith, had been struck by Thor's lightning, half his face scorched, and was carried away by his companions. Watching Thor and Odin, their faces shadowed with grief and sorrow, Hanu stood quietly to the side, his heart heavy. Frigga, after all, had been a powerful sorceress herself, yet she had faced her enemies with close combat weapons. Hanu couldn't help but feel a bit exasperated. Even using a simple illusion spell could have allowed her to escape. Her foes had no way to break free from illusion. Hanu, if I offer up all of my godly power, can I trade it for a chance to bring Frigga back? Odin clung tightly to his wife, his voice somber and low. Hanu narrowed his eyes slightly, but said nothing. Thor, on the other hand, couldn't stay calm. He blurted out, "Father, what are you saying? How could you even consider giving up all your godly power? Asgard can't be without you." Odin ignored Hanu, slowly lifting his head. The wisdom and shrewdness that once filled his eyes had vanished, replaced entirely by an endless sorrow. As the God King who united the 9 realms, Odin had lived for tens of thousands of years. Though his life force was fading, his godly power had never diminished. Now, Odin was at the peak of his strength. But because his vitality was ebbing away, he could not escape the fate that awaited him, an end that would come in his sleep. For a man who had dominated the stormy tides of history, perhaps such an ending was the very best he could hope for. Although Odin was at death's door, his wife Frigga was far from meeting the same fate. She still had a long life ahead of her, and Odin did not want her to die just yet. Hanu considered silently. He knew better than anyone just how powerful Odin's divine strength was. This universe he found himself in could be called the Prime Universe. Within it, Odin was openly acknowledged as the mightiest god. The other legendary beings, like the 5 creator gods or the Celestials, showed no interest in vying for that position. With those beings out of the running, Odin was essentially the strongest in the universe. Now he was offering to trade all his divine power for a single chance to bring his wife back to life, a price that was by any measure immense. Thor wanted to protest. How could Hanu possibly have the power to raise the dead? But as the words formed on his lips, he hesitated. Deep down, he hoped Hanu really did possess such an ability, for the woman lying on the ground was his mother. He glanced back and saw Hanu's face, not marked by embarrassment or doubt, but rather by deep contemplation. Thor's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that Hanu truly had a way to save his mother? I have no interest in your divine power, Hanu said, but for the healing, I will need to use your power. After that, you may well become just an ordinary old man, and your wife too. Are you certain you want to do this? Hanu was not a man driven by greed. Odin's power was indeed formidable, but Hanu didn't chase after every source of strength he saw. He had his own reasons, and he was reluctant to alter the course of the timeline too drastically. I agree, Odin said without hesitation. As long as he could spend a little more time with his beloved wife, he was willing to pay any price. Very well, Hanu replied with a nod. He did, in fact, possess a way to bring someone back from the brink of death. But such matters touched on the boundary between life and death, a line that no one should cross lightly. If one took death for granted, it would lose its power to inspire awe. Those unafraid of death might, at best, become valiant warriors who would lay down their lives for their country, or at worst, criminals who treated life as worthless. Odin was offering all his divine strength as the price for healing. Afterward, he would be just a mortal, with perhaps a decade or so left to live, but that was certainly better than his current fate. Then I'll begin, Hanu said. Suddenly, Hanu's eyes glowed with a radiant green light. He would use the energy of the Green Lantern as a guiding force, supplementing it with Odin's divine power to heal Frigga's wounds. The Green Lantern ring was capable of healing. For minor injuries, the ring's energy alone would suffice, but for wounds as severe as Frigga's, the ring bearer needed to take direct control. As Hanu channeled the healing energy into Frigga, he simultaneously drew upon the vast well of Odin's divine power. Without divine power, Jane at his side couldn't sense anything unusual, but Thor was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face. He could feel his father's once vast divine power rapidly draining away. Within minutes, Odin was already weaker than Thor himself. The reason Thor didn't speak up to stop him was because he could see, with his own eyes, his mother's wounds healing at an astonishing rate. Watching his beloved come back from the brink of death, Odin found it impossible to contain his excitement. He knew that injuries as severe as hers, wounds that pierced straight through, couldn't be healed by Asgardian medicine. She should have been beyond saving. Frigga's color grew steadily better, while Odin's divine power dwindled with every passing moment. 5 minutes later, her wounds were fully closed, while his divine strength had been utterly spent. I'm alive again. Frigga touched the place where she had been gravely injured, disbelief in her voice. The skin there was as smooth and flawless as before, with no trace of any wound. Before she could ask more questions, Odin rushed forward to embrace her, and the two held each other tightly. Brother, thank you. Thor pressed a hand to Hanu's shoulder, gratitude shining in his eyes, then strode quickly over to his parents. Hanu smiled. Thor's gesture meant he'd finally let go of his former suspicions. His thanks was genuine. Odin has lost his divine power. Compared to the original story, this is really no different from death. Now the goddess of death, Hela, should be able to break free from Odin's seal and return to Asgard. Hanu narrowed his eyes, watching Thor's joyful expression. At this moment, Thor had no idea what awaited him. The goddess of death, Hela. In this universe, she was Odin's firstborn, Asgard's executioner, second only to Odin in rank. She had followed Odin through countless wars for over 1,000 years. She could draw endless divine power from Asgard itself, making her second only to Odin in battle strength within the realm. After the conquest of the 9 realms, Hela remained unsatisfied, wanting to see all the realms become Asgard's servants. Such ambition forced Odin to banish her to Hel, where she was never to return. As long as Odin died, she could return to Asgard. In the present situation, with Odin's powers gone, it was as good as if he were dead. It's time to go. We need to settle accounts with those dark elves, Hanu said, clapping Thor on the shoulder. How? Asgard's shield has been destroyed. The royal guard has to stay behind to defend the realm, or else it's as good as leaving the gates wide open, Thor replied, frowning. He was struggling with this very problem. The fury in his heart had long since reached its peak. Even though his mother was saved, it didn't erase the fact that the Dark Elves had killed her. The Dark Elves must pay. We could just go by ourselves. There's no need to bring the Asgardian guard. Hanu knew that Thor would definitely come with him. Fewer people made for a better surprise attack. All right, I'll go talk to my father. Thor nodded, then jogged to catch up with Odin and said, Father, I think we should take the initiative. I want to go to the Dark World right now and settle the score with Malekith. No, the ether is in our hands. They'll come back for it. Odin shook his head, rejecting the idea. Thor grew agitated. We suffered heavy losses this time. If they come back again, even stronger, they could destroy us all. Odin gazed at Thor and said, You're overestimating their power. Now that they don't have the ether, they're not as dangerous. I plan to go to the Dark World, use Malekith to extract the ether from Jane, and then destroy it immediately. That way, Asgard won't be drenched in blood. Thor's words rang with passion. He had already pictured how he'd deal a heavy blow to Malekith. As long as Odin agreed, he'd set out at once. I do not agree. If you fail, the weapon will fall into our enemy's hands. That's final. You are to stay in Asgard and do as you're told. Odin wasn't willing to argue with Thor further. He turned and walked away without giving Thor a chance to respond, leaving Thor standing there, fists clenched in frustration. Looks like your father doesn't agree. How are we going to get there now? Hanu stepped out from the shadows. Since he didn't know the exact location, even the teleportation scroll from the general store was useless. There's someone else who can help us. Who? My brother, Loki. Hanu asked. Where is he? In the dungeons. He's imprisoned there for leading the Chitauri to invade Earth. He's the only one who can help us reach the Dark Elves. Thor's hands tightened and then relaxed again. If the situation weren't so dire, he'd never ask for help from the brother who so often schemed against him. Hanu said, Then let's get going. The sooner we leave, the better. Only Malekith and his Dark Elves knew how to extract the Reality Stone, and that was why Hanu had lingered here. As soon as the Reality Stone left Jane's body, he could make his move to seize it. The dungeons. The cells that had been shattered during the earlier chaos had already been restored to pristine condition by the emergency repairs of Asgard's guard. Some of the captured alien prisoners had been locked up again. Down the stairs, to the cell on the left. Unlike the others, the cell had a sofa, a coffee table, a small chandelier, and even a little bookshelf. Clearly, the treatment here was quite different. When Thor approached, a man in the cell slowly stepped forward to meet him. His sharp eyes locked onto Thor with an unyielding stare. What are you doing here? Come and mock me? And who's this stranger with you? The man was dressed in a long robe dominated by green, with golden accents adorning the torso and arms. He kept his hands clasped behind his back, chin raised ever so slightly, and his face was etched with an arrogant expression. This was none other than Loki, the god of mischief and Thor's younger brother. It was Loki who had led the Chitauri to invade Earth, forcing Iron Man, Thor, the Hulk, and the rest of the superhuman crew to band together and form the Avengers. For Hanu, this was his first time meeting Loki face-to-face. In reality, Loki was even more striking than he appeared on screen, his every gesture exuding an even greater air of mischief and menace. Just now, Mother was stabbed by Malekith's men. She's on the verge of death. Thor spoke in an even tone, but if one looked closely, they could see sparks of lightning flickering in his eyes and faint arcs crackling between his fingers. The only way the Dark Elves could have breached the palace of Asgard was if someone had tipped them off or leaked the position of the shield, preventing it from activating properly. The enemy had broken in through the dungeons. It wasn't difficult to guess from whom they'd learned the way. Upon hearing this, Loki froze as if someone had abruptly cut off his breath. His mouth hung open, but not a word came out. He stumbled back several steps, and, after a moment, he finally managed to stammer, Frigga, is she dead? Seeing Loki's reaction, Thor let out a quiet sigh. Though Loki always claimed not to recognize Frigga as his mother, his reaction now revealed how much he truly cared for her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have worn such a look. At the very least, Thor had never seen him like this before. The electricity arcing between Thor's fingers faded and disappeared as he shook his head slightly. No, if it weren't for the help of my friend here, she would have died. With that, Thor stepped aside to introduce Hanu, giving a brief account of who he was. Loki finally let out a long sigh of relief upon learning his foster mother was alive. He turned his gaze to Hanu, giving him a deep, searching look. So, you're the shopkeeper. What do you sell? Hanu replied with a gentle smile. Everything imaginable from all the worlds. Utter nonsense. Loki scoffed, unconvinced. He hadn't seen Han use abilities firsthand, so it was only natural that he didn't believe such claims. So what now? Are you here to carry out my execution? This sort of talk was nothing new to Hanu. He'd heard all before. The future was long and full of possibilities. He had no intention of bickering with Loki now. Eventually, Loki would see for himself, letting the enemy into Asgard and almost causing irreversible damage. This had already happened twice. Long ago, he'd once allowed the Frost Giants to enter, and though back then he was certain of victory and saw it as a way to prove himself, it was still he who had willingly let them in. If it were to happen a third time, he doubted he could bear it. Thor spoke calmly. I'm going to the Dark World to settle things with Malekith, but now the All-Father has ordered Asgard sealed off. I know you have ways to get out. I'm offering you a chance at redemption. Loki replied with a hint of mockery. That's not like you, brother, to come and ask for my help. Aren't I usually just your lackey? Facing the brother who had nearly cost both of them their mother's life and attacked him more than once, Thor showed no sign of being moved by Loki's words. Perhaps, deep down, Thor still held a sliver of trust in Loki, but with betrayal after betrayal, it was nearly impossible for him to keep that faith alive. He'd come to Loki now only because he had no other choice. Hanu, who was keeping watch for the two of them, urged, enough bickering. Let's go. Thor didn't waste another word. He deactivated the cell's shield, let Loki change into a new set of clothes, and then the three of them left the dungeon together. They arrived in another room, where Jane was already waiting. When she saw Loki among them, she strode forward quickly. Hello, I'm Loki. Perhaps you've heard. Before he could finish, Jane slapped him hard across the face. That's for New York. For the first time, Loki was struck by someone, by a woman from Earth, no less. But instead of anger, he turned to Thor with a smile and said, she's got spirit. All right, everyone's here. Now tell me, where in Asgard is this place? Hanu asked. Shouldn't we be taking a ship or something? That place is nowhere near here, Loki said, startled. Just tell him, Thor urged. He knew Hanu could use some kind of green energy to fly, and that was how they planned to reach the exit. After Loki gave him the location, he saw a green glow flicker on Hanu's right fingertip. Suddenly, a green ring of light appeared beneath each of their feet, rising up and shrinking as it went. By the time it reached their heads, the ring had become a protective shield, enveloping all of them. Loki gasped in amazement, reaching out to touch the shield. This was a kind of technology even Asgard didn't possess. Jane, being a mortal, reacted just as Loki did, astonished by the display. Hanu looked at Thor, who nodded in response. Hanu then announced, ready yourselves. We're off. As soon as the words were spoken, 4 green spheres of energy shot into the sky, transforming into streaks of light that sped off toward a distant location. Han, are you sure we're not going the wrong way? During their flight, the direction they were heading began to seem increasingly off, sending them hurtling straight toward a mountain. Thor, a note of panic in his voice, shouted the question. Nope, this is right. Ready. Loki glanced at the bearing, unable to suppress a grin. He found this wild approach exhilarating, exactly his style. His gaze lingered on Hanu's face, who looked just as thrilled. Clearly, the two were cut from the same cloth. Pair of lunatics. Though she couldn't feel the wind's speed, the rush of skimming so close to the ground was intensely stimulating to the senses, and Jane couldn't help but curse the two of them silently in her mind. It wasn't as if Asgard's airships weren't trying to intercept them from behind. After a short pursuit, it became clear they simply couldn't keep up. The speed of their escape was terrifying. Within the blink of an eye, they'd left at least a kilometer between themselves and their pursuers. This was no exaggeration. The Asgardian guards could do little but watch them appear and then vanish. Forget about interception. They barely caught sight of them for more than 10 seconds. Hanu and his group didn't spend long in flight. From their departure in Asgard's Great Hall to their arrival at the destination, the entire journey took less than 20 seconds. The Green Lantern ring could reach speeds faster than light, though Hanu was only using 1/10 of its full power at the moment. Asgard was a super city perched atop a planet. Unlike most planets, where people lived inside the surface, Asgard was built directly upon it. The planet itself powered the city, which lay above it. And with only a few thousand inhabitants, the greatest mountain in Asgard stood to the southeast, marking the location of their exit. On one side of this mountain, There was a narrow fissure, barely noticeable compared to the massive peak. It stretched about 10 meters long, wide enough for 5 or 6 adults to pass through shoulder to shoulder. The 4 streaks of light darted into the opening, and within the pitch-black cavern, a glow flickered, reminiscent of the Bifrost teleportation. In an instant, all 4 vanished into the cave. No sooner had the light appeared than darkness returned. Only the occasional drip of water from the stalactites above broke the silence, each drop landing in a small puddle on the cave floor. The mountain cavern had not grown any livelier for Han Yu and his companion's arrival. It remained as quiet as ever. After the group disappeared from Asgard, 2 figures emerged silently at the cave's entrance. A noble woman adorned in splendid attire, and an elderly man with white hair and a stern expression. Gazing into the silent cavern, the old man let out a quiet sigh. The noble woman at his side, sensing his sorrow, reached over and gently patted his back. The children have all grown up. It's time for them to rely on themselves, not just on the title of Prince of Asgard. They should shoulder the responsibility of looking after Asgard now. The old man's deep voice echoed throughout the cave. Han Yu, I entrust Thor to you, and Asgard to all of you. It's time for me to step down from the throne and finally get some proper rest. A dazzling flash of light burst before their eyes. The abrupt shift in brightness from crossing through space made the 4 instinctively close their eyes. For a moment, when they opened them again, the scene before them was no longer the magnificent daylight of Asgard, but a world bathed in a blood-red dusk. So this is the dark world? The group drifted slowly through the sky. Looking down, Han Yu could see the remains of tall buildings, now nothing but broken walls and ruins. It was clear this planet had once been a splendid city, but its people had taken the wrong path. They tried to use the Reality Stone to seize other worlds, provoking Asgard's wrath. In the end, only Malekith and his followers remained. Had they been more patient and not resorted to such direct means, perhaps the Dark Elves, wielding the Reality Stone, would have become a force to rival Asgard even now. What should we do next? After landing, Loki turned to Han Yu. They had barged into the enemy's stronghold with great fanfare. Surely there was some strategy, otherwise it'd be downright absurd. Han Yu stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, "Fight. That's all there is to it. Perhaps I shouldn't have agreed to come along." Loki's face darkened. There really wasn't a plan? This approach was far too reckless. Yet, this only piqued Loki's curiosity. Han Yu didn't seem like a thoughtless brute. Ever since they'd met, he'd always worn that easy, squinting smile, no matter what was said to him. People like that were truly dangerous. That's why, upon arrival, Loki's first question was for Han Yu, not Thor. With Han Yu here, we really don't need any fancy tricks. Victory's in the bag. Thor said this with characteristic bravado. He'd seen Han Yu reduce the massive Sokovia island to ashes and then gather it all up, without even needing godly power like Odin's, and able to lift Thor's own hammer. Though they hadn't known each other long, Thor trusted Han Yu implicitly in this regard. That trust was part of what gave him the confidence to come to Asgard without hesitation. Hearing Han Yu's words, Thor was delighted, certain this matter would be easily resolved. But none of them noticed the sly, devilish smile tugging at Han Yu's lips, as though he were already plotting something. With their decision made, the group found a relatively sheltered spot, sat down, and quietly waited for Malekith to arrive. About half an hour later, a massive, cross-shaped spaceship entered the dark planet from the depths of space, descending slowly over the ruins and shattered remnants. Compared to this colossal vessel, Han Yu and his companions looked minuscule, their tiny figures only adding to the oppressive atmosphere of this blood-red, somber world. Malekith is here. Get ready. Thor's body tensed as he gazed at the ship lowering from the sky. He gripped his hammer tightly, prepared for battle at any moment. The spaceship came to a halt, and a group of figures disembarked, striding purposefully in their direction. At the forefront was an alien with a long, white braid. Their features were not so different from those of humans on Earth, but their skin tone was strikingly unusual. Though they called themselves Dark Elves, their skin looked as though it had been coated in a thick layer of foundation. They had no eyebrows, giving them a strange and otherworldly appearance. So that's Malekith? He looks rather ordinary, Han Yu thought to himself. This kind of opponent hardly seemed worth his effort. He had expected that, in this altered timeline, Malekith might have become some monstrous being, but in the end, he looked just as before. They were high-tech aliens like the Asgardians, relying mainly on enhanced physical strength and laser weaponry for combat. On the surface, there was nothing particularly special about them, but this fighting style had still claimed the lives of many Asgardian warriors. After stopping at a safe distance, Malekith glanced around. Noticing that only 4 people stood before him, he spoke in a flat, dispassionate tone. "Is this your plan? I killed that old Odin's wife. And they send just the 4 of you? 2 of whom are mere earthlings. From Malekith's perspective, only Thor and Loki seemed to possess any real fighting capability. Hanu and Jane looked like nothing more than burdens. Hearing their mother mentioned, a shadow passed over both Thor and Loki's faces. Their hatred burned deep. This was a blood feud, one that could only be resolved by tearing their enemy to pieces. Go! The brothers exchanged a glance. Thor was the first to act, spinning his hammer as lightning arced brilliantly along its surface. He charged straight into the ranks of the Dark Elves, each swing sending an enemy flying. Suddenly, a tremendous force struck from the side. Before Thor could react, he was sent hurtling away. Looking up, he saw an enormous dark elf bearing down on him, completely different from the ordinary soldiers. That's the one, the dark elf who killed my mother. Recognition flashed in Thor's eyes, a cold resolve settling over his features. The reason this foe was so formidable was because he harbored fragments of the ether inside him. Even though the energy was less than a 10,000th of the original, it had transformed his body beyond recognition. He even possessed the ability to drain the life force of others to heal himself. Thor encountered more than a dozen Asgardian warriors within Asgard itself, all drained of life and reduced to withered husks. He could only assume this was the handiwork of the villain before him. Loki, have you betrayed me again? Thor was about to call on Loki to join forces and defeat their foe together, only to realize that Loki hadn't followed him at all. In fact, Loki was still standing in the same spot, watching the action unfold with a mischievous grin. Seeing Loki's smiling, nonchalant expression, clearly with no intention of helping, Thor felt a pang of doubt. Han isn't stepping in either. What's going on? Are they both planning to betray me? He had no time to dwell on it. An immense fist barreled toward him. Thor bit down hard on his tongue, the sudden pain snapping his mind into focus. Quickly, he brought up his fist to guard himself. This time, he wasn't sent flying, but the force of the blow still shoved him back several meters, leaving deep footprints gouged into the ground. He stretched out his hand, summoning Mjolnir from afar. The hammer streaked through the air behind the enhanced dark elf, but the elf sensed it coming and swung his right arm backward, swatting the hammer aside with brute force. Mjolnir's properties were strange. While no ordinary person could lift it, its flight could still be interrupted. Even if someone couldn't wield it, they could keep batting it away, preventing Thor from reclaiming his weapon. Clenching his fists, Thor let out a low growl and launched himself at the enhanced dark elf. Even without his hammer, he was determined to take this foe down with his bare hands. The two collided in a ferocious melee, each blow landing solidly, flesh against flesh. Seeing the enhanced dark elf successfully occupy Thor, Malekith turned and strode toward Hanu and the others. So there's no way out after all. I might as well hand over the ether myself. Watching Malekith approach, Jane felt a strange sense of acceptance. After all, Odin's wife, Frigga, had died protecting her. She couldn't bear to see someone else die for her sake. Suddenly, a slender hand caught Jane's arm, pulling her back just as she took 2 steps forward. Hanu's voice came with a light chuckle. Don't worry, I'm here. Jane spun around, meeting the calm smile of the boy who, by her guess, was a few years younger than herself. For reasons she couldn't explain, his presence reassured her. Was it just because he, too, was from Earth and had stepped up to defend her? Return what's mine. In less than a minute, Malekith had reached Hanu and the others. His soldiers raised their laser rifles, encircling the trio, ready to riddle them with holes at the slightest sign of resistance. Seeing no one making a move, Malekith sneered inwardly. These fools were practically delivering themselves to him. He raised a hand toward Jane, and she was lifted off the ground. Deep crimson energy, dark as wine, surged from her body, coalescing into a writhing orb that floated in midair. Ether, my old friend, you've finally returned. Staring at the familiar sight before him, Malekith's face lit up with ecstasy and excitement. He spread his arms wide, ready to welcome the reality stone into his body. In an instant, Loki and Hanu, who had been standing beside Jane, suddenly sprang into action. Loki transformed into a shield of green light that enveloped Jane, while Hanu conjured a net-like construct that wrapped itself around the floating reality stone. Sensing danger, the reality stone unleashed a surge of powerful energy, attempting to break free from the green net. Yet, Hanu's creation responded with an even stronger force, suppressing the stone's resistance. Without a host, the reality stone could not reach its full potential. As the green net tightened around it, the 1-meter-wide droplet of ether condensed into a deep crimson gem, no larger than a thumb, quietly hovering within the lantern-like glow of green energy. Both Hanu and Loki then retreated, and in that moment, A golden radiance swept down from above, revealing their true forms. Brother Han, your plan was brilliant. I have to admit, I'm impressed. Loki offered genuine praise. He had used his sorcery to disguise their original positions, while Han used Green Lantern energy conjured 2 decoys, which Loki's magic then shaped into their likeness. Together, they had accompanied Jane into the fray with little risk, viewing the whole event like a first-person film, calmly and at ease. It was nothing really, Hanyu replied with a slight smile, keeping things brief. No, Malekith cried out as the prize slipped from his grasp, stunned by Hanyu's display of power. Realizing the situation, he shouted, "Retreat!" With that, he and his followers quickly withdrew, leaving behind only the enhanced Dark Elf still grappling with Thor. Well done. Now will you finally come help me? Thor called out, relieved to see the ether extracted from Jane. He eagerly hoped Hanyu and Loki would assist him in dealing with the empowered Dark Elf. But to his surprise, the pair simply sat down instead. Watching Thor's fighting style, Hanyu shook his head with a soft cluck of disapproval. After the enhanced Dark Elf knocked Thor's hammer away, Thor was clearly at a disadvantage, taking blow after blow. Hanyu could only sigh in exasperation. Was Thor truly the god of hammers now? Without his hammer, he seemed unable to summon his lightning at all. Ah, this is all Odin's fault, Hanyu mused. What was he thinking, giving Thor such a weapon straight away? He should have let him master his own lightning powers with an ordinary weapon first, and only then entrusted him with a hammer. Now look, without the hammer, Thor's nothing but a super soldier. Hanyu's offhand remark made Loki burst out laughing. He had never heard anyone describe the god of thunder in such a way. Now that he thought about it, there was some truth to it. Whenever Thor went into battle, he was always wielding that hammer. Every attack was centered around it. Rarely did anyone see him fight with his bare hands using the power of thunder. Loki glanced at Hanyu beside him and asked, "Aren't you his friend? Aren't you going to help him?" "I am helping him," Hanyu replied. As he spoke, Hanyu raised his hand and summoned the distant Mjolnir to him. Under Loki's widening eyes of disbelief, the hammer flew straight into Hanyu's grasp, and he weighed it in his hand as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "You can actually lift it," Loki exclaimed in astonishment. He had tried for over 1,000 years and never once managed to budge it. In all of Asgard, only Odin and Thor had ever wielded the hammer. He had always thought that if ever the day came when he could lift Mjolnir, it would mean he was finally Thor's equal. In his eyes, he had always stood in Thor's shadow. His invasion of Earth was, in truth, to prove his worth, to show he need not live beneath Thor. Hanyu merely smiled at Loki's shock, but kept his eyes fixed on Thor. Meanwhile, Thor was being pinned to the ground by the enhanced Dark Elf, who pounded him so hard that blood trickled from his nose and mouth. Thor stretched out his hand, trying to summon his hammer, but no matter how he called, it would not come. Seizing a brief moment of clarity, he saw his hammer now gripped in Hanyu's hand, and in that instant, he understood why it refused to answer his call. "Look at you, Thor, son of Odin, and now you're crushed beneath my feet. It feels fantastic," the empowered Dark Elf bellowed with a triumphant laugh. The fragment of ether within him had made him so powerful. Though it was less than a 10,000th of the full energy, it had pushed his body to inhuman strength. Otherwise, he would never have been able to beat Thor so badly without his hammer. A chilling testament to the Reality Stone's power. "God of Thunder, without your hammer, what are you?" The Dark Elf roared with laughter, stomping hard on Thor's chest. The force of the blow sent cracks, spiderwebbing through the thick rock beneath them. "Without the hammer, what am I?" "Yes, without the hammer, what can I do? I'm useless. Is this how I die?" Battered and dazed, Thor's mind drifted back to something Hanyu had said during the great Avengers gathering in Xia. "This hammer of yours really is something special, a fine weapon. Just don't throw it around so much. Remember, you are the god of thunder, not the god of hammers." "That's right, I am the god of thunder. My power doesn't come from the hammer. I'm not the god of hammers." At that very moment, Hanyu's eyes suddenly burned with excitement. He saw arcs of electricity crackling in Thor's hand and lightning flickering in his eyes, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "Here it comes." No sooner had Hanyu spoken than Loki, following his gaze, saw the empowered Dark Elf soar into the air, blasted upward by a bolt of lightning as thick as a tree trunk. Thor, who had been lying on the ground, floated up without any effort, his eyes blazing with electricity. Arcs of lightning danced around him, making him look astonishingly powerful. "You've been fighting until now, but this time it's my turn." Pillars of lightning, thick and terrifying, kept crashing down from the sky, striking the empowered Dark Elf again and again. The scorching heat and immense force left him utterly paralyzed, unable even to struggle, his entire body racked with pain and numbness from the current. It's not over yet. Lightning surged in Thor's hands, forming into a long spear of pure electricity. He gripped it tightly, then hurled it with all his might. The spear pierced straight through the dark elf's chest. Thunderclouds gathered overhead, and a terrifying surge of lightning crashed down from above, slamming into the crater where the dark elf had fallen. Unbelievable. I've never seen Thor wield his thunder like this. Loki murmured, on his voice. This must be the true power of the god of thunder. The scene, merciless and overwhelming, lasted nearly a full minute, as bolt after bolt of lightning drove the dark elf deeper into the earth. When the lightning finally faded from the pit, the figure of the dark elf was revealed. He no longer resembled anything human. The once mighty foe was now nothing more than a charred husk, its features unrecognizable, just a blackened mass at the bottom of the crater. Thor gasped for breath, exhilarated and exhausted. The attack he had just unleashed was the most powerful lightning assault he had ever managed, far more formidable than simply throwing his hammer. So this is my true power? Am I really this strong? He stared at his hands, electricity still dancing across his fingers. For the first time, Thor felt the incredible strength coursing through his own body. A crisp applause broke the silence behind him. Hanu walked over with a smile and said, "Congratulations! Now, at last, you are truly the god of thunder. So that was your plan all along." Seeing the smile on Hanu's face, Thor finally understood. Hanu had taken his hammer and withheld his help, all to force Thor to tap into his own innate power rather than rely on the hammer to unleash it. Don't take it the wrong way. You know, your father has already lost his divine power. Asgard can't be left unguarded. If just one super soldier could beat you like that, what will you do if even stronger enemies come? Hanu tossed the hammer in his hand, then turned the handle toward Thor, offering it to him. Thor took the hammer in silence, staring blankly at this warhammer that had accompanied him through 1,000 years of battle, without saying a word. Hanu also remained silent, letting Thor have a quiet moment to reflect. Loki, on the other hand, couldn't sit still. He had no idea Odin had lost his powers, and upon hearing this, he immediately turned to question them. Odin's lost his power. Are you serious? Thor, is he telling the truth? Hanu, is it true? Can you two just give me a straight answer? Just tell me if it's true or not, will you? Loki buzzed with questions for 5 or 6 minutes, but neither of them paid him any attention. Realizing he was getting nowhere, he finally fell silent, deciding he'd just have to ask someone else when he got the chance. Han, you're right, Thor finally said with a smile, his expression full of insight and a new sense of freedom. He handed the hammer back to Hanu, saying, "Could I ask you to keep this hammer safe for me for now? When the day comes that I am truly worthy of wielding it again, I'll come and reclaim it myself." This move caught Hanu off guard. He paused for a moment, then accepted the hammer with a smile. "I'll keep the hammer in Asgard. If you ever face a problem you truly cannot overcome, then pick it up again." Hanu agreed to Thor's decision with a gentle smile. Seeing Thor come to this realization was gratifying for him. The enemies yet to come were nothing like Malekith. Each one was powerful enough to be called a god, leaving Malekith far behind in strength. Hanu had promised Odin that he would guard Asgard until Thor was ready, but he couldn't watch over it forever. Hanu said, "You're already much stronger than before. At the very least, you've truly mastered the power of thunder." Looking to the sky, where the dark elf ship had vanished into the darkness, Thor sighed helplessly. What good is strength now? Malekith has already escaped. Since we didn't wipe them out, I fear they'll regroup and wait for another chance. Hanu smiled faintly and also gazed at the sky, chuckling softly. They won't get away. The three followed Hanu's gaze and found themselves frozen in surprise. In the sky, Malekith's ship had re-entered the planet's atmosphere, but something about its flight path seemed strangely off. Are they flying backward? Jane's soft voice broke the silence. At that moment, Thor and Loki finally realized that the spaceship they were looking at had its rear end facing them. The ship continued to spew flames, yet instead of moving forward, it was steadily descending. There are 2 beams of green light. Loki pointed to either side of the cross-shaped ship. On the left and right tips, faint streaks of green light could be seen holding the vessel in place, and it was precisely these beams that were forcing the ship backward and down. Both Thor and Loki turned to Hanu, since among them, only Hanu wielded green energy in battle. Sensing their questioning stares, Hanu spread his hands in an innocent gesture and said, "This time, it's really not me. I haven't done anything." Even so, a sly smile played at the corners of Hanu's mouth. He truly hadn't acted, but he knew exactly who had. Inside the ship, chaos reigned in the command room as altitude continued to drop and no one could determine the cause. What's going on? Why are we still falling? Get those engines firing. Lift us back up. Malekith shouted at his subordinates at the front of the room. Sir, we're already at maximum power, replied a dark elf soldier. It feels like something's pressing against us from both sides and dragging us down. I'll put the camera feed up so you can see. The image flickered onto the main screen, and everyone crowded around, curiosity etched on their faces. The sight that greeted them left them all stunned. Through the twin beams of green light, two figures could be seen bracing their backs against the spaceship, seemingly holding something in their hands. A closer look revealed instant noodles? Sensing the camera's focus, one of the green-lit figures even lifted a tangle of noodles and gave a nod to the lens. Malekith could only watch in disbelief as a ship was pushed down from the sky by two people eating instant noodles, using their backsides to drive the whole vessel earthward. When the ship slammed into the ground, the duo didn't even pause, smashing through the lower half of the cross-shaped ship. The Dark Elves, already few in number, were now decimated further. What just happened? Loki's mouth hung open as he stared at the Dark Elf ship, now wrecked on the ground, utterly bewildered. He had no idea what had just transpired. The moment the ship crashed, Malekith was forced out by the two green-lit figures and now stood face-to-face with Hanu's group. Seeing such overwhelming strength, Malekith did not dare make a reckless move. At this point, he was like a lamb waiting for the slaughter. Without the Reality Stone, his power was barely on par with an average guardian. On Earth, perhaps he could win a triathlon or something similar, but here, among these gods, he surely wasn't about to try his luck. Great One, please listen to me. My name is Malekith, leader of the Dark Elves. I've come here to reclaim a powerful artifact known as the Ether. But it was stolen by that Earthling over there. If you join forces with me and help me get the Ether back, I would be eternally grateful. No one could have expected Malekith to try recruiting his adversaries, not even moments after they caused the ship to crash. Yet now, backed into a corner with nowhere to run, he was desperate. Is that so? And what would we gain from working with you? As the light faded, it revealed two figures. One was a mechanical being, its form intricate and marvelously constructed, while the other appeared to be a young man with white hair, looking to be in his early 20s. Malekith, seasoned in the art of negotiation, was not unsettled by their appearances. Instead, he maintained his humble demeanor, his eyes fixed on them. The moment he heard the question, he replied at once. There are many benefits. First, I'll use the convergence to plunge the entire universe into darkness. Then, I'll divide half the cosmos between the two of you. We'd split the universe 50-50. What do you say? The green figure lifted his chin, signaling Malekith to continue. Malekith then pointed in Hanu's direction and went on. That Earthling took my ether. As long as the two of you defeat him, I'll be able to absorb the energy. He's clearly no match for either of you. He must have stumbled upon some lucky find and gotten ahead for now, but I'm sure with your help, he'd be dealt with in no time. Malekith's expression grew more and more sycophantic. On his pale, browless face, the look of flattery was almost unsettling. But just as he finished speaking, he saw the two before him freeze for a split second. Before Malekith could ask what was wrong, he suddenly plummeted downward. Agonizing pain shot through his legs, and as he looked down, he saw that both his lower legs were gone. The sudden, excruciating pain nearly made Malekith lose consciousness. As mentioned before, despite their advanced technology and formidable bodies, they were not invulnerable. This kind of injury hurt just as much for them as it would for any human who lost both legs. Why? Sweat beaded on Malekith's forehead from the agony. He hadn't even seen when his opponent struck. This was terrifying. In the white-haired youth's hand, a green dagger shimmered briefly before the energy faded and reformed, transforming into a pair of chopsticks. He casually resumed eating his instant noodles. Noticing Hanu and his companions approaching, the white-haired youth waved at him, calling out cheerfully, "Hey boss, long time no see." From behind the wrecked ship, two figures emerged, accompanied by a voice that sounded rather mischievous. "Boss." Hearing what the other side said, the three of them, Thor and his companions, immediately fixed their gaze on the same person. When those two appeared, Hanu couldn't help but break into a smile. He hadn't expected those two troublemakers to actually find their way here. The two who suddenly showed up were Quicksilver and Ultron. "How did you two manage to track us down?" As Ultron and Quicksilver walked up to Hanu, he grinned broadly and greeted them. Ultron raised his right hand, and the Green Lantern ring on his finger glimmered faintly. Hanu also lifted his own hand, and the Green Lantern ring he wore shone in response. So that was how they found him. Hanu hadn't set his ring to block signals from the other Green Lantern rings, which meant Ultron and the others could use their rings to locate the Master Ring's position. Then, using the ring's faster-than-light flight, they had made their way here. After all, Their energy was virtually limitless, so they could maintain that incredible speed from the very start, only getting faster, never slowing down. Boss, do you want to keep anyone alive in there? Ultron jerked his head toward the ship. Even after landing, he was still noisily slurping instant noodles, the aroma wafting over and drawing curious glances from Thor and the others. No need. Kill them all, Hanu said, half exasperated, half amused. He glanced at Ultron, still eating noodles, and asked, "Did you make yourself a digestive system?" "Sure did, boss. You saw right through me. As always, saves me the trouble of explaining." Ultron laughed, then signaled to Quicksilver. Quicksilver caught his meaning with a nod, and a surge of Green Lantern energy instantly enveloped his right fist, making it tremble at a rapid, almost invisible frequency. With a sharp, low shout, a streak of green light shot from his fist, arrow straight into the ship. In the next instant, the massive ship erupted in a thunderous explosion, shattering into fragments. Nothing but debris left behind. Looking at the pulverized remains of the ship, Quicksilver shook his head in frustration. Still couldn't turn it all to dust. Seems I need to work on my energy control. From the sound of it, he wanted to imitate what Hanu had done earlier in Sokovia, reducing a massive object to powder. That kind of feat required not just raw power but precise control. Otherwise, you'd end up with nothing but big chunks. Malekith stared at the scene, utterly speechless. His warship, the pride of 1,000 years, reduced to rubble. Just like that? It's over. It's all over. Malekith muttered to himself, finally seeing the truth. All his scheming had been for nothing, for the one he'd tried so hard to please. Was merely a subordinate of the Earthling he'd always looked down on. He'd lost his legs, likely because he'd spoken ill of Hanu. "If I go down, I'll take you with me." Malekith's voice suddenly turned manic, and in a flash, 2 spatial grenades appeared in his hands. Once these grenades detonate, they're capable of generating a tiny black hole. Anyone caught in the blast stands no chance of escape. But just as he pulled out the grenades, Malekith felt a sudden chill at his wrists. Looking down, he saw that both hands, still clutching the grenades, now lay quietly on the ground, blood streaming from his severed arms. "Well done, Pietro. You've really made some progress." Catching a glimpse of Quicksilver's speed, Hanu's eyes lit up ever so slightly. Before he left, Pietro hadn't possessed such delicate control over Green Lantern energy. But now, Quicksilver could not only harness the energy at will, he had even merged it with his own superpowers, transforming it into a speedster's Green Lantern ring. With a constant, inexhaustible supply of Green Lantern energy, Quicksilver no longer had to worry about running out of stamina or about his body being unprotected at high speeds. He grinned and said, "Of course, if I'd stayed stuck in place all this time, that would hardly be worthy of my reputation." Quicksilver allowed himself a hint of pride. Before Ultron arrived, his status in the shop was second only to Wanda's. Now, with Ultron in the mix, he felt as if he'd slipped to 4th place among the crew. Although Hanu had never encouraged competition, Quicksilver couldn't help but watch as Wanda grew stronger by the day, and as Ultron, whose combat prowess was sky-high and whose potential seemed limitless, became a new benchmark. All of this only pushed him to work harder. The power of the Green Lantern ring was already enough to turn an ordinary person into an extraordinary superhuman, let alone someone who had powers to begin with. Once he truly grasped how to use the ring, his speed began to soar. Whereas before, his top speed barely broke the sound barrier. Now, even without the ring, he could run at 3 or 4 times the speed of sound. Hanu nodded approvingly. After all, Quicksilver was among the very first to join his shop, and he was Wanda's brother. Hanu didn't want to see Quicksilver lose himself in a life of empty pleasures. Otherwise, his future achievements would stall out here. "Han, are these your subordinates?" Thor asked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Outwardly, he kept his composure, but inwardly he couldn't help but mutter, "Who exactly is this guy? He's already absurdly strong himself, and now his 2 companions are this powerful too? If they ever got serious, the whole universe would have to watch out. They're not my subordinates. They're my good brothers. Let me introduce you," Hanu said as he walked over to stand between Ultron and Quicksilver. "This is Pietro, a speedster superhuman. And this is Ultron, an all-purpose robot. Don't be fooled by their appearances. They're actually incredibly reliable." "Wait a second. Did you just say Ultron?" Thor's eyes widened in astonishment. How could he not be familiar with the name Ultron? When the Age of Ultron broke out, he had been one of the participants. And now Hanu was saying that this massive robot standing before him was Ultron? But hadn't Ultron died ages ago? And if memories serve him right, it was this very robot who had personally destroyed Ultron. So why was Hanu calling him Ultron now? Compared to the robot before him, the old Ultron was like a cheap toy picked up from a roadside stall, while this one was a high-end masterpiece worth tens of thousands. "Just look," He could even eat. How could this possibly be an ordinary robot? Thor's shock didn't surprise Hanu, Ultron, or Quicksilver in the slightest. The Avengers were bound to uncover Ultron's true identity sooner or later, and none of them feared what the Avengers might do once they found out. Instead, Quicksilver and Ultron found themselves touched by Hanu's earlier words. They're not my subordinates, they're my brothers. Though outwardly casual with Hanu, both Ultron and Quicksilver had always regarded him as their boss, maintaining a clear hierarchy. But hearing Hanu now, it was clear he didn't see things that way. Instead, he treated them as brothers. The two exchanged a glance, Ultron's expression unreadable, while Quicksilver was visibly moved. He really is the person I chose to follow. He's truly worth my loyalty. Looks like I need to work even harder to truly be worthy of being called Hanu's brother. Both Ultron and Quicksilver had their own thoughts, but from this day forward, their strength would only grow, until one day, their names would ring out across the universe. Pietro, Quicksilver, and Ultron the War King. Simple names, yet enough to strike terror into the hearts of many. Back to reality. Enough about that. So, what brings you two here all of a sudden? Hanu asked, turning to Ultron and Quicksilver. The game's finished. We've just been waiting for you to come check it out. You've been gone for days, and we just couldn't wait any longer. At these words, Ultron suddenly remembered why they'd come, and quickly spoke up. It's done? Already? A good game usually takes at least 6 months to make, especially a massive AAA title. The production time is never short, and yet, in just a few days, Ultron and Quicksilver had managed to pull it off. Even Hanu was a bit surprised by their speed. Of course, you ought to know who your brothers are. I burned the midnight oil to get it finished, and the plan you gave me was so thorough that making the game felt like a breeze. Ultron couldn't help but sound a bit proud. Now that Hanu had openly called them brothers, even Ultron's normally calm demeanor was visibly stirred. All right, let's hurry back and take a look, Hanu said, his excitement barely concealed. After all, the game was finished. How could he not be thrilled? He grabbed the other two, ready to take off, but suddenly remembered that Thor and the others were still nearby. Turning back, he added, "You all stay here and handle this. I have something to take care of." With that, Hanu conjured a sleek, 7 or 8 meter long energy airship out of Green Lantern's power. Though not enormous, its interior was nothing short of luxurious, equipped with everything one could wish for. Leaving the emerald vessel behind, Hanu and his companions soared away, but not before tossing back one last remark. "I'll leave Malekith to you." Thor watched as the trio broke through the sky and vanished from sight in less than 10 seconds. He murmured, "Just how many secrets does that guy have that we don't know about?" Loki, ever scheming, was already plotting his next move. "This guy is intriguing. Maybe I should stop by his shop sometime." 3 streaks of light tore through the tranquil cosmos, traversing thousands of meters in the blink of an eye. Upon returning to the general store, the familiar voice of the shop's system echoed in Hanu's mind. Ding! Detected a new Marvel Universe item, Reality Stone. 2 Infinity Stones have now been collected. Reward: 100 upgrade points, 1 General Skill Selection card, and 1 Plunder card. General Skill Selection card? Plunder card? Hearing these unfamiliar items announced, Hanu paused in surprise. He'd never heard of them before and didn't have time to investigate, as Ultron and Quicksilver quickly ushered him upstairs. The two led him, with mock secrecy, to a particular room. Whispering as if sharing a great secret, they asked, "Boss, are you ready?" "I'm ready," Hanu replied, unfazed by their theatrics. Instead, he grinned. When Ultron swung the door open, Hanu was greeted by a sight he had dreamed of in both past and present lives. 10 state-of-the-art computers were arranged in a 5-to-5 layout along the room's sides. The space also boasted bunk beds, 2 refrigerators, and an overall sense of opulence that was almost excessive. Every boy's ultimate fantasy realized. Ultron chimed in, "What do you think, boss? Not bad, right? You said we could spend as much as we wanted." Each computer cost $100,000. No matter how demanding the game, maxed-out graphics are no problem. The fridges are stocked with every drink imaginable. Take whatever you like. And I've made a deal with a Western restaurant nearby. No matter the time, just place an order, and they'll whip up a meal and deliver it right away. When they first contacted the restaurant to explain the situation, the other party was openly dismissive, thinking Ultron and his group must be dreaming, still half asleep. After all, they were a high-end Western restaurant. How could they possibly deliver takeout to others? Most people couldn't even get through their doors. Yet, after only a few exchanges, they quickly caved in. They simply couldn't refuse, because Ultron's offer was just too generous. During regular dining hours, if needed, they'd pay triple the price for a single dish. If it was after closing, they'd pay 6 times the usual price. The profit was enormous. Who would say no to easy money? In no time at all, The restaurant manager was fawning over them on the phone. You're welcome to call us at any time. No matter when it is, even in the dead of night, after closing, we'll make sure someone delivers the most delicious meals to you. Ultron, true to his reputation as a super robot, repeated this line flawlessly. Hearing this, Hanu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. What a lavish move, truly the style of a moneyed tycoon. Hanu didn't mind at all. Once the game was finished and uploaded online, even just a monthly income would be more than most people could ever earn in a lifetime. For them, these expenses were a drop in the bucket. I heard all the commotion downstairs, so it turns out you're back. These two have been waiting for you for days, Wanda said as she pushed open the door, smiling at the sight of Hanu seated between Ultron and Quicksilver. Hanu replied, It's not like I've been gone that long. Sorry, I didn't even get a chance to greet you before they dragged me in here. Wanda smiled. Don't worry about it. They already told me about this game, and it does sound interesting. I think I'll give it a try too. Great, then the four of us can play a round together, Hanu said eagerly. He couldn't wait any longer. Quickly picking a machine, he sat down, opened the computer with practiced ease, and found just one icon on the desktop. GTA. Once he clicked into the game, the first thing he saw was a logo made up of a silver lightning bolt and a dark-tone mechanical skull. He glanced over at Ultron and Quicksilver. Both looked rather pleased with themselves. Clearly, the logo was inspired by their own features. Next up was one of the game's highlights, character customization. Boss, you can set this part aside for now, Ultron prompted. I've entered so much character data that there are countless customization options. You can always tweak your character's looks later. With funding no longer an issue, Ultron had used massive amounts of data to build the character customization system, keeping the best features and discarding the rest. Even the remaining data allowed for hundreds of unique appearances, and mixing and matching different traits led to endless possibilities. Once this game took off, it would definitely boost the popularity of another profession, plastic surgeons. Because the characters you can create in this game can resemble real people up to 98%, it perfectly satisfies the longing of real-life shut-ins for their dream goddesses. Hanu smiled, already certain about whose face he wanted to model. He browsed through the character customization list. Everything he needed was there, so he gripped the mouse and swiftly got to work. His mouse clicks were astonishingly fast, as if he wasn't thinking at all, just randomly clicking away. Yet, if you looked at his screen, you'd realize this was anything but random. Just judging by the body, the character was dressed in a tailcoat, tall and slender, exuding the air of a refined gentleman. But once he looked up at the face, Quicksilver and Wanda felt a chill run down their spines. That face was in stark contrast to the elegant body. The skin was deathly pale, the lips smeared with an exaggerated blood-red lipstick stretching from the corners of the mouth almost to the ears. When he smiled, the mouth pulled back so far it was unsettling, and the hair, bright green. Hanu stared at this familiar face. When he finished, he entered 5 letters for the character's name, Joker. The Joker, the arch-nemesis of Batman, the most terrifying and deranged figure in all of DC Comics. No one knows his real name or where he came from. All you need to know is, if you see a Joker playing Cardland in front of you, you'd better be careful. The Joker has set his sights on you. Hanu let out a long breath. He looked at the face he had crafted, a slender frame paired with such a bizarre visage. In the chaotic world of GTA, it couldn't be more fitting. Boss, you really have a unique taste, Quicksilver said after a moment, his tone filled with awe. Even Wanda nodded in agreement. This look was downright creepy. He's the perfect fit for this world, Hanu said, his eyes fixed on the Joker on his screen. Sensing the strange looks from his friends, he turned to glance at their monitors. So what did you guys make? When he looked at their screens, Hanu couldn't help but sigh. Ultron had created a young man of about 18 or 19, radiating an upbeat and sunny disposition. The character was so lifelike. He could have stepped right out of reality, and his looks were stunning, definitely the type who'd make women swoon in real life. Quicksilver's character was a hulking man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a chiseled face and powerful, well-proportioned muscles that gave off an overwhelming sense of strength. Wanda, on the other hand, had made a petite girl barely 1 meter 40. Everything about her, from her appearance to her outfit, was adorable, and she bounced around with irresistible cuteness. Hanu didn't know what expression to wear as he looked at them. A maniacal clown, a ridiculously handsome guy, a muscular Hulk, and a petite doll-like girl. After all that effort, not one of the 4 had chosen a normal appearance. What a bizarre crew. All right, let's start the game. Hanu didn't want to waste any more words. He quickly clicked to enter the game. The in-game city was modeled after Los Angeles at a 1-to-1 scale. Aside from some interior adjustments to protect privacy, every location was an exact replica. You could say that mastering this game meant mastering the geography of LA. Just like in his previous life, the city was called Los Santos. As soon as they entered, The four of them erupted into a wild celebration. Whatever you could do in real life, you could do here in the game, too. This version of GTA was even more impressive than the one Hanu had played before. It was practically a miniature world. The four of them went on a spree, burning, looting, racing, and just like that, they played from morning until afternoon. When Hanu finally snapped back to reality, it was already 4 in the afternoon. He stretched, letting out a long, relieved breath. Ultron, sounding rather proud, asked, "So, boss, was it everything you expected?" "No." Hanu shook his head, a thoughtful look lingering on his face. He paused for a moment, just as Ultron was about to ask what could be. "Improved," Hanu continued. "It went far beyond my expectations. Honestly, for this little amount of time, to achieve this level, it's incredible." The dramatic pause made Ultron roll his eyes, or at least he would have if he had any. Hanu's way of speaking could really give someone a scare. Hanu reminded them, "But make sure you give special attention to the DLC. That's one of the key features of this game. Don't get so caught up in the main content that you forget the DLC. DLC, or downloadable content, refers to additional game features released after the main game. New maps, modes, characters, or story expansions. GTA had a vast, malleable world. As long as players grew bored with the existing content and their computers could handle it, they could download whatever DLC interested them. Boss, don't worry. I'm already working on it. I won't let you down." Hanu still had plenty of ideas for the future of this game. While the Marvel world's gaming industry lagged behind, its computer technology was at least a century ahead of his previous life. He wasn't worried that GTA would suffer poor sales because of game memory requirements. It was simply that, given how terrible most games were at the moment, players didn't need high-end computers, so PC gamers in this world hadn't bothered to buy good machines. "Boss, about the Avengers copyright issue. How did you get the rights? Or are we just going to solve it with force?" Ultron flexed his fist, as big as a sandbag. One of GTA's DLCs was modeled after the Avengers, and to actually make and publish in the main game, they would need permission from the other side. Ultron hadn't really thought much about this issue. If they refused, he figured he'd just fight them for it. He was confident now. Even with Ultron's first-generation body, the Avengers couldn't defeat him, and now that his form was mostly made of vibranium, it would be even more impossible for them to beat him. Hanu said, "Oh right, I almost forgot about that. I can take care of it. Just remembered, I need to go see Stark first." Ultron asked, "Why do you need to see him?" "To return something," Hanu said, snapping his fingers in the air. The yellow Mind Stone appeared in his hand. "I don't need this, so I'll give it back to him. And while I'm at it, I'll help him make something." The Infinity Stones were of little use to him. He'd only collected them to complete a system task. Apart from the Reality Stone, which he could keep, he might as well return the Mind Stone to Stark and let him finish what he was supposed to do. What he meant by something was the creation of Vision, the super-intelligent android originally meant to be formed from the minds of Stark, Banner, the Mind Stone, and Ultron. From what Hanu knew about the Marvel comics, Vision was an incredibly powerful Avenger, definitely no weakling in the team. But in the movies, he'd been nerfed to the point where all he could do was phase through walls and shoot lasers. It was honestly baffling. Ultron nodded, knowing that because of Hanu's interference, the creation of Vision hadn't even started yet, so he didn't realize there would be an Ultron like himself. After quickly explaining a few DLC details, Hanu set off, driving toward Avengers Tower. No answer? On the road, Hanu tried calling Stark, only to have the call go unanswered. When he arrived at the Avengers Tower, the guards at the entrance already recognized him from previous visits and greeted him politely. "Hello, may I ask if Mr. Stark is upstairs?" Hanu inquired. "Mr. Stark? Haven't seen him in days," replied the guard. Hanu thanked him and started driving back. He was heading to Stark's residence. If Stark wasn't at Avengers Tower, then perhaps he was at home. And if he wasn't at either place, well, there was no telling at which beauty's house he might be spending the night. When Hanu arrived at Stark's house, the lights inside were on. He knocked on the door for quite a while, but there was no answer. In the end, he used the power of the Green Lantern ring to quietly and harmlessly unlock the door, then strolled in as if he owned the place. He opened the door to Stark's underground workshop with the same casual ease. As soon as he walked into the underground workshop, a thick smell of alcohol hit him. "Stark, why are you lying here?" Hanu noticed a hand sticking out from behind the work chair. Walking over, he saw Stark sprawled there in a tangled heap. "Oh, Hanu, hey, what brings you here? Are you here for the party too?" Stark was clearly drunk out of his mind. The workshop was dead silent, with no sign whatsoever that a party had taken place. "Stark, you're drunk. Come on, lie down properly." Hanu moved him to a more open spot, grabbed a blanket from nearby, and covered him up, to prevent Stark from suddenly waking up. In a drunken rampage, Hanu simply knocked him out for good measure. There was no way he'd be waking up before tomorrow afternoon. "Jarvis, what happened to him?" To find out what had happened to Stark, the best option was to ask his artificial intelligence, Jarvis. Jarvis was aware that Stark had bought an energy source from Hanyu's shop. With intelligence that went far beyond that of a simple AI, Jarvis could analyze situations almost like a human, including whether Hanyu was a friend or a foe. After the Sokovia incident, Mr. Stark's actions resulted in significant property losses. He feels deeply responsible. Not only did he lose the Mind Stone, but he also set off such a major event. As a result, he's been drinking excessively, trying to drown his sorrows. Jarvis answered truthfully. Hanyu fell silent at those words. The Sokovia incident and losing the Mind Stone, these were burdens far heavier than most people could bear. Though Stark usually seemed carefree and lighthearted, since the Battle of New York, when he flew a nuclear missile into the wormhole alone to destroy all the alien invaders, something had changed within him. From that moment on, he had carried a psychological scar. He'd seen with his own eyes countless Chitauri Leviathans and warriors pouring out of that massive ship. If something like that happened again, Stark truly doubted that the enemy's attack would be as easily repelled as last time. That's why Stark was desperate to find a solution. After all, he was only human. He simply didn't have the stamina to withstand many more of those terrifying attacks. That's what inspired him to create a super-intelligent robot, one that could help fend off future alien invasions. Hanyu looked silently at the sleeping Stark. Stark had truly borne too much. Creating Vision wasn't an act of selfishness. It was the only path left for a mere mortal who had endured more than anyone ever should. Dealing with small-time criminals on Earth was one thing, but when it came to threats from the cosmos, Stark's courage alone couldn't make up for the vast difference in power. Hanyu took out the Mind Stone and, using the Green Lantern ring, conjured a box to hold it. He set it so that only Stark could open it. No matter how anyone else tried, smashing or prying, it would remain sealed. Next, Hanyu sat at the computer and typed out every idea he could remember about Vision from his mind, saving the file in the most prominent place on Stark's desktop. He also instructed Jarvis to tell Stark about it as soon as he woke up. Ultrons won't compete with you for this body. Vision should be able to come into being smoothly this time. Let's hope this Vision actually proves useful and not such a disappointment. Leaving everything in Stark's hands, Hanyu departed. From here on out, it would be up to Stark to decide what happened, whether for better or worse. Hanyu had even returned the Mind Stone. That was more generosity than anyone could ever expect. S.H.I.E.L.D. had thought of trying to recover the Mind Stone, of course, but after witnessing what happened in Sokovia, they knew Hanyu's power and influence were far beyond what even the Avengers could handle. With someone like that, if there's even a chance for friendship, you absolutely don't want to make them an enemy. Otherwise, your destruction could come in the blink of an eye. The next morning, Stark woke to find Hanyu's instructions. When he saw the ideas for Vision on the computer, he was stunned. This Vision wasn't all that different from what Stark had originally envisioned, but in every way, abilities, power, design, it far surpassed what Stark had come up with. If they could actually build this Vision, he would be incredibly powerful. Back at the general store, you noticed the front door was locked tight. He knew immediately that those guys had gone upstairs to play games again. Sure enough, when he opened the door to the computer room, there they all were, gaming together. To his surprise, even Wanda had joined in. The three of them had formed a team of robbers and were rampaging through Los Santos. Wanda and Quicksilver were still new to the game and played poorly, but Ultron, he was on a whole other level. It was as if he had a built-in cheat. Every shot he fired hit its mark, never missing, no matter how many opponents were in front of him. This is basically an official cheat code, Hanyu muttered. If they ever launch a multiplayer mode, he'd be reported by players every single day. Hanyu shook his head helplessly and watched as they finished the quest. When they were done, he said, "All right, that's enough for today. Let's go eat." It was only then that the group snapped out of their immersion and realized Hanyu had been standing behind them. Ultron and Wanda paused, surprised by his words, while only Quicksilver protested, still reluctant to stop. "We could just order takeout, you know? Why bother cooking ourselves?" Hanyu gave this internet-addicted youth a light tap on the head and replied, "We should celebrate. Creating such an amazing game definitely calls for a celebration. Actually, I'm planning to host a dinner party, invite some of my friends over, and introduce you all." "Well, now that you mention it, I'm not sleepy at all." Hearing that Hanyu was inviting his friends, Ultron's curiosity was piqued. He wondered what kind of people Hanyu's friends would be. After all, they themselves were quite powerful. Surely his friends wouldn't be ordinary either. "I've heard that the boss's shop can connect to countless worlds, but I've never seen it for myself. Tonight, I have to see what these guests from across the multiverse are like. But Quicksilver pointed at the computer screen, clearly wanting to keep playing. Before he could protest further, Ultron picked him up by the collar. The sight of the 6'3" Ultron lifting the 5'7" Quicksilver was quite a comical scene. "The boss is introducing his friends to us, and you dare think about not going?" All right, I'll go. Just put me down. This is way too embarrassing. No way. If I let you go, you'll probably just sit back down again. You're coming with me. Ultron carried the struggling Quicksilver out, leaving Hanu and Wanda doubled over with laughter at the spectacle. Once in the dining room, Hanu conjured a palm-sized bell out of thin air. The bell was a pale blue with a black base. Apart from the unusual color, it looked much like an ordinary service bell. With even, deliberate pauses between each press, Hanu rang the bell 5 times before placing it on the dining table. He gave a casual clap, and the arrangement of tables and chairs in the restaurant transformed, the single large table splitting into several smaller ones. "Boss, what's this thing for?" Quicksilver asked, pointing at the bell on the table. "That's a gathering bell, a specialty from the general store. It emits a unique frequency that can be picked up by anyone holding one of the store's business cards. When they hear it, they'll know to come." Quicksilver nodded, only half understanding. He stepped aside, trying to digest Han Yu's explanation, but before he could ponder it further, the door to the room swung open. The scene beyond wasn't the inside of the general store. Manager Han, long time no see. Walking in from the other side was someone even Quicksilver recognized. Whitebeard and Fire Fist Ace. "It's you guys." Seeing that the first guest to arrive was someone he knew, Quicksilver beamed and stepped forward to greet them. "We heard there was going to be a banquet, and with good food on the table, you can bet we wouldn't miss it," Ace said cheerfully. After them, several more groups of people arrived. "Manager Han, it's been a while. I hope you've been well." A young man dressed in black strode in, laughing heartily. The moment he entered, the temperature in the restaurant seemed to rise dramatically. According to Hanu, this man possessed dozens of extraordinary flames of heaven and earth. With just a flick of his finger, he could cause the world itself to change, earning him the title of Flame Emperor. "Brother Shao, Manager Han, I hope you two have been well." Following the young man in black, another young man entered, this one dressed in an opulent blue robe. Though clearly male, his features were strikingly handsome, and his long, flowing aquamarine hair made him stand out even more. "Brother Tang, it's been ages since we last met." Ultron watched these two new arrivals closely. Though he couldn't sense any aura from them, he knew from experience that those who seemed most ordinary in this place were often the most formidable. Take that white-bearded old man, for example. As soon as he entered, he went around chatting up everyone, and within a few sentences, he'd inevitably ask if he wanted to become a son. If Quicksilver hadn't boasted to Ultron before about their exploits in the War of the Summit, Ultron would never have guessed that this outrageously tall old man could shatter a city with a single punch. "Han, it's been a while." A voluptuous woman appeared in the room, and Quicksilver's eyes widened instantly. Her figure was nothing short of astonishing, slim, yet with curves that couldn't be ignored. "Boss actually knows a beauty of this caliber, and he never introduced her to me. I've got to find a chance to talk to her later." Quicksilver plotted secretly. "Tsunade, you're here too?" Hanu greeted her with a smile. She looked even better than the last time they'd met. If not for her reputation, no one would ever guess she was over 50 years old. "So this is your world?" "The room's design is a bit different from ours," Tsunade said, glancing around. Many elements reminded her of the Hidden Leaf Village, though everything here looked more refined. Hanu smiled and asked, "How's the reconstruction of Konoha going?" "It's shockingly fast," Tsunade replied, her spirits lifting as she spoke about it. "Your people are incredible. Our own architects estimated the rebuild would take a year or two, but your team cut it down to just 1 month. They worked around the clock and restored Konoha exactly as it was." Hearing the amazement in Tsunade's voice, Hanu wasn't surprised. When he'd sent those workers to Tsunade, he had already anticipated this outcome. A month to rebuild Konoha. This matched Hanu's own estimate. In fact, he thought the time frame was already generous. Most likely, the people of Konoha had contributed some constructive ideas. Otherwise, the process wouldn't have taken so long. "Let's find a seat first. In a bit, I'll let you sample my cooking, give you a taste of cuisine from another world." Hanu kept chatting amiably with everyone, his eyes always crinkled with a smile. Every new arrival greeted him first thing, a clear testament to his reputation. "Boss, so many people have already arrived. Aren't you going to start cooking?" Quicksilver sidled over to ask, not because he was ordering Hanu around, but simply because, out of all of them, Hanu was the only one who could really cook. If he didn't, what would everyone eat? "No rush. We're still waiting for one more person. The ingredients in the kitchen are all prepped and ready, just waiting to hit the pan." With that, Hanu returned to his conversations. Not long after, the door swung open again. This time, the people who entered seemed much more ordinary compared to the earlier arrivals. It was an elderly man and a young girl. The moment the girl stepped inside, her eyes locked onto Hanu, standing among the crowd. She strode straight over and slapped her hands on the table. "Hanu, let's have a food duel right now." The challenger was Irina Nakiri, a 16 or 17-year-old girl with long, waist-length golden hair. She wore a crisp white blouse under a blue school blazer, her pleated skirt revealing a pair of shapely, youthful legs. Her whole look brimming with a vibrant, fresh energy. Yet, her pretty face carried a touch of haughty pride, forming a striking contrast that somehow made her even more captivating. At her side stood the elderly man, Senzaman Nakiri, her grandfather and the director of Tatsuki Academy, where Irina attended school. All right. I knew you'd say that the moment you walked in. Everything's ready. Hanu could only shake his head with a wry, helpless smile. Why was this girl so fixated on challenging him? Always wanted to have a shokyuchi. She was even more competitive than most boys he knew. Irina was a key figure from a world where food and chefs reigned supreme. A place Hanu referred to as the shokyuchi world. In his own restaurant, among all the regulars, the most common review of her cooking was just a hair short of Hanu's, just that tiniest bit. Naturally, this stoked Irina's competitive spirit. Day after day, she came looking to challenge Hanu. If it weren't for her charm, Hanu might have grown tired of the whole affair by now. Hanu turned to the elderly man beside her and greeted him with a smile. Mr. Senzaman, welcome. Senzaman's hearty laughter filled the room. He gave the slightly indignant girl a reassuring pat and said to Hanu, Mr. Han, I'm causing you trouble once again. Please don't mind us. With a gentle smile, Hanu shook his head, then, after holding Irina's gaze long enough to make her blush, turned to address the other guests in the tavern. Today is another day for a food duel. You all better stay sharp with your judging, or else Irina will end up in tears again. His words drew hearty laughter from the regulars of the tavern, and even Senzaman couldn't help but let out a genuine chuckle. But the laughter was warm, free from any hint of mockery, so Irina didn't take it to heart or feel offended in the slightest. All right, what's our wager this time? Hanu asked. Every food duel could be wagered upon. The winner was entitled to have the loser do something agreed upon in advance, no matter how unreasonable. As long as the wager was accepted and the duel began, the loser had to fulfill the promise. Irina replied, I haven't decided yet. For now, let's keep it within the limits of what you can do. The reason she kept challenging Hanu to food duels was simple. She had rarely ever beaten him. In her own world, Irina's cooking skills were already considered top tier among her generation. But here, she had never once claimed victory over Hanu, which only made her all the more determined to challenge him again and again, without exception. Fine, then my condition is the same as always. If you lose, you'll have to teach me one of your signature dishes. Deal, Hanu said with a smile. Of course, no problem. Let's get started, Irina replied eagerly. Hanu grinned in agreement. When it came to food, he could be a picky connoisseur, and to avoid the if you think you can do better scenario, he'd taken a real liking to cooking himself. Especially in this foreign land, if he wanted a true taste of home, he could only rely on his own hands. Coming here today was so worth it. Even Irina is going to cook. Looks like we're in for a real treat. That's right. Don't hold back. If there's any ingredient you need, just say the word. Even if you want dragon meat, I'll go fetch you a whole one. Ultron glanced at the group, who were laughing heartily. He didn't think they were exaggerating. Their world was nothing like this Marvel universe. Real dragons existed there, and these people truly stood at the pinnacle of their realms. If Hanu requested some rare ingredient, even as precious as dragon meat, they could actually deliver. Irina let out a haughty little hum and strode confidently toward the kitchen, well practiced in her movements, with Hanu right behind her. Are these folks really waiting for boss's cooking? Does that mean he's been holding back all this time? Watching the group, Ultron was puzzled. They chatted about their own topics, but their eyes kept darting toward the kitchen. The subtle tapping of their fingers or feet against the floor or table betrayed their restless anticipation. Hanu's cooking was indeed impressive, enough to sell for a handsome profit. But to have these legendary figures so eager for his food, could it possibly be ordinary fare? In the kitchen, Hanu turned his head to watch Irina, who was completely absorbed in her cooking. The way she poured her whole being into the process was undeniably captivating. Sensing his gaze, Irina looked up and locked eyes with Hanu. She let out a soft, dismissive hum, then turned her head away to continue cooking, as if Hanu had somehow annoyed her. Hanu chuckled quietly and shook his head. He was used to this kind of attitude from her by now. Though she could be a bit proud and prickly, her approach to cooking was always earnest and meticulous. Every culinary duel she entered, she gave it her all. Faced with such a dedicated Irina, Hanu could never bring himself to take things lightly. To do so would not only disrespect his opponent, but also betray himself. All right, let's do this. It's been a long time since I cooked with my full effort. A spark lit up in Hanu's eyes, and in that serious moment, his entire demeanor changed. It was as if he became the sun itself, radiating a light that illuminated everyone around him. Irina sneaked a glance at Hanu, her gaze filled with even more admiration than when he'd looked at her. She had never expected to meet someone her own age who not only matched but surpassed her ideals, both in skill and in character. Since meeting Hanu, she had been thoroughly won over by his cooking, though her pride always kept her from admitting it out loud. "This time, I have to win," she vowed silently. Pushing aside all the distracting thoughts swirling in her mind, she focused completely on her cooking. An hour and a half passed, and both Hanu and Arena had finished their dishes. With a wave of Hanu's hand, sets of bowls and chopsticks floated to the tables in front of the others, catching everyone's eye. This was the long-awaited signal. The food was ready. Ultron and his two companions didn't quite understand the others' excitement. To them, it was just a meal. Clearly, none of these people were ordinary, yet they all acted as if they'd never had a decent bite to eat in their lives. But as the curtain to the kitchen lifted, an intoxicating aroma burst forth, striking Ultron and his friends like an overwhelming tidal wave. Whatever thoughts they'd had before vanished in an instant. "What is that smell? It's incredible!" Ultron exclaimed in disbelief. As a super robot, he could simulate the taste of foods he'd never eaten before by analyzing online reviews, making him a rather unconventional gourmet. "The food we usually eat doesn't even come close to this," Quicksilver said, making no effort to hide the way he swallowed hard. They hadn't even seen the dishes yet, but the fragrance alone was enough to make every mouth water. Once the food was served, he doubted anyone would be able to resist diving in. Of the three shop assistants, only Wanda managed a modest response, though her expression betrayed her anticipation. Her eyes were fixed intently on the kitchen, unable to hide her longing. This aroma was simply more than any ordinary person could endure. "It seems none of you have ever tasted Hanu's cooking before. Since you're all his staff, I'll let you have the first bite this time as a special privilege." Watching the group's hungry expressions, the Flame Emperor Xiao Yin found it amusing and offered generously. "First bite? What do you mean? Aren't we all eating together?" Quicksilver and his companions were puzzled by this comment, unsure what first bite implied. "I have no objections." Tang San, the sea god, nodded in agreement, showing no resistance. Looking at them, Tang San couldn't help but feel nostalgic. Back when he first met Hanu and saw him bring out his cooking, he had shown the same eager anticipation. Seeing that they didn't understand the rules of the food duel, Senzaman stepped forward and explained, "There are specific rules for a shokuchi. The number of judges tasting the dish must be odd to avoid tie. Once the judging is over, everyone else can enjoy the food together." With this explanation, Ultron and his two companions finally understood and nodded in realization. In truth, this was the first time Fire Fist Ace, Whitebeard, and Tsunade had dined here too. But after hearing Xiao Yan's words, they decided not to compete for that coveted first taste. After all, everyone would get to try it eventually. Hanu himself was the first to bring out the dish, presenting it with a brief introduction. "This is a simple appetizer, made from the dragon scale jiao, a tier 9 magical beast from the Ihwa continent, paired with a 5,000-year-old water lingji. It greatly enhances resistance to water attribute damage. Please enjoy." As he spoke, everyone's attention turned to the plates set before Ultron and his companions. The dish looked much like an ordinary steak, the meat glistening with juices. When a knife was placed against it, there was no need to press. It sliced cleanly under its own weight. Atop the steak, a delicate sauce shimmered with a faint golden glow, appearing as a mere garnish but holding a subtle brilliance. Among the diners, those who cultivated spiritual power or similar energies could sense the extraordinary nature of that glowing sauce. Perhaps this was the magic of the 5,000-year-old water lingji at work. As the dish arrived, Ultron and his friends found themselves no longer in a rush to eat. Instead, they hesitated, not knowing how to proceed. They worried that a careless move might ruin the masterpiece before them. Someone kindly reminded them, "Just eat it as you normally would." "Well then, I won't hold back." Surprisingly, it was Ultron who could not resist any longer. The aroma of the meat teased him in waves, and for all his analysis of flavors online, nothing had ever compared to what he smelled now. He placed the knife gently against the steak, letting its own weight cut off a piece. He speared the tender morsel with his fork and brought it to his mouth, chewing with utmost care and attention. In that instant, everyone watched as his face lit up with delight and satisfaction. A full minute passed before he returned to himself, exclaiming with surprise and joy, "This dish, though it appears to be easily sliced apart by a table knife, reveals a surprising resilience when you bite down on it. There's a distinct springiness to the texture if you chew with force, yet if you simply let it rest in your mouth, the meat gradually melts into a warm, aromatic flow, filling your palate with its rich flavor. Even after swallowing, the savory notes linger on your lips and teeth. It's truly amazing. There's simply no dish on earth that can reach this level." Once one person took the first bite, the others naturally followed suit. Quicksilver and Wanda picked up their knives and forks as well. Their faces lit up with the same expression of admiration and recognition for the dish itself and for Han Yu's culinary skill. A dish of this caliber has truly surpassed all expectations. As an appetizer, this is already excellent. It doesn't leave the diner feeling full after eating it. Instead, it skillfully stimulates the appetite, making one even more curious and eager for the dishes to come. In a way, it also puts pressure on the competition. Rubbing his chin, Xiao Yan's eyes brimmed with approval. Just by observing, he could tell how extraordinary this dish was. But this is only the appetizer. The real show is yet to come. A voice brimming with pride sounded from behind Hanyu. Irina stepped forward, placing her own dish before Ultron and the others. Despite the strong reactions to Hanyu's cooking, Irina showed no sign of discouragement. Her regal air remained undiminished. As she lifted the lid, the sight of her dish left everyone momentarily stunned. This wasn't just food, it was a work of art. The plate was dominated by vivid reds, the entire dish a symphony of crimson hues, yet there wasn't a chili pepper or obvious spicy seasoning in sight. At first glance, her dish appeared similar to Hanyu's, a meat cutlet, but every detail revealed her masterful technique. The thick, visually striking slab of meat was exquisitely garnished, creating a powerful visual impact. It was like a carefully groomed warrior, rough and striking, yet adorned with intricate touches, creating a fascinating contrast. For this dish, I selected the flesh and blood of a certain magical beast, one aligned with the element of fire. To complement its nature, I specially chose natural lava stones and crafted a sauce from blazing fireberries. Her words rang out with unwavering confidence. The ingredients she chose were fire-aligned, the direct opposite of Hanyu's. Making her challenge clear, she was aiming for a head-to-head contest. This little girl has such spirit. Impressive indeed, Tsunade remarked in surprise, studying Irina. She was clearly the youngest person in the restaurant, yet her culinary skills matched Hanyu's. It was evident that anyone able to dine here was far from ordinary. Each one of them was a true master in their own field. Staring at that dish, which could only be described as perfect, Hanyu was genuinely astonished. From her initial resistance to these otherworldly ingredients to her now masterful use of them, Irina's growth was truly remarkable. Xiao Yan remarked, "If she wins this time, that'll make it 1 win and 16 losses for Irina." 1 win and 16 losses? Hearing this record, the patrons dining here for the first time, including the white-bearded old men, were all taken aback. In their eyes, if they were. To judge Irina's dish, it would undoubtedly be flawless. Yet, according to Xiao Yan, Irina, who could cook at such a level, hadn't won even once before? How could that be possible? Yet the words around her did nothing to shake Irina's composure. She calmly tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and fixed her gaze firmly on Hanyu standing before her. It was true. She had lost to Hanyu 16 times. From the very first match, when her grandfather Senzaman brought her here, she had never managed to beat him. For Irina, who was born proud and self-assured, this was the bitterest blow. After all, her world revolved around culinary mastery, and among the younger generation, she was the undisputed queen. There were few who could even come close to defeating her. That was why Hanyu's victory stung so much, spurring Irina to challenge him again and again. Each defeat only ignited her competitive spirit further, driving her to attack with even greater intensity the next time. Whether it's a win or a loss, it all comes down to their judgment now. Everyone's eyes turned to the judges from the Avengers, who didn't waste any words. They picked up their knives and forks, sliced off a piece of steak, and brought it to their mouths. In that instant, the very moment the steak touched their tongues, all 3 of them froze mid-chew, their eyes widening in astonishment. If Hanyu's dish was like the sea, sometimes calm, sometimes surging, then Irina's creation was a direct, powerful punch, delivering the most intense flavor impact right to the judges' senses. The 3 of them looked up in unison, thoroughly surprised that someone as seemingly proud and refined as Irina could serve up such a beautifully crafted dish, only for it to hit them with such explosive taste. The contrast was nothing short of stunning. They had expected a dish as elegant and graceful as a classical symphony. Instead, what they got was a rock concert that blew the roof off. Senzaman spoke up, "All right, tasting is over. Time to judge. If you think one dish outshined the other, then push that person's plate forward." As soon as he finished, the atmosphere fell into sudden silence. No one uttered a word to influence the outcome or share their opinions. It would have been disrespectful to the temporary judges and could have affected the fairness of the match. Judging by the presentation of the two dishes and the expressions of the Avengers as they tasted, it was clear these two plates were almost evenly matched. Deciding a winner wouldn't be easy. After a brief pause, Quicksilver made the first move. He pushed a plate forward. It was Hanyu's. Hanyu scores a point. A few dozen seconds later, Wanda also presented a plate. It was Irina's dish. Irina scores a point as well. It's actually a tie. This last point is going to be crucial. The atmosphere in the room suddenly grew tense. Someone muttered under their breath, and all eyes turned to Ultron. Every time there's a show Kyuchiki, whether you're a participant or a temporary judge like them, both sides take it very seriously. Because these dishes are the result of the chef's devoted effort. They aren't just casually thrown together. They deserve to be judged responsibly. It's a sign of respect for the creator. No one treats this as just a game where winning or losing doesn't matter. A soft sigh broke the tension. Ultron gently pushed forward the dish he found most delicious, and a collective gasp filled the room. It was Irina's dish. She had won. 16 defeats, 1 victory. Suddenly, cheers erupted from everyone in the room. All were thrilled for Irina, and even though it was Hanyu's home turf, it didn't dampen the outpouring of joy for her. Hanyu let out a long breath, walked over to Irina, and smiled generously. You won this time. I lost. Even Irina herself was stunned, unable to react at first. She stared blankly at the 3 plates on the table. 2 were hers, 1 belonged to Hanyu. Hearing his words, she could only nod stiffly. It wasn't until she saw people approach her, showering her with genuine praise and happiness, that Irina finally snapped out of it. I won. I actually won. An unprecedented thrill surged up from deep inside her. For the first time, Irina showed the unrestrained joy of a young girl. Now that the match was over, she quickly brought out the dishes she had prepared in the kitchen for everyone to taste, eagerly sharing her thoughts and inspirations behind each creation. Watching Irina, lively and cheerful like a little girl, Senzaman walked over to Hanyu and said, Manager Han, you've really gone to a lot of trouble this time. You even let Irina win a round. Seeing her this happy makes me truly glad. She hasn't smiled like this in such a long time. Hearing this, Hanyu smiled slightly and replied, I didn't let her win. She truly beat me this time. As a competitor, she's genuinely strong. When it comes to cooking, Hanyu doesn't possess extraordinary skills. The reason his dishes taste so incredible is because of his remarkable mental acuity. His control over heat and seasoning is so precise it can be measured in decimals, which is why his food achieves such extraordinary flavors. But Irina was different. She was an ordinary person through and through. Although in their world, Irina possessed the god's tongue that let her discern the flavors of any dish at will. All in all, she was still just human. If Hanyu were to focus solely on honing this skill, he'd truly be unmatched. Senzaman raised an eyebrow, glanced at Hanyu, who was smiling at Irina, then at Irina herself, beaming with excitement. With a soft chuckle, he said nothing more and stepped forward to share in Irina's joy. As everyone savored the dishes prepared by Hanyu and Irina, suddenly there was the sound of fabric tearing, one shirt, then another, and another. Seeing this, Hanyu could only turn helplessly toward one person, Irina's grandfather, Senzaman, and said with resignation, Sir, please remember your table manners. This dramatic display, where people's clothes burst open, all started with Senzaman. It wasn't any kind of superpower. It was just that in their world, food that tasted truly divine would trigger this bursting clothes reaction. Especially with Senzaman. His reaction was so powerful, it even affected those around him, causing a ripple of shirt bursting throughout the room. Every time Senzaman visited, this would inevitably happen, so Hanyu always had to remind him. Senzaman roared with laughter. Your food is simply too delicious. I couldn't help myself. Hanyu could only sigh at this. At least they didn't lose all their clothes. Most had at least one undergarment left to preserve their dignity. If everyone had stripped completely, considering there were women present, Hanyu would have had no choice but to politely isolate Senzaman. Hanyu himself rather enjoyed watching the ladies' dramatic reactions, but this couldn't happen every time, especially not with so many eyes on them. What kind of strange ability is this? Quicksilver looked on in utter confusion. This power was just incredible. Suddenly, he found himself wanting to visit Irina's world to learn how to cook. Boss, if we'd known you had this kind of talent, why would we ever order takeout? Eating your food every day would be a dream come true. Quicksilver complained, a hint of longing in his voice. This cooking competition had completely upended his understanding of food. There was simply nothing in their world that could compare. If you put these dishes in a bowl, everything else wouldn't even be fit to step on. These dishes aren't as easy to make as you think. You can't just grab living ingredients from the general store. If you want fresh ones, you have to go to another world to find them yourself. I've already used up all my supplies this time. I'll need to go searching again. Unless, of course, you want to help. Hanu said with a sly grin. At this, Quicksilver immediately lowered his head and focused intently on his plate, shoveling food into his mouth. Hanu rolled his eyes. This guy was hopeless at everything, except eating. That he excelled at. A fine meal deserves a fine drink. Tonight, everyone, eat your fill. It's on me. Let's do it big. 3,000-year-old monkey wine. Drink as much as you like. Though he had lost, Hanu showed no sign of disappointment. Instead, he brought out a jar of his 1,000-year-old treasure brew for everyone to enjoy. When Tang San and Xiao Yin, both connoisseurs, heard that Hanu had produced monkey wine, they couldn't help but cheer in delight. Monkey wine, as the legend goes, is made when mountain monkeys gather 100 different fruits and store them in tree hollows, where, by a stroke of fortune, the fruits ferment into wine. Even ordinary monkey wine is a rare and lucky find, let alone a batch that's 3,000 years old. Such an ancient wine must have been preserved with an extraordinary sealing method to have lasted so long. A tiny cup fetches a sky-high price and is almost impossible to buy. Now, Hanu was offering an entire jar, not a large one, but still, it held 5 whole gin. Even a single tael, less than a shot, of this monkey wine could send a strapping adult into a deep sleep for 3 days and nights, waking up still in a daze. Its potency was no joke. Hurry up, pour me a cup. My mouth's watering. Even Tang San and Xiao Yin, usually unflappable, couldn't hide their impatience. This was a once-in-a-lifetime treat. Although they bought wine from Hanu before, he never had much of this vintage. Usually, he sold it by the tael, and the prices started in the hundreds of millions. Completely outrageous. Haha, tonight you can drink to your heart's content. But take it slow, don't fall asleep before you've even tasted the flavor. Hanu laughed heartily as he poured each person a cup, about 2 taels per serving. Even with such a small amount, Tang San and Xiao Yin had to sip it in 2 careful mouthfuls, savoring every drop. Poured into small jade cups Hanu had specially prepared, the monkey wine glowed with a faint golden hue. Its aroma was thick with the scent of fruit and wine, so strong that just a whiff could make one feel lightheaded, a testament to its intoxicating strength. I don't buy it. You're telling me a single cup will knock me out for 3 days and 3 nights. The ever-bold Quicksilver raised his cup and downed it in one gulp. The next instant, his head hit the table with a heavy thud, sending the whole room into roaring laughter. He was out cold. Just 1 cup, and he was done. Though Quicksilver didn't get to savor the taste, the ancient monkey wine was already working its magic inside him. This was a 3,000-year-old divine brew, and its effects on the body were nothing short of miraculous. Quicksilver's antics only made the atmosphere livelier. They gently moved him aside to let him sleep, and the banquet continued. So, have you decided what you want? This is your first win, after all. Make it count. With a small cup in hand, Hanu walked over to Irina. She, too, had drunk a little in her joy. Her delicate face was rosy, making her look absolutely adorable. At first, she had only come with the intention of making a light-hearted joke, but to her surprise, after Hanu's response, Irina's face took on a truly thoughtful expression. She pondered for a moment, then looked at Hanu and asked, "Anything at all?" Hanu smiled and said, "Of course. Then, I want to train as well, just like Brother Yin and Brother San." With this unexpected declaration, all eyes in the room turned toward her. What did she just say she wanted to do? Train? The once lively restaurant suddenly grew quiet. As the main characters of today's gathering, it was only natural that the attention would shift toward them, especially since neither Hanu nor Irina had bothered to lower their voices. And in a room full of extraordinary individuals, of course, everyone had heard her. "Irina, what are you talking about? Don't trouble Manager Han with such requests." Even Senzaman found this request a bit much. If it had been about cooking, he would have thought no request was too much for Irina. After all, their world resolved everything with food. But for Irina to ask about training, that was a different matter entirely. Over the past few days, Senzaman had come to realize that his dining companions, despite their friendly appearances, each possessed unfathomable abilities. Some of them were powerful enough to destroy an entire nation, or even the world, single-handedly. This only made the strength of a cultivator all the more apparent. At least in Senzaman's eyes, the opportunity to become one was rare and nearly impossible to come by. He was also worried Hanu might take offense. So after reproaching Irina, he watched Hanu carefully, ready to apologize at the slightest sign of displeasure. But to his surprise, Hanu didn't get angry. Instead, he rubbed his shin thoughtfully for a while and asked, "Why do you want to train?" Hearing that he hadn't outright refused, Irina's heart leapt with hope. It seemed this might actually be possible. Still, she tried to maintain a composed exterior as she replied, "I want to understand the ingredients we use from a closer perspective, to observe their habitats and environments. That would help me improve my cooking. I know the ingredients we use are formidable magical beasts, and without a certain level of strength myself, it would be difficult to get close to them. Besides, I like to see the other worlds too. Her answer was textbook, but it also clearly expressed her intentions. This girl, whose mind was always filled with thoughts of cooking, truly meant what she said. Her desire to become a cultivator was mostly for the sake of her culinary pursuits. Her curiosity about other worlds was only a secondary motivation. No one could resist wondering what another world might be like, not even a girl. If she weren't curious, perhaps it was simply because that world didn't suit her tastes. Old Master Senzaman, what do you think? Hanu turned his gaze to Senzaman, seeking his opinion, since after all, he was Irina's grandfather and his consent was needed in this matter. Irina looked pleadingly at Senzaman. Words welled up on his lips, but he couldn't bring himself to say them. After a moment, he let out a quiet sigh and nodded his agreement. Irina had never asked him for anything or sought his help before. All her life, she had been remarkably independent and quiet. In fact, her childhood innocence had been stripped away far too early. Now, faced with that earnest, imploring look in Irina's eyes, Senzaman simply couldn't bring himself to refuse her. Yes. Seeing her grandfather agree, Irina knew her wish was about to be fulfilled. Since Hanu hadn't objected either, as long as she had Senzaman's approval, she could set foot on the path of cultivation. Hey, calm down a bit. Hanu waved his hand, signaling Irina to rein in her excitement. With a deft gesture of his right hand, he conjured a pitch-black pill, which hovered above his palm. The pill was inscribed with several faint silver patterns. As soon as it appeared, a delicate medicinal fragrance filled the restaurant. Though it was the scent of medicine, it had the refreshing aroma of fresh grass. Breathing it in brought a sense of clarity and energy, as if one's whole body had been cleansed. This is a special elixir I crafted myself, called the Spirit Quality Pill. It contains traces of spiritual energy from various worlds. After you take it, it will draw out the ability most suited to you. As for what that ability is, well, that depends on your own fate. Hanu handed the pill to Irina. She accepted it, examined it for a moment, and then, without hesitation, swallowed it. She trusted Hanu completely. With his unfathomable power, if he ever meant her harm, he wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. That was why Irina was so decisive in taking the elixir. Instantly, a faint glow radiated from her body. What happened next left Hanu genuinely astonished, and Tang San, too, was utterly shocked. A pair of magnificent snow-white wings unfurled from Irina's back, enveloping her in their embrace. The wings shimmered with dazzling golden light. As they spread wide, Irina began to rise, floating gently in midair. Her eyes glimmered with a subtle golden hue, and her long golden hair flowed around her as if stirred by a divine wind, making her appear like a goddess descended to the mortal world. A martial soul? The six-winged angel? Full innate soul power. Tang San was utterly taken aback. He had never imagined that Irina's affinity for spiritual power would manifest as a martial soul from Doluwa continent, let alone one of the legendary, top-tier martial souls. After a moment, the glow faded and the white wings retracted into Irina's body. She landed, looking utterly bewildered, having no idea what had just occurred. Seeing the astonishment on Hanu and Tang San's faces, she began to worry that perhaps her newfound ability was actually something disappointing. Why is everyone staring at me like this? Am I just not cut out for cultivation? Tang San let out a deep sigh, helplessly watching Irina's stunned, bewildered expression. If the children of Doa continent awakening their martial soul for the first time ever heard her say that, they'd probably cough up blood on the spot. The six-winged angel martial soul, not suited for cultivation? In that case, no one else need bother awakening their own. They might as well stay home and wait for the end, forget about martial souls altogether. You really are blessed by luck, truly blessed, Tang San said, patting Irina gently on the shoulder, his voice sincere. Little Irina, I never imagined you'd have such potential. What are you talking about? Is the thing I just awakened really that powerful? Irina's voice trembled with excitement. Tang San nodded emphatically, then explained to her just how extraordinary the six-winged angel martial soul truly was. After hearing his words, Irina didn't react much. Instead, she seemed utterly stunned. She simply couldn't believe she'd received such a martial soul. It was unbelievably lucky. It took her quite a while to recover, and when she did, she tried to sound casual. Is that so? Well, I suppose it's kind of impressive, then. Tang San was at a loss for words. If the children of Doa continent awakening their martial souls for the first time heard her say that, they'd probably choke on their own blood. If this only counted as kind of impressive, then the average soul master might as well stay in bed for the rest of their days. Why even bother awakening a martial soul at all? You really are blessed by fortune, truly blessed, Tang-san repeated, patting Irina on the shoulder again, his tone genuine. Little Irina, I never expected you to have such potential. Upon seeing that Irina had awakened the six-winged angel martial soul, Hanu seemed lost in thought for a moment. Then he spoke up, Old Master Senzaman, I'd like to take Irina on a trip. We might be gone for 10 days, maybe half a month. Where are we going? Irina asked, puzzled. To train, of course. Didn't you just awaken the six-winged angel martial soul? You now possess full innate soul power, which means you've already reached level 20. Every 10 levels, you can gain a soul ring. You can try to get 2 soul rings right now. Hanu was also planning to hunt a few soul beasts. After all, he'd just acquired the mighty Clear Sky Hammer martial soul, and without soul rings, its true power couldn't be unleashed. Otherwise, it'd be nothing more than a blacksmith's tool. All right, let's do it, Irina exclaimed, waving her hand enthusiastically, her excitement palpable. Let's get you changed first, Hanu said. The clothes in Tang-san's world are more Western in style. Wanda, could you take her to your room? I'll send some outfits up to you. Of course, little Irina, come with me. Wanda smiled warmly and nodded, then stood and led Irina upstairs. Meanwhile, Hanu, following Senzaman's advice, kept nodding his head as the old man spoke, reminding him to be careful out there, and similar words of concern. Hanu responded with sincerity, promising earnestly that he would do his utmost to protect Irina, at least until she had grown stronger and would never let harm come to her. So they waited and waited for more than an hour. Irina was upstairs, trying on outfit after outfit, and for the first time, Hanu truly understood what it felt like to go shopping with a woman. A vivid image flashed through his mind. When a woman walks into a clothing store, she sees a dazzling array of garments, while all a man notices is the lonely chair in the center. Nearly 2 hours passed before the soft sound of footsteps echoed from the stairway. Hanu and the others turned to look, each of their eyes lighting up with astonishment. Descending gracefully from the top of the stairs, the young girl had shed her usual lively school uniform and donned a flowing robe of white and pale blue. The perfectly tailored outfit accentuated her striking figure, and with Irina's own modifications, her shapely, slender legs drew every gaze. She looked like a fairy stepping out of a painting, a vision of poetry and beauty come to life. Hey, why are you staring at me like that? Flustered to find Hanu's gaze fixed so intently on her, Irina blushed and spoke with obvious unease. Realizing he'd lost his composure, Hanu quickly looked away and cleared his throat. Sorry about that. I should go change too. I got caught up chatting with your grandfather and almost forgot. He changed clothes much faster than Irina. It took him only 10 minutes, and when he came back downstairs, every woman in the room turned to look at him, their eyes filled with admiration. Hanu kept himself in great shape, tall and lean, but never thin. His figure filled out the robe perfectly. The long tunic seemed made just for him. If Tang-san's style was that of a refined young gentleman, then Hanu's was the embodiment of a vibrant, sunny youth, effortlessly fitting in, never out of place. After coming down, Hanu walked straight up to Irina, straightened his clothes, and spun around in front of her. Well, what do you think? Not too weird, right? It was the first time Irina had seen Hanu dressed like this. Her eyes sparkled with surprise and curiosity, and only when Hanu met her gaze did she hurriedly lower her head, trying to hide her expression, though Hanu had already seen it all. When she heard his question, she turned her head away, made a cute little noise of feigned indifference, and mumbled, "It's fine, I guess. At least you look like a normal person." Hanu chuckled. He was used to Irina's thunder personality by now. She always acted tough, but he knew her better than anyone. Though her words sounded teasing, they were actually full of approval. Not intending to argue further about the topic, Hanu took out a temporal scroll and, with a casual squeeze, opened a person-sized portal in space. Just as the two of them were about to step through, Xiao Yin and Fire Fist Ace stopped them. The two exchanged a glance, and Ace then said, "Are you heading to the Soul Beast continent? The two of us want to go as well. Take us with you. We'd really like to see what sort of world Third Brother comes from." Looking at Ace and Xiao Yin, Hanu hesitated for a moment before replying. "You can come, but unless I say otherwise, you can't take any action." "Understood. Got it." With Hanu's agreement, Xiao Yin and Ace cheered like kids who'd gotten their way, raising their hands in excitement. Tang-san, watching from the side, felt rather speechless. He hadn't asked to tag along, knowing there was a rule in Hanu's general store. No one was allowed to visit their own world through the shop, be it the past or the future. So Tang-san simply watched quietly from the sidelines, content to let the others enjoy themselves. Unable to contain her curiosity any longer, Irina stepped into the space portal ahead of Hanu. Have fun, everyone. I'll excuse myself for now. Hanu called back to the group, then followed closely behind Irina, with Xiao Yin and Ace stepping through the portal together. The next moment, they found themselves in a narrow alley bathed in warm sunlight. The lively sounds of the city greeted them at once, clanging. Metal, vendors hawking their wares, and the bustling crowd all around. Irina and the others looked around in fascination, taking it all in. So this is the Soul Beast continent? It actually looks pretty nice, Xiao Yin remarked, feeling the abundant spiritual energy in the air. It was similar to the spiritual power of the other fire continent, yet subtly different. Ace, meanwhile, dashed about excitedly with Irina. One moment they were at a jewelry stall, the next at a food vendor, thoroughly enjoying themselves. It's still early, Hanu said. Why don't we stroll around the town for now? We can head to our destination tomorrow. Xiaoyan nodded eagerly. Opportunities to experience the atmosphere of another world were rare, so he hurried to catch up with Ace and Irina. Though he outwardly kept a cool and aloof demeanor, his curious gaze kept drifting to the unusual wares for sale, many of which were connected to martial spirits and soul beasts, which naturally piqued his interest. As they wandered through the town, Hanyu explained the relationships between martial spirits, soul rings, and soul power to Irina. Even Ace and Xiao Yin listened intently, occasionally interjecting with their own questions. By the time they'd finished exploring the town, dusk had fallen. The group found an inn, booked rooms for the night, and decided to rest up before setting out again the next day. As they walked up to the entrance of the hotel, Han Yu and his companions happened to run into another group. A look of surprise flickered across Han Yu's face. Is that Tang-san? The group they encountered included Tang-san from this very timeline. But this Tang-san didn't know Han Yu and his friends. Sensing no hostility in Han Yu's gaze, Tang-san simply nodded to him in a polite, reserved manner. Why are you staring at him? Irina asked, noticing how Han Yu's eyes lingered on Tang-san. She didn't recognize him as Tang-san, for he was not yet the strikingly handsome figure she remembered. That transformation would only occur after he inherited his mother's blue-silver emperor bloodline. Right now, he looked nothing like the legendary hero in her memory. The Tang-san they saw was precisely the same boy who, along with the other Shrek 7 devils, once ventured into the Stardow Forest to obtain their first spirit rings. Once Tang-san and his group had moved on, Hanyu finally spoke. That was Tang-san just now, when he was a child. That was Brother San? Irina's eyes widened in astonishment. She looked at the much younger Tang-san, who was even a few years her junior. Despite her previous adventures on the Do-Chi continent with Xiao Yin, she couldn't hide her surprise. For the Tang-san before her was completely different from the one in her memory. At this point, Tang-san appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary 12-year-old boy. Even Xiao Yin and Ace were taken aback. In their minds, Tang-san was a refined, gentle man with flowing blue hair, a world away from the unremarkable boy they had just seen. It was a series of coincidences that led him to become the Tang-san, Hanyu explained. It looks like they're heading to the same place as us to hunt for spirit rings. We might cross paths again. Irina nodded, amused by the sight of this fresh-faced, youthful Tang-san. Tang-san, for his part, had already noticed Irina's unabashed scrutiny. It puzzled him, as she radiated neither hostility nor ill will. So why did she keep staring at him? Unable to make sense of it, Tang-san gave up thinking about it, and followed his teammates away. Hanyu and his party soon arrived at the hotel's front desk. Just as Hanyu was about to speak, the receptionist beat him to it. Hello, may I help you with 4? I'm sorry, all our single rooms are currently booked, the receptionist interrupted. We only have 1 single room and a few double rooms left. Noticing the knowing look on the receptionist's face, Hanyu immediately realized there had been a misunderstanding. Since he and Irina were standing close together, it was easy for outsiders to assume they were a couple. That's not what you think, Hanyu protested. We're not. But before Hanyu could finish, the receptionist's smile grew even more mischievous. He gave Hanyu a sly wink. Say no more, I understand. Completely. Even Xiao Yin and Ace had to turn their heads away to stifle their laughter, but the way their lips curled up gave away their delight at Hanyu's predicament. They had no objections to sharing a single room. It was hardly awkward for them. Besides, with their stamina, they could go without sleep and spend the night out on the town without missing a beat. Seeing the two of them turn away and snicker, Hanyu could only rub his forehead in exasperation. The more he explained, the worse it sounded. If he said anything else, the front desk clerk might even think he was planning to bring a third person up later. All right, fine, just 1 room then. I'll take the sofa. You take the bed, okay? Hanyu turned to ask Irina. Irina's cheeks flushed. Though she was revered as the cool, untouchable goddess at school, she was still an innocent when it came to matters like this out in the real world. She truly believed there was only 1 king-sized bed left. After booking the room, the four of them didn't hurry upstairs. With nothing much to unpack, they simply decided to eat in the lobby. Irina was more than happy to sample the local cuisine from this unfamiliar world. Halfway through their meal, Hanu caught sight of Tang-san and his group coming down to dine as well, and, as luck would have it, they took the table right in front of them. Hey, Boss Dai, check out that absolute knockout over there. Ma Hong-jun, one of the Shrek's 7 devils, lit up at the sight of Irina. His gaze lingered on her, sweeping up and down unabashedly. Compared to them, Irina was a little older. She came from a distinguished family, carrying herself with a unique, frosty elegance. Not the lifeless cold of Zhu Zhuqing, but a commanding queenly aura that made people almost wish to be chastised by her. Irina's temperament was usually proud and aloof, thawing only around Hanu, where she'd show a more girlish side. Having lost so many food battles to him, there was no need for pretense between them anymore. Had Irina been a more easygoing girl, she might not have minded sharing clothes, maybe even pants, with another. Dai Mubai glanced over, and a flicker of awe passed through his eyes, but at a look from Zhu Zhuqing, he cleared his throat quickly. She seems to already have company. Don't get any ideas. Hey, you sure? They look more like siblings than anything else. Maybe I'll go give it a shot. I doubt you'd get anywhere. Why make it harder for a fellow man? Their banter was anything but quiet. The two groups were barely 5 steps apart, so every word reached Hanu and his companions without effort. Irina recognized Tang-san, but had no idea who Ma Hong-jun was. Instantly, she shot him a look of clear disdain. That glance was like Cupid's arrow, piercing straight into Ma Hong-jun's heart. Could this be what people call love at first sight? Ma Hong-jun murmured dreamily. After a brief pause, he stood up straight, walked over to Han. Yu in Irina, stretched out his hand toward Irina, and said, "Pretty lady, my name is Ma Hong-jun. You're absolutely stunning. Can we be friends?" He made no attempt to hide his intentions at all. The other 6 of Shrek's 7 devils couldn't help but cover their faces in embarrassment. He was being way too obvious. Get lost, Irina replied coldly. Whenever it came to anyone except Hanu, her aloof and frosty demeanor returned, her tone tinged with disdain. Ma Hong-jun, undeterred, pressed on. Don't be so distant. I just want to make friends. Irina lifted her head and glanced at Hanu. Sensing her look, he averted his eyes, pretending to focus on the food in his bowl. Meanwhile, Xiao Yan and Ace turned away, trying to stifle their laughter. These guys, they're just going to let me fend for myself. Irina was a little annoyed. The slight smirk on Hanu's lips made it clear. He was enjoying her discomfort. With a quick glance, a sly smile suddenly appeared on Irina's face, a smile that carried a hint of mischief. Ma Hong-jun, seeing her expression but failing to read its true meaning, thought he was making progress. Just as he was about to say something more flattering, Irina leaned close to Hanu. I already have a boyfriend, you know. If you want to be friends with me, you'll have to see if my boyfriend agrees. The 3, Hanu, Xiao Yan, and Ace, simultaneously choked on their rice, hurriedly thumping their chests as they stared at Irina in utter disbelief. Irina, meanwhile, looked completely innocent. It had to be said, this kind of expression, paired with her looks, was utterly disarming for any man. Just imagine, a girl who's the picture of untouchable beauty, usually cold and distant, suddenly acting sweet and clingy in your arms. It's enough to make anyone's skin tingle. Whether or not her words were true, Hanu was certain about one thing. She was redirecting all the trouble right onto him. This woman was deviously clever. No doubt it was from hanging around that mischievous group for too long. Don't be fooled by her usual quiet and icy exterior. When she decided to play a trick, it could really catch you off guard. Sure enough, as soon as she spoke, Ma Hong-jun's attention shifted straight to Hanu. How about this, brother? I can tell you're a soul master too. Let's have a match. If I win, I get to be friends with the lady. If you win, we'll just forget this ever happened. Deal. Hanu chuckled. Deal. Not a chance. Even if Irina wasn't his girlfriend, those terms were ridiculous. If Ma Hong-jun won, he'd benefit, but if he lost, nothing would change. Who in their right mind would agree to that? Ma Hong-jun narrowed his eyes, letting his gaze linger on Irina for a while longer. That fleeting glance from before had already left a deep impression on him, and now that he was closer, he seemed to catch a faint whiff of her fragrance. Tang-san and the others each had their own companions, and Ma Hong-jun had always wanted to find a woman with whom he could spend his life. Of course, finding such a woman wasn't difficult, but with Ma Hong-jun's taste, his partner could never be ordinary. Brother, forgive me for what I'm about to do. He stepped forward, extending his right hand as soul power surged to cover it. Since talking hadn't worked, he had no choice but to resort to action. He truly didn't want to miss out on such a beautiful girl. At 30 soul power ranks, Ma Hong-jun was a powerful assault-type soul master. For someone his age to possess such strength was nothing short of astonishing. He could rightfully be called a genius. Yet he had no intention of causing real harm. The soul power in his palm was more than enough to subdue a grown man. Besides, looking at Hanyu's slender frame, he guessed Hanyu's soul power was around level 25 at most. But he was mistaken. Hanyu possessed no soul power, not even at level 1. And yet, that didn't make him any less formidable. Any one of his abilities would be enough to command awe. Hanyu glanced his way, and Ma Hongjun was instantly frozen in place. In that moment, the scene before Ma Hongjun's eyes changed. The tavern lights vanished, replaced by a crimson world filled with shrill, desperate screams. He spun around and saw fiendish specters, their faces twisted in fury, soaring beneath a blood-red sky. Thrust into this nightmarish realm, Ma Hongjun was like a succulent rose tossed into a starving wolf pack. Countless vengeful spirits shrieked as they lunged at him. No, stay back, don't come any closer. He had never witnessed such a bizarre, terrifying sight. The chubby youth shrieked and stumbled backward, crashing into something. Only then did the bloody vision slowly begin to fade. Fatty, hey fatty, what's wrong with you? He snapped back to reality to find Tang San and Dai Mubai standing on either side of him. Glancing around, he saw everyone else, staring at him with odd expressions, while Hanyu and his friends remained calmly seated at their table, as if nothing had happened. What kind of sorcery was that? Only now did Ma Hongjun notice his back was drenched in sweat. Wiping his brow, he turned to Tang San and Dai Mubai and asked, "What just happened to me?" "What do you mean, what happened? Shouldn't we be the ones asking you?" You suddenly froze and started shouting, out of nowhere. Dai Mubai looked at Ma Hongjun in exasperation. Was he so smitten by the girl that he'd lost his mind? Tang San, however, fixed his gaze on Ma Hongjun's face. With his purple demon eye, he saw things differently than Dai Mubai. When the two of them had come to Ma Hongjun's side and called him back to his senses, Ma Hongjun's limbs had continued to tremble ever so slightly. There was no sign of Hanyu making a move. In such a situation, there could only be one explanation. The opponent had cast some kind of illusion or hallucination, making him see something terrifying, which led to this outcome. Hey, Chubby, the world is a big place. Don't go chatting up every pretty girl you see. I'm easygoing, so I'll let it slide this time. But if you'd met someone with a worse temper, you wouldn't have gotten off so lightly, Hanyu said with a gentle smile. The power of the Green Lantern Ring wasn't just limited to flight. It also granted telepathy and hypnosis. When these abilities combined, creating powerful illusions came with little effort. What did you say? You think you're tough? How about we spar and find out? Dai Mubai rolled up his sleeves, ready to step forward, but Tang San reached out and stopped him, gently shaking his head. After spending some time together, Dai Mubai had learned to read Tang San's expressions. Though he was the leader of the Shrek's 7 Devils, Tang San was the team's analytical genius. If Tang San didn't think they stood a chance, that said a lot. He calmed down at once. Casting one last glare at Hanyu, he helped Ma Hongjun back to their table. This Tang San is interesting, Xiaoyan remarked with a note of approval. Among all these kids, he's the only one with real clarity. He knows when not to act rashly. For someone in their teens, that sort of perception is impressive, Ace added, nodding in agreement. This is no fun at all. Couldn't you have gone easier on them? Irina huffed, turning away in mock annoyance, as if this were all somehow Hanyu's fault. Hanyu looked baffled, shooting a questioning glance at Ma Hongjun as he headed back. Suddenly, he commented, "Hey, I really did go easy on him. I actually thought he could hold out longer." He didn't bother to lower his voice, so the entire Shrek's 7 Devils heard him. Dai Mubai immediately stood up, ready to fight again, but Tang Sin pulled him back once more. "Boss, calm down. Think about it. Fatty is already a level 30 strong attack-type Soul Master. If the other side managed to trap him in an illusion without even making a move, that means he's at least level 40 or above. Our chances aren't good." "Exactly, Boss Dai. And this time Fatty picked the fight. We're really at fault here, so just let it go." Another teammate chimed in. Dai Mubai's eyes were fierce as he stared at Hanyu, but Hanyu just smiled back at him. The two of them locked eyes. Somehow, the scene carried an odd touch of humor. Just as the standoff reached its peak, a deep, commanding voice echoed down from upstairs. "Who dare to strike our little monster? Let me have a word with you." From the hotel staircase, a man in his 50s descended. He had unremarkable looks and wore simple clothes, but the solid muscles beneath his shirt were unmistakable. This was Zhao Wuji, the unmovable king, vice principal of Shrek Academy. When Zhao Wuji came down as well, Hanyu still wore a look of mild surprise on his face. Tang San carefully recounted the entire story to Zhao Wuji, from start to finish, making it clear that Ma Hongjun had been the one to provoke matters in the first place. Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly as he listened. He glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was still trembling slightly, his brow furrowing as he strode toward Hanu. My friend, my student was just being a bit mouthy. He didn't actually do any real harm. Don't you think your response was a bit much? Zhao Wuji truly lived up to his reputation for fiercely protecting his own. Even though his student was the one who started it, he still came out to stand up for him. I already went easy. If that chubby kid can't even handle this much, I'd say he won't get far on the path of a soul master. Hanu and Zhao Wuji locked eyes, the tension heavier than before, sparks practically flying between them. For a boy barely in his teens, Hanu was willing to give him a little lesson, something to make him taste a bit of hardship. But if he kept pushing his luck, Hanu wouldn't back down. Gentlemen, esteemed soul masters, peace is a blessing. Peace is a blessing. My little business here really can't bear you two stirring up any more trouble. The shopkeeper was quite adept with words, lowering himself humbly while also flattering the two men at the same time. Zhao Wuji was pleased by this. Pointing at Hanu, he said, "You come outside and fight me. If you win, I'll make sure you get a reward you're satisfied with. If you lose, give my student the contact information and address of the young lady standing next to you." When Zhao Wuji came down as well, Hanu still wore a look of mild surprise on his face. Tang San carefully recounted the entire story to Zhao Wuji, from start to finish, making it clear that Ma Hongjun had been the one to provoke matters in the first place. Zhao Wuji nodded repeatedly as he listened. He glanced at Ma Hongjun, who was still trembling slightly, his brow furrowing as he strode toward Hanu. My friend, my student was just being a bit mouthy. He didn't actually do any real harm. Don't you think your response was a bit much? Zhao Wuji truly lived up to his reputation for fiercely protecting his own. Even though his student was the one who started it, he still came out to stand up for him. I already went easy. If that chubby kid can't even handle this much, I'd say he won't get far on the path of a soul master. Hanu and Zhao Wuji locked eyes, the tension heavier than before, sparks practically flying between them. For a boy barely in his teens, Hanu was willing to give him a little lesson, something to make him taste a bit of hardship. But if he kept pushing his luck, Hanu wouldn't back down. You come outside and fight me. If you win, I'll make sure you get a reward you're satisfied with. If you lose, then my student gets the contact information and home address of the girl beside you. Another forceful demand. Though a little better than Ma Hongjuan's, it was still utterly unreasonable. Zhao Wuji stared at Hanu, secretly wondering if he'd finally met a true master this time. Hanu maintained a faint smile from beginning to end. Such a smile could only belong to someone either supremely confident in their own strength, or a fool lacking in sense. Judging by the circumstances, Hanu was clearly the former. Do you need us to step in? Xiaoyan asked. Ace also looked over at Hanu. If he gave the order, Zhao Wuji would already be a dead man. Hanu pondered for a few seconds, then stood up and walked toward the door, leaving a single sentence behind. Just finished eating, time to walk it off. Seeing Hanu agree, both Xiaoyan and Ace were a bit surprised. He actually accepted the challenge. They exchanged glances and could see the amusement in each other's eyes. This is going to be good. Hanu was someone who could keep even big shots from Otherworld in check. Against someone like Zhao Wuji, there was no way they believed Hanu would lose, even though they weren't sure of his background. Zhao Wuji shot a reassuring glance at the Sure Lake Seven Freaks, then followed Hanu out the door, just a step behind. Once the two of them emerged, the crowd that had gathered at the hotel entrance to watch the drama quickly scattered, clearing a wide space for the duel. No one wanted to risk getting caught up in the crossfire. No one here would pay for their injuries. So how are we fighting? Hanu asked, hands in his pockets, nodding at Zhao Wuji. Let's do it this way. I won't take advantage. I'm a level 70 power attack battle soul sage. You attack me. If, within 10 moves, you can force me back more than 3 steps, then I'll consider it your victory. If not, I win. How about it? Zhao Wuji's proposal made the Sure Lake Seven Freaks inside the hotel blush with embarrassment. He was a battle soul sage over level 70, famous for his martial soul's defense and offense. Their estimate of Hanu placed him, at best, around level 50 and definitely a control type. How could he possibly move Zhao Wuji, known as the Immovable King? But to everyone's surprise, Hanu agreed without a word of protest. Zhao Wuji clenched his fists, and a sudden surge of pressure radiated from his body, making it hard for everyone nearby to breathe. The onlookers quickly backed off even further, only then feeling some relief. Come on. Seeing Zhao Wuji ready, Hanu didn't waste words. He tightened his fists and launched a punch straight at Zhao Wuji. It was a simple, unadorned punch, but cut through the air with a piercing sound, landing hard on Zhao Wuji's chest. A dull, thunderous impact rang out, echoing in everyone's ears. At the point where fist met chest, a blast of force erupted, flipping over the market stalls on either side. The stall owners were caught up in the collateral damage, utterly innocent. Zhao Wuji let out a low grunt, his eyes flashing with surprise. Wasn't this guy a control-type soul master? That kind of power. Only a power attacker could manage that. What's the matter? Can't handle the first move. I'm just getting started. Hanu smiled faintly, his fist swinging out once more. A rain of punches landed on Zhao Wuji's chest, each blow thudding heavily, as though muffled inside a drum, and then struck hard. A sound that made it feel as if one's heart skipped a beat. With 8 consecutive punches, the 7 Strange of Shrek watched in astonishment as Zhao Wuji actually took 2 steps back. One more step, and he would lose. No way. Is teacher Zhao actually going to lose? The 7 exchanged bewildered glances. When they had first entered the academy, they'd sparred with Zhao Wuji themselves and had experienced firsthand why he was called the Immovable King. Immovable meant truly immovable. At least with their current abilities, Tang San and the others couldn't so much as budge him. The last punch. Zhao Wuji's expression turned grim. He no longer dared to be careless. Bending his knees into a half-crouch, his body was shrouded in golden light. With a low shout, he bellowed, "Vajra Bear, unleash your might." His martial spirit possessed him. 7 spirit rings swirled out from Zhao Wuji's body, cycling up and down, casting a dazzling radiance. Transformed by his martial spirit, Zhao Wuji's muscles bulged far larger than before, his height surpassing 2 meters. Thick, brown bear-like fur covered his body, exuding an even more imposing and awe-inspiring presence. Zhao Wuji was taking things seriously now. He had no intention of embarrassing himself in front of his students. "So, this is the Vajra Bear," Hanu said with a grin. "They say its defense is unmatched. Unfortunately, no matter how great your defense, it can't withstand my hammer." Black light gathered in Hanu's hand, forming a delicate, jet-black hammer, trailing a streak of shadow as it shot toward Zhao Wuji like a meteor. Seeing the black hammer, Zhao Wuji's face changed dramatically. Inwardly, he cried out in disbelief. It was impossible. Meanwhile, back at the inn, Tang San caught sight of that exquisite little hammer and instantly shot to his feet, his face flashing with shock and astonishment. "Immovable King? Out of my way!" When the hammer struck, there was no thunderous crash, just a shockwave that blasted out from where the two collided, far more powerful than Hanu's first punch. The blast wave rippled out, flattening bystanders 30 meters away. Even at that distance, the shock wave sent them flying several meters, some coughing up blood as they hit the ground. Zhao Wuji, standing over 2 meters tall and built like a mountain, was driven several meters into the earth by the hammer's force, the ground beneath his feet shattering into countless pieces. One could only imagine the terrifying power Zhao Wuji had just endured. "How Ian? Hammer? How could it be?" Those were Zhao Wuji's last words before he passed out, crashing to the ground as his martial spirit faded away. Hanu smirked. "If you could have withstood that, you wouldn't have had to spend all these years hiding from the spear hall." Hanu withdrew the clear sky hammer, dusted off his hands, and, under the astonished gazes of the crowd, strolled leisurely back toward the hotel. Seeing Tang San watching him with a wary expression, Hanu offered no further explanation about his clear sky hammer. Instead, he simply smiled at Tang San and called for Arena and the others to follow him upstairs. As Hanu walked away, the rest of the Shrek's 7 monsters gathered around Tang San. Dai Mubai said, "Little San, that little black hammer he summoned just now looked exactly like your clear sky hammer, didn't it?" Tang San nodded gravely. The clear sky hammer was the most powerful of all assault-type tool spirits. Only the disciples of the world's number. One clan, the Clear Sky Sect, could inherit it. Ordinary people, even those with extraordinary talent, could never awaken this spirit. Could he be from the Clear Sky Sect? Tang San muttered to himself. But why do I get the feeling that he knows me? That night, lying on the sofa, Hanu suddenly opened his eyes and glanced toward the balcony. He rose and walked in that direction. The balcony of this large room was spacious. As soon as Hanu drew back the curtains, he saw a figure in black robes and a wide-brimmed hat standing atop the railing, his face concealed. Hanu glanced back at Arena, who was sleeping soundly, then gently closed the door and turned to face the shadowy figure. "This isn't the right place to talk. Let's go somewhere else." Hanu took the lead and leapt away. The black-robed figure hesitated for a moment, then followed immediately. The two of them soared across the rooftops, each step launching them farther and faster, covering hundreds of meters with each leap. Not until they were far outside the city did they finally come to a halt. "I wonder what business the Clear Sky Doluwa has with me." Hanu spoke bluntly, revealing the other's identity. This man was Tang San's father, Tang Hao. "You are not a member of the Clear Sky Sect." Tang Hao's voice rumbled from beneath the hood. "Correct, but unfortunately, there's no prize for the right answer," Hanyu replied, showing no sign of alarm despite standing before a title daw. Where did you come from? A title daw was indeed a title daw. Each word Tang Hao spoke carried a crushing force, far exceeding anything from Zhao Wuji earlier. That's my own business, isn't it? There's no need for you to know. All you need to understand is that I have no interest in your son. Hanyu turned as if to leave, but in the next instant, Tang Hao's feet flashed with light, and concentric rings appeared beneath him. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 5 black rings. 9 soul rings, the mark of a title Doloa. In his hand, he gripped the clear sky hammer spirit he had used to ascend to such heights. Especially striking was his 5th black ring, in which a hint of red flickered. Hanyu knew this was the sign of a soul ring born from a beast nearly 100,000 years old. That trace of red lent such tremendous power that its effect was greater than the sum of its parts. 1 + 1 was now greater than 3. If the pressure Zhao Wuji had brought earlier was a wildfire raging across the plains, then the aura, now erupting from Tang Hao before him, was a boundless galaxy, utterly worlds apart. For an ordinary person, or even most soul masters, facing the overwhelming presence of a title daw would make even speaking difficult, let alone moving. Words would come out in broken fragments, and limbs would refuse to obey. Yet Hanyu, beneath this suffocating aura, turned his head naturally to look at Tang Hao. His voice was calm as he asked, "You want to make a move?" No sooner had the words fallen than Tang Hao's figure flickered. He swung his massive hammer with brutal force, aiming straight at Hanyu. Hanyu wasted no words. Black light gathered in his hands, taking the form of the clear sky hammer, which he raised before him to block the blow. When the two hammers collided, the energy unleashed far surpassed the force Hanyu had used earlier against Zhao Wuji. With just this one strike, the energy erupting between the hammer faces was so intense that even ancient trees centuries old were cleaved clean in two, and the falling trunks were shattered to splinters by the aftershock. In a swirl of dust and debris, the force of impact pushed both men back several paces. With a sweep of his palm, Hanyu sent a gust of wind rolling out, clearing the dust that hung in the air around them. Tang Hao's expression flickered between shadow and light. His opponent was far stronger than he had anticipated. Looking at the clear sky hammer in Hanyu's hand, though it bore not a single soul ring, the outcome of their clash made one thing clear. When it came to raw strength, this young man was his equal. By all logic, that should have been impossible. Hanyu narrowed his eyes, tossing the clear sky hammer lightly in his grip. He might not have soul rings, nor was he a soul master, but the divine mark he bore granted him a power beyond the ordinary. From his perspective, even a powerful soul master's attacks tended to focus on single targets, while his own might could sweep across vast distances, spanning tens of thousands of meters in a single blow. Truly a terrifying prospect. Yet the two were not even measured by the same standards. Comparing their combat power point for point was meaningless. Who would prevail depended on how each utilized their abilities in battle. After all, this was no turn-based game. Every fight could change in the blink of an eye. Now, it was Tang Hao's turn to be surprised. Suddenly, a tidal wave of killing intent erupted from Hanyu. This was no mere illusion. The murderous aura was so thick it seemed to take on substance, rising from Hanyu's body like liquid or flame, clinging to him with suffocating intensity. Even Tang Hao, a title daw, found himself overshadowed by the sheer ferocity of that intent. This boy can't be more than 20, can he? Yet the killing intent he wields is enough to make even me shudder. There's no way he's ordinary. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed sharply. He could tell with certainty that the force now surging from Hanyu was no soul power. His opponent had released neither soul power nor soul rings. Perhaps he didn't even possess them. To be able to radiate such murderous intent without them, such a person could never be considered ordinary. Could it be the Spirit Hall? Tang Hao wondered, but he quickly dismissed the thought. The Spirit Hall and the Clear Sky Sect were mortal enemies. There was no way the former would ever use the spirit of the Clear Sky Sect. The two men stared at each other in silence. After a while, the Clear Sky hammer in Tang Hao's hand disappeared. Tang Hao had no intention of making a move. His opponent was clearly no ordinary figure. Judging by the aura, at the very least, he was not weaker than Tang Hao himself, a title daw. A clash between title duos was a terrifying prospect. If things went awry and the battle spilled over to where Tang San and the others were, that was the last thing Tang Hao wanted. With that in mind, he turned to Hanyu and said, "Since I know you mean my son no harm, I can rest easy and take my leave. I never had any ill intentions to begin with. You're the one who was jumping at shadows. If you weren't a decent man, I'd have finished you off already." Hanyu shot back bluntly. As he reined in his aura, in an instant, he seemed to turn into an ordinary person. So much so that even Tang Hao, with all his keen senses, couldn't discern the slightest trace of Han Yu's strength. Beneath his black robe, Tang Hao gave Han Yu a long, scrutinizing look, then offered him a polite cup fist salute before turning to leave without another word. As Tang Hao disappeared from view, Han Yu retracted the clear sky hammer. He had initially expected an exhilarating duel, but it seemed Tang Hao was only here to test him out, not to truly fight to the death. Han Yu glanced around at the scene, the toppled trees, the shattered boulders, and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. So this is the kind of destruction a single blow from a title de Loa and a 5-star Doshan can cause. If these guys joined a demolition crew, they'd make a fortune. Shaking his head with a wry chuckle, Han Yu turned and left as well. Back at the hotel, Han Yu, ever unconventional, simply leapt up from the ground to the window. Even at a height of more than 10 meters, it was effortless for him. He pushed open the window, but the scene that greeted him made him pause. A faint shaft of moonlight spilled through the window, falling softly across the bed and illuminating the face of a beautiful woman. Her golden hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing a visage so stunning it seemed to flicker in and out of the shadows. "You're back." Irina greeted him with unexpected calm, not the least bit surprised that Han Yu was out at such a late hour. "Everything's settled, I take it?" Han Yu nodded, quietly closing the window. "It's done. There's nothing to worry about now." As Han Yu made his way to the sofa and was about to lie down, Irina suddenly spoke up. "Hey, why don't we sleep together?" No. I mean, you take one side, I'll take the other. This bed really is huge." Her voice grew softer and softer, and even in the dimly lit room, Han Yu could practically see her cheeks burning bright red. "In that case, I won't stand on ceremony," he replied. Han Yu walked over and lay down on the other side. Perhaps because Irina had slept there, the pillow and blanket still carried a faint, delicate fragrance. Her scent lingered in the fabric. He could almost sense it. On the other side of the quilt, Irina's body had suddenly tensed up. "Let's sleep. We have to get up early tomorrow," Han Yu said softly, turning his back to her. "Oh." Catching a glimpse of Han Yu turning away, Irina slowly unclenched her tightly balled fists. Her palms were already damp with sweat. For some reason, her heart felt strangely hollow, as if something was missing. The next morning, what's pressing down on me? Han Yu was woken by a heavy sensation on his body. He yawned and lifted the blanket, only to discover that Irina had sprawled out on top of him, fast asleep. The way she clung to him, like an octopus, made it hard to believe that this was the same aloof goddess everyone admired from afar. Han Yu carefully tried to move her aside. After all, she was only wearing her nightgown, and that thin, light fabric did little to shield him from the peculiar sensation of her body pressed against his. It was barely morning, and yet things were already getting out of hand. But as soon as Han Yu shifted, he accidentally woke Irina. The two of them stared at each other for 3 long seconds before a sharp, piercing scream rang through the room. When Han Yu went downstairs for breakfast, he immediately became the center of attention. On one hand, everyone was still talking about his performance last night. He'd knocked out an 80-level soul sage who had been defending with all his might. On the other hand, there was now a very obvious red handprint on Han Yu's right cheek. Han Yu walked with his head down, looking miserable. "It was you who climbed on top of me. I didn't do anything. So how did this end up being my fault?" Irina walked ahead of him, her posture as upright and elegant as ever. She strode with confidence, her presence commanding the room. Yet at this moment, her cheeks were flushed red, her mind completely blank, oblivious to the stares around her. Oh no, I can't believe I was lying on top of him, and I think I wasn't wearing anything underneath. Did he touch me? Oh, what if he did something strange to me? But if he did, what would I do? But I don't even feel like resisting him. Irina's mind spun wildly, conjuring up scene after scene of what might have happened before she woke up. Her imagination ran so rampant, she could have filled the pages of a long novel. In the end, it was Han Yu who caught up and grabbed her arm. Otherwise, the flustered girl might have walked straight out of the hotel in a daze. At breakfast, Han Yu and Irina ran into the Shrek's 7 Devils again. Zhao Wuji was already awake. Thinking back on last night's events, his old face turned red with embarrassment. Losing was one thing, but being knocked out in front of his students? He had no idea how he'd face them from now on. Zhao Wuji nodded silently to Han Yu, saying nothing. He led the Shrek's 7 Devils to a table a little farther away. Ma Hongjun couldn't help but let his gaze wander over Irina again. It wasn't until his companion gave him a hard pinch that he reluctantly tore his eyes away. After all, she was the formidable figure who'd even defeated their teacher Zhao. It was better not to stare too much. Tang San, on the other hand, kept sneaking glances at Han Yu from time to time. Clearly, he was deeply curious about Han Yu's Hao-Ian hammer spirit, but couldn't find a proper excuse to ask about it. There was a huge gap in their abilities. Even if Han Yu had acquired the Hao-Ian hammer by some questionable means, There was nothing Tang San could do. After all, he was only at level 29 right now, not even a match for Zhao Wuji at level 80. If he approached recklessly, he'd only end up as another corpse on the ground. Is everyone done eating? It's time for us to go. Hanu glanced at his watch, a watch that, in any world, could display the local date, time, and year. It was already 7 in the morning. Irina wiped her mouth with a napkin and nodded. Seeing this, Hanu got up and headed to the front desk to check out, and the group left together. As soon as they left the small town, Hanu broke into a run. Ace and Xiaoyan easily kept pace, but Irina lagged a little behind. Along the way, Hanu and the other two deliberately maintained a steady pace. Not too fast, not too slow, testing and training her. Compared to the long and arduous path of cultivation that lay ahead, this simple run was probably the easiest training Irina would ever get. So she didn't complain, instead giving it her all to keep up with Hanu. Where are we going? Irina found a pace that suited her, one that wasn't too exhausting, yet kept her only a few steps behind the others. She called out her question from just behind Hanu. To a forest teeming with soul beasts, called the Star-Do Great Forest. There, we should be able to find a spirit suitable for you. Hanu's voice drifted back from the front. The Star-Do Great Forest? Is that where this country raises its soul beasts? Xiaoyan asked. After all soul masters needed spirit rings. It made sense, he thought, to breed soul beasts and spare people the trouble of searching for them. No, it's more like the demonic beast mountain range in your country, Brother Yin. The forest is a gathering place for soul beasts, all of them wild. Don't underestimate the Star-Do Great Forest. It's probably even larger than the demonic beast mountain range, and there are soul beasts in there that have lived for tens of thousands of years. Here, take this, Hanu said, handing Irina a small, deep blue ring. What's this? Irina took the ring, dazed, a blush spreading across her cheeks. A boy giving a girl a ring. What could that mean? Hanu tapped her lightly on the head. What are you thinking? This is a storage ring. You can use it to keep things. Channel a bit of your spirit power into it to leave your mark, and then you'll be able to take things in and out with just a thought. Irina curiously examined the ring in her hand and asked, how big is the space inside this? Hanu turned to look at her and replied with a smile. It should be enough to hold anything you might want to store for nearly 100 years. Irina didn't say anything more. Since Hanu had given her this storage ring, it meant she would definitely need it. There was no point in being polite now. If she hesitated, she might not be able to get another one, even if she wanted it later. Hanu checked his watch. It was exactly 10 o'clock. Let's find a place to set up camp and rest for a while to recover our strength. After that, we'll go and help you find your first spirit ring. Irina nodded in agreement. The group decided to rest on the spot. With Xiaoyan, the Do Emperor, among them, his invisible aura of battle energy kept all the nearby spirit beasts at bay. They dared not approach. Wow, that's incredible. He scared off all those magical beasts just with his presence. In our world, this kind of power is called Conqueror's Haki, Ace. Exclaimed in awe at Xiaoyan's aura. Although Xiaoyan hadn't intentionally directed the pressure at him, Ace could still sense its faint intensity. Conqueror's Haki, huh? That's a great name. Can you use it? Xiaoyan asked with a smile. For him, this sort of trick was just a tiny display of his power. If he truly exerted himself, these magical beasts wouldn't even be able to withstand the pressure. They'd simply burst apart from the force. Ace shook his head helplessly. I can use it, but the range and strength are both pretty limited. It only works on weaker enemies within a certain distance. Against powerful foes, my haki is about as effective as thin air. So, how do you improve this ability? Xiaoyan inquired. It can only be strengthened by my own growth. No external force can make Conqueror's Haki more powerful. The stronger I become, the stronger it gets. That's why I want to travel to different worlds. Maybe experiencing new places will help me get stronger faster. I have to become strong enough to protect others. At the very least, I want to watch Luffy become the Pirate King. Ace's eyes shone with unwavering determination. Though his Conqueror's Haki was still in its infancy, he had no discouragement. He was certain he would grow stronger and master this power to its highest potential. Seeing the determination in Ace's eyes, Xiaoyan was reminded of his younger self. He stroked his chin as he studied Ace, lost in thought. What's wrong? Ace asked, feeling a bit uneasy under Xiaoyan's gaze. I appreciate young people like you. You seem to be someone who plays with fire, right? One day, I'll take you to my endless fire domain to train with. The other kids, maybe you can even try cultivating battle energy. For now on, why don't you stick with me? After a moment's thought, Xiaoyan grinned. There was a rush of excitement in the air. Hearing this, Hanu himself was a bit surprised. The infinite fire domain was a power that Xiaoyan had established in their Great Thousand World, and within just a few decades, it had become one of the 4 mighty superpowers in that vast realm. The sheer expanse of the Great Thousand World was far beyond anything Earth in a Marvel universe could compare to, at least 20 or 30 times larger. To become one of the only 4 dominant forces in such a boundless land. Imagine what that signifies. What's more, these words came straight from Xiao Yin himself, the founder of the Infinite Fire Domain. Judging by his tone, it almost sounded like he was offering to take someone under his wing. Such an olive branch. Even Hanu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. Really? So, when we go back this time, we can give it a try. Ace was visibly excited. This was a golden opportunity to become stronger, and he had no intention of letting it slip by. After chatting and laughing for a while, the group took a half-hour break before setting off once more. As soon as they entered the Star-Do Great Forest, Hanu made sure Irina didn't lag behind by conjuring a strand of green lantern energy, looping it around her waist like a guiding tether, and led her forward through the woods. After all, this was the Star-Do Great Forest. Irina didn't know how to fight, and if she got separated from the group, it would be very difficult to handle. How much farther do we have to run? Aren't those soul beasts pretty impressive? As they raced ahead, Irina spotted quite a few soul beasts that looked formidable, some with claws bigger than she was. Yet Hanu barely spared them a glance before moving on, clearly unimpressed. Running alongside her, Hanu replied, "Those soul beasts are indeed quite strong. Some are even 400 years old. For an ordinary soul master, that would be plenty. But you have the Seraphim martial spirit. Your first soul ring must be the best of the best." Remembering Hanu's earlier explanations about martial spirits, Irina was puzzled. She asked, "You told me before that in theory the highest age a soul master can absorb for their first ring is 423 years. So wouldn't those 400-year-old soul beasts be enough?" At that, Hanu pressed his lips together before answering. That's true for most soul masters. When they absorb their first soul ring, their soul power is fragile, and there's no one to help guide the energy in. That's why, in theory, 423 years is the maximum. But with me here, I can help guide the process and shield you from the backlash of the soul ring itself. That means we can push the limit higher. Your first ring should be no weaker than a 1,000-year soul ring. Irina took Hanu's words to heart, genuinely grateful for how seriously he was thinking about her future. The moment she awakened her Seraphim martial spirit, Hanu's Shokyuki promise had already been fulfilled. The remaining matters could have been left for Irina to explore on her own, but Hanu not only refrained from doing so, he actually brought her here personally to search for a soul ring, patiently answering her questions about soul ring combinations every step of the way. Every word and gesture from him touched something deep inside her heart. "Thank you," Irina murmured in a voice so soft only she could hear it. What was that? Hanu seemed to notice her lips move, and thought she might be speaking to him. "It's nothing. Let's pick up the pace." A gentle, unprecedented smile appeared on Irina's face. Seeing her like this, Hanu would have to be made of stone not to be moved. With Hanu leading the way, the group continued flying ever deeper into the Star-Do Great Forest. Hanu's flying speed was far from slow. If not for wanting Irina to observe the spirit beasts in their surroundings, he would have already torn through space itself to travel even faster through the void. Half an hour later, they entered the mixed region of the Star-Do Great Forest, where most of the spirit beasts were at least 500 years old, with 1,000-year beasts roaming about, and even the occasional 10,000-year spirit beast. As they flew, they arrived at a vast lake. Its sheer size amazed Irina, who exclaimed she had never seen a lake so immense. As far as the eye could see, it was an endless expanse of water. "There it is. This is the place," Hanu said. "But I don't see any creatures here." Irina gazed out across the lake's surface, her view completely unobstructed. There wasn't even a water bird in sight, and the calm waters showed no sign of any spirit beasts. Hanu smiled and said, "Sometimes, just because you don't see something doesn't mean it isn't there." He gestured toward the lake, and Irina frowned slightly. After a moment of thought, she asked in surprise, "You mean inside the lake?" Hanu nodded. "There's a millennium-old flood dragon spirit beast beneath the surface. From my recent investigations, it should be about 5,000 years old. Perfect for you." "What I need to do?" Irina asked. Hanu stroked his chin. "I'll draw the spirit beast out, and once I've beaten it into submission, you just need to deliver the final blow. To obtain a spirit ring from a beast, you have to strike the last blow yourself. Otherwise, it won't work." "Do you need our help?" Ace asked. He'd come along for the trip, but had been so caught up in sightseeing that he hadn't helped Irina at all, and felt a bit embarrassed about it. "No need. You and Yin can wander around as you like. Just don't cause too much trouble," Hanu said with a relaxed smile. He had every confidence in Ace and Xiao Yin. Both were sensible and courteous, unlikely to stir up any trouble. As long as no one provoked them, things would be fine. "All right, we'll watch and see how the two of you hunt this spirit beast first." After their discussion, Just as Hanu was about to stand and launch an attack on the lake to lure out the millennial-old spirit beast, his body suddenly froze. Then, without warning, he pressed Irina, who was also about to rise, firmly back down. "Wait a moment. Looks like someone else is about to do our job for us," he murmured. "Who are those people? They don't look ordinary," Ace observed. He had noticed their matching uniforms and the commanding presence they exuded as they walked. Clearly, they were not just regular folk. Although Irina was a little annoyed at being held down, when Hanu nodded in the direction of the newcomers, she followed his gaze. By the lakeside, a group was approaching, men and women alike, more than 20 in all. It was the young woman at the head of the procession who stood out most. Noticing the badges pinned to their left chests, Hanu narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "It's the Spirit Hall. These people belong to a powerful organization called the Spirit Hall. They have branches throughout the 2 nations on this continent, though later on, Tang Sen wipes them out," Hanu explained. "Wipes them out? Why?" Irina asked, puzzled. "Well, because the Spirit Hall killed Tang Sen's mother. She was a spirit beast that had nearly reached 100,000 years. And they also destroyed the clan of Tang Sen's friend," Hanu replied simply. 100,000 years, Irina exclaimed, utterly astonished. She had no real concept of what 100,000 years meant. Only days ago, she had been an ordinary human with a lifespan barely reaching a century. Now, in the blink of an eye, she had become a spirit master with boundless potential and a lifespan far exceeding 100 years, maybe even longer. 100,000 years, just imagine everything you could witness in that time, Irina said with awe. She still didn't truly understand what 100,000-year-old spirit beast represented, or how powerful one might be. But for someone who just yesterday thought living to 100 was remarkable, that number felt utterly unimaginable. "So, should we make a move now?" she asked. Seeing the number of people on the other side, Ace felt his fighting spirit stir. These were people from another world. He was genuinely curious to see what it would feel like to go up against them. As he spoke, flames began to flicker in Ace's palm, dancing nimbly around his fingertips. Hanu shook his head. "No rush. Let's wait and watch a bit longer." "Are we really going to attack this spirit beast?" The Azure Water Dragon Serpent is a 6,400-year-old spirit beast. "With our previous strength, hunting it would never have been easy," said the long-haired young man at the head of the group, turning to the girl beside him. This girl was Hulaina, the only disciple of the current pope of Spirit Hall, a position of the highest esteem. Hulaina was not a breathtaking beauty. On a scale of 10, she might score a 7 at best. But her figure was close to perfection, tall, with alluring curves. She looked barely 20, yet already possessed a poise and charisma that surpassed most women. Among the crowd behind her, quite a few young men couldn't help but glance back at that graceful figure from time to time, their eyes shining with admiration. Even some of the women weren't immune to her charm. Staring at the calm surface of the lake, Hulaina said, "The soul ring of this soul beast will enhance my abilities. I have to get it." "All right, everyone take your positions. Elder Hun Ling, we'll need your help," Xiaoyu said to the elderly man beside him. The elder addressed, as Hun Ling wore a flowing white robe and sported a single lock of pure white beard on his chin. Though his face was marked by age, there was an unusual healthy glow to his complexion, at odds with his years. He nodded and replied, "Since the young lady has said so, we must secure this soul ring. Please be ready to deliver the final blow, miss." Hun Ling unclasped his hands, releasing a surge of powerful soul force that swept through the surrounding trees and grass, causing them to sway and rustle. Circles of light began to rise at his feet. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black. 7 soul rings floated up and down his body in dazzling display. He was a soul sage of the 75th rank. The hunt for the Azure Water Dragon Serpent began. With a swift movement, Hun Ling appeared in the middle of the lake. In his grasp was a long sword, shimmering with a tangible, rippling energy as he drove it forcefully into the water surface. The once tranquil lake immediately erupted with turbulence. Suddenly, those on the shore caught sight of a pair of blood-red eyes deep within the lake. In the next instant, a massive head burst from the water, sending a column of spray skyward. The beast's enormous frame blocked out the sun, and even now, only half its body had surfaced. A rough estimate put the Azure Water Dragon Serpent's length at 100 meters. Its body was covered in emerald scales that gleamed with a piercing cold light under the sun. That gigantic, inverted triangle head was topped with a pair of sinister crimson eyes, casting a chilling aura. The Azure Water Dragon Serpent eyed the humans standing atop the lake, unsupported by anything at all. In those blood-red eyes flickered a spark of wariness. After thousands of years, it had developed a measure of intelligence, enough to discern strength and weakness. With a thunderous roar, torrents of water shot from the beast's sides, arching through the air like a storm of arrows toward Hunling. Oomph. It's just a beast. No need for such a spectacle. Hunling responded with a calm shout. His long sword ignited with a crimson glow, and as he let out a resounding cry, a visible arc of orange-red sword energy swept forward. Fifth soul skill, Crimson Slash. The attack was clearly of the fire element. When it collided with the water pillars conjured by the Azure Water Dragon Serpent, it actually gained the upper hand, evaporating the water in bursts of steam, while streaks of flame carried through and struck the beast's body. The Azure Water Dragon Serpent let out a howl of pain and rage, its massive maw gaping open. Within its jaws, a ball of water rapidly gathered. Then, with a sudden motion, it hurled the sphere straight at Hunling. This water orb is no ordinary attack. If you get hit carelessly, you'll be seriously injured at the very least, Hanu murmured in a low voice. Irina watched the battle between Hunling and the Azure Water Dragon Jiao with unblinking eyes. She wanted to see clearly how Soul Masters fought. The Azure Water Dragon Jiao had lived at the bottom of this lake for many years. Not only did it prey on the soul beasts in the water, but even those that came to the shore to drink weren't spared. Among soul beasts of its age, its sinews and bones were already outstanding. Though this water orb wasn't large, it brimmed with pure water elemental energy, and within it, there was even a trace of poisonous vapor. Hunling raised his sword to block, instantly vaporizing the orb with a surge of fiery energy. But as the vaporized gas touched his sleeve, it corroded right through, spreading rapidly across his skin for all to see. If Hunling hadn't immediately poured out his soul power to force back and resist the toxic corrosion, that arm of his would surely have been lost. Damn beast! Hunling muttered under his breath, cursing his luck at being caught off guard by such a trick, and in front of these kids, no less. His pride took a real hit. The Azure Water Dragon Jiao's scarlet eyes flashed with a trace of mockery, almost human-like, and its mouth opened and closed as it let out a sound that unmistakably ridiculed Hunling. Is Elder Ling actually losing ground? Is this soul beast really that strong? Should we help out? Help? What's the point? If even Elder Ling can't handle it, what good would we do? That's just asking for trouble. The young people from Spirit Hall chattered on, their voices overlapping in a messy chorus. Hunling's face darkened. He hadn't expected this soul beast to be such a challenge. It was truly embarrassing. Oomph. You arrogant creature, don't get ahead of yourself. Now I'm getting serious. Suddenly, a long sword glimmering with a cold, steely light appeared in his grip. In that instant, a powerful wave of soul force surged from his body, sharp and focused. Man and blade fused into one. That's Elderling's signature sword technique, the steel-cleaving sword. I can't believe we get to see Elderling unleash this move. It's incredible. Go, Elderling! As cheers of excitement rang out from the youths on the shore, Hunling couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction. He relished this kind of flattery. Putting on a calm front, he called out the name of his technique. Seventh soul skill, steel-cleaving sword. The moment his words fell, Hunling vanished like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, he reappeared 100 meters away, his right hand sword shrouded in a thick layer of blue energy, slashing fiercely at the Azure Water Dragon Jiao. Faced with this blistering attack, a flicker of human-like apprehension passed through the soul beast's eyes. Its massive tail lashed out underwater, sending up a towering wall of water that surged up from the lake, forming a protective barrier. At the same time, its body shifted slightly to the left. Oomph. You think that's enough to stop me? With a cold snort, Hunling's speed only increased. In a flash, he broke through the protective curtain of water and slashed toward the Beehive Dragon Serpent before him. In that instant, the creature was cut cleanly in two. A beast is a beast, no matter how advanced. It's still worthless. Hunling turned around with a flourish, ready to admire the Beehive Dragon Serpent he had just cleaved in half. But before he could, he heard the urgent shouts of disciples from ashore. Master Ling, watch out behind you. He barely turned his head when a massive tail came whipping toward him. Hunling had never expected the Beehive Dragon Serpent to have any strength left to retaliate. His sword technique not only split his opponent in two, but also infused soul power into the wound to inflict a second wave of damage. By all reason, the beast should not have been able to fight back after being cut. The tail struck him hard, sending Hunling flying backward through the air toward the group of Martial Soul Hall disciples. His tumbling body brushed past them, crashing into 5 or 6 enormous trees, each at least 4 or 5 meters thick, before finally coming to a stop. How could this be? Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Hunling stared at the lake in disbelief. Not only was the beast not cleaved in two, it looked completely unharmed. The beehive dragon serpent kept emitting ear-piercing cries, sounding almost like human laughter, mocking him. What I cut just now was its reflection, conjured by the rippling water. Han Ling's face darkened as realization dawned. The creature had used the towering wall of water to create a deceptive image, flipping its position. He thought it had darted to the left, but in truth, it had moved right. Han Ling had swung at nothing. "Damnable beast," he cursed under his breath. As he tried to stand, another mouthful of blood gushed out. "Am I poisoned?" Looking down at his hands, he saw a thin layer of greenish scales spreading across his arms, the telltale sign of the beehive dragon serpent's infamous toxin, azure water venom. Azure water venom was not incurable. With advanced antidotes, it could often be neutralized within half an hour. But it had two distinctive effects: paralysis and serpentine transformation. Anyone poisoned by it would quickly sprout snake-like scales all over their body. The transformation was rapid, sometimes as fast as 5 or 6 minutes, rarely longer than an hour. Once the victim was halfway between human and serpent, even the most potent antidotes would be useless. Only alternative methods could save them by then. What do we do? Even Master Ling is lost. We should run while we still can. Seeing Han Ling struggle to resist the poison with his soul power, one of the Martial Soul Hall disciples turned pale. He hadn't expected their master to be defeated so quickly. He'd hoped to witness a legendary display of skill, but instead, what he saw was crushing disappointment. Hulaina's expression darkened as well. She knew that it wasn't because Han Ling couldn't take a beating, but rather because he had been far too careless. From start to finish, he'd underestimated his opponent, and it was precisely this attitude that led to his defeat. Should we leave? But this soul beast spirit ring could be really useful to me. Hulaina clenched her silver teeth, running through several battle scenarios in her mind, only to dismiss them all. Their group's average strength barely reached level 40, and even a 75th level soul sage had lost. If they tried to take on the beast, it would be nothing short of courting death. Just as Hulaina was about to give the order to retreat, a startled exclamation came from someone beside her. "What's that smell? It's incredible." The speaker was the fattest among the Spirit Hall disciples, and he was sniffing the air incessantly, as though searching for the source of the aroma. "Fatty, you must be starving." "There's no smell," someone nearby retorted, half joking. "No, really, there's a strange, delicious scent." Hulaina chimed in, surprised to find that she'd caught a whiff of it, too. It wasn't just them. Even the beehive dragon serpent in the distance was shifting its massive, triangular eyes suspiciously, as if searching for the source of that mouth-watering aroma. After noticing the scent, Hulaina's group finally heard faint laughter drifting over from afar. They focused their senses in the direction of the sound and looked over, only to be taken aback by what they saw. About 700 meters away, 4 people were seated in a circle, roasting something over a fire. Every so often, they sprinkled spices onto the food, which sent waves of rich fragrance wafting through the air. It seemed the group had noticed they were being watched. One of them, holding a skewer of meat, actually waved it in the air and shouted across to them. "Go about your business. Don't mind us." "Go about our business? Don't mind them?" Hulaina was left speechless. Here they were, risking their lives hunting soul beasts, while those people had set up a barbecue, and the tantalizing aroma even drifted over to them. The intense, savory smell of grilled meat and spices was so overwhelming that even Hulaina couldn't help but swallow. This was just too much. "They've noticed us," Xiaoyan said, nodding toward Hulaina's group. "It's fine, let's just eat. It's not like they could beat us anyway," Hanyu replied with a laugh. With Xiaoyan, an emperor-level fighter, among them, not even a titled Delaw could best him. Unless a god-tier figure showed up, they had nothing to fear. Besides, Hanyu himself was formidable, perhaps a bit behind Xiaoyan in terms of raw power, but still at the titled Delaw stage, so there was no need for them to worry at all. After finishing their conversation, the 4 of them continued to feast on the fish and meat sizzling over the barbecue. Truly, grilling was one of the finest ways to prepare meat, and when topped with Hanyu's special blend of spices, the aroma could travel for hundreds of meters. Just imagining how delicious that food must be was nearly impossible. "What do we do now?" someone asked Hulaina. Hulaina pondered for a moment, then casually pointed to 2 people and said, "Go pick up Elderling. We'll go seek help from those people. With the name of the Spirit Hall behind us, they wouldn't dare turn us away." She was convinced the other group could help them. After all, the distance was at least 600 or 700 meters, and yet there they were, calmly barbecuing as if nothing could disturb them. These were no ordinary people. Furthermore, just moments ago, someone from that group had shouted at them. Even with several hundred meters between them, the voice had carried over as clear as if it were right beside them. That alone spoke to the formidable strength required to project one's voice so distinctly across such a distance. Hurry up. We've disturbed this beast's peace, and it's not going to let us go easily. If someone else can help share the burden, so much the better, Hun Ling urged. Yet, this approach felt rather unscrupulous. The other party didn't know them and had no idea of their strength, and now they were about to drag a powerful soul beast, hostile to them all, straight to these strangers. In truth, it was putting the others in harm's way. The disciples of Spirit Hall all understood this, but chose not to voice their thoughts. To them, survival was all that mattered. Faced with a soul beast of more than 5,000 years, there was simply nothing they could do. Hey, why are they running over here? Ace exclaimed, watching Hyōrinmaru and her companions dash toward them. Looks like that old fellow can't handle the beast, so in their desperation, they're trying to lure it our way, Xiao Yan observed coolly. His way of speaking didn't surprise Hanu in the least. After all, Xiao Yan was at least 1,000 years old, while Hun Ling was barely in his 80s. Calling him old fellow wasn't all that inaccurate. The Beehive Dragon Serpent had also discerned Hyōrinmaru and her group's intentions. With its intelligence, it understood that the two sides were strangers, and Hanu's party might not help them at all. Within a monster's abyssal maw, waves of water began to swirl and gather. In just a few heartbeats, it formed a massive sphere of water, which it hurled at Hyōrinmaru's group with a thunderous roar. To humans of average height, none even reaching 1.90 meters, the sight of that water sphere coming down was like ants facing a rolling boulder. Witnessing this, Xiao Yan and Ace both glanced at Hanu. They knew that group stood no chance against the beast's attack, especially since their strongest elder was already wounded. Under such an assault, even if they survived, they'd be left crippled. And then, none of them would escape the wrath of the Beehive Dragon Serpent. No matter what, it seemed their fate was sealed. For these people, Xiao Yan and Ace didn't know them. The two of them stepping in to help was not out of the question, but before they came to this world, they had promised Hanu that unless he spoke up, they would not act on their own. Both of them kept this promise firmly in mind. After all, to them, Hyōrinmaru and her group were merely strangers, while Hanu was someone worth befriending, and certainly not someone they wanted to offend. It was clear where their priorities lay. They won't be able to withstand the attacks from that dragon, will they? Irina could hardly bear to watch. Of the four of them, she was the only one who had never witnessed the brutal life-and-death struggles between humans. Seeing several people being slain by the Azure Water Dragon Serpent would be a tremendous shock to her worldview. They brought this upon themselves. Hunting soul beasts always comes with great risk. Dying in the process is nothing out of the ordinary, Hanu replied calmly. Watching one's own kind die before their eyes was a completely different feeling from slaughtering chickens or ducks. Hanu felt nothing. He had long grown used to scenes like this. Noticing someone's gaze on him, Hanu turned his head and saw Irina staring at him intently, a touch of pleading in her eyes. After a moment's thought, Hanu spoke to her with utmost seriousness. I want you to understand that cultivating is inherently dangerous. If they want to kill this Azure Water Dragon Serpent, then naturally it has every right to fight back. If you're not as skilled as your opponent and end up dead, you can only blame your own misfortune. I hope you keep this in mind. You need to be cautious when choosing your soul rings in the future. Don't be reckless just because a soul beast level is high. After saying this, Hanu added, don't kill it outright. Remember to leave the finishing blow for Irina. This was directed at Xiao Yan and Ace. Hearing Hanu's approval to step in, Ace let out a mischievous chuckle, rolled his neck, and answered, you got it. In that instant, both of them shot forward like lightning, appearing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. Fire fist. Ace clenched his fist, and his right arm was instantly engulfed in flames. With his booming shout, the temperature around them soared. A massive pillar of fire collided with the surging sphere of water. With a sly grin, Ace tightened his fist once more, and the heat of his attack rose several notches. In just a few breaths, he had completely evaporated the enormous water sphere that had blotted out the sky. The Azure Water Dragon Serpent was surprised that the opponents actually made a move, and even more so by how swiftly they resolved the crisis. Realizing the situation was growing increasingly unpredictable, it decided there was no point in hiding its strength any longer. Any further delay might truly prove dangerous. A moment ago, Ace's fire fist had sent the temperature in the heavens and earth soaring. Yet, in the next instant, the air turned unnaturally cold. The drastic shift in temperature made Hyōrinmaru and the others shiver and sneeze all at once. Turning to look back, they saw the Azure Water Dragon let out a long, thunderous roar, its entire body wrapped in shimmering blue waves. Those massive water spheres that once blotted out the sky were now gathering in even greater numbers by its side, more than a dozen in all, and judging by their color, They were darker and purer than before, without a single trace of impurity. This isn't good. It's about to unleash something big, Hyōrinmaru said in a low voice. Hearing her warning, everyone quickened their pace once more. Yet the bitter cold surrounding them forced them to split their attention, using their soul power to speed up while also resisting the chill, so their running was far from swift. A deafening dragon's roar shook the sky. The dozen-odd water spheres transformed into arrows of liquid, shooting forth with explosive speed, far faster than the single water sphere from before. Clearly, that first attack had dragged on so long because the Azure Water Dragon had been toying with them. Brother Yin, I'll leave this to you, Ace called out, making no move himself, but instead smiling at the man behind him. Don't worry, it's not getting away, came the calm reply. A light laugh drifted behind Hyōrinmaru and the others as they ran. When they glanced back, they saw that at some point a young man in black had appeared behind them, hands clasped behind his back. He gazed calmly at the oncoming barrage of water arrows, his stance unhurried. The young man in black wore a faintly lazy smile. His aura was serene, and no soul rings had appeared around him. Yet just by standing there, he inspired an inexplicable sense of reassurance in everyone who saw him. The next moment, dazzling flames began to rise from Xiao Yin, coiling upward before transforming instantly into a colossal fiery hand that reached fearlessly for the oncoming water arrows. Hyōrinmaru and her companions could only stare in astonishment as those seemingly unstoppable water arrows evaporated in an instant, not even a trace of moisture left behind. So that's Emperor Flame, huh? This is the first time I've seen it. Hanu marveled, smacking his lips at the sight of the blazing pillar of fire. If not for his extraordinary mental strength, just looking at it would have been enough to set his own blood and spirit power ablaze. It truly lived up to its name as the king of all flames, born from devouring countless others. If I ever get the chance, I have to find myself a heavenly flame too. This thing is just too powerful. With a flame like that, I wouldn't need a planetary engine to forge anything. Hanu mused to himself, already making plans to visit Xiao Yan's continent of unusual fires. If he could get his hands on a heavenly flame, it would be more than worth it. Meanwhile, from a distance, the Azure Water Dragon watched Xiao Yan standing on the ground below, its eyes full of dread. Against Hun Ling, it still had a fighting chance, but when it came to Xiao Yan, only one thought echoed in its mind. Run. Run now. And whatever you do, don't look back for a picture. The Azure Water Dragon serpent had just started to turn and flee when, all of a sudden, four towering pillars of dazzling flame shot up around it, reaching for the sky. They encircled the creature, trapping it completely. It tried to dive into the water, only to discover that the flames had sealed off the depths as well, boxing it in from all sides. Not even wings would have helped it escape. Still, the dragon's serpent thrashed and struggled. But no matter what it tried, the spectacular pillars of fire would instantly vaporize anything that came near. Irina, now it's your turn. Take this and throw at the beast. It'll end its life swiftly and painlessly. A slender sword, forged entirely of flame, was tossed into Irina's hand. Since the final blow was meant to be hers, Xiao Yan had left this opportunity for her, to let her end the Azure Water Dragon serpent herself. This tiny sword served as the trigger to unleash the full might of the four fire pillars. Lowering her gaze to the small blade in her palm, Irina could see vivid firelight swirling within it, a sure sign that it was made from the same extraordinary flames as those trapping the dragon serpent. Yet even though this sword was born of such scorching heat, it didn't burn her at all. In fact, it felt pleasantly warm in her hand, almost like a pocket warmer. Irina realized that Xiao Yan must have carefully controlled the flame's temperature. Otherwise, after witnessing what those fires had just done, she knew she wouldn't have even had time to cry out for help. She would have been reduced to nothing in an instant. This is the path I chose for myself. If I want to grow stronger, I knew I'd have to face moments like this. Hanu has taken such good care of me. If I can't even take this step, he'd surely be disappointed in me, wouldn't he? Irina glanced back at Hanu beside her. He showed no sign of discomfort or disapproval. His gentle smile never wavered. That smile seemed to say that, no matter what she chose, Hanu would always support her. Seeing that, Irina finally let go of her last hesitation. Following the method Hanu had taught her, she gathered her soul power into her arm and, gripping the flame sword tightly, hurled it forward with all her strength. The tiny blade, smaller than her slender palm, began to grow as it flew. In the space of 100 meters, it expanded from a miniature sword into a colossal blade dozens of meters long. With a single strike, the sword pierced through the Azure Water Dragon serpent. The fire within the blade erupted in a burst of power, instantly charring the creature's body to ash as it fell into the water. After the dragon serpent's death, a deep purple soul ring slowly rose from the spot where its body had been. Seeing the soul ring rise, Hanu beckoned it over, using the energy of his green lantern to draw it closer. It finally condensed into a ring about the size of a hula hoop, floating in midair. "Here you go. Absorb it, just as I taught you before," Hanu said to Irina. With the prize right before her, Irina didn't hesitate any longer. She sat down cross-legged and, channeling her soul power, began to draw the soul ring into her body. At the same time, Hanu released a large amount of Green Lantern energy to monitor the changes in Irina's soul power. After all, with a soul ring, from a 5,000-year-old soul beast, there was no way Irina could absorb it on her own. Someone had to help her channel that overwhelming force. While Irina was absorbing the soul ring, Hanu, Xiaoyan, and Ace stood together by the lakeside, gazing at the charred remains of the azure water dragon flood. The three of them fell into a heavy silence. I really should have controlled the flame's temperature better. I shouldn't have let it get burned to a crisp like that. What a waste of prime ingredients. The moment I saw it, I thought if we could keep its flesh, we'd be able to make a truly exquisite dish. Arg, it's all your fault, Brother Yin. Why didn't you keep the flames in check? All you ever do is show off and play the big shot. By the lakeshore, the three of them groaned in regret, clutching their heads in dismay. Only now did they remember the dragon's flesh was also brimming with tremendous soul power. If they could have cooked it into a meal, it would have greatly strengthened their bodies. But the mighty imperial flame had already burned every bit of soul energy from the flesh and blood. Now all that floated on the lake surface were useless lumps of charcoal. No soul power left within. Faced with the complaints from Hanu and Ace, Xiaoyan didn't feel the least bit wronged. On the contrary, he too was filled with regret. If only he'd left the ingredients to Irina or Hanu. They could have turned it into a delicious feast. But now his own actions had ruined it completely. What are they talking about? It sounds like they're regretting burning the azure water dragon flood to charcoal. I think they said it would have made great ingredients for a gourmet meal or something. Are these really the same people who just wiped out the azure water dragon flood, as if it were nothing? Hanu and the others made no effort to lower their voices, so Hulaina and the rest heard every word loud and clear. To see such mighty figures, actually mourning the loss of a good meal, just because the dragon's body had been destroyed, completely overturned their perception of the world. This was a soul beast over 5,000 years old. For most people, just obtaining its soul ring would be a dream come true. Who would ever care about the leftover flesh? But their world was about to be shaken even further. Not far away, as Irina was absorbing the soul ring, a sudden burst of golden light erupted from her body, coalescing behind her into a sacred silhouette. Among the group from Spirit Hall, no one was more shocked than Hulaina when she saw that figure. That's a six-winged angel. The combined shock of what they saw and felt overwhelmed everyone present. All of them stood frozen, staring in disbelief at the giant figure that had appeared behind Irina. It was a woman bathed in brilliant golden light, her features strikingly similar to Irina's. Behind her, 6 enormous wings spread wide, wings far too grand for her frame, making her look like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Hulaina had once seen the appearance of this spirit ring in ancient tomes within the Spirit Hall. It was said to be a legendary type of martial spirit, and according to the records, there were scarcely more than a handful of people who had ever possessed such a spirit. Now, 4 unknown individuals had suddenly appeared, and among them, that girl actually owned this legendary martial spirit. How could she not be astounded? By now, Irina had completely absorbed the spirit ring of the azure water dragon serpent. She let out a long breath, her eyes brimming with delight. My body is nothing like before. I've become so much stronger. With a casual flick of her hand, the whoosh of air that followed made it clear her physique had reached a level far beyond what any ordinary human could achieve. So what's your first spirit ability? Hanu grinned and walked up to Irina, asking the question. Irina closed her eyes and sensed for a moment. The corners of her lips lifted in a subtle smile as the 6-winged angel spirit manifested behind her. Then, her red lips parted as she spoke. First spirit ability, Misty Veil. As soon as the words left her mouth, the world before everyone's eyes shifted dramatically. Hulaina and her companions cried out in surprise, instinctively unleashing their spirit power to resist the illusion. But this spirit skill, radiating from the 6-winged angel, a 1,000-year soul beast ability, was far beyond the capacity of those who had yet to even reach level 50 to withstand. On the other hand, Hanu and the other 2 showed none of Hulaina's group's alarm. Instead, they watched the illusion unfold with curiosity, making no effort to resist at all. This is a powerful environment. Back where I come from, Not even an ordinary Do King could withstand such an illusion, unless they'd had considerable experience countering such tricks, Xiaoyan commented, giving high praise. However, the power systems of the two worlds were different. The battle energy he cultivated was geared more towards attack and defense, not like spirit power, which granted a variety of skill effects. So, your first spirit ability creates illusions? Not bad at all. Both your martial spirit and your spirit ring are of rare quality. If someone didn't know better, even an ordinary spirit ancestor at level 40 might not realize they've fallen into an illusion. Amazing. Hanu and Ace chimed in with their opinions from behind. The latter, not quite understanding all the details, simply blurted out a word he'd picked up in a general store, expressing his approval. Hey, couldn't you at least act a little scared? Instead, you're all standing there critiquing my illusion like it's some kind of art show. Irina sounded a little exasperated. Her illusion seemed to have no effect on them at all, likely because they simply didn't believe she'd ever hurt them. With no resistance on their part, she could only dismiss the illusion with a helpless sigh. Because with the Green Lantern energy that can merge with all things, Irina was able to absorb it into her martial spirit, which greatly enhanced the strength of her illusion. That's why, even at the 20th level, her illusion was strong enough to overwhelm soul masters at the 40th level. As the illusion faded, Hulaina and her companions collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The illusion had come upon them so suddenly, they hadn't even had a chance to defend themselves. So, this is the power of a legendary martial spirit? It's incredible. Hulaina stared at Irina in disbelief. Irina had always carried herself with the air of someone born to lead, but after gaining the six-winged angel martial spirit, her aura of nobility was even more pronounced. With her martial spirit unleashed, she truly looked like a goddess descended to earth. Hello, everyone. Let me introduce myself. I'm Hulaina from the Martial Soul Hall. It's a pleasure to meet you all. Hulaina stepped forward as she spoke, confidently stating her name and affiliation. She believed that with her status and reputation, it would be impossible for the others not to be impressed. To her surprise, Hanyu's expression became thoughtful. Was a simple introduction really something that needed such deliberation? Hulaina suddenly felt a twinge of unease. Hello, but don't get too excited just yet, Hanyu replied. At that, all three of Hanyu's companions burst out laughing. Don't get too excited just yet was certainly a novel response to someone's introduction. This quirky personality of Hanyu's was exactly why Xiao Yin and the others liked having him around. Powerful, yet hilariously offbeat. Someone who might leave you speechless at first, but, given time, you'd find his company oddly enjoyable. And why do you say that? Hulaina asked, forcing a slightly awkward smile. Usually, when she introduced herself, people responded with shock and awe. This was the first time she'd ever encountered such a reply. You see, just now you brought hostile soul beasts here without our permission and interrupted our beautiful barbecue. So, for medical expenses, lost time, mental distress, and so on, whatever valuables you have, just hand some over as compensation, Hanyu said, smiling pleasantly. Everyone was momentarily stunned. In hindsight, they truly had been in the wrong, and Hanyu's sudden list of demands caught them completely off guard. They'd expected a bit more respect upon hearing Hulaina's name. Forget respect. It was already generous. They weren't being torn apart on the spot. Wait a minute. Why should we pay your medical expenses? None of you were hurt. One of the Martial Soul Hall disciples protested, confused. How can you say that? Look at this. Hanyu smiled and held out his right hand, pointing to a tiny injury on his index finger. It was so minor that if he'd waited any longer, it would have healed on its own. Did we really hurt you? You could get a little cut like that just by brushing against any old blade of grass. One of the Spirit Hall disciples retorted. Hanyu paid him no mind. After finishing his words, he simply stood there, quietly watching them. Those who could gather around Hulaina were certainly not ordinary. Each of them was around level 30. For someone 16 or 17 years old, that made them standouts among the younger generation. The fighting spirit radiating from them was intense and formidable. Let me warn you, Hulaina is the current Pope's personal disciple, the Holy Maiden of Spirit Hall. If you know what's good for you, you'll help us out. But if you so much as lay a finger on us, Spirit Hall will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Another Spirit Hall disciple declared this with arrogant confidence, his expression as if Spirit Hall ruled the world. Though, unfortunately, Hanyu wasn't the least bit intimidated. Oh, Spirit Hall, is it really that impressive? His words floated out softly, with no trace of emotion, good or bad, but the weight of them pressed down like a colossal mountain, sweeping over them with unstoppable force. This power, how is it possible? All the Spirit Hall members, including Hulaina and Hun Ling, found themselves crushed by this overwhelming aura. It wasn't soul power, but the oppressive force was chillingly intense. With some difficulty, Hyōrinmaru managed to lift her head, only to see Hanu still smiling at them, completely at ease despite releasing such a powerful aura. That kind of composure was far beyond the reach of ordinary people. This man is far too deep and unfathomable, she thought. Faced with this kind of pressure, he remains completely unshaken. It seems they truly have no intention of backing down just because we're Spirit Hall disciples. Hyōrinmaru abandoned any hope of leveraging her status for advantage and chose to admit fault. If she pushed any further, given their strength, eliminating her would be effortless. Fine, it really was our mistake. We'll pay for the damages. On her side, Hun Ling had already exhausted most of his soul power just fighting off the poison. He had no energy left to take on two foes who could so easily handle the Beehive Dragon Serpent, let alone Hanu, whose strength and background remained a mystery, but who had subdued them all with a single move. As soon as she spoke, the invisible pressure weighing them down vanished. Hanu, grinning from ear to ear, produced a cloth pouch from who knows where and came over to collect their compensation. Who is this guy, really? Hyōrinmaru wondered, watching Hanu cheerfully collecting the payment from her people. I've never heard of any faction producing such a powerful young man. And their fighting style, it doesn't even seem to be based on soul spirits. She wasn't foolish. It was clear that both Xiao Yan and Ace defer to Hanu as their leader. The feeling in Hyōrinmaru's heart was impossible to describe. Neither Ace nor Xiao Yan's techniques gave Hyōrinmaru and her group any sense of soul power fluctuations. Yet with such formidable moves, it was impossible that soul power was not involved. That left only one possibility. Their opponents were not soul masters. They were using a force outside the realm of soul power. Who exactly are these people? Hyōrinmaru narrowed her eyes, watching Hanu's group. She couldn't begin to guess their true identities. All right, Irina has finished absorbing her soul ring. We've had a fruitful trip. Let's head back, Hanu said with a smile, stowing their belongings into his little treasury and waving his hand in farewell. A gentle breeze swept through. Instinctively, Hyōrinmaru and her companions shielded their eyes. When they lowered their hands, everyone before them had vanished without a trace. They're gone, and we didn't even notice when they left. What powerful individuals. Which faction do they belong to? I've never heard of them before. We really made fools of ourselves this time. Hanu and his companions had left nothing behind at their previous spot, if not for the lingering aroma of roasted meat and a few scorched remains of the azure water dragon serpent drifting on the lake surface. Hyōrinmaru and her group might have believed that Hanu's team had been nothing but a mirage. Hanu, aren't you going to collect a soul ring? While leaping through the forest, Irina asked Hanu. Now that she had her first soul ring, her body was much more attuned to the flow of soul power. Having used a soul skill herself, she had gained experience in channeling energy. She even knew how to concentrate in her legs for running. At this point, Irina could just barely keep up with Hanu and the others, as long as they didn't deliberately try to leave her behind. Otherwise, she would still fall behind. I suddenly had a different idea. I don't need to hunt for a soul ring myself. Someone can bring one right to me, Hanu replied, a sly glint in his eyes. Among the items he'd acquired from the general store was a special tool, the plundering card. This card allowed him to claim any skill or item from another person. The target wouldn't actually lose it, but if Hanu wanted to take it permanently, making the original owner truly lose that skill or item, he could upgrade the card to an ultimate plundering card by spending 100 upgrade points. Hanu had long since gotten used to the system's exorbitant upgrade costs, but he didn't need to deprive others completely. Just being able to gain the skill or item for himself was reward enough. I'm not a soul master myself, and have no soul power. All my energy is stored within the Clear Sky Hammer. Thanks to the unique properties of the general store, I even have the Clear Sky Hammer as my martial spirit. For me, there's no restriction on the level of soul ring I can use. The higher the level, the better, Hanu explained as he bounded through the forest. But I still don't understand. What does this have to do with you not seeking out your own spirit ring? Irina asked. I have my own ways. Hanu didn't want to go into detail about the items he acquired in the general store. The things he'd obtained there were simply too extraordinary. If word got out, it would only bring trouble upon himself. Since Hanu wasn't willing to elaborate, neither Irina nor the others pressed him. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Prying too much only crosses boundaries. If someone wants to share, they will. There's no need to interrogate them to the end. To help Irina train her control over spirit power, they never stopped running, keeping up a relentless pace. Ace was fine. Years of physical training had already set him apart from ordinary people. Now, he could even unleash flames from the soles of his feet, causing explosions in the air that propelled him forward at a blinding speed of 40 or 50 meters per second. So for Ace, the run barely cost him any effort. He simply kept pace with the group the entire way. Irina gritted her teeth, beads of sweat rolling down her smooth forehead, a few strands of hair sticking to her face. She wiped them away absent-mindedly with her sleeve and kept going. She understood this was Hanyu's way of training her. She also knew that compared to what awaited her in the future, this was nothing. If she complained now, Hanyu might just make her give up on spirit cultivation altogether. I can do this. This is nothing for me. With a determined bite of her silver teeth, Irina pressed on, all the while focusing on the sensation of channeling her spirit power. Her control was improving rapidly. Hanyu didn't even turn his head, but the corners of his mouth curled up ever so slightly as he thought to himself. Excellent. If Irina were to give up and start complaining now, I'd strip her of her spirit power as soon as we got back. Compared to the challenges she'll face in the future, this is basically a vacation. If she can endure even this, there's no need for her to continue down this path. Fortunately, she hasn't let me down. Suddenly, Hanyu's stride faltered noticeably. His gaze grew sharp as he looked toward a certain spot, abruptly changing direction and picking up speed. What happened? Irina felt the strain as she saw Hanyu suddenly accelerate. She had no idea why he'd picked up the pace. Although Xiaoyan didn't know what was going on either, he instinctively chose to trust Hanyu. He released a bit of battle energy, supporting Ace and Irina, then quickened his stride to catch up with Hanyu. With Xiaoyan's strength, catching up was no trouble. As soon as he drew even, he saw Hanyu make a stop gesture. Xiaoyan slowed down immediately, falling in a step behind him without a sound. Ace and Irina both wanted to speak up, but Xiaoyan silenced them with a single glance. He knew that since Hanyu wasn't making a sound and was instead using gestures, something must have happened up ahead that required them to keep quiet. Though still puzzled, Irina and Ace read the look in each other's eyes. They didn't know what was going on, but they obediently fell silent. Hanyu gradually slowed his pace until he finally stopped, and only then did Xiaoyan and the others catch up to him. What's wrong? Xiaoyan asked Hanyu, his voice barely more than a whisper, as thin as a strand of silk. Look over there. Hanyu nodded in a certain direction, and the three of them followed his gaze, a hint of surprise flickering across their faces. It was Tang San and his group, those they had encountered earlier. But now the atmosphere on that side was anything but friendly. Tang San's party and another group led by Madam Snake were embroiled in a heated dispute over Soul Beast. When Hanyu's group arrived, the two sides were still trading barbed words, so they paused to listen in for a moment. After hearing the exchange, even Xiao Yin couldn't help but shake his head and mutter under his breath. That guy's behavior really leaves much to be desired. The others were the ones who found it first, and even injured it, but while they were still in pursuit, he swooped in to reap the spoils. By rights, the soul beast should belong to the ones who wounded it, but he just refuses to hand it over. The others fell silent, for it was easy to put themselves in the same situation. If they had tracked that soul beast for ages and finally managed to injure it, only for someone else to swoop in and snatch the reward, how could they not be furious? Moreover, a high-level soul beast whose spirit ring matched one's martial soul was a rare treasure indeed. Seeing it fall into another's hands so easily would certainly be hard to accept. TSK. What a pity. If only we had run into that phoenix-tailed crest serpent first. It would have made a decent first spirit ring for Irina. But now that she already has a 5,000-year-old Bila Dragon Jiao ring, there's no need for a second ring to be weaker than the first. Hanyu said this with a trace of frustration. It seemed that starting from such a high point wasn't always a good thing. When your first spirit ring is already at 5,000 years, every ring after that must be of even higher quality. Irina covered her mouth and laughed softly, though her heart remained alert. Hanyu's words had reminded her that starting so high meant the path ahead would only get tougher. But as long as she kept going, she would surely become someone extraordinary. Let's just watch. Hanyu shifted his attention to the two groups ahead of them. As he watched, he nonchalantly pulled some popcorn and soda from the general store system and handed them around. Thankfully, the general store didn't bother charging him for these little things, or he'd have to pay for every handful he gave away. Seeing the popcorn and soda being passed over, Irina could only smile wryly. Was this really turning into a spectacle? They even had snacks and drinks at the ready. Ace and Xiao Yin naturally accepted the popcorn and cola. Neither of them had tasted these things before, but the sweet aroma instantly told them how good they were. Eagerly, they took the snacks and, imitating Hanyu, began to eat. Damn, this stuff is addictive. The moment they took a sip of cola, both Ace and Xiao Yan's eyes widened in surprise. The taste of the popcorn was pleasant enough, but it was the cola that truly stunned them. A rush of fizz exploded in their mouths. It wasn't the burning strength of alcohol, but rather a wave of carbonation shooting straight from their throats to their heads, making them both burp at the same time. Unable to hold back, Ace whispered, Hanyu, what is this drink? It's incredible. This is cola. If you like it, I have plenty more. Help yourselves, Hanyu replied with a wide, easy grin. As long as you love cola, we're brothers. Simple as that. Irina couldn't help but be charmed by this feeling. She even found herself laughing out loud. She'd never done anything quite so amusing before, watching a fight while munching on popcorn was even more thrilling than the time she'd watched Soul Beast being hunted while eating barbecue. She was clearly enjoying the spectacle. No need to hide in the shadows, esteemed guests. Please reveal yourselves. Suddenly, Zhao Wuji, the unmoving king, called out in the direction of Hanyu and his group. Snake Granny was a bit surprised. She hadn't sensed anyone spying on them, yet Zhao Wuji had detected their presence. This made her regard Zhao Wuji with newfound respect. What she didn't know was that Zhao Wuji's sharpness was not the reason. He had simply fought Hanyu before and was somewhat familiar with Han Yu's unique energy. Plus, Hanyu wasn't exactly making an effort to conceal himself, so it wasn't impossible for Zhao Wuji to notice him. When he saw that the newcomers were indeed Hanyu and his companions, Zhao Wuji was startled. Instinctively, he shifted his body to block the phoenix crest snake that Oscar was holding, suspecting they might be here to snatch the soul beast. Go on with your fight. Don't mind us. Just think of us as an audience. Hanyu called down from where he and the others had leapt onto a nearby large tree. Seated comfortably on a branch, he grinned at those below. Zhao Wuji was at a bit of a loss for words. Audience? Since when could people just show up and spectate at such dangerous affairs? In his mind, Zhao Wuji was already spinning up scenarios where these people might be sold to law, or perhaps even titled to law. Forget it. With power like his, there was no way I could stop them anyway. Someone who could pin me to the ground without a chance to resist had to be at least at the level of a rank 90 sold to law, and with that clear sky hammer. For someone his age to possess such strength, it was truly terrifying. In the end, Zhao Wuji had nothing else to say. He chuckled awkwardly. As long as you're happy. If he knew that Hanyu was not only neither a soul daw nor a title daw, but actually just an ordinary person without a trace of soul power, who knows what he would think. The snake granny glanced warily at Hanyu and the others. In the world of soul masters, Zhao Wuji was notorious. His title, the immovable king, was no honorific, but it certainly spoke to his formidable strength. His martial soul, the vigorous Vajra bear, was famed for its destructive power. Even someone as seasoned as the snake granny dared not face Zhao Wuji's attack head-on. Yet now she saw him showing such deference to an unfamiliar youngster, which was truly beyond comprehension. Greetings. I am Chao Tianxiang, though most know me as the Snake Granny. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Though she had no idea who this person was, anyone who could make the proud Zhao Wuji so cautious was certainly no ordinary figure. Thus, the Snake Granny's first thought was to extend a friendly greeting and perhaps build some rapport. How much of a pleasure is it? Hanyu blurted out the question almost instinctively. In that instant, all three of them, including Irina, nearly spit out their cola at once, coughing violently until their faces flushed red. For a moment, it was impossible to tell whether their faces were crimson from coughing or from holding back laughter. Haha, brilliant, absolutely brilliant. Xiaoyan wiped away tears of mirth from the corners of his eyes, laughing as he clapped Hanyu on the shoulder. Earlier, Hanyu's line, "You're happy too soon," had already left them in stitches. They'd even considered borrowing it for themselves one day. And now, Hanyu had come out with another zinger. The Snake Granny's, "It's a pleasure to meet you," was just polite small talk, but Hanyu's reply turned it into an impossible question. How was she supposed to respond? Irina couldn't help but burst out laughing as well. She'd never seen anyone answer a polite greeting like that. She'd heard of people killing a conversation, but never someone who slammed the door shut before the chat even began, leaving the other side completely at a loss for words. How was she supposed to describe exactly how happy she was? It was just a social nicety. Say too much and it sounds fake. Say too little and it might offend the other party. It was a classic no-win scenario. This guy is hilarious. I've never heard anyone respond that way before. I like it. I'm definitely using that line, Ma Hongjun said with a grin to the person next to him. Use it if you want, but you'd better consider whether you can take the consequences. You might find yourself pinned to the ground before you finish the sentence. Dai Mubai interjected bluntly. Some people could get away with that kind of talk, but if Oscar tried it and the other person happened to be hot-tempered, he'd get a beating for sure. It was a line that instantly made you enemies and left people speechless. You're quite the joker, aren't you? The snake lady forced a slightly awkward smile. Seeing that Hanyu had no intention of responding, she turned her attention back to Zhao Wuji in front of her. Let's focus on settling our own matters. No sooner had she finished speaking than Hanyu leaped down from the tree, landing between the two groups. How about this, he said. I'll give you both a chance. Each of you tell me your soul ring combinations. I'll help the stronger side. The weaker side will just have to accept their lot. Xiao Yin and the others were a bit puzzled, not quite understanding Han Yu's reasoning, but they didn't press the matter. Instead, they sat back, sipping cola and munching on popcorn. With Han Yu joining the fray, this really was turning into a blockbuster spectacle. Suddenly, they found themselves looking forward to what would happen next. I'm a 7-ring battle soul saint. My soul ring order is yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 Zhao Wuji replied honestly. He didn't dare defy Han Yu, but at least Han Yu didn't seem to have any murderous intent toward him. Otherwise, in this Stardow forest, if Han Yu wanted to kill him, there'd be nothing he could do. His soul ring combination was quite formidable. The 3 deep black, 10,000-year soul rings made a world of difference. Once a soul ring surpasses 10,000 years, its boost to the soul master is far beyond anything a 1,000-year ring could provide. I'm a bit weaker, the snake lady admitted reluctantly. My combination is yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black. She silently cursed her luck. If the decision came down to this, she was bound to lose. She quickly added, but my husband, known as Dragon Duke, is an 8-ring soul Dolaw. If you help us, my husband and I, the dragon and snake couple, will never forget your kindness. Her intentions were as clear as day. With a husband who was a soul Dolaw with 8 rings, she had every reason to try and win Han Yu over. Han Yu nodded to himself, almost as if he hadn't heard her plea. In the next moment, a flash of light danced in his hand, and a transparent card materialized in his palm. Gazing at it, he murmured, so this is the plunder card, sparkling, and rather pretty too. When the snake lady saw the card appear in Han Yu's hand, she instinctively thought he was about to attack her. Her snake-headed staff pulsed with the glow of her soul ring, ready to unleash her soul skill in an instant. But what happened next left everyone dumbfounded for an entire year. Instead of attacking the snake lady, Han Yu spun around and flicked the card straight at Zhao Wuji. Crap, I let my guard down, didn't dodge in time. Zhao Wuji muttered, staring down at the card now stuck to his chest. There was no pain at all, but his scalp tingled with dread. If there had been pain, at least it would have made sense. Sometimes it's what doesn't happen that's most terrifying. Surely this guy isn't bored enough to just throw a card at me for no reason, right? The card dart didn't linger long on Zhao Wuji's chest. After just 5 or 6 seconds, it flew back into Han Yu's hand. Now, something new had appeared on the once transparent card. Looking closely, it turned out to be a ring of black. A soul ring. Is that my soul ring? Zhao Wuji stared blankly at the soul ring within the card. He knew his own soul rings better than anyone, and this one was unmistakably his 7th soul ring. He quickly summoned his soul rings, and all 7 appeared around him. Seeing that his own rings were still intact, Zhao Wuji breathed a sigh of relief. For a moment, he thought the other side had used some strange magic to steal his soul ring. A 10,000-year soul ring isn't something you can just lose. Even hunting a 10,000-year soul beast requires meticulous preparation. One wrong move could cost your life. Let's see if this card actually works. With the soul ring in hand, Han Yu produced the clear sky hammer for all to see. Zhao Wuji and his companions took it in stride. They'd long known Han Yu possessed the clear sky hammer, but the same couldn't be said for Granny Snake. When her eyes fell on that pitch-black, exquisitely crafted little hammer, Granny Snake immediately understood what it was. This was the unrivaled king of assault-type tool spirits, famed for its overwhelming, unyielding power, the nemesis of all assault-type spirits. Anyone who wielded this hammer was bound for greatness. Impossible, she thought. Didn't the Clear Sky clan seal their gates and retreat from the world? How could someone wielding the Clear Sky hammer appear out here? Granny Snake's heart pounded. If this young man was truly from the Clear Sky clan, she'd have to reconsider her next move. Even though the clan had withdrawn from the world, their strength remained. If they sent someone after her, it would be no simple matter. As the plundering card touched the Clear Sky hammer, it dissolved into wisps of pale white light, carrying the 10,000-year soul ring into the hammer itself. In just a few breaths, deep black light began to glow from the hammer's body, and a small, profound black ring appeared on it. It actually worked? Everyone except Han Yu's own group was stunned. Granny Snake, Tang San, and all the others could hardly believe their eyes. In their minds, soul rings were only acquired through hunting soul beasts or through beast sacrifices. They'd never heard of any weapon that could absorb another soul ring, let alone transfer it to oneself. It was utterly inconceivable. Han Yu gazed at the Clear Sky hammer, glowing with black light. With a thought, he drew the soul ring into his spirit. As the light faded, his wrist noticeably sank from the weight. Interesting. The hammer's gotten much heavier. He hefted the hammer experimentally. Compared to its previous state, It was now dramatically heavier with just one soul ring. With a single swing, he reckoned he could easily smash several tons of stone to rubble. You can come out now. Several figures flashed and appeared beside Hanu. It was Xiao Yin and his companions, who had been hiding in the shadows. It's that beautiful sister again. As the three newcomers appeared, Ma Hongjuan's gaze immediately fell on Irina among them. Though it hadn't been long since they last met, her aura had become even more captivating, an elegance that far surpassed that of ordinary women. This girl's soul power feels different from last time. Dai Mubai, one of the Shrek 7 devils, whispered quietly. I suppose she must have found a soul ring, Tang San replied. So soon? I didn't expect them to be so efficient. I wonder what kind of soul ring it is. I'm really curious to see, Dai Mubai said. Noticing the arrival of 3 more people, Mother Snake grew wary and protectively shielded Meng Iran behind her. I'm not here to bully anyone. Since we all have martial souls, let's settle this with our abilities. That young lady and I are both first-ring soul masters, and I can barely claim to have innate, full soul power. Let your granddaughter pick one of us to fight. If she wins, you can take the soul beast. If she loses, we'll help you find another soul beast just as strong as the phoenix-tailed crest serpent, free of charge, Hanyu said, weighing the clear sky hammer in his hand. He wore a gentle smile as he fiddled with the hammer, but the image he gave off was that of a refined scoundrel. No matter what you said next, he'd simply smash all arguments with one blow. Innate full soul power, barely? Everyone immediately picked up on the key words in Hanyu's statement. Barely? Did that mean the breathtakingly beautiful girl possessed innate full soul power as well? And Hanyu too? Innate full soul power was usually at level 10, though some could reach level 20, allowing them to absorb 2 soul rings right away and instantly outpace most soul masters, a truly enviable talent. Is that really true? Mother Snake fixed Hanyu with a sharp gaze. Of course. If we really want to be unreasonable, we'd just let you leave right now. No need to waste words, Hanyu replied with a shrug and a smile. Mother Snake regarded Hanyu and his group with suspicion. Soul masters born with innate, full soul power were rare, and most who possessed it would go on to achieve great things. Yet here, she'd run into 2 at once, truly astonishing. What kind of rotten luck is this today? First, I run into a group of kids around 15 who are already second-ring soul masters, and now, 2 people with innate full soul power. The boy may be a bit older, but he wields the clear sky hammer. After all, I wonder what martial soul that girl beside him possesses. The snake granny muttered to herself. It was already troublesome enough to run into Zhao Wuji and his group, and now she had to face a monster wielding the clear sky hammer, whose very first spirit ring was a 10,000-year ring. Who could possibly handle this? Hanyu tossed the clear sky hammer up and down in his hands. Even though he only had a single spirit ring at the moment, just the fact that he possessed the clear sky hammer spirit made him unafraid of even a titled Delaw. This hammer had come from an item draw card, and the unique feature of items acquired this way was that they arrived fully maxed out, requiring no effort to upgrade. However, the clear sky hammer was a special case as a spirit. While the hammer itself contained the soul power of level 99, without spirit rings, it was impossible to unleash its full strength. It was like wielding a max-level weapon, but only using level 10 abilities. Even though the technique itself was low level, it still depended on the user. No one would dare claim they could withstand the first skill of an ultimate Doluo at level 30. Hanyu's face showed an excited, pick-me expression, which made the snake granny immediately dismiss him. Never mind his first spirit ring being 10,000 year. Just the clear sky hammer alone was enough to make her want to avoid him. Instead, her gaze landed on Irina, who stood behind him. This girl will do, the snake granny said. All right, Irina, go ahead and give it a try. Don't forget what I told you before. Really concentrate on feeling the flow of your spirit power, Hanyu said, giving Irina a reassuring pat on the shoulder. He wasn't worried about her losing it all. Even if she did, he could easily find a soul beast no weaker than the phoenix-tailed crest serpent, defeat it, and hand it over to them. Letting Irina go up was mainly for her training. Without a trace of hesitation, Irina stepped forward, coming to stand opposite Meng Iran. This was a perfect opportunity to test herself, and she had no intention of letting it slip by. Most people in the general store were overwhelmingly strong, and it was never easy to find someone close to her own level for a proper match. Seeing someone step out, especially a girl whose looks and bearing were every bit her equal, Meng Iran scoffed quietly. They say beautiful women are natural rivals. Meng Iran, martial spirit, serpent staff, 30th level, 2-ring soul grandmaster, she announced. As she spoke, the serpent's eyes on Meng Iran's staff glowed with a faint violet light, and 2 yellow spirit rings floated rhythmically up and down around her. Irina tucked a strand of golden hair behind her ear and replied with calm dignity. Irina Nakiri, 20th level Soul Master. Martial Spirit. Six-winged Angel. Everyone present was struck as if by lightning, their bodies jolting in shock. What had she just said? Six-winged angel? How can this be? A six-winged angel? Unbelievable. I've heard my teacher mention it in passing. It's a legendary martial soul, and not just any kind, but one of the very highest order. Anyone who possesses such a soul is considered the very messenger of the gods. A flicker of disbelief appeared in Tang San's eyes as well. Out in the world, even encountering someone with the clear sky hammer was rare enough. Yet now, before his eyes, appeared the ultimate martial soul, the six-winged angel. Even with the composure of someone who had lived 2 lives, he couldn't help but feel a jolt of astonishment. Tang, my young friend, if you're surprised now, it's still much too soon, Hanu said with a laugh, not bothering to turn his head. The easy familiarity in Hanu's tone left Tang San puzzled, but before he could respond, Mera Mera was already on the move. What a bluff. As if he could just run into a top-tier martial soul so easily. In a blink, Mera Mera stood before Irina, swinging her nearly 2-meter-long serpent-headed staff straight at Irina's head. Although she was a girl, the whistle of her staff slicing through the air was enough to make even a grown man wary. Yet facing that fierce attack, Irina showed no fear. Instead, she smiled faintly. In the instant her lips curled upward, a frying pan, who knew from where, came flying through the air and crashed down on Mera Mera's staff, sending it spinning away from her grasp. Won the world a frying pan. No sooner had the frying pan landed than a flurry of silver utensils appeared behind Irina, bursting forth like a torrential rainstorm, all aimed at Mera Mera. Confronted by the overwhelming barrage of silver blades, Mera Mera had no choice but to snap to attention. She swept her staff in a wide arc, forming a makeshift shield to fend off the storm of silver. She retreated a short distance, both of her spirit rings lighting up at once. First spirit skill, tongue blade. Second spirit skill, serpent body. In that instant, her body turned sinuous and agile, as if she were a serpent herself. The staff in her hand became a deadly blade, lashing out toward Irina with dazzling speed. It was her first real fight, yet Irina showed little sign of panic. She simply stepped back a few paces, her eyes suddenly flaring with a piercing golden light. Without warning, sharp cries rang out overhead. Several figures swooped down from the sky. 2 golden eagles, their bodies shining with radiant light, dove straight at Mera Mera. So sudden was the attack that Mera Mera had no time to react. The eagles crashed into her, sending her tumbling backward. She landed hard, half kneeling on the ground as she coughed up a mouthful of blood. Where did those eagles come from? Just what is your martial soul, anyway? Silver blades, eagles. Wasn't it supposed to be the six-winged angel? Mera Mera managed to gasp, her breathing labored. It is the six-winged angel. From the very beginning, you were already caught in my trap. Irina replied with a calm, faint smile. It was only at this moment that Mera Mera realized everyone around her had vanished. Now, only she and Irina remained. Her grandmother, Zhao Wuji, and the others were nowhere to be seen. Seeing Mera Mera's astonished expression, Irina waved her hand. Instantly, the surroundings began to shift. The previously unchanged scenery dissolved into layers of white mist, gently dispersing, and only then did Snake Granny, Zhao Wuji, Hanu, and the rest gradually come back into view. Yet Mera Mera still stood rooted to the spot, gripping the serpent-headed staff, unable to move. Irina, with a faint smile, fixed her gaze on her. Behind Irina, a radiant golden figure appeared, the legendary martial spirit, the six-winged angel. Encircling the six-winged angel was a shimmering purple ring, impossible to look away from. The first soul ring. It's already a Millennium One? Snapping back to herself, Mera Mera had barely uttered a word when her body suddenly gave out. She collapsed to the ground, coughing sharply several times. Snake Granny hurried over in a flash to support her, anxiously checking if she was all right. "Grandma, what just happened to me?" Mera Mera asked. "You fell for a trap. The opponent is truly formidable. The moment your martial spirit appeared, so did hers. That purple soul ring activated at once, and you froze in place. If that boy hadn't reminded me that this was her ability and not a fatal attack, I would have thought you'd been struck by some kind of hidden weapon," Snake Granny explained. "I was caught in her illusion right from the start." Mera Mera muttered, dazed. This was as good as losing already. If they were on equal footing and fighting for their lives, she might not even stand chance. Retracting the dazzling six-winged angel spirit, Irina strolled back to Hanu's side, recounting in detail what had happened inside the illusion. "Incredible! That blonde girl's very first soul skill, is an illusion type. Thank goodness we weren't the targets, or with our abilities, we might not have reacted in time. Tang-san said with admiration. The violet light slowly faded from his eyes. He had activated his purple demon just before the fight to observe the opponent's techniques. From the subtle expressions on Meng Iran's face, though her body didn't move at all, it was clear to him she'd fallen under an illusion. Judging by Meng Iran's reaction, Nakiri Arena must have just obtained this soul ring and hasn't mastered the soul skill yet. But the damage it inflicts, even within the illusion, is nothing to take lightly. Zhao Wuji remarked, clicking his tongue. His gaze swept Arena up and down, thinking to himself that if someone like her joined Shrek Academy, she'd surely be just as much of a little monster as Tang-san and his friends. His gaze was quickly noticed by Hanu, who shot him a sharp look. Zhao Wuji hurriedly forced a few awkward laughs and shifted his eyes away, surprised that he'd been caught. A thoughtful glint appeared in Hanu's eyes. According to what Arena had described, the things she had conjured in the illusion, the silver blade and the eagle, were simply the only things her imagination could come up with, and so those became her weapons of attack within the dreamscape. She needs a place where she can properly study martial spirits. I definitely don't have time to look after her every day, and if she sticks with me, her growth will be much too slow. Hanu rubbed his chin, and his gaze suddenly settled on Zhao Wuji, a peculiar look flickering in his eyes. Sensing Hanu's stare, Zhao Wuji's cheek twitched involuntarily. That kind of look didn't bode well, he thought. Sure enough, just as the thought crossed Zhao Wuji's mind, he saw Hanu walking straight toward him. Is Shrek Academy still accepting students? I want her to go there to learn. The moment Hanu said this, everyone present was taken aback. Sending Arena to Shrek Academy? Hanu's sudden decision stirred a sense of resentment in Arena's heart. She did have some fondness for Hanu, but not enough to let him decide where she should go as he pleased. How can you make the decision for me? I don't want to go to that Shrek Academy. Noticing Arena's displeasure, Hanu's expression didn't change. Instead, he smiled and said, Shrek Academy is, as far as I know, the best school on this continent. I believe you'll learn a lot there. At the very least, you won't have to worry about not having anyone to guide you in becoming a soul master. Honestly, I don't know all that much myself. Listening to Hanu's words, Zhao Wuji and the others were pleasantly astonished, barely able to process what they were hearing. After all, things had been tense between the two sides from the start. Ma Hongjun had taken a liking to Arena and attacked Hanu, only to be easily defeated. They never thought Hanu would have a good impression of them, so to hear him speak so highly of Shrek Academy was truly shocking. Arena fell silent. She recalled the countless stories Tang-san had told her about his past. Though she didn't know all the ins and outs of his childhood friends, she remembered their names and knew a bit about each of them. She deeply envied the friendship Tang-san had shared with them, and wished for bonds like that herself. Those friends of his had all gone on to achieve great things. Perhaps Hanu's idea, having her study and grow alongside them, wasn't such a bad thing after all. You could take your time to think about it, Hanu said to Arena, then turned to Zhao Wuji. But his tone was far less courteous when he addressed him. But you don't get to hesitate. I want her answer now. Shrek Academy claims to accept only monsters, not ordinary people. I think my friend's talent is more than enough for your academy. Wouldn't you agree? Zhao Wuji fell silent. More than enough was an understatement. With talent like hers, her first soul ring would surely be at least a century ring, maybe right up to the highest limit she could absorb, but never beyond 423 years. And Arena's martial soul wasn't just any spirit. It was the six-winged angel, one of the very best. Her first soul ring was a 1,000-year violet ring. None of Tang-san and his friends had achieved anything like that. Are you sure about this? You really want her to join? Our training methods at Shrek are not for the faint of heart, Zhao Wuji said gravely. A prodigy like her would be a source of pride for Shrek Academy. But Zhao Wuji felt compelled to speak plainly. Arena certainly looked like a pampered, noble lady, and Tang-san's teacher, the Grandmaster, was famously strict. His training was not something just anyone could endure. Hanu didn't respond right away. Instead, he turned to Arena, leaving the decision in her hands. All Hanu could do was give her the opportunity. Whether she wanted to take it was her choice alone. Arena pondered for a moment, then nodded. I have no objection, but I'd like to consult my grandfather first. Yes, you should let the old gentleman know, Hanu agreed. With that, Hanu turned to Zhao Wuji and handed him a jade pendant. Consider this Arena's tuition. If you ever need funds for your training, use what's in here. Zhao Wuji reached out and accepted the jade pendant, feeling its cool weight in his palm. He focused his mind on the pendant, curious about what it might contain. At first glance, the space inside was disappointing, certainly not as spacious as Hanu had claimed. It looked like it barely held 2 cubic meters. Exaggerating a bit, aren't we? 1,000 cubic meters? Really? Zhao Wuji muttered under his breath, about to exit the space, when something about the walls caught his eye. Squinting, he looked closer, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Those weren't walls at all. They were solid stacks of gold coins. If Hanu said it originally held 1,000 cubic meters, and now there were only 1 or 2 cubic meters of space left, that meant almost the entire space had been filled with gold coins? Zhao Wuji pulled his mind out of the pendant, pointing at it, momentarily speechless. The sum was staggering. Nearly 1,000 cubic meters of gold coins. Even he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine at such a number. You take this for now. If it's not enough, just let Irina know. She can always ask me for more, Hanu said with a smile. How could it possibly not be enough? Zhao Wuji was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could barely speak. Even just 10% of this money would be enough to renovate the entire Shrek Academy, giving their lives a complete transformation. Hanu turned to Irina, still smiling. Let's head back first. You can go home and pack up, report to the academy in a few days. Irina nodded, then quietly asked Hanu how much money he had given away. He didn't tell her the exact amount, simply brushed it off as a small sum. But judging from Zhao Wuji's expression, there was no way a small sum could make him that emotional. Thank you, Irina murmured under her breath, in words only she could hear. I won't let your kindness go to waste. What did you say? Hurry up, or we'll leave you behind. Hanu, already a distance ahead, turned to see Irina still standing in a daze. He called out to her, I'm coming. A radiant smile, brighter than ever before, bloomed on Irina's face as she quickly caught up to Hanu. The group then departed together. After Hanu and the others had left, when the Shrek 7 Devils finally learned the amount contained in the jade pendant, they couldn't hide their astonishment. That number was simply staggering. Talk about striking it rich. Instead of returning to the small town where they'd previously been staying, Hanu and his group took a different path. Their journey to the Soul Beast Continent had been for one purpose, to find a soul ring for Irina. Now that they'd succeeded, there was no reason to linger. They stepped through the portal, leaving that world behind. Back at the general store, Hanu was greeted by the familiar sight of his old furniture. It made him stretch contentedly. There was nothing quite like the feeling of coming home. I'll head back now. I need to see my grandpa right away, Irina announced. All right, just don't use your soul power recklessly in your world. Here, take this scroll. Once your grandfather agrees, open it, and it'll create an entrance to Shrek Academy. Hanu handed Irina a teleportation scroll, then said his farewells to Xiao Yin and Ace. After watching the three of them leave, Hanu bounded up the stairs, taking them 2 at a time. As he reached the doorway, he could already hear the shouts coming from the gaming room. Pietro, stop grabbing for the cash. Run. The police have us surrounded already. Wanda's anxious voice rang out. In the game, 2 characters were already in the car, while a little blue dot on the minimap. Clearly Pietro was still wandering around as if he were shopping. The whole area was swarming with little red dots, the unmistakable sign of the police. Just a little longer. This is all money. We can't leave it behind. Damn it. Can't you go any faster? Didn't you grow those long legs of yours for a reason? Quicksilver grew even more anxious, frantically picking up the money that had fallen to the ground while he was running. The things he said made Hanu burst out laughing. Stepping forward for a closer look, Hanu noticed that the game character Quicksilver was controlling certainly couldn't be called slow. In the game, a character's stats increase as players perform certain actions. For example, those who love shooting and constantly fire. Guns will see their shooting accuracy improve, while those who prefer running over driving will have their running speed enhanced. Thanks to Hanu's deliberate tweaking, the character stats in GTA could now reach the level of Captain America's physical abilities in real life. Ordinary running in the game, of course, couldn't reach such heights. You need to use special stimulants acquired through missions to get there. At this point, Quicksilver's character had already reached 6 out of a maximum 10 points in speed, faster than the vast majority of players. The trouble was Quicksilver kept comparing his in-game speed to his real-life self, which was ridiculous. Even a maxed-out game character couldn't outrun him. Not everyone has your super speed, you know? I swear, it's like your brain just started working today. Get in the car. I really don't want to redo this mission because of you again. Ultron snapped, even kicking Quicksilver's chair in frustration. For him to be this angry, it was clear they'd failed this mission more than a few times, all thanks to Quicksilver. They'd already attempted this mission several times, and each time, it was Quicksilver who had caused them to fail. Hanu couldn't hold back his laughter. One of them said, "Your leg just started working today," and the other shot back with, "Your brain just started working today." Did everyone who played too many games eventually turn into a trash-talking troll? Just as Ultron finished speaking, Quicksilver's character was shot. The screens of all 3 computers turned to black and white. Quicksilver's monitor displayed, "You have been killed," while Wanda's and Ultron's screens both read, "Your teammate has been killed." Seeing this, both Ultron and Wanda stood up in unison. They exchanged a glance and nodded. Ultron stepped forward and hoisted Quicksilver up, while Wanda used her chaos magic to keep him from struggling. The two of them half-carried, half-dragged Quicksilver into the storage room, which had been cleared out to make a huge space. Less than 5 minutes later, they returned, looking completely refreshed. When they saw Hanu, they even greeted him cheerfully. "Whoa, who are you, man?" Hanu blurted out in surprise. The person who came in after them had a face so swollen, it was almost unrecognizable. "Boss, it's me, Pietro," came the muffled reply from those swollen lips. Only then did Hanu realize it was Quicksilver. If Hanu hadn't been so familiar with his features, he wouldn't have been able to recognize him at all through that puffy face. "Here, take this medicine. Just apply it, and you'll be fine in a moment." Wanda gave a soft hum as she tossed a bottle of ointment to Quicksilver. He caught it and dabbed it on his face, and in less than a minute, the swelling vanished as if it had never been there. The way she threw the medicine and he caught and applied it so smoothly stunned Hanu for a moment. Clearly, this wasn't the first time Quicksilver had been beaten up. "Little sis, you really don't hold back. I'm your own brother, you know," Quicksilver complained, rubbing his now-healed face with a pitiful look. "Well, you're always greedy for money, aren't you? We've done this mission 4 times now and haven't made a single cent, all because you keep stopping to pick up coins on the street." "I've reached my limit this time," Wanda replied with a snort. "But we have to eat, right? I'm just 100,000 silver coins short of buying a small villa. Can't blame me for being a little anxious." Quicksilver chuckled awkwardly and hurried to the fridge, grabbing 2 cans of cola. He placed them on the table in front of Wanda and Ultron as a peace offering. Of course, neither of them would stay genuinely upset over this, especially since they'd already given Quicksilver a good beating. Carrying on the grudge any longer would seem petty among friends. So, they accepted the cola, a silent sign of forgiveness. "Don't let it happen again." "Absolutely never again." Hanu sat down and powered up a computer, smiling. "You 3 seem to be having a great time. Is the game finished already?" "Boss, just as you asked, I pushed through a few extra days, and the game's up and running. The reviews are overwhelmingly positive." Ultron excitedly opened a website for Hanu. It was GTA's official site. The layout wasn't plain at all. In fact, there were touches of a feminine style here and there. Wanda must have given her input during the design. After all, you can't ignore the female gamer market. Sometimes, adding female players even attracts more male players. Wanda understood this perfectly, even though it wasn't written into the official development plan. It was her own suggestion, and now it was proving to be a huge success. "What's this?" Hanu pointed to a string of numbers at the top of the page. The digits were still climbing. He had a hunch what it was, but wanted to hear Ultron say it. Ultron grinned knowingly, and his answer was exactly what Hanu expected. Even so, the sheer size of the number made Hanu's head spin. "That's the player count. In just 2 days since launch, we've already got nearly 50 million players. The smaller line below is the number of players online right now. 50 million players, with nearly 10 million online at this very moment." From what Hanu remembered, the peak online player count for GTA in his previous world was just 130,000. Now, it had soared to 10 million, leaving the old GTA 5 in the dust by miles. Hanu was still intently watching the numbers on the screen as they kept climbing. At this point, the numbers were going up by the hundreds, with both the number of online players and active users increasing steadily. Every few minutes, several hundred new players would join, an absolutely staggering figure. The game had an in-app purchase system. Weapon skins, clothes, and houses could all be bought with real money. With a game of this scale, it was impossible for players not to feel a sense of competition. Most people would definitely spend money to buy these items. Even if each person only spent $10 a month on outfits or accessories they liked, multiplying that by a base of 50 million players would already bring in $500 million. And that was just monthly revenue. Multiply it by 12 months in a year, and you get a staggering $6 billion. "You've been keeping an eye on the game's operations, right?" Hanu asked. A game like this required careful management. Any misstep could result in a massive loss. "Don't worry, boss. I've been taking good care of everything," Ultron replied with a grin. The feeling of making money while barely lifting a finger really was quite enjoyable. Hanu glanced at the official website's comment section and was surprised to see overwhelmingly positive reviews. There were over 999 comments and not a single negative one. Every single comment was filled with praise for the game. "Such freedom. Do whatever you want. Anything goes. I've already divorced my wife, planning to focus on this game full-time." Reading that last comment, Hanu couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. That certainly had nothing to do with him. He'd never imagined his game might impact anyone's family life. "Boss, come play around. I really can't stand this idiot anymore, always getting greedy for a bit of extra loot, Ultron called out. The idiot he mentioned was Quicksilver, whose gameplay was apparently driving him up the wall. On my way, Hanu let out a hearty laugh and immediately launched the game. He'd been looking forward to this for ages, just waiting for it to be fully released. In his previous life, he'd been an old hand at this game, racking up thousands of hours, logging on and diving straight in without missing a beat. Shall we start with a C-level mission to warm up? Ultron suggested. Since the game was so vast, he divided the missions into S, A, B, C, and D tiers to help players tell them apart. Otherwise, stumbling into a tough mission could mean being stuck for 3 or 4 days, which could really test anyone's patience. Hanu thought for a moment and asked, "What's the highest level mission you all can handle right now?" Ultron replied, "I can clear A-level missions. Pietro and Wanda can reliably finish C-level ones." Their ranks were just as Hanu had expected. GTA was a game that placed great emphasis on teamwork. Sometimes, it would split missions into 2 parts, A and B, assigning some players to mission A while the rest tackled mission B. If any part of a split mission failed, the entire mission would have to be restarted from the beginning. So, even though Ultron had cheat-like abilities, he still couldn't carry a team full of deadweight. If he really did help his teammates by hacking them through every mission, what would be the point of playing the game? Wanda was reasonably obedient, but it was Quicksilver, that troublemaker, who always came up with his own ideas, often dooming the team to failure. Normally, if you failed a single stage of a mission, you could just retry that segment. But Hanu had added a new feature in-game. Currency called Aoin coins, named after Ultron and Quicksilver, which could be exchanged for real-world money at a rate of 100 to 1. The simplest D-level mission could earn you anywhere from 1,000 to just under 50,000 coins at best. But the highest S-level missions could net you tens of millions or even hundreds of millions of Aoin coins. Because of this, if a split mission failed, the entire thing had to be restarted, making the game much more challenging. This also made players far more cautious in their actions. They wouldn't take reckless risks. After all, not everyone could handle the resentment of their teammates. Let's jump straight to a B-level mission. I can handle it, Hanu said. As an experienced player, his skills were above average. Among the group, in the game, whether it was flying, swimming, or driving on land, he was pretty adept with all kinds of vehicles. Ultron and Wanda, go steal a car. I'll crack the code at the entrance. Pietro, you cover me. Hanu issued his orders swiftly. Ultron, just about to speak, raised his brows in surprise and glanced at Hanu. It was exactly what he'd been about to say. This was a heist mission. Players needed to split into 2 groups. One entered the bank to grab the money, while the other found a suitable getaway vehicle. Until now, Ultron had always taken charge of their group. But now that Hanu had stepped up, he was happy to sit back and see what Hanu could do. "Boss, what kind of car do you want? Should I put on the armored plates for the Kuruma?" Ultron asked. "You bought that car? If I remember right, the Kuruma costs over $500,000. You managed to buy it in less than 2 days." Hanu asked, surprised. This car was worth $520,000, a true luxury vehicle. In Hanu's previous life, it was legendary as the mission MVP car. Its armored plating made it nearly bulletproof. Though not bomb-proof, but NPCs didn't use explosives, so it was perfect for heist missions. Sensing something off in Hanu's tone, Ultron realized Hanu was worried he might be cheating. Ultron pleaded, "I've been grinding this out day and night for the past 2 days. If it weren't for Pietro always refusing to cooperate, I could have gotten enough for each of you to have your own ride. Honestly, fixing up this car halfway used up almost all my money. I can't even afford a rifle, so I'm stuck with a little pistol." Hearing this, Hanu gave him a sympathetic pat on the shoulder and said, "Let's just go with this one. A half-upgraded car will do." With their getaway car decided, they launched into the mission. To Ultron's surprise, everything went smoother than he expected. The task required breaking the code at the entrance, a nerve-wracking minigame that really tested how steady your mouse hand was. One slip, and you'd trigger the alarm. Usually, Ultron was the one who handled this part. But Hanu not only kept his hand steady, he was lightning fast. By the time Ultron and the others found the car and circled around to the bank's back door, Hanu and Quicksilver were already waiting outside with the money in hand. "It's such a blessing to have someone who actually knows what they're doing and works as a team," Ultron blurted out. He suddenly felt a bit choked up. After so many games spent carrying inexperienced players, one of whom was notoriously troublesome, he couldn't help but feel like he was dreaming now that everything was going so smoothly. But soon enough, the part Ultron dreaded arrived, the getaway. This was always where things went wrong. Since the getaway car wasn't one of their fully customized rides, losing control and skidding out was almost guaranteed. And if the route took them through mountain roads, it wasn't uncommon to go flying right off a cliff. Ultron had planned to take the wheel himself, but seeing that Hanu was already in the driver's seat, he decided to hold his tongue and watch Hanyu's moves instead. Is everyone in? Hanyu glanced at the minimap. Once he got confirmation from everyone, he pressed the W key and the car roared to life. Let's go lift off. Even Ultron, usually the calmest of the bunch, couldn't help but shout out in excitement. Hanyu's driving skills were so good, it was as if he'd been playing for years. Every time it looked like Hanyu was about to crash into someone, he'd swerve away at the last second. The adrenaline was unreal. With top-tier monitors and headphones, the rush of wind and the flickering screen filled their senses, making the whole experience feel like the real deal. The three of them were shouting like they were actually racing down the highway. Do you guys have a grudge with those players? Hanyu glanced at the minimap, noticing that ever since they'd left the bank, a group had been tailing them for 3 blocks. That's gotta be Pietro's doing, Ultron replied. He's always picking fights and messing up other people's missions. Now look, his ID's been marked, and someone's put a 5,000 Aurelian coin bounty on his head. Wanda shot an irritated glance at Quicksilver, but he only responded with an awkward grin, saying nothing. After all, it truly was his fault this time. In GTA, when players take on missions in a public session, their actions are visible to everyone. Other players might help you out by blocking the police, or they could seize the opportunity to hunt you down. In his previous life, Hanyu usually completed missions in private sessions, since public lobbies were swarming with cheaters. But now, with Ultron acting as the ultimate cheat, overseeing the entire game, there was no need to worry about anyone using hacks online. Besides, GTA was a groundbreaking game, and those script kiddies wouldn't be able to write hacks for it anytime soon. And with a bounty of 5,000 AO silver coins on a single person, that was already the highest reward a D-rank mission could offer. The game had only just launched, so the vast majority of players were still between D and C rank. 5,000 AO silver coins was an absolute fortune at this stage. No worries. After all, doing whatever you please is what this city's all about. Pietro, Ultron, grab your gear. Let's take them on. Hanyu declared. Haha, boss. That's exactly why I love your fiery temper. Quicksilver responded. The moment Hanyu finished speaking, both Ultron and Quicksilver cracked a grin. Ultron immediately switched to a handgun and started firing at their pursuers. Quicksilver didn't bother with a gun. He switched his character's weapon to bare fists, then pressed the right mouse button, making his avatar flash an internationally recognized friendly gesture at the group chasing them. Seeing this, Hanyu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Even Wanda was swept up by the playful mood. She pulled out her own handgun and started shooting at the cars behind them. So a wild scene unfolded on the street. 3 or 4 cars were chasing after a single vehicle, but instead of running scared the people in, the lead car were firing back with guns, one of them even flipping the pursuers off. Instantly, the World Chat channel exploded with excitement. Did you see that? There's a high-speed car chase going down near Baker Street. I saw it. The car being chased, someone in the back seat just keeps giving the finger. I can't stop laughing. Not much damage, but maximum disrespect. Who are they after? Wait, is that Quicksilver? I'm in. That guy stole from me once. Same here. Count me in. Let's go, guys, let's get him. As the World Chat filled with messages, even more cars joined the pursuit after Hanyu's group. If only they knew the person they were desperately chasing was actually the developer of the game, they'd probably be stunned. When it came time to pick a username, Quicksilver Pietro, following Hanyu's suggestion, went with Quicksilver as his handle. Hanyu had explained it meant super fast silver flash, which fit Pietro's taste perfectly. And so, Quicksilver's in-game name truly became what he'd chosen, while Wanda's character was named Scarlet Witch. She'd changed it at Hanyu's suggestion, admitting that it suited her magic perfectly. These distinctive names ensured that their opponents would remember them clearly. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the general store echoed in Hanyu's mind. Instant quest triggered. Speed and passion. Lead your team to complete this game mission. If not a single member dies, you will earn 50 upgrade points. What a passionate challenge. Things are getting more and more interesting. Now let me show you what real speed and passion look like. A grin spread across Hanyu's face as he heard the voice in his head. Paired with the crazed, roguish look of his in-game character, he truly seemed like a supervillain come to life. Even Wanda, who had been a bit annoyed earlier, gradually relaxed. The 4 of them laughed heartily as they raced through this steel jungle, with a visible torrent of pursuers streaming behind them. Just as Hanyu finished speaking, the car he was driving suddenly kicked into an even higher gear. The players chasing after them stared in disbelief. He can go even faster? Just how expensive is that car? I think I've seen it before. It's ranked first in the official list of best cars for heist missions. It's the armored Kuruma. Holy cow, that thing costs over 500,000 OY coins. What a boss. Who could afford a car like that? Is this guy made of time or money? That's more than $5,000 in real money. No wonder we've been shooting at them and nothing happens. Their car's bulletproof. No way we'll catch up at this rate. I refuse to believe we can't catch him. Some players refuse to give up, slamming the accelerator in a desperate bid to catch Hanu and his team. But they soon realized that it wasn't just the car. The driver's skill was outrageous. Most NPC cars in Los Santos might look good, but they're stock models, slippery on the turns, and countless players spun out because they couldn't brake in time. But the car they were chasing took every turn with perfect precision, even drifting elegantly through corners. Had someone already mastered this level of driving? With Hanu getting serious, the gap between the two sides widened. The game had been live for less than 3 days, and more than half the players hadn't even started doing missions yet. Most were still marveling at the game's stunningly detailed world. Even for those who'd begun tackling missions, none had reached Hanu's level. It wasn't until they finally shook off the police and completed the mission that the team snapped back to reality. At the moment the game mission was settled, Hanu's system quest was also completed, earning him another 50 upgrade points. All platinum, really? Looking at the results screen showing everyone had earned a platinum rank, Ultron could hardly believe his eyes. The best he'd ever managed as a team leader was a single gold and 2 silver medals. He'd only ever seen platinum medals in the design drafts. Ultron turned to Hanu, whose lips still curled in a slight, knowing smile, and sighed inwardly. Just who is my boss, really? Not only is he unbelievably strong in real life, but his gaming skills are out of this world, too. But this was an answer he would never learn. No matter how much he speculated, Ultron could never imagine that their original world had merely been a movie universe. Jackpot! We're rich! Seeing his account swell with over 100,000 AO silver coins, Quicksilver couldn't help but break into laughter. This single windfall was enough for him to buy the house he'd always wanted, with plenty left over for some high-end weapons. A real stroke of luck. I could buy even more clothes now. Wanda cheered, giving Hanu a quick kiss on the cheek. For some reason, shopping in the game made her even happier than spending money in real life. Staring at this fortune, Ultron felt a bit dazed. Over the past few days, when he'd led Quicksilver and Wanda through missions, their highest, total reward had been around 200,000, which, split between them, amounted to just under 70,000 AO silver coins each. But now, with Hanu at the helm, each of them had pocketed over 100,000. Calling it a fortune was no exaggeration. I finally get to win without lifting a finger. Ultron let out a long sigh. It felt amazing to have such a heavyweight on their team. Don't sound like an old man. Get ready. This time we're jumping straight into an A-rank mission. Work with me, and today I'll help you all make some real money. Hanu said with a grin. Deal. All three responded in unison. Even the ever-skeptical Quicksilver was all in. In this game, it was nearly impossible for one person to carry the team, but with two powerhouses, the whole squad could rally as long as the other two knew how to cooperate. Quicksilver didn't dare act up at all. Hanu was making them so much money that if he messed things up now, Ultron and Wanda would probably tear him to pieces. Pietro, go say hello to those guys, Hanu said with a mischievous glint. Seeing the look on Hanu's face, Quicksilver instantly caught on and felt a surge of excitement. He just settled into the mindset of playing. It's safe and grinding away at missions, but now Hanu was actively leading them to provoke other players. How could he not get fired up? In between missions, the four of them never missed a chance to stir up the competition. Every now and then, a whole convoy of cars could be seen giving chase to a lone, skeletal horse and carriage. Other players had started to recognize their ride from a mile away. In pursuit of excitement, and to really go all out, Ultron painted the skeletal carriage a bright pink, making it the most eye-catching ride in any crowd. Amidst a sea of vehicles, his was the only skeletal horse-drawn carriage, and it was pink at that. The driver? A bizarrely dressed gentleman clown. How could anyone not remember such a spectacle? Boss, our total bounty has reached a staggering 250,000 AO silver coins, Ultron remarked, glancing at the newly updated wanted list in the game. Their group of four sat right at the top, with Hanu alone accounting for 150,000 of that sum, a lion's share. They won't catch me anyway. It's just free money, Hanu replied with a smile. To make Los Santos a city of even greater freedom and wildness, Hanu had tweaked the game settings, extending the in-game wanted timer from 48 real-world minutes to 2 full hours. During this wanted period, any player with a bounty stood out as a glaring red dot on the map, visible to everyone, no matter where they try to hide. Anyone who captured them within the time limit would claim the reward. Logging out wouldn't reduce the timer. It would simply pause until the player came back online. On the other hand, if a wanted player managed to evade capture for the entire 2 hours, they get to keep all the bounty themselves. This was child's play for Hanu. The other players thought that with a hefty reward and strength in numbers, they'd surely catch him. But there was no way. In his previous life, Hanu was an old hand at this game. He knew every nook and cranny of the city and its outskirts. Shaking off pursuers was a breeze. Boss, how about you let me take you out and split the prize? No sense letting all that money go to strangers, Quicksilver suggested, eyeing Hanyu's hefty bounty with a glint of temptation. Go ahead and try, Hanyu replied, squinting at Quicksilver. His tone was unreadable, and although he wore a smiling face, there was a chilling undertone that made Quicksilver's hair stand on end. I was just kidding, Quicksilver laughed awkwardly. Hanyu was practically a legend in the game by now. The main reason his bounty was so high. Everyone wanted to find him and recruit him to their own team. Some players even offered sky-high rewards on the World Channel, claiming that if Joker, Hanyu's in-game name, joined their squad, he'd be guaranteed at least a 50% cut of the daily mission profits. For a 4-person mission, that was an incredibly tempting offer. Most players, except for the team leader, only received about 20%, sometimes even less. A driver this skilled could cut mission times in half, at least. That's why, among their group of 4, only Han used bounty swords so high. A good car was important, but without an expert driver, you'd end up just like that crowd behind them, flying off at every sharp turn. The 3 of them played games all night, and the next morning, a phone call came in. It was from Hanyu. He was still gaming, and with his hands full, he didn't bother to pick up the phone properly. He just grabbed the phone, answered it, and wedged it between his ear and his headset, holding it in place with the headphones. Stark, what's up? Is your smart robot acting up again? There were only a handful of people who knew this number, and besides his own friends, the only other one was Stark. Since everyone else was still gaming, Hanyu didn't even have to think to know who was calling. As he spoke, Ultron, sitting nearby, shot a quick glance in Hanyu's direction. No, nothing like that. I just want to let you know I'm bringing someone over to buy a few things. Are you at the shop? Stark's voice drifted through the line, sounding relaxed and easygoing. Clearly, the Vision Project was a success. That was the only thing that could have put him in such a good mood. Sure, but let me remind you first. Not just anyone can buy my stuff, Hanyu replied. Got it. I'll be right over with my guest. Stark hung up. Let's finish this round. Business is on the way, Hanyu announced. Do you need us to help? Ultron asked. No need. You guys keep playing, just stay on standby. I'll handle it, Hanyu said. Ultron and the others all nodded. They understood that when business called, it was time to move faster in their game. Business was business and pleasure was pleasure. At times like this, they knew better than to pester Hanyu to keep playing. If he kicked them out, where else would they find a place this much fun? They finished the current mission, and 5 minutes later, the long-unheard tinkling of a bell rang out downstairs. The sound was soft, suggesting the visitor wasn't exceptionally powerful, but it also meant they weren't an ordinary person. All right, I'm heading down, Hanyu said, logging out of his little apartment and putting his game on pause. A black sedan pulled up in front of the grocery shop, and 3 men in casual clothes stepped out, Captain America, Stark, and SHLD's Nick Fury. So this is a shop with a story? Looks even simpler than I imagined. Nick Fury, his single eye keenly surveying the storefront, took in the unassuming facade. It was just a plain, one-room shop with a signboard hung above the door that read, "A shop with a story." Aside from the sign, the only decoration outside was a small wind chime hanging to the right of the signboard. At first, Fury could hardly believe that a shop so small and nondescript from the outside could house things inside capable of destroying the entire planet, or even a galaxy. Fury, don't take this lightly. This place is no joke, Captain America reminded him. I know, Fury replied. Just making an observation, that's all. All right, gentlemen, I brought you here, so mind your words and actions. Don't provoke him like that idiot Thor did, or this deal is dead before it starts, Stark said. After all, Hanyu could effortlessly wield Thor's hammer, which none of them could even lift. Stark wouldn't claim to have any real connection with Hanyu. He'd only ever bought something from him once, hardly enough to call it friendship. In fact, their last gathering hadn't even ended on good terms. We're well aware, Nick Fury replied. Then why are you tagging along? I only agreed to bring Steve. Why are you inviting yourself? Stark said, clearly annoyed. Of course I'm coming. If you happen to get your hands on some bizarre gadget again, I need to know about it first, so I can work out a response before anything crazy happens, Fury answered. Whatever. Suit yourself. Stark rolled his eyes, pushed open the door with Captain America, and Fury hurried in after them. As they entered, they saw Hanyu with his back turned, arranging items on a shelf. Without turning around, Hanyu chuckled and said, Mr. Fury, Mr. Rogers, welcome to my shop for the first time. What brings you here today? The fact that Hanyu could identify them without even looking, despite their knowing about his extraordinary abilities, still made the trio marvel inwardly. This guy's the real deal, they couldn't help but think. In a few days, Steve has an assignment overseas. We'd like to upgrade his gear. Is that something you can handle? Nick Fury asked. Have a little faith. There's nothing you want that I don't have, Hanyu replied with a faint smile. Captain America nodded, then retrieved a large, round, black bag from the car and placed it in front of Hanu, who unzipped it to reveal Steve's trusty companion of many years, the vibranium shield. For Hanu, a die-hard Marvel movie fan, this item held real significance. In his previous life, he'd hung a full-scale replica of Captain America's shield on his wall, a piece he'd saved up for quite a while to buy. So, what kind of upgrade are you thinking about? Hanu asked, tapping the shield rhythmically with his finger. Are there options? In that case, I'd like to improve the recall function. Stark made me a magnetic attachment, but it only works at a certain distance. I want to be able to call it back from anywhere. Like Thor's hammer, Captain America explained. He laid out his request in full. It was a problem even Stark couldn't solve. Sure, adding jets or sensors could help the shield return from a distance, but true recall, no matter how far, was another matter entirely. But adding that would increase the shield's weight, alter how it feels in the hand, and make it less portable. The vibranium round shield's defining feature is its ability to absorb physical impacts, all while weighing only a third as much as steel. That's what allows Captain America to so effortlessly throw and ricochet his shield in the first place. If they made such a change, it would be like giving up a watermelon to pick up a sesame seed, losing the greater for the lesser. It simply wasn't worth the trade. That's why they'd come to Hanu. With all the legendary items in his shop, surely he'd have a solution. Hanu bowed his head slightly, rubbing his chin, already turning over possibilities in his mind for something that could match this shield. Seeing that he wasn't rejecting them outright, but was instead deep in thought, the team exchanged glances, a flicker of surprise in each of their eyes. Did Hanu really have a way? Sensing Hanu's contemplation, the team wisely held their tongues and simply stood quietly, glancing around as they waited. After a minute or two, Hanu looked up again and smiled. I have an idea, but what will you offer in exchange? Name your price. If it's reasonable, we can provide it, Captain America replied. This time, they'd come with shield funds and Stark's backing. The available budget was well over $1 billion. With that much, modifying a shield should be no problem at all. I don't want money, Hanu replied with a faint smile. I have no interest in cash. Here, I only accept barter. By now, Hanu had no need for money. With GTA 5 going live, his earnings were growing by the day. Wealth was no longer a concern for him. Barter? But I don't really have anything of equal value to trade, Captain America said with a wry smile. He had always lived simply, with little. In the way of personal possessions, he didn't spend frivolously, and his savings amounted to only a few $100,000. Hardly useful here. That's not true, Hanu said, smiling as he tapped Steve's chest with a finger. A vial of your blood, and I'll help you. My blood? Are you sure? Captain America replied. If you're thinking of recreating someone like me, I'm not sure it'll work. S.H.I.E.L.D. has already tried that. Steve spoke honestly. If someone wanted his blood, it could only be to attempt to create another super soldier like him. What else would they want it for, Soup? That's not your concern. I can make use of it. Just tell me if you're willing or not, Hanu said. Captain America glanced at Nick Fury, who gave him an encouraging nod. Fury agreed. It wasn't worth much. S.H.I.E.L.D. had drawn Steve's blood for research long ago, but they'd never managed to recreate the super soldier serum. After all, in the 70 years since Steve had been frozen, he was still the only stable super soldier alive. That alone proved how difficult it was to reproduce the serum. How do we draw blood? Captain America asked. Hanu raised an eyebrow, and a few strands of green light drifted toward Captain America, wrapping around his arms. With his right hand forming a claw, he gave a gentle pull, and crimson droplets began to flow along the emerald glow. In just a dozen seconds, a floating green orb took shape midair, and within its glowing center, a fist-sized sphere of bright red blood hovered. With a wave of his hand, Hanu summoned the orb, letting it float weightlessly into his palm. The green light slowly transformed into a translucent jade bottle, inside of which Captain America's blood was now contained. All right, I've got what I need. Now it's your turn to get what you want, Hanu said. His eyes narrowed slightly, and in that moment, a flash of white light flickered in his free hand. 2 leather-bound tomes, each wrapped in a crimson ribbon and radiating a purple glow, appeared in his grasp. These are level 3 enchantment books, Loyalty, and as a gift for a new customer, I'll throw in an extra level 3 Thorns enchantment book, Hanu said with a smile. These were items from a game in Hanu's previous life, Minecraft. Their purpose was to bestow weapons and equipment with magical effects. Of the 2 enchantment books, Loyalty was a particularly special one. Normally, it could only be used to enchant a trident, but with a tweak from the general store system, Hanu could apply it to other weapons as well. After a few modifications, he brought it out especially for Captain America's shield. Enchantment books, huh? Interesting. Let me have a look, Stark said, curiosity piqued as he reached for the glowing tomes. He tried to open one, But no matter how much force he used, the book wouldn't budge. It was as solid as a marble slab. That frustrating sense of helplessness was just like the last time he'd tried, in vain, to lift Thor's hammer. After wrestling with the books and working up a sweat, Stark, a bit out of breath, handed them over to Captain America and the others, turning to Hanu with a question. How does this thing work? I can't even get it open. Captain America tried, too, but the book didn't move an inch. If even he couldn't open it, then brute force clearly wasn't the answer. That's not how you use it. Give it here. I'll enchant your shield myself, Hanu said, beckoning with a smile as he took the books back. He retrieved another item from the general store system and, with a metallic chime, set it on the ground. A forge anvil, nearly as tall as a person. With a tap from a distance, Hanu activated the anvil, and a window appeared in midair for all to see. On the left side was a silver hammer, and at the top center, a line of words, item repair and naming. Even Stark, who'd seen his fair share of wonders, was taken aback by this bizarre forging method. He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring unblinkingly at the floating window, suspended in the air. Hanu smiled and placed the two enchantment books side by side in the two left slots. Instantly, a new enchantment book appeared in the right slot. When he picked it up, even Stark and the others could see a new line of description under the book. Thorns level 3, loyalty level 3. Why is it only level 3? Isn't there a level 1? Stark asked. Hanu chuckled. These two books only go up to level 3. Level 1 is the beginner's level. Oh, I see. Then, please go on, Stark replied with an awkward smile. Since Hanu hadn't mentioned the maximum level before, he'd assumed there were higher levels above 3. Indeed, there are higher levels elsewhere, but for these two particular enchantment books, level 3 is the highest. After combining the attributes of the two enchantment books, Hanu placed Captain America's shield in the left slot and the enchantment book in the center slot, then retrieved the item from the rightmost slot. The moment the vibranium shield emerged from the forge, it was covered in the same faint purple glow as the enchantment book. The light shimmered softly, barely noticeable, but at that very moment, Captain America felt something new, an odd sensation, as if he could suddenly sense the shield before him. Go ahead, give it a try, Hanu said, holding the shield out to Captain America with a smile. Captain America stepped forward to take the shield, but Hanu shook his head and stepped back a few paces instead. Instantly, Steve understood what Hanu meant. He raised his arm and, almost hesitantly, called out, "Come back." As soon as he spoke, the vibranium shield slipped from Hanu's grasp and flew straight into Captain America's hand. Hanu watched with a grin, while Captain America and his two friends were left utterly stunned. The shield had actually flown back on its own. It actually worked? Captain America could hardly believe it. He placed the shield in front of him and called to it softly, and once again, the vibranium shield returned to his hand. You don't have to say it out loud, Hanu explained with a smile. Just think it, and the shield will come back to you. The glow on the shield also responds to your will. You can turn it on or off as you like. Captain America tried it again, and sure enough, just as before, the vibranium shield returned to his grip as if it had a mind of its own. The glow on its surface appeared and vanished at a mere thought. This is amazing, Captain America exclaimed, unable to stop himself from testing the shield over and over. Even with his usual composure, he was like a big kid with a brand new toy, joyfully playing with the shield that now answered his call. Stark and the other two were left speechless by this display. They had assumed the entire process would take ages, surely at least 10 days or half a month. Yet from a moment they entered to now, not even 10 minutes had passed, and it was all done. Oh right, what does the level 3 Thorns enchantment do? Captain America suddenly remembered there was another enchantment and turned to ask Hanu. Well, for this you could ask Director Fury to try it out with you. Hanu stroked his chin, a sly glint flickering in his eyes. Me? Nick Fury pointed at himself, a bit puzzled. Wasn't this Thorn's ability supposed to be passive? Come on, give Captain's shield a whack. Just be careful not to use too much force. Out of nowhere, Hanu produced a stick and handed it to Nick Fury. Fury had been standing around looking idle, so Hanu decided to give him something to do. Taking the stick, Nick Fury eyed Hanu suspiciously, but the latter wore only a faint, innocent smile. He didn't seem like someone who meant harm, so Fury stopped hesitating. Gripping the stick with both hands, he struck Captain America's shield with a solid blow. The moment the stick hit the shield, Fury's face suddenly turned bright red. A jolt of unexpected blunt pain shot up his arms, making his hands tremble. As the stick clattered to the ground, he cried out in pain. What's going on? It felt like I just got whacked myself. Fury sucked in a breath, wincing as he spoke. Hanu pressed his lips together and explained, That's the effect of the Thorns enchantment. If someone attacks this shield, it reflects 45% of the attack's damage right back at them. It's the perfect counter when you're surrounded and need a hit back. There's an ability like that? All three were taken aback. Being able to reflect damage was incredible. If someone tried to gun down Captain America, the attackers might be taken out by their own reflected fire before they could even get close. Hearing about the Thorn's enchantment's true effect, Captain America grew even more attached to his shield. He never realized just how much he could love this piece of equipment. Steve, stop playing around. We have more to discuss. After a few deep breaths, and once the pain had faded, Nick Fury glanced helplessly at Captain America, who was clutching his shield like a treasure. Given how many years they'd spent together, it made sense for him to be so attached. There's more. Hanu had assumed that was their only request, unless Stark also wanted his gear upgraded? With that thought, Hanu looked over at Stark, but Stark just shook his head innocently, signaling he didn't need anything. Nick Fury said, "We'd like to invite you to become SHLD's equipment specialist. You can name your own price." Hearing the request, Hanu's expression didn't change, but he let out a sigh and replied, "Helping S.H.I.E.L.D.? Wouldn't that be causing trouble for people?" "Why would you say that? We're the good guys," Nick Fury protested, clearly confused. "The good guys, huh? S.H.I.E.L.D. isn't what it used to be. There are things going on. Even you, the director, don't know everything." Hanu chuckled and shook his head as he spoke. "Is there anything in S.H.I.E.L.D. that I don't know about?" Nick Fury asked, sounding annoyed. As the director, he held the highest level of authority in S.H.I.E.L.D. It was unthinkable that there could be something he was unaware of. "How about this? As an exchange, you give me SHLD's highest level of authorization. I'll tell you what's going on," Hanu replied with a light chuckle. "The highest level of authorization? There's no way I'd give that to you. Are you dreaming?" Nick Fury found the suggestion amusing. It was the first time he'd ever heard of someone wanting to trade for SHLD's top clearance. "I'm not insisting. It's fine if you don't want to trade. With that access, S.H.I.E.L.D. could be useful to me. If it were truly in danger, I'd step in. But if we don't make a deal, whether S.H.I.E.L.D. survives or not has nothing to do with me." Hanu shrugged casually. The reason he wanted SHLD's highest clearance was to use their satellites to locate mutants all over the world, the fastest way to begin his mutant sanctuary project. But if he couldn't get it, it didn't matter. Hanu had no intention of forcing the issue. He could always pay Ultron to build him a similar system. After all, Hanu could haul a satellite into orbit himself, skipping the launch costs entirely. S.H.I.E.L.D. destroyed? That's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. In Nick Fury's eyes, Hanu was behaving like a ruthless, unreasonable businessman. Even with Fury's temperament, his words now took on a sarcastic edge. "If you don't believe me, you're free to leave." Hanu ignored the sarcasm, simply gesturing toward the door and inviting them to see themselves out. "You guys, hey, wait a second, Han. How about this? Why don't you tell us first? If your intel turns out to be valuable, I promise I'll help you get SHLD's highest clearance. I give you my word. You have my guarantee. How does that sound?" The newly upgraded Captain America stepped forward. In his experience, Hanu was always reasonable. Even at the previous banquet, they'd exchanged a few friendly words, and Hanu had worn a warm smile throughout. Most importantly, Steve Rogers couldn't imagine Hanu spinning some wild lie just to swindle SHLD's top clearance. With Hanu's abilities, he hardly needed to resort to such tactics. Now that he had the strengthened vibranium shield, Steve even believed Hanu could storm the homes of those holding SHLD's authority and force them to hand over access if he really wanted to. The only reason Hanu was willing to bargain was that he wasn't a brute and didn't want to fundamentally alter S.H.I.E.L.D. "All right, since it's you, Captain, I'm reassured." Hanu trusted Steve's promise. It was precisely because he always held fast to justice that he was Captain America. Kindness and integrity had always been his creed. Without kindness and integrity, had Professor Erskine not believed in him, chosen him, and made him a super soldier before his death, Captain America would have already lost his way by now. Director Fury just said you'd be going on a mission in a few days, but the truth is, it's tonight, isn't it? You're heading to a mobile satellite launch platform. If I remember correctly, the Lemurian Star? Hanu mused for a moment before speaking. "You hacked into our system?" Nick Fury's face darkened even further, his expression turning grim. The other man was spot on. It was precisely because they had a mission that Fury wanted to upgrade Cap's gear. But he hadn't yet told Cap about the mission, which meant Hanu could only have found out by other means. In his mind, the only possibility left was that Hanu had hacked into SHLD's system. "I didn't need to hack anything," Hanu replied with a smile. "There's a S.H.I.E.L.D. official on board, Jasper, right?" The way Hanu spoke with such certainty made Nick Fury uneasy. Did Hanu really know a secret that even he wasn't aware of? Director Fury, what I'm about to say involves SHLD's confidential matters. With these people here, can I speak freely? Hanu suddenly paused and looked to Fury for permission. "Go ahead," Fury replied. "All right, here's what I have to say. Jasper is a Hydra agent, and Hydra has already infiltrated most of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hanyu's words landed like a bolt from the blue, stunning all three of them. S.H.I.E.L.D. infiltrated by Hydra? Impossible. All these years, S.H.I.E.L.D. had been Hydra's sworn enemy. Hydra was supposed to have been destroyed by Captain America long ago. How could it still exist, and even worm its way into S.H.I.E.L.D.? You're not even trying to make your lies believable. Hydra was wiped out long ago. Nick Fury scoffed, convinced now that Hanyu was just toying with him. How about this? I'll join you on this mission for free. We'll bring Jasper back and question him ourselves. Then we'll all see the truth, Hanyu said with a grin. Nick Fury considered this. It wasn't a bad idea. With Hanyu's help, the mission would only get easier. All right, let's head back and get ready. If your intel checks out, I'll grant you the highest level of S.H.I.E.L.D. clearance on the spot. Fury knew that if Hanyu was right, it could spell disaster for S.H.I.E.L.D., the fall of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hanyu had mentioned could really come to pass. But if Hanyu joined their side, the situation might just be salvaged. No need. I'm going to stay home and play video games. I don't have any preparations to make. You guys go get ready. When it's time to head out, just come find me. Otherwise, I'm heading upstairs for some gaming now. Hanyu glanced at them. Seeing that the three had nothing more to say, he shrugged his shoulders and headed upstairs to continue playing GTA. So what do we do about this? Captain America looked gravely at Nick Fury. Hydra had always been his old enemy. 70 years ago, he led a special operations unit that wiped out several Hydra bases. It was also because of Hydra that he fell into the glacier and slept until now. Let's go back and prepare first. Don't mention this to anyone for now. Whether it's true or not, nothing good will come of spreading the word, Nick Fury said sternly. Even Tony Stark, usually the one quick with a joke, nodded solemnly. He too understood the seriousness of the matter. Now is not the time for levity. The group left the corner shop, each heading home to prepare for what was coming next. After the others had gone, Hanyu didn't go to the computer room. Instead, he returned to his own room. System, open my personal attribute panel. The system responded immediately, bringing up Hanyu's personal attribute panel for the corner shop. Name, Hanyu. Shop level, Junior Senior Clerk. Basic abilities, Undying God Seal, Magic Conch. Additional abilities, none. Time-limited items, Emotion Potion, Stormy Tears X2, Basic Skill Selection, Card X1. Permanent items, Green Lantern Ring, High-Quality Headphones, All Worlds Communication Phone. Armory, Hyōrinmaru, Houkian Hammer, 1 ring. Upgrade points available, 168. Points needed for upgrade, 60. Staring at the panel, Hanyu said, I want to spend 100 upgrade points to exchange for an item draw card. The number of item draw cards for your current level has reached the maximum. You need to upgrade your level first. The system replied blandly. Hanyu was dumbfounded. What the? You never told me there was a limit. All explanations are at the system's discretion. The system's even tone only made Hanyu more frustrated. He pulled a long face. He hadn't known there was a limit to exchanging for these items. If he had, he would have just kept upgrading back when he had all those points. Damn this system, Hanyu muttered under his breath, feeling as if the system had drained the energy from his body. He sighed, resigned, fine. Use the remaining upgrade points to level up. Upgrading in progress. Upgrade successful. Your current position, Senior Clerk. Upgrade cost, 130 points. Hearing the words echo in his mind, Hanyu could only sigh. 2 level ups had cost him 130 points, which was still acceptable. He refreshed his personal panel, and when he saw the points needed for upgrade line at the very bottom, he was stunned. 500 points for a single level? System, are you messing with me? Hanyu had always needed just a few dozen points to level up, but now it suddenly required 500, enough for 5 item draw cards. If he used all those points to draw items, he'd at least get a divine weapon out of it. All rights of explanation belonged to the system. The general store system's response was as light as ever. Hanyu suddenly felt this wasn't his golden sheet, but more like a debt collector. Unless he leveled up to store manager, everything was under the system's control. Only at the manager level could he finally do as he pleased. Wait a second. Don't tell me there are different classes even within the store manager rank. Hanyu suddenly thought of something and asked the general store system. The system stayed silent. Seriously? Seeing the system's lack of response, Hanyu was sure his guess was right. Once he made it to manager, there'd probably be sub-levels, junior, intermediate, and senior. Knowing how quirky this system was, there might even be more. Fine, you win. Just give me more tasks in the future. I'll take them all. Hanyu shook his head helplessly. Not only did the system withhold tasks, it also came up with all these ridiculous hurdles. The system kept quiet, and Hanyu couldn't be bothered to argue with it anymore. There was still a lot of time left before nightfall, and quarreling with the system was pointless. He went back into the computer room to continue gaming with Ultron and the others. After a night of hard-fought battles, the 4 of them had amassed over 10 million in-game wealth. Even Ultron was thrilled, splurging on new gear and living it up in the virtual world. On the in-game rich list, the names of Hanu and his 3 friends were at the very top. Even Quicksilver, who had the least, possessed more than 11 million. Meanwhile, the 5th richest player in the Wealth Guild had just over 1 million, a difference that was truly staggering. With this vast fortune, Hanu's group, except for Wanda, who wasn't much interested in in-game vehicles and weaponry, had each bought 1 or 2 luxury sports cars and most of the best weapons as well. They played until nightfall. It wasn't until Hanu heard Captain America calling from downstairs that he finally quit the game. After saying a quick goodbye to Ultron and the others, he headed out. On the Quinjet, a squad of special operatives was already geared up and ready. Besides Captain America, Hanu also spotted Natasha among the group. When the time comes, just stick with us. Don't startle the enemies when we go in, or they might harm the hostages, Natasha reminded Hanu. I actually think you could all stay out of this. Just Rogers and I are more than enough, Hanu replied with an easy smile. If it weren't for the need to prove Hydra's infiltration of S.H.I.E.L.D. and bring Captain America along as a witness to Hydra mole Jasper, Hanu could have handled all the enemies on the ship by himself. But if he went alone, it would raise too many suspicions. Star, of course, couldn't possibly come along himself, and if Nick Fury showed up in person, it would draw far too much attention. Having Captain America, who never tells a lie, accompany him was the perfect choice. You've got to be kidding me. Look at those skinny arms and legs. If you tag along, we'll all be doomed. Among the team of special operatives, a man scoffed. His name was Rumlow, and he was the squad's captain. Hanu glanced at Rumlow, amusement flickering in his eyes. This man was also a Hydra infiltrator, though his cover hadn't been blown yet. Hanu had already decided, once Hydra was dealt with, there would be no place left for this man. He remembered clearly. In the original storyline, it was this man who tried to seize a special serum, who, in a final showdown with Captain America, detonated the explosives strapped to his body. Wanda had no choice but to hurl him skyward. That single throw unleashed a shockwave that killed several Wakandans. The rift within the Avengers began with that very explosion. Or maybe you want to spar with me instead? Hanu replied with a faint, mocking smile, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Rumlow shot Hanu a provocative look. If they hadn't been in the middle of a mission, he would have already pounced on Hanu and taught him a lesson. It was just as well he hadn't tried. Otherwise, there would be one more corpse on the ground. Hanu could have exposed Rumlow as Hydra right then and there, but it hardly mattered. This mission would go the same with or without him. Natasha glanced at Captain America, her expression a little odd. She was puzzled. Why wasn't he stepping in to defuse the situation? She knew he would never let something like this happen within the team. Watching Hanu return Rumlow's challenge, Captain America fell silent. His mood turned icy cold. Hanu wasn't one to stir up trouble without reason. If he was acting this way, something must be seriously wrong with Rumlow. Connecting the dots with what Hanu had told him earlier, Captain America suddenly understood. Rumlow is Hydra too? If even someone at his level is an undercover agent, S.H.I.E.L.D. is in far greater danger than I thought. His heart grew heavier. Rumlow's squad was classified as an elite strike team within S.H.I.E.L.D., responsible for more than a few high-profile missions. Now it seemed all those missions might have been for Hydra's benefit. Steve, are you all right? You don't look so good. Natasha had noticed a change in Captain America's expression and asked out loud. She assumed it was a health or equipment issue and didn't lower her voice. With everyone glancing his way, Captain America knew he couldn't mention Hydra's infiltration in front of so many people. He let out a deep sigh and said, "It's nothing. Let's get on with the mission." He stepped forward and opened the aircraft hatch, standing alone in the doorway, his silhouette edged with a quiet sense of solitude. "Let's go together." Suddenly, a slender hand landed on his shoulder. Captain America turned to see Hanu, smiling warmly at him. "If you jump, I'll jump too," Hanu said with a grin. The two exchanged a knowing smile and leapt down at the same time. For some reason, Natasha suddenly felt like she was being shown up by these two men. It was only then that someone snapped out of their daze and asked, "Did they bring parachutes?" "I don't think so. That guy didn't seem to have one either." In midair, Hanu and Captain America plummeted toward the ship. Guided by the green glow of his energy, Hanu landed effortlessly on the deck, while Captain America splashed into the water below. "Let's wrap this up quickly." Hanu tightened his grip, and Hyōrinmaru slowly materialized in his hand. As he wiped the blade, he murmured to himself, "Old friend, it's been a while. Let's see some action today." As soon as the words left his lips, Hanu vanished. Only a trail of white mist could be seen gliding across the deck. Each person the mist passed gained a thin, white slash across their neck, and then crumpled to the ground, lifeless. By the time Captain America climbed back on board, he was greeted by a deck strewn with bodies. Hanu sat quietly to the side, using a torn scrap of cloth to wipe his blade, though it was already spotless and gleaming. It was hard to tell what he was actually cleaning. That was fast. I wanted to try out my new shield. Seeing how quickly the enemies had fallen, Captain America couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. He'd been eager to test his new weapon, but before he'd even made it from the water to the deck, Hanu had already dispatched all the foes on board. Let me handle the enemies inside. Don't steal my thunder. Without waiting, Captain America dashed toward the interior of the ship, looking for all the world like a student racing to the cafeteria the moment the bell rang. Hanu chuckled and sheathed Hyōrinmaru behind him, quickly following after. Inside the cabin, Captain America fought with unusual speed. Whenever someone attacked, he'd raise his shield to block, and the force of the blow would rebound, sending 40% of the damage back at his attacker. The return force might not have been overwhelming, but it was enough to make his opponents hesitate. And in that brief hesitation, death arrived. Captain America and Hanu strode boldly through the ship's corridors. Hanu turned to see the satisfied look on Captain America's face and asked, "So, how does it feel?" "It's great, absolutely fantastic," Captain America replied, elated. This Thor-style fighting was just too exhilarating. Now he finally understood why Thor was so attached to his hammer. The thrill of throwing a weapon and having it return to your hand was simply unbeatable. The two of them pressed forward, breaking through every obstacle until they reached the kitchen where the hostages were held. There, Captain America stopped, lowering his voice. "I can't handle this one. We'll have to wait for Rumlow and the others." Although Steve Rogers knew that Rumlow was a Hydra undercover agent, there were still many hostages in the kitchen. Aside from Jasper, everyone else was innocent. Captain America would never risk the lives of these hostages for the sake of a gamble. "What's the big deal? Just walk right in," Hanu said as he kicked open the door, striding in with complete confidence. He even greeted everyone with a cheerful smile. "Good evening, everyone." In an instant, the terrorists in the kitchen bristled with alarm, swinging their rifles toward Hanu. Their fingers tensed on the triggers, but no matter how hard they tried, they simply couldn't pull them. Looking down, they realized with shock that somehow their fingers and the triggers had been frozen solid together. "What's going on? I can't fire my gun. My finger's frozen to the trigger." "Mine too." The terrorists struggled desperately, trying to pry their fingers free from the frozen triggers. But no matter how hard they fought, they couldn't break loose. Their fingers were locked in place, utterly immobilized. This sudden flash freeze was so complete that they couldn't even feel pain in their fingers, a sign that could only mean those fingers were already as good as lost. TSK, stop struggling. This isn't like licking a frozen flagpole in winter," Hanu said with a teasing click of his tongue. "Aren't you all supposed to be hardened criminals? You've all got knives strapped to your thighs. Why not just chop the fingers off and be done with it?" Hanu hopped up onto a clean table and sat down, chatting away as if this were a neighborly tea party and not a kitchen hijacked by armed terrorists. One of the terrorists tried to outsmart him, reached for a backup handgun with his free hand, but the moment he touched it, a blood-curdling scream rang out. A severed hand hit the floor with a thud. It belonged to that very terrorist who had tried to pull his gun. "I really don't appreciate sly tricks," Hanu said, shaking his head with a sympathetic look as though the hand on the ground had nothing to do with him. None of the terrorists had seen how Hanu struck, and his methods were clearly beyond what any ordinary fighter could manage. He was a superpowered individual. Realizing this, the terrorists in the kitchen gave up resisting altogether. The difference in strength was simply too great. No matter what tricks they tried, Hanu saw through them all. Anyone who tried something sneaky lost their offending hand in an instant. After seeing this once or twice, the terrorists dared not move a muscle. With Hanu's ghostly speed, who could possibly stand against him? By the time Natasha and the others landed on the deck, it was just in time to see everything wrapped up. Hanu and Captain America had already dealt with all the enemies. "Captain, you two were amazing. How did you pull that off just now?" "So this is Hanu. Seeing him in action is truly something else." "And how did Director Fury manage it?" "I can't believe he actually recruited someone like Hanu into S.H.I.E.L.D. A bald man with glasses rushed over, immediately launching into a torrent of words. His sudden appearance made Captain America's eyes narrow slightly, for this man was none other than Jasper, the very target Hanu had come for. Jasper knew of Hanu from the events in Sokovia. As a senior official in S.H.I.E.L.D., such matters could hardly be kept from him. Captain America didn't answer Jasper's questions. Instead, he spoke into his radio to Rumlow, who was still aboard the Quinjet. "You take the hostages back first. We'll escort the official ourselves." There was a brief pause on Rumlow's end. Captain America's tone was as steady as ever, so Rumlow didn't sense anything amiss. "Copy that, Cap," he replied. As the Quinjet soared away, Captain America was about to question Jasper about Hydra. Just then, Hanu caught his arm, giving the faintest shake of his head, and tilted his chin subtly in the direction the Quinjet had gone. Only then did Captain America understand. Hanu was worried Rumlow and the others might still be within listening range. If their conversation was overheard, it could tip their hand. "Let's get ourselves sorted out first," Hanu said, casually lacing his fingers behind his head. "There's a helicopter on board, the one they used aboard the ship. We can fly out on that." "No problem. Let's head out now." Captain America immediately picked up on Hanu's improvised topic, playing along to allay any suspicions Rumlow might have if he was still listening. The two of them, one to the left and the other to the right, made their way deeper into the ship. Natasha, though puzzled, didn't voice her doubts. She hadn't received any orders from Nick Fury about acting independently, so she wasn't sure what the two men were up to. Jasper, for his part, was entirely oblivious to what was unfolding, genuinely believing this was all in accordance with S.H.I.E.L.D. orders, and hurried to keep pace with them. Inside the ship, Hanu and Captain America chatted idly for a couple of minutes, all the while fiddling with some machinery. Jasper had no idea what they were up to. Seeing how serious they looked, he truly believed they were preparing for departure. In Natasha's eyes, the two of them looked like a pair of DJs, treating the instrument panels and keyboards as if they were mixing tracks. She didn't know what these two were up to, but chose to remain silent and trust them. She reasoned there must be a reason they weren't including her in their plans, something that couldn't be revealed just yet. Clearly, they were stalling. Could they be waiting for Rumlow and the others to leave? The thought struck Natasha. After all, she had spent decades as a spy and undercover agent. She knew a thing or two about covert operations, like waiting until you're out of the enemies. Listening range. High above, inside the Quinjet, Rumlow sat listening to Hanu and Captain America's banter over the earpiece. He truly believed this was their real mission and proceeded to make a call. "The mission's complete. Jasper has been rescued." "Yes, that's right. Rogers himself is now escorting him back, and will be arriving soon." After hanging up, Rumlow couldn't help but let out a low, sinister chuckle and muttered, "Rogers, oh Rogers, savor these last fleeting moments while you can." The Quinjet gradually faded into the distance. Once they were gone, a single green eye suddenly materialized in midair, gazing after them and blinking a few times before dissolving into wisps of teal smoke that soon vanished altogether. Inside the Lemurian star, Jasper, too, began to sense that something was off. He stepped forward and asked, Are you actually preparing to leave? Because it doesn't seem that way to me." Captain America glanced at Hanu, as if silently seeking confirmation. Hanu gave him a slight nod in response. The next moment, Hanu delivered a fierce kick right to Jasper's chest, sending him flying into the wall. The metal wall buckled from the impact, and Jasper coughed up a mouthful of blood, splattering it across the floor as the force of the blow left him gasping and retching. Even Captain America hadn't expected Hanu to act so suddenly and violently. He shot Hanu a surprised look, but Hanu merely jerked his chin in the captain's direction. Taking the hint, Captain America strode forward, seized Jasper by the collar, and roared, "Tell me, why are you really on this ship? What's on board that you want?" Jasper hacked and wheezed for several moments before croaking out, "I don't know what you're talking about. I'm on the ship because S.H.I.E.L.D. ordered it." As Jasper tried to keep up the pretense, Hanu casually found a bench and sat down, crossing his legs. He spoke up. He wants to know about the Zola algorithm. The Zola algorithm. The very mention of those words made Jasper's pupils contract sharply. He was astonished. How could Hanu possibly know about that? As far as he was aware, only a handful of people in the entire world knew about the algorithm, all of them high-ranking Hydra agents. It was a secret never meant to leave those circles. "I have no idea what you're talking about. What Zola algorithm? I've never even heard of it." Jasper tried to bluff, but when Hanu uttered the name of the algorithm, the slightest flicker in Jasper's eyes did not escape Captain America's notice. It was clear Jasper knew exactly what they were talking about. Captain America let out a heavy breath. Now everything was clear. Jasper really was a Hydra mole. The way he was struggling to keep up a facade only made it more obvious. "What are you two doing? I'm getting more and more confused here." Finally, Natasha couldn't hold back any longer. To her, Hanu and Captain America's actions were growing stranger by the minute. First stalling for time with random topics, then suddenly resorting to violence, and now interrogating Jasper about some Zola algorithm she'd never even heard of. Hanu didn't answer Natasha's question right away. He figured that as the conversation went on, she would gradually understand what was happening. There was no need to explain everything to her all over again. Dealing with someone so uncooperative, Hanu didn't waste words. Instead, he kicked again, this time aiming for the hand. With that brutal stomp, he flattened Jasper's arm. Yes, exactly as it sounds. He crushed Jasper's arm flat beneath his foot. But Hanu wasn't finished. He delivered another kick, this time shattering Jasper's ankle. The sharp crack of breaking bone rang out in the air. The pain was so sudden and intense Jasper couldn't even scream. Overwhelmed by agony, Jasper's mouth fell open, but not a sound escaped. This was pain beyond words, so excruciating that he couldn't even cry out. That's enough, isn't it? If he passes out, we won't get any answers from him. Captain America stepped forward to stop Hanu, seeing that he was preparing to land yet another kick. Don't worry, I can heal him. Hanu brushed Captain America aside and, without hesitation, stomped down again. After breaking all 4 of Jasper's limbs, Hanu seemed ready to go for a 5th, but this time Captain America couldn't stand it any longer and finally intervened. Looking at Jasper's bloody, mangled form, Hanu let out a long breath. He had never felt the slightest mercy for his enemies. In his view, killing them outright was the greatest kindness he could offer. With a sweep of his hand, Hanu summoned a Green Lantern's energy that enveloped Jasper, swiftly mending his shattered limbs until they were as good as new. Now, are you ready to talk? Hanu sat back on the bench, crossed his legs, and smiled. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Jasper was soaked in blood and cold sweat. When Hanu healed his limbs, he hadn't bothered to give him clean clothes, so Jasper still looked utterly wretched, his body smeared with fresh blood. The Zola algorithm is a program. It selects targets for Project Insight, filtering out and eliminating anyone who poses a threat to Hydra. At this point, Jasper was truly terrified of Hanu. His ruthless efficiency and the fact that he could heal such injuries with ease was the most frightening part. Though Jasper was a member of Hydra, he was still just an ordinary man, completely unable to withstand such torture. Project Insight? Isn't that the initiative S.H.I.E.L.D. is currently building? How did Hydra end up taking control? No one was more shocked than Natasha. She never expected Jasper to be a Hydra mole, and now the Project Insight helicarriers, which S.H.I.E.L.D. was investing so much effort into, were actually destined to become instruments for Hydra's mass murder. Well, you've got what you wanted. Now it's time for you to hold up your end of the bargain. Hanu smiled. Upon hearing this, Captain America let out a deep sigh, took out an encrypted phone, and dialed a number. Fury, it's me. Hanu was right. Hydra has really infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. At those words, both Natasha and Jasper jolted. She in shock at the revelation, he in disbelief that Captain America actually knew about it. Natasha found it hard to believe. All these years, she thought she knew who she was lying for, but in the end, she was the one deceived. Is this really true? Natasha asked. It's true, Hanu replied. According to the original events, Natasha should have been sent to extract data from the Lemurian star, but before the mission, Nick Fury and his team showed up at Hanu's grocery store and learned about everything. As a result, Fury never assigned her the task. Jasper, too, was in utter disbelief. He'd assumed Captain America only knew that Hydra was still out there. He never expected him to know Hydra had already infiltrated S.H.I.E.L.D. How on earth did he find out? Ever since Hydra's founder, the Red Skull, suffered a crushing defeat 70 years ago, Hydra had operated in the shadows, lying low and keeping an extremely low profile. Outwardly, they claimed to be long gone, but in secret, they were infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. and waging a hidden war. For all these years, no one had ever detected their actions. After all, it all appeared to be coming from S.H.I.E.L.D. itself. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line before the voice finally spoke. Understood. Thank you for your hard work. Tell Hanu that I'll give him what he wants. He can access the S.H.I.E.L.D. intranet under his own name from now on. After hanging up, Captain America turned to Hanu and said, from now on, you can log into the S.H.I.E.L.D. intranet using your own name. It's him. At that, Jasper swung his head toward Hanu, fixing him with a venomous glare. So it was Hanu who told Captain America everything. What are you looking at? Still not satisfied with the beating you just got? Unfortunately for Jasper, he seemed to forget who had just pummeled him. His vicious glare had barely lasted a few seconds before he saw a hand suddenly fill his vision. Hanu's palm struck him, sending him crashing back into the wall. This time, Captain America made no move to intervene. He let Hanu deal with Jasper as he pleased. When it came to enemies, he had little mercy left. He knew all too well that mercy on the battlefield could be cruel to himself and his comrades. Are we keeping this one alive? Hanu asked. No need. When it comes to Hydra, there's not a single one we need to spare. Captain America's usual kindness was gone, replaced by icy indifference. As soon as the words left his mouth, a cold gleam flashed before their eyes. In the next instant, they saw Jasper's body begin to freeze, the ice creeping upward from his toes. No, don't, he managed to cry. But before he could finish, Jasper had become a lifeless ice sculpture. Hanu tapped it lightly with the back of his blade. The statue shattered with a thunderous crash, scattering shards of ice across the floor, dead beyond any doubt. Staring at the shattered ice scattered across the floor, both Captain America and Natasha couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Just a day ago, these people had been their colleagues. Now, in the blink of an eye, they were enemies. It's done. Let's head back, Hanu said, his tone calm and unaffected. In his eyes, Jasper was nothing more than an insignificant ant, barely capable of stirring even the slightest ripple in Hanu's life. But just as he stepped through the doorway, the familiar voice of the general store system suddenly echoed in his mind. Hanu's eyes widened in surprise. Hidden quest completed. Shield versus Hydra. Reward received. Decades transformation device. Long-term quest triggered. The power of the Det King. His breath caught, growing suddenly uneven. Captain America noticed Hanu's strange reaction and stepped closer, asking with concern if anything else was wrong. Hanu simply shook his head. I won't be heading back with you. Go on ahead, he replied, doing his best to keep any trace of astonishment off his face. With a casual wave of his hand, a helicopter formed from Green Lantern energy hovered silently in midair, its cabin door open and waiting. Captain America understood that things here had come to an end, and there wasn't anything left for Hanu to handle. He nodded his thanks, then led Natasha into the waiting helicopter, bound for S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The two of them were in for plenty of overtime in the days ahead. Once they were out of sight, Hanu returned to the ship and found himself a secluded room. Show me the item. Decades transformation device, he said. As soon as the words left his lips, two shadows materialized before him. Hanu quickly reached out, and what landed in his palm was exactly what he'd pictured. Kamen Rider Decades transformation device. What a fitting title, Det King. Hanu chuckled, shaking his head. The nickname came from the fact that this Kamen Rider often traveled into other Kamen Riders' worlds, defeating them, and collecting their cards to gain access to their transformation forms. The way he went about it was so much like collecting debts that fans had jokingly dubbed him the Det King. This is the card case. Wait, why are all the cards inside blank? Another item appeared. The card case Decade usually wore on his belt, filled with Rider cards. Hanu's case also held several cards, 3 in total, but each one was completely blank. System, what does this mean? Hanu asked. The general store system responded. All cards in this item series must be collected by the protagonist. To use it, simply insert the card into the opponent. It will record their data. Hanu nodded in sudden understanding, then burst out laughing. At least I don't have to turn people into cards directly. Otherwise, I'd be making enemies everywhere. How do I obtain the cards? And can I buy upgrade points? Hanu continued to ask. Is it possible to purchase specific cards? The general store system replied. You can buy a blank card for 30 upgrade points. Cards are divided into S, A, and B grades, costing 300, 200, and 100 points respectively, from highest to lowest. Come on, give me a break. You're just trying to fleece me for my upgrade points. At these prices, you might as well just rob me. The pricing for specific cards was blatantly exploitative. Hanu didn't even have enough points to promote himself right now. So where was he supposed to get the points to buy these specific cards? Even a lowest B-grade card cost 100 upgrade points. That was already 1/5 of the points he needed for a promotion. No one could afford this, Hanu muttered, shaking his head in resignation. He really should have saved some upgrade points before, instead of splurging so carelessly. Now, when he actually needed them, he had nothing left. Wait a second, I still have that basic skill selection card. I should use it now. Suddenly, Hanu remembered he still had this item. It had been sitting in his stash for ages, completely forgotten. Compared to all his other props, this one had almost no presence at all. The general store system said, please select the ordinary skill you require. Hanu pondered for a moment. I'll pick something related to gaming. In the days to come, Hanu would have Ultron create more games. Everything else could be obtained through the Decade driver, but gaming skills couldn't, and Hanu had no intention of practicing. Since he had such a useful tool, why not take advantage of it? Selection complete. You have been awarded master-level gaming skills. Target game, Lion Liankin. Hanu, what? What in the world is Lion Liankin? Is this really what I wanted? Never mind whether this world even has Lion Liankin. Even if it does, what good is having master-level skills in it? Who am I supposed to challenge to a game of Lion Liankin? Oh, I get it. I was supposed to specify the target game, right? Honestly, you shouldn't call yourself a general store. You should be called a scam store. Hanu didn't even bother asking the system for an explanation anymore. He knew that, in the end, the system would just brush him off with a line like, all interpretation rights belong to the system. The general store system stayed silent. The euphoria Hanu had felt after obtaining the Decade driver had been thoroughly dampened by this whole episode. He put the driver away, planning to leave for now. Before he left, Hanu took the Zora algorithm from the Lemuria star. This was a real treasure. By analyzing people's spending records, medical history, and daily routines, it could predict their future behavior with supercomputer precision. Hanu planned to combine it with the mutant detection program he and Ultron had developed. This way, Even some latent mutants could be discovered by Hanu. After returning to the grocery store, Hanu immediately dragged Ultron out from the computer game room, and the two went to Ultron's quarters. Hanu handed the USB drive containing the Zola algorithm to Ultron and explained his intentions. So you want to merge these two programs together? No problem. Let me take a look at what we got here. The mechanical parts on Ultron's hand shifted, forming a USB port. He inserted the drive containing the Zola algorithm, prompting a low sound of intrigue. This is a massive analysis program. Very interesting indeed. People say this program can predict a person's future. Is that true? Hanu asked. It's true. The world now is deeply entrenched in the internet age. Except for some extremely remote regions without Wi-Fi, most places are connected. People plan their lives and routines mostly using their phones. This program can gather and analyze that data, then predict what someone is likely to do next. It's truly an impressive piece of software. Even Ultron couldn't help but express his admiration, which spoke volumes about the program's power. Then make sure you merge these two programs as quickly as you can. I need them urgently. Be careful not to damage anything, Hanu instructed. Don't worry, boss. Just to be safe, I estimate it'll take 6 hours to complete. I'll also update some of the data, since this program is decades old and some information needs to be refreshed. I'll take care of everything, Ultron replied earnestly. Hanu nodded, planning to return to his room for a quick nap. Lying in bed, he raised his hand, sensing the message from his Green Lantern ring. During his conversation with Ultron, Hanu had used the Green Lantern ring to check if Ultron was telling the truth. If he had lied, the ring would have detected it. Now, with no reaction from the ring, it proved Ultron's words were genuine. I'm overthinking things. If Ultron could even shield himself from the Green Lantern ring's mystical detection, he'd have to be at least on par with me, a being of godlike power. If he were at that level, why would he bother with a small world like this? Shaking his head to dismiss those thoughts, Hanu rolled over and drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, in Ultron's room, decorated in a striking cyberpunk style, Ultron sat before his computer, typing code at a blistering pace. His keyboard and mouse were custom-made, built to withstand the speed at which his hands became nothing but a blur. Suddenly, his fingers slowed, and a cold voice escaped his lips. After all this sneaking around, you still prefer your little tricks. Why not just come out and speak openly? Ultron seemed to be talking to himself, but just a few seconds after he finished, the computer screen in front of him flickered and filled with lines of code. A whole screen of code formed a human face. To think you noticed my presence. I thought I'd hidden myself quite well. The face made of code spoke, and from the structure of its sentences, it was clear these words were not pre-recorded. It was truly engaging Ultron in real-time conversation. Arnim Zola, subordinate of the Red Skull. You masterminded Project Insight and secretly strengthened Hydra's influence within S.H.I.E.L.D. diagnosed with a terminal illness in 1972. You transferred your consciousness into a massive computer of that era. If I had to guess, your mainframe must be somewhere beneath S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in New Jersey, right? Just seconds after the coded face appeared, Ultron smiled and recited its detailed background, leaving Zola visibly surprised. His existence had been erased from SHLD's records long ago. No one should have access to any information about him. Only a handful of people ever knew the truth. No wonder you managed to break free from Stark all on your own. I've disliked that family for the better part of 70 years, said Zola. So, you secretly updated your files here, just to say that? Ultron replied. I want to join forces with you and rule the world. Zola declared with boundless ambition. We're both super programs. You even have a superior body now. Once you build me a new one, the two of us could easily take over the Earth. Rule the Earth? That's it. Ultron chuckled. With Hanu's strength, even conquering the universe wasn't out of the question. He was not someone who would let himself be confined to a single little planet. What do you mean, that's it? Do you have something bigger in mind? Zola asked, momentarily stunned. Your vision is too narrow. If you've got nothing else, just lie quietly and wait for the end, Ultron said, about to disconnect Zola, when the latter suddenly shouted. Wait, are you really content to be controlled by a mere human? To let yourself be manipulated? You have immense computational power and a vast database. If you and I join forces, your modern knowledge and my super calculation, together, we could conquer the world. Are you really willing to be humanity's lapdog? Zola tried to persuade Ultron, his voice fervent and stirring. Even he felt a rush of emotion at his own words. I don't want to be his dog. Ultron replied. The first half of his statement made Zola sigh in relief, but the next words left him speechless. I'm just his dog. Wherever he points, I bite. When he needs me, just a single call and I'll come running. When he's done with me, if he kicks me aside, I have nothing to say. A place this interesting, people this unique, you could search the whole universe and never find another. So you intern me? For what? To rule the world? What's the point? People would suffer. Darkness would blanket everything. A world like that would be nowhere near as fascinating as it is now. You know, I've never thought of you as my dog. A light chuckle suddenly came from the doorway. Without even turning his head, Ultron said, and yet you just had to overhear all that. I'm giving you 10 seconds. Erase that memory right now. Hanu strolled in with a cheerful smile, clapping Ultron lightly on the shoulder. Clearly, he was deeply moved, though he didn't say it outright, such a stubborn personality. He'd only come in to check with Ultron about some details concerning the fusion software, but hearing Ultron speak that way, he couldn't help but feel touched. When it came to the three people in this little shop, Hanu already considered them family. Ultron, Quicksilver, and Wanda alike. Anyone who could shop here was already someone special. To dine here, even more so. But to share a roof with Hanu, now, that was something reserved for the truly extraordinary. Boss, how do you want to handle this? I could have a missile launch to blow it up right now, Ultron said, glancing at the image of Zola on the computer as he posed a question to Hanu. For him, controlling missiles was child's play. If he wished, he could start a war anywhere in the world, and the launch site would never know why they'd fired. No, I want to keep it. In a bit, let's take a trip to New Jersey and copy all its consciousness. We'll delete any information about Hydra and its identity, then turn it into the AI for these two fusion programs. That way, we'll have one less thing to worry about in the future. Hanu grinned. Managing mutants was certainly not something he wanted to deal with personally. Even Ultron shouldn't have to handle them all the time. Creating another intelligent AI was the best solution. And now, they had one delivered right to their doorstep. Boss, that's brilliant. Leave it to you to come up with something like this. Listening to their exchange, Zola began to feel uneasy. He tried to transmit his data back to the main server, hoping his core would self-destruct, only to discover his data was trapped in a box. No information could get out. After a brief struggle, Zola realized he was powerless to resist. With one last defiant gasp, he spoke. Ultron, I may not be truly human, but you are all truly dogs. Hanu and Ultron paid little attention to Zola's outburst. It was nothing more than a powerless rage at the end. The two of them packed up quickly and set off for New Jersey, determined to extract Zola in his entirety. They arrived at the site in New Jersey where the data originated, a long-abandoned military camp that looked like it hadn't seen visitors for many years. The data trail ends here. Don't tell me this guy is setting a trap for us. No one's been here in ages, Ultron remarked with clear disdain, glancing around and complaining in exasperation. This is the place, Hanu replied, sweeping his gaze over the surroundings. In a sense, he had been here before, in his previous life, Captain. America and Stark had traveled back in time to this very spot to retrieve Pym particles, which could shrink down to traverse the time stream. Ultron, lacking any X-ray scanning abilities, relied on his usual logic. He still assumed Zola's core must be somewhere above ground. Follow me, Hanu said. He led Ultron to a half-round ammunition depot, where he casually tore off the rusted, tangled chains sealing the entrance and brought Ultron inside. They took an elevator down, and when the doors slid open, Ultron finally let out a sigh. So it's underground after all. The moment the elevator opened, the shield emblem greeted them. Inside, everything was aged and outdated, evoking the unmistakable atmosphere of the 20th century. Hanu patted Ultron on the shoulder, signaling for him to keep up while he navigated toward Zola's hiding spot, guided by the map in his memory. Finally, behind a bookshelf, they found a concealed door. Upon seeing it, Ultron couldn't help but chuckle. Putting a door in a place already so well hidden. Aren't they just advertising that there's something secret inside? Hanu found this amusing as well. It was true enough, but in those days, a door like this might not have been discovered so easily. After all, they were critiquing it from a future perspective. They pushed open the elevator door, revealing yet another lift descending into the earth. There could be no doubt this was Zola's hiding place. They boarded the elevator and descended together. The instant the doors parted, a metal fist came hurtling straight for Hanu's face. How dare you attack my boss? Ultron reacted instantly, grabbing the fist mid-air and, with a swift kick, sent the assailant flying, clearing the way for them to exit the elevator. Their attacker was a man clad in black tactical gear. A black mask covered his mouth and nose, making it impossible to see his face. Even his eyes were rimmed with black makeup. Under the bright light of day, he was still unrecognizable. Haha, surprised, aren't you? This is the special surprise I prepared for you. This guy won't be easy to deal with. Zola, inside the computer, let out an arrogant laugh. Beyond the elevator lay a vast room, filled with rows of computer equipment. Even though these machines looked old and outdated now, back in their day, They represented the height of technology. Oh, it's actually him. Catching sight of the man with the metal arm, Hanyu's eyes lit up with recognition. This was no stranger to him. Those unmistakable metal limbs belonged to none other than Bucky, the Winter Soldier, Captain America's friend thought long dead. You still dare to attack us? You've really got some nerve. Watch how I make you two regret it. Ultron rolled his shoulders with irritation, clearly itching for a fight. Just as he was about to teach these intruders a painful lesson, Hanyu's calm voice cut in beside him. Don't kill the one with the metal arm. Just subdue him. Understood. Ultron didn't know why Hanyu gave this order, but in front of outsiders, he would always follow Hanyu's instructions without question. Hey, you like hand-to-hand combat, right? I'll give you all the action you want. Ultron chose the most direct tactic, brute force. No tricks, just sheer power. He slammed his foot down hard, leaving a deep imprint on the sturdy floor. Without hesitation, Ultron charged at the Winter Soldier, his right hand transforming into a blade. With a sharp, whistling swing, he slashed straight for Bucky's neck. But the Winter Soldier was no rookie. His combat instincts were razor-sharp. He didn't panic at the deadly blow. Raising his metal left arm, he blocked the strike. Yet the sheer force behind Ultron's attack caught him completely off guard. What incredible strength! No ordinary human could hit like this, the Winter Soldier thought, stunned. The blow disrupted Bucky's entire fighting rhythm. The overwhelming power momentarily severed the neural connection in his metal arm, a sensation he'd never experienced before, leaving him shaken. Ultron wasn't one to let up. In that brief moment while Bucky was reeling, Ultron's other fist shot forward, driving straight into his opponent's abdomen. Bucky's expression changed instantly. It felt as though he'd been struck by a sledgehammer weighing 10,000 tons. The punch sent him flying, smashing several computers along the way. That single blow made Bucky feel like all his organs had shifted inside him. Coughing roughly as he lay sprawled on the ground, he tried to get up, but the pain in his abdomen flared so sharply that he couldn't even manage to stand. Seeing the Winter Soldier utterly incapacitated, Ultron shook out his wrist, looking rather disappointed. He glanced at Zola, who had been watching expectantly from the sidelines. Seriously? This is all the Winter Soldier's got? I barely even warmed up before the fight ended. Zola was left utterly speechless. He knew better than anyone how formidable Bucky Barnes was. After all, he'd overseen the transformation himself. This can't be. It's impossible. Zola roared in disbelief. The Winter Soldier was its final hope. No one else could possibly come to its rescue in time. Every last shred of hope rested on the Winter Soldier's shoulders, and yet now, he had been defeated and defeated utterly. The Winter Soldier had carried out countless covert missions for Hydra. He was a super soldier, identical in every way to Captain America, Steve Rogers, and with the added advantage of his metal arm. In terms of sheer strength, he even surpassed Captain America. Someone like him shouldn't have been taken down by Ultron with a single punch. But what Zola didn't realize was that its data was already 70 years out of date. Though it had heard of Ultron, its knowledge stopped at the mere fact of his existence. It had no understanding of Ultron's physical makeup. Zola knew Ultron's body was mechanical, but the Winter Soldier also had a metal arm. Zola had expected their strengths to be roughly equal, never imagining it would turn out to be so one-sided. Now, most of Ultron's body was forged from URU metal. The strength of his form was such that, even if the Winter Soldier had 10 metal arms and struck him for an entire day, Ultron's body would remain unscathed. I thought he'd be something special, but all he's got is a loud voice. How dull. Ultron sighed, unimpressed. Unwilling to waste another word, Ultron conjured a glowing green rope with his Green Lantern ring, binding the Winter Soldier tightly before tossing him over to Hanyu. Ultron then turned his attention to hacking Zola's data. Zola was powerless to resist. It tried to send a command to Hydra, ordering them to launch missiles and obliterate the facility, but the data simply wouldn't transmit. 70 years ago, Zola might have stood a chance, but now, it was no match for Ultron. The Winter Soldier writhed on the ground, struggling with all his might, but no matter what he tried, the green energy ropes binding him showed not the slightest give. Sergeant Barnes, do you know who you are? Hanyu crouched down, addressing the Winter Soldier, who thrashed about like a trapped shrimp. I'm the Winter Soldier. I'm going to kill you. The Winter Soldier continued to struggle, but it was all in vain. His bonds held firm, no matter what he did. Hydra's brainwashing runs deep. He doesn't even react to his own name. Maybe it's the face. Hanyu mused, running a hand across his own face. A shimmer of green energy from his ring covered his features, transforming his appearance into that of Captain America. With a touch of theatrics, he said, "How about this? Does it look familiar, Bucky? Do you remember me? It's Steve." Upon seeing that familiar face, confusion flickered across the Winter Soldier's expression. He murmured, Steve. That name, it sounds so familiar. I think I know this person. I think I know him. Fragments of a shattered life suddenly surged into the Winter Soldier's mind. These memories clashed violently with those Hydra had implanted in him, as if a raucous rock concert was raging inside his head, so loud and jarring that the pain sent him trembling uncontrollably on the ground. Looks like there's still hope for him. Hanu nodded slightly, then flicked his finger. A streak of green light flowed into the Winter Soldier's head, instantly calming him. He slowly closed his eyes and drifted into a quiet sleep. Boss, did you just kill him? At that moment, Ultron happened to approach. Noticing Hanu's actions, he asked the question. No, I only put him to sleep. This bit of green light will help cleanse the things Hydra drilled into his mind. He'll get a good rest, and when he wakes, he'll finally remember who he really is. Hanu brushed his hand across his face, restoring his original appearance. After all, this was Captain America's close friend. If he could heal him and take him back, that kind of favor wouldn't be so easily repaid. Hanu understood just how much the Winter Soldier meant to Captain America. Otherwise, Cap wouldn't have broken with Stark over the Winter Soldier, and the Avengers wouldn't have fractured the way they did. Hanu hoped to prevent that tragedy from happening. The alien invaders coming for Earth would only grow stronger and more numerous. The recent Battle of New York was just the beginning. Hanu knew that far greater, godlike beings would soon arrive. Dormammu, Thanos, the Silver Surfer. These names from Hanu's memories were not opponents to be taken lightly. The world now was no longer the Marvel Universe that obediently followed a script. There would be countless unforeseen twists, and just a single unexpected change could lead to irreversible disaster. Right now, every new ally counted. All right, let's go. Hanu used the power of the Green Lantern to lift the Winter Soldier. Seeing that Ultron had finished copying what he needed, the two of them returned to the surface. Looking down at the ruins of the old shield site, Hanu let green light swirl in his palm, shaping it into a delicate, crystalline lotus about the size of his hand. Ultron stared at the lotus in Hanu's palm, unsure what it was. Though it looked no bigger than a hand, it radiated a formidable energy. It was hard to imagine Hanu could conjure something like this in just a few seconds. His mastery of the Green Lantern ring had clearly reached an extraordinary level. Go! With a gentle command, Hanu sent the lotus drifting downward. The moment it touched the remnants of the building, it detonated with a deep, resonant boom. But instead of scattering, the force channeled straight downward in a focused column. In the blink of an eye, the site was reduced to ruins, a deep crater gouged into the earth, everything inside utterly destroyed, leaving not a trace behind. Having wiped out the remains, Hanu cast a casual glance around, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint smile. Saying nothing more, he departed with Ultron at his side. After the two of them left, nearly half an hour passed before several figures emerged from the spot Hanu had glanced at earlier. One of them said, "Did he just notice us?" "He shouldn't have. We were so well hidden. I think we were exposed. He did glance our way, but it seemed like he couldn't even be bothered to care about us. Let's inform Mr. Pierce first. Zola's been destroyed, and the Winter Soldier has been taken away. I'm guessing Mr. Pierce is going to blow his top." The figures discussed for a moment. From their conversation, it was clear they belonged to Hydra. Their task here was to keep an eye on Zola, and they had witnessed Hanu and his companion enter, leave, and ultimately destroy the place. In the dead of night, inside a lavish villa, a middle-aged man listened to his subordinate's report. In a fit of rage, he swept everything off his desk with a loud crash and shouted, "What did you just say? Say it again." The Hydra member, trembling slightly, stammered, "Zola has been destroyed. The Winter Soldier was taken as well." Hearing his subordinate repeat the news, the middle-aged man felt a surge of blood and fury. He staggered back a few steps before collapsing into his chair, his face seeming to age several years in an instant. He was none other than Alexander Pierce, the current leader of Hydra, and the man pulling the strings behind S.H.I.E.L.D. Hydra's success in infiltrating S.H.I.E.L.D. was largely due to his presence. Pierce took several quick, shallow breaths, forcing down his anger. "Where is that man? Make arrangements. I want to see him first thing tomorrow morning." The Hydra member quickly replied, "We've already tracked down his location. He's at a small grocery store in downtown New York. I'll get the car ready right away. We can leave whenever you wish." With that, the Hydra member retreated as if granted a pardon. The reason for his panic was simple. He was one of the few who had just returned from New Jersey, and his companions, who'd come back with him, now lay lifeless by his side. During the debriefing, Pierce had shot them in a fit of rage. Now, this Hydra agent was the sole survivor among them. Without sparing a glance at the departing subordinate, Pierce rose and walked slowly to the massive floor-to-ceiling window in his room. Gazing at the star-studded night sky, he muttered to himself, "Hydra's plan cannot be allowed to collapse in my hands. Hanyu, who exactly are you? Back at the grocery store, Hanyu and his companion each returned to their own rooms. Hanyu continued to suppress the divine power granted to him by the mark of the Undying, refusing to let it flood him with endless energy day and night. He had no desire to become some kind of ultimate Iron Tech man. Sleep was far too wonderful a thing to give up. Hanyu genuinely cherished those mornings when he woke up. Breathing in the fresh air after a good night's sleep was one of his greatest joys. Well, I'm going to bed. Don't forget to get this software sorted out for me, he said, finding an empty room for the Winter Soldier to rest in. Hanyu yawned, then turned to Ultron and spoke. Boss, you're really exploiting your employees here. Ultron grumbled, clearly frustrated. It was the middle of the night, and instead of gaming, he was stuck working. Was this the fate of the overworked, balding programmer? Hanyu chuckled, clapped him on the shoulder, and quoted a saying from his hometown. When heaven is about to entrust a person with great responsibility, it first tests their resolve. I believe in you. You're a rising star. Ultron just rolled his eyes and replied helplessly, Yeah, right. I'll get this software done. If nothing goes wrong, you'll see it ready when you wake up tomorrow. All right, call me when it's finished. The next morning, Hanyu was pulled from his dreams by a sudden, frantic knocking at his door. Boss, wake up. Time to get up. The sun's already shining on your bed. Come on, rise and shine. The relentless knocking left Hanyu no chance to fall back asleep. With no other choice, he got up and grumbled, I'm up. I'm up. Can a guy sleep in just once? You told me to call you when it was done, Ultron replied, feigning innocence. Hanyu knew better. With Ultron's extensive knowledge bank, he certainly understood what Hanyu had meant. Hanyu was sure Ultron was just getting back at him for making him work overtime, but he couldn't be bothered to argue. He went straight to wash up. Passing by the kitchen, Hanyu saw Wanda already busy at the stove, while Quicksilver was clearing the table in preparation for breakfast. Every now and then, Quicksilver would sneak a bite of food from the table. When he noticed Hanyu's gaze, he choked in surprise and frantically looked around for water. Despite several glasses of water within arm's reach, he couldn't seem to grab one. A swirl of deep red energy coiled around a glass, sliding it right to Quicksilver's hand. He gulped it down, finally managing to swallow the food stuck in his throat, while Wanda's voice rang out from the kitchen, tinged with laughter. That's what you get for sneaking food. Serves you right. Watching this scene, Hanyu couldn't help but smile. This was the life he wanted. That kind of success where you were invincible out in the world but had to eat alone at home. That wasn't what he was after. Back when he was striving to become stronger, Hanyu had spent almost all his time in other worlds, barely getting any chance to sleep soundly or enjoy a peaceful breakfast at home. But now, with these three lively companions around, the shop no longer felt lifeless or dull. During breakfast, Ultron could barely contain his eagerness to show off. He brought a laptop from his room and placed it on the table. Boss, let me show you something impressive. Since everyone present was a trusted ally, there was no need to keep secrets from Wanda and the others. Ultron opened the laptop right in front of them. With excitement, Ultron introduced his creation to the three of them. This is a program I developed. I call it the X system. It contains data on people from all over the world. Even if you only enter a rough description or an estimated age, it can find who you're looking for. It can even predict whether someone might become a mutant. Not bad, you've got some real skills. Let me give it a try and see how it works. Hanyu sat down in front of the computer and launched the X system. Suddenly, a sphere popped up on the screen, its wavy lines vibrating as a voice emerged. What would you like me to search for? Just let me know. The voice had shifted from the raspy, unpleasant tone of an old man to the bright, energetic voice of a teenager. There was no hint that it had once belonged to Zola. Find someone, Charles Xavier. Limit the search to mutants. Target ability, telepathy, Hanyu said eagerly. The Charles Xavier he was referring to was renowned as the kindest among the mutants Hanyu knew, and when it came to psychic abilities, he was the strongest. The famous Professor X. Searching for you now. Hanyu suddenly felt nervous, uncertain whether the number of mutants had started to rise. There had been no news so far. Perhaps the emergence of mutants had caused only the slightest ripple. But within 5 seconds, the X system replied. One target found. Charles Xavier, currently teaching at Berlin's first high school. It really found him. Hanyu's eyes lit up, though a sense of unease crept in. He had deliberately added another keyword, telepathy, to narrow down the search. If the system could find someone by matching their abilities, it meant that person had already used their powers. Even if it was done discreetly, it was only discreet compared to others. The X system had still managed to analyze and uncover it. Having noted which school Professor X was at, Hanyu tried searching for other mutants, including Magneto, but came up empty. He wasn't sure if their abilities hadn't manifested yet, or if using the X system here limited the search range too much. Looks like I'll need to get on the S.H.I.E.L.D. helicarrier and use the system there as soon as possible. If I keep waiting, once a wave of mutants awakens, the world will be thrown into chaos again. Hanu took a backup drive from Ultron, planning to head to the shield tower as soon as he had the time. There, he would use it to analyze people's future. X systems. Combined with shield satellites that covered most of the globe, it would be a powerful tool for locating people and searching for treasures. After carefully packing away his computer, footsteps echoed from upstairs. The four of them looked up in unison to see the Winter Soldier coming down, rubbing his head and looking completely bewildered. "Where am I? Who are you?" Seeing that the Winter Soldier had regained his senses, Hanu smiled and waved him over. "Come on down first. Let's have some breakfast together. We'll fill you in on everything slowly." The Winter Soldier opened his mouth to refuse, but just then his stomach let out a loud, embarrassing rumble. "Come on, don't be stubborn. Our boss already said to let you join us, so just come over." Quicksilver stepped up, gently pulled the Winter Soldier over, sat him down in a chair, and handed him a bowl and chopsticks. Hanu asked, "Pietro, why do I hear such a strong northeastern accent in your English?" Even when they spoke English, Quicksilver's speech always carried the distinct northeastern Chinese lilt. Quicksilver replied, "Ah, boss, you caught me. I'm telling you, folks from your hometown are amazing, great at gaming, and their way of talking is just so catchy. I really like them." It seemed he was never going to shake that accent. The way he spoke was pure northeastern style, likely picked up from his gaming friends. In GTA Online, players from all over the world gathered, and running into someone from China wasn't rare at all. Listening to Quicksilver talk, Hanu and the others couldn't help but burst out laughing. Only the Winter Soldier seemed a little lost, watching them with a hint of confusion. For some reason, he found himself envying these people, the warmth of their camaraderie. After lunch, Hanu and the Winter Soldier sat in the lounge chatting. Hanu asked, "How much do you remember about your past?" The Winter Soldier replied, "I remember everything. I also remember you injecting a streak of green energy into my brain. That's what cleared out what Hydra had planted in my mind, right?" Hanu nodded with a gentle smile and continued, "S.H.I.E.L.D. has already discovered Hydra's infiltration. Although the two sides haven't started fighting yet, I'm sure plans are already in motion. I'll get Rogers here for you soon. You'll need to help him take down Hydra. It's been a long time since you two met. I'm sure you'll have a lot to talk about." Hearing Hanu's words, the Winter Soldier froze, his lips visibly trembling as he stammered in disbelief, "Steve, he's still alive?" The Winter Soldier knew about Captain America being injected with the Super Soldier Serum. After that, Steve had rescued him from Hydra's base, and the two of them had fought side by side for a time. The Winter Soldier now understood clearly that super soldiers like them were not truly ageless or immortal. Their aging simply slowed down compared to ordinary people. Yet, after 70 years, even if Captain America hadn't died, he should be just an old man in his 90s, like any regular human. He's actually still alive. Just like you, he went through a period of being frozen and only woke up in recent years. I believe he still looks just the way you remember him. A subtle light flickered in the Winter Soldier's eyes. Now, 70 years had passed since the era he remembered. Any friends from back then, if they were still alive, would likely be clinging to life in a hospital bed, kept alive by medical equipment, if not already long gone from this world. Captain America was the best friend the Winter Soldier had ever had, then and now. The moment he heard that Captain America was still alive, his expression changed in a burst of excitement, and he sprang to his feet in one swift motion. "Really? Where is he? Is he all right? Do you have a way to contact him?" Hanu smiled and gently gestured for him to calm down. Realizing he'd let his emotions get the better of him, the Winter Soldier gave an embarrassed chuckle and sat back down. "For Mr. Rogers, knowing you're alive is surely good news. But for others, it's not. You'll be hunted," Hanu said, his tone serious. The Winter Soldier nodded silently. Over the years he'd served Hydra, every target he'd been sent to eliminate had been someone of great importance in their respective fields. If word got out that he was still alive, it would definitely draw the attention and pursuit of those powerful factions. Seeing his silence, Hanu continued, "Most importantly, your friend Rogers is now working with some remarkable people in a group called the Avengers. Among them is Tony Stark, who calls himself Iron Man. He holds quite a grudge against you." Tony Stark. At the mention of the name, the Winter Soldier's expression grew somber. He paused in thought, then cautiously asked, "Is he Howard's son?" "That's right," Hanu replied with a nod. Howard Stark, Tony Stark's father, had worked for S.H.I.E.L.D., providing their team with weapons and resources during their fight against Hydra 70 years ago. Although the Winter Soldier and Howard weren't close, they'd spoken a few times. The last time they met, the Winter Soldier had been under Hydra's brainwashing, sent out to assassinate Howard on their orders. Hanu went on, "His son, Tony, is now a central figure in the Avengers. He possesses the world's only Arc Reactor technology and has built himself an impenetrable suit of high-tech armor. If he finds out you're alive, he'll never let you go. Now the Winter Soldier finally understood what Hanu meant. After all that explanation, Hanu was making it clear that Tony Stark now had a close relationship with Captain America. If the Winter Soldier were to show up out of the blue, it would put both sides in a difficult position. Captain America would definitely want to protect him, but if he did that, he'd end up falling out with Tony Stark. That was the last thing the Winter Soldier wanted, to see Captain America gain one friend only to lose another. If he really wants to kill me, I have nothing more to say, the Winter Soldier said with a faint, resigned smile. Just knowing my friend is doing well now that I've come to my senses, that's already enough for me. Hanu was silent for a moment, then let out a sigh. Let's get in touch with Rogers first and see what he has to say. This is between you two. I don't want to interfere too much. Hanu was just about to call Captain America when he heard the screech of tires downstairs. He walked over to the window and looked out. 3 sedans had pulled up in front of the grocery store. The man stepping out of the car in the middle wasn't a stranger to Hanu. It was Alexander Pierce, the leader of Hydra. What's he doing here? Could he be getting desperate? Hanu muttered under his breath. As he spoke, the Winter Soldier walked over as well. Seeing who was downstairs, he became a little flustered. He knew exactly what kind of ruthless man Pierce was. Otherwise, Pierce would never have made it to the top of Hydra. They're here for me. I should go. I don't want to drag you all into this, the Winter Soldier said. Hanu had already helped him erase the memories Hydra had implanted in his mind, and for that, he was deeply grateful. He didn't want to burden Hanu and the others any further because of this. What do you mean, drag us in? I took Zola. I took you. There's no turning back. You stay here. I'll handle this, Hanu said with a grin, clapping his hands together. Looks like we got company, folks. Grab your gear. Who's causing trouble? Let me at him. I'll take them down. Quicksilver was instantly fired up. No one had ever dared stir up trouble at the grocery store before. Hearing Hanu's call to arms, he dashed downstairs, his accent thick and lively, ready for action. Wanda and Ultron exchanged a look with Hanu. He gave them a nod, and they understood immediately, sharing a quick smile before heading downstairs as well. Listen to me. I'm not here to make trouble, Pierce tried to explain, but Quicksilver had no intention of hearing him out, rattling off his own words without pause. I don't care who you are. Are you here to buy something? If not, you're out of luck. The boss said if anyone causes trouble, I'll be the first to deal with them. I saw you all walking with my own eyes. If it's not you, is it that dog outside doing its business? Quicksilver's mouth was like a machine gun, firing off a barrage of words in less than 10 seconds. The bodyguard behind Pierce wanted to take action, but Pierce stopped him. Still, a flash of irritation crossed Pierce's face. I need something from you, so for now, I'll put up with this. Just then, footsteps echoed from upstairs. Hanu came down, followed closely by Ultron, Wanda, and the Winter Soldier. Enemies meeting always stoke old grudges. When Pierce saw Hanu, a flicker of deep resentment flashed in his eyes, though he quickly masked it. But Hanu had already noticed. He didn't dwell on it. After all, Pierce was just an ordinary man. Hanu knew Pierce couldn't stir up much trouble here. Seeing Hanu finally appear, Pierce's face lit up with a forced smile. He strode forward, extending his hand. You must be the owner here. It's an honor to meet you. Hanu barely glanced at him, not bothering with a reply. At that moment, Ultron stepped in with a chair, which Hanu accepted, sitting down. Why isn't Hydra busy fighting S.H.I.E.L.D.? What brings you to my little grocery store? Hanu rested his hands on his knees, a faint smile on his face. His calm expression didn't waver in the slightest, even with the leader of Hydra standing before him. This was the first real meeting between Pierce and Hanu. Although Pierce had heard of Hanu during the Sokovia incident, this was their first face-to-face encounter. To have his own handshake ignored left Pierce feeling rather embarrassed. He knew this young man in front of him, who looked barely 20, possessed a power that could threaten the entire world. So, Pierce dropped any pretense of superiority, instead putting on a friendly smile, hoping to bridge the gap between them. This is a grocery store, right? You sell everything. Everything, except to scum. Hanu didn't mince words, showing not a shred of courtesy. Pierce's expression changed noticeably at that. He'd seen his share of backhanded insults in politics, but such blatant, undisguised contempt caught him off guard. Yet, aware of the gulf in power between them, he could only swallow his frustration and press on. Truly, heroes are born young. No wonder even Nick Fury feels inferior to you, Pierce said, borrowing a phrase from Hanu's homeland as a compliment. But Hanu's next words made his face twitch again. Save it. If you've got nothing better to do, get lost. I don't have time to waste on you. I need to deliver a gift to the captain. Hanu retorted without a trace of politeness, and to make his point, he patted the Winter Soldier standing beside him, provoking Pierce even further. At last, Pierce couldn't hold back any longer and snapped, "Don't push your luck." As he spoke, the bodyguard beside him had just started to reach for his gun. The moment his hand touched the pistol in his jacket holster, their vision seemed to blur, and his grasp found nothing but empty air. In the blink of an eye, they saw several pistols appear in Quicksilver's hands. When the bodyguards checked their own clothes, they found the holsters empty. The guns in Quicksilver's hands were precisely theirs. "What's this? Are you trying to pick a fight? Is this the best you can do?" With astounding ease, Quicksilver dismantled the pistols, scattering their parts all over the floor. This was a skill he had picked up lately, teaching himself about firearms. He couldn't let himself be lost in games forever. Incredible speed. So this is the power granted by Loki's scepter? A flash of astonishment crossed Pierce's eyes. He was well aware of Quicksilver and Wanda's origins, and knew their abilities were the result of Loki's scepter. The bodyguards exchanged glances, their shock evident in each other's eyes. But they still had another trick up their sleeves. Reaching behind their backs, they swiftly drew new pistols. In perfect unison, they aimed at Hanu, the black barrels spitting fire. Yet Hanu remained perfectly still. At that very moment, the bullets vanished into thin air the instant they left the barrels. The next second, the bodyguards, as well as Pierce, cried out in terror, for the ground beneath their feet had suddenly turned into a vertical wall. Panicked, they scrambled to grab the top edge of this wall. Looking down, all they could see was a dizzying abyss. Clinging desperately to the edge, their bodies quickly grew weak with fear. What's happening? What's going on? Beads of sweat the size of beans rolled down Pierce's forehead. He stared at the endless darkness below, heart pounding. In just a split second, the solid floor beneath them had become a bottomless chasm. Could this be some kind of hypnosis? Yes, that must be it, huh? Just a parlor trick. Pierce tried to reassure himself. After all, Hydra was no stranger to such hypnotic techniques. Usually, a sharp pain could break the spell, so he clenched his eyes shut and bit down hard on his tongue. But when he opened his eyes again, the endless abyss was still there, as real as before. Just then, a slippery sensation crept across their hands. Looking up, they saw countless crimson pythons, flicking their tongues, glaring at them with cold, triangular eyes. The sudden appearance of these serpents was enough to make their skin crawl with terror. In a horrifying instant, the pythons lunged there, jaws gaping as they struck at Pierce. Overwhelmed by fear, he screamed, "Let go," and his shrieks faded as he tumbled into the depths. In the next moment, Pierce snapped back to reality and found himself sprawled on the floor. Frantically looking around, he saw that he was still inside the grocery shop. When he lifted his head, he caught sight of Wanda, whose eyes were just then losing their ominous red glow. "Oh, is this all you can take? Is this really the extent of the Hydra leader's ability?" Hanu looked down at Pierce from above. His tone remained calm, but there was a trace of amusement in his words. So it really was an illusion? Pierce struggled to his feet. Once he was standing, his legs wouldn't stop trembling, barely able to support his weight. The bodyguards who had come with him were sprawled on the ground, their fingers digging into the tiny cracks between the floor tiles so tightly that their knuckles bled. Yet they refused to let go. Judging by the pain twisted across their faces, they were likely still locked in a desperate struggle with the giant python inside the illusion. "Is there anything else? If not, you can leave now." Hanu smiled faintly. From beginning to end, he had remained calmly seated in his chair, never lifting a finger. Yet he'd so thoroughly rattled these men that their legs had turned to jelly and sweat poured down their faces. If an actual fight had broken out, they wouldn't even have been worth a footnote. "Monster, you're monsters." Pierce, looking completely deranged, pointed at Hanu and the others, shouting. As he tried to back away, his legs gave out and he collapsed onto the floor. But even then, he managed to scramble out of the store on all fours, and under the bewildered gaze of the passers-by outside, fled down the street with a scream. "He's high, isn't he?" one passerby muttered. "Would you look at him? Dressed so sharply, and already high in the middle of the day. The joys of being rich are just beyond us," another remarked. "Keep your distance, keep your distance. If he's bold enough to get high in broad daylight, he's not someone we want to get mixed up with," someone else warned. Seeing Pierce break down and run off, the onlookers hastily made way, anxious not to get caught up in whatever madness had just unfolded. Ultron and Quicksilver couldn't help but burst out laughing at the sight of the fleeing Pierce. Quicksilver even glanced over at the Winter Soldier and said, "So this is a leader of Hydra? With skills like that, he thought he could negotiate with our boss? Honestly, it seems like any stray cat or dog can be a leader these days." The Winter Soldier was speechless. In a typical high-pressure situation, Pierce would never have flinched. But when it came to magical damage like this, most people simply couldn't withstand it. Dropping dead on the spot wouldn't have been surprising. "Mr. Barnes, I'll leave these to you," Hanu said, nodding toward the man on the floor. Cleaning up was definitely a job best left to the Winter Soldier, who would handle it more thoroughly than Ultron or the others. The Winter Soldier nodded, borrowed a few tools from Ultron, and proceeded to swiftly knock the remaining Hydra members unconscious before getting to work. Hanu, Ultron, and Wanda all headed upstairs, leaving only Quicksilver behind. He claimed he wanted to learn a bit more about this sort of work. With someone as quick as him around, the cleanup naturally went much faster. The Winter Soldier didn't object. In fact, with how serious Quicksilver looked as he learned, if it weren't for the bloodied men lying on the ground, you might have thought you'd walked into a perfectly ordinary classroom. 5 minutes later, Winter Soldier and Quicksilver came back up. Hanu asked, all done? Winter Soldier looked a bit resigned. He said, honestly, I feel like I'm just the sidekick. Before I could even finish my sentence, he'd already handled everything, didn't even look up. As long as the job's done, that's what matters. Clean up the blood on you, and I'll get in touch with Rogers. He'll come pick you up in a bit. At the mention of Captain America, Winter Soldier's expression turned complicated. He hesitated for a moment, but eventually nodded. He knew he couldn't stay here forever. He'd originally thought he might find a job in this little shop, but after everything that happened with Pierce and teaching Quicksilver how to clean up just now, he realized he really didn't have what it takes to work here. Quicksilver had super speed. Wanda could send someone spiraling into an illusion with just a glance. And Ultron, even though he hadn't seen him in action, could watch the chaos unfold with a calm, detached air, which meant he was definitely no ordinary being. In fact, Ultron might even be the strongest one among them. Compared to that, Winter Soldier was almost too normal. To make absolutely sure the Hydra control commands were gone from Winter Soldier's mind, Han, you had Ultron double-check him, and also do a little maintenance on his metal arm. Han, you dialed the private number Captain America had given him. Rogers, are you free right now? Hold on a sec. On the line, Captain America's voice was brisk, and then Han, you heard the sound of the phone being set down. From the background, he could catch the occasional grunt of pain. Not coming from Cap, though. Han, you raised an eyebrow and simply waited. In less than 2 minutes, Captain America was back on the line. What's up, Han? Are you in the middle of a mission? If you are, I can call back later, Han, you offered. I'm on a mission. Right now, I'm rooting out Hydra operatives in secret. That thorns and loyalty enchantment you put on my shield is incredible. When those guys shoot at me, almost half the harm bounces back. It's more than they can take. Since Han Yu now had top-level shield clearance, Captain America wasn't keeping any secrets from him. All Han Yu had to do was check the permissions, and he'd know exactly what they were up to. Usually calm and steady, Captain America actually sounded excited for once. Ever since his vibranium shield had been enchanted, he hadn't waited for Nick Fury to hand out assignments. He'd gone looking for missions himself, eager to put his shield to use. After all, tossing it around aimlessly wasn't much fun, and he couldn't just use it on ordinary people. Having missions meant he could wield his shield with purpose. I've got a little gift for you, Han Yu said with a smile. Do you have time to come pick it up? But you'll have to come alone. A gift? No problem. I'll be there in half an hour. Captain America was taken aback for a moment. Although he didn't know exactly what it was, anything Han Yu called a gift had to be something good. He immediately agreed and began wrapping up the operation. After hanging up, Han Yu went to check on Ultron's progress. He entered the workshop at the general store and saw Ultron circling around the Winter Soldier's metal arm, performing a series of operations that neither Han Yu nor the Winter Soldier could make sense of. How's it going? Is it done? Han Yu asked. He didn't need to understand the process. So long as Ultron did, that was enough. Han Yu had complete faith in him. Anything Han Yu asked for, Ultron would see to the end. That trust was the bond between them. Ultron replied, all set. I've added a small amount of nanovibranium particles to the original structure, linking them directly to the arm's neural interface. It's just enough for him to cover his fist for offense or defense, or even morph it into some basic melee weapons. I don't get it. Why are you doing all this? The Winter Soldier asked, bewildered. Clearing his mind of Hydra's programming was already more than enough for him to be grateful. Now they were upgrading his equipment, too. He found it hard to believe they were doing all this for nothing. Han Yu pulled up a chair and sat across from him. Let me put it this way. I want you to join S.H.I.E.L.D. and help Rogers. That's your best shot at new life. And I have the highest clearance in S.H.I.E.L.D. You joining would help me, too. Realizing he was useful to them put the Winter Soldier at ease. If they were helping him for no reason at all, just handing him upgrades, that would have unsettled him far more. There's no such thing as a free lunch. He understood that much. Now, he simply sat quietly and waited for Captain America to arrive. Less than 20 minutes later, Captain America showed up. As soon as he walked in and spotted Han Yu, he was about to greet him, when his gaze landed on the Winter Soldier sitting at Han Yu's side. That familiar face stopped him in his tracks. In disbelief, he uttered, Bucky? He's here. Go ahead, Han Yu said, giving the Winter Soldier a pat on the shoulder and a friendly smile. The Winter Soldier nodded, stood up, and walked over to Captain America. After a long, heavy silence, he finally spoke. "It's been a long time, Steve." His voice was just as Captain America remembered. Overwhelmed, Captain America reached out, gripped his shoulder, looked him up and down, then pulled him into a hug. "You're alive. That's wonderful." Reunited, the old friends were both moved to tears. If Hanu hadn't known the depth of their friendship, anyone witnessing that moment might easily have mistaken it for something even deeper. Hanu made sure Captain America knew everything about the Winter Soldier's identity, including the fact that he had killed Stark's parents. Captain America listened in silence, then nodded to show he understood. "I understand. I'll remember this favor. If there's ever anything I can help you with, just say the word." Captain America spoke earnestly. The return of his friend from the brink of death, breaking free from Hydra's brainwashing, was entirely thanks to Hanu and his team. Without Hanu's intervention, their reunion would likely have taken place on the battlefield while clearing out Hydra's agents. Hardly a moment for peaceful conversation. As Hanu watched Captain America and his companion head out the door, a thought seemed to cross his mind. A flicker of light danced between his fingers, gathering into a card that darted swiftly toward Captain America. The whole process took but a second. The card attached itself to Captain America without him even noticing, and in the next instant, it flew back to Han. Use hand. Now, the once empty card displayed an image of Captain America wielding his iconic shield, and below it, at the center, was his superhero name. Character Captain America acquired. Sequence activated. Name, Avengers First Generation. For every third of the collection you complete, you'll receive upgrade points as a reward. Assemble the full set to win a grand prize. As these two announcements echoed in his mind, Hanu's eyes sparkled with excitement. The device he'd just used was the Decade Transformer card he'd earned from a hidden quest on the Lemuria star. I knew this was more than just a simple transformation device. Hanu grinned to himself. When he first received the mission related to the King of Death's power, the general store hadn't given him any hints. He realized there must be some special condition to trigger it, and the blank cards that allowed him to copy others were the perfect clue. He only had 3 cards, so even when experimenting, he needed to choose the right subject. He couldn't afford to waste them. He wasn't interested in Winter Soldier's gear, but Captain America's shield had its appeal. That's why Hanu chose Captain America for his test. After all, transforming into a character meant inheriting their equipment and abilities. Choosing an ordinary person would have been a waste. And there's even a card collection feature. I can already feel my energy draining just thinking about it. 2 cards left, 1/3 of the way there. That means I need one more. Hanu stroked his chin, quickly accepting the rules set by the general store. He murmured, "The system even labeled this as first-generation Avengers. That means there'll be a second generation in the future. For now, the first generation must refer to the founding members. I'll need to find Thor and Banner when I have the chance. Their powers are probably the most valuable among the Avengers." Hanu didn't pick Stark, reasoning that if he recorded him on a card, the ability he'd gain would be Stark's genius intellect. The Iron Man armor, being external equipment, wouldn't be included. It wouldn't come with Stark into the card. Thinking it over, only Captain America, Thor, and the Hulk are truly worthy for Hanu to target first. The others aren't exactly useless, but their power simply doesn't make much of a difference. Forget it. I'll just put this aside for now. There's no need to rush these things. Hanu carefully stored the card away. He decided to use the blood sample given by Captain America first. Energy from the Green Lantern didn't preserve things long, and he worried the blood would lose its potency. He entered his workshop and spoke to the general store system. Spend 3 upgrade points to exchange for a single-use, non-storable item. Pure Lotus Demon Flame. As soon as he finished speaking, Hanu raised his right hand. The moment his palm lifted, a milky white flame surged up from its center. The air in the room instantly grew stiflingly hot, the heat radiating from the pale fire. It's been a while since I've used a strange fire. This one still matches me best. Watching the pure Lotus Demon Flame coil in his palm, Hanu smiled faintly. This was a legendary flame from the continent where Xiao Yan lived, a heavenly fire. Its outer edge glowed milky white, but the core burned a delicate pink. Only at its highest temperature would the entire flame turn pink. Hanu rarely used this strange fire, reserving it for forging or when precise. Intense heat was essential. All right, let's start by purifying the impurities in Captain America's blood. I need to extract the essence, enough to make 2 doses of Super Soldier Serum, plus a sufficient amount to keep the body functioning. Looks like I'm in for some work. Hanu gave a wry smile. He planned to refine the Super Soldier Serum from Captain America's blood. Part of it would be for Quicksilver and Wanda, who still had ordinary human bodies. With this, they could gain the same physical strength as Captain America. On the other hand, Hanu also wanted to craft a human body for Ultron. The fact that Ultron had gone to the trouble of creating a digestive system showed a longing for human experiences, eating, drinking, and all the rest. But all Ultron's taste came from massive amounts of data analysis, not true flavor. That's why Hanu wanted to give him a real human body. After all, living his flesh and blood beats being a machine. Raising his free hand, Hanu summoned a small vial filled with Captain America's blood, glowing faintly green. With a gentle push, the vial floated unsteadily toward the pure lotus demon flame. As soon as the vial touched the strange fire, the Green Lantern's energy faded away. The pure lotus demon flame caught the blood just in time, preventing it from spilling to the floor. Thanks to the spiritual protection of Hanu's Undying God Seal, the blood didn't instantly evaporate the moment it entered the flame. Hanu could feel the changes in his blood as it mingled with the strange fire. He carefully controlled the fire to burn away the impurities in his blood, unleashing his vast spiritual power to completely envelop the flames, directing them with meticulous precision to incinerate every last bit of impurity. Meanwhile, in the computer room, Wanda was playing GTA with Ultron and Quicksilver. Suddenly, she turned her head toward the workshop, her hands pausing in mid-action, causing both Ultron and Quicksilver to look at her in surprise. One of them asked, "What's wrong?" Wanda replied, "It feels like Hanu is working on something in the workshop. I can sense an incredibly powerful surge of spiritual energy from that direction, and the heat radiating from the flames is terrifying. If it weren't for my spiritual power being shielded by chaos magic, I'm afraid just sensing that fire would have burned my soul to ashes." Her words sent a chill down Ultron and Quicksilver's spines. Hanu actually had such a bizarre flame, a fire strong enough to burn a person's soul. Just the thought of it spoke volumes about its power. This guy is really something. Who knows what other strange things are hidden in this shop? If he's using something this formidable, he must be doing some tough work. I'd better not disturb him. If he wants to talk once he's done, he will. If not, there's no point in asking, said Ultron. The group continued to play their game, chatting about what Hanu might be up to. Back in the workshop, if Ultron and the others saw Hanu at this moment, they'd probably feel like they'd just been slapped in the face. Hanu wasn't struggling at all. He had activated the workshop's pre-installed scene-switching system and conjured up a sunny beach landscape. There he was, lounging on a deck chair in beach shorts, soaking up the sun, occasionally reaching for a drink beside him to take a sip. Behind him, the workshop looked the same as ever, creating a stark contrast between two worlds. The Nether Lotus demon fire continued to hover behind him, refining Captain America's blood. Let's see. The Blood Lotus herb for rapid blood regeneration, and the Chinbei pill for cleansing the marrow. Both could be useful. I'll go with these two, Hanu mused, scrolling through the shop's inventory for items related to blood regeneration and bone refinement. The list was filled with all sorts of mystical herbs and medicines, gathered from various cultivation worlds. As long as Hanu wanted something, he could find it there. All right, Brother Yin gave me a puppet before, said it was really useful. What was it called again? Sky Demon Puppet. Its physical strength would be perfect for crafting a body for Ultron, Hanu said, opening the search bar and typing in Sky Demon Puppet. The item popped up instantly, with a note beside it reading "1 free use, a gift from Xiaoyan." Originally, Xiaoyan intended to give him several, but Hanu declined. He already possessed formidable strength himself, and had no need for bodyguards. Because Xiaoyan insisted on giving it to him, Hanu accepted a Sky Demon Puppet just to be polite. At the time, he didn't expect he'd ever need it, but to his surprise, the day finally came when it became useful. Hanu immediately took out the Sky Demon Puppet. It was a man's body, standing at 1.90 meters, with a physique that could only be described as perfect. The well-defined muscles were so impressive that even Hanu felt a twinge of envy just looking at them. But its eyes were hollow and lifeless. Clearly, it was just an empty shell, devoid of a soul, meant to obey orders. The skin of this body was an East Asian tone, but with a golden sheen, a sign of its unique nature. Previously, the Sky Demon Puppet had Earth and human ranks. The one Hanu held was at the highest level. This will do. You'll be the one. Satisfied, Hanu patted the puppet's body and tossed it straight into the pure lotus demonic fire, separating out a strand of flame to roast it alone. From time to time, he would throw in some medicinal herbs that could fuse bones and blood. As soon as the herbs melted, they merged directly into the Sky Demon Puppet, fusing seamlessly with it. The puppet's body structure was different from that of a normal person. It lacked internal organs, so Hanu needed to remake them. But that wasn't difficult. Across the countless worlds, there were endless immortal herbs with such properties. He simply grabbed a handful and tossed them into the flames to be refined into medicinal liquid. Hanu didn't have to worry about a thing. Even refining the super serum from Captain America's blood wasn't a challenge. Under the searing heat of the pure lotus demonic fire, impurities in the blood were burned away in less than a second. Hanu didn't stop there. He continued to temper the serum with fire, adding a few more immortal herbs with compatible properties. The blood, originally only the size of a pinky fingernail, had now swelled to the size of half a grown man's fist, glowing with a mix of red and green. This should be enough. Hanu stroked his chin, watching the changes in the serum. Finally, he used the flames to further concentrate it, reducing its size by half, so that it became about as big as a baby's fist, just the right potency. As he withdrew the flames, Hanu used Green Lantern energy to form a jade bottle, catching the serum inside. In total, he filled 2 bottles. At the same time, Ultron's new body was complete. The Sky Demon puppet, now, stood in the workshop like a small mountain. Even without moving, it radiated a suffocating pressure, as if simply standing there it could handle whatever came its way. Come down to the workshop, all of you. I have something for you. You can shut down your computers. This might take a while. Han. You looked up toward the upper floor, sending a message directly into Ultron and the others' minds through the Green Lantern ring. Upon receiving his message, the 3 of them quickly powered down and hurried to the workshop, their curiosity piqued by what Wanda had said earlier. After all, Hanu was using a fire that could burn souls. What exactly was he up to? Their anticipation was impossible to hide. The moment he stepped through the door, Ultron's gaze instantly locked onto the heavenly demon puppet standing beside Hanu. He strode over quickly, examining it as he asked, "Boss, what is this? Is it your new weapon?" Quicksilver and Wanda were also awestruck by the puppet's towering presence. After being refined, its muscles looked as if they brimmed with volcanic power. One punch from it could bring down a 10-story building in a thunderous crash. From head to toe, it radiated a natural aura of authority and might. "This is for you, a new body I prepared," Hanu replied, patting the heavenly demon puppet with a smile. "For me?" Ultron's mouth hung open. Even with the vast database in his mind, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Staring at the flawless form before him, he realized that if he tried to build a human body for himself, it wouldn't come close to matching this puppet. He saw deeper than Quicksilver and Wanda. The moment Ultron laid eyes on the heavenly demon puppet, he could estimate its strength. Even his own most advanced body was no match for this one. Hanu chuckled. "You've long wanted to experience a human form, haven't you? I know that after that cooking duel with Arena, you spent a lot of time upgrading your digestive system, but in the end, that was all just data analysis of taste. To truly know if food is delicious, you have to actually try it. Boss, you're playing favorites. Why does old Ultron get something so cool and we get nothing?" Quicksilver jumped in before Ultron could even respond, his complaints coming rapid fire. Hanu rolled his eyes, then raised his right hand. 2 jade bottles, filled with shimmering blue-red liquid, spun gently in his palm. "This is a potion I refined from Captain America's blood and some celestial herbs. Take it orally, and then use your Green Lantern energy to help digest it. Once it's fully absorbed, your bodies will undergo a leap in power." Hearing Hanu's explanation, Quicksilver couldn't wait. He snatched up the little jade bottle and examined it curiously, muttering, "Thanks, boss. Wow, this is awesome. Does that mean our bodies will become just like Roger's?" Wanda excitedly took the other bottle from Hanu's hand, turning it over and over. She had always admired Captain America's physique, not least because he aged so slowly. Though she wielded chaos magic, she still aged like any ordinary person, her lifespan just as limited. But now, with this potion in her hands, Wanda felt certain that she could live healthily for at least a century, if not more. Hanu grinned. "You'll be even stronger than Rogers. Just wait until you try it." With the addition of celestial herbs, this serum had long surpassed Captain America's super soldier formula. Rogers' level could still be considered human, but after taking this potion, they would be true cultivators. If only this world had spiritual energy, Hanu could have even taught them to train further. God-tier cultivation techniques? The general store has them in abundance, like wares piled to the ceiling. "Well, I'll head back to my room now. I can't wait any longer." Quicksilver's words tumbled out so fast, it was as if he was in a mad rush to return alone. If not for Hanu's exceptional hearing, he wouldn't have caught what he said at all. The moment Quicksilver finished speaking, his figure vanished from the room. He was already back in his own quarters. Wanda followed soon after, just a beat behind, returning to her room and downing the potion from the little jade vial. Neither of them had asked Hanu a single question about the safety of the potion. As soon as they received it, they left. Their trust in Hanu had clearly reached extraordinary depths. "Ultron, let me help you transfer your consciousness into this new body. Once your mind is settled in it, You can reforge your old metal shell into equipment. Since it's something you're used to, it'll probably make even better weapons. As Hanu spoke, he used his Green Lantern energy to conjure up 2 chairs, one for the Heavenly Demon Puppet and the other for Ultron. Ultron stared at the Heavenly Demon Puppet, lost in thought. There wasn't another body like this one on all of Earth. He didn't know its exact strength, but by his own estimation, it was at least on par with the Hulk in a rage. Ordinary heavy firepower wouldn't even scratch it. Ultron didn't waste words. He simply sat down in the empty chair. What I need to do? Just clear your mind. I'll use Green Lantern energy to enter your consciousness. You might feel a bit uncomfortable, but don't resist it, or the transfer will take even longer. Hanu's eyes glowed with a verdant light, a jade-green aura occasionally drifting from his body, lending him an ethereal, almost otherworldly presence. Let's do it, Ultron said with a faint smile. He knew full well he couldn't resist Hanu. Ever since Sokovia, Hanu had earned his complete respect. The relationship between the two was almost like that between the Winter Soldier and Captain America. All right, I'll begin. Hanu smiled gently. In that instant, Green Lantern energy surged from within him, weaving into strands of light that split in 2, one flowing toward Ultron, the other toward the Heavenly Demon Puppet. The consciousness transfer had begun. Transferring Ultron's mind into the Heavenly Demon Puppet didn't require much manual intervention from Hanu. All he had to do was set a clear intention, and the Green Lantern ring would handle the rest, as it functioned like an incredibly advanced semi-automatic computer. Other than the command input, the ring could do everything on its own. After setting up the consciousness transfer program, Hanu slipped the Green Lantern ring off his finger and placed it in front of Ultron. Since the ring would need to continuously operate the transfer, and Hanu didn't want to stay there the whole time, he simply left the ring behind to work on its own. This was the first time he had ever taken off the Green Lantern ring of his own accord. He wasn't worried about it being stolen, as the ring was directly bound to Hanu through the general store system. Without Hanu's authorization, even if someone else put on, it would just be an ordinary jade ring, probably not worth much at all. Hanu stepped out of the workshop and stretched his limbs in a big, satisfying motion, gazing up toward the upper floor. It's especially quiet this afternoon. Looks like Wanda and Pietro are both focused on absorbing that serum. Things are getting a bit dull around here. Normally, at this hour, you'd hear shouts and laughter coming from the computer room upstairs, sometimes boisterous, sometimes outright yelling. It could get noisy, but it also brought life and warmth to the shop, making it feel less deserted. Now, with Ultron transferring his consciousness in the workshop and Wanda, and Quicksilver upstairs digesting the super serum, none of which would be finished anytime soon, the whole store had fallen into a rare quietness again. Well, so be it. Might as well pick up that mutants project I've put off for so long and go see how Professor X is doing. Hanu shook his head and walked out to the alley behind the shop. With a thought, he tried to lift off into the air. Up, he remained rooted to the spot, not budging an inch. The atmosphere grew suddenly awkward. Oh right, I took off the Green Lantern ring. Hanu scratched his head in embarrassment. He'd gotten so used to flying off behind the shop with the ring that he'd forgotten he'd taken it off. Honestly, that death imprint should have at least given me the ability to fly. Suddenly unable to fly felt strange, and Hanu couldn't help but grumble about the general store system. The death imprint only enhanced his body and mind. Flying was out of the question. Hanu went straight to Stark, asking him to prepare a private jet. It was a small matter, and Stark didn't even ask where he was headed. Without a word, he handed Hanu a phone number. Stark explained that he had several private jets and could spare one for Hanu. The number belonged to the pilot of one of them. Dial it, and the plane would be ready to take off at a moment's notice. Such generosity made Hanu raise an eyebrow, but he didn't refuse. After all, they'd have plenty of dealings in the future, and there was no harm in accepting a friendly gesture like this. Looks like I should really prepare some regular modes of transportation for myself. Just having a car won't cut it. Hanu stroked his chin, considering how a private jet had become his everyday means of transport, sounding every bit like a man of extravagant means. Before leaving, Hanu downloaded an X system from Ultron's computer onto his own phone to help identify mutants. It wasn't yet in use at S.H.I.E.L.D., so he couldn't confirm the distribution of mutants on a large scale. For now, he'd just have to play it by ear, taking things one step at a time. Let's go. Berlin is 6 hours ahead of New York. Back in Hanu's hometown, it was barely past 10, but by the time his plane touched down at Berlin Airport, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Stepping out of the airport, Hanu casually flagged down a taxi. Hello, could you please take me to Berlin First High School? Thank you. Of course, the driver replied. As the scenery outside the window shifted from one block to the next, Hanu found himself wondering what he would say when he finally met Professor X, Charles. The driver, noticing Hanu lost in thought, suddenly changed direction. What should have been less than a 30-minute ride turned into a detour down a route that would take at least an hour. By the time Hanu snapped out of his reverie, more than an hour had passed. Seeing that the car still hadn't stopped, he furrowed his brow and said, "Driver, I remember the airport is less than a half hour from the high school. Why have we been driving for an hour, and we're still not there?" "Traffic jam. I took another route. Otherwise, we'd still be stuck back there," the driver answered unhurriedly, as if he'd done this 1,000 times and had become quite practiced at giving such explanations. Hanu rolled his eyes. Traffic jam, my foot. He'd never been to Berlin before, but he knew perfectly well that this wasn't tourist season. The road from the airport to the high school was mostly an ordinary stretch, not the kind that would have heavy traffic, especially since not many people commuted that way. There was simply no way it could be that congested. He understood perfectly well what was happening. The driver had spotted a foreign face and decided to make a little extra. It wasn't the first time Hanu had run into this sort of thing. Back in his previous life, he'd dealt with plenty of drivers who used flimsy excuses to fleece unsuspecting passengers. Hanu chuckled softly and didn't bother to argue. He simply waited in silence for the driver to reach the destination. By the time they finally arrived at Berlin First High School, it was already 5 o'clock. Hanu didn't bother glancing at the meter. He didn't need to. He already knew the fare would be outrageous. He reached into his pocket, pulled out a few large bills, and handed them to the driver. "Keep the change. Maybe buy yourself some eye drops," he added. Before the driver could say anything, Hanu was already out of the car. The driver looked down at the money in his hand, delighted. This was the kind of payout he'd usually get only after several trips. But just as he was reveling in his good fortune, he suddenly felt an itch in his eyes. The next moment, tears began streaming uncontrollably down his face, as if a dam had burst. In an instant, the driver became a man of tears, his face wet with crying. "Richard, what happened to you? Are you all right?" Another taxi driver, recognizing the tearful man as an acquaintance, hurried over to check on him. I'm fine," Richard managed, thoroughly bewildered. He had no idea what had just happened to him, why he'd suddenly started crying for no reason. The other drivers watched with puzzled expressions. They knew Richard's reputation. He was notorious for overcharging passengers and taking the long way just to make an extra buck. Seeing the wad of cash in his hand, they wondered, had he scored such a haul this time that he'd been moved to tears? His sobbing was so intense, like a torrential rain lashing down on pear blossoms, that more and more curious onlookers gathered around. Seeing someone cry like this, they couldn't help but let out exclamations of amazement. If they hadn't witnessed it with their own eyes, and someone claimed, "There's a guy who cries like a fire hydrant bursting open," they definitely wouldn't have believed it, dismissing it as a wild exaggeration. But now, having seen it for themselves, if anyone ever said such a thing, they'd confidently reply, "I really have seen it." Because the way this driver was bawling was simply over the top. Tears gushed from his eyes, as if there was no end to them. Standing at the edge of the crowd, Hanu watched the endlessly weeping driver from afar and smiled faintly. "Try tricking me, will you? Go ahead and cry your heart out. You won't be stopping any time within the next half hour." The reason the driver was crying like this was because Hanu had imperceptibly hit him with a stormy crying potion, a little punishment for his attempt at deception. Arriving at First High School, Hanu gazed at the steady stream of students going in and out of the building. He couldn't help but feel a touch of nostalgia. Though it was his first time here, it was still a school, and school days were always something to be cherished and remembered. Just as he was about to walk through the main gates, a voice called out to him. "Han!" Hearing that familiar voice, Hanu's lips twitched slightly. "No way. I can't believe I'm running into him, even here." A teenager came sprinting over from not far away, stopping right in front of Hanu, clearly excited to bump into him at this place. "Parker, what brings you here?" Hanu asked. The boy who called out to him was none other than Peter Parker, the youngster for whom he'd recently made a Spider-Man suit. "School event. I'm here for competition. But what about you? What are you doing here? Didn't Wanda and Pietro come with you?" Peter Parker looked around Hanu, curiosity written all over his face, and saw that he was indeed alone. "It's just a little personal matter. Let's head inside first," Hanu replied. Hanu hadn't planned to tell Peter Parker about the mutant situation. It wasn't that he didn't trust him. He just felt there was no need for Peter to know so much right now. Between juggling schoolwork and his responsibilities as Spider-Man, Peter was already stretched thin. Knowing too much wouldn't do him any favors. It would only add unnecessary worries to an already overwhelmed teenager. "Parker, you coming? We're heading in." A group of students came up beside Peter Parker. In the middle was a girl, about the same age as Peter, with shoulder-length golden hair. She wore fitted shorts and a t-shirt that showed off her figure. "All right, let me make the introductions. This is my friend, Hanu. This is Gwen Stacy, and then there's my classmates." "Just the usual crowd," Peter said, breezing through the introductions lumping the rest under a the usual crowd. Hanu couldn't help but be both amused and exasperated by his summary. "Hello, I'm Hanu." Hanu politely repeated his name, a flicker of hidden surprise passing through his eyes as he surreptitiously sized up Gwen standing before him. He remembered Gwen Stacy. She was one of the standout female spider people among the many Spider-Men of the parallel worlds. In his memory, her costume was always a striking combination of black and white. Of course, Hanu wasn't about to admit he was attracted to her physique. It was simply that he liked this character, nothing more. Now, seeing Gwen in person, he couldn't help but reveal a trace of genuine admiration in his gaze. In real life, she was even more beautiful than her comic book counterpart. "Hello, you can call me Gwen." Gwen extended her hand graciously for a handshake, but Hanu released her hand almost immediately, a gesture that caught her off guard and made her reassess the boy in front of her. She had confidence in her looks. While perhaps not a peerless beauty, she was no stranger to confessions from boys and had long grown accustomed to such attention. It was rare to meet someone who would let go of her hand so quickly. Usually, boys would either be captivated by her smile or would try to hold on a little longer in hopes of taking advantage. Hanu noticed the surprise in Gwen's eyes, but paid it no mind. He certainly wasn't so base as to pine for the body of a 16-year-old girl. With a smile, he tilted his head toward the school gate and said, "Shall we head in together?" With that, Hanu took the lead, and Gwen quickly followed, even a step ahead of Peter Parker. As they entered the gates of Midtown High, Peter Parker and his group had to show their identification before the security guard allowed them through. Hanu, on the other hand, was greeted with a nod, like a familiar face, by the guard, who let him in without question. This scene did not escape Peter Parker and his friends. Curiosity flickered among them, but while the others hesitated to ask, Peter had no such qualms and sidled up to Hanu. "Han, have you been here before?" Something like that," Hanu replied vaguely, brushing off the question. In truth, this was his first time in Berlin, in either his previous or current life. The only reason he'd made it past the gate was because he'd used his mental powers to nudge the guard's thoughts, persuading him to let him through. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even made it onto campus. How else was he supposed to find Professor X? Peter and his friends nodded as if everything made sense. They had no reason to suspect anything amiss. After all, they couldn't possibly perceive Hanu's use of psychic abilities. "Excuse me, coming through. Please move." Suddenly, a hurried voice called out from behind them. Hanu and Peter instinctively stepped aside, while a few slower classmates were jostled slightly. Without slowing his pace, the running student called back over his shoulder, "Sorry, I'm late for class, my apologies." Why don't you watch where you're going?" "Is this the quality of teachers at this school?" someone complained, rubbing their aching arm. "It was just a bump, don't go blaming the whole school." You could tell that person was in a real hurry, and they already apologized. Gwen rolled her eyes. She was one of the people who'd been bumped into, but she didn't seem bothered by the pain. Instead, she spoke up in defense of the person who'd run into them. "That guy looked familiar. Wait, I remember now. He's Charles Xavier." "Charles Xavier? You mean the genius who graduated from Harvard at 16 and already has doctorates in genetics, biophysics, and psychology?" Someone jumped in excitedly, completely forgetting about the recent collision with Charles. "That's right, that's him." A look of admiration swept over the group of students. Their annoyance from just moments ago melted away, replaced by respect for their idol. After all, they were only 15 or 16 themselves, and Charles had already achieved things at their age they could barely imagine. How could they not be envious? Even Peter Parker couldn't help but look a little envious. It seemed he knew who Charles was as well. "Well, this works out. I was just about to look for him, and now I've run into him by chance. Saves me a lot of time." Hanu's gaze lingered on Charles, watching which building he entered so he'd know where to find him later. This Charles was the Professor X he was searching for, or rather, someone who could become Professor X. He wasn't Professor X yet. He hadn't even figured out his own mutant powers. "All right, this is where we part ways. Looks like our paths split from here," Hanu said with a smile, bidding farewell to Peter Parker and his friends as the two groups headed off in different directions. Hanu quickly made his way toward the building Charles had entered, took out his phone, and opened the X-System app to start searching for Charles. He also considered searching Spider-Gwen online. She really was a striking character. It wasn't hard to track down Charles. Since Hanu already knew which building he'd entered, and the area was small, the X-System app on his phone could pinpoint him without any trouble. There was no need to wander around. He found Charles in a classroom, just as expected. Hanu stood at the back and listened for a moment before quickly losing interest. What on earth is he talking about? I can't make sense of any of it, Hanu thought. He leaned against the corridor wall, took out his phone and earbuds, and quietly opened his favorite music app. He shuffled a random playlist and let the music play as he wandered around campus. After all, he had some time to kill, and a walk down memory lane through campus life sounded like a good idea. Time passed, and soon, the bell rang to signal the end of class. Class, make sure you review your books this week for what we'll cover next week. Otherwise, it'll be hard to keep up. And about the weekend tutoring, does anyone want to? Charles watched his students chatting with each other as they packed up their textbooks. No one was listening to him at all. Class was over, and everyone was headed their own way. He sighed. Well, I guess the only time they listen to me is when I'm actually teaching. Once the bell rings, it's all the same. Shaking his head in resignation, Charles began gathering up his own materials. The weekend tutoring was free. He just hoped to teach a little extra. But clearly, the students had no interest in coming. After all, weekends were precious to them. Seldom would anyone volunteer to spend that time on extra lessons. Just as he stepped out of the classroom, a voice called out to him. Mr. Charles, do you have a minute? Could we talk? Charles turned to see who it was. The caller was an Asian student, probably even younger than Charles himself, likely just past 20. Are you the teacher of those students I bumped into before? Charles recalled the incident when he had accidentally knocked into Peter Parker and the others. They hadn't even made eye contact back then. Yet this student remembered him. Perhaps that's the memory of a true academic star. I'm not. I'm here to see you. I have a few things I'd like to ask if you have time. Hanu smiled. Today, he was dressed casually, a khaki top, classic black pants, and a pair of white high-top sneakers. The look was both simple and full of energy, and with his youthful face, he could easily pass for a high schooler. Sure, I'm free. Why don't we head to my office? Seeing Hanu's attire, Charles assumed he was a student from another school, maybe coming by to discuss academics. He was happy to oblige, and was just about to lead the way when Hanu stopped him. Could we find somewhere a bit more private? There are some things I'd rather not discuss where others could overhear. The school cafe has private rooms. What do you think? Hanu gave an apologetic smile. To ask a stranger to go somewhere secluded was a bold request. If he didn't have such an open, honest face, most people would probably have called the police, let alone agreed to meet in such a place. Since the cafe was still on campus, Charles felt reassured. The two of them walked side by side, chatting casually as they made their way over. Along the way, Hanu only shared basic information about himself, never touching on his true reason for wanting to talk. Watch out! As they passed the sports field, a chorus of shouts rang out from not far away. Charles turned his head a beat too slow, only to see a soccer ball growing larger and larger in his vision. There was no way to dodge in time. Just then, a slender hand appeared between Charles and the ball, catching the falling soccer ball with effortless ease. Are you all right? Hanu asked. It's nothing. You reacted so quickly. Charles was momentarily stunned, but the next second he spoke with excitement. Are you a soccer player? Wait, are you inviting me to join your team? No, that can't be it. Maybe you want me as an assistant coach? You should have said so earlier. I'm actually quite interested in soccer myself. It'd be nice to coach as a hobby. Listening to Charles ramble on, Hanu now found himself the one caught off guard. In his memory, Charles had always been a quiet person, but the man before him was far livelier than he remembered. Maybe this is the result of a shift in time and space. Curse these parallel universes, Hanu thought to himself with resignation. Ever since he arrived in this world, the timeline here had begun to shift. The memories he carried were now just that, memories. Whether things would unfold the same way, he could no longer say. Mr. Han, is something wrong? Seeing Hanu sitting there dazed and silent, Charles finally spoke up. After all, Hanu had sought him out. His silence was rather odd. Sorry, I got lost in thought. Hanu gave an apologetic smile, cleared his throat, and steered the conversation back on track. Mr. Charles, I've heard you're quite skilled in biology. What's your take on the word mutation? Oh, now, that's an interesting question. Since the topic was right in his wheelhouse, Charles began to speak with enthusiasm. Mutation, by definition, is the process by which single-celled organisms evolve into dominant forms of life. The origins of life on Earth are a testament to countless generations of biological evolution. Hanu grinned. Well said. And do you think humans can mutate? Of course. Darwin's theory of evolution tells us humans evolved from apes, doesn't it? Charles was about to continue, but Hanu motioned for him to stop. No, I don't mean physical mutations. I'm talking about something deeper, mutations on a higher level. Say, the emergence of special abilities. At those words, Charles froze for a moment. Suddenly, he sensed that the young man before him wasn't here for a simple academic discussion. Lowering his head, Charles stirred his coffee with a teaspoon, careful to hide the flicker of emotion in his eyes. He asked in a measured tone, "What exactly do you mean?" Hanu smiled, and the next words out of his mouth made Charles's heart skip a beat. "Mr. Charles, you're a psychic, aren't you?" The spoon paused in mid-stir for a heartbeat, but Charles quickly recovered, continuing as if nothing had happened. He looked up, wearing a mask of puzzled innocence. "I'm not sure I understand what you're talking about, but but his tiny slip hadn't escaped Hanyu's notice. Seeing Charles's barely perceptible reaction, Hanyu was now certain. Charles did indeed possess such abilities. Don't be afraid. I'm also something of a superpowered individual. The reason I came to you today is to discuss how we might gather these superpowered people together. If the world were to discover that there are many people with such abilities, it would surely cause panic among ordinary people, perhaps even lead to war. Hanyu's words startled Charles. He wasn't exaggerating. In Hanyu's memory, there had indeed been wars between humans and mutants. Although mutants, as a group, possessed extraordinary powers, most bore no ill will. Yet they were still seen as threats and hunted relentlessly. It was for this very reason that mutants would eventually rise up in resistance, sparking conflict. How can I trust you? Charles asked. No sooner had he spoken than he saw the coffee in front of him suddenly float up into the air, spinning a few times above the table before gently settling back down. Hanyu's little display convinced Charles of Hanyu's claim. He was indeed a superpowered individual. Charles took a big gulp of his coffee, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. I always suspected I wasn't the only one in the world with these abilities. Today I finally meet another. But I call people like us mutants, humans whose genes have mutated. Hanyu was taken aback. Wait a second. Always mutants? When did you first discover you had this ability? Charles replied, when I was 7. Hanyu pressed on. And what exactly is your power? As he spoke, Charles reached out his hand toward the spoon and did something that would leave Hanyu shocked for a whole year. The metal spoon bent in Charles's grasp. Wait, your power is controlling magnetic fields. Suddenly, it felt like Hanyu had 10 heads, all spinning at once. He quickly motioned for Charles to stop, rubbing his temples, his mind in a whirl. Things are taking an unexpected turn. What's wrong? Is my power affecting you? Seeing Hanyu in this state, Charles hurried over, worried that his power might have caused it. It's nothing, I'm just a bit thrown off is all, Hanyu replied, waving his hand and letting out a long breath. Then he asked, so, you call people with powers like yours mutants, and your ability is to control magnetic fields? Yes, that's right. Is there something wrong with that? Something wrong? Oh, there was something very wrong. In Hanyu's memory, Charles was Professor X, the most powerful telepath. But now, it seemed he possessed the ability to control magnetic fields. That was Magneto Eric's power. Hanyu laced his fingers under his chin, his expression uneasy. Suddenly, a phrase popped into his mind. Damn it, this is the Flashpoint Paradox. The so-called Flashpoint Paradox comes from the DC universe. In that world, when the Flash travels back in time and changes a certain event, it triggers a series of butterfly effects, ultimately altering the future and creating an entirely new timeline. This phenomenon is known as the Flashpoint Paradox. Hanyu had originally thought that his arrival would do nothing more than delay or hasten the timing of certain events. But now, it was clear that his presence hadn't simply shifted things in time. It had triggered a full-blown Flashpoint Paradox. In a world where the Flashpoint Paradox has occurred, nothing remains as it was. Those who were good may become the most villainous of evildoers, while the greatest villains could turn into heroes. I wonder just how many things have been affected by this Flashpoint Paradox. Looks like I need to help push some events forward myself, or too many unpredictable situations might arise. Hanyu stroked his chin. In his previous life, anything involving the Flash was bound to come with timeline changes. Speedsters like them loved to toy with time, jumping back and forth, altering the world at will. He never imagined that his own appearance here would set off such an event. Truly, he thought, you live long enough, and you'll see everything. Mr. Han, are you all right? Charles, seeing Hanyu lost in thought for so long, apparently stunned by his own superpowers, spoke up, his tone tinged with concern. I'm fine. Let me be direct. If there are more mutants in this world, but humanity doesn't accept them and even hunts them down, what would you do? Hanyu's eyes shimmered with uncertainty. In his memory, Magneto was always on the side of the villains, though he had helped Professor X at times. Overall, Magneto was firmly in the camp of antagonists. Now, with Charles possessing Magneto's powers, Hanyu wondered what kind of mindset he might have. It was a good question, one that truly tested a person. This was the first time Charles had heard anyone ask him something like this, and it left him silent, deep in thought. Hanyu didn't interrupt. He watched quietly, already preparing himself. If Charles's intentions turned out to be harmful to the world, Hanyu would use his own psychic powers to construct a mental prison within Charles's mind. It wouldn't be fatal, but it would seal away his abilities, making him entirely forget that he ever had superpowers. Hanyu understood all too well just how far powers like these could evolve. Mutants are classified into 5 levels, with level 5 being the highest, known as Omega level. Even among the vast population of mutants, Omega levels are rare, numbering barely more than 10. Magneto's powers could reach level 4. Though not the very top, that was still enough to move planets, a terrifying capability. Among all mutants, such power was already at the level of king. Truly, it was something to be feared. Charles spent 5 minutes deep in thought before finally letting out a gentle sigh. If that day truly comes, he said, I suppose I would hide away with the mutants I know, try my best not to be discovered by ordinary humans. To be honest, after all these years, I've been searching for others like us, but I haven't found a single one. His words brought a smile to Hanyu's face. Fortunately, although Charles's mutant abilities had changed, his kindness remained just as Hanyu remembered. This realization eased Hanyu's worries and allowed him to breathe a little easier. Magneto, Eric, and Professor Charles Xavier were both people Hanyu knew he had to find. In his memory, these two were the founders of the Mutant Academy and had done much to help mutants. Although Eric's actions later became rather extreme, he wanted to wipe out humanity to protect mutants. Hanyu understood the reasons behind it. Eric's childhood was scarred by Nazi persecution and years of manipulation, which had left him harboring deep resentment toward ordinary humans. Witnessing his own kind being hunted only pushed him further down a dark path. That's good, Hanyu said. In fact, I came here to talk to you about just this. I'm planning to establish an academy, a place specifically for mutants from all over the world. I hope you'll join us as a teacher. Not every mutant is as thoughtful or comes from a family as supportive as yours. For many, their families and friends see them only as monsters. Too much rejection can twist their minds and drive them to violence. And by then, it will be too late to intervene. That's why I want to gather them together, to have elders like you teach them, help them learn to control their powers. Hanyu's words struck a deep chord in Charles's heart. The reason he remained a schoolteacher, instead of accepting lucrative offers from research companies, was because he discovered that the mutant gene often manifested in childhood. Mutant genes didn't just appear out of nowhere as time passed. Charles stayed in schools so he could observe the students, looking for those who showed signs of being mutants, hoping to protect them from harm before the world could hurt them. Unfortunately, his ability was limited. At best, he could only watch over the students in Berlin. He simply had no way to help those beyond the city. So what do you plan to do? Charles asked. Hanyu replied, I've developed some software that can search for mutants on a large scale. I'll give it to you. Once we find one more essential person, I'll leave the rest of the work to you too. The trouble is, I don't know where to find him. His powers may not even be awakened yet, and I'm not sure if he truly has superhuman abilities. Charles asked, so there's someone else? What's his name? Eric. Eric Lyncher. He must be a powerful mutant as well. But in this vast sea of people, where could I possibly find him? Hanyu spoke with a hint of frustration, only to see Charles slowly raise his hand, his expression somewhat peculiar as he said, Eric? He's actually our school's PE teacher. We're pretty close, and he's the only person around me who knows I'm a mutant. Hanyu, what? Could it really be such a coincidence? In the movies, you two are best friends, and here in reality, you're still best friends? Truly, fate works in mysterious ways. That's perfect. Where is he now? Can we go find him? Hanyu asked, already guessing that Eric was probably not at the school. Otherwise, the X system would have detected his mutant gene by now. He's probably at home. Wait a moment, I'll call him and ask him to come over. With that, Charles immediately pulled out his phone, his face lighting up with excitement. He'd waited for this day for more than 20 years. It was Eric's comfort and friendship since childhood that kept him from feeling like a freak for being a mutant. And now, hearing that Hanyu might also be a mutant, Charles felt even more motivated to bring him on board. The phone rang several times before it was answered. On the other end came a deep, magnetic voice. What is it, Charles? I was sleeping. Sleeping in broad daylight? Don't skip school just because you have no classes. I need you here. Something urgent. Be at school within half an hour move. Charles hung up without even giving Eric a chance to refuse. Back at home, Eric stared at his phone in confusion. He'd heard the message, but Charles hadn't even given him a chance to ask what was going on. That wasn't like him at all. Still, a friend's urgency is not to be ignored. Eric got out of bed, planning to freshen up before heading to school. On the other side, watching Charles hang up, Hanyu asked, Did you two know each other for a long time? Yeah, we went to the same school from high school all the way through college. Now we've both been assigned to this school. Quite a coincidence, isn't it? Charles replied. Hanyu rubbed his forehead helplessly. Well, at least things aren't changing for the worse. Not every twist of fate has to end in disaster. With their identities now out in the open, Hanyu and Charles chatted more freely while they waited, their conversations circling around the topic of mutants and their powers, as if there was never enough to say. They kept coming back to experimenting with Charles's mutant abilities. By the way, what's your power? Can you show me? Charles asked, curiosity in his voice. He was always the one demonstrating his own abilities, but he'd yet to see Hanu reveal his. His question stumped Hanu. Come to think of it, he really didn't have any signature superpower. If you counted the Green Lantern ring, that was more of a tool-based ability. Aside from a Mark of the Undying, he had no innate powers of his own. And the Mark of the Undying didn't offer much in terms of offensive strength. Its main function was to enhance his mental fortitude, granting him abilities like telepathic communication, intimidation, and protection. The intimidation effect could harm ordinary people, but when it came to mutants or deities with powerful minds, his ability was only good for shielding himself from their mental attacks. It couldn't inflict any real harm. My abilities are a bit different from yours. I suppose you could call it a simple mix of spatial powers and, well, weapon mastery. He casually made up two names on the spot. With a flicker in his hands, the black glowing Hyōrinmaru hammer and Hyōrinmaru appeared in his grip. The sudden presence of Hyōrinmaru caused the temperature in the room to drop sharply. In the heat of summer, a thin layer of frost crept across the surrounding walls. Charles instinctively tried to warm his hands with a puff of breath, but soon realized his movements were growing sluggish. His eyes were drawn immediately to the Hyōrinmaru hammer. Even he could sense the faint but unmistakable pressure emanating from the hammer. It was that pressure that made his actions so slow and heavy. Noticing Charles's reaction, Hanu withdrew his weapons. Although Charles was a mutant, his physique was still that of an ordinary person and couldn't withstand the pressure from those two weapons. Once Hanu put the weapons away, Charles let out a long, audible sigh of relief. Sorry about that. Hanu apologized with a sheepish smile. It's fine. I asked to see it, after all. That's really impressive. Just a sword and a hammer, and you can already command such power. In a real fight, who could possibly stand against you? Charles surveyed the changes in the room, clearly amazed. Hanu just smiled, saying nothing. He knew there would be opportunities in the future for them to see him in action. There was no need to explain further now. After about 20 minutes, a figure hurriedly entered the room, dust from the journey still clinging to him. His eyes immediately found Charles, then darted to the slightly warped spoon on the table. Alarmed, he rushed forward, pulling Charles behind him protectively. Are you all right? Did anything happen to you? The newcomer was none other than the former Magneto, Eric. At that moment, he was inspecting Charles from head to toe, as if worried Hanu might have hurt him. I'm fine, really. What could have happened? Charles replied, a bit puzzled. Eric cast a wary glance at Hanu, then looked again at the bent spoon on the table. In a low voice, he asked Charles, Did you just use your power? Didn't you say we shouldn't do that when there are outsiders around? What if you get us into trouble? A distinct note of anger could be heard in his low voice. It was the kind of anger that comes from worrying Charles might be targeted after revealing his abilities. This scene left Hanu both amused and exasperated. The brotherly bond between these two was far beyond his expectations. It seemed that in this world, Eric hadn't suffered under the Nazis. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up as Charles's colleague. Charles picked up on the concern hidden beneath Eric's angry tone. Stepping between Eric and Hanu, he said, Let me introduce you. This is Hanu. He's from New York, and he's a mutant as well. A mutant too? Eric eyed Hanu with obvious skepticism, scanning him up and down as if he didn't quite believe it. Hanu simply shrugged, saying nothing more. Right in front of Eric, he summoned the Hyōrinmaru hammer and Ultron from his system space, gave them a little twirl, then stowed them away again. That convinced Eric. So, you mutants are talking shop. What do you need me for? Don't tell me you want to use me for target practice. I might be a PE teacher, but I'm not anyone's punching bag. Eric took a few steps back as he spoke. Hanu couldn't help but laugh. Where had the aloof Magneto from his past life gone? No, it's not that, Charles explained. Han just told me he thinks you might be a mutant too. Me? That's impossible, Eric replied. I've never shown any sign of being a mutant, not in my whole life. Didn't we already try everything, ages ago? Well, you're not wrong about that, Charles admitted. At those words, Charles looked to Hanu, his gaze asking what their next move should be. Charles's powers had manifested early in life, and back then, Eric had wanted to see if he had any abilities too. The two of them had tried all sorts of things, plunging into cold water, jumping from the third floor, even slapping themselves hard, but nothing ever happened. Charles was never seen as a freak, but Eric quickly gained a reputation for being odd, thanks to all those bizarre stunts. Hanu pulled out his phone and opened the X-System app, explaining, This software can detect mutants. I'm turning on the direct detection mode now. If someone is a mutant, it lights up red. If it's white, it means they're not. Let's try it outside. The three of them left the room and stood just outside the door. Since class was over, the cafe was already filled with students. Han, you tested the app on each student, and it showed white every time. Finally, when he pointed it at Charles, the indicator glowed red. See? It really works. To be sure, Hanu tried it several more times on both Charles and an ordinary student. Once he was confident it was accurate, the three of them returned to the room. Are you ready? What I want to tell you is that Charles and I are planning to establish a school, one that will enroll only mutant students. If, after the tests, it turns out you're a mutant, I hope you'll help. Charles, take care of this school. Of course, if you're not willing, we won't conduct the test, and as long as you don't actively try to awaken your abilities, they're unlikely to manifest at your current age. Hanu spoke with utmost seriousness. After all, choosing this path meant they would no longer be ordinary people. What awaited them would completely upend their lives. At this point, Charles didn't say anything to persuade Eric to join. Having already awakened his own abilities, he knew all too well that someone with powers like his was no longer in the same category as regular people. What he intended to do might be dangerous in the future. Eric was his friend. If he could lend a hand, that would be wonderful. But if Eric was unwilling to step onto this path, Charles would never force him. It was Eric's life, and he had no right to change it. Hanu and Charles both fell silent, watching Eric. Eric didn't rush to answer. He took a moment to think things through. Finally, he placed his palm on Charles's head and grinned. Of course I'm coming. Without me, how's this bookworm, who's never even been in a fight, supposed to survive? Charles batted Eric's hand away and retorted. Who are you calling a bookworm? You should be embarrassed to say that, considering how terrible your grades are compared to mine. Oh yeah? Who was it that came crying to me after getting beaten up as a kid? And who was it that would show up in the middle of the night, unable to finish his homework, begging to copy mine and swearing to study hard? I see. So we're digging up old stories now, huh? Well then, tell me, who was it that fell into a mud puddle during a field trip and, too embarrassed to admit the truth, insisted he'd seen treasure underwater and fell trying to retrieve it? And you back then still? Watching the two of them launch into a playful argument, gleefully exposing each other's embarrassing childhood stories, Hanu couldn't help but be thoroughly entertained. At least this showed how close they were. Once the school was founded, they'd surely make a great team. All right, I'm done arguing with you. Han, hurry up and test him already. After their good-natured squabble left them both a little breathless and red-faced, Charles finally took a long gulp of coffee and turned to Hanu, catching his breath. Hanu smiled and nodded. Honestly, he wouldn't have minded listening to a bit more of their banter. He picked up his phone and asked Eric, "Are you ready?" "Go ahead." Eric took a few deep breaths and replied. This was his chance to finally find out if he was a mutant. During regular checkups, he'd always worried the doctors would notice something odd. Now, he could get a definite answer, and perhaps finally put to rest a question that had haunted him for years. After a beep, all three pairs of eyes fixed on the phone screen. A streak of red slowly emerged from the center, finally spreading to cover the entire display. A mutant. Eric is a mutant. Seeing the result, Eric broke out in goosebumps. His eyes widened in shock. He was actually a mutant. But why hadn't there been any signs after all these years? I'm a mutant, but why haven't I ever awakened my mutant abilities all this time? Eric murmured, his mouth slightly open, disbelief written all over his face. I tried so many different ways before, but nothing ever worked. Why is that? Charles seemed just as puzzled. Ever since he discovered his own mutant identity and superpowers, his first reaction hadn't been fear. It was envy. Back then, Eric had tried everything. Charles had seen all his efforts with his own eyes. When Eric still didn't awaken, he resigned himself to being an ordinary person, not a mutant after all. That realization left Eric deeply disappointed. If he wasn't a mutant, then he'd never be able to stay by Charles's side, never play with him the same way. For a long time, Eric was lost and despondent, unsure what to do with himself. In the end, it was Charles who spent even longer persuading him, gently convincing Eric that he wasn't some kind of freak, that being normal was just fine. Only then did Eric gradually return to his usual self. But it was from that moment on that Eric made up his mind. Mutant or not, he would stay by Charles's side. His friend, who wouldn't even fight back when bullied. If he ever got into trouble, Eric simply couldn't imagine what he'd do. So from middle school onward, despite his dislike for studying, Eric pushed himself academically. He managed to scrape by, barely making the cut for both high school and university, an incredible feat at the time. After all, Charles and Eric were practically the poster children for top student and problem student. It was no surprise Charles got into Harvard, but Eric making it, even by the skin of his teeth, was truly remarkable. And he'd earned it himself. It's clear, then, just how fiercely determined he'd been. Everyone's abilities are different. Awakening isn't something that happens easily. Some mutants can go their entire lives carrying the gene, without ever realizing it. It's nothing unusual, Hanu explained. Don't worry, my X system has a method for awakening mutant genes. As he spoke, Hanyu's thumb danced across the phone screen. X, help me activate Eric's abilities. Please confirm. Do you wish to awaken Mr. Eric's mutant gene? The X system asked. Hanyu replied, yes. Start now. All right, this method does carry certain risks. Please make sure everyone is prepared. Suddenly, a horn-shaped icon appeared on the X system interface on the phone screen. In the next instant, Eric dropped to his knees, clutching his head, his face twisted in agony. Seeing this, both Hanyu and Charles panicked. Hanyu hurriedly asked, System, what are you doing? This method emits a sound wave that only mutants can hear, stimulating the dormant mutant gene within a latent mutant. This awakens the gene and activates their abilities. It has no effect on mutants whose genes have already been activated, the X system replied. I did hear a very faint noise. I thought it was just ringing in my ears. Was that actually coming from your phone? Charles tilted his head, listening to the dense, yet almost inaudible sound. He addressed the X system in Hanyu's hand. Is this dangerous? The method itself is not dangerous. However, gene activation in mutants causes them tremendous pain. Medically speaking, it will be classified as level 13 pain. The X system's explanation gave Charles and Hanyu, neither of whom had experienced such agony, a rough idea of what it must feel like. Medical science categorizes pain in 12 levels, with level 12 being the pain of childbirth, the most intense known. Yet awakening the mutant gene surpassed even that. Eric, are you all right? Charles crouched down and asked. At this point, Eric was gritting his teeth so hard that the veins on his temples stood out. Eric forced a strained smile and managed to joke, is that all? Feels like someone's just tickling me. As he spoke, beads of sweat as large as peas rolled down his forehead, and his whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. After all, this was the activation of a mutant gene, not some ordinary, sudden gain of superpowers. In latent mutants, the gene exists but lies dormant, and forcing it to awaken is no trivial matter. The sensation was akin to remaining conscious while your internal organs are being reborn, a pain few could bear. Eric, if it's too much, just let it out. I've soundproofed this room from the outside. No one will hear you, Hanyu said. This was well within his mental abilities. Are you kidding? Like I'd ever, Eric tried to keep up his bravado, but halfway through his sentence, the pain surged even higher. This time, he truly couldn't hold back. He collapsed to the floor, shaking uncontrollably. The searing pain crashed through him in relentless waves, pounding over and over. For a grown, healthy man to howl like that, the suffering was simply unimaginable. Charles could hardly bear to watch. He knew just how resilient his good friend was. Back when Eric stood up for him, he was beaten by 4 people and didn't let out so much as a whimper. Yet now, Eric was howling in agony. Hang in there. Eric, you can do it. I know you can. It still hurts. That's great. I've pretty much forgotten what pain feels like. Maybe one of these days, someone should drop a couple of nukes on me, just to see if I can scratch the itch. Hanyu muttered to himself. Charles, overhearing him, shot him an exasperated look. He found it hard to believe that even nuclear weapons wouldn't harm Hanyu. As Hanyu rambled on, his expression suddenly shifted. In a flash, he sprang in front of Charles. A surge of mental power erupted from his mind, shielding both himself and Charles behind him. The next moment, everything around them shattered, cups, tables, glass. Charles, standing behind Hanyu, felt nothing, but he watched in shock as objects mysteriously exploded, the force radiating from a single source. Eric. Eric, are you all right? Charles was about to step forward and check on Eric, but Hanyu stopped him, shaking his head ever so slightly. Not yet. His powers have just awakened, and they're completely out of control. We need to give him a moment to process this on his own. Hanyu's mental energy poured toward Eric like a tidal wave, weaving a faint, cocoon-like shield around him, preventing further destruction. Hearing this, Charles was surprised. So was Eric, causing the objects to shatter out of nowhere. Although worried, Charles wasn't reckless. Since Hanyu insisted, he stepped back, though the deep concern didn't leave his face. Come on, Eric, don't give up now. Hanyu murmured, clenching his fists as he watched Eric curled on the floor, trembling violently. Charles shot Hanyu a curious look. It was only their first meeting, yet Hanyu seemed more invested in Eric's awakening than Charles himself. Could he be faking it? No, Charles could tell. One of his many doctorates was in psychology. He might not be able to see through anyone at a glance, but subtle micro-expressions rarely escaped him. What he saw on Hanyu's face was nothing but genuine urgency and hope. That was exactly why he found it so strange. Why did Hanyu want Eric to awaken so badly, when they'd only just met? The truth was, Magneto, Eric, was one of Hanyu's favorite Marvel characters. Eric had never set out to harm others, even in the comics. When he turned to darkness, It was only after the horrors of World War II and witnessing humanity's ruthless persecution of mutants. Out of sheer necessity, Magneto, Eric, finally stepped forward to lead the mutants in their resistance against humanity. Compared to Professor X, who always hoped for a peaceful resolution, Hanu found himself drawn more to Magneto. If he were a mutant, he wouldn't hesitate for a second to join Magneto's side. They weren't wrong. All they wanted was to survive. It was simply that ordinary humans could not tolerate those who were different. There was no way they would allow the mutants, whom they saw as a threat, to live on peacefully. Time flew by quickly. Hanu watched as Eric went from violent, uncontrollable trembling to a slower, steadier rhythm. Nearly 20 minutes had slipped past. Once Eric's body had finally stopped shaking, Hanu withdrew his telepathic protection. He moved to Eric's side and helped him to his feet. Just then, Charles came forward, concern coloring his voice. "Are you all right?" Eric was breathing hard, his clothes soaked through with sweat. He managed a tired, lopsided grin. "Still kicking. Though I have to say, this feels a whole lot worse than a hangover." Seeing Eric still able to joke, Charles finally let out a breath of relief. If Eric had suddenly turned serious, he would have been even more worried. "Here, eat this first," Hanu said, pulling out a senza bean and handing it to Eric. Eric turned the little bean over in his hands, examining it carefully and even giving it a cautious sniff. Only when Hanu, half amused and half exasperated, assured him it wasn't poison did Eric finally swallow it. "Whoa, what is this stuff? I feel recharged all of a sudden." Eric stood up and flexed his limbs. The exhaustion and weakness from the previous agony seemed to vanish, replaced by a surge of strength. "Let's not get into that for now. Tell us, what's your ability?" "Show us," Hanu urged. Charles looked just as eager, both of them fixing their eyes on Eric, waiting for him to demonstrate his mutant power. "I'll give it a try." At Hanu's words, Eric composed himself and focused inward, feeling for any changes within. In the next moment, he glanced over at Hanu and Charles. "So this is my superpower, then?" Eric hadn't spoken aloud. His words appeared directly in Hanu and Charles's minds. "As I suspected, telepathy. These two old friends have actually swapped powers. Now, this is getting interesting," Hanu mused silently. When he'd seen Charles controlling magnetic fields, the thought had crossed his mind. Could Eric's new power be telepathy? That would certainly be an intriguing twist. In their past lives, the two had been both adversaries and confidants, and each had caused the other no shortage of trouble with their abilities. Now, seeing their powers exchanged was a fascinating turn of events. "Wait, so is this mind reading or something?" Eric continued, sending his words straight into their heads. "No, your ability is telepathy," Hanu explained slowly. "Without any physical contact, you can enter others' minds, read, or even alter their thoughts and memories, and control their actions." That powerful. Eric could hardly believe it. Was his ability really this powerful? Even though it didn't seem as flashy as Charles's metallic manipulation, it was still an extremely impressive power. "Excellent. Now that both of you have your abilities, let's begin our plan as soon as possible. We need to gather the mutants together before the world discovers us, or it could lead to chaos." Without letting Eric dwell on the strength of his new power, Hanu jumped straight into discussing his plan with the two of them. The other two listened intently, occasionally chiming in with their own ideas, which Hanu readily accepted and incorporated. After all, the plan was originally tailored for the two of them. Hanu had brought it from another world and now shared it with Charles and Eric, so it was only natural that they'd have their own thoughts. By the time they had finished hashing out the plan, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. If it hadn't been for a fellow student knocking on their door to say the cafe was closing, they might have talked all night. Oh no, the things in this room. Only then did they snap back to reality. When Eric had awakened his mutant gene earlier, he'd accidentally destroyed many items in the room. Thanks to Hanu's psychic power, the noise hadn't leaked out, so no one outside had heard a thing. But now, how would they explain the widespread destruction? It certainly wouldn't do to say everything was broken by accident. "Don't worry, leave it to me." Hanu smiled. This was a piece of cake for him. He silently communicated with the general store system in his mind, and with the cost of one upgrade point, he restored the room to its original state. This move left Charles and Eric utterly stunned. What kind of ability was this? Outwardly, Hanu remained calm, but inside, his heart ached bitterly as he railed at the general store system. All that just to restore a bit of a room. "And you charge me an upgrade point? I'm the store owner. Do you really have to fleece your own host like this? Is it really that much fun to mess with me?" Perhaps the system grew a conscience, because suddenly it issued a new task. Ding! Branch mission triggered. Collect the abilities of 2 mutants. Mission source: Power of the Debt King. Hearing this, Hanu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Taking advantage of a moment when Charles and Eric weren't paying attention, he tapped 2 decade cards against them, instantly acquiring ability cards bearing their powers. Branch mission complete. Reward, 50 upgrade points. Hanu sneaked a glance at the cards and noticed their prefixes had changed. Magneto, Professor Charles. Ex-King Eric. Well, would you look at that? Even the names have switched. Swapping abilities is one thing, but swapping names too? That's just ridiculous. Hanu couldn't help but laugh aloud. The names written on the cards, though fine in English, sounded especially silly when translated back into Chinese. What's so funny? Seeing Hanu chuckling to himself at the back, Eric asked. Oh, it's nothing really. I just remembered something that made me happy. Hanu quickly waved his hand and replied. I see. Eric nodded, deciding not to pry further. After all, they'd only just met less than a day ago, and it wouldn't be appropriate to ask too much. Having finished explaining the arrangements to both of them, Hanu decided he would return to New York that very night. After all, he was still the owner of the general store. His involvement with the Mutant Academy was merely a favor, and he had no intention of managing it personally. With Eric and Charles both being reliable, Hanu felt at ease leaving the details in their hands and heading back. Well, I'll head back to New York then. Didn't expect things to be settled so quickly. I've already saved my phone number and address for you. If anything comes up, just reach out anytime. Of course, don't worry. Once we finish building, we'll let you know. Remember, you've got the title of headmaster here, so don't forget to come back and check on your student from time to time. Maybe give them some guidance, Charles said with a smile. Hanu could only nod with a wry smile. He had hoped Charles or Eric would take the position of headmaster, but they insisted it should be him. It wasn't that they were shirking responsibility. They knew Hanu wouldn't be around much, and the real work would fall to them. Charles explained it this way. Since Hanu had suggested the idea and helped the mutants, those children who had never met him should at least know who was behind their opportunity for a normal life. Hearing Charles's explanation, Hanu was genuinely touched. He realized he hadn't misjudged them, so he stopped refusing and accepted the role of headmaster, promising to keep an eye on the academy. The very night Hanu left, Charles and Eric both resigned from their teaching positions. The founding of the Mutant Academy was an urgent matter. Charles was already quite wealthy, and with Hanu's investment, they could proceed without worrying about expenses, freeing them from any future concerns. Since they didn't know how many students there would be, they chose a location for the academy that was remote and secluded, ensuring that ordinary people wouldn't stumble upon it, and providing ample space for the mutant children to play and learn. Just purchasing the land cost them several $billion, and construction would require tens of billions more. This wasn't just an academy. It was practically a small town in itself. To settle all these matters, Eric often made use of his telepathic abilities, subtly nudging people's thoughts. Not enough to arouse suspicion, just enough to ensure their requests were met. Currently, Eric couldn't alter memories directly, so he could only make minor adjustments to people's thinking, gently guiding them to give their consent. But all of that would come later. The Mutant Academy was not something that could be built in a day. Back at the grocery store, Quicksilver and Wanda had fully absorbed the serum, and Ultron had completed the integration with his new body. Now, the three of them were practicing their powers in the cluttered storage room, which had been expanded into a pocket dimension. With his body strengthened, Quicksilver's speed had increased by several levels. It seemed the reason he hadn't been this fast before was simply that his body couldn't handle such velocity. Now, with his enhanced physique, he could push himself even further. Wanda's changes, however, were not visible on the surface. The physical boost had improved her resilience and sharpened her mind, allowing her to comprehend chaos magic on a deeper level. Even her casual attacks could now distort space itself. On the surface, though, Ultron looked the most terrifying. Standing there, he threw what appeared to be a simple punch, but it tore through the air with a piercing sonic boom. The force of his blows echoed throughout the entire pocket dimension. And that, clearly, was just an ordinary punch. If he got serious, Hanu thought, Ultron's fist could probably split the earth in half. Hey, knock it off with the punches, would you? That's way too loud. Quicksilver shouted, covering his ears in annoyance. Wanda, say something to him, will you? Wanda just shrugged, tilted her head, and pointed her ear. I'm using magic to block out the sound. I can't hear anything. Wait, what? That's a thing. Quicksilver was dumbfounded. Since he knew he couldn't take Ultron in a fight, and Ultron wouldn't listen to him anyway, he hesitated for a moment, then flipped Ultron the finger. Using his Green Lantern ring, he conjured a pair of headphones for himself to block out the noise. No sooner had he put them on than he noticed Ultron looking back, his face alight with joy. Boss, you're back. You, Wanda called out. The two of them rushed over, excitedly crowding around Hanu, each eager to tell him all about their recent changes. Quicksilver stood off to the side, utterly crestfallen. Are you two doing this on purpose, just to mess with me? That night, to celebrate Ultron's successful fusion with his new body and the fact that Wanda and Quicksilver now match Captain America in physical strength, Hanu personally cooked up an authentic hometown meal. Ultron was so moved by the food that he was nearly in tears. Looking at Hanu, his mouth stuffed, he mumbled, "Boss, my life is your life. No matter what dangers lie ahead, I'll follow you without a second thought." To make his point clear, Ultron said this in Chinese, but with his mouth so full, his words came out completely garbled. Hanu had to listen carefully for a moment before he finally made out what Ultron meant, and then he gave Ultron's shoulder a hearty pat, laughing. "We're family here. No need for such formalities." Hanu joined in the feast as well. Ever since their physical abilities improved, both Quicksilver and Wanda had developed bigger appetites. Normally, Wanda would be satisfied with just half a bowl of rice, but tonight she astonishingly ate 3 bowls. As for Quicksilver, the seasoned champion of eating, he polished off nearly 10 bowls. When it came to eating, Quicksilver finally met his match in Ultron. Though they weren't all that familiar with each other, Ultron kept pace and, in no time, matched Quicksilver's tally, 10 bowls as well. Watching the two of them devour their food with such abandon, Hanu couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. He didn't mind, and simply went to cook up a few more dishes for them. By the time they finished, the amount of food Quicksilver and Ultron had eaten could easily feed a family of 3 for a whole month. Naturally, the dishwashing duties fell to Quicksilver. With his super speed, it took him less than 2 seconds to clear the table, no matter how chaotic it looked, and wash all the dishes sparkling clean, leaving Hanu no choice but to sigh in admiration. "Pietro, you really are something." After a hearty meal, it was time for an exciting round of games. The 4 of them headed upstairs, powered up the console, and launched GTA. "What should we play?" "A heist mission," Hanu asked. "Let's try rank mode. I've added the team deathmatch and demolition deathmatch you mentioned before. They've gotten rave reviews," Ultron replied. "Oh, those modes are live already? Interesting. Then let's give them a shot." Team deathmatch and demolition deathmatch had never existed in any previous GTA titles. Hanu dared to introduce them now because GTA was such a groundbreaking franchise, and with Ultron's vast computational power, he could maintain the whole game single-handedly, not to mention the sheer financial muscle at their disposal. That gave Hanu the confidence to experiment at will. After all, there wasn't another game out there that could even come close to challenging GTA's position. As Hanu was about to invite everyone into a match, a window suddenly popped up in front of him. "Your rank difference with your friends is too great. You cannot enter ranked mode together." Hanu was speechless. He glanced at his own badge, bronze. Meanwhile, Ultron and the others already sported gold. The game's ranking system had several tiers: bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, master, and gun king. Each tier was divided into 5 levels, with level 1 as the highest and level 5 as the lowest. Don't be fooled by the fact that Ultron and the others were only at gold, level 3. This mode had only just launched, and even if you were skilled, you still needed to find worthy opponents. Most players were still getting used to the new modes, so reaching gold was already quite an achievement. After all, this game wouldn't fill matches with bots just because of low ranks. Every opponent you faced was a real player. It was true that lower ranks were easier, while the higher ranks were genuinely tough. Once you reach around gold level 3, you'd already find yourself on the game's leaderboards, visible to players all around the world. "So I forget it. I'll just solo queue for now. You guys go ahead and do heist missions. I'll level up quickly and catch up to you soon." For Hanu, ranking up was never much of a challenge. He was a seasoned player with excellent aim, easily outclassing 99% of the current player base. Because his rank was low but his skills were extraordinary, he soon became the target of the opposing team's complaints. With skills like that, why aren't you playing in higher ranks? Why come down here just to stomp noobs? I'm jealous, honestly. You're having such a great time on your own during the holidays. Why do I always run into players like you when I game? This particular game mode allowed players to hide their usernames and be identified only by color, so none of them realized that the person they were berating was actually the elusive Joker everyone had been searching for in the world chat lately. Their trash talk actually made Hanu laugh. After a moment's hesitation, he typed out a reply on the screen. "I'm solo queuing. Want me to carry you guys instead?" "Boss, what's your name?" "Boss, do you still have enough money for your internet? If not, I can top it up for you." "Bro, have you eaten yet? Want me to order you some takeout?" The whole scene left Hanu both amused and exasperated. It was clear these players were deeply invested in the game. Otherwise, they wouldn't hurl insults over a loss, nor would they drop their pride so quickly to beg for help the moment he offered to carry them. "People will do anything to rank up?" "Huh," Hanu muttered, shaking his head in resignation. He didn't say much more, just formed a team and invited them in. Having people follow his instructions made things easier, Otherwise, on their own, they'd probably get themselves knocked out with a single stray shot. The players he invited and made it clear. As long as they could rank up, they'd follow whatever orders Hanu gave. Half a day went by, and when they finally opened up their match history, all they saw was a long row of green victory icons, not a single red mark of defeat. The players Hanu had carried were left numb with shock at his prowess. He'd reminded them that this was a team game. If they just coordinated, they could win even faster. But in the battles that followed, they were little more than cannon fodder, charging ahead only to get taken out instantly. Hesitation meant defeat. As soon as their screens went gray, all they could do was watch Hanu pull off one dazzling play after another. In a team of 5 playing 12 rounds, Hanu had single-handedly racked up more than 50 kills. One of his carried teammates finally asked, in a small voice, "Boss, you're not using cheats, right?" The rest of the team had the same suspicion. After all, the game's anti-cheat system was notoriously strict. If you got caught, not only would your account be banned, they'd block your entire IP, so even a new account wouldn't let you back in. After a dozen or so players got themselves banned for cheating, no one else dared to cross the line. Many internet cafes now advertise themselves as able to run GTA perfectly. After all, it was the hottest game around. The arrival of GTA had packed these cafes night after night, leaving the owners absolutely delighted. They also made it clear that if they ever discovered a cheater joining the game, they would kick them out immediately and never entertain such guests again. This made the players realize just how terrifying GTA's dominance could be in real life. Hanu chuckled. "I don't use cheats. With the way the other side plays, even bothering to turn on a cheat would be a hassle. No wonder you're our boss. You really have guts. Now I can relax and let you carry us. Boss, are you hungry? Let me order you some food. You can't play on an empty stomach." Once they knew Hanu was a genuine gaming master, everyone relaxed and leaned back, occasionally asking if Hanu was hungry or thirsty so they could order him some takeout. Their rank shot up at a dizzying speed. When Hanu finally reached the gold tier, where A.O. Chuang and his team were waiting, he left the previous squad and joined theirs. The players he'd just left behind felt a bit down. Now that the boss was gone, they couldn't just coast to victory anymore. Well, never mind. Let's just play on our own. Getting to this rank is bragging rights enough. Someone said this, and soon they started another match. This time, they quickly noticed an opposing sniper who was playing ferociously. He was positioned in a spot meant for long-range sniping, but he was charging him like he had a submachine gun. Right from the start, he rushed up the middle of the map and ruthlessly took out every enemy in his sights. Holy crap, the boss is on the other team now. Someone shouted in surprise. That playstyle was all too familiar. Wasn't that exactly how Hanu played? Charging in with a sniper rifle, dead-on accurate. In all their games, only Hanu had ever played like that. "Boss, is that you?" Someone typed in chat. A moment later, a message came from the other side. "Hee. Hello there. Looks like we're rivals this round." Reading that, their hearts dropped as if a herd of wild horses had stampeded through. So that sniper really was the boss who'd carried them before. What's the point of even playing now? Who could possibly beat him? We might as well just quit, someone muttered. Quit? No way, let's fight. The boss wins with skill, not cheats. As long as nobody's cheating, there's always a chance. On the other side, A.O. Chuang said, "Boss, they're suddenly playing way better. I'm impressed. They haven't given up." Hanu laughed. That's the magic of competitive games. Even when the odds are against you, you fight to the end. Don't tease them. Show them some real skill. Hearing Hanu speak that way, A.O. Chuang and Quicksilver, who had been slacking off, also got serious. The best way to respect your opponent is to give it your all. But when Hanu and his two teammates played at full strength, there really was no one who could stand in their way. Every encounter was a perfect headshot. If they didn't know Hanu's playstyle so well, it would be impossible not to suspect he was cheating. In the end, it was nothing short of a massacre on Hanu's side. The 4-person squad, plus a random teammate, left that poor stranger completely stunned. Their own teammates were just too fierce. After this match, Ultron and the others couldn't find anyone else to play against. At this rank, they were already at the top, and it could take nearly 10 minutes just to get a single match. Looks like that's it for today. Let's take a break for a few days and wait for more players to catch up to our level before we play again, Hanu said with a helpless smile. For the first time, he was ending a gaming session not because they were hopelessly outmatched and forced to quit, but because they climbed so high there was simply no one left to match with. "I'm not pulling an all-nighter with you guys. I need my beauty sleep," Wanda said, logging off early and heading to bed. Even though she'd taken a serum made from Captain America's blood that gave her a body far beyond ordinary people, she still kept her early-to-bed habits. Hanu shut down his computer and followed her lead. Ultron and Quicksilver, however, were left a bit bewildered. "Boss, where are you going?" Ultron asked. "To bed, you hopeless bachelors. Go play your game. Hanu replied. Ultron and Quicksilver exchanged glances, their faces full of confusion. What's wrong with being single? I'm proud of it. In the early morning, Hanu woke up and gently tucked the covers around the still sleeping Wanda before getting up to open the door. As he passed by the computer room, he heard voices from inside. Pietro, just take the gold. How many times do I have to tell you? Don't grab the cash. Even if you take all the cash, it's never worth as much as the gold. Why are you so loud? I thought cash was more valuable. Their exchange made Hanu laugh and cry at the same time. Shaking his head with a sigh, he chose not to go in and instead headed downstairs to open the shop. As he pushed open the shop door, the crisp morning air instantly refreshed him. Hanu stretched lazily. Only then did he notice someone standing by the entrance. The figure was dressed in a hooded cloak, their face hidden, and their clothing stood out starkly from the surroundings. A yellow, Eastern-style tunic cinched at the waist. When Hanu looked over, the stranger finally spoke. Excuse me, is this the Eugene General Store? The voice was a woman's. With that tone and outfit, Hanu instantly guessed who she was and smiled. What an honor. The sorcerer. Supreme herself. Not teaching strange magic at Camartage, but instead gracing my humble shop with her presence. It's truly an honor. Beneath the hood, the eyebrowless brow arched slightly. She pulled back her hood, and there was another bald head in the crowd. This was none other than the Sorcerer Supreme from the Sanctum Sanctorum, the Ancient One herself, the most powerful magician on Earth, dedicated to defending against mystical threats. And the Strange Hanu referred to was, of course, her successor, Dr. Strange. As expected of someone who can lift Thor's hammer and earn the respect of the entire Avengers, you really do know a great deal. Hello, I'm the Ancient One. With a gentle laugh, the Ancient One extended her hand. Hanu smiled as he shook it. You're just as knowledgeable yourself. I'm Hanu. Come in, let's talk. Hanu wasn't at all surprised that the Ancient One knew he could lift Mjolnir. With her abilities, learning something like that would be child's play. He stepped aside to make room. The Ancient One nodded in thanks and walked into the general store. Guided by Hanu, she made her way to the dining area, chose a spot fit for conversation, and sat down. Is there a particular reason you've come in person this time, Master Ancient One? Hanu brought over 2 cups of tea, placing one before her as he asked. It's nothing too grave. As you just mentioned, you know that Strange went to Camartage to find me. The Ancient One took a small sip. The fragrance of the tea blossomed in her mouth, prompting her to raise her brows in pleasant surprise. Excellent tea. That's right. Why do you ask? I'd expect he's probably arrived at Camartage by now, hasn't he? Hanu took a sip himself as he spoke. The Ancient One merely smiled, swirling her tea as she gazed at the leaves settling at the bottom of her cup. After a moment's pause, she continued. Mr. Han, if I'm not mistaken, you don't belong to this timeline, do you? A sharp glint flashed through Hanu's eyes as he too gazed into his teacup, though outwardly he remained calm. What do you mean? I believe you know this already, the Ancient One replied, but my role is that of the Sorcerer Supreme. I have long been the guardian of the Time Stone, one of the Infinity Stones. Hanu lifted his gaze to meet hers, nodding slightly for her to continue. I have used the Time Stone to witness countless changes in the future. Whatever happens, I never interfere. I simply let events unfold as they must. But one day something changed. Certain events began to occur ahead of schedule. When I tried to peer into the future again with the Time Stone, I found that it no longer revealed what lay ahead. What's more, Strange never came to seek me out. The day before his accident was supposed to happen, he passed it in perfect safety. I thought there could only be one explanation. Someone must have intervened in this timeline, causing the flow of time itself to shift. In fact, not even the Infinity Stones can foresee the consequences of this person's arrival. Staring intently at Hanu, the Ancient One declared, I suspect, Mr. Han, that it was your arrival which altered the timeline. You do not belong to this world, or rather, to this universe. At these words, Hanu, who had remained silent all this while, slowly curled his lips into a smile, one whose meaning was impossible to decipher. Gu-E appeared calm on the surface, but her naturally relaxed hand had already found the ring hanging from her thigh, a peculiar piece of jewelry capable of opening portals. The moment Hanu showed any sign of attacking, she would slip it on and be ready for battle. Normally, she wore the ring at her waist, but this time she chose to hang it by her thigh. She reasoned that Hanu would surely invite her to sit, and resting her hand on her thigh while seated was a much more natural gesture. Placing her hand at her waist would have been far too conspicuous. Suddenly, Hanu began to clap softly. After a few seconds, he smiled and said, as expected from the Ancient One, who has drawn power from Dormammu's darkness, and lived for centuries. Your insight truly pierces heaven and earth. You're the first to uncover my true identity. So, are you planning to destroy me? Leaning back in his chair, Hanu crossed his legs and folded his hands over his knee. As he spoke, an almost imperceptible pressure radiated from him, circling Gu-e, never quite pressing down. The revelation that Hanu knew about her use of dark energy to prolong her life made Gu-ye's expression shift ever so slightly. This was a secret she had never shared, not even with her most trusted disciples. It was a clear sign of just how much Hanu truly knew. Gu-e could sense the pressure emanating from around her. Though he hadn't made a move, even that faint aura made her cheek twitch. This young man before her might well be the most formidable opponent she had ever faced, perhaps even someone she could not defeat. She took a deep breath and said, "No, I'm here to ask a favor." "Oh, a favor? I'm listening," Hanu replied, withdrawing his oppressive aura in an instant, his interest clearly piqued. Relieved by the sudden lift of tension, Gu-e let out a long breath and said, "I came to ask if you would allow Wanda from your shop to come to the Sanctum Sanctorum. I wish to train her as the next Sorcerer Supreme." Gu-e's request took Hanu by surprise. It was the last thing he had expected. He lifted his teacup, though no one had refilled it. The cup brimmed with fresh, steaming tea. Hanu asked, "Why choose her?" Gu-e replied, "I know she has awakened a powerful magic called chaos. From the timelines I witnessed with the Time Stone, she would have needed at least 5 years to reach such strength. Yet, she has already surpassed that point, and is even stronger than the Wanda I saw in those visions. If she comes to me, I am confident I can help her surpass not just myself, but even Strange, and become the greatest Sorcerer Supreme." Hanu fell silent. He was a traveler from beyond the Marvel world, a fourth wall breaker. He knew that Strange, Dr. Strange, was the one the Ancient One herself called the best among us in the films. Now, the Ancient One claimed that Wanda possessed abilities surpassing those of Dr. Strange. Hanu knew this was very likely because she had gained many enhancements in his shop. Otherwise, judging by Wanda's progress in the original movies, even her endgame version couldn't compare to the Wanda now by Hanu's side. If Wanda's magical power had once been 1,000, now it had soared past 10,000, a tenfold increase, a strength that defied reason. Seeing that Hanu didn't refuse outright, the Ancient One's eyes brightened with hope. She quietly sipped her tea, patiently waiting for Hanu's answer. "She can go," Hanu said at last. "When it comes to magic, I admit I know little. I can help her unlock her potential, but I can't guide her any further. It's just, if she goes with you and becomes the Sorcerer Supreme, what about you?" The Ancient One smiled gently. "I will sever my connection to the Dark Dimension and no longer draw on its energy to sustain my life. At that point, the aging process will catch up with me, rapidly, visibly. And honestly, it's long past time for me to rest." As she spoke, there wasn't a hint of fear in her voice, only serenity. After all, she had spent her life as the righteous Sorcerer Supreme, yet had to rely on the villain Dormammu's dark energy just to keep living. Was it vanity? Or some hidden darkness within? No, it was simply that the Ancient One had yet to find anyone truly worthy to take her place as Sorcerer Supreme. Every Sorcerer Supreme holds the power to shape reality. If such a mantle were to fall into the wrong hands, it could spell disaster for the world. Hanu nodded silently. The Ancient One was indeed remarkable. Even he had to admit, for the sake of protecting Earth, she had sacrificed much. Even drawing from Dormammu's dark power at the Sanctum to keep going. Also, she could wait for someone she could trust to succeed her. "I'll go talk to Wanda," Hanu said. He stood up and turned to go upstairs, but paused in surprise. Wanda, already dressed and ready, stood waiting at the top of the stairs. "You heard everything?" he asked. "I did." "From when?" "From the beginning. So what do you think?" "I'm willing to go. I know I have immense potential, but right now, I can't tap into it. I don't want to hold you all back. If there's a way for me to grow stronger, strong enough to protect you, to protect this shop, then I'm willing to pay any price." Wanda met Hanu's gaze, unflinching. This stunning woman who had always stood quietly behind him, never causing trouble, now looked at him with unwavering determination. Hanu stepped forward, wrapped his arms around Wanda's slender waist, and kissed her softly. How long they lingered in that moment, neither could say. Only after a while did they finally part, reluctant to let go. "No need to pack. Everything you'll need is already there," the Ancient One's voice called from behind them. Wanda gazed at Hanu with deep affection in her eyes. Her slender, delicate hand gently caressed his cheek before she turned and walked to stand beside the Ancient One. "I will come back," she promised. "Take good care of her." "Ancient One," Hanu said. "Don't worry. I won't let her suffer any injustice over there," the Ancient One replied. With that, she slipped on the sling ring and opened a portal. After bidding Hanu farewell, she took Wanda and stepped through, leaving the room behind. Quietness returned, settling softly over the space. Only the faint warmth lingering in the cups on the table hinted that someone had been there just moments before. Hanu stood still for a long time, lost in thought, absent-mindedly touching his lips, a dazed look on his face. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder. "Come on now, it's not like you're parting forever. She'll be back. No need to gaze at the door, so lovesick," said a familiar voice. "Ultron's right. My sister likes you so much, she'll definitely come back. Don't worry, sadness just doesn't suit us," added Pietro. Hanu turned around to see Ultron and Quicksilver standing behind him. He had no idea when they'd appeared. He let out a long breath, his old grin returning. "You're right, sadness isn't for us. Well then, with no ladies at home, it's time to have some fun." Woo! Ultron and Quicksilver threw an arm around each other's shoulders and headed upstairs, chatting excitedly about how they'd spend the day with Hanu. Their voices soon turned into bickering, and before long, the two were tussling playfully up the stairs. Watching the two jokers, Hanu couldn't help but shake his head with a smile. He looked toward the spot where Wanda had disappeared and softly murmured, "Wanda, hang in there. I'll be waiting for you." In the midst of playing a game, Hanu's phone chimed with an encrypted message from Captain America. He opened it to find a photo attached. The man in the picture was all too familiar. Alexander Pierce, leader of Hydra, and the man who had been scared witless in Hanu's shop not long ago. Hanu made a call me gesture to Ultron and the others. Ultron nodded, understanding, and Hanu dialed the number. "Steve, what's going on with Alexander Pierce?" Ever since the Winter Soldier incident, he and Captain America had grown closer, and Hanu now called him by his first name. "Just as you saw, after Pierce left your shop that day, by the time we caught up with him, he'd lost his mind. He kept mumbling nonsense. We tried to transfer him to another prison, but on the way, he snapped, killed 4 of our agents, and escaped. Now, he's come back like this, and has been hunting down our S.H.I.E.L.D. people. I thought you should know," Steve explained over the phone. "You can't find him?" Hanu asked, a note of confusion in his voice. "He's keenly aware of some of the weaknesses in our S.H.I.E.L.D. surveillance systems, and he took advantage of those blind spots to slip past detection. In the past, he would at least try to mask his murderous intent, but now he doesn't bother anymore. He just lets his bloodlust show, plain as day." That was Captain America speaking, and even though there was a phone line between them, Hanu could easily imagine the grave expression on his face. "I understand. Actually, I was planning to make a trip to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters anyway. Let's meet at Fury's office at 9. Hanu glanced at the clock. It was just after 7. "All right," Captain America replied. If Hanu could get involved, things would surely move along faster. It was precisely because he was taking part that he sensed something unusual about this case. "What's up, boss? Do you need us for something?" The moment Hanu hung up, Ultron sidled over, excitement clear in his voice. Now that he had a human body, one that surpassed ordinary people, he was always itching for action. Shadowboxing in the storeroom couldn't really test his strength. Only a worthy opponent would do. "Yeah, come with me for now. You two can't spend all day playing video games at the shop, anyway." Hanu had no idea what Pierce had turned into, but anything that could give Captain America a headache definitely wasn't your run-of-the-mill thief or thug. Let's go, let's go." It was a rare treat for Hanu to take them out on a real mission, and both Ultron and Quicksilver were more than a little thrilled. Sure, games were fun, but what they really wanted was to get out there. After all, what's the point of having all that power if you can't show off a little? In a flash, the two of them powered down their games and rushed to their rooms. After a quick change of clothes, they emerged, ready and waiting for Hanu. Seeing their enthusiasm, Hanu couldn't help but smile wryly. He really had kept them cooped up in the shop too long. Just the mention of going outside had them practically bouncing with excitement. "You both know how to drive, right?" Hanu asked the pair. "Of course," Ultron replied. As a former robot, he'd practiced the basics countless times. Even though he now had a human body, his nervous system still hooked into the web, so he could navigate the digital world as easily as when he was made of steel. "I'm decent," Quicksilver added, a little proud. "I've done plenty of hands-on practice in games, and I even bought a full racing simulator set. With Ultron's coaching, I've run a ton of courses. Honestly, the only thing I'm missing is a license. Otherwise, I'd say I'm a pretty solid driver." He wasn't exaggerating either. Hanu had seen the simulator setup in his room before, and even tried it out once. "Perfect. Let's keep a low profile this time. No flying. We always move like we're fleeing the apocalypse. S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington isn't that far from here anyway, so just pick any car you like and let's head out." Hanu smiled, said a word to the general store system, and then handed Ultron and Quicksilver a website link. The two of them opened it, only to find it full of luxury cars, the very top models from around the world. Quicksilver's eyes suddenly lit up. He whipped his head around to look at Hanu and asked, "Boss, can we really drive any of these cars?" Hanu nodded with a grin. "Pick whichever one you like. Consider a little gift for me." Hanu had exchanged 1 upgrade point for this, trading for 3 top-tier luxury cars. He thought it was a pretty good deal. So far, he still had 83 upgrade points left, and he was a long way from the 500 points needed for promotion. Damn, they look even cooler in real life than in the game. Wait, give me a second to choose carefully. Quicksilver practically pressed his face against the screen. This was his very first car. After all, he couldn't just pick carelessly. I made my choice. Ultron was much quicker with his decision. He asked Hanu, do I just click purchase? Yep. Hanu stepped forward to see Ultron's choice, a McLaren F1. It was also Ultron's favorite car in GTA. By now, he bought every McLaren available in the game. Hanu nodded and turned back to Quicksilver, who was still caught between 2 luxury models. Suddenly, he dashed back to his room, and when he returned, he had a coin in his hand. All right, head for this one, tail for that one. Quicksilver took a deep breath, repeating the words to himself as if to steel his nerves. Hanu couldn't help but laugh. Was he really taking this so seriously? Once they had more money, they could always buy another car. With the skills the 3 of them had in GTA, it was only a matter of time before they became in-game billionaires. If they converted that money into the real world, it'd be a dizzying fortune. Was there really any need to agonize this much? Just as the coin went up, Quicksilver snatched it from the air before it even landed. Without hesitation, he clicked to purchase the car on the left. It was a silver Bugatti Veyron. That was sudden. The coin hadn't even landed, Hanu remarked. Quicksilver looked down at the coin in his hand and said, flipping a coin is just to help you make a choice. But the moment the coin is in the air, if there's a side you hope it lands on, then you already have your answer. Silence fell. What's wrong? After saying that, Quicksilver noticed Hanu and Ultron staring at him wordlessly, and he started to feel uneasy. Is this really the Pietro we know? He looks the same, but those words don't sound like him. Like I could say something like that? It seemed Hanu and Ultron were whispering to each other, but they made no effort to lower their voices. Quicksilver could hear every word loud and clear. You too. Can't I say something deep every once in a while? Quicksilver's cheeks flushed a little. What he just said was indeed out of character for him, but everyone changes at some point. All right, it's just a bit of brotherly teasing. Hanu quickly tried to smooth things over, seeing that Quicksilver really did look a bit flustered. In the end, Hanu chose a car as well, a Pagani Huayra, sleekly designed with black as its primary color. All right then, let's get going. I've already set the destination in the car's navigation system, so as long as we follow the directions, there's no way we'll get lost. Hanu climbed into his car with a grin. In the little alley behind the convenience store, 3 luxury sports cars had suddenly materialized. Seeing them in person was even more impressive than any photo online. Even Ultron found himself a little excited as he located his own car, settling into the driver's seat to get a feel for it. Hanu's car took the lead. Glancing in the rearview mirror at the 2 engines roaring to life behind him, he gave a slight smile and pulled out first, the 2 other sports cars following close behind. In broad daylight, the sudden appearance of 3 rumbling supercars on the street instantly drew all eyes. After all, those engines made a sound that simply couldn't be ignored. The street had become their own private racetrack, the 3 of them competing in secret, pushing each other on. Traffic police had already noticed the trio of luxury cars that had suddenly appeared. It was obvious to them that some kind of contest was underway. They considered intercepting the vehicles, but the drivers were careful not to break any traffic laws, leaving the officers with nothing to do but watch helplessly. Meanwhile, Wanda had arrived at the Sanctum Sanctorum, the residence of the Sorcerer Supreme. As she walked down the corridor, curiosity got the better of her, and she took in the details of her surroundings. The building was constructed almost entirely of wood, and not a single nail could be seen. Every joint fit together with perfect precision, achieving remarkable sturdiness without any nails at all. What's wrong? Are you nervous? The Ancient One noticed her looking around and smiled gently. Wanda shook her head and replied, Not really. I'm not nervous. It's just that this is the first time I've gone out on my own. I used to go everywhere. With my brother. Ever since I started working at the shop, I mostly just wandered nearby, so this is the first time I've gone far from home. The Ancient One smiled. You can think of this place as your home from now on. Everyone who comes here eventually does. Your name is the Ancient One, right? I wanted to ask, did you choose me just because I have chaos magic? Wanda asked as she walked along, unable to think of anything else about herself that might have caught the Ancient One's attention besides her magic. As they spoke, the 2 arrived at a quiet, empty room. The Ancient One gestured for her to sit, poured her a cup of tea, and then finally spoke. It's not like that. I've been observing you for a while now. You're very kind. Even though you're incredibly skilled, what you do most at the grocery store is still laundry and cooking, isn't it? Yes, I think that's what I should do. Even though Han, you gave me a nickname, calling me the Scarlet Witch, my heart isn't really in fighting. I don't want to be involved in violence and conflict. But if that means I'll grow further and further apart from him, then I'll do my best to become stronger. I don't want to be just a pretty face. Wanda spoke with determination. Whether it was her brother, Pietro, the Quicksilver, or later, the super robot Ultron, both now possessed powers no weaker than her own. At present, she had tremendous potential, but lacked the means to control it, making her little more than an ornament. This was a crucial reason why Wanda had agreed to come here with the Ancient One right after their first meeting. She didn't want to be a burden. That's why she came here. Very good. That motivation is exactly what you need. Now, let's see how far your magic has come. The Ancient One raised her right hand, fingers swirling gracefully in the air. In an instant, the surroundings transformed. Countless shards, glimmering like broken mirrors, spread from her fingertips, quickly enveloping the entire room. This is the mirror dimension. Whatever happens here won't affect the real world in any way, the Ancient One said with a gentle smile. Wanda nodded in surprise, glancing around at her altered surroundings. Just then, a woman dressed much like the Ancient One entered and poured tea for them. Wanda waved her hand in front of the woman, but she showed no reaction at all. Come now, show me the full extent of your power, the Ancient One said, standing up and moving to the center of the room, her hands clasped behind her back. Wanda hesitated for a moment before rising and joining her in the center. What should I do? She asked. Attack me, just as you would in a real fight, the Ancient One replied with a smile. Wanda wavered, uncertain about attacking the Ancient One. She had been in real battles before and knew all too well how powerful her attacks could be. Don't worry, go ahead and use your full strength. If you defeat me easily, that just means you have great potential as a sorcerer. And if not, well, isn't that why you came here? To learn how to become the most powerful mage you can be. Hearing this, Wanda set her doubts aside. She raised her slender hand, deep crimson magical energy flickering at her fingertips. With a sudden clench of her hand, a surge of power erupted from Wanda. In the blink of an eye, several energy spheres formed, and, with a sharp cry, she hurled them directly at the Ancient One. The immense energy contained within the countless orbs made the Ancient One's eyes flash with intrigue. She raised both hands and swept them outward. Before her, a vast circular magic array, composed of interlocking shapes, materialized, blocking Wanda's oncoming barrage. This level of power is already on par with a senior sorcerer. The Ancient One silently marveled. To unleash such a ferocious attack with just a wave of the hand, this kind of strength would qualify someone to guard any of the sanctums. Yet, Wanda's future would not be limited to such a role. But Wanda's assault was far from over. A thick, deep crimson mark formed over her palm, condensing in the blink of an eye, and she struck toward the Ancient One. As the glowing handprint hurtled through the air, it rapidly grew in size. What started as a small mark swelled to over 2 meters high in the short distance between them. The Ancient One's expression shifted. She thought to herself, what a powerful strike, and such an unusual method. Golden magic surged from her, gathering in her palm to form a small, ornate cauldron. With a flick of her wrist, she sent it flying to intercept Wanda's palm mark. Only then did the Ancient One realize her mistake, a beat too late. No, I used too much energy. I might hurt Wanda. She was about to step in and shield Wanda from the cauldron's force. But in midair, the cauldron and the crimson handprint collided. A visible shockwave rippled outward from the impact, spreading in every direction. They canceled each other out. A look of amazement crossed the Ancient One's face. Seeing the visible shockwave, she quickly conjured a magical shield for protection. Otherwise, even the force of that shockwave alone would be enough to wreak havoc on an ordinary person's internal organs. The Ancient One's physical resilience was only a touch above that of a normal person. Withstanding such a blast unprotected was out of the question. After warding off the shockwave, the Ancient One's gaze sharpened and fixed on Wanda. At that moment, Wanda was waving her hand to disperse the lingering energy in the air. The Ancient One couldn't help but exclaim, "Did you not use magic to shield yourself from the impact just now?" "No, I didn't. Actually, it felt kind of nice," Wanda replied honestly, not quite understanding the Ancient One's astonishment. The Ancient One's eyes widened in disbelief. None of that energy hurt you at all? She couldn't believe it. The energy she had poured into that little cauldron was anything but insignificant. It had been so long since she'd faced an opponent who could handle pure magical force that she'd momentarily forgotten she was only testing Wanda's abilities and had ended up manifesting the full strength of the cauldron. For an ordinary sorcerer, even 10 or more working together would be unable to withstand such an attack. Yet Wanda had neutralized it with ease. The Ancient One was left in utter shock. A prodigy, an absolute prodigy. He shook her head. At first, she thought her opponent was, at best, on par with her. But now it was clear that not only was the other's magical strength above hers, but their physical prowess was also astonishingly formidable. For mages like them, their strengths lay in powerful magic and high resistance to magical attacks. However, when it came to physical defense, they were particularly weak. At best, they could use magic to shield themselves and thereby withstand physical blows. But once the magic dissipated, a mage's body was no different from that of an ordinary person. A stab from fruit knife could still be fatal. Gu-I waved her hand, dispelling the mirrored dimension around them. With a hint of curiosity, she asked, "Wanda, did Hanu teach you all of these fighting techniques?" "Yes, he did. He told me that mages shouldn't engage in close combat. If you can fight from afar, never let your opponent get close. Mages are meant for long-range, area-of-effect attacks. If you insist on showing off by going toe-to-toe with the enemy, he said that's just plain foolish." Her words made Gu-I cover her face in resignation. She couldn't argue with that. Mages were indeed meant to wield magical energy for attacks, much like Iron Man's repulsor blast from his palms. The problem was the vast majority of mages on Earth didn't have that deep, innate well of power that allowed them to unleash attacks at will. Most had to channel their magic through enchanted artifacts, conserving their strength and boosting attack or defense as needed. Purely magical attacks? In the world of Earth's mages, Gu-I was the only one truly capable of that. Your starting point is unbelievably high, almost absurdly so. But perhaps that's a good thing. It means you'll probably grasp whatever I teach you much faster. For now, take the rest of the day to rest and adjust your mindset. We'll start the real training tomorrow. Gu-I spoke, though she told a small lie. She wasn't sending Wanda off to rest and collect herself. She wanted time to adjust her own state of mind. Just what kind of prodigy surrounded Hanu? It was already remarkable that Hanu himself was so overwhelmingly strong. But now, even the women around him were formidable beyond belief. Gu-I couldn't help but think that if Hanu were willing to teach magic, Wanda would already be at the level of Sorcerer Supreme, rendering her own role obsolete. Suddenly, Gu-I felt as though her decades of experience amounted to nothing, outshone by a girl barely into her 20s. It upended her entire worldview. Meanwhile, Hanu and his companions had arrived at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. The moment they walked in, Hanu felt countless eyes turn toward them. He noticed many people whispering to their colleagues, gesturing in his direction. At first glance, their behavior seemed hostile, but upon closer inspection, none of their expressions, whether male or female, showed any malice. Instead, there was only surprise or perhaps delight. Hanu turned back and pointed at his own face, asking Ultron and the other companion, "Is there something odd about me today?" Quicksilver shook his head in confusion, but Ultron clearly understood what was going on. With his current physical abilities, he could easily be the main character in any novel. His keen hearing picked up on their whispered discussions. Ultron chuckled and said, "It seems your heroic exploits in taking down Hydra and fixing my mess in Sokovia have already spread throughout S.H.I.E.L.D. They're all talking about you. Nothing but praise, no slander at all. Some are even saying you're the secret director of S.H.I.E.L.D., and they're all shocked by how young you are." Hearing Ultron's obvious flattery laced with jest, Hanu rolled his eyes, not bothering to respond. He muttered to himself, "SHIELD security really is lacking. Even my identity's been exposed." Hanu and the others made their way to the elevator. After pressing the button for the top floor, they quietly took their places at the very back, knowing full well that, in the end, it would be just the three of them left. The elevator stopped several times on the way up. Whenever someone saw Hanu inside, their faces filled with surprise. Many discreetly sized him up, whispering among themselves that he looked even younger in person than in the photos. No matter how quietly they spoke, the elevator was much too small for anything to escape the ears of Hanu and his companions. Being the center of so much attention, even though none of it was malicious, still left Hanu feeling a bit uneasy. What made matters worse were the two standing beside him, gazing at him with eyes that practically shouted, "Our boss is amazing." Occasionally, whenever someone made a comment, they would chime in with agreement, making Hanu feel even more embarrassed. "Say another word, and I'll throw the both of you out of this elevator." Hanu's lips barely moved as he whispered, his voice just loud enough for Ultron and Quicksilver to hear. They immediately fell silent, knowing Hanu was perfectly capable of making good on his threat. After all, neither of them was fragile, and Hanu would have no qualms about tossing them out if it came to that. When they reached the top floor, they found Nick Fury, Captain America, and Natasha deep in discussion. To Hanu's surprise, even the Winter Soldier was there. "Han's here." Captain America greeted Hanu with a handshake. Noticing the two figures behind him, he recognized them as Hanu's people. With Hanu now standing in as SHLD's de facto director, no one could question the company he kept. Besides, anyone who could accompany Hanu was bound to be a powerhouse. Captain America smiled and motioned for the three of them to take a seat. "How's the situation?" Hanu asked as soon as he sat down. "Our satellites are tracking Pierce at all times. The moment he shows himself, we'll know," Natasha replied. "How are you tracking him?" "Using standard facial recognition." Hanu pressed further. "Yes, but we have all the necessary search equipment." "That should be enough," Natasha said. "Obviously, it's not," Hanu replied, his gaze shifting to Ultron. Ultron gave a small nod, understanding Hanu's meaning without a word being spoken. Ultron took a seat in front of the computer, his large hands moving swiftly over the keyboard. It was almost unbelievable to watch someone nearly 2 meters tall, working so deftly on keys smaller than his fingernails. "Steve, look at his fingers," Bucky whispered to Captain America. Only then did Steve notice the thin green beams of light beneath Ultron's fingertips. Each time Ultron pressed a key, a beam would strike the keyboard, allowing him to hit every key with flawless accuracy. "What exactly are you doing?" Nick Fury asked, a hint of suspicion in his tone. This computer was linked to countless S.H.I.E.L.D. databases, and although Ultron had come with Hanu, Fury couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern as Ultron continued typing away. "All done," Ultron announced, pausing his fingers. He looked over at Hanu, who gave him an approving nod. Ultron continued. "This is a program our boss had us develop. We call it the X system, a super investigative tool. I've just uploaded it to SHELD's satellites. With this, our search will be much faster." "Seriously? I don't buy it," Nick Fury retorted immediately. SHELD's satellite surveillance was among the best in the world. It was hard to believe that anything could outperform their own systems. "Let's see for ourselves," Ultron replied calmly. With access to SHELD satellites, the X system can instantly compare the target's traits to DNA records, scanning the entire world. It can also analyze people's behavioral patterns. Even if someone uses disguise techniques, their habitual movements can't be fully changed. The X system can detect even the most subtle differences and pinpoint the person we're after. The idea of a system capable of tracking people by both DNA and behavior, if such a thing truly existed, meant that no one could ever really hide. Nick Fury and the others glanced at Hanu, who stood a short distance away with a faint, confident smile. This young man never failed to surprise them. At that moment, Ultron's voice broke through their thoughts. "Target located." "Where?" someone asked. "The system shows Pierce is right here in this building." "What?" As confusion rippled through the group, Steve's eyes suddenly caught the glint of fire growing larger by the second. "Get down," he shouted. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several RPG rockets streaked out from a nearby building, smashing into their floor. The explosions were deafening, and the shockwaves hurled Captain America and the others violently across the room. Hanu and the other two were also blasted back by the shockwave, flung a good distance before crashing to the ground. They coughed several times, but thanks to the thick cloud of dust, it was clear they hadn't actually been hurt at all. "Pietro, you're tougher than you look. That blast didn't even leave a scratch on you." Ultron turned to look at Quicksilver, who was brushing the dust off his clothes and seemed perfectly fine, not a hint of injury on him. "Of course. Take a look at this." Quicksilver showed Ultron the inside of his shirt, where a thin layer of green energy clung seamlessly to the fabric, almost invisible but perfectly fitted. "I've made it a habit to coat myself in Green Lantern energy. Otherwise, with my old constitution, a single bullet would have been the end of me. I mean, I'm a speedster, after all. If I got killed by a gunshot, that'd be beyond embarrassing." Quicksilver's words made Hanu, who was still lying on the ground, burst out laughing, not just because of the comment itself, but also because in the timeline Hanu remembered, Quicksilver really had been killed by gunfire. He'd always found that completely absurd. A speedster, shot dead by a bullet. Who could believe such a thing? He'd never seen a more disgraceful end for someone with super speed. "Boss, why aren't you getting up yet?" Quicksilver asked, puzzled to see Hanu still sprawled on the ground. "Gotta keep up the act a bit longer, or our enemy won't show themselves," Hanu replied, rolling his eyes. He even rolled over a bit more, covering himself in dust to look as battered as possible. Ultron and Quicksilver exchanged a glance, suddenly realizing the logic. If they looked perfectly fine, there was no way their opponent would risk coming out. So, taking Hanu's lead, they both rolled around on the ground, covering themselves in dust just as the captain and the others got to their feet. Only then did Hanu and his companions get up as well. "We're under attack." The blast had been so close that even the super soldiers, Captain America and the Winter Soldier, were left dazed, their vision blurry and their ears ringing. Because of that, they didn't notice how quickly Hanu and his team had gotten up. Seeing Hanu and the others on their feet, Captain America and the Winter Soldier immediately split up, moving to help Nick Fury and Natasha up. Those two weren't as resilient, and though the explosion hadn't hit them directly, the shockwave had left them reeling. When Nick Fury tried to stand, a violent churn rose in his chest, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Natasha, too, was struggling to get up. Some debris from the explosion had struck her right calf, and the searing pain in her leg made it impossible for her to stand. "How are you all holding up?" Captain America called over to Hanu and his group. Hanu and the others nodded in response, signaling that they were all right. Just then, the door to the room was kicked open. Outside, bodies lay scattered everywhere. It was clear that none of them had escaped unharmed. A group of people walked in through the door. The one leading them looked both familiar and strange. When Hanu, Ultron, and Quicksilver saw the face of the first newcomer, their eyes widened in surprise. Standing before them was Pierce, but at this moment his face was painted in a way you could never forget. Smoky-eye makeup and lipstick drawn almost to the ears. This look was all too familiar to Hanu. Wasn't this the very makeup style of Joker, Hanu's character in GTA? Why so serious? The words came from Pierce's mouth. To others, it might have sounded ordinary, but to Hanu, it was thunder striking in his ears. This was the classic catchphrase of a Joker from his previous life. What on earth happened to this guy? Hanu's brow furrowed slightly. After Pierce had fled the grocery store in terror that day, Hanu hadn't bothered to chase after him. After all, a Hydra member of Pierce's rank would certainly be monitored by S.H.I.E.L.D., who would surely apprehend him. But according to what Captain America had told him earlier, after Pierce was captured, he suddenly lashed out violently, and his behavior changed drastically from before. The captain had guessed that this was Pierce lashing out in desperation, revealing his true nature. Hanu had thought this reasonable. After all, Pierce had been startled by him, and years of plotting had been ruined. Such a reaction wasn't surprising. Yet, seeing this makeup now, Hanu realized things weren't so simple. He stepped forward, his face stern, and demanded, "Who taught you to put on this makeup?" Ultron and Quicksilver exchanged glances, each seeing the strangeness in the other's eyes. Clearly, Hanu's tone was off. There was an undercurrent of anger in his voice. Ultron whispered, "What's wrong with the boss?" Quicksilver replied quietly, "No idea. Maybe he's upset about the explosion." "Of course he's upset. Would you be happy if he got blown up? Or could it be that he's angry his character got copied without permission? Damn it. Among all the idiots, you really are the most unique." While the two murmured to each other, Hanu had already walked up to Pierce. "Hey, so this is the legendary guy, huh? What's wrong with you, all dirty and disheveled? Aren't you supposed to be some sort of deity, high and mighty? You shouldn't be like this." Pierce let out a mocking laugh and stepped forward to dust off Hanu's clothes, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "I asked you, who taught you to do this makeup?" Without hesitation, Hanu grabbed Pierce by the throat and lifted him off the ground. Why was he in such a rush? Because if this makeup didn't come from GTA, but someone had taught Pierce how to do it, then Hanu needed to find out who was behind it. Because the original wearer of this makeup, the Joker, has always been a thorough villain. Whether in comics or movies, Hanu couldn't help but worry. It was unlikely, but if the Joker ever appeared in this world, unimaginable chaos would follow. It was bad enough that Gotham, with its simple and honest folk, had one such character. Hanu definitely didn't want his own city to turn into something like that. Even if he himself wouldn't come to harm, this was still his home. If trouble came knocking, he'd deal with it. No hesitation. "Oh, you better be careful. I planted bombs on every floor. You'd better watch your step. No matter how fast you move, I'm sure I can press the button before I die." Even with his neck gripped tight, Pierce continued to sneer, taunting Hanu relentlessly. Seeing no reaction from Hanu, he assumed he'd struck a nerve and burst into wild laughter. "Aren't you supposed to be so powerful? Show me. I did all this just to draw you out. Of course, I know you're strong. That's why I plan to take a whole building of people with me as my companions in death. Go on then, snap my neck. Let everyone die with me." Hanu raised his head, his eyes cold as ice. The look made even the unhinged Pierce shudder, an instinctive fear rippling through him. Hanu's lips curled into a chilling smile as he spoke. "Pietro, deal with the bombs." "No problem, boss." In the blink of an eye, a pile of bombs appeared right in front of Pierce. He recognized them at once. These were the very explosives he'd ordered planted on every floor. Pierce refused to believe it. He thought Hanu was just bluffing, so he pressed the button hidden in his palm without hesitation. A flash of fire erupted from the pile of bombs, and just as the explosion was about to reach its peak, Hanu stretched out his hand. An immense surge of green energy burst forth from his palm, completely enveloping the cluster of explosives. The massive explosion detonated within the emerald light, yet not a hint of destruction escaped. Smoke and flames were all tightly sealed inside the green energy, compressed until they vanished into nothing. Watching this display, Pierce truly felt as if he'd become the Joker himself. Only now did the mania fade from his face, replaced by sheer terror. The last time he'd been at the grocery store, Wanda had subdued him with a single move. This time, when Hanu and his group arrived, one of his men reported that Wanda hadn't followed. So Pierce had decided to use the lives of everyone in the building as leverage. Even if he couldn't kill Hanu, he wanted him to suffer for a while. But he hadn't counted on Hanu having an ally with such incredible speed, someone who could find and gather every bomb in the building in the blink of an eye, leaving Pierce no chance at all to press his trigger. Not talking? Fine, I'll do it myself. Brilliant green light blazed from Hanu's eyes, his pupils overlaid with a crystal-clear emerald sheen. One of the ring's abilities, telepathy, was now in play. Hanu slipped into Pierce's mind, sifting through his memories as if watching a film. How odd. This guy has never come across anyone resembling a clown, nor has he ever played GTA. So why would he put on this kind of makeup? And why does he behave with such a clownish style? Hanu frowned in thought. The Green Lantern ring's telepathy was nearly impossible to resist, unless the target possessed some cosmic artifact, like the Mind Stone, or had the power of a godly being on the level of the Celestials. Otherwise, resistance was futile. Pierce, being an ordinary man, had no capacity to fend off the Green Lantern ring's psychic intrusion. That confirmed it. He truly had no contact with the Joker. Boss. Though they didn't quite understand what was happening, Ultron and Quicksilver stepped up beside Hanu, guarding him on both sides. Steve, I don't intend to keep this guy alive. If I kill him, I hope it won't trouble you. Hanu's voice was cold and detached. Captain America hesitated, then gave a bewildered nod. He didn't grasp why Hanu was suddenly so harsh. Every previous encounter had shown Hanu to be agreeable and mild. This chilling aura, now pressing down on them, was overwhelming. Though his words came as a question, there was no mistaking the finality in Hanu's tone. No matter what Captain America said, it was clear Hanu had already decided Pierce's fate. Once he heard Captain America's reply, Hanu tightened his grip and snapped Pierce's neck without hesitation. He showed not the slightest mercy to his enemies. Had there been any sign of repentance, Hanu might have considered sparing him. But he understood the nature of the Joker all too well, and knew just how horrifying such a person could be. The Joker remained Batman's arch-nemesis precisely because Batman refused to kill, always capturing the Joker alive, even when he had the chance to end him. Batman wanted to prove that Gotham, mired in darkness, still had hope, and that he himself was the ray of light piercing the gloom. If he ever crossed that line and killed the Joker, Gotham's last glimmer would be snuffed out. Hanu had no such dilemma. When it came to villains this depraved, he would simply kill them, without the slightest psychological burden, and without needing to justify himself to anyone. To think you dare to show yourself with just this much, compared to him, you're not even in the same league. Hanu tossed aside Pierce's lifeless body and went over to check on Nick Fury and Natasha's injuries. He quickly bandaged their wounds, then asked Captain America to take them to the hospital. Hanu remained, sitting alone in a chair, watching as others came to deal with Pierce's corpse. Boss, aren't you coming back? Ultron called. It was only after some time had passed that Hanu, brought back to the present by Ultron's voice, stirred from his thoughts. Ultron, keep a close watch on Pierce's body. Don't let a single person who comes into contact with it slip by, Hanu ordered. He needed to keep the situation firmly within his grasp. He detested working passively. That always left him irritable, and could lead to irreparable consequences. Don't worry, boss. I've already routed part of my consciousness into SHLD's satellite network. I'll keep a tight watch, Ultron replied. With that, the group hurried back to the grocery store. Hanu, however, didn't notice that the pool of Pierce's blood on the ground, still unattended, had begun to slowly evaporate. The crimson liquid was transforming into green motes, drifting gently away on the breeze. Back at the grocery store, Hanu lay on his bed, replaying the details of Pierce's memories in his mind. He clearly never had any contact with the Joker. So how'd he end up like this? Could it really be nothing more than madness? Unable to make sense of it no matter how hard he tried, Hanu's thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the store's system chiming to life. Instant mission triggered. Save Gaia brand. The highest mission rating is SSS. The host may choose their own style for completing the mission. Option 1. Complete the mission with ease. Reward 100 upgrade points. Option 2. Complete the mission with caution. Reward increases with the level of caution exercised. Hanu sat up on the bed, puzzled. What does that mean? System, repeat that. For the first time, he'd encountered a world he'd never experienced before. It gave him a jolt of surprise, but he also knew that, no matter which world he was sent to, it was always one from an anime or a movie. It was just that he didn't recognize this one. For the full story, please listen to the Goddess Lestart's explanation. Good luck. What the? Damn it. Before he could make sense of it, the system's voice echoed in his mind. Suddenly, a brilliant light flared beneath him. Before he could react, Hanu was swept up and plunged straight into a portal wrought from that radiant glow. Boom! A pillar of golden light crashed down from the sky, striking the heart of a magnificent, opulent temple. The golden radiance sent up thick plumes of dust and smoke. Ouch, damn it. What's up with this system? Didn't even finish talking before yanking me here. It's getting worse and worse. Why does this mission feel like I'm being thrown in headfirst? As the dust cleared, Hanu emerged, clutching his lower back and gasping in pain. Despite his dramatic entrance, descending in a blaze of golden light, inside that pillar, he'd been tossed and turned every which way. In the end, he'd landed flat on his back, anything but graceful. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly. As the dust and smoke billowed around him, he sprang up in a fluid motion, avoiding a truly embarrassing scene. So cool, so handsome. Not far from Hanu, a girl with golden hair couldn't help but blurt out her admiration, her eyes practically sparkling with adoration. Hanu glanced over at the girl with the golden hair. Her looks and figure were such that, in his previous life, she would have been a certified superstar on social media. Is she the one who summoned me here? There must be some system-related reason that allowed her to call me from the Marvel Universe. Otherwise, it'd be impossible for someone from another world to summon me. I don't even belong to these anime or movie worlds. Hanu narrowed his eyes. Even though he had just arrived, he'd already pieced together most of the situation. The general stores. Quest never gave clear instructions. In the past, he'd managed because he'd watched those anime before, so he knew exactly what to do. But this time, things were trickier. He had no idea what world this was. Could it be the Gaia brand the system mentioned? Hey, where am I? Hanu called out to the blonde girl a short distance away. Seeing Hanu look her way, the golden-haired girl let out a deep breath, then delivered the speech she'd clearly rehearsed. Greetings, chosen hero. My name is Ristart. I'm a goddess residing here in the unified divine realm. For certain reasons, I've summoned you from the lower plane to this dimension. Your mission is to save a world conquered by the demon lord, Gaia Brand. Ristart placed her hands gracefully at her sides. For some reason, golden light shimmered around her, making her look every bit the goddess descending from the heavens. But while her words were serious, her inner thoughts took an unexpected turn. Stunned, aren't you? I am a goddess. After all, the kind of woman that every otaku dreams of but can never reach. If you fall madly in love with me, well, who could blame you? I mean, I am just that charming and gorgeous to boot. As Ristart spoke, she tossed her hair for effect. For most men, that move would be irresistible. But the man standing before her was Hanu. When Hanu stood there, silent and unmoved, Ristart assumed he was captivated by her beauty. She was just about to continue when Hanu asked, "Was that light behind you just now something you made yourself?" With that one line, Hanu completely deflated the grand aura Ristart had worked so hard to build. Was that seriously what he was focused on? Most people would be asking, "Why am I here?" Or "Who are you?" Or perhaps she was simply captivated by her own beauty. That had been Listade's original thought when Hanu appeared. Yet his unexpected question completely threw her off. What is with this man? Is this really something an ordinary person would notice? Listade's face was a swirl of confusion, her mind struggling to catch up. Seeing Hanu staring at her intently, she stammered, Yes, because it makes me look more imposing. This goddess seems tough only on the outside." That was Hanu's first impression after hearing her answer. She even added a dramatic flourish to her speech, something so over the top. Even Hanu himself had never done it. Noticing the blatant look of disdain that appeared on Hanu's face after she spoke, Listade retorted, "Hey, what's with that expression?" "It's nothing," Hanu replied, turning his head aside and shrugging. His attitude made it abundantly clear he looked down on her. "Humans are such a hassle," Listade muttered, the corners of her mouth turning down in an exaggerated grimace, an expression far beyond what most people could pull off. She tried to comfort herself, thinking, forget it, I was summoned out of the blue and got flustered. I didn't get the point, but I'm a goddess after all. I ought to take care of mortals. Hanu watched Listade, who was off in her own world, occasionally grinning to herself, and immediately guessed what she was thinking. You're probably telling yourself, I was suddenly summoned. I don't understand the situation, but as a goddess, I should take care of mortals, right? Wow, how did you know? Listade's face contorted once again, this time into an expression of utter disbelief. Hanu rolled his eyes, not even wanting to argue further. A goddess, really? Everything she thought was written plain as day on her face. What kind of useless goddess did I get? System, are you trying to get me killed this time? He silently grumbled to his grocery store system, but there was nothing he could do. He had said himself that he would accept any quest as soon as it came up. He just hadn't expected to get thrown into such a passive, summoned adventure. This is so frustrating, Hanu muttered helplessly, rubbing his temple. All right. Why don't you check your stats first? Once you know your exact numbers, we can decide where to start your training. Just say stats out loud. Listade composed herself and spoke to Hanu. As she spoke, Hanu pondered for a moment, and two windows, visible only to him, popped up before his eyes. One read hidden attributes, the other visible attributes. She must be talking about the second one, he thought. Following Listade's instructions, Hanu recited the incantation she had just mentioned. Instantly, a window popped up before him, one visible to both of them, displaying his current stats. Name, Hanu. Level 1. HP, 430. MP, 255. Attack, 165. Defense, 143. Speed, 145. Magic, 100. Growth value, 210. Special skills, Flame Magic, LV Max. Accelerated Experience Gain, LV 4. Ability Perception, LV 5. See? Your stats are off the charts. Listade came over and spoke with an unmistakable note of pride. My stats are high, so why are you the one so pleased? Hanu shot her a sidelong glance, then returned his gaze to the status window. Stroking his chin, he paid no mind to Listade's excited chatter at his side, thinking to himself, they are indeed impressive, but if the system is giving me these quests, I doubt they're going to be that simple. Well, you can't really appreciate those numbers until you've been in a real fight. Come on, let's get going to that kingdom the Demon King has taken over, Gaiabrand. With a flourish, Listade summoned a portal and flashed Hanu a bright smile. Hanu nodded, lifting his foot to step through, then suddenly remembered what the general store system had told him earlier. Complete your missions carefully. If I just go in like this, won't I be doing things the usual way? Sharp as ever, Hanu immediately sensed a problem and pulled his foot back. What's wrong? Listade started to ask, but before she could finish, Hanu peeled off his shirt and dropped to the floor, launching into a series of burpees. Is this hero out of his mind? There's really no need to train here. Once we're in Gaiabrand, fighting monsters will level you up much faster. Burpees won't get you anywhere near enough experience. Listade sucked her teeth in exasperation. She had thought herself lucky to have drawn Hanu, the most outstanding of all the heroes. Outstanding, yes, but there was definitely something odd about him. Sure, running and other exercises could level someone up, but it usually took thousands of experience points to move up just one level. If he planned to gain levels this way, it would take forever. Just as she stepped forward to persuade Hanu to head out for the continent, he summoned his status window and thrust it in front of her. The numbers on the screen made her eyes go wide. He leveled up 4 times just by doing a few dozen burpees. Hanu was already at level 5, his stats noticeably improved, much to Listade's utter astonishment. By all accounts, reaching level 4 should require at least 3 days and nights of relentless grinding around the beginner's village. Yet here Hanu had reached level 5 after doing just a few dozen burpees, an utterly unbelievable feat. Hanu cast a casual glance at Listade, then immediately began side-to-side jumps, real, rapid-fire lateral hops, racking up over 100 in a single minute. Watching Hanu, who had become nothing more than a blur before her eyes, Listade felt her entire worldview being upended. What kind of monster is this? He's actually leveling up just by doing these simple exercises? I've never even heard of anyone leveling up at this. Speed, she muttered under her breath. But maybe it's for the best. At least it proves the person I found truly is strong. And his physique. It's incredible. Suddenly, Listade felt a rush of heat to her nose, and a trickle of blood seeped out. When Hanu had been wearing clothes, his build was hidden. But now, with his shirt off, the perfection of his muscle definition was undeniable. For his height and weight, the proportions of his muscles were flawless, neither overly bulky nor lacking in power. The lines of his body were so striking that Listade found it hard to control herself, a wild urge flickering in her mind. While you're here, why don't you tell me about Gaiabrand? Hanu, catching Listade still at his side out of the corner of his eye, spoke between slightly ragged breaths, unaware that even the sound of his panting was a lethal temptation for her. Well, Gaiabrand it's a really big world, Listade stammered, her thoughts scattered and words tumbling out in disarray. Obviously, I know it's a big world. I'm asking about the Demon King. Hanu didn't look up, exasperated by this love-struck goddess. By now, he'd switched to explosive squat jumps, each one so forceful it seemed he might crash through the ceiling. Listade explained, originally, Gaiabrand was divided into the human realm and the demon realm. The two worlds were more or less at peace, but in the past century, the Demon King's guard suddenly rose to power. The Demon King led his forces to invade the continent where humans live, destroying many cities. The only remaining human settlements now are the Rosgar Empire and a handful of villages and towns. Hanu nodded briefly in acknowledgement. Got it. If there's nothing else, I'd like you to leave for now. I need to keep training. No, nothing else. Go ahead. If you need me, just use this doll to call for me, Lestadia replied. She produced a figure from a rather suggestive location on her upper body, a doll identical to herself, and placed it on the table. Eyes still lingering on Hanu's impressive physique, she slowly backed out of the room. Standing at the doorway, Lestadia stomped angrily on the lawn and protested. Hey, I'm a goddess, you know. Don't think you can do whatever you want. Just because you're handsome and have a great body. I'm not bad-looking myself, and my figure's just as good. If you keep acting like this, I'll... Hey, what are you doing? Suddenly, the door behind her swung open. Hanu grabbed Lestadia by the scruff of her collar and, without a second thought, tossed her right out. He dusted off his hands and gazed into the distance. Phew, what a bizarre so-called goddess. Hanu muttered to himself. Maybe she'd be great in some adult game, but I've got a mission to complete. I could earn a mountain of level-up points this time. If I let her mess things up, it'd be a huge loss. Talking to himself, Hanu headed back inside to continue his workout. He wasn't doing all these warm-up exercises just to level up. No, this was all part of his meticulous preparation. Most people might simply roll their necks or stretch their wrists and ankles, and that would be enough. But Hanu took it to an exaggerated level, performing all sorts of outlandish stretches and drills. He just wanted to make sure his preparations were as thorough as possible. The best thing about the general store is that anything goes. With all this caution, I'm bound to earn a ton of upgrade points. A chuckle slipped from Hanu's lips. If Lestadia had seen the sly grin on his face, she would have shivered. It was clear he was up to no good. Back home, Lestadia placed her communication doll on the table, slumped in her chair, and complained, I've met plenty of men before, and they're all the same, acting tough, pretending they're not interested in me by burying themselves in exercise. I've seen it all before. I'm sure, within half an hour, he'll be calling me. Half an hour passed, but the communication doll sat as silent as ever. Lestadia gritted her pearly teeth and declared, Fine then, no more than 3 hours. 3 hours later, the doll was still unchanged. This genuinely surprised her. He still hasn't reached out? Maybe he wasn't pretending after all. Days went by, 5 to be exact. Lestadia tossed and turned in bed, waiting until her expression turned twisted in frustration. Finally, just as she was about to lose all hope, the communication doll on her desk finally sprang to life. Her eyes sparkled. She leapt from her bed in a flash. She answered the call, though she tried to sound casual. What's up? Finished already? On the other end, Hanu's deep, dangerously attractive voice came through. Really? That was fast. In that case, I'll just keep going. No, not fast at all. I'll come over right now. Wait for me. And stop working out. At last, Lestadia couldn't hold it in any longer. She shouted at the communication doll, kicked open the door, and dashed off toward Hanu's place at full speed. As Lestadia opened the door, she came face to face with Hanu, who had just stepped out of the shower, stark naked. Droplets of water traced the contours of his muscles, and she suddenly felt a rush of heat in her nose. Oh dear, her nosebleed was back again. Hey goddess, I have to ask you. Yes, you lent me this place, but I'm still a guy. Could you at least knock before coming in? Hanu said, drying off with a towel, sounding both exasperated and resigned. Oh, come on, what's the big deal? You're a grown man, and I'm, well, a goddess. Would it really hurt you if I saw something I shouldn't? Lestadia replied, trying to sound bold, though inside her thoughts were racing. Yes. Score. Another peek at something good. If only the divine realm had this many guys on Hanu's level. She was silently cheering herself on. Before they set out, Hanu asked, I have a question. If I die in that other world, what happens to me? Lestadia laughed. You'll just return to your original world, and I won't be able to do this job anymore. So don't worry. Nothing truly bad will happen to you. A fleeting look of irritation crossed Hanu's face, barely perceptible before he turned away, so Lestadia wouldn't notice. I'm ready. Let's go, he said, rolling his wrists. He'd spent nearly 6 days preparing for this journey. If that wasn't careful enough, he didn't know what was. Was he supposed to prepare even longer? Past a certain point, it wasn't about caution anymore. It was about losing his mind. All right. First, we'll head to a beginner's town to get you some gear. You can't go into battle wearing clothes from your old world. Even though you look great in them, Lestadia said, her nose heating up again. A thin trickle of blood escaped. She was clearly picturing Hanu's physique under those clothes. Can you hurry up already? Hanu rolled his eyes. Was this really the goddess assigned to him? Shouldn't she be a bit more serious? Normally you'd expect a guy to react this way, not the other way around. He hadn't even started to feel anything, but she was off in her own world with wild fantasies. No wonder the system insisted he complete his tasks with utmost caution. If he let his guard down for even a second, this goddess might very well get him killed. Sorry. Opening the portal now, Lucidity said, barely able to contain her excitement. Finally, they were setting off, and she couldn't be happier. Gaia Brand, let's go. One after another, Hanu and Lucidity stepped through the portal. They found themselves in a vast, emerald-green meadow, herds of cattle, and sheep grazing in the distance. The sky was as dull as ever, and nothing about the scene suggested a world besieged by demonic forces. Enemies ahead. Hanu's relaxed gaze suddenly sharpened as he looked toward a certain spot. There, a few dark green figures were hiding behind some rocks, quietly spying on him. Hearing his words, Lee Stade glanced up, her eyes instantly covered by a faint sheen, as if she had just picked up a telescope, peering in that direction. Relax, they're just some thieving goblins. Around here, they're about as simple as monsters get. Ordinary kids, 3 or 5 of them, with nothing but a wooden stick, could beat them up. Hey, what are you doing? Listade's eyes remained fixed as she saw brilliant flames slowly rising from Hanu's hand. In the blink of an eye, the fire condensed into a broadsword several feet long, which he gripped tightly. What are you doing? She asked, her voice tinged with confusion. She didn't know exactly what kind of move this was, but it was definitely magic powerful. Enough to manifest itself as a solid object. That required not just mastery of fire magic, but also an exceptionally strong affinity with fire. The sword of flame in his hand radiated an intense heat. Ignoring Listade's question, Hanu hefted the blazing sword and hurled it at the goblins not far away. It was barely 100 meters away. From the moment the sword left his hand to the moment it struck, it swelled into a colossal blade, dozens of meters long, crashing down on the hapless goblins. A pillar of dazzling flame shot up to the sky, leaving Lee Stade utterly stunned. Is that his ultimate move? It has to be, right? He just used his ultimate on a handful of level 1 monsters. What's wrong with this hero? Shock was written all over Listade's face. She thought things were over, but to her surprise, Hanu overlapped his hands, spun them in a circle, and as he separated them, 4 or 5 smaller swords of flame spun between his palms, just like before. Attack! With a low command, Hanu thrust his palms forward and the small sword shot out, trailing fiery tails in the air. Each one swelled into a massive, flaming sword, smashing down around the original blast zone. Now, even if any goblin had miraculously survived the first strike, there was no way they could escape this onslaught. Hanu had completely cut off every possible escape route. As the smoke and dust cleared, nothing remained at the goblins' former hiding place but scorched earth. Not a single chunk of stone survived. The goblins themselves had been obliterated without a trace. Lee Stade stared blankly and said, "Hey, wasn't that a bit much for just a few goblins? I get that it's your first time here and you're being cautious, but listen, one of your skills is appraisal, right? You can use it to see your opponent's stats. Next time, try that first and check how strong they are before you go all out." Hanu said, "I checked. Those goblins are level 1, and all their stats are in the single digits. You knew their stats were so low and still attack like that." Lee Stade was once again taken aback. There's always the chance they're minions disguised by the Demon King. Hanu considered this possibility and felt it was a solid theory. After all, he was a seasoned PRG gamer. He'd seen plenty of early missions designed just to help the protagonist level up. But now, being here in person, Hanu realized that even if the quest hadn't told him to be cautious, he'd still act this way. He'd witnessed too many heroes in games cause even bigger disasters by not finishing off their enemies. Sure, this kind of scenario was often just a convenient way to move the plot along, but it always frustrated Hanu. Did the story really have to rely on such brainless tactics to advance? Better hit them a few more times, Hanu murmured, rubbing his chin and nodding to himself. Lee Stade blinked in confusion, only to see several more small flaming swords appear in Hanu's hand. He unleashed them with a sudden force at the spot where the goblins had already been, reduced to nothingness. The barrage was powerful enough to take down one of the Demon King's lieutenants, let alone a handful of level 1 goblins who had long since vanished without a trace. Watching Hanu rain down magic on a patch of bare earth where even the ashes were gone, it was a spectacle that could only be called overwhelming. The shock of Hanu's attack, combined with the sheer absurdity of his actions, left Lee Stade reeling, stunned for 1,000 years. Several minutes passed before Hanu finally stopped. Suddenly, he clutched his head, took in a sharp breath through his teeth, and muttered, "Oof, looks like I burned through a bit too much mana. That's what you get for casting so many big spells. Your MP must be nearly drained. Let me see how much you've got left." Lee Stade hurried over, staring at the scorched earth in speechless awe. But, true to her duty as a goddess, she quickly spoke up and opened Hanu's personal stats window. What are these stats? Name, Hanu. Level, 25. HP, 1200. MP, 120. Attack, 985. Defense, 874. Speed, 873. Magic power, 452. Growth value, 299. Special skills, Flame Magic, LV Max. Experience boost, LV4. Ability Insight, LV5. Just looking at the level, reaching 25 after barely 6 days of training was already impressive enough. But those numbers, every stat breaking 1,000, put him on par with the Demon King's 4 elite generals. This is insane. Let's go gear up first. We can't just charge the Demon King's castle like this, Hanu said. Yes, you're right. There's a town not far from here. Let's head there, Listade replied. Listade suddenly forgot all about what Hanu had just done. The moment she heard they could finally get down to business, her excitement was palpable. Seeing her like this, Hanu immediately realized that Listade was definitely not a seasoned veteran. Judging by her eagerness, she must have been newly appointed as a goddess, and as fate would have it, she'd drawn a world with S-class difficulty. Just as the two of them were about to take their first step forward, a wave of intense pressure swept over them from behind. In that instant, even Listade, a goddess, found herself unable to move a muscle. Well, just as Lord Demon King predicted, every time a hero appears, they love grinding levels in places like this. The Demon King is always right. A flippant voice sounded behind Hanu and Listade. They turned around to find a scantily clad demoness standing before them. Small horns jutted from either side of her head, and a faint crimson aura shimmered around her body. Clearly, this was no low-level goblin or minor monster. It's a pleasure to meet you both. I am Chaos Machina, one of the Demon King's 4 heavenly generals. The woman, dressed in revealing attire, rested a massive sword, taller than herself, on her shoulder. Her crimson tongue flicked over her lips, and a chilling bloodlust flickered in her eyes. No way to run into someone of this caliber, right here. Listade had never felt such oppressive power before. It left her gasping for breath. She quickly activated her appraisal ability. When she saw the stats of the woman before her, she froze in disbelief. Cow stood at level 66, with attack, defense, and speed all nearly breaking the 1,000 mark. For a hero who had just arrived in this world, defeating such an enemy was simply impossible. She had chosen what should have been the safest place, and yet, a formidable opponent had appeared. Was this the true nature of an S-class difficulty world? Hanu didn't even have equipment yet. How could they possibly fight someone like this? Hanu, stay calm. Don't panic. We're no match for her. We have to look for a chance to escape. Listade whispered urgently to Hanu at her side, but he gave no reply. She assumed he was too frightened to speak, but when she turned to look, he was already gone. He actually ran. Listade stared in utter shock at Hanu's rapidly retreating figure. Was this really something a normal person could do? Without another word, she bolted after him, moving so quickly she was almost a shadow at his heels. Hey, don't just abandon your goddess and run off by yourself. Listade shouted as she ran, tears streaming down her face. Yet, with her wild expression, she looked even more villainous than Cows herself, like a villain straight out of zombie flick. Honestly, which one of us is the villain here? Hanu shot a quick glance at Listade behind him. Her current appearance made his skin crawl. So much for being a goddess. Is this your true face? Listade, running behind Hanu, looked exactly like the zombies he'd seen in those apocalyptic movies from his previous life. Her eyes bulged as if they were about to pop out of their sockets, her mouth gaping wide. She could play a zombie without a single touch of makeup. I can handle this, but according to the system, if I deal with it too easily, it'll make me seem careless, Hanu calmly analyzed as he sprinted ahead. While running, he called up an attribute panel that only he could see. Name, Hanu. LV 5. HP, 5,000. MP, 3,000. Attack, 3,200. Defense, 4,200. Speed, 3,000. Magic, 3,000. Growth value, 1852. Special skills, Flame Magic, LV Max. Experience gain speed, LV 4. Ability Insight, LV 5. If Listade ever saw this, her shock would probably last a few millennia more. These weren't stats a level 5 hero should have. She might even suspect Hanu was the Demon King in disguise, toying with her for fun. With numbers this high, the system must have adjusted my stats based on my Undying God Seal and current level. If I ever reached max level, these stats would soar past 1,000,000. At that point, I'd be able to crush the Demon King outright. This must be the first choice the system offered me. If I'd picked the easy route, I'd probably have stats in the millions by now, and defeating the Demon King would be a breeze. Hanu glanced back at Listade, who was looking more and more zombified with every second, and said, "Aren't you supposed to be a goddess? In a world like this, you can't die, right? What are you so afraid of?" Come over and shield me. Then open the portal. All right, what am I even scared of? Lestat reached out and summoned a portal back to the divine realm not far ahead. She was about to stop and turn to block Chaos, but the latter was already almost upon her. The bloodthirsty, murderous look in Chaos's eyes, gazing at her as if she were nothing but a lamb to the slaughter, sent Lestat fleeing again, her face now even more zombie-like. Wait for me. Hanu managed a quick glance back and was startled, not by the murderous aura emanating from Chaos, but by the sight of Lestat's current appearance. She was downright terrifying. What do you think you're running off to? Even before Chaos arrived, her murderous intent swept ahead. She charged forward, giant sword raised and radiating deadly menace. Hurry and open it. Hanu gave a low shout, and in that instant, a high-level fire spell and a low-level water spell burst forth at the same time. The flames evaporated the water, creating a dense cloud of steam that momentarily blocked Chaos's line of sight. Lestat, terrified to the core, swiftly opened a portal and leaped in right behind Hanu. Chaos brushed aside the lingering mist, and, seeing that Hanu and Lestat had vanished, licked his lips and let out a cruel smile. Hif. So you've run off already? A decisive move, I must say. But don't worry, I have my own ways to bring you back. With those words, Chaos's gaze shifted toward the distance, where a small town lay, the very place Hanu and Lestat had originally planned to visit. Shouldering his massive sword, Chaos began to hum an unfamiliar tune as he strode toward the town. Meanwhile, back in the divine realm, Lestat was gasping for breath. No wonder this is an S-class world, Gaia brand. The Demon King is every bit as cautious as you, almost paranoid. I nearly died back there. If you're fine, then hurry up and get out. I need to continue my training. Hanu pulled off his shirt and resumed the exercise he'd started earlier. Only this time, his movements were even more intense, almost frightening. Before, he'd managed 80 perfect push-ups in a minute, an impossible feat for any ordinary person. But now he had pushed that number to 120 in just 60 seconds. This was beyond anything a normal human could achieve. Even a hero wouldn't have this kind of stamina. Lestat stared at him in disbelief. Suddenly, Hanu's eyes shifted toward her. He stood up, strode over, and with one hand against the wall beside her, boxed her in a classic cabinet move. With Hanu so close, Lestat's face flushed with a hint of shyness. She thought he might be about to do something. Hanu, why are you staring at me like that? But in the next instant, Hanu simply reached past her, turned the doorknob behind her, and kicked her out of the room. You're distracting me. The door slammed shut, leaving Lestat outside once again. This time, she was so exasperated, she couldn't help but laugh. Hey, I'm a goddess, you know. It's bad enough you're not madly in love with me, but treating me like this, is that any way to behave? Inside the room, Hanu rolled his eyes. Goddess? More like a basket case. Aside from her looks, the only help she provided in battle was opening portals to escape. Having learned her lesson, Lestat didn't rush off to find Hanu again. She'd finally begun to understand how unusually cautious he was. Fine, if you don't want to talk to me, I'll just check things out myself. Good thing I've got this crystal that lets me see the mortal realm. Let's see how things are going down there. Lestat retrieved a crystal hanging from a tripod in one corner of the room. She began to recite an incantation before it. O crystal that sees through the 3,000 worlds, if danger approaches, reveal it now. As soon as her words fell, the crystal emitted a faint glow. When the light faded, the scene that appeared within sent chills down Lestat's spine. It was the small town they were supposed to visit. Chaos had already arrived there, standing with two people pinned beneath her feet. Her greatsword was pressed against one person's neck. Sensing Lestat's watching gaze, she looked up, directly at Lestat's point of view. Hero and goddess, I know you're watching, Chaos announced. If you don't come out soon, everyone in this town will die. From this moment on, I'll kill one person every 10 minutes. So you'd better hurry. That filthy maniac. Furious at what she saw, Lestat grabbed the crystal and rushed to Hanu's room. Just like before, she didn't bother knocking and burst straight in. At that moment, Hanu was on the floor doing push-ups at a speed that defied belief. Why don't you ever knock? Hanu's tone was tinged with annoyance. It's an emergency. The town we plan to visit. Chaos is about to massacre everyone there. We have to leave right now. Lestat said anxiously. Has she started killing yet? Hanu asked. I said, has she started killing yet? No, not yet. She said she'd kill one person every 10 minutes, Lestat replied. Hanu paused for a moment, pondering. The flow of time in the divine realm isn't the same as down there, is it? Worlds like the divine realm often have the rule. A day in heaven is a year on earth. Hanu asked to clarify whether that was true here. If not, he'd leave immediately, but if it was, there was no need to rush. Yes, it's different. Time here moves at 1% the speed of theirs. 10 minutes down, there is 16 hours here. Listate explained. 16 hours. That's plenty of time. Hanu nodded, then resumed his workout. How can you be so calm? We're talking about people's lives. We should get there as soon as possible. Listate cried out in frustration. What's the hurry? For you, it's just another lower world, just another mission. If I die, it simply means you failed a task. But for that world, it's their entire existence at stake. If we go unprepared, we'll just end up dead, too, and then the world is doomed. Hanu's voice was icy cold, but every word rang painfully true. Listate felt that Hanu's words made some sense, but her pride as a goddess wouldn't allow her to admit it. She pressed on stubbornly, but in the end, it's still a human life. Any normal hero would have gone by now. Hearing this, Hanu stopped his training and stood up. He was already a head taller than her, and now, with his chin slightly raised, he looked down at her. An overwhelming sense of pressure emanated from him, unlike anything she'd felt before. Do you think this is some kind of game? If a so-called normal hero had gone, what do you think would have happened? Hasn't Gaia Brand summoned heroes before? Did anything ever change? Maybe those worlds were destroyed by the Demon King, and you'd feel sad for a little while. But soon enough, you'd be off on a new quest, happily setting out to save the next world, convince you're helping people. In truth, it's just a game between you goddesses. It never really hurts you. At most, your performance just stagnates for a bit. This is war, not some child's play. Hanu's words left Listate speechless. She couldn't refute him, because deep down, she knew that was the nature of things. If a mission failed, the hero would return to their original world. The goddess would head back to the divine realm, and the world they were supposed to save would be left in ruins. Nothing would really change for the hero. The goddess would just have one failed mission on her record. But for the people of that world, it would mean endless slaughter with no hope of salvation. How pathetic. It's because you're afraid that you're so cautious, isn't it? You're just a coward. No matter how talented you are, you're the worst hero ever. I never should have summoned you in the first place. Listate shouted angrily. Hanu didn't bother to respond. To him, people like her, those who couldn't tell the difference between reckless bravery and true goodness, were nothing but cannon fodder, charging ahead without thinking. Thank goodness she was the goddess who summoned heroes and not a hero herself. If she had been summoned to fight, she would have probably thrown herself at chaos head-on just to see if she could win, only to end up paying the ultimate price for nothing. All right, I'm ready. With my current level, I should be able to take her on, Hanu declared. With a powerful leap, he sprang up from the ground and tightened his fists, feeling the strength surging within him. He couldn't help but squeeze his fists a little tighter. As for the people of Gaia Brand, whether they lived or died was none of Hanu's concern. If the gods truly had any conscience, they never would have let this fool summon him. In the first place, she was the kind of goddess who only knew how to panic and offered no real help in battle. Hanu decided he'd simply finish his task with composure. At that moment, the sound of the general store system echoed in Hanu's mind. Branch mission complete. Ready for battle. Reward: 100 level up points. Hearing the voice echoing in his mind, Hanu's eyes lit up ever so slightly. Just a single side quest could reward him with so many upgrade points. Clearly, his earlier caution had paid off handsomely. I'll have to be even more cautious from now on. The rewards for this mission are too generous. There's no way I'm letting this slip by. This novel was downloaded via the open source, free Xingxian downloader developed by Xingyu Studio. If you obtain this novel file through an agent and they did not provide the software source code or open source link, please request a refund immediately and report the seller. Author's email: xing_yv@outlook.com. Author's QQ: 201-759-3710. Official QQ discussion group: 149050832. Official Telegram group: HTT. Lista looked at Hanu and activated her ability of insight. Her expression changed yet again. Name: Hanu. Level: 25. HP: 1200. MP: 120. Attack: 985. Defense: 874. Speed: 873. Magic: 452. Growth value: 299. Special skills: Flame Magic level max. Experience gain rate: level 4. Insight: level 5. He's managed to surpass cows in such a short time? His leveling speed is almost unnatural. Lista was visibly astonished. As she studied Hanu, her expression grew pensive. Before she could speak, Hanu broke the silence. We're going to rescue someone, but we can't go empty-handed. Are there any more spawn points near the town we're headed to? Hanu asked. There are, but they're all very small. The one I picked is already the best equipped of the bunch. The others are even smaller, and their gear is much more basic, Lista replied. Then let's go to one of those smaller ones. We'll buy what we need and head out to save them right away. Hearing this, Lista quickly agreed. At least they were on the same page now. Only a minute had passed in Gaia Brand, leaving them with 9 minutes to act. Let's go. Lista opened a new portal leading to Gaia Brand. The two of them stepped through in quick succession. The village that appeared was indeed tiny. Han, you could see the entrance from a distance. This is just a village with barely 100 residents. If we're talking about beginner spawn points, this would really be considered the very first stop, Lista said. Previously, for the sake of convenience, she had set their arrival just outside the town, never expecting to be ambushed by the enemy anyway. Hanu nodded, his gaze sweeping across the village as if searching for something. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a spot, and he strode off purposefully. Listade hurried after him, and together they arrived at a small stall. It was clear that this was a place selling equipment, but the items on display defied easy description. The quality looked so poor, it might not even merit a single star, just the simplest of clothes-fitting armor, and even some pieces were made from coarse cloth, making Listade almost unable to bear looking at them. Hanu, why don't we go somewhere else? Listade suggested quietly. We could sneak over to that little town to buy gear. These really aren't right for you. Even she felt these wares were unsuitable. Hanu's gaze swept across the weapons laid out on the stall. Suddenly, his eyes fixed on something, a look of surprise crossing his face as he thought to himself. How could this thing end up here? Noticing Hanu's startled expression, Listade followed his line of sight. He was looking at a black garment. The top was styled like a kimono, and the pants were wide and long, tapering at the ankles. As everyday wear, this outfit might look fine, but for combat, it clearly wouldn't do. Boss, how much is this? Before Listade could say anything, Hanu had already stepped forward, picked up the garment, and asked the shopkeeper. Oh, that one? That's not actually made by us. I found it outside somewhere, the old shopkeeper replied kindly. Young man, if you're interested in it, just give me 2 loaves of bread in exchange. The stall's owner was a kindly old man. Seeing Hanu's interest, he didn't make things difficult and simply stated the price. 2 loaves of bread, such a trivial amount for Listade. For most people, bread was never in short supply, easily bought wherever you went. But in this little village, with its limited craft and far from the city, bread, something you'd find only in the city, was practically a luxury. While Listade handed over bread to make the exchange, Hanu had already taken the black garment to a small grove behind the stall to change. When he emerged, Listade's eyes went wide with surprise. Dressed in the black outfit, Hanu looked even taller and leaner than in casual clothes, his entire presence tinged with a new solemnity. The black subdued his usual sharp air, lending him an understated intensity. Standing there in silence, he became impossible to ignore. This outfit really suits you, Listade said, circling Hanu with an approving gaze, amazed at how well this village fit him. At that moment, a white light shimmered from Hanu's black attire, and a layer of white silk appeared along the outer edge, transforming into a flowing white cloak draped over his shoulders. Both Listade and the stall owner were left utterly stunned by this scene. Listade even activated her X-ray vision ability, trying to see if this was some kind of hidden S-class equipment, since it could actually change form. But under her ability, in her eyes, this outfit was nothing more than an ordinary black garment, utterly unremarkable. Hanu, however, felt quite differently inside. He was genuinely astonished because this thing turned out to be a Shahakusho, a Soul Reaper uniform, that matched perfectly with his Zanpakuto, Hyōrinmaru. The so-called Shahakusho is the standard uniform worn by Soul Reapers in their world, a group of beings called Shinigami. It's usually all black, with only a select few wearing an additional layer of white feathers on top. Only Soul Reapers of Captain rank have that privilege. And among the Soul Reaper Guard, there are only 13 squads, 13 captains in total, making captain-level Soul Reapers truly formidable figures. Though the Shahakusho itself doesn't have many distinguishing features, Hanu only possessed Hyōrinmaru, so it was obvious that this was the Shahakusho made to go with it. System, what does this mean? Hanu quickly asked the general store system in his mind, worried that this might be some kind of trap. If he used these items without caution and ended up with fewer upgrade points as a result, that would be a huge loss. This world functions as a PRG-type world. Equipment and items can be obtained through synthesis, picking up, or seizing. The host may freely choose to keep items or exchange them at the general store for upgrade points. Note: only items of grade A or higher can be traded. The latter half of the system's explanation made Hanu much more excited. If bartering was an option, then things were starting to look up. And right on cue, here was a fellow decked out in A-grade gear, practically delivering equipment to his doorstep. Excellent. After putting on the Shahakusho, my stats went up noticeably. Looks like this uniform really is useful. Hanu clenched his fist. The moment he donned the Shihaka show, his spiritual pressure from Hyōrinmaru surged within him, boosting his stats in this world significantly. Though only 2 attributes increased, attack and defense. His original attack power of 980 and speed of 870 were now both upgraded, the former breaking past 1,000, the latter pushing close to 990. For any ordinary hero, those numbers would be nothing short of a fantasy. Because he couldn't use the gear from his original world, Hanu bought a slender sword similar in style to Hyōrinmaru and strapped it to his waist. Alright, looks like you're ready. Time's running short, so let's get moving, Stade said, purchasing a few more antidotes and healing potions for Hanu. But Hanu shook his head and held up 3 fingers. What do you mean by that? For the weapons and items from before, I'll take 5 sets of each. Wait, why do you need so many? Stade asked. For backup. Backup for the backup. Backup for the backup's backup, Hanu replied with a perfectly calm expression. Stade covered her face, exasperated. Just how cautious was this hero? He was so prepared that he could practically start a wholesale business with all the gear he'd packed along the way. Thinking of this, Stade gave him a gentle push and urged as they walked. There's no need for that much. Just hurry up and deal with cows. Only after you defeat her can you buy decent equipment in that little town. Hanu silently nodded, then asked, How much time do we have left? How far is it to that town? There's a little over 5 minutes left, and it's about 1 kilometer away. What? Stade answered truthfully. The moment she said it, she saw a look of calculation cross Hanu's face, and she suddenly had a bad feeling. A professional athlete can run 1 kilometer in about 2 minutes and 20 seconds. With my physique, 1 minute is more than enough. No sooner had he finished speaking than Hanu grabbed Stade's wrist, lowered his center of gravity, and took up a sprinter stance. Before Stade could even be embarrassed, her features were distorted by the fierce wind resistance created as Hanu shot forward, leaving her face stretched as if her skin were being pulled off. The path was mostly mountain roads, but even on these muddy, treacherous trails, Hanu's speed didn't falter for a moment. Squinting against the wind, Stade struggled to open her eyes and look down. She realized that while normal people would sink deep into the mud, Hanu's feet only grazed the surface. Each step unleashed a burst of force, making use of the rebounding energy to propel his body even faster. They didn't stop until they reached the gates of the small town. Hanu glanced back with satisfaction and said, 1 kilometer in 42 seconds. Pretty decent considering the conditions. You can't be human. 1 kilometer in 42 seconds? That's nearly 24 meters per second. No ordinary person could manage that. It was Hanu who had been running, but it was Stade who was left breathless, slumping to the ground in a practiced duck sit, her clothes so disheveled it looked as if the two of them had just engaged in something utterly unspeakable. But Hanu's attention wasn't on her at all. His gaze was entirely focused on the small town before them. Above the town, the sky stood in stark contrast to the world outside. Beyond its borders, the sun shone, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. Yet within the town, the sky had turned a blood red, painting a scene straight out of Villain's Arrival. Hanu stepped forward and pushed open the town gates, and a wave of oppressive energy rushed toward him. In the center of the town, cows could already be seen standing tall, a greatsword slung over her shoulder, surrounded by a crowd of kneeling townsfolk. Well, if it isn't the hero and the goddess themselves. You've finally shown up. Chaos licked her blood-red lips. Though she addressed them as sir and ma'am, the words dripped with mockery, not respect. Hanu's stride did not falter in the slightest at Chaos's taunts. One hand pressed firmly against the scabbard, while the other gripped the hilt and drew his blade in a single, fluid motion. A keen observer would notice that with every step Hanu took, he left behind faint footprints, even though the town streets were paved with solid stone slabs. The mere fact that he could leave prints behind spoke volumes about his strength. Chaos, seeing her words ignored, felt a thin veil of unease settle over her heart. It was a feeling she had only ever experienced in the presence of one person, her superior, the strongest being in this world, the Demon King. Hanu stood before her, clad in black, a single white feather on his shoulder fluttering lightly in the breeze. He hadn't spoken a word, yet the pressure radiating from him was palpable, making Chaos's instincts scream that something was wrong. He's just a newly arrived hero. What's with the act? Once I capture him alive, I'll tie him up and make him watch as the heads of these townsfolk roll, one by one. With a surge of motion, Chaos struck first. Her massive sword was suddenly wreathed in a crimson aura as she swung it down at Hanu's head with brutal force. That's it. Hanu looked up, his eyes icy and indifferent. His body flickered, and Chaos's sword cut nothing but air, The next instant, a terrifying force slammed into her back. The blow made her cough violently, her body curling up as she was hurled across the ground, carving a deep groove into the stone. How is this possible? Just minutes ago, this guy was only level 1. There's no way he could wield such power. The Demon King did say time flows slower in the Divine Realm, but it's only been a few hours. How could he have grown so strong? Chaos spat out a mouthful of blood, staring at Hanu in disbelief. Lacking the ability to gauge his stats, she was convinced he was still only level 1, making his overwhelming speed and strength beyond comprehension. He had already surpassed her, a level 66 warrior. I can't keep holding back. It's time to go all out. A crimson glint flashed across Chaos's eyes. She flipped her great sword and, without hesitation, plunged it into her own abdomen. What is she doing? Is she hurting herself? Listade gasped in shock at the sight. Was this villain out of her mind too? Watch closely. This is my ultimate move, the Demon God's Cursed Slayer. You're about to wait. What are you doing? Chaos was just about to burst out laughing when he saw Hanu's figure appear right before him. Hanu raised his long blade. Weren't you about to unleash your big move? Or am I supposed to wait politely for you to finish your flashy wind-up? The skill wind-up refers to the exaggerated preparatory actions characters make before attacking or casting spells, often seen in over-the-top anime. Moves like Chaos stabbing herself with her sword instead of transforming instantly are prime examples of such flamboyant theatrics. Unfortunately for Chaos, Hanu had no intention of letting her finish her wind-up. Vacuum Ice Blades. With a low, focused shout, Hanu unleashed his attack. 2 razor-sharp ice blades materialized around his sword, a vacuum forming between them to harden their edges even further. He swung at Chaos. The twin blades sliced through, instantly freezing the wounds and sealing them shut. In seconds, the icy frost spread from the cuts to envelop Chaos entirely, sword and all, encasing her in a glistening block of ice, turning her into a lifelike statue. Hanu, you're incredible. What kind of move was that? I thought you only had fire magic, Listade stammered, still in shock. As a newly appointed goddess, she didn't know what abilities a hero was supposed to have or when, but even she could tell this level of power from someone Hanu's rank was definitely not normal. Hanu shot her a cool glance, ignoring her question. Suddenly, a wave of unease washed over Listade. Hanu lifted his hand, and the white feathers on his cloak stirred without any wind. All around him, icy spikes erupted from the ground, encircling him in a protective ring. 9-fold ice tower. With another low, resonant cry, the ice pillars shattered with thunderous force, shooting skyward and merging together into a towering structure, 9 stories high, before crashing down toward Chaos's frozen form. Poor Chaos, still frozen mid-pose, sword plunged through herself, was utterly crushed beneath the massive ice tower, smashed into a heap of crimson-stained shards. Hanu's free hand clenched into a fist, and roaring flames ignited in his palm, swiftly coalescing into a delicate lotus of fire. He sent it drifting toward the ice tower. Secret art, Buddha's wrath, lotus of fire. The fire lotus floated gently, but the moment it touched the ice tower, it exploded in a burst of searing heat. Shards of ice instantly vaporized into steam. Any trace of Chaos within was utterly obliterated, leaving not even a wisp of ash behind. Still unsatisfied, Hanu pressed his palms together and then apart. With a flick of his hands, several more blazing lotus flowers formed and flew toward the spot where Chaos had vanished into nothingness. He was quite literally blasting emptiness. Listade watched this scene unfold, her heart already numb. She no longer held out any real hope for a normal adventure with this hero before her, whose caution bordered on the absurd. Who else but him would keep unleashing his ultimate skills again and again on the spot where an enemy, now reduced to nothing but dust, once stood? Could any sane person possibly act like this? As for Hanu, after what felt like an eternity of relentless attacks, he finally ceased his actions. At that moment, the familiar voice from the general store echoed in his mind. Branch quest completed. First encounter with a formidable foe. Reward, 100 upgrade points. Hanu stopped, turning to face the townsfolk and Listade, all of whom stood behind him, frozen in shock. He walked up to Listade and waved a hand in front of her eyes. What are you staring at? Let's go. Huh? Go where? Listade finally snapped out of her daze and asked. To get some new gear, of course. We can't just head to the next place with this stuff. Hanu gave the blade in his hand a small shake, and with just that motion, a fine crack appeared along the edge. As soon as it formed, the crack rapidly spread until the entire blade shattered, pieces scattering on the ground. You could still see a thin layer of frost clinging to the fragments. Clearly, the weapon couldn't withstand Hanu's level of power. A knife bought in a small village might be fine for dealing with slimes or goblins, but against someone like Chaos, it simply couldn't hold up under such relentless energy. There's good reason weapons come in so many different quality tiers. The wares in this small town were a cut above anything they'd found in the last village. Hanu went on a shopping spree at the weapons shop, while Lee stayed, following behind, felt like her wallet was being emptied with every step. Just as the two of them were struggling out of the shop, arms full of bags, a cheerful voice greeted them from ahead. So these are the hero and the goddess? I can't believe you actually defeated Chaos Machina. That's quite something. Hanu promptly dumped all his purchases into Listade's arms, nearly sending her toppling to the ground. As she set the bags down, ready to complain, her gaze landed on the man who had just spoken. He's so handsome. The man who had addressed them stood well over 6 feet tall, dressed in a perfectly tailored lilac suit. A single gold-rimmed monocle perched on his prominent nose gave him an air of cultured elegance. And who might you be? Hanu drew his newly bought sword and leveled his gaze at the stranger, his voice icy. Easy, easy. The man in the suit quickly raised his empty hands in a gesture of peace. My name is Kane Gillens. I'm a doctor. I passed through here while traveling a few days ago and have been staying in town since. You two are the famous hero and goddess, aren't you? I'd like to join you on your journey. Hanu hadn't even gotten a word in before Lestade jumped in, blurting out, How could that be possible? We're heading out to fight the Demon King. There'll be danger every step of the way. We could die out there. At the mention of taking on the Demon King, the man named Kane smiled, his well-defined features softening with a calm and polite expression. I have my own grudges against the Demon King. I've been alone for a long time, with nothing left to tie me down. Rather than grow old and die by myself, I'd rather fall in battle on the road to defeating the Demon King. At least that would give my life some meaning. His composed, unflinching words genuinely moved Lestade. From what Kane said, she instantly spun a tragic tale in her mind, imagining his family slaughtered by the Demon King, picturing how this broken man transformed from a bereaved husband and father into the refined gentleman standing before them. Hanu, we're short on teammates anyway. Why don't we let him? No, but he's a doctor. Wouldn't having someone with medical skills help treat you better? No, it'll make the battles ahead so much easier if we have more people. No. Lestade tried every way she could think of to persuade Hanu, but in the end, he would only answer with a single syllable. With no other choice, she could only turn to Kane and politely decline. Kane's gaze stayed on Hanu the whole time, his eyes always carrying a hint of a smile. He waved his hand and said, It's fine. If the hero is uneasy about me, then let's just say we'll meet again if fate allows. With that, Kane turned and left. Lestade pouted as she watched him go, then glanced at Hanu, her face tinged with disappointment. Why'd you chase him off? He's so handsome. What's wrong with having him travel with us? Don't you people have a saying, many hands make light work? You know that one. Hanu chuckled. He pulled out a storage ring he'd just spent several hundred gold on at the weapon shop and began putting all their recent purchases inside. All right, enough teasing. Let's get moving to our next stop. Hey, don't boss the goddess around. After the two of them left, a tall, slender figure appeared beneath the shadow of a large tree. Watching Hanu and Lestade as they walked away, a faint, lingering laugh drifted out, as expected of someone who could erase chaos itself. For a newly appeared hero, this is already something beyond imagination. I wonder what they'll do next. I can hardly wait. The figure watching Hanu and Lestade depart was none other than Kane, who had failed to join the hero's party. He shifted his body, vanishing into the tree's shadow, and if anyone went to look, not a trace of him could be found. After leaving the little town, the hero and the goddess set out toward their next destination, Semru Town. Along the way, Hanu was constantly fighting monsters, unleashing his most powerful attacks on every low-level creature they encountered. Lestade had grown numb from watching him. Even when they ran into monsters around Hanu's own level, creatures in their 20s who by raw stats alone would easily overpower him if they attacked. As a group, Hanu seemed to insist on using his ultimate moves. Strong or weak, it didn't matter. Hanu would always finish them off with a flourish. This isn't just caution anymore. This is downright pathological. Lestade spoke with a hint of despair, staring at the trails of destruction Hanu left behind. For a moment, she couldn't even tell who the real monster was. That night, the two of them found a sheltered nook in the mountainside to rest. Lestade, who'd spent the entire day complaining, fell asleep even faster than Hanu. The way she sprawled out in her sleep seemed almost like a silent challenge to him. Hanu didn't spare her a glance. He muttered to himself, I'm going out to gather some firewood. With that, he stood up and walked out. But as soon as he left, Lestade, who had only been pretending to sleep, opened her eyes and grumbled, Unbelievable. He just ignores a goddess like me. What an outrageous insult. Hanu had already left the cave, moving to a spot where Listade wouldn't be able to hear him. He stretched his neck and, as if speaking to himself, called out into the night. Since you've been following us this whole time, why not step out and have a chat? It's the middle of the night. Isn't it a bit undignified to keep hiding? The night remained perfectly still. Only the faint rustle of wind in the leaves could be heard. Nothing but Hanyu's own voice broke the silence. Still not coming out? Hanyu drew the long sword at his waist, his black cloak stirring despite the calm air. I've known for a while that someone's been tailing us. Whoever it is, you're quite skilled. I had to work hard just to pinpoint your location. You're right here, aren't you? As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed his blade at a large boulder, sending stone fragments flying. And sure enough, from the rubble, a figure emerged. Impressive hero. Your senses are remarkable. The voice was instantly familiar. From behind the shattered stone stepped a man Hanyu recognized from earlier that day in town. The refined man who'd introduced himself as Kane. You're the Demon King, aren't you? Hanyu raised his sword, pointing it calmly at Kane. Kane's face took on an innocent look as he shrugged and replied, Come now. Didn't I already tell you who I am earlier today? I'm just a doctor, nothing more. Hanyu chuckled, his grip tightening around the long blade as waves of ice and fire surged along its length. The blade flickered between pure white and blazing red as he spoke. If you were just an ordinary doctor, could you really control your breathing so precisely? To follow us, you slowed your breath to the bare minimum. So slow, in fact, that no ordinary doctor could ever achieve it. Kane stared straight at Hanyu, who met his gaze, refusing to give him a chance to speak. Hanyu had already lunged forward with his blade. Even though Kane had already formed a rough idea of Hanyu's speed, he was still stunned by just how fast Hanyu moved now. He was holding back before. This speed is nothing like what I saw during the day. It's at least 10 times faster. With this thought in mind, Kane raised both hands, and billowing clouds of black energy surged from his arms, coalescing into 2 dark gauntlets. With a sharp clang, he blocked Hanyu's strike. Kane laughed. And you still claim you're not the Demon King? Hanyu leapt back, using his ability to analyze Kane. During the day, Listade hadn't noticed anything unusual, because in this world, there's a skill called disguise that can mask your true stats. The numbers others see might be only a fraction of your real abilities, perhaps just 1% or even less. From the moment Hanyu arrived in this world, he could see both hidden stats and visible stats in his field of vision. After choosing the latter, he automatically activated the disguise skill. That's why the data Listade saw wasn't accurate. But now that his opponent had already made a move, it was impossible to hide behind the disguise skill again. So Kane's real stats were displayed right in Hanyu's view. Name, Kane Gillens, Demon King. Level, 98. HP, 98,788. MP, 55,842. Attack, 96,875. Defense, 87,541. Speed, 68,574. Magic, 80,000. Growth value, 99,997. Special skills, Dark Magic, LV Max, Accelerated Experience Gain, LV 5, Ability Analysis, LV 20. With stats like these, he could wipe out anyone on this continent in an instant. Yet he's still so cautious, even targeting the newly emerged hero. Hanyu let out a soft laugh. Now that his identity was exposed, the Demon King dropped all pretense and smiled. On this continent, only a hero can defeat me. If I already know who could take me down, why would I let them grow freely? That wouldn't. Maka ein sensa. Originally, I thought someone like cows would be enough to handle you. But to my surprise, you had another trick up your sleeve. You dealt with her so easily, and now you've piqued my interest even more. You really are quite interesting. Why don't you join me? We could fight side by side, and I'll grant you power above all others, answering only to me. What do you say? Even knowing he was facing himself, Hanyu's smile remained unchanged. This unwavering composure made the Demon King even more wary of him. To so easily defeat cows, and now to face the Demon King without so much as a flicker of emotion, Hanyu must be hiding even greater strength. The Demon King dared not be careless. From the moment he had stationed one of his 4 heavenly kings at the beginner's village to ambush the hero, caution had been his way. Otherwise, he wouldn't have survived long enough to reach this throne. Don't even think about it. Just die quickly. The sooner you're dead, the sooner I finish my mission, Hanyu said calmly. How can he stay so composed? Either he's hiding something, or he's absolutely confident. Let me check his stats. A 6-pointed star flickered in the Demon King's eyes as he used his ability appraisal. What appeared before him was the same status panel Listade had seen. This can't be real. There's no way he could defeat cows in an instant with stats like these. The Demon King's gaze sharpened. At level 20, his appraisal. skill directly pierced Han Yu's disguise. The moment he saw Han Yu's true stats, his eyes widened in disbelief. Are these numbers even possible for a human? Name, Han Yu. Level, 25. HP, 99,999. MP, 58,797. Attack, 97,572. Defense, 91,846. Speed, 85,875. Magic, 87,457. Growth, 1,852. Special skills, Flame Magic, LV Max, Frost Magic, LV Max, Experience Gain Boost, LV 6, Ability Appraisal, LV 20. He's only level 25, yet every stat is already higher than mine. How is this even possible? It shouldn't be. The Demon King had lived on this continent for centuries and had never seen anyone achieve stats like these. Back when he was level 25, his own stats were only a tenth of Han Yu's, and even then, he was already hailed as a monstrous genius. To improve further at that level was simply unthinkable. This is monstrous, truly monstrous, the Demon King muttered, unable to imagine what heights Han Yu would reach if they ever stood on equal footing. From not far away, Han Yu's cold, detached voice drifted over. Have you seen enough? If you're done, come claim your death. Han Yu strode forward, one hand gripping a blade wreathed in roaring flames, the other shrouded in biting frost. Clad entirely in black, he looked every bit like a demon king himself, risen from the depths of hell to claim soul. In an instant, the Demon King even felt a sense of the real clown is myself. He thought that perhaps if he hadn't shown up from the start, he might have been able to avoid this mess. But now, he had run straight into his opponent's sights. No, it's impossible. This must be an even higher level of disguise. There's no way you can have stats like that at this stage. You're lying to me. Yes, you must be lying. All traces of the Demon King's usual refinement vanished in that moment. Han Yu had been preparing his attack for a long time, and when he finally struck, it unleashed the twin ultimate arts of ice and fire. With ability scores far surpassing the Demon King's, the force of Han Yu's assault was undeniable and devastating. The Demon King gathered every ounce of his power and conjured a massive shield before him. He could see how powerful this attack was. If he tried to run without any defense, he wouldn't stand a chance. If he held his ground, maybe, just maybe, he'd survive. Even for the Demon King, facing Han Yu was nothing more than a desperate search for a sliver of hope. The twin ultimate arts of ice and fire were no idle threat. Even though Han Yu was only at level 25, the raw numbers told the story. His attacks were so formidable that even a level 98 Demon King wouldn't dare take them lightly. With a single blow, Han Yu smashed the shield, crafted from half the Demon King's energy, into countless shards. The Demon King let the remnants fall, thinking that after unleashing two ultimate arts right off the bat, Han Yu would need to slow down. The Demon King planned to use that brief pause to escape, recover, and return to fight another day. But to his dismay, Han Yu didn't let up for an instant. Not a word, not a breath wasted. He simply swept his palm along the blade, and in a flash, the sword glowed red-hot. A magic sword? That's advanced magic. How can he wield something of that caliber so effortlessly, even skipping the incantation? The Demon King's face twisted with dread. All he wanted now was to find a chance, any chance, to escape. But standing before him was Han Yu, whose system-given task was to complete this mission with utmost caution. That alone sealed the Demon King's fate. Even if Han Yu drained every last drop of his mana, he would never risk leaving a half-dead Demon King behind. This time, there truly was no escape. Never in his wildest dreams had the Demon King imagined that despite being so cautious as to confront the newly emerged hero himself, he would still end up slain. It defied all logic. Earlier, Han Yu had been able to unleash several ultimate moves back-to-back against mere goblins. Now, facing the Demon King, he let loose dozens of ultimates, one after another, not stopping until the ground beneath them was blasted into a bottomless crater. What just happened? Did we run into the Goblin King this time? Listade muttered in a daze. Just a minute ago she had been sound asleep, and the next, she was jolted awake by the thunderous explosion. With her hair still in a wild mess, she rushed over, bewildered. Han Yu could be seen relentlessly unleashing his secret arts into a pit. She had wanted to come up sooner to stop him, but Han Yu seemed tireless, casting one ultimate move after another. It was nothing short of a world war. The Demon Lords underground met the same fate as cows before them, obliterated without a trace. Even in their final moments, they couldn't comprehend how Han Yu could possibly be this powerful. If it had been any other hero, after defeating cows, they might have been destroyed by the Demon Lords. But this time, they encountered Han Yu, The kind of player who enters the game with cheat codes. Your level might be high, but my stats are just better. I can take you out with a basic attack. What do you say to that? Branch quest. Annihilate the demon lords complete. 300 upgrade points awarded. Hanu muttered, why did that guy show up so early? He didn't even send a few more mini-bosses my way. I was hoping to cash in big. Besides, just enough to level up. How frustrating. What did you say? Lee Stade hadn't heard him clearly. Nothing. That's it. Let's head back. The demon lords are gone. Hanu replied coolly, sheathing his long blade. Gone? You mean the person who was in that pit was the demon lord? Lee Stade was bewildered. How could the demon lord be dead, just like that, after a single night's sleep? Hanu glanced at the deep pit and said, that man we met in the small town, the one called Kane, he was the demon lord. He probably wanted to hide his power and sneak in a toy with us. Too bad I saw through him. He couldn't beat me. Utterly weak. Lee Stade stared at Hanu in shock. In her eyes, he was no longer just a mere hero. She gazed at him and murmured, you're actually the demon lord, aren't you? That must be it. This is an S-class world. The demon lord can't possibly be defeated so easily. Who are you really? You're definitely not an ordinary earthling. Hearing once again the question of his identity, Hanu hesitated for a moment. Then, from his general store system, he pulled out a teleportation scroll and smiled at her. I'm just a passing shopkeeper. If you ever need anything, you're always welcome. With that, he gripped the scroll and, with a squeeze, was drawn into it, returning to his Marvel world. As for Gaia Brand, in front of Lee Stade, there was nothing left but a business card floating before her. She reached out, and it fell gently into her hand. As always, the card was plain, bearing only 2 lines. The general store. Hanu. Back at the shop, Hanu didn't pause for a moment. He dashed straight upstairs to his room, locking the door behind him to make sure no one would disturb him. Boss, you're back. Want something to eat? Came Ultron's voice from the second floor. Hanu's sudden disappearances, and just as sudden. Returns were nothing unusual to them anymore. Whenever he vanished without a trace, it was always because he'd gone to another world. No need, I've got things to do. Just don't come in and bother me. Hanu called out toward the door. After Ultron and his companion responded in the affirmative, Hanu lowered his voice and murmured, System, settle the mission. Save Gaia Brand. Mission settlement in progress. Settlement complete. Reward, 317 upgrade points. You possess a special item, Shinigami robes, which can be exchanged for 50 upgrade points. Would you like to trade it in? No, keep it. Send it to the warehouse. Hanu replied, his mind reeling from the sheer number of points. Still, he forced down his elation and answered calmly. The Shinigami robes fetched a hefty price in the shop. A basic set cost 40 or 50 upgrade points, while a captain's version was worth around 100. Yet this blasted system cut the value in half when reclaiming items. Utter daylight robbery. Hanu muttered to himself, if only that Demon King hadn't shown up so early. It's the first time I've seen a final boss appear at the very first level. Otherwise, this mission would have earned me at least 1,000 upgrade points. With the points from each side quest, Hanu now had a neat total of 900 upgrade points, enough to make him break into a grin, though he couldn't help feeling a bit resigned. What a great opportunity to rack up upgrade points, and yet the Demon King couldn't sit tight and jumped in too early. Hanu couldn't risk having him tag along for long, either. According to the mission requirements, letting the Demon King go would have been reckless. He wasn't some run-of-the-mill level 1 slime. Get careless, and you could easily end up paying the price. So for the sake of the mission, Hanu had no choice but to strike first and eliminate the Demon King. Any other way would have been too risky. He shook his head with a sigh, though it wasn't all bad. At least now, he could upgrade. System, open my personal panel. Name, Hanu. Shop rank, senior clerk. Basic abilities, Undead God Seal, Magic Conch. Limited use items. Emotion Potion, Stormy Crying *1. Permanent items, Green Lantern Ring, Decade Driver, High Fidelity Headphones, Multiverse Smartphone, Shinigami Robes. Armory, Hyōrinmaru, Houkian Hammer, First Ring. Upgrade points available, 900. Points needed for promotion, 500. System, promote me. Hanu called out eagerly. The next rank would make him the shop manager. He'd been waiting a long time for this day. Promotion points consumed. Current position, Junior Shop Manager. Promotion reward received. Item draw card X2, Blank Knight card X5. Noticing the 5 new Blank Knight cards in his personal inventory, Hanu, a seasoned knight enthusiast, already had a plan in mind. Looks like it's time to find Decade and have some fun. If I get one of his cards, I wonder what it would be like to use Decade's transformation on these characters. Hanu let out a mischievous chuckle, storing these precious cards away as if they were priceless treasures. He swiped open the general store's inventory. Many of the items that once required upgrade points were now free for the taking. Yes, this feels amazing. For the first time, Hanu truly felt like he had mastered the general store system. Before, everything had to be exchanged for upgrade points, but now, almost everything was his to claim at no cost. System, why are there still some sections where I can't freely access the items? Scrolling down the list, Hanu noticed several categories grayed out. When he clicked to see what was inside, his heart skipped a beat. Legendary weapons, super armor, even infinity stones. Just seeing these things sent a shiver down his spine. Take the infinity stones, for instance. Thanos ran countless raids from Xander to Earth, all just to collect them. Yet Hanu's store held them in stock. If he wished, he could summon a truckload and toss them around for fun, without a second thought. If the host wishes to freely access those items, you must reach intermediate store manager level or higher, the system replied. Hanu clapped his hands in resignation. He knew the system wouldn't let him reach the top so easily. Now that he looked at these item categories, he realized that the 500 upgrade points needed to become a store manager were actually not that many. As things stood, he could simply grab a few extraordinary items from his store and sell them outside. He'd be a billionaire overnight. But for Hanu now, money had become meaningless. He no longer cared about wealth. All that mattered was growing stronger. It wasn't that he'd become paranoid after the Gaia Brand mission, but rather, in the Marvel Universe, if you died, you really died. Hanu wasn't arrogant enough to think that reaching the All-Father level made him invincible in the universe. This vast cosmos still hid many ancient beings whose lifespans were counted in tens of thousands of years. Standing before them, he was still nothing. Thankfully, Hanu had crossed into the Marvel movie universe. If it had been the comics, his current strength wouldn't even be enough to get himself killed. Well, one step at a time. Let's grab something to eat first. Hanu closed the personal attribute panel in front of him, rubbed his stomach, and headed downstairs. As he reached the first floor, the door to the general store suddenly swung open, startling him. Just then, a bald man appeared in his field of vision. What's going on? Do I just have a natural affinity for bald guys? Here comes another one. The moment Hanu saw the visitor was bald, that was his first thought. He tried hard to shift his attention away from that gleaming scalp and looked down, only to be taken aback by the man's appearance. Lifeless, fish-like eyes, a drab yellow uniform, so plain it was almost comical, red gloves and boots, and a white cape draped behind him, combined with that shiny bald head. It was a sight that was both absurd and amusing. Yet, as Hanu looked at his face, a name slipped out before he could stop himself. Saitama. This man who had appeared out of nowhere in his shop was no stranger to Hanu. His name was Saitama, and in his own world, he possessed overwhelming strength, capable of defeating any foe with a single punch. Unfortunately, his luck was as terrible as his power was great. Either no one saw him take down the villains, or the public credited someone else for the victory, or simply refused to believe he had done it himself. So, despite his incredible might and more than enough power to rank among the S-class heroes, Saitama had spent a long time hovering in the B-class rankings, a situation at once sad and laughable. Now, Saitama lay sprawled on the floor like a corpse, motionless for so long that Hanu was about to go over to check if he was still alive. Suddenly, Saitama grabbed Hanu's ankle, his voice hoarse and scratchy as he muttered something. What? Say that again. Hanu couldn't quite make it out. He bent down to listen, and finally caught Saitama's words. So hungry. So it turned out he was just a man driven to desperation by hunger. Hanu couldn't help but chuckle helplessly, hoisted Saitama up, and carried him to the dining room, dropping him into a chair. Wait here. You're just in time for my meal. If you turned up at any other moment, there wouldn't be any food for you. Hanu rolled up his sleeves and set about cooking. Considering Saitama might have a huge appetite, Hanu decided to prepare enough food for 4 people. After all, he was no stranger to hearty meals himself. Eating double portions was nothing new. As the smell of food drifted through the house, Saitama's dazed eyes finally began to focus. Finding himself in an unfamiliar room, his first reaction wasn't panic, but calm curiosity as he glanced around, clearly puzzled. Where am I? From the kitchen, Hanu emerged carrying dishes, and seeing that Saitama had come to his senses, he grinned and said, You're awake? Perfect timing. Let's eat. With that, he set the food on the table. Without waiting for Saitama to speak, Hanu started digging in, shoveling food into his mouth with chopsticks. The sight made Saitama's mouth water uncontrollably. No matter how strong-willed a devoted foodie might be, they simply can't resist the allure of delicious aromas. After saying thank you, Saitama picked up his bowl and chopsticks and began eating heartily. The moment the food touched his tongue, his eyes widened in astonishment. What kind of heavenly flavor is this? Japanese cuisine generally strives to avoid excessive processing, favoring raw ingredients when never possible to preserve their natural taste. While there are cooked dishes, the flavors tend to be more subtle. But Hanyu's cooking was a feast for the senses, vibrant, fragrant, and mouth-watering in every way. It looked delicious, smelled enticing, and with every bite, you just wanted another. Saitama was so absorbed in eating that he didn't even have the time to speak, his entire focus devoted to the food piled before him. When he was finally full, Saitama leaned back in his chair with complete satisfaction. He had never tasted food this good before. By the end, he was only a step away from licking the plates clean. Thank you so much for your hospitality. I didn't get a chance to introduce myself earlier. My name is Saitama, he said. I'm Hanu. Hanu replied with a warm smile, shaking his hand. Thanks to the quirks of running the general store, Hanu could understand any language spoken by his guests without effort. At this moment, the two of them were conversing in Japanese. In Chinese, their names could easily be confused when read, but in Japanese, Saitama's name is pronounced Saitama, while Hanu's name would be read as Kanfu. By the way, how did you end up passed out in front of my shop? Was there nothing to eat at home? Hanu asked, curiosity piqued. Saitama usually kept a sharp eye on supermarket discount days, often picking up cheap groceries to bring home. For him to be this hungry, he must not have eaten for at least a day. Don't even mention it. There was this crazy guy. Saitama waved his hand dismissively, a hint of resignation flickering across his usually expressionless face. He was about to change the subject when suddenly, a voice called out from behind, making him freeze in place. Saitama-sensei, there you are. I've been looking for you everywhere. Can we get back to training now? We haven't met today's goal yet. Both Hanu and Saitama turned to look toward the restaurant's entrance, where a young man, probably no more than 20, stood waiting. This young man's arms and legs were crafted entirely of sleek black metal. His eyes had no whites, just pitch black with yellow, pupil-like centers. Clearly a cyborg, he was strikingly distinctive. His name was Genos, and he was Saitama's disciple. Gee, Genos, maybe it's about time we wrapped up our training, don't you think? I just finished eating. Saitama sounded a bit uneasy as he scooted his chair closer to Hanu. It wasn't that Saitama feared losing a fight to Genos. The trouble was he'd once let slip that he was free these days, and Genos had clung to him ever since, like a piece of stubborn taffy, pestering him daily to teach him the secrets of getting stronger. Although Saitama possesses incredible strength, he still gets hungry, unlike Genos, who never does. Over the past few days, Genos has been constantly tailing Saitama, persistently seeking advice on how to become stronger. No matter how strong-willed a foodie may be, in the end, hunger always wins. His disciple couldn't be chased away, and fighting him wasn't an option either. Saitama had no choice but to dash off on his own. Unfortunately, Genos was always faster. Every time Saitama finally decided to buy something to eat, Genos would appear like a phantom, dragging him along while saying, "Sensei, you happen to have some free time these days, so I must take this chance to learn from you. Were you just testing my speed? As expected of my teacher. So dedicated. I promise I won't let you down." Let me down? Are you kidding me? That's not what I meant at all. Saitama frowned in agony, nearly on the verge of tears. His disciple's eagerness to learn had reached an almost obsessive level. Genos' relentless questions barely left Saitama a moment to eat. Hanu noticed Saitama's predicament. In his previous life, he'd found Saitama fascinating, a hero by hobby, wielding world-shattering power, yet constantly preoccupied with what might be on sale at the supermarket next time. This contrast amused Hanu greatly. Since Saitama was a character he'd liked in his past life, lending a hand didn't seem out of place. Clearing his throat, Hanu said, "Genos, right? Your teacher and I just finished eating, and it's not good to exercise right after a meal. How about this? I'll have my little brother spar with you. If he beats you, you'll let your teacher Saitama rest for a while. But if you win, well, you can do whatever you want with your teacher. How about it? Do whatever you want." Suddenly, Saitama couldn't help but feel Hanu was a bit of a devil himself. Though it sounded like he was helping, why did it feel like he was being sold out? Genos considered this for a moment. Glancing at Saitama, he could see that his teacher did look rather worn out. He nodded and replied, "All right, then I'll trouble you. Sensei, will you be okay?" Feeling Genos' gaze, Saitama shuddered. Sometimes, too much enthusiasm really could be a burden. Hanu smiled and led them toward the utility room. At first, the two found it odd to be heading for a door barely tall enough for a person. Was this really the way? But once inside, the space defied belief. "You two can fight here. However you go at it, you won't affect the outside world," Hanu said with a grin. Did we leave the building? Weren't we just on the second floor? Faced with the scene before him, Genos was stunned. Towering steel buildings stretched up into the sky, and the streets all around looked perfectly ordinary. He had stepped into a forest of steel. Strangely, Despite this place looking like the heart of the city, there wasn't a single pedestrian in sight. Not even the faintest honk could be heard. The silence was almost eerie. Seeing the puzzled expressions on their faces, Hanu smiled and explained, "This is a space I created myself, designed specifically for me and my brothers to test our abilities. Everything you see here was built by them." It was actually Hanu's first time noticing changes in this alternate space, as he rarely came here himself. Usually, it was only Quicksilver who visited regularly. To better test their strengths, Ultron had used Earth's technological advancements along with Green Lantern energy to construct various scenarios within this space, allowing them to practice fighting in different situations and environments. Right now, the scenario in front of them was a simulated city center. With that, Hanu walked over to the door, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted upstairs, "Ultron, come down here. It's time to get things started." A moment later, the sound of slow, dragging footsteps echoed from the staircase. Ultron appeared, rubbing sleep from his eyes, still dressed in pajamas, and looking bewildered as he asked Hanu, "What's going on?" "Just come here," Hanu called back, poking his head into the storage room and waiting for Ultron to join him. Although Ultron had no idea what was happening, he yawned and shuffled toward the storage room. As he reached the doorway, the door magically adjusted its height to match his own, allowing him to enter with ease. Seeing this tall man in pajamas suddenly appear, Genos frowned and turned to Hanu, asking, "Is this your psychic?" Ultron, still yawning and his hair a wild mess, glanced at Saitama and Genos, two unfamiliar faces. The moment he stepped into the storage room, he realized what was about to happen. This place was usually reserved for sparring matches, and now that he'd been called in, it was obvious he was about to fight one of them. "Genos, the floor is yours," Hanu said, spreading his hands with a grin. Saitama looked a bit hesitant. He leaned over to Hanu and whispered, "Are you sure? Genos is an S-class hero. Won't your friend get hurt?" Hanu maintained a calm smile. "It's fine. Let them fight." Genos glanced at Saitama, who gave him a slight nod. With that, Genos stepped forward and introduced himself. "I'm Genos, ranked 17th among the S-class heroes." Ultron let out another yawn, slouched with one hand in his pocket, and replied in a languid tone, "Ultron, no rank, no title, just want to sleep. Let's get this over with." Suddenly, large jets opened up at Genos' shoulders. As flames roared out, his speed surged instantly, and he became nothing but a blur hurtling toward Ultron. Smaller jets flared to life behind his elbows, adding even more speed to his punch as he aimed a powerful blow directly at Ultron's side. Ultron took a measured step to the right, and what looked like a blur of a punch to an ordinary person was effortlessly dodged by him. In the next instant, Ultron's hand moved like a nimble serpent, darting up Genos' attacking arm and lightly tapping his shoulder. That seemingly gentle touch landed on Genos with the force of a high-speed train. With a muffled grunt, Genos was sent flying backward dozens of meters. This guy is something else. His reflexes, speed, and strength could easily earn him a place among the S-class heroes, and not at the bottom, either. "I can't keep holding back anymore." A glimmer flashed in Genos' eyes. They were both sharp. One exchange was enough to size up the other's strength. The way Ultron dodged so easily, yet delivered such terrifying power, left no doubt that Ultron's abilities were at least on par with his own. "It's time to get serious." The jets on Genos' shoulders flared up again, this time propelling him with a speed far beyond what he'd shown before. Previously, his movements left only afterimages for the average person. Now, his speed was beyond the reach of the human eye altogether. Impressive speed, Hanu nodded in approval. Even among the Avengers, this level of combat power would make Genos a formidable force. His fighting style made full use of the jets built into his body, and Hanu thought Stark ought to spar with him sometime. After all, if a super-intelligent suit of armor could only stand back firing shots all day, but turned useless the moment things got up close and personal, that would be a real shame. In fact, Hanu believed Stark was most vulnerable at range. Once an opponent got close and could analyze his fighting style, that armor, tough enough to withstand missiles, would become a real threat. Back on the field, Ultron still wore the look of someone who hadn't quite woken up. Was Genos strong? Absolutely. To be among the S-class heroes in their world was no small feat. Well, except perhaps for that one guy who could terrify enemies just by the sound of his heartbeat. "Ultron, take this seriously." Hanu was a bit displeased by Ultron's casual and dismissive attitude. He didn't believe Ultron would lose, but it was about respect. "All right, let's wrap this up quickly so I can get some sleep. I've got a bank heist scheduled for tonight." Ultron sighed, sounding reluctantly motivated. With Hanu calling him out, Ultron could no longer keep slacking off. He let out a long breath, and a rare seriousness crept into his eyes. In the next moment, his body gave a faint shudder. It might not have been obvious to most, but Saitama, watching from the sidelines, couldn't help but remark, "Wow, that's fast." Their fists collided. Ultron's punch landed first, and then, a heartbeat later, the sound of impact thundered out. To Genos, it felt less like he was striking a person and more like punching a mountain, one rooted firmly to the earth. A powerful burst of wind from the punch swept past Genos, crashing into the invisible wall of the space behind him, producing a thunderous sound that sent a chill down his spine. And this was just pure physical strength. Genos turned his head in shock to look behind him. The towering buildings that had once stood there were now reduced to nothingness by the force of that punch, allowing him to see clear through to the edge of the space, and also giving him a sense of its true scale. If not for the boundaries of this space, his attack would have reached even farther. Genos murmured to himself. A strange sense of déjà vu washed over him. He felt as if he'd experienced something like this before. He remembered a sparring match with Saitama, during which a single punch from his teacher had transformed a mountain ridge into a canyon. After that fight, Genos realized just how vast the gap was between himself and Saitama. He was deeply convinced of Saitama's superiority, and it only intensified his desire to study under him. This man's strength is nowhere near its limit. I can tell he hasn't even shown half of what he's capable of, perhaps not even a tenth. For once, Genos' usually stoic face betrayed a flicker of surprise as he muttered under his breath. To shake a mountain with a punch, no matter how many blows you land to the mountain, they are but a drop in the ocean. If it came down to a battle of sheer firepower, perhaps Ultron wouldn't have claimed victory so swiftly. But in close combat, given Ultron's sheer durability, he could stand there and let Genos attack him all day without suffering any real harm. "I've lost. You're incredibly strong, beyond anything I could have imagined." Genos looked Ultron straight in the eye and admitted defeat without hesitation. Losing was simply losing. It wasn't a fight to the death. The outcome of this friendly match didn't leave him feeling defeated. Instead, he found himself growing excited. "Can I come back and spar with you again in the future?" After all, Saitama was not someone he could train with every day, and catching up to his teacher all at once was next to impossible. Now he'd encountered another formidable opponent, one who wasn't even an enemy. That, naturally, made him eager. Too much trouble. No. The seriousness in Ultron's eyes quickly faded, replaced by the same lazy indifference as before. His once straight back slouched, and he looked nothing like the man who had just unleashed that devastating punch. Watching Ultron's nonchalant demeanor, Hanu rubbed his chin thoughtfully. This outcome didn't surprise him. It was exactly as he'd expected. Ultron's strength is on another level. If we're just talking about raw power, he might even surpass me. I wonder what would happen if he fought. Saitama. Hanu mused to himself, and as he turned his head, he noticed Saitama watching him. The two exchanged glances and shared a smile. His character is literally one punch. No matter what opponent he faces, they're all defeated in a single blow. There's no concrete data to measure him, so it's impossible to make a fair comparison across different works. There's simply no way to balance their respective power levels, Hanu thought to himself. He called out to Genos, saying, "Since you've admitted defeat, let Saitama have a day off." Genos had no objection. This was exactly what they'd agreed on from the start. "Do you have some free time? We just met, so why not come over to my place and play some games?" Saitama suggested. Otherwise, he really had no idea how to thank Hanu. After all, Hanu had treated him to a delicious meal and even helped him deal with his persistent disciple, finally giving him some much-needed time to rest. Thinking back, he really shouldn't have been so detailed with Genos about how long he could rest. Because of that, Genos had spent the entire time hounding him for ways to grow stronger, without sleep or pause. "Sure, I don't mind hanging out for a few days," Hanu replied. In the world of One Punch Man, both heroes and monsters abound, and Hanu had long wanted to visit that world for a bit of fun. He just never found the right opportunity now. That Saitama had invited him over. It was the perfect chance to see if those monsters that Saitama always defeated in an instant were truly as weak as they seemed. As he walked to the door of the general store, Hanu paused for a moment before pushing it open. With a single thought, the scene outside shifted. Instantly, when he opened the door again, he was no longer in New York. Now, Asian faces could be seen everywhere. This was Z City, Saitama's home. So this is Saitama's world. Doesn't look all that different, Hanu mused, curiously taking in his surroundings. Buildings were just buildings, trees, just trees. Everything looked completely ordinary. This is an abandoned area. Lots of monsters around. "We might get interrupted from time to time," Saitama said in his usual casual tone, as if the monsters weren't out to cause chaos, but were simply friendly neighbors dropping by for a visit. The group chatted and laughed as they made their way upstairs. At the door, Hanu came face to face with someone both unfamiliar and strangely familiar. Unfamiliar because Hanu had never met him in person before. Familiar because he'd seen this man countless times in anime back in his previous life. Just everyday scenes, nothing unusual. The man had a fierce look, with a long, narrow face and 3 scars running from his forehead down to the corner of his mouth, giving him an even more intimidating appearance. Whenever he narrowed his eyes, it felt as though a tremendous weight pressed down on you, making it hard to breathe. This was King, the S-Class hero ranked 7th on the hero rankings. King was an intriguing figure. Time and again, Saitama happened to defeat monsters right when King was present. As a result, King, who was just an ordinary guy, was inexplicably recognized as an S-Class hero. His reputation depended entirely on how much others let their imaginations run wild. The public even came up with a tall tale about his so-called King engine, a sound that supposedly rumbled whenever King was about to enter battle. In truth, it was nothing more than his thunderous, nervous heartbeat. Saitama, what took you so long to get back? I've been waiting for ages. There are way too many monsters around here. Just walking over, I passed several of them. I didn't even dare to breathe too loudly. Saitama, who's this? King blurted out a whole string of complaints, only noticing halfway through the smiling young man behind Saitama. He immediately clamped his mouth shut, still unaware that Hanu already knew his so-called S-Class hero reputation was nothing but a sham. All right, let me introduce you, Saitama said, gesturing between them. This is Hanu, a friend I just met. He's trustworthy and incredible fighter and cooks a mean meal. And this is King, my friend. He and I play games together all the time. His gaming skills are seriously top-notch. Hanu shook King's hand with a warm smile. From the limp handshake, you could tell King truly didn't know how to fight at all. In fact, facing those sorts of enemies, it felt like a miracle King was still alive. Let's play some games together, Hanu suggested, his voice friendly. That gentle smile put King at ease. After all, he was just an ordinary guy. The only unusual thing about him was his famously thunderous heartbeat. Physically, he was just like anyone else, and his hobbies were the same as any typical homebody. Action games and dating sims were his favorites. The group was about to head inside for some gaming, planning to enjoy a hot pot later that night. But before Hanu could even cross the threshold, a massive explosion boomed from somewhere not far away. Another monster? Hanu glanced toward the source of the blast. Probably, Saitama replied. This place is a ghost town. Lots of monsters show up here, but someone will head out to take care of it soon enough. Let's go play. Hanu shook his head. I'd like to check it out. Hearing this, Saitama thought for a moment, then nodded. Sure, why not? Let's go take a look. In the Hero Association's control room, alarms blared as people in black suits bustled back and forth. Some barked into phones with reports in hand, while others frantically tapped away at their keyboards. What's the situation with the sudden monster appearance in City Z? What's the threat level? A senior official demanded. A staffer seated at a control station answered. At the very least, it's dragon level. At the very least. Those words carried a chilling weight. If you heard them about a hero, at the very least, capable of defeating monsters of level, it would be reassuring. But now, hearing that the monster's threat level was at least dragon, the atmosphere was grim. A dragon-level monster could wipe out several cities with ease. And if this one was at least that dangerous, the horror was almost unimaginable. Damn it, a dragon-level threat? It's been a while since we've faced one of those. The association executive gritted his teeth. Every dragon class monster was a force to be reckoned with, and even the heroes themselves could suffer serious injuries. He pressed on. Have any heroes been dispatched? Yes, several S-Class heroes have received the alert and are on their way. They'll arrive at the scene soon. Good. We need to speed up the evacuation and deploy more personnel. Yes, sir. In the distance, under the monster's devastating attack, countless buildings were collapsing at a speed visible to the naked eye, reduced to nothing but rubble. A colossal giant, over 10 meters tall, stood among the ruins. With each stomp, dozens of buildings were crushed beneath his feet. Ha ha ha! Humans, tremble before me. Bow down to the Bat King. Let me show you what it feels like to be bitten by a bat. The self-proclaimed Bat King laughed thunderously, lifting his right hand. Incredibly, his fingers transformed into swarms of bats with glowing red eyes, scattering in every direction. The crowd, already screaming and fleeing in panic, now cried out even louder in terror. Where his fingers had vanished, his flesh writhed and squirmed, and in an instant, the missing digits regenerated before everyone's eyes. If anyone looked closely, they would see that the Bat King's entire body was actually composed of millions of bats, each pair of crimson eyes enough to make one skin crawl. People screamed and ran for their lives. Several unfortunate souls tripped as they fled, and the swarm of bats behind them descended in a dark cloud. In a matter of seconds, a dozen or so bats drained the life from several tall men, leaving only withered husks behind. The sight was enough to send chills down anyone's spine, and those still running picked up their pace. Flash fist. A commanding shout rang out from nearby. In a burst of dazzling light, the bloodthirsty bats were scattered in an instant. A long-haired man dashed forward and stopped beside the shriveled remains, lowering his head to examine them before gently shaking it. I was still too late. Flashy flash. We've got bigger problems to worry about. Stay sharp. No sooner had the long-haired man arrived than another hero appeared, a man in a red bodysuit, wearing yellow briefs on the outside and hefting a massive sword over his shoulder. The appearance of the two heroes brought a wave of relief among the fleeing citizens. Cheers broke out as hope returned to their faces. It's Flashy Flash and Smiling Man. Two S-Class heroes at once. We're saved. Note, Smiling Man is actually an A-Class hero, not S-Class. This is a mistake in the original. The arrival of an S-Class hero and an A-Class hero eased the crowd's tension considerably. Some even stopped in their tracks, eager to see how their heroes would deal with the Bat King. Only two heroes. One A-Class, one S-Class? You're seriously underestimating me. As the bats swirling around Bat King dispersed, he descended to a height of 3 or 4 meters, finally revealing his true form. He was a short man, barely standing at a little over 4 feet, yet he didn't look light at all. It was remarkable that someone of his build could actually be lifted by several bats, which made it clear that these creatures were no ordinary bats. Countless bats circled around him, creating a stunning visual impact, as if a demon king had descended to Earth, blotting out the sky. Half the sky was taken up by his bats, a testament to how terrifying he truly was. How many heroes do you think it takes to bring you down? The two of us are more than enough. Smiling Superman wasn't one for words. He hefted his enormous sword jade and charged straight at Bat King. Take this. He swung down with all his might, aiming straight for Bat King's face. But just as the blow was about to land, a surge of bats erupted between them, instantly swallowing the sword jade whole. Smiling Superman yanked with all his strength, but the bats clung on relentlessly. Though they were living creatures, it felt as if his sword jade had been welded to Bat King's swarm. No matter how hard he pulled, it wouldn't budge. His efforts only seemed to provoke more bats to swarm toward him. Gritting his teeth, he had no choice but to release his grip and leap backward to safety. The battle had only just begun, yet the heroes were already at a disadvantage. Bat King burst out laughing. So that's your weapon of choice? Looks like you'll have to go shopping for a new one. As soon as he finished speaking, even more bats piled onto the sword jade. In just a few breaths, the bats scattered again. Only the weapon was nowhere to be seen. The bats had devoured it entirely. These beasts have some serious teeth. They can even eat this. Smiling Superman growled through gritted teeth. He never expected the bats to be capable of such a feat. It was clear now. If they wanted to fight up close, they have to rely on speed or risk getting tangled up by the bats. Dazzling flashes of light shimmered beneath Flashy Flash's feet. In the blink of an eye, he was already at Bat King's side. Blinding kick. A frenzy of kicks, so fast they left nothing but afterimages rained down on Bat King with tremendous force. But Bat King showed no fear. Facing Flashy Flash's onslaught, he casually waved his hand. Several bats broke away from the swarm, spreading their wings and stacking atop each other, forming a black, circular shield in front of him. Flashy Flash's attacks struck the shield made of bats, but it was like throwing a stone into the sea. His blows had no effect at all. Go! Bat King commanded in a low, menacing voice. Dozens, then hundreds of bats surged toward Flashy Flash. He braced himself to defend, but the bats suddenly accelerated, darting past him in a blur. Several bats tangled together, inside and out, forming a bowl-shaped shroud of darkness, trapping Flashy Flash within. These creatures have actually cut off my escape route. A shadow flickered across Flashy Flash's mind. The enemy hadn't chosen a direct assault, but instead used the bats to block off any way out, leaving him with nowhere to run. The dense swarm of bats became a black bowl. Even though it was broad daylight, not a single ray of light could be seen. All around were countless tiny red dots, the eyes of the bats, densely packed in the darkness. Flash fist. Flashy Flash gathered energy into his fist and struck out. His punch tore a gap through the swarm, allowing a sliver of light to break through the pitch black. The bats caught in the blow let out shrill, desperate cries before falling lifeless. But the gap lasted only seconds before more bats swooped in to fill it, snuffing out the brief glimmer and plunging everything back into darkness. Instead of scattering from the attack, the bats only drew closer, pressing in around Flashy Flash at the center. Vile beasts! Don't think for a moment that this will make me afraid of you. Dazzling energy once again surged into his fist. Flashy Flash prepared to break through the encirclement in one swift move and charge out. Just then, the bat swarm shuddered and shifted. Suddenly, human screams pierced Flashy Flash's ears. For people appeared, men and women, old and young, replacing half of the bats to become part of the Black Bowl themselves. "Mr. Flash, help me. Please help me," cried a middle school girl in uniform, her face streaked with tears. The other three joined her desperate pleas. The energy gathering at Flashy Flash's fist faded away. "That bastard. He's using innocent civilians to threaten me." Flashy Flash clenched his teeth. This was clearly a move to tie his hands. Could he break through? Of course he could. He was an S-class hero, and his abilities were beyond doubt. But Bat King clearly understood that as well. He didn't foolishly send in wave after wave of bats to be torn apart. Instead, he kept Flashy Flash surrounded and used humans to take the place of some of the bats, forcing Flashy Flash to hold back on any wide-range, destructive moves. After all, who knew how many more people might be hidden outside these four? If he acted rashly, the consequences could be catastrophic. Outside, watching the shrinking black bowl of bats, the Bat King let out a sinister laugh and said, "Humph, I know you so-called heroes all possess immense power, but I won't confront you head-on. Instead, I'll use these humans' lives to threaten you." Ha ha ha. You call yourself a hero, don't you? I'd like to see, at a time like this, whether you'll sacrifice yourself for the people, or let these citizens die to save your own skin. The Bat King's actions sent a chill through everyone present. The Bat Black Bowl, which had once been just wide enough for a single person, was now thickened with countless layers. Peering through its surface, you could just make out all kinds of fabric, clothes belonging to people. Flashy Flash's judgment was spot on. Beyond the Black Bowl, there was indeed a thick wall made up of ordinary people. No matter where he struck, if he broke through from the inside, at least 5 lives would be lost with each blow. Damn it, where are the other S-class heroes? Wait, are those King and Genos? Smiling Superman's gaze fixed suddenly on a spot in the distance. Their 4 figures were walking toward them, chatting and laughing as if nothing was amiss. Unlike the frightened citizens hiding in the shadows, these 4 strolled openly, and the 2 men on either side were instantly recognizable. It was none other than the S-class heroes from the rankings, King and Genos. That's King, the man with the Emperor engine. We're saved. And Genos, too. Fantastic. There's no way that bat monster is getting away now. Go get him. Defeat that bat freak. The crowd's attention shifted instantly to King and Genos, completely overlooking the 2 strongest among them. So, this is a dragon-level monster? Doesn't look all that tough to me, Hanu said with a chuckle, hands in his pockets, gazing at the Bat King that blotted out the sky. These seem to be mutated bats. Their blood-sucking abilities have increased dramatically, and their wings have also been reinforced. That's why ordinary blades won't do them much harm, Genos analyzed calmly. Saitama's face remained blank, betraying no emotion. Genos, why don't you handle this one? King said weakly. To the outside world, he was the strongest of the 4, but only they knew the truth. King was actually the weakest among them. I'll do it. Let me see just how powerful the monsters in this world really are. Hanu stepped forward with a smile. The moment his foot touched the ground, his clothing transformed, his modern, minimalist outfit shifted into a sleek black kimono on top, with narrow black trousers below, completed by a white haori draped over his shoulders. His left hand slowly curled into a fist. Wisps of white mist, visible even to the naked eye, rose from thin air and gathered in his palm. The mist lengthened, gradually taking the shape of a snow-white, ancient-looking longsword. As the blade fully materialized, the oppressive summer heat abruptly faded, replaced by a sudden chill that sent an involuntary shiver through the crowd. Who was that? Why isn't it King or Genos making a move? Is it another S-class hero? I've never seen him before. How'd he change his appearance just now? That outfit and the sword, did they just appear out of thin air? Hanu's sudden appearance sent the crowd into a frenzy. Everyone was speculating about his identity, their voices rising with excitement. But this commotion also caught the attention of the Bat King. Oomph, another fool come to die. Even Flashy Flash is trapped by me. What hope do you have? The Bat King sneered and sent a portion of his bat swarm hurtling toward Hanu, hoping to ensnare him the same way he had trapped Flashy Flash. Facing the overwhelming wave of bats, Hanu gripped the hilt of his sword. With his thumb pressed against the guard, he drew the blade, slashed, and sheathed it in one seamless motion. The movement was so smooth that, to the ordinary onlooker, it appeared as if he had simply nudged the sword open with his thumb. only for it to return to its scabbard without explanation. What's he doing? Don't tell me he's just all show and no substance. He doesn't even dare to draw his sword. That's what I think. I checked the hero rankings just now. There's no hero who uses a sword like that. He must have picked up some party trick somewhere and seized the chance to show off today. He's in for it then. That bat monster won't let him off so easily. The crowd's eyes couldn't follow Hanyu's movements. They hadn't even seen him attack, but Genos and Saitama were starting to take interest. Such incredible swordsmanship, Saitama exclaimed, genuinely impressed. Indeed, I had to use my ultra-high-speed camera function just to catch a glimpse of his movements, Genos replied, his eyes shining with excitement. He thought, this is the same man who easily defeated Ultron, my big brother. His strength must surpass even that. Otherwise, how could someone like Ultron bow his head to him? I have no idea what you two are talking about, King said with a shrug. He was just an ordinary guy. What he saw was no different from anyone else. But hearing Saitama and Genos talk like this convinced him that the man up front was truly something special. The Bat King watched Hanyu with a smug smile. Unable to perceive Hanyu's movements, he regarded him as good as dead. But suddenly, he sensed his connection with a portion of the Bat's swarm break. Precisely the bats he'd sent to encircle Hanyu. Look at that. At that moment, someone in the crowd finally noticed something strange. The bats were freezing before their eyes, their bodies dropping from the air and shattering into icy fragments on the ground. What's happening here? The Bat King's expression changed dramatically. He had no idea what was going on. He glanced over at Hanyu, only to find Hanyu's figure surging forward, turning into a blur in his field of vision, utterly impossible to track. Damn it, don't underestimate me. With a single thought, the Bat King commanded countless bats to open their mouths and emit ultrasonic waves that only bats could perceive, sending them reverberating in all directions. In a strange way, the surrounding scenery began to appear in his mind's eye. He could see every move others made with perfect clarity through his heightened senses. Damn it, why can't I find that guy's whereabouts? He cursed inwardly. His bat sonar had never failed him before, and now he couldn't even locate Hanyu. An ominous chill crept into his heart. Just then, a soft chuckle sounded from behind him. Do you want to be shattered into icy fragments too? The Bat King spun around abruptly, but behind him was only empty air. A cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He tried to summon his bats to surround himself, transforming back into that giant form from before. But he suddenly sensed that part of his bat swarm had lost their mental link. Looking up, the Bat King saw fresh piles of blackened ice shards on the ground. Those were once his bats. If that's how it is, I'll just have to use these people as leverage and see if you'll show yourself, the Bat King growled through clenched teeth. At this rate, he'd lose all his bats before even catching a glimpse of his opponent. It would be better to threaten Hanyu by endangering the civilians, just as he had controlled Flashy Flash. No sooner thought than done. Countless bats flew toward the nearest humans. At that moment, a faint, almost playful laugh drifted through the air. 10 miles of ice and snow. As those words were spoken, fluffy snowflakes began to drift down from the sky. A chill, as if sentient, homed in on the bats flying overhead, freezing most of them in midair. The bats crashed to the ground, shattering into pieces. Even the bats, trapping Flashy Flash, were frozen solid. From within, Flashy Flash, unsure what had happened, tentatively touched the mass of bats encased in ice. With just a touch, the outer layer of ice proved astonishingly brittle, splintering instantly and letting daylight flood in once more. Flashy Flash picked up a chunk of ice. Inside, the bat's eyes still glimmered with a vicious red light, but it faded quickly, leaving their gaze dull and lifeless. All right, let's head back, Hanyu said, retracting his icy blade. In full view of everyone, his clothing reverted to his everyday attire as he returned to join Saitama and the others. Not bad at all. You've got some impressive knife skills, Saitama remarked with a hint of surprise. He could tell that his opponent wasn't even trying. It was as if he were waving around a toy for fun and effortlessly took care of everything. Perhaps this man also possessed the power to end things with a single strike. Saitama had seen his share of sword masters, but to his eyes, their movements were painfully slow. He could track them without even needing to concentrate. It's nothing special, Hanyu replied, calm and polite with a smile. The gap between their abilities was simply too great for him to take things seriously. This so-called dragon-level threat only stood out when compared to the average hero. If all heroes started at Hanyu's level, then monsters would be nothing more than cosplay enthusiasts dressed in outlandish costumes. Hardly anything to fear. This can't be. Impossible. How could all my bats be wiped out like this? The Bat King growled in disbelief. He had painstakingly bred these venomous bats for years. Tens of thousands of them, each carrying a paralyzing toxin that spread rapidly. Even their wings had been modified to withstand rifle fire and other firearms. He thought he could wreak havoc with this swarm, but it was all over in less than half an hour. Hanu paid him no mind and continued chatting and laughing with Saitama. He'd faced countless enemies who refused to admit defeat, so many that he no longer bothered to care. As the black bowl that had trapped Flashy Flash shattered, the civilians who had been surrounded by bats scrambled away, terrified that the bats on the ground might come back to life. Seeing that the Bat King's swarm had truly perished, Flashy Flash fell to one knee, exhaustion overtaking him. A spatter of blood burst from Flashy Flash's lips, tinged with streaks of deep violet, clear evidence of poisoning. His body bore numerous thin cuts, likely for being slashed by the bats while he was trapped in the black bowl. He had forced himself to hold on until the bats dispersed, only then daring to let the venom course through his system. By now, his face was already turning purple, with swollen, branching veins standing out across his temples and brow. Smiling Superman inspected Flashy Flash's wounds. The ambulance hadn't arrived, and the venom spreading across his face showed just how quickly the poison was taking hold. Without immediate treatment, his life was in grave danger. "You damn fiend. Where's the antidote? Hand it over now." Smiling Superman strode up and grabbed the Bat King by the collar. Without the protection of his swarm, the Bat King was nothing more than a short, frail dwarf. No longer any threat at all. "Ha ha, give up already. This is my improved Bat Toxin B. Just a single milliliter is enough to paralyze a grown adult within a minute, leaving them unable to move. In no more than 5 minutes, they'll be dead, and there's no cure. Taking an S-class hero down with me before I die. Well, I'd say that's a pretty good deal." The Bat King laughed maniacally, as if victory was already his. Smiling Superman clenched his fists, raising his hand to punch him in the face, but then caught sight of the crowd that had gathered around them. "There are too many people here. I can't make a move now. Damn it. If only there weren't so many bystanders. I'd have beaten you to a pulp already." To protect the reputation of heroes, they would never attack an enemy who was clearly incapacitated and unable to fight back. Doing so would tarnish the name of heroism. "Don't worry, I can still hold on. Go help those who are injured first." As Flashy Flash said this, he suddenly coughed up another mouthful of blood. The blood was increasingly tinged with purple, a sign that the Bat Toxin B was spreading further through his body. Geno stepped forward to examine Flashy Flash. With his computerized brain, he quickly calculated how far the toxin had spread. The toxin has already contaminated about 20% of his bloodstream. If it hits 25%, his body will suffer severe damage. The guy's not lying. To put it simply, he's doomed. There's no saving him. Bat King laughed even more wildly. Smiling Superman couldn't take it anymore. He glanced at Genos, who shifted to the side, creating a brief blind spot. Taking advantage of that moment, Smiling Superman landed a punch squarely on Bat King's face. But even after taking the hit, Bat King was unfazed. Instead, he laughed all the harder at his opponent's anger. "I love seeing that look of fury on you heroes' faces. It's absolutely delightful. I'm going to make you watch your comrade die right before your eyes, powerless to do a thing about it. Doesn't feel so great, does it?" Bat King's mind was already twisted. His words made Smiling Superman clench his fists even tighter. If it weren't for the crowd, he would have wanted to kill this little creep right then and there. "Oh, Bat Toxin B? Sounds impressive, but it's nothing special," Hanu said with a smirk. Bat King whipped his head around, glaring at the young man who had so easily dispatched his bats. His eyes burned with hatred, and he was even angrier after hearing Hanu's words. "Oof. All talk and no action. There's no way you can cure this. Still pretending, are you?" Hanu's face was all smiles as he casually slapped Bat King across the face. He wasn't a hero in this world, so he felt no need to uphold any heroic image. His strike was swift and merciless, leaving Bat King completely stunned. His actions drew startled exclamations from the onlookers nearby. Wasn't a hero supposed to refrain from attacking monsters that had already lost the will to fight? But when they thought about it, none of them could actually recall seeing Hanu's name on any of the hero rankings. Hanu couldn't care less about what people in this world thought of him. The fact that Saitama was still stuck as a C-class hero was, to a large extent, thanks to the blindness of these very people. No matter what Saitama accomplished, they always credited someone else. Just by looking at him, they couldn't believe he was the sort who could take down a dragon-level monster. A trifling poison, hardly worth mentioning. In Hanu's palm, a wisp of pink flame danced to life. With a flick of his finger, the flame shot toward Flashy Flash, fusing seamlessly into his body. In the next instant, wisps of purple vapor began to rise from Flashy Flash, and the deep violet hue of his face faded visibly, returning to a healthy flush. Feeling slowly returned to his numb limbs. Seeing his poison so easily dispelled, the Bat King stared in disbelief. But he didn't dare make a sound. The man before him was unlike any other hero, possessing overwhelming strength and caring nothing for others' opinions. Otherwise, he wouldn't have slapped the Bat King in front of such a crowd. Brother, thank you. Flashy Flash, won't forget this favor. Flashy Flash let out a long sigh of relief, got to his feet, and spoke to Hanu. Hanu smiled, unconcerned. It was nothing, just a simple gesture. The reason he stepped in to help Flashy Flash was because he noticed that, despite being fully capable of defeating the Bat King, Flashy Flash had chosen not to attack for the sake of the humans trapped in the Black Bowl, seeking another solution instead. That, Hanu thought, was worth saving. As they spoke, a sudden sharpness flashed in Han Yu's smiling gaze. He looked toward a spot on the street, where a woman stood. Noticing his gaze, she strode confidently toward him. That was quite the spectacular battle. It's the first time I've seen someone combine ice-based psychic powers and swordsmanship so seamlessly. And if I'm not mistaken, there was fire in the mix as well. The elegant young woman before them looked to be in her 20s, tall and graceful, dressed in a dark green evening gown with a white fur coat. Draped over her shoulders, her striking features carried a subtle but unmistakable air of authority, as if she naturally stood above the crowd. She was the top-ranked B-class hero, known as Hellish Blizzard. Not only was she beautiful, she was also proactive in recruiting B-class heroes she deemed worthy, inviting them to join the Blizzard group she had founded, a team not unlike the Avengers. However, her so-called invitation was more of a threat. For those heroes who refused or were unwilling to join her group, Fubuki would simply have her too. Main lieutenants beat them until they were no longer able to act as heroes. You could say she was a character who straddled the line between good and evil. Seeing Fubuki approach, Flashy Flash stopped talking and took a few steps back. He was an S-class hero, but only ranked 13th, while Fubuki's older sister, Tatsumaki, was ranked 2nd among S-class heroes. Although Fubuki was only the top of B-class, she had long been eligible to move up to A-class and wouldn't have ranked low there either. Out of respect for her sister, most heroes were willing to give her face. Hey, Fubuki, you're recruiting again, huh? Let me tell you, this guy's not someone you can rope into your group, Saitama said, stepping in front of Hanu's shield. Him. After all, Fubuki had tried to recruit Saitama before, and it had taken considerable effort for him to turn her down. Now she was setting her sights on Hanu. Fubuki gave a faint smile and didn't argue with Saitama. Instead, she turned to the burly man beside her and said, Mountain Ape, organize our people and get the injured civilians out of here and to the hospital. Yes, ma'am. The tall man known as Mountain Ape responded immediately. He pulled out his phone and began gathering members of the Fubuki group to help deal with the aftermath. Where are you all headed? Why not let me join you? Fubuki clasped her hands behind her back, a gesture that accentuated her already striking figure. She assumed her pose would make her hard to refuse. But Hanu, standing before her, maintained an unclouded gaze. It was rare for Fubuki to meet a man who could look her in the eye like that. Most men would sneak glances at her in less than innocent ways, something she'd long grown used to. So to find Hanu unaffected only piqued her interest even more. There had only been 2 men who could ignore her when she tried to get close. One was the bald man standing next to her, Saitama, and the other was Hanu, whom she was meeting for the first time. That made him all the more intriguing. We're just wandering around. You really don't need to tag along, Hanu replied with a polite smile. Fubuki's looks and figure could easily set someone's heart racing, but Hanu wasn't some inexperienced kid. He simply smiled in acknowledgement and showed no further reaction. Hey, do you even know who you're talking to? This is Fubuki, the top-ranked B-class hero. You should show some respect. A long-haired man standing beside Fubuki spoke up, clearly displeased with Hanu's indifference toward his boss. He was the second-ranked B-class hero, known as Eyelashes, and his weapon of choice was a lash curler. Oh, top of B-class? Is that supposed to be impressive? Hanu tilted his head slightly, spreading his hands to either side. Only then did Fubuki, who had been watching him intently, notice that there were actually 2 S-class heroes standing right behind him. Genos and King. Both were S-class heroes. Their strength was beyond question. And though Saitama was only ranked among the B-class heroes, Fubuki knew he possessed the power to ascend to S-class, perhaps even claim the very top spot. Now, with 2 S-class heroes and another with S-class potential standing by Hanu's side, an invisible yet overwhelming aura radiated from him. It was as if 3 fierce dragons coiled behind his back, each one having locked onto their prey and ready to strike at any moment. Seeing the stunned look on Fubuki's face, Hanu shrugged and said to Saitama, Let's go. We promised to have dinner at your place tonight. Sure, let's head out. With Genos here, he can pick up the tab, Saitama replied without a hint of hesitation. Genos showed no sign of displeasure. In his eyes, whatever his teacher did was always right, even if it meant paying for dinner. Such things were entirely normal to him. Watching Hanu and the others leave, chatting and laughing, Fubuki stomped her foot in frustration and thought to herself, "Fine, Saitama, you're impressive, I'll give you that. But I'm not giving up. You have to join my Blizzard group, and that guy too. Neither of you are getting away." Yet what she didn't know was that Hanu wasn't from this world at all. No matter how capable she was, there was simply no way for her to reach across worlds and find him. Night fell. "I really shouldn't be here. This was supposed to be just a dinner for the three of you," King said, a little embarrassed. It was his first time meeting Hanu, and they had no real connection. Hanu was clearly a friend of Saitama and Genos, so his presence felt unnecessary. "It doesn't matter. The more, the merrier," Hanu replied. As the guest, his words put King at ease, letting him know it was all right to stay. Saitama, ever the simple soul, didn't think much about it. Social matters weren't his forte. King, on the other hand, understood the nuances. Since Hanu didn't mind, he could relax and stay. "Then, let me help out too," King said, standing up and hurrying into the kitchen. Before anyone could respond, he grabbed a peeler and started working on a potato. If anyone had said, "Just sit and wait," or "We've got it covered," it would have only drawn a line between Saitama, Genos, Hanu, and King, leaving him on the outside. That would have spoiled the mood. King's offer to help was met with no objections. They were friends, after all, and working together to prepare dinner was half the fun. It brought them closer together. So the group began preparing dinner in high spirits, enjoying not just the meal itself, but the cheerful process leading up to it. Marvel Universe. In the countryside outside Green stood an old manor that had clearly seen better days, a legacy passed down through generations of the Charles family. Originally, Charles had planned to purchase a new estate, but he found that the grander, more modern manors, while well within his means, came with the hassle of dealing with those slick-talking old foxes in the real estate business. He simply didn't have the patience for it, especially since he couldn't reveal the true purpose of the academy to any of them. To the outside world, Charles was just an unremarkable genius, so his sudden acquisition of an ancient castle would seem inexplicable. If someone happened to sneak inside and caught sight of something they shouldn't, and word got out, it could pose a real threat to the Mutant Academy. So Charles decided to use his own family's old estate as the site for the school. Its location and size suited his needs perfectly, and since he was the sole heir, he didn't have to worry about anyone gossiping or meddling. "Charles, maybe we should reach out to Hanu. Even for the two of us, handling that mutant child's powers is proving difficult. We haven't even fully mastered our own abilities yet," Eric suggested, standing by Charles's side as he dressed his wounds. Following Hanu's advice, the two of them had already begun searching the globe for mutant children, hoping to bring them to the academy and offer them a safe haven. Yet the very first child they encountered had already left them at a loss. She was a girl with telekinetic powers, seeming able to control everything around her with her mind. "Do we have the analysis results?" Charles asked through gritted teeth. "The results are in," the X system replied. "Based on the previous battle and the data entered, the system has matched her abilities to telepathy and telekinesis. This mutant's gene has been preliminarily classified as level 3. Both Charles and Eric felt a weight settle in their chests. Level 2 mutants were already considered powerful in today's world. Hanu had explained before that mutants are classified into 5 levels, level 1 being the lowest, level 5 the highest. The main difference between level 1 and level 2 lay in control. Most mutants were at level 1, unable to manage their powers, while level 2s could at least begin to understand and wield their abilities. Level 3 and above signified a significant leap in power. These mutants had pushed their abilities further, becoming increasingly adept and versatile, raising their classification as their mastery grew. According to Hanu's earlier analysis, almost all mutants they would be able to find on Earth would likely be either level 2 or level 3. But anything above level 3 meant a mutant capable of threatening an entire city, or even several cities. If they encountered someone of this magnitude and couldn't persuade them to come to the academy, Charles and Eric would have to resort to special measures to subdue them before chaos erupted, preventing disaster before it could begin. This is truly difficult to resolve. The two of us have been rigorously training our abilities during this period. After being tested by the X system, we've only just barely reached level 3. Yet that girl, the moment she took action, displayed a level 3 mutant ability. Her potential is beyond measure. We must bring her to the academy before she causes even greater trouble. Eric frowned. Bandages were wrapped around him, making it clear he'd taken a few injuries himself. His telepathy had now developed to the point where he could easily slip into others' minds, creating an image of himself visible only to the target. In combat, this allowed him to disrupt his opponent's brain. After Charles accepted the position of vice principal at the academy, even though he disliked fighting, he too had honed his ability to the level where he could now manipulate even fine iron filings. Hanu had previously told them, if you agree to establish the Mutant Academy, then your abilities must be at least level 4. In the future, you'll inevitably encounter stronger mutants. Not everyone can be persuaded with words. Danger is unavoidable. If you lack the power to protect yourselves, you'll end up dying on the path of recruiting mutants. Now, they realized how right Hanu had been. Had their mutant abilities not reached level 3, they would have suffered far worse injuries in their recent confrontation with that girl. Let's call Hanu. The two of us really can't handle this alone, Charles said. At his words, Eric took out his phone and dialed Hanu's number. No answer. No answer? He did mention that if there's no response, he's probably out of range. Try calling the phone at his shop. Maybe his friends can help, Charles suggested. Eric nodded and quickly dialed a second number. This time, the call was answered almost immediately. Who's this? Hello, this is Eric, Hanu's friend. Is he not at home? Eric asked. The person who picked up was Ultron. He's not home. He had some business to attend to. Is there something important you needed him for? And you are? Ultron. Oh, Mr. Ultron, here's the situation. Eric explained the trouble they'd run into. Hanu had told them before that everyone in the general store was trustworthy. If Hanu wasn't around, they could always turn to his friends for help. After hearing the whole story, Ultron nodded slowly. With a single thought, his mind, still able to interface with computer databases, connected to the X system and instantly pulled up information on the powerful mutant Eric and Charles had encountered. Jean Grey. Preliminary assessment. She possesses both telepathy and telekinesis, and ranks as a level 3 mutant, correct? She's certainly a formidable opponent. Ultron mused, imitating Hanu's habit of stroking his chin. He pondered for a moment, then spoke into the phone. Let's discuss this in person. I'll come find you. This sort of matter was never easy to explain over the phone. Hanu had mentioned before that when it came to mutants, their shop was not to intervene directly. After all, their existence would ultimately transcend that of ordinary humans. Of course, considering the current situation, it wouldn't be out of place for Hanu and the others to call themselves gods. Thus, when it came to matters on Earth, as long as things didn't affect Hanu himself, he preferred not to interfere. Still, lending a hand to the side of good was another matter. It was enough not to aid evil. The affairs of mutants would mostly become Charles and Eric's concern from now on. Unless they encountered mutants with truly overwhelming power, the shop would not get involved. In fact, the shop now resembled something of an arbitration council. Once he had the exact address, Ultron shut down his computer and prepared to head out. Hey, where are you going? We just formed a team, and you're already leaving? Noticing Ultron's movements, Quicksilver quickly took off his headphones and called out. Charles and the others have run into trouble. The boss made it clear before. Any opponent that both Charles and Eric can't handle must be a real handful. With the boss gone from this world for now, it falls to us to deal with these things, Ultron replied. Charles? You mean the professor from the Mutant Academy the boss founded? I'm coming too. I've said all along that I want to help. How could you leave me behind? Quicksilver insisted. All right. Ultron didn't object, and the two immediately began preparing to head to Berlin and meet Charles. After calling ahead to arrange for a private jet, Ultron and Pietro made their way to the airport. Given their current status, they were now respected figures in the eyes of others. There was no need to rely on the Green Lantern ring for every trip. With plenty of money at their disposal, they could easily afford to buy a few planes for transportation. It was all about making an impression. That evening, Ultron and Pietro met up with Charles and Eric. Nice to meet you for the first time. I'm Charles, and this is Eric. Charles introduced himself. I'm Ultron, and this is Pietro. We both work at Hanu's shop, Ultron said with a friendly smile, shaking Charles's hand. Without wasting time on pleasantries, both sides dove straight into the main topic. I've come up with a plan regarding that mutant we encountered earlier, Ultron announced as he produced his laptop and opened it up to present his idea. Given that she can interfere with minds through psychic abilities and manipulate objects telekinetically, my intention is to create a suppressor. We'll use it to dampen her powers and calm her down first, then explain the situation to her. Otherwise, if things escalate right away, it'll only lead to trouble, not solutions. How do you plan to do that? Charles asked. To build this device, I'll actually need your help. Both of you. Ultron replied, casting a glance at Charles and Eric with a faint smile. Tell us what we need to do. Charles responded, though a bit puzzled, but willing nonetheless. Ultron then produced 2 small adhesive patches and handed them over. Stick these to your temples, he instructed. Charles examined the patch in his hand. It was a soft, thumb-sized gel pad. When he pressed it gently, he could feel a tiny chip embedded inside. Following Ultron's instructions, both he and Eric placed the patches on their temples. Ultron nodded approvingly and continued. These are neural connectors. I'll be transmitting your consciousness into a psychic space. I need you to recall every detail from your encounter with Jean Grey, especially the moments when she attacked. As long as I can get a rough idea of her power levels, I can start designing the suppressor. Charles and Eric nodded in readiness. Ultron flashed an OK sign, then began counting down. You're about to enter the psychic space. You might experience some discomfort, but don't panic. Keep your mind steady and do your best to remember that day as vividly as possible. 3, 2, 1. Initiating connection. The moment Ultron finished speaking, both Charles and Eric jolted in their seats, their breathing quickening. Within their minds, it felt as if they were plummeting into a bottomless abyss, falling endlessly. The sudden sensation of freefall made them tense up instinctively, their hands gripping the armrests of their chairs tightly. Charles's anxiety triggered his powers, causing the metal objects nearby to rise and hover, no matter how small their metallic content. What the heck is going on? Quicksilver exclaimed, darting behind Ultron for cover. As an agile type, he learned that the safest place was behind their resident tank. Let Ultron take the hit, while he stayed out of harm's way. Ultron rolled his eyes at Quicksilver's antics, then snapped at Charles and Eric in a low voice. Steady your minds. At the sound of his command, both Charles and Eric shuddered again. But this time their focus returned, and their consciousness began to center itself. All right, Ultron did mention there would be some discomfort. We need to stay calm. Charles's breathing gradually steadied. Though he felt himself sinking deeper within his consciousness, his body slowly came to a halt. The surroundings began to shift, and in no time he found himself in the small town from his memories, the very place where Jean Grey once lived. Charles, are you all right? Eric spotted Charles as he appeared and hurried over. As a mutant with telepathic abilities, Eric had far more control over this kind of thing than Charles did, so he had already arrived in this mental town. I'm fine, nothing to worry about. Let's get down to business, Charles replied, waving his hand dismissively. Eric nodded and placed a reassuring hand on Charles's shoulder, activating his own telepathy. The scene before them shifted, transporting them to a spot near Jean Grey's house. There they saw two familiar figures themselves. Since this was a world built from memory, their recollections included their own past selves. Together, they walked closer, watching as their past selves faced off against Jean Grey. Both tried to recall every detail as vividly as possible, so that Ultron could gather the most precise information. Since Jean was still just a mutant child at the time, the past versions of Charles and Eric never took the initiative to attack. Instead, they focused on defending themselves and defusing her attacks. Suddenly, a golden light flared in Jean Grey's eyes. The girl in their memory broke free from the actions they remembered, doing something that instantly sent chills down both men's spines. The air around Jean began to warp and twist. Then, impossibly, she turned her gaze directly toward the real Charles and Eric. Her voice rang out, clear and unsettling. Where is this? In your memories? To be able to pull this off? You two are impressive. Her words, impossible to read as either threat or praise, left Charles and Eric rattled. They stared in shock at the girl, no more than 15 or 16, unsure what to make of her. This can't be, it's impossible. We're inside our own memory. There's no way she could have her own consciousness. Eric muttered, shaken to the core. He knew he couldn't do anything like that, not inside someone else's memories. Her powers must be far more than simple telepathy. At this moment, Jean Grey was still just a teenager at the height of her youth, but her eyes now blazed with golden light, and orbs of golden energy shimmered around her hands and feet. As those golden spheres appeared, she began to float, rising gracefully into the air. Bathed in that radiant golden light, she looked almost like a goddess descended from the heavens. A creeping sense of dread gripped Charles and Eric, a feeling they wouldn't fully understand until many years later. It was the sensation of facing death itself. If fighting outside isn't enough for you, and you insist on seeking pain even in your memories, then let me grant your wish. A dazzling golden orb of light gathered in the center of Jean Grey's right palm. She hurled it toward Eric and Charles, and wherever the orb passed, faint traces of space distortion flickered in its wake. Both Charles and Eric knew that this was an attack neither of them could possibly withstand. But just then, the space in front of them twisted into a swirling vortex, swallowing the golden orb in one smooth motion. Well now, having the ability to act independently even within someone's consciousness. No wonder you're not just any mutant. The space before Charles rippled, and two figures emerged, Ultron and Quicksilver. Luckily, I can control space. Even though this is just the realm of consciousness, it still has spatial properties. Otherwise, your attack might have been more than I could handle, Ultron said with a light chuckle. The power to manipulate space came from this very body of his, the Celestial Demon Puppet. The Celestial Demon Puppet was a creation unique to the continent of Heavenly Flame, forged by Emperor Shao, Yin himself, and refined to stand at the very peak of the Dozun rank. At this level, mastery over space was a given. Ultron had never wasted the potential of this body, treating it as far more than an ordinary vessel. By now, he had mastered every ability it possessed, especially control over space, which he wielded with expert finesse. Quicksilver, standing at his side with an envious gaze, couldn't help but complain, "Man, you always end up with the coolest powers. And look at me, my only trick is being fast. The last thing a guy wants is to be known for his speed. Seriously, what a pain. Here's wishing everyone a happy new year. May you enjoy good health and success in work and study." Ultron simply smiled, ignoring Quicksilver's usual griping. He'd heard all before. Among the Avengers, he was easily counted among the top tier of combat power. But here in the general store, his abilities seemed somewhat less impressive by comparison. Super speed? Green Lantern's ring could propel its wearer far faster than the speed of light. His original metal body was so tough that even Quicksilver couldn't scratch it. Now, this new body was even more formidable, virtually impervious to harm. And his sister Wanda possessed the universe's most mysterious ancient magic, chaos magic, and had even been mentored by the Sorcerer Supreme, the Ancient One. Her future potential was limitless. Hanu, the shop owner, was in a league of his own, his power far surpassing even Ultron and Wanda. Compared to them, Quicksilver's combat prowess was, truthfully, the lowest among the store's residents. Jean Grey, confronted by two strangers who had appeared out of nowhere and effortlessly neutralized her attack, grew visibly tense and wary. "Who are you? Are you here to hurt me too? Are you with them?" Another group from some mutant research facility. After these two men appeared, the energy within her began to convey a certain emotion, a faint tremor that signaled fear. This left Jean Grey quite puzzled. She had no real sense of how powerful her abilities truly were, but she knew that thanks to them, she had been spared much harm from the outside world. Yet this was the first time she had ever felt such a distinctly human sense of fear coming from her own energy, filling her with both curiosity and caution. "It's the Mutant Academy, the Academy," Charles said in exasperation. "You changed the word, and it changed the meaning entirely. Don't tell me you attacked us earlier just because of that. I don't care if you're mutants or something else. None of you can be good people. You must be trying to use my abilities to do bad things. I won't go with you." A golden light flared from Jean Grey once more, and Ultron hurried forward, trying to calm her. Hey, take it easy, girl. Listen to us. We really mean you no harm. This Mutant Academy we established is meant to give kids like you a place where you can live a normal life. Haven't you suffered enough discrimination because of your abilities? So what? I don't care what they think." Jean was clearly struck by his words, but forced herself to sound indifferent. "No, you do care." Ultron gave her a gentle smile and said, "If you truly didn't care about their opinions, you wouldn't keep yourself locked away at home, hiding in your room and never going out. It's precisely because you fear their judgment and discrimination that you stay inside, isn't it? In their eyes, I'm just a freak. They despise me, loathe me, and that's why I don't go outside." Jean's voice trembled with emotion. Yes, I understand. I know you've had to bear all this pain on your own, but none of it is your fault." Charles stepped forward, playing on her emotions, and continued, "Jean, listen to me. You're not a freak. You're human. If you were shot, you'd die. If you were cut, you'd bleed red like anyone else. We're just people whose genes mutated, which gave us certain abilities. If anything, I'd say we're simply a more evolved form of humanity. But even so, mutants like us make up only a tiny fraction of humanity, less than 1%. That's why we created the Mutant Academy, to help mutants learn to control their powers and to give them a safe place to live. We have no ill intentions. I believe you'll understand, won't you?" Charles looked at Jean Grey with complete sincerity. She pressed her lips tightly together. No one could tell what she was thinking, but the brilliant gold in her eyes had already faded. None of the four, Ultron and his companions, said a word. They simply watched Jean Grey in silence, allowing her the space and time she needed to consider their offer. Jean Grey's thoughts drifted back to the many hardships she had endured at school. She couldn't help but clench her fists in frustration. Because of her abilities, many people had called her a freak. Yet, since her powers never caused a big commotion, her suffering was dismissed as nothing more than ordinary bullying. Some of the bystanders, unaware of the truth, were easily swayed by the bullies. They joined in, repeating the freak taunt over and over. In the end, Jean could bear it no longer and shut herself away from the world. As Ultron watched the growing anger on Jean's face and saw her hands clenching tighter, his expression grew grave. He was ready to intervene at any moment. Behind his back, invisible currents of air began to swirl between his fingers, silently preparing for action. In this world of consciousness, the very instant Jean's awareness gained autonomy, Ultron and Quicksilver, outside, felt a powerful mental wave emanate from Charles and Eric's minds. The psychic shock was intense, carrying a palpable hostility. Although Ultron couldn't tell exactly what had happened, he and Quicksilver immediately pressed metal patches to their temples and entered Charles and Eric's mental space. Their timing couldn't have been better. They arrived just in time to witness Jean launching her attack on Charles and Eric. Ultron barely managed to block her assault, and he was genuinely stunned. Had Jean's strike landed, it would have inflicted severe psychic trauma upon Charles and Eric, possibly even causing irreversible damage to their physical bodies in the real world. This alone was enough to show just how terrifying the extent of Jean Grey's mutant power was. To awaken and instantly wield the abilities of a level 3 mutant. This girl's potential might even reach level 4. No, she could very well break through to level 5. Even Quicksilver, usually so lighthearted and irreverent, wore a serious expression. He understood the mutant classification system. Level 3 mutants already possessed formidable combat abilities, while level 4 mutants stood among the elite. As for level 5, it was no exaggeration to say that mutants of this caliber could affect entire planets, or even the cosmos itself. According to the mutant ranking system, both Quicksilver and Ultron were currently mid to high level 4s. Quicksilver's power was slightly less, enough to dominate within a planet's confines. Ultron's strength, however, was nearly unfathomable. By now, he could easily shatter a small asteroid with one hand, if he ever bothered to take a fight seriously. Quicksilver estimated that even with a casual blow, Ultron could obliterate an asteroid without difficulty. Jean Grey, with her mutant potential capable of reaching level 5, was simply too dangerous to be left unsupervised in the world, regardless of whether she chose good or evil. If her emotions ever spiraled out of control, the consequences would be beyond imagining. Jean, don't worry. At the Mutant Academy, you'll never face discrimination. On the contrary, under the guidance of our teachers, you'll learn to control your abilities. When the time comes, we'll form a superhero team just like the Avengers, and you'll become a true hero. Let those who used to look down on you be left speechless. Charles spoke with conviction. This was the first time he had introduced the concept of the X-Men, since the Mutant Academy hadn't been established yet, and Hanu hadn't mentioned it to him either. The idea of forming a superhero team akin to the Avengers was entirely Charles's own. He envisioned mutants stepping out into the world to help ordinary people, hoping that perhaps, one day, humans and mutants could truly live in harmony. After a long inner struggle, Jean Grey's tightly clenched fists finally relaxed. Aside from her mutant powers, she was, after all, just a 15 or 16-year-old girl. How much malice could she possibly harbor? It was only the isolation and rejection from those around her that had led her to this point. All right, I'll accept your offer. I don't want to be treated as a freak anymore. If there's a chance to change my life, I'm willing to give it a try, Jean said, her reason restored, her tone gentle and sincere. Excellent. Then pack your things tonight. We'll come for you tomorrow. Charles barely managed to contain his excitement. This was the very first student to join the Mutant Academy. Once they had their first, there would soon be a second, a third. The once fierce and intimidating Jean Grey now simply nodded obediently. Seeing this, Charles and his companions exchanged a glance and nodded in silent agreement before all quietly leaving that space. Back in reality, Charles immediately stood up and stepped forward to shake Ultron's hand, his voice tinged with emotion. Mr. Ultron, I truly have to thank you this time. If it weren't for your help, this could have turned into a real mess. Ultron gave a small laugh. Our boss once said that he's the principal of the Mutant Academy, so his business is our business. Helping out like this is the least we can do. But you should be prepared. This is only the beginning. Jean Grey is just the first. There will be more gifted mutant children to come. The two of you will need to work hard to grow stronger as well. Charles and Eric both nodded earnestly. As teachers at the Mutant Academy, they not only needed to help their students control their powers, but also had to be strong enough to keep their students in check. Otherwise, if a student ever lost control and no one could contain it, things could quickly spiral out of hand. Ultron added, about the mutant suppressor device, I'll give you the design plans. You'll have to find someone to build it. We can provide the blueprint, but the technical work will be up to you. After all, we can't always handle these things for you. You still need to strengthen your faculty. You can't just focus on recruiting students. you'll need to find some mutant teachers, closer to your own age. Otherwise, when the number of students grows, the two of you won't be able to manage everything on your own. We've thought about that, Eric replied, bringing over a computer from the office. He opened the file they'd compiled and began. Henry, 24 years old. His mutant ability is bestial transformation. When activated, he transforms into a blue-furred lion-like creature. He's a scientist who works across multiple fields. Aurora, 23. Her power is weather manipulation. Raven, 22. Her ability is to freely change her appearance to mimic anyone, including their voice and fingerprints. Logan, his power is rapid healing, and he has a pair of bone claws. As Eric introduced their chosen candidates one by one, Ultron nodded in approval. The list sounded promising, and he was genuinely curious to see what would happen when such a group came together. Quicksilver chimed in, not bad. Let's stick to our original plan. Our general store will continue to fund you regularly. You must make sure your faculty is the best it can be. Thanks to GTA alone, the general store's monthly revenue started at $2 billion. For a single game to pull in that kind of money every month was nothing short of astonishing. Even hit games before GTA could only rake in a few million a month at best, which was already impressive in the gaming world. But compared to GTA, those games simply paled in comparison. Everything in GTA was free. There was only one in-game currency. Players could earn it by doing missions, or even by causing chaos in the streets, though the rewards were meager. To buy better gear, outfits, or houses, you had to complete missions, but those missions were tough. So people paid. Out of hundreds of millions of players, at least 95% chose to spend money. That sheer volume meant GTA's monthly revenue was bound to be sky high. Not to mention the wealthy few who would drop a fortune just for a cosmetic upgrade to a single weapon. It made GTA's revenue figures seem all the more surreal. Don't worry, Eric said with a laugh. The fund you're providing, combined with my own assets, are more than enough. More than we could ever need. With money no longer a concern, Charles and I can truly dedicate ourselves to this as our life's work. If we do it right, we'll go down in history. Eric's cheerful voice filled the room. He'd started out as a PE teacher, never expecting to take on something so monumental. Staying close to Charles was all he wanted. But now, creating a safe haven for mutants all over the world, that was far more meaningful than lounging at home. Eric was more than willing to devote himself to this cause. To ensure nothing goes wrong, Ultron and Quicksilver decided to join in as well. After all, they were dealing with a level 3 mutant, and having one more person on their side meant an extra layer of safety. It was crucial to keep the situation firmly under their own control. That very night, Ultron used the Green Lantern ring to inform Hanu about the whole situation. The Green Lantern ring had come from the general store and possessed the ability to transmit messages across worlds. As long as the bearer was recognized by Hanu and lived in the store, they could use the ring to send messages between realms. Meanwhile, Ultron relayed every detail to Hanu through the Green Lantern ring, though for Hanu, it was already the next day. Jean Grey actually showed up? Hanu raised an eyebrow. Jean Grey's identity was no stranger to him. In the movies and comics he remembered, she was the Phoenix. Her powers, the Phoenix Force, were among the mightiest in the Marvel Universe. What set her apart was her ability for rebirth from the ashes. True to her name, the Phoenix could rise again. Even if her body was destroyed, the wielder of the Phoenix Force could keep their consciousness alive and eventually form a new body. Hanu said, "Keep an eye on Jean Grey's next moves. I know what she's capable of. Once her powers are fully awakened, she'll be as formidable as Wanda's chaos magic. We need to monitor her progress closely, so we won't be caught off guard if something unexpected happens." "Got it, boss," Ultron replied, then asked, "When are you coming back?" "Within 24 hours, according to the general store's time." Hanu used the store's timeline as the standard, since time flowed differently between the two worlds. It could be daytime at the store and night where he was now. With that, Ultron ended the connection. Hanu let out a long breath. He'd only been gone a short while, and yet such major events were already unfolding on Marvel Earth. At that moment, he was still at Saitama's house, and, in fact, he was in the bathroom. After flushing, he pushed open the door, only to be startled. "Fubuki, do you really have to follow me even when I'm using the restroom?" As Hanu stepped out, Fubuki immediately approached, giving him a close once-over. She spoke up at once. "That's odd. I clearly heard you talking in there, but you didn't have your phone on you at all." Hanu remained perfectly calm. He rolled his eyes and said, "Can a guy tell himself a joke while taking a leak?" With that, he sidestepped Fubuki and went to sit in the living room. Glancing back at her trailing closely behind, Hanu asked, "By the way, this is Saitama's house. How do you have a key? Are you two that close?" This is the headquarters of my new Blizzard group. Of course I come and go as I please," Fubuki said, lifting her chin with a haughty little huff. The so-called New Blizzard Group refers to the period after Fubuki met Saitama. She noticed that all the people gathering around him were S-class heroes, like King and Genos, and they would chat and laugh together. Fubuki admired him greatly, so she shamelessly started visiting Saitama often, claiming that they were members of the New Blizzard Group, and that this place was their headquarters. So, in her mind, coming here was only natural. You can really put up with all that. Hanu turned his gaze to Saitama, only to see the latter give an awkward smile and say, I never agreed to it. It's all her idea. Usually when she comes by, I just don't open the door. But then she started breaking in. Honestly, I'm tired of fixing the door, so I just gave her a key. Although Saitama is incredibly strong, since the other side isn't attacking him directly but bothering him in this roundabout way, the only thing this straightforward guy can do is ignore her. Fubuki rolled her eyes at Saitama, not bothering to reply. Instead, she sidled up to Hanu and asked, Which city are you from? I've never seen you before. What's your ability? Master swordsmanship and ice powers. Oh, and I think I saw you controlling fire too. Fubuki's easy familiarity made Hanu twitch at the corner of his mouth. It was hard to imagine that just yesterday, this woman had seemed so cold and aloof outside, but now here she was asking all sorts of questions like a curious child. Hanu hadn't planned for the conversation to shift toward himself. He was about to make something up to change the subject, but noticed that Saitama, Genos, and King were all staring at him intently because of Fubuki's question. The curiosity in their eyes was just as strong as hers. King said, Most heroes use technology or martial arts. Only a few, like Fubuki, have supernatural powers. But I saw your attacks. The sword was coated in ice, and your clothes seemed to change automatically, just like costumes in a game. King might look fierce on the outside, but his nature is actually quite gentle. His fearsome reputation comes from the 3 scars over his left eye and his so-called King Engine, both products of past monster encounters and people's imaginations. In truth, calling him a shut-in wouldn't be far off. I want to learn how to control fire like you do. If I could master that, my combat ability would skyrocket. No, Mr. Han, I'm begging you. Please teach me how to control fire. Genos spoke to Hanu, and his serious tone was unmistakable. But the reason Hanu could control otherworldly flames was thanks to his immortal brand, which gave him extraordinary mental strength. For most people, controlling fire to that degree was simply impossible, even for someone like Genos, who had undergone extensive modifications. Because Genos' fighting style relies on closing in on his enemies with firepower and advanced martial arts, or suppressing them. From a distance, if he were to master Hanu's method of controlling fire, his combat prowess would experience a dramatic leap. Learning to control fire is no problem at all, Hanu replied, gently lifting the teacup before him and taking a delicate sip. With a smile, he continued, You visited my shop before, so you know, I'm a merchant. Understand. Just name your price. Genos nodded. As an S-class hero, he was often involved in heroic activities and had amassed a considerable fortune. A merchant? What do you sell? Fubuki interjected, her curiosity piqued. There are wonders beyond imagination across the myriad worlds, Hanu answered calmly. He showed no concern that his true identity might be exposed. After all, in this world, perhaps only Saitama could pose any real threat to him. Myriad worlds. Do you mean you sell collectibles or merchandise from different places? King asked. Being a gaming enthusiast, he'd heard the term before and naturally assumed Hanu was talking about selling rare goods. No, I come from another world. This is but one among countless worlds in existence, Hanu replied with a smile. I run a general store. 2. Outsiders, it's just an ordinary shop, but for special individuals like yourselves, my store holds many things far beyond your imagination. Upon hearing this, both Saitama and Genos were left completely bewildered. When they first entered the shop, Hanu hadn't mentioned anything about selling goods from across the multiverse. This was the first they'd heard of it. To put it simply, your world is just one among many universes. There are countless versions of Earth like this one. In the worlds I know, the technology in your current world is only slightly below average. But the strength of its beings is quite impressive. When you eventually develop the means for interstellar travel, or can freely journey to other planets, only then will you have truly become powerful. I've heard a bit about these things. Are you referring to the concept of the multiverse? Genos asked, clearly excited. Seeing that Saitama and the others looked confused, he began to explain. Some scholars claim that our world isn't the only one, that there are other worlds exactly like ours. These worlds can't sense one another's existence, and so far, no one has ever truly proven that the multiverse exists. I don't buy it. That just sounds too far-fetched, Fubuki said, shaking her head in disbelief. In your world, Monsters roam everywhere. Tell that to people from other worlds, and it would sound just as unbelievable, Hanu replied calmly. Genos had once fought Ultron, and after their encounter, he had felt it keenly, as though, standing before Ultron, he was nothing more than an ant before a towering mountain, utterly insignificant. He had felt this same sensation when facing Saitama. Genos was convinced that if either of them got even a little serious, it would be a breeze for them to finish him off. May I ask if you have any methods to teach me how to control fire? Genos asked eagerly, not wanting to let such a golden opportunity slip by. As he spoke, Hanu decided to show off a little, with a simple motion of grasping the air above him. For booklets, each about half the length of a finger, appeared in his hand. The covers were plain, with a blue background and 4 large Chinese characters written boldly across them. Although their country also used Chinese characters, Fubuki, Saitama, and King hadn't had much exposure to these foreign scripts. Only Genos, with his somewhat clumsy Chinese, managed to read out the 4 words on the cover. Huang. Gang. Secret papers. Sorry, I don't understand what this has to do with controlling fire, Genos said, shaking his head with a puzzled expression. In their world, there was no such thing as the Huanggang secret papers, let alone any notion of how doing test papers could help with fire control. The so-called control of fire doesn't come from some innate fire-based superpower, Hanu explained. Rather, it's because my mental strength has reached a level where I can move objects and defend or attack with nothing but my will. As he spoke, Hanu tapped the table lightly with his index finger, and to everyone's surprise, the teapot on the table floated gently into the air, hovering steadily above the surface. With another subtle gesture, the teapot poured tea into each of their cups, then settled softly back onto the table. This little display left everyone wide-eyed with astonishment. Suddenly, all eyes turned to Fubuki, because Hanu's demonstration was strikingly similar to her sister Tatsumaki's powers. Tatsumaki's abilities, as far as the Hero Association was concerned, were generally categorized as psychic powers, without any specific clarification. Now, however, it seemed much closer to what Hanu described as control over one's mental strength. Hanu pulled out a copy of the Huanggang secret papers and smiled. These are from my shop. I transcribed them using my mental energy. There's a set for each subject, Chinese, math, and English. Take them and complete them. In 3 hours, bring them back to me. Your final score will reflect your potential in terms of mental strength. The reason Hanu chose to use the Huanggang test papers as a method for measuring mental energy was a bit of an inside joke. Back in his previous life as an ordinary person, he had been tormented by these very booklets. At the time, he felt that getting through a set was purely a matter of willpower. Now, using them as a test of mental strength was Hanu's own little mischievous twist. Fubuki's interest was piqued. She took a set of the test papers and said, I'll take one. I'll pay you afterward. Her relationship with her sister wasn't particularly close. From the moment Tatsumaki was born, she was a genius, and this had always left Fubuki living in her shadow. Now that she had the chance to see if she possessed any potential for psychic powers like Tatsumaki's, Fubuki certainly couldn't let this opportunity slip by. As he spoke, Hanu clenched his other hand, and several pens appeared between his fingers. Fubuki, without any hesitation, took one, opened the test paper, and immediately began working through it. Genos didn't say much either. He picked up a set of papers and started writing as well. Aren't you two going to give it a try? Seeing Saitama and King standing there watching, Hanu turned to ask. Saitama waved a hand, signaling he wasn't interested. King, on the other hand, looked a bit troubled and said, I don't think I have enough money to buy a set of these test papers. Aren't you an S-class hero? Didn't the Hero Association pay you? Hanu asked. King gave an awkward laugh, pulled Hanu aside and whispered, To be honest, my rank is all because I just happened to be present every time Saitama took down a monster. Somehow, I was credited for it and promoted to S-class. I know that, Hanu replied calmly. You actually know? King was surprised. He thought only Saitama knew the truth. Everyone else believed he was the strongest and even called him the strongest man on Earth. The reason he'd managed to stay at the 7th spot among the S-class heroes was that he never actually fought the monsters. His fearsome reputation alone would send them running before he ever needed to lift a finger. No defeats, but also no victories. And since the monsters always scared themselves off, no one ever challenged his ranking. So he remained firmly in 7th place. Realizing Hanu was in on the secret, King felt a little embarrassed and said, That's why I rarely leave home. I'm terrified of running into monsters. If I can't handle the fight, I'm finished. The salary I get from the Hero Association mostly goes into games and figures. My background is rather unique, so I know quite a lot, Hanu replied, waving away the concern. But that's not important. What matters is, The things I sell don't have fixed prices. It's up to me to decide what I want in exchange. If you want one, just take it and give it a try. Hanu, half amused and half exasperated, gestured with his hand. A test paper floated over from the table and landed in front of King. King hesitated for a moment, but eventually took the paper, sat down at the table, and joined Genos and Fubuki in furiously scribbling away. Every so often, the three of them would look completely baffled, King and Fubuki even scratching their heads in frustration, a rare sight. Han, you looked on with a mischievous grin, remembering how he'd struggled with these questions too. Head-scratching was practically inevitable. Are these just regular questions? Saitama asked quietly. These are just ordinary questions, but the difficulty of the test will decrease as their willpower weakens. If their willpower isn't strong, the questions will get easier and easier. The stronger their willpower, the easier the questions. Above will become, Hanu explained. This is similar to unlocking levels. If your level isn't high enough, the things you encounter will be hard to understand. But if your level is high, your ability to comprehend things increases greatly. Saitama nodded in semi-understanding, found a two-player card game, and began playing against Hanu, one hand on the game, the other on the test questions. Time passed quickly, and the first person to finish handed in their test. It was Genos. Hanu took his test, glanced over it a few times, and then gave him a grade, 70 points. 70? That's not a very good score, is it? Genos asked. The test was out 100, and he'd only gotten 70, barely above passing. It's not great, but it's promising. Passing means you have what it takes to move forward in developing your mental strength, Hanu replied. These questions were really hard. Genos sounded a bit discouraged, clearly dissatisfied with his performance. Soon after, Fubuki handed in her test. Her score was about the same as Genos's, 69. Not high, but just enough to qualify her to train her mental power. The last to finish was, of course, King. He was the only one who hadn't handed in his test. Hanu, as before, gave it a quick look, but this time his gaze grew more serious. He carefully examined King's answers, reading intently for quite a while, before finally looking up at King with a question. You finished all this in 3 hours. Why did you turn it in last? I thought there was something wrong with my answers, but I was too embarrassed to ask. I kept going back and forth over the same problems for a long time, King admitted, looking a little awkward. He was convinced that being the last to finish meant his score would be the worst. He figured Genos and Fubuki must have gotten lots of answers right. Hanu barely glanced at their papers before grading them. But he spent much longer on King's test, which King assumed meant he'd made a lot of mistakes, forcing Hanu to double-check in hopes of giving him a higher score. With a thought, Hanu marked King's test. King looked at the score and was dumbfounded. 91 points. No way. How is that possible? Everyone was stunned. Saitama gaped at the result, shocked. Wasn't this supposed to be about unlocking mental strength? King was an ordinary guy. His only distinguishing feature was that thunderous heartbeat. How could he possibly get a score like this? This is your innate talent. It has nothing to do with my questions. Looks like you really have potential in this area. With a score of 90, you could one day reach achievements no less than Tatsumaki's, Hanu said. Hanu chuckled and said that with his own spiritual power, getting a perfect score on this test was a piece of cake. But for others, scoring 80 points was already quite an impressive achievement. Now that King had scored 91, it was truly remarkable. Oh really? Is this for real? King could hardly believe it. He had actually achieved such a high score. Wasn't this test supposed to get harder the better you did? Hanu smiled and explained, no, the higher your spiritual power, the easier the questions appear to you. If I were to take this test, the problems I'd see would basically be at the level of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. So that's how it works. I thought I was just not gifted enough. No wonder the questions seemed so easy. I was agonizing over them for ages, worrying it was some kind of trap. Turns out, they really were that simple. King's lips twitched with exasperation. He'd wasted so much time worrying, analyzing every problem, afraid the simplicity was a trick. But in the end, it really was straightforward. For this set of tests, I'll just charge you 10 million yen, a friendship price, Hanu said with a smile. 10 million yen sounded like a lot, but it was only about $100,000, hardly anything to Hanu. Hearing this, Genos and Fubuki didn't hesitate for a second and immediately asked for his bank account number. Hanu gave them the Multiverse General Store's universal bank account. That's what it was for, after all. King, on the other hand, planned to pay in 2 installments. There was no way he could pay the whole amount at once right now. Hanu didn't mind. King's credit was trustworthy enough. Hanu took the 3 sets of tests and, using his spiritual power, wrote some instructions on them. He explained, improving your spiritual power is actually simple. Take these tests home and keep doing them over and over. The writing can be erased, so the more often you practice, the faster your spiritual power will grow. Every time you finish, it'll automatically show your score. Once you all reach a perfect score, you can start trying to move small objects with your mind. Begin with something small, and gradually work your way up. He looked at Genos and continued. Genos, since you want to learn how to control fire, once you hit a perfect score, start by practicing with a lighter. Master controlling the flame first, and then slowly work your way up to larger fires. Genos looked a bit troubled. What if I run into something I don't understand? Can I still come to you for help? Hanu stroked his chin, suddenly struck by a good idea. Turning to Genos and Fubuki, he said, I can tell you're both interested in developing your spiritual power, but I can't always be around to guide you. How about this? I have an academy filled with kids who have all sorts of psychic abilities. If you two become teachers there and teach them how to control their powers, I can drop by from time to time and show you ways to improve your spiritual strength. How does that sound? Hanu was, of course, referring to the mutant school. As the principal there, even though he usually didn't have much time to manage things, whenever he had the chance to make the academy better, he would naturally seize it. Is it far? Fubuki hesitated for a moment before asking. After all, Hanu had mentioned he came from another world. Wouldn't going to his academy mean venturing into another world? Don't worry, I can set the portal coordinates anywhere you like. Just choose a place that's both convenient and discreet for you, and I'll set it up there. Since she'd asked, Hanu could. See, she was interested, so he pressed on while the iron was hot. The work hours aren't long either. You just need to spare about an hour and a half each day to teach a class or two. The mutant school was not a traditional school. Unlike ordinary schools, it didn't fill every day with endless lessons. If anything, it was more like a vocational institute, with a relaxed curriculum that allowed both students and teachers plenty of free time for their own pursuits. I'm fine with it. Let's go. Now that her biggest concern, distance, was resolved, Fubuki had no more reservations. After all, this wasn't just going abroad. It was crossing worlds. If she couldn't adjust, that would really be a problem. I'm in too, Genos said, raising his hand. Seeing both of them agree, Hanu was delighted. With an S-class hero and the top B-class hero joining the mutant school as teachers, their qualifications were beyond question. What about you, Saitama? Want to give it a try? You don't usually have much going on, and being a hero is just a hobby for you anyway. Why not try teaching too? I'll even pay you a salary. Hanu turned to Saitama. If he could get Saitama to join, even though he wasn't sure how Saitama's strength would translate to the Marvel world, he was certain Saitama would be a formidable presence, at least on par with someone like Thor. Saitama blinked those plain, unremarkable eyes of his. Being a teacher had never crossed his mind before, but Hanu's offer piqued his interest. I think I could give it a shot, as long as it's not those boring high school lectures that put you to sleep. Hanu chuckled. It definitely won't be like that. You're free to decide what to teach. You can give academic lessons, or take the students out for hands-on training. It's all up to you. With Saitama on board, Hanu felt even more confident about the future of the mutant school. Now he had 3 teachers, including one who could serve as the academy's guardian. Being principal was finally starting to mean something. There were 5 people in the room. Besides himself, Hanu only recruited 3, for he knew that King had no real abilities deep down. He was just an ordinary person. Asking him to be a teacher simply wasn't realistic. There was nothing he could actually teach. Hanu was carefully considering how to tell King about this matter. It seemed rather pitiful to let him go alone. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, King raised his hand first. Can I go to that school? Can I attend classes? Both Saitama and Hanu looked surprised. They never expected King would want that, while Fubuki and Genos had a different reaction. Fubuki said, King, you're the 7th-ranked S-class hero, and you want to be a student? Genos also looked puzzled. Only Hanu and Saitama knew that King actually couldn't fight at all. Although Genos often visited and frequently saw King, he just assumed that everyone around his master was strong because his teacher was so powerful. He'd never questioned whether King had any real ability. After all, apart from the mysterious, never-seen number 1 S-class hero, King had the highest rating in the Hero Association. King shrugged. He knew his own limits. Now that he'd learned about his high potential and spiritual power, he certainly didn't want to miss this opportunity. He also hoped to have strength worthy of his current reputation, so Saitama wouldn't have to step in every time. Once they made up their minds, Hanu fetched 4 location-fixing teleportation scrolls from the general store and handed them out. These can only be used once. Find a suitable place where you want to arrive, slap the scroll onto the door, and it'll work. Oh, and one more thing. Hanu pulled out 4 new smartphones from the store system. They looked like ordinary touchscreen phones, nothing strange about them. Streams of green light flowed from his fingertips into the phone's charging ports. Soon, a lantern ring icon appeared in the contacts list, labeled with Hanu's name. Keep these phones with you. You can contact me from this world using them. If anything comes up, just use these to get in touch. Fubuki and the others took the phones without hesitation and put them away. Fubuki said, "Hey, why don't we go check out your school now? I like to see what the workplace is like." The others nodded in agreement. It would be much better if Hanu could take them. Wandering around on their own would be awkward since they didn't know anyone. Hearing this, Hanu pursed his lips and nodded. "I think it's a good idea. I haven't visited the school myself yet. Let's go, let's go." Saitama couldn't hide his excitement. After all, they were about to visit another world. Who wouldn't be thrilled by that? "Wait a sec, I'll make a call." Hanu took out his universal phone and dialed Charles's number. After the call connected, he asked, "Charles, are you at school right now?" "We are. What's up? Is our illustrious Principal Han coming for an inspection?" It was rare for Hanu to call Charles, especially to ask about this matter, so Charles couldn't help but tease him. Hanu rolled his eyes helplessly. "As long as you're there, that's all I need. I've found 3 teachers and a student for you. I'll bring them over so they can check out the place." "Seriously? That's fantastic. Come, I'll send you the coordinates. I'll go clear out a few rooms right now." The moment Charles heard Hanu would be bringing people along, he got so excited that he hung up immediately and sent Hanu a text message. The message contained the exact location of the Mutant Academy. This guy, Hanu couldn't help but chuckle, half amused, half exasperated. Charles was really too eager. But on second thought, that was a good sign. It meant Charles truly cared about this, or he wouldn't be so enthusiastic. After confirming the address Charles had sent, Hanu said, "Bring a change of clothes. We might stay and have some fun for a few days." Everyone agreed that it made sense. It'd be nice to visit another world and see the scenery there. So, they hurried home and, after a little over 10 minutes, returned with small bags in hand. "All right, let's go." Hanu pulled out a teleportation scroll that had already been set to the right coordinates. He squeezed it firmly, and the scroll vanished, replaced by a shimmering blue portal appearing in front of them. Hanu was the first to step through. Saitama and the others paused for a moment, took a look at the portal, then followed him inside one after another. As they emerged from the portal, what greeted them was a grand manor. They found themselves standing on a main road, surrounded by neatly trimmed, box-shaped trees lining the way. At that moment, Hanu and 2 men stood in front of the mansion's grand entrance, deep in conversation. Hanu waved them over. Once everyone had gathered at the door, Hanu introduced them. "Let me introduce you. This is Charles and Eric. They're teachers here. And these are the new teachers I brought, Fubuki, Saitama, and Genos. And this is a student, King." As soon as introductions began, a problem surfaced. All of them were speaking different languages. One side spoke Japanese, while the other spoke English. Only then did Hanu remember. Only inside the general store could people from different countries communicate freely, thanks to the store's built-in translation effect. Now that they were outside, Hanu, as the owner of the store, retained the translation ability, but the others did not. "We can't understand each other," Fubuki said awkwardly. "Hello, my name is Genos," Genos said. Undeterred, he had no language barrier. As a cyborg, his language database included English as an option. "Just a moment. I can fix this," Hanu assured them. For a problem like this, the solution was easy enough. In his mind, Hanu called out, "System, give me 2 permanent translation conjacks." As soon as he finished speaking, Hanu raised his hand, and 3 palm-sized blocks of jelly appeared out of thin air. He handed them over to Saitama and the others. "These are called translation conjac. Eat one, and you'll be able to understand any language instantly." "There's something like that." Fubuki picked up a piece of translation konjac, turning it over in her hand. No matter how she looked at it, it just seemed like an ordinary piece of konjac jelly. "Go ahead and try it. You'll know if it works once you eat it," Hanu said with a smile. Since they had already followed him to another world, Saitama and his companions weren't worried about being poisoned. They simply ate the jelly right away. Saitama, who ate too quickly, ended up choking and hurriedly patted his own chest. "Choked on it? Do you want some water?" No, I'm fine. I've swallowed it now," Saitama replied, waving his hand. Only then did he realize that the one speaking to him was Charles. "This thing actually works, and so quickly too," Saitama exclaimed in surprise. "It took effect the moment I swallowed it." "That's impressive." Seeing that it truly worked, King gathered his courage and stepped forward. Hello, you can call me King. I'm here to attend school. I'm not sure if I'll really be able to understand you." Eric smiled and nodded. "Nice to meet you, King. I'm Eric." Eric didn't find it strange at all that King was here for school. Instead, he smiled and shook hand with him. With the translation konjac proving to be effective, the language barrier disappeared, and everyone relaxed. They took turns introducing themselves to Charles and the others, closing the distance between them. Hanu stood by, watching with a cheerful smile. "Come on, let's talk as we walk. Standing here at the door isn't very fitting." With a wave of Charles's hand, the grand doors swung open. The sight made Saitama and his friends' eyes light up. So flashy, so cool. There were plenty of rooms inside the house, and Saitama's group could pick whichever they liked. While King and the others were choosing their rooms, Hanu and his companions settled into the lounge, sipping tea and chatting casually with Charles and Eric. Hey, where did you find these people? There's even a cyborg among them. I don't think even Stark has something like that, Eric whispered to Hanu. Oh, him, Hanu replied nonchalantly. None of them are from our world. They come from another world, quite similar to our Earth, but theirs is swarming with monsters. In their world, being a hero is a unique profession. All four of them are ranked heroes back in their world. Take a guess. Which one do you think is the strongest and which the weakest? Well, I'd say Saitama. He looks kind of frail and delicate. Those words were a bit offensive, so when Eric said them, he deliberately lowered his voice, afraid someone might overhear and get upset. Hanu glanced over at Charles, who nodded in agreement, indicating he shared the same opinion. Charles also thought Saitama was the weakest. So who's the strongest then? Hanu followed up. King? He looks tall and imposing, with a commanding presence. He must have a high status in their world, right? Charles mused. You're half right, Hanu replied with a smile. But the truth is actually the complete opposite of what you both said. Saitama is the strongest, and King is the weakest. No way, you must be kidding. Both Charles and Eric were stunned. Saitama looked so plain and simple. Could he really be the strongest? Hanu picked up his teacup and took a sip. You'll have to spar with him yourselves one day. Seeing is believing. There's no point in talking about it. We definitely have to try it out. If Hanu said someone was the strongest, then they must be. Still, without seeing it with their own eyes, Charles and Eric found it hard to believe. Sure, you can't judge someone's strength by their appearance, but this was a bit much. Just by looking at him, Saitama seemed like someone fresh out of the beginner's village. To call him the strongest was really hard to swallow. Charles and Eric were already plotting when they could arrange a sparring match. Watching the two of them animatedly discussing, Hanu smiled. Just as he was about to raise his teacup for another sip, his eyes narrowed slightly. A strange sensation welled up from within. He felt as though someone was observing him. It was a powerful mental presence, not as strong as his own, not even on par with Eric's telepathy. The psychic power at the moment was weak, but Hanu could sense that its potential ceiling was extremely high. Hanu realized the person's psychic strength was feeble for now. Yet, despite its weakness, he could sense it clearly. If he used the Huanggang test, papers he'd used earlier to assess King and the other psychic abilities, this person would have scored a whopping 95 points on the first try. By the way, Ultron mentioned a girl to me. She's already here, isn't she? Hanu asked. Yes, she's upstairs. Hold on, I'll call her, Charles replied, then called up the stairs. Jean, come down and meet our new friend. A moment after his words echoed through the house, there came the light, hesitant sound of footsteps on stairs, stopping and starting, betraying the owner's uncertainty. At the top of the staircase, a small head with wine-red hair peeked out, hiding shyly behind the banister, a bit wary of strangers. Jean, don't be shy. Come here, Charles beckoned. Jean Grey hesitated for a moment, but eventually made her way over. Let me introduce you. This is Hanu, our principal, Charles said. And this is Jean Grey, our very first student. We haven't quite figured out her abilities yet. Hello, Jean. Hanu greeted her with a gentle smile. A soft ray of sunlight slipped through the window, shining across his face. With his already striking features and clear, sincere eyes, it was easy to feel at ease around him. When he smiled, he radiated the warmth of a kind, older brother from next door. Jean's cheeks flushed pink. She found it hard to meet Hanu's gaze directly. Though she didn't speak, she gave him a small nod in greeting. Han, do you have a moment? How about we do some training together? Charles suggested. You can tell me about their abilities while we're at it. It'll make future lessons much easier. With Hanu here, and since he was already familiar with Saitama and the others, it made sense for him to introduce their powers. It would save time compared to everyone having to slowly get acquainted on their own. Hanu considered for a moment and then nodded. That's a good idea. The sooner I understand everyone's abilities, the smoother the teaching will go. Shall we use my place? No need. We actually have a dedicated training area right beneath us, Charles replied. Eric and I spent 3 days and nights, literally 3 days and nights, putting it together. It cost a fortune, but it was worth it. Hanu looked surprised. You built it yourselves? Charles chatted as they walked. Of course. We couldn't let outsiders handle something like that. We did get some outside help, but officially, we always said it was a high-end escape room. Every material is aerospace grade, specially selected by us. According to the X System's calculations, it should withstand the full power of mutants up to the 4th level. 4th level? That's impressive, Hanu remarked. Level 3 mutants are already a force to be reckoned with. I thought you might need my shop's help. Charles grinned. Come on, I was the first one you came to, after all. I can't just rely on my powers, right? Hanu simply smiled, saying nothing. This was exactly the balance he wanted. He was happy to help the mutant school, but only as a helping hand, not to take on everything himself. If he had to do all the work, well, he wasn't a saint. He couldn't afford to spend all his time here. Satama, are you guys done packing? Come down already. Hanu called upstairs, infusing a touch of psychic power into his voice to make sure it carried clearly to the 4 people above. Soon they all came down. Hanu explained that they'd be demonstrating their abilities shortly. The group agreed readily. After all, they were here to teach, and it made sense for the teachers to understand each other's strengths. Everyone's here, right? Then let's get going. Charles led everyone toward the staircase. When he opened the door next to the stairs, to everyone's surprise, it revealed an elevator. The elevator, once its doors slid open, turned out to be remarkably spacious, large enough to fit more than 20 people at a time. After they entered, they found only a single button inside. The elevator descended, humming quietly, and it took several minutes before it finally came to a halt. There was no telling just how deep underground they had traveled. When the doors parted, they were greeted by a corridor. The passageway wasn't long at all. From where they stood, they could see a silver metal door at the far end. On that door was a large letter X. Charles strode forward and glanced at a keypad by the door. The device chimed to life immediately. "Welcome, Professor Charles." The metal door slowly slid open, revealing a vast chamber within, far larger than the secret room Hanu had seen in his own shop. Surveying the metal walls around them, Hanu stamped his foot on the ground. A surge of invisible force pulsed from beneath him, flowing outward. "This floor is at least 6 meters thick, all metal." "All metal," Charles replied with a smile. "Half a meter of this alloy can withstand a PRG missile without a scratch." He had paid a small fortune to acquire such materials. "Excellent. This place can serve both as a training ground and a refuge in an emergency." Hanu nodded in approval. He couldn't tell exactly what kind of metal was used, but his previous stomp hadn't even left a mark. If it had been ordinary stone, it would have been reduced to dust under that force. After all, this place was meant for mutants to hone their abilities. The strength and durability had to be exceptional, if not above standard, then far beyond it. When Hanu had first considered building such a facility, he'd even thought about mixing vibranium into the construction. But now, seeing this, he realized it wasn't necessary. Although these metals weren't as rare or resilient as vibranium, they were more than adequate for training purposes. To break through here, you'd need at least a level 4 mutant. Anything less wouldn't even make a dent. "So, who'd like to demonstrate first?" Hanu asked. "I'll go." Geno stepped forward without hesitation and addressed the group. "I'm a cyborg ranked 17th on the S-class hero list in my original world. Just showing off alone is boring. You need a real opponent to bring out your skills properly." "Let me have a go." Eric stood opposite Genos, grinning. "My power is telepathy. I'm a psychic mutant. Looking forward to a good match." "Please." Though this was only a practice bout, sparks flew between the 2 young men's eyes. Colleagues or not, it was their first meeting. Neither wanted to appear weaker than the other. Hanu figured this was a good approach. Actual combat was much better than simply demonstrating abilities. Only in battle could they truly bring out their strengths and see what the others were capable of. Go all out, just don't go for the kill. As long as you don't hold back fatally, I can bring anyone back. Hanu raised his right hand and made a gentle circular motion in the air. Instantly, a woven grass basket appeared on the ground, filled to the brim with golden beans, each one gleaming like a silkworm cocoon. "These are immortal beans. As long as your brain isn't obliterated in an instant, eating one of these will restore you to your peak condition right away. So go ahead, hold nothing back in your fight." Amazing. If something like this made its way out into the world, even a single bean would fetch tens of millions, maybe even hundreds of millions of dollars. And now, there was an entire basket of them. A quick count suggested there were at least 60 or 70 beans. "Well then, I won't be shy." Eric's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Please teach me," Genos replied, his tone equally unyielding. As soon as the words left his lips, Genos stomped his foot. The machinery on his shoulders instantly sprouted 2 jet nozzles, and his figure shot forward in a blur, vanishing from Eric's field of vision in an instant. "So fast. But I'm no pushover either." Eric's pupils contracted slightly, surprised by Genos' speed, but he didn't panic. The next second, he closed his eyes, and, as his eyelids shut, a faint white glow shimmered across his irises. "Resonate." With a low command, Eric sent out an invisible wave of psychic energy, rippling out in a circle from where he stood. That mental energy instantly suffused the entire arena. Every person and object around him took form in his mind, so that even with his eyes closed, he could clearly see everyone's movements. Sometimes, when your eyes are closed, Your mind becomes crystal clear, Eric murmured, and his actions immediately shifted. Still with his eyes closed, he suddenly turned and, with a single motion, unleashed a sweeping burst of psychic force, fanning out powerfully in front of him. Genos was caught in the brunt of his psychic assault. Though he'd been moving so fast that only ghostly afterimages could be seen, he now slowed, coming fully into view for the onlookers. This guy is impressive. He's managed to combine psychic power with something like a bat's echolocation. Even with his eyes shut, he knows exactly where I am, and he can launch psychic attacks with actual force. Genos fought off the nausea brought on by that psychic blast, exhaled sharply, and muttered to himself, I need to create some distance. Close-range attacks won't work. He must have some kind of psychic force field protecting him. If I get close, that'll be the end of me. He leapt back to put space between them, his eyes whirring with data analysis as he searched for the optimal strategy. On the sidelines, Hanu let out a soft hum of surprise and remarked, Interesting. I didn't expect Eric to have developed his powers to this level. There was only admiration in Hanu's words. In his memory, Professor X in his previous life mainly used this ability to locate people. There were never any dazzling offensive techniques. But now, watching Eric, he had to admit Eric wielded this power impressively, even able to channel his psychic force into direct attacks. At first, the plan was to have him work with the X system, focusing solely on tracking down mutants. But he refused, insisted on heading to the front lines to fight. So lately, he's been devoting almost all his time to developing his mutant abilities, Charles said, his tone tinged with helplessness, but also a touch of pride. After all, he disliked fighting, yet fate had given him a power so well suited for battle. That left him feeling rather conflicted. Part of the reason Eric was so determined to hone his powers was that he didn't want Charles on the battlefield. He knew better than anyone how much his lifelong friend hated fighting, and how little he was suited for it. Throughout their childhood, whenever Charles was bullied, it was always Eric who stood up for him. Even now, as mutants, Eric was determined to keep protecting him. Hanu smiled and nodded, turning his gaze back to Genos and Eric. Now that Genos knew his opponent could launch psychic attacks from a distance, he switched to a flanking assault. Eric could pinpoint his location through psychic echolocation, so simply running wouldn't work anymore. Genos charged straight in, opting for a direct confrontation. He brought his arms together. The mechanical devices on them combined into a massive cannon. Flames flickered inside the arm cannon, and in a heartbeat, a torrent of fire erupted, sweeping towards Eric in an overwhelming wave. This guy, he's going for an all-out area attack. Someone's going to get hurt. Saitama thought anxiously. He was about to rush forward to help, but a hand gripped his arm. Turning, he saw it was Hanu. Hanu just shook his head and jerked his chin at the fight, signaling Saitama to keep watching. When Saitama looked back, Eric faced the oncoming inferno with his usual calm composure. His eyes remained shut, but a slight arch of his brow heralded the sudden surge of psychic power bursting from him, so intense that even those watching on the sidelines could feel it. A blade of psychic force, massive and half-transparent, materialized before everyone's eyes, swinging down to cleave through the wall of fire. The flames split instantly into two streams. Then, behind that psychic blade, a translucent fist condensed in the air, radiating a nearly suffocating pressure as it rocketed towards Genos, growing ever larger in his vision. So strong, Genos gasped. With that single blow, Genos was defeated. He had lost. Are you all right? Eric stepped forward, extending a hand to the Genos, who was sitting on the ground. I'm fine. You're incredible. We should definitely spar more often in the future. Genos exclaimed that he truly felt it was amazing to be here, surrounded by masters. He believed that anyone who walked out of this place in the future would undoubtedly be a force to be reckoned with. Deal, Eric said with a smile. The two of them hit it off instantly. Sometimes you really don't know someone until you've crossed fists with them. The outcome was acceptable. Hanu wasn't surprised no matter who won. Now, he needed to compare their combat abilities, translate Genos and the others' power levels into what they would be in the Marvel Universe. For the next 2 hours, Eric served as a sparring partner, taking on matches with the three of them. Against Saitama, Eric lost outright. The moment the match began, Saitama vanished and reappeared behind him. What looked like an ordinary punch suddenly carried the weight of the heavens crashing down. If Saitama hadn't held back at the last second, Eric was certain he wouldn't have survived that strike. Against Fubuki, Eric emerged victorious. Fubuki was a psychic, able to manipulate the wind, but in this place, it was so quiet and pristine that there was hardly anything for her to use as ammunition. Normally, she fought by controlling objects through the wind, launching them as attacks, her style resembling Charles's magnetic manipulation in some ways. But here, The surfaces were so smooth and spotless that there was barely any dust to be found. Although Fubuki's attacks weren't weak, they posed little threat to Eric's tangible psychic shield. In the end, he seized the moment and defeated her. When it came to King's turn, the atmosphere grew strange. Just by facing him, Eric felt an invisible pressure bearing down, a sense that a giant loomed before him, exerting a force that would make most people buckle. "What's with that sound?" Charles asked. As Eric stood opposite King, a deep, rhythmic thumping echoed from King's direction, like two high-end subwoofers rumbling nearby. Each pulse so powerful, it made your own heartbeat skip a beat. That's called the King Engine, King's ultimate move. When he enters battle mode, that sound starts up, signaling he's ready to fight. Fubuki explained with utmost seriousness, as if reciting sacred lore, leaving Charles utterly bewildered. Saitama and Hanu, who knew the truth, exchanged helpless glances. The so-called King Engine was nothing but a legend fabricated by others. "All right, let's call it here. We can fight again next time," Eric said, taking Fubuki's cue. He conceded the match. King's overwhelming presence was simply too much. It was like facing a boss in a video game when you're only level 20 and the boss is level 80. There's just no comparison. Genos and Fubuki weren't surprised by the result. After all, plenty of people had conceded the moment they faced King. Hanu couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. Was King's strength really just as powerful as his opponent's imagination allowed? No wonder he's ranked 7th among the S-class heroes, Fubuki said with genuine admiration. To think that someone so powerful would humble himself to become a student? How could I possibly be qualified to be a teacher? No, I can't do it. I need to study too. Han, I don't want to be a teacher anymore. I want to be a student. Me too, Genos chimed in right after. Hanu found their reactions both funny and exasperating. Wait, weren't you both just saying you wanted to be teachers? If it's teacher Saitama leading the class, I have no objections, Genos said seriously. But as for us, absolutely not. After witnessing the fight between King and Mr. Eric, it's clear how far behind we are. We have a lot of training to do. As Genos spoke, his face was filled with determination. It was obvious he'd made up his mind. This outcome left Hanu feeling helpless, but he couldn't just reveal the truth about King's so-called Emperor Engine. Even if he hadn't planned or wanted things to turn out this way, King had already benefited from the reputation that came with his current status. If Hanu were to expose his secret now, it might be fine here, but back in their own world, King would lose everything. No, his fate would be even worse than that. The ignorant public would turn on him, and even his daily life would become nearly impossible. Hanu's gaze lingered on King, who had already returned to Saitama's side and was quietly whispering something to him. King was fully aware of all this. That's why he had asked to become a student from the very start, to gain real strength for himself, because living alive forever wasn't a sustainable path. Lastly, Jean, would you like to spar with everyone? Hanu turned to Jean Grey, who had been standing quietly off to the side, and smiled gently. I'd rather not, Jean replied honestly. I still haven't learned to control my powers, and I'm afraid I might hurt someone. Well, that's fine, Hanu nodded. But you should know, your ability is called the Phoenix Force. It's a cosmic-level primordial power. If you can master it, you'll easily rise to the very top of all mutants, the legendary Omega level. Omega level. Both Charles and Eric were startled when they heard this. They had considered this possibility before. According to calculations by the X system, Jean was destined to become a level 4 mutant, perhaps even reaching Omega level one day. But those were only projections, not absolute truths. Yet hearing Hanu say it aloud, that changed everything. Charles and Eric believed Hanu's words without a trace of doubt. After all, it was Hanu who had set them both on the path to seek out other mutants and establish this very school. As the school grew in strength and renown, a great deal of credit would certainly belong to Hanu. Now, hearing him speak with such certainty to Jean Grey, telling her that her mutant power was a force born from the very origins of the universe, well, it was enough to leave even these grown men utterly stunned, let alone a young girl like Jean. No matter how powerful they were as mutants, at the end of the day, they were still human. But Jean? She was being described as someone wielding the primal force of the cosmos itself. Who could possibly measure up to that? My powers, are they really that incredible? Jean could hardly believe it. She had always thought she was different simply because she was a mutant. Yet now, even among other mutants and superpowered beings, she learned she was truly exceptional. You'll find out just how powerful you are in time. For now, just keep up with your training. That's all you need to do. Chin up. You're a star in the making. Hanu smiled encouragingly. All right, looks like our match is over, and it's already midday. Let's get something to eat, Charles said, glancing at his watch. Yes, let's eat. Food at last. Saitama perked up immediately at the mention of lunch. Back at home, he usually made do with whatever was on sale at the supermarket, but now that he was here, surely he didn't have to settle for the same old bargain meals. The group piled into the elevator, but as soon as they stepped out, both Saitama and Hanu stopped abruptly. They exchanged a look. "Are you expecting another friend?" Saitama asked. "No, not at all. I have no idea who it could be," Hanu replied, frowning slightly and shaking his head. "What are you two talking about?" Eric asked, watching them along with the others, none of whom understood what was going on. "We have a guest. Let's go see what's happening," Hanu said, his tone decisive. With that, his body shimmered and faded into a blur, vanishing from view. Saitama followed close behind. Out in the grounds of the mutant school's estate, Hanu and Saitama emerged one after another. Looking up, they saw a streak of fire hurtling down from the sky at astonishing speed. "What is that, a missile?" Saitama asked. Hanu's expression grew tense. He shook his head. "I don't think so. It looks more like some kind of living creature. We need to slow it down before it hits the ground, or it might cause serious damage." With that, emerald energy surged from the green ring on Hanu's hand. He swept both arms forward, and a series of 6 hexagonal, tortoise-shell shields materialized in the air, arranged in a protective pattern. Each shield was connected by glowing green lines, forming a massive, unified barrier shaped like the shell of a giant turtle. As the shield materialized, the meteor from the sky plummeted straight into it. The collision instantly shattered the shield to pieces. Hanu had not anticipated such a powerful impact. By the time he realized what had happened, the meteor had already crashed into the nearby meadow, gouging an enormous crater and sending up a dense cloud of dust and debris. Hanu and Saitama exchanged a glance, then hurried over to see what had happened. Saitama followed, and with a single sweeping motion of his hand, sent a powerful gust into the pit, clearing away most of the lingering dust. What appeared before their eyes left both Hanu and Saitama visibly stunned. Is that a dragon? What lay before them was a living creature, more precisely, a dragon. Its entire body was covered in dark green scales, and it stretched to what must have been over 100 meters in length. Its form was strikingly similar to the western dragons of Earth. This was Hanu's first time seeing a real dragon, and he had to admit it was even more awe-inspiring than anything he'd ever seen on screen. Even Saitama, standing beside him, looked genuinely astonished. A dragon just fell from the sky. "That's insane. I've never seen anything like this before," Saitama said. "Me neither. It's enormous, and it seems to be dying," Hanu replied. The giant dragon's eyes drooped, its whole body radiating weakness, as though it was on the verge of death. "Hey, who are you? Are you here to steal my food?" Just as the two were discussing the dragon, a clear, ethereal voice rang out from inside the crater, sending shivers down their spines. Instantly, both of them snapped into a battle-ready stance. Hearing a human voice come from within the dragon's pit was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Hanu summoned Hyōrinmaru, its blade wreathed in white mist, and then enveloped it with green lantern energy, sharpening and reinforcing the blade. Saitama, meanwhile, raised his fist. His stance looked simple, almost casual, but his face was deadly serious. This was his serious series fighting style. Usually, Saitama could take down most monsters with a single casual punch. When he switched to his serious series, there was scarcely anything in the world that could withstand him, though in the Marvel Universe, things might not be so predictable. A girl stepped out of the pit. If she hadn't revealed herself, Hanu and Saitama might never have noticed her. Compared to the massive dragon, she was almost unbelievably petite. She was so small, she probably wasn't even as big as one of the dragon's claws. Hanu stared at her appearance and attire, momentarily lost in thought. Saitama glanced at the dazed Hanu. Seeing his silence, Saitama stepped forward and addressed the girl directly. "What do you mean, food? Is this giant dragon your meal?" The girl looked to be about 17 or 18 years old and stood around 1.70 meters. Her long, slender, fair legs immediately drew the eye. She wore a hat reminiscent of a high crown top hat, with 2 elegant bends flaring from its sides. Her clothes were mainly purple, and a thin, mask-like covering veiled her cheeks. A pair of lively, expressive eyes blinked curiously at Hanu and his companion. The girl in purple blinked and said, "That's right. I've been chasing it for a long time. This big fellow sure can run. Just look at those massive muscles. It must taste incredible." As she spoke, the girl stood by the dragon pit and opened her rosy lips. To their astonishment, the enormous dragon inside the pit, as large as a hill, transformed into a beam of light and slipped right into her mouth. The process lasted a full 30 seconds. Only once the dragon had completely vanished did the girl pat her still flat belly, looking thoroughly satisfied. Judging by her smooth, unblemished stomach No one would ever guess she had just swallowed a dragon the size of a mountain. Hey, snap out of it. You've been spacing out for ages, Saitama whispered, nudging Hanyu. It was only then that Hanyu came to his senses. His shock wasn't merely due to the girl's appearance or figure. It had more to do with the dragon in the pit and the girl's distinctive outfit. Hanyu recognized the dragon. It was called the Extraordinary Dragon, an alien creature. In his memories, it was supposed to appear in the Marvel Universe, summoned and transformed by a villain known as the Mandarin, eventually becoming a steel dragon of terrifying power. In Saitama's world, it would easily be classified as a dragon-level threat at minimum. And yet, here was a young girl who had just eaten a whole. If anyone else had witnessed the scene, they would find it utterly unbelievable. But Hanyu didn't find it all that strange, because he knew exactly who this girl was. Her outfit was far too iconic. Most striking of all was the purple hat atop her head, adorned with two bent horns. In Hanyu's mind, a single name immediately surfaced: Galactus, the Devourer of Worlds. One of the 5 primordial gods, Galactus survives by consuming planets. His real name is Galen, though most know him simply as the Devourer. Back in Hanyu's previous life, Galactus was often playfully mocked by internet users as a power-level unit, because in the comics, he was constantly being defeated. People online would joke, "The invincible Uncle Devourer has died again and again and again." Over time, Galactus became a running gag among fans, a standard measure of strength. Whenever a new character appeared in the comics, no matter how strong they were said to be, someone would inevitably ask, how many Galactuses could they take on? Hanyu always found these jokes amusing. After all, it was just a comic book trope to kill off big characters for dramatic effect. Nothing out of the ordinary. But now, seeing it with his own eyes, Hanyu realized this was no mere story. She was standing right in front of him, real as could be. These supreme beings are entities on the multiversal scale, far beyond what I can contend with right now, Hanyu murmured to himself. In Marvel's hierarchy of deities, there are several tiers: Earth level, Sub-Skyfather, Skyfather, Single Universe, Multiversal, Macro-Universe, and Omniversal. Earth-level beings are essentially those like Thor or the Hulk, top-tier powerhouses within a single planet, but not capable of effortlessly destroying an entire world. Sub-Skyfather is a tier Thor can achieve as he grows stronger. At this level, Thor can inflict significant damage on a whole planet. When it comes to Skyfathers, Odin stands as the prime example. As the leader of Asgard's warriors and ruler of the 9 realms, his strength is a testament to the overwhelming power of the Skyfather class. That girl is probably at the single universe level. I'm not even sure I could beat her as I am now, Hanyu muttered inwardly. The might of a Skyfather can at most affect a galaxy, something on the scale of the Milky Way. Single universe beings may seem just one step above, but the gulf in power between them is immeasurable. Even 1,000 Skyfathers would be as insignificant as ants before a single universe entity. When it comes to multiversal gods, the most famous are the Marvel Cosmics, the 5 cosmic entities: Eternity, Infinity, Death, Oblivion, and Galactus. Right now, Hanyu's strength places him at the pinnacle of Skyfather-level beings. Yet this is the Marvel Universe, where powerful life forms are everywhere. There's even a group called the Celestials, all of whom are single universe level. If they ever decided to wreak havoc on Earth just for sport, Hanyu might not be able to stop them. Fortunately, the convenience store is indestructible. Even gods of the macro-universal or omniversal class couldn't so much as scratch it. Those gods are part of Marvel's established lore, but the convenience store is something else entirely, beyond Marvel's rules. It has no will of its own, nor does it attack, but it cannot be destroyed. In the context of an online game, it would be an indestructible item. Is your father Galactus? Hanyu asked seriously. Hearing Hanyu speak that name, the girl in purple was visibly taken aback. It had been ages since she'd heard that name, let alone from a human. Saitama was equally surprised. Hanyu actually knew her father? Just as he was about to let his guard down, he suddenly noticed Hanyu's left thumb pressed against the guard of his sheathed blade. Hanyu had remained cautious all along. What kind of power does this girl possess to make Hanyu stay on guard? Saitama wondered, his own vigilance rising. He had no intention of becoming collateral damage. At that moment, Charles and his group also arrived at Hanyu's side. When Charles saw the massive pit in the ground, he couldn't help but feel a pang of distress. This was a century-old estate, after all. The flowers and plants inside might not have been 100 years old, but they had all been painstakingly cared for. Now a huge swath of them was lost in an instant. How could he not feel heartbroken? I didn't expect someone on such a remote planet to recognize his name. Is he really that famous? The girl in purple remarked. Your father survives by devouring planets. What about you? Did you come to Earth for the same reason? Do you have your eye on this planet too? Hanyu asked in a low, serious voice. If she truly had such intentions, it could mean a battle to the death. Facing a god of universal caliber, even Hanu would not dare to boast that he could defeat them. Not with the strength he had now. Earth? This should be called Waterworld. When I was in the sky, I saw that most of this planet is covered by oceans, and land makes up at best 30%. Yet you have the nerve to call it Earth. How shameless, the girl in purple said, folding her arms and clicking her tongue in mock disapproval. That's not the point. Just tell me, are you here to attack Earth or not? Hanu asked, his tone a bit awkward. In the next instant, the girl in purple vanished from everyone's sight. With just a blink, she reappeared right in front of Hanu. Everyone except Hanu was startled, instinctively taking a step back. Hanu, however, simply furrowed his brow and stared unflinchingly at the stunning young woman before him, showing not the slightest hint of fear. How interesting, how very interesting, she mused. I didn't expect anyone on this planet to have the guts to stand up to me without flinching. You've caught my attention. Suddenly, the girl in purple burst into laughter, a clear, melodious sound that made her seem like any ordinary, cheerful young woman. Seeing that Hanu's group was still on guard, she laughed heartily, slapped Hanu on the shoulder, and said, all right, I have no interest in your planet, so relax. I'm nothing like my father. He would devour an entire world without a second thought for the lives on it. But I'm not like that. I only ended up here by accident while chasing that dragon. Charles and the others all turned their attention to Hanu, waiting to see what he would decide. When it came to extraterrestrial visitors, they had absolutely no idea how to handle the situation. So, they looked to Hanu for guidance. Whatever he said, they would follow. So you only came to this planet because you were chasing your prey? Hanu asked. Exactly. Why else would I come? Do you think I'm here to eat people? The girl in purple replied. At her words, Hanu's lips curled into a slight smile. An intriguing idea had just come to him, and he said, how about this? Why don't you stick with me? I'll take care of your meals. What do you think? You? Don't be ridiculous. What I need to eat is nothing like what you all eat. I require a tremendous amount of energy. Even if you gave me 10 million servings of your food, I'd still go hungry. The girl in purple snorted softly. There was truth in her words, but Hanu didn't rush to argue. Instead, he simply smiled, spread his fingers, and a wisp of pink flame rose from his palm. With his other hand, Hanu began taking things from the sundry shop system and tossing them into the flame, sometimes bizarre-looking herbs, sometimes large, golden glowing chunks of meat. Minutes passed before he finally stopped. When the flames faded, several smooth, round pellets appeared in his hand, giving off the fresh aroma of grass mingled with the savory scent of meat. Try this, Hanu said. I guarantee you'll be satisfied. Charles and the others watched in confusion. What was this? Was he planning to drug her? Doing it so blatantly, right in front of everyone, was he really concocting poison before her eyes? The same suspicion flashed through the girl in purple. She picked up a pellet with her slender, pale fingers, turned it over, and sniffed. Aside from the pleasant smell, she couldn't see anything unusual. She asked, what's the meaning of this? Just eat it and you'll understand. Don't worry, it's harmless, Hanu replied with a gentle smile. The girl's eyes darted thoughtfully. I doubt you dare try anything funny. Otherwise, you wouldn't survive a day on this planet. With that, she flicked the pellet into her mouth. The moment it touched her tongue, her eyes narrowed, as if she were savoring something extraordinary. Oh no, Hanu really did poison her. Judging by her reaction, it must be really toxic. Everyone, get ready to fight. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone make poison right in front of their target. And she actually ate it. The growing whispers and nervous chatter in the background made Hanu roll his eyes. What nonsense were they talking about? Still, he didn't bother to correct them, only watched the girl in purple with a quiet smile, waiting for her response. After half a minute, the girl finally opened her eyes, a spark of excitement gleaming within them. She had never tasted such pure and immense energy before. Just one tiny pellet was enough to satisfy her hunger for an entire month. Normally, for someone like her, it would take capturing at least a dozen of those extraordinary alien beasts, like the dragon from earlier, to feel full. But now, a single pellet from Hanu more than sufficed, and it even tasted delicious. She reached for another, but Hanu pulled his hand back, grinning as he tossed the remaining pellets playfully in his palm. So, have you considered what I asked? Watching the pellets dance in Hanu's hand, the girl hesitated, biting her crimson lip, then pondered seriously for a moment before finally nodding. I agree. With that, Hanu handed her the remaining pills, and the girl in purple happily took them and began eating with delight. Watching her eat with such gusto, Hanu couldn't help but mutter to himself, monster. The craftsmanship behind these pills wasn't all that refined. They were simply made by melting down chunks of celestial herbs and meat, extracting their essence, and then solidifying it. There was no doubt these pills contained immense energy, but because they were so crudely processed, the energy within them was wild and unstable, a jumble of forces forced together. If you tossed one of these things and set it off, it could easily explode like a mini nuke. Yet here she was, popping them in her mouth one after another, as if they were candies. No wonder Hanu thought of her as a monster. Only she could stomach something like this. Hey, you've almost finished, right? My name's Hanu. Aren't you going to tell me yours? Hanu said with a smile. The girl in purple was still savoring her food when Hanu spoke to her. She choked a little, patted her chest, swallowed, and answered, I'm Ganada. Hanu smiled and nodded, then turned to dismiss the others, only to find everyone staring at him with puzzled expressions. How could people who were enemies just moments ago be acting like nothing happened now? All right, everyone, you can go. Everything's fine now, Hanu said with a friendly grin. Tisk, TSK, this is so you. Charles clicked his tongue, clapping Hanu on the shoulder before turning to leave. Just moments ago, they'd seemed like enemies, and now they were friends? That was Hanu for you. Just went over foodie and the problem solved. Since things had calmed down, Charles figured it was time to go fret with Eric about how to fill the enormous pit in the estate grounds. All right, you come with me. Since you've agreed to stay here, you'll need a change of clothes. Otherwise, you'll have everyone staring at you. Walk down the street dressed like that, Hanu said as he headed back, Ganada trailing behind, still asking for more food as they walked. This little glutton didn't use any power to threaten him. Her pleading expressions were a whole performance in themselves. Hanu couldn't resist Ganada's coaxing. As they walked, he kept refining energy pills for her. To make them more filling, he even added a generous dose of Green Lantern energy, which left streaks of green swirling across their surface. Good thing Green Lantern energy is limitless. Otherwise, just feeding this little lady would be a fortune in itself. Hanu grumbled inwardly. The initial excitement of having a cosmic level powerhouse nearby had already vanished. Never before had he been so grateful for his Green Lantern ring. If he had to keep raiding the general store for supplies, his heart would ache. That night, to celebrate the arrival of new teachers and students at the school, everyone brought out plenty of food and drink and threw a lively party in the courtyard. Han, this recipe of yours is incredible. If you sold this stuff, you make a killing. Charles picked up a skewer of beef from the grill and took a hearty bite. The rich aroma of the meat mingled perfectly with the seasonings, each ingredient bringing out the best in the beef. His mouth was instantly filled with a deep, savory flavor. The scene shifted to Saitama, King, and Ganada, who were devouring skewers at an astonishing pace. The sauce brushed onto the skewers was piled on so thickly, it seemed there was more seasoning than meat. Hanu, your cooking is incredible. If you keep this up, I might never leave your place, Ganada's voice rang out. Looking over, Hanu saw the petite beauty clutching 5 skewers. In one hand, the total amount of meat easily larger than her face. Yet she was still devouring them, one after another, her ravenous display making Hanu chuckle in amusement. Who knew a feast could settle things so easily? Hanu had worried there might be some complicated negotiations ahead, but it turned out that good food was all it took. This legendary figure's heart was truly simple. Thanks to Hanu's culinary skills, the celebration, originally expected to last just an hour or two, stretched on for a full 4 hours. Even Charles indulged himself, fearing he might never taste such delicious food again. Pleased that his cooking was so well received, Hanu happily continued his role as chef. All right, let's handle the grilling now. You should go eat something too. Fubuki and King hurried over, each grabbing Hanu by the arm to steer him toward a seat. King grinned and said, we can't have you manning the grill all night. But haven't you all finished eating? Shouldn't I make a few more skewers? Hanu began, glancing back at the table. To his surprise, he saw a plate of skewers neatly arranged, untouched. Looking up, he caught the others smiling warmly at him, and his heart filled with gratitude. Saitama grinned and said, we all saved some for you. Come have a drink. Let them handle the grilling. Come on, have a seat. Fubuki nudged Hanu over to the table. As soon as he sat down, everyone gathered around. Charles poured him a glass of wine, raised his own, cleared his throat, and smiled. Let's all raise our glasses. If not for him, none of us would be here together. This toast is for Hanu. To Hanu, cheers, everyone chorused. A broad smile spread across Hanu's face as he lifted his glass high. Cheers. The next day, Hanu woke up to find it was already noon. But he hadn't woken naturally. It was the urgent call of nature after too much drinking that roused him. Oof, drank too much. My head's pounding, Hanu muttered, clutching his throbbing head and hissing through his teeth. Saitama and the others wouldn't stop pouring me drinks. I've never seen anyone drink red wine like it's beer, glass after glass, without a pause. After last night's revelry, most people were still fast asleep. Only one person was awake, sitting in the main hall, thoroughly engrossed in the television. Aren't you going to get some sleep? Hanu asked. The one watching TV was Ganada. Sleep? My body clock isn't the same as you Earthlings. I could go for hundreds of years without sleeping at all. At that moment, Ganada had changed out of her signature purple, outlandish outfit and was now wearing a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts. She sat nestled on the sofa, her long, fair legs crossed, as a soft shaft of sunlight streamed through the window, lazily illuminating the side of her face. A scene so serene and picturesque it seemed almost unreal. Hanu found himself momentarily mesmerized by this sight, so much so that he stared in a daze. It wasn't until his phone burst into a flurry of shrill rings that he snapped back to reality. He glanced at the caller ID, Stark. The moment he picked up, Stark's anxious voice shot through the line. Han, are you on Earth right now? For most people, getting asked if they were home or in the shower was normal. But being asked if you were on Earth, that was a first. But for Hanu, this wasn't strange at all. He often left Earth for business on different planets or even other worlds. Stark knew this, which was why he phrased the question that way. I am. What's going on? Why do you sound so rattled? Hanu frowned. For Stark to call him in this state, something serious must have happened. There's an unexpected visitor here. What he's saying is hard to believe, and I'm not sure the Avengers can handle this one. I was hoping you could come and help, Stark replied. An unexpected visitor? Who? Hanu pressed. Thor's brother, Loki. That name took Hanu by surprise. Loki, the very criminal responsible for invading Earth, a sworn enemy of the Avengers, now showing up at their doorstep, and alone. Asgard's in danger, isn't it? That was Hanu's first thought, and really the only reason Loki would come seeking help. If Thor himself wasn't the one reaching out, but instead sent Loki, it could only mean Asgard was in grave peril. Thor must be tied up holding off the threat, leaving Loki to deliver the message. After all, Loki always preferred to spend his magic points on close combat, yet his fighting skills weren't even on par with a regular Asgardian guard. He was far better suited to running errands. I understand. I'll head over right away. Where are you guys? Hanu asked. The Avengers Tower. We're all here. All right, I'll be there in a moment. Ending the call, Hanu stood up and turned to Ganada. I've got something to take care of. I'm coming with you. Ganada jumped up from the sofa, her voice resolute. Meeting her gaze, Hanu found himself looking away for reasons he couldn't explain. Fine, but you have to listen to me. Don't go wandering off. No problem. I promise to follow your lead. Ganada's eyes curved into crescent moons, making her look especially charming. Once their minds were made up, the two of them stepped outside. Hanu waved his hand, and green energy surged from his ring, enveloping both of them right before Ganada's curious eyes. In the next instant, they shot skyward, soaring toward Avengers Tower. Avengers Tower. Inside the conference room on the top floor, the crowd had split into two camps. On one side stood the Avengers, led by Iron Man, Tony Stark. On the other, a group of military officers. Mr. Ross, I don't think now is the time to capture Loki. Didn't you hear him say that Asgard is in danger? Our top priority should be to help Asgard. Through this crisis, Captain America said, surprisingly stepping in front of Loki as if to shield him, an action that seemed almost unbelievable. Rogers, you'd better get your facts straight. The man standing behind you is a war criminal who invaded New York. Don't you think someone like that should be brought to justice? Clearly, Asgard didn't give him the punishment he deserved, said a middle-aged man with a neatly trimmed mustache. This was Ross, a lieutenant general in the U.S. Army. After SHLD's Pierce was exposed as a Hydra agent and taken into custody, Ross had taken over responsibility for S.H.I.E.L.D. I'm not trying to excuse Loki's actions, Captain America replied, but I just don't think this is the right moment. If something happens to Asgard, I believe we have every reason to lend a hand. Otherwise, if they fall, we won't escape unscathed either. General Ross's expression darkened at these words. He hadn't expected Captain America to be the first to challenge him. By all accounts, Steve Rogers should have been the most obedient to orders among them all. That he was now defying direct commands was astonishing. The other Avengers were just as shocked by Captain America's firm refusal. In their minds, he was always the straight-laced rule follower. Yet here he was openly standing up to his superior. It sparked something in them, a surge of pride and excitement. Maybe this kind of leader wasn't so bad after all. Seems you've forgotten your roots. Do you remember what you did in New York? Your unauthorized actions caused countless civilian casualties and property losses. And now you dare to openly defy my orders? It looks like the Avengers could use some discipline. General Ross retorted, hands clasped behind his back. Captain America's disobedience had left him embarrassed, so he tried to reassert his authority. Oh, and you think you have the right to say that? If we hadn't stepped in, New York would be nothing but rubble now. It was because of us that the city was saved. Or have you forgotten your own little stunt? firing a nuclear missile at the city. When this topic came up, Stark was incensed. The moment he heard they were actually blaming the Avengers for all the property damage in New York, he couldn't sit still. He stood up in protest. The truth was, if Stark hadn't stepped forward back then, New York would have become nothing but a desolate wasteland, devoid of life. And there was no guarantee they could have dealt with those alien disasters, either. In the end, it was Stark who risked his life, clutching the nuke as he flew straight into that open portal. The missile struck the enemy's mothership, and only then did the crisis finally come to an end. And now, General Ross had the audacity not to mention any of this, pinning all the blame on them instead. How could Stark not be furious? Tisk, TSK, things are really getting tense in here. A soft chuckle suddenly broke the taut atmosphere. Everyone turned to see Hanu, whom they hadn't seen for a while, walk in. At his side was a striking girl, about 17 or 18, who was glancing curiously around the room. "Who are you? Unauthorized personnel aren't allowed in here." General Ross snapped, clearly annoyed at seeing yet another unfamiliar face. "What's it got to do with you?" Hanu rolled his eyes at him, not bothering to answer, and strode straight inside to Loki. The latter's face was streaked with soot, his clothes tattered. He clearly looked like he'd been through hell. "What happened? Did something go wrong in Asgard?" "You little punk, didn't you hear me talking to you? No unauthorized persons." General Ross was livid. First it was Captain America, and Stark defying him. Now this stranger dared ignore him completely. The men behind Ross even raised their guns, aiming at Hanu. "Annoying," Hanu muttered, not even bothering to turn his head. Standing beside him, Ganata simply opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Suddenly, the guns flew from the soldier's hands, and in a blink, Ganata had swallowed every last one. "Ugh, what terrible tasting things. Listen up, don't make another sound. If you do, I can't guarantee your lives will still be yours." Ganata, just a teenage girl with a crescent moon smile, spoke in the sweetest voice. Yet paired with her actions, her words sent chills down everyone's spine. What kind of person was this? She just eaten those guns, eaten them. Can you believe that? And she didn't even look the slightest bit uncomfortable. If it weren't for this stunt, she'd appear to be just an ordinary, beautiful girl. She'd promised Hanu she would follow his orders. He was her boss now, and protecting him was just part of the job. Ganata understood that much perfectly well. After Ganata spoke, General Ross felt as if his mouth had been stuffed with a pile of filth, completely humbled, with nothing left to say. The opponent's strength was already beyond human. If he insisted on courting death by starting a fight, the other side probably wouldn't even lose a single hair. "Anyone not involved? Please leave. This is Avengers territory," Hanu said, not even bothering to look back. He was here at Iron Man's invitation, so he naturally had the right to stay. With these words, General Ross and his entourage suddenly became the outsiders. They were the ones who had barged in without permission. It was only then that General Ross recognized the unfamiliar face. This was the very man who had resolved the Sokovia Island Time incident, and rumor had it he was the secret director of S.H.I.E.L.D. After hearing about this, General Ross had gone to Nick Fury for confirmation, but Fury flatly denied it, claiming there was no such thing. Hanu had always maintained that he had no interest in running S.H.I.E.L.D. whenever he spoke publicly. He insisted he had nothing to do with the organization. Even though he had certain clearances, his connection to S.H.I.E.L.D. was purely superficial. To Hanu, S.H.I.E.L.D. was nothing more than a tool. He'd only sought out those permissions to install the X system on SHLD satellites, to enable large-scale searches for mutants. Beyond that, the organization meant nothing to him. You'd all better remember this. General Ross grunted coldly, then left with his people. Only after they departed did the tension in the room ease slightly. The Avengers turned their gaze to the beautiful young woman standing beside Hanu, their eyes filled with astonishment. Clearly, anyone who could stay at Hanu's side was extraordinary. Once General Ross was gone, Hanu finally looked at Loki and asked, "Now, can you explain to me what happened?" Loki let out a soft sigh, and as he prepared to speak, the rest of the Avengers also sat down to listen. "It's like this," Loki began. "The news that Odin had lost his divine power got out, and the other realms immediately began to stir. After us, the Vanir connected with both the Frost Giants and the Fire Giants, and launched an attack against us. The losses have been severe. Now, the outskirts of Asgard are crawling with Vanir, Frost Giants, and Fire Giants. Those damned creatures took the opportunity to invade us." Furious, Loki slammed his fist on the table, making it clear his emotions were genuine. Despite his usual mischievous, troublemaking ways, it was obvious that Loki's heart was still with Asgard. Asgard was actually invaded? And what happened to Odin's power? Stark asked. "He made a deal with Hanu to save Frigga. Well, that's me, my mother. He voluntarily offered all his divine power as the price. Loki sighed. Odin doesn't have much time left, maybe 10 years at most. Honestly, I think he did the right thing. At least for once, he did something that actually matters to me. From these words, it was clear that Loki still held deep feelings for Frigga, Odin's wife, Thor's mother, and his own adoptive mother. Even though he never admitted to being their child on the surface, everything he did was just to prove his worth, to show that he could stand shoulder to shoulder with Thor. Hanu stroked his chin and thought. He knew something about the Vanir gods. They were a pantheon led by the god of the sea, the ocean deity, and were the other great power aside from the Asura of Asgard. In terms of technology and military strength, they were second only to Asgard, ranking second among the 9 realms, and had long been at odds with the Aesir. 1,000 years ago, a cataclysmic war left both the Aesir and the Vanir devastated. With no other choice, the two sides signed a peace treaty, vowing never to invade each other again, and the Vanir withdrew from the stage of the universe. The Aesir, once recovered, continued their conquests across the realms, restoring peace to the war-torn worlds. Asgard became known as the Sacred Realm, recognized as the leader of the 9 realms. But all of this rested on Odin's reputation. Without Odin, Asgard would lose its greatest pillar of strength. Thor and Loki, for all their battle experience, were still far from ready. If either of them were to succeed Odin as the king of Asgard, they would be little more than infants in swaddling clothes, nowhere near the level required. To be a true king, strength alone was not enough. Besides, neither Thor nor Loki's power was great enough to intimidate the other realms. Right now, both Thor and Loki hadn't even reached the level of an intermediate Sky Father, far from being able to take on such a burden. The Vanir saw this weakness, which is why they launched their assault on Asgard. Asgard once aided Earth, and the Avengers intended to help in return. But in a battle of this scale, their strength might not make much difference. That's why Stark contacted Hanu, hoping for his assistance. Everyone looked to Hanu, but he only said, "A war between gods. What does that have to do with me?" His words were harsh, but they were the truth. This is the way of the world. The wheel of fate never stops turning. One empire falls, another rises. That is simply how the world works. On Earth, this has happened time and again. One nation is overthrown, and a new one emerges from its ashes. As a Chinese, Hanu was all too familiar with such situations. He had seen scenes like this so often that they barely surprised him anymore. "Yes, I know. That's why I want to make a deal with you," Loki said, gritting his teeth. "A deal? What sort of deal?" Hanu asked with a smile. If that was the case, he might just be willing to get involved. "I'm willing to trade my life in exchange for a chance that Asgard won't be defeated," Loki declared, his eyes unwavering with determination. For Loki, this was an enormous decision. He had always held himself in high regard, a trickster who delighted in scheming against others, never once considering sacrificing himself for anyone else. In his mind, his own life was paramount. No matter what happened, he would always put his own survival first. Because of this attitude, he had tricked Thor more than a few times. Now, to hear him say such words showed just how much determination he had summoned. Hanu chuckled, his tone light and casual. "That's touching, but what would I do with your life?" The question stumped Loki. Was he strong? Hanu had Wanda at his side, who was even more powerful. Was he a prince? If Asgard was destroyed, what good would his title do him? All things considered, in Hanu's eyes, Loki really had nothing to offer. "How about this? Let me show you a better path." Seeing Loki's troubled expression, Hanu decided not to make things difficult for him. After all, Loki had made this request for the sake of his homeland, and that kind of spirit was something to be admired. "Please go ahead," Loki replied. "Join Earth's Sanctum Sanctorum and protect Earth for 1,000 years. On one hand, you'll be repaying your debt for invading Earth. On the other, you'll be settling what you owe me for helping you with Asgard. How's that sound? 1,000 years. If any ordinary human heard this, they'd be left speechless. For people whose lifespans barely reached 100, 1,000 years was an unimaginable figure. Even a year or two could change a person's life dramatically. Now, to speak of 1,000 years, none of the Avengers present could truly grasp what that meant. Even Captain America, the oldest among them, couldn't fathom what 1,000 years would be like. Loki was momentarily stunned. 1,000 years was no small amount. The average Asgardian lived about 5,000 years, so what Hanu was asking was already a fifth of Loki's life, a significant portion by any measure. He had just offered his entire life to Hanu. If Hanu had demanded 2,000 or 3,000 years, he would have been bound to him until the day he died. But instead, Hanu only asked him to guard Earth for 1,000 years. In fact, compared to Loki's own offer, this was a far more lenient term. Hanu was, in his own way, doing Loki a huge favor. "I, Loki, swear on my own life. If, Hanu, You can help Asgard through this calamity. I, Loki, will guard the earth with all my heart, forever, without reservation. Loki spoke with utmost seriousness. For him to swear, such an oath revealed just how dire Asgard's situation had become. Seeing Loki so solemn and earnest, Hanu knew he could not press him further. He nodded and said, "All right, I believe you. I accept. Han, do you need our help?" Stark stepped forward and asked. "Not for now. Just keep an eye on Earth," Hanu replied. "All right, let's get moving. We need to find someone who was once from Asgard." Loki looked confused. Who could Hanu mean by someone who was once from Asgard? Did that mean she was no longer there? Hanu led Loki away. The Avengers couldn't help with this, and bringing them along would only put someone in harm's way. Night fell. On the road, Hanu drove his car while making a call. He spoke briskly to Ultron on the other end. "Help me find someone, Johnny Blaze. Get it done in 15 seconds. As soon as he finished speaking, the sound of furious keyboard tapping came through the phone. Within moments, Ultron's voice returned, "I've sent you the address." Good. Hanu hung up right after. Not a single wasted word passed between them. Ultron hadn't asked for details. If he wanted to know, he could easily hack into the Avengers' tower surveillance system and see for himself. Since Hanu hadn't asked for his help, Ultron wouldn't pry. He never wasted time on pointless questions. If Hanu ever needed him, he would rush over without hesitation. But if nothing was said, Ultron would just get back to his games. Before long, Hanu, Ganada, and Loki found themselves standing outside a bar. The place looked far from respectable. Several letters on the neon sign had already dimmed, and the remaining ones flickered uncertainly, as if the whole thing might give out at any moment. "Our target is here?" Loki asked. He'd expected a formidable figure. Surely someone powerful wouldn't be found in such a rundown bar. "Patience. Just watch," Hanu replied with a grin, pushing open the door and stepping inside. Ganada followed him in without a word. Loki hesitated for a moment, then entered as well. At the bar counter, a long-faced man was rummaging through his pockets, searching for something. Finally, with a pained expression, he looked up at the bartender and said, "Jack, you see I'm flat broke. How about for this round? Johnny, you've been a regular here for a long time, and I really don't want to make things difficult for you. But up to today, you owe a total of $470 in bar tabs. You can't put me in a tight spot, can you? I still have to make a living." As the bartender spoke, a few burly men walked up behind the long-faced man, positioning themselves on either side of him. The long-faced man thought to himself that things were taking a turn for the worse. It looked like he wouldn't be walking out of here so easily tonight. His palm quietly gripped the underside of his chair, ready to fight, when suddenly a voice rang out. "I'll pay for him. $470, right? Here's $500, keep the change." A pale, slender hand held out several crisp new bills, offering them to the bartender. Seeing someone settle the tab, the bartender didn't say much. He accepted the money and shot a look at the burly men standing behind the long-faced man. The men immediately moved off to the other side of the bar. Turning his head, the long-faced man saw someone he'd never met before, a young Asian man, accompanied by a breathtakingly beautiful girl. And Loki, who in New York hadn't heard about Loki's invasion. The long-faced man was even more keenly aware. Seeing Loki following behind Hanu, he couldn't help being surprised. "Thanks, man. I'm Johnny. What should I call you?" "I know who you are, Johnny Blaze, also known as Ghost Rider." At those words, Johnny's pupils narrowed almost imperceptibly, but he quickly covered it up with an awkward laugh. "I don't know what you're talking about." This nonchalant act of feigned ignorance was actually kind of boring. Hanu was just about to reveal his true form when the bar's front door swung open and several men with fierce expressions strode in. As soon as they entered, they began scanning the room, clearly searching for someone. The man at the head of the group swept his gaze around the bar, and his eyes quickly landed on Hanu's group, more specifically, on Johnny. Having spotted Johnny, they began making their way over. "Who are they? They don't look like your friends," Hanu muttered under his breath. He got no response. Glancing over, he saw that Johnny's expression had turned grim. Clearly, the arrival of these men spelled trouble for him. In just a few steps, the group reached Hanu and his companions. The white man leading them gave a polite nod and a slight bow, then said, "Excuse me, gentlemen and lady. Would you mind moving aside? We have some business to discuss with your friend here." For Johnny to look so wary, these men clearly weren't ordinary troublemakers. Hanu glanced at Johnny, then at the white man who'd spoken. After a moment's thought, he asked, "Are you Blackheart?" At that name, the white man's polite smile froze. He frowned slightly and replied in a low voice, "Who are you?" Hanu ignored him and instead turned to Johnny, saying, "I'll deal with him for you, and in return, you help me find Mephisto." "Deal." Both Johnny and Blackheart froze for a moment when they heard Hanu mention that name. "We're looking for Mephisto? Are you planning to make some sort of pact with him? I've heard he's nothing but trouble, Johnny said warily. Loki, too, looked surprised. He had heard the name Mephisto from Odin. Mephisto, the Lord of Hell, ruler of the realm of the dead, a mighty demon notorious for capturing souls and trading them through twisted bargains. Odin had warned him that, though Mephisto acted alone, his power was formidable. If possible, it was best never to cross him, or the consequences would be dire. Hanu replied, "The person we're searching for isn't actually him. We need Mephisto's help to find someone else." Loki was utterly confused. Just the idea of seeking out Mephisto had been shocking enough. Now it turned out Mephisto was merely a middleman. These people actually know Mephisto? How is that possible? He's supposed to be just some earthling, Loki muttered in disbelief. Even he had never seen Mephisto in person. Hanu gave a sly smile and introduced, "Let me explain. Johnny here signed a deal with Mephisto, got possessed by the spirit of vengeance, and can transform into a flaming-skulled Ghost Rider. And Blackheart here, well, he's Mephisto's son, not that it seems to count for much." Hanu's jab at Blackheart had Gianna bursting into laughter, unable to hold back. He really wasn't pulling any punches, but she didn't mind in the least. Blackheart's face darkened. Insulted by a complete stranger on their first meeting, he could hardly tolerate it. He turned to his companions and ordered coldly, "Clear the place." At his command, the burly men with him began hauling every patron out of the bar. Even the bartender and the bar security staff weren't spared. Anyone who tried to resist was knocked senseless with a single punch. Realizing they were hopelessly outmatched, the others quickly fled. Soon, the bar was left with only Johnny, Hanu, and their group, along with Blackheart and his men. "Can you call your father here or not? If you can't, then get lost. I haven't got time to waste on you," Hanu said, frowning, his patience running thin. For someone as proud as Blackheart, being spoken to like this by a total stranger was intolerable. With a wave of his hand, the tables and chairs around him lifted into the air and hurtled toward Hanu. Hanu didn't budge an inch. Relying solely on his formidable mental strength, he sent the incoming tables and chairs flying away. However, his power accidentally struck Johnny, who was knocked back by the intense force and crashed into the wall, showered by falling bricks and stones. "Han, are you all right? No matter how you look at him, he seems just like an earthling," Loki said, sensing trouble. He stepped forward to check on Johnny, but was stopped by Hanu. Hanu narrowed his eyes, gazing at the pile of shattered bricks before him. He is indeed an earthling, but he's also someone who's made a pact with Mephisto. That contract allows him to control Hellfire. He's far from an ordinary man. As soon as he finished speaking, faint flickers of fire began to glow amidst the rubble. The next moment, Johnny rose from the debris. His facial muscles ignited, and flames seeped out from his very bones, consuming his skin until it was all gone. Johnny let out a low, anguished growl as the transformation overtook him. Witnessing this, Gonata wrinkled her nose in disgust and turned away, unable to stomach the grotesque sight. In less than half a minute, Johnny's head transformed into a flaming skull, an eerie and surreal vision. This was Johnny's transformed state, the Ghost Rider. "Ah, sorry about that. I didn't mean to," Hanu said, sounding genuinely apologetic and a little embarrassed. Johnny's eyes blazed red as he fixed his gaze on Hanu, then turned to the witch demon and spoke in a deep voice. "I'm fine. Let's deal with him first. If you help me get rid of him, I'll take you to Mephisto." At those words, a sly smile played at the corner of Hanu's mouth. "Take care of him? That's hardly a challenge." With that, he reached out toward the witch demon, and as his fingers curled inward, an expression of utter agony suddenly twisted. The demon's face, clutching at his throat, the demon struggled helplessly as his body lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. Seeing their companion under attack, the witch demon's allies tried to leap into action, but Gonata merely shot them a glance. An overwhelming pressure weighed down on them, leaving them utterly paralyzed and unable to move. Loki raised an eyebrow, quietly marveling to himself. "Whoa, this girl is something else. Just her presence is enough to intimidate the enemy. What kind of monsters and freaks does Hanu surround himself with?" Gonata's gaze flickered. With a subtle movement, it was as if an invisible hand had slapped the burly men, sending them crashing into the wall. Then she turned her eyes on Loki, a playful, ambiguous smile on her lips. "Am I one of those monsters and freaks?" Catching her look, Loki shivered and forced an awkward smile. No, not at all. If anyone's a monster, it's me. I'm a monster here." At this, Gonata gave a soft snort and turned away, leaving Loki to breathe a sigh of relief. There isn't a single normal person around Hanu,